You have already sucked the blood of 998 virgins, and you only need one more to drink their essence blood, and then find a virgin born on September 9th at 9 o'clock, borrow his body and soul at the moment of his death, and you can be reborn. Now you are still a mosquito. In these 3 years, your proboscis has become bald and rough. When you encounter a girl, you go up to suck, but it's hard to find a suitable virgin. It's good if you can find 1 out of 10 targets. There are very few 18-year-old virgins left. You were not originally a mosquito, but a living person, the young master of the Wen family in the imperial capital, Wen Xiang. 3 years ago, your fiancée Lin Xinlan conspired with her lover, the dragon country war god Yichen, on the day of your engagement, and launched a brutal massacre on your Wen family. You saw your parents being killed with your own eyes, and your cute and lovely little sister was raped to death in bed. As for yourself, Lin Xinlan personally cut off your neck, chopped you into minced meat, and then threw you outside to feed the wild dogs. You originally thought you were dead, but before dying, the ancestral mysterious jade pendant suddenly appeared, claiming to be an ancient beast god, worshipped by the 35th generation of the Wen family for nearly 1,000 years. Now that he has completed his merits, he is about to ascend to immortality. At the moment of becoming an immortal, he deliberately passed on the inheritance of the beast god to you. At that time, you couldn't help but curse, saying that your family was destroyed and you were killed. Isn't it too late for this to happen now? Upon hearing your complaints, the other party immediately told you a method of rebirth: find 999 18-year-old virgins, then on the night of the full moon, suck their blood, and then find a virgin born on the 9th day of the 9th month at 9 o'clock, at the moment of his death. Borrow his body to return your soul, so your soul will be attached to a mosquito. These 3 years you have been working day and night, non-stop, inserting tubes to suck whenever you encounter a girl, and now you are only missing the last virgin. Suddenly you feel another target within 10 miles, which is the virgin at 9 o'clock on September 9th. With a thought, you immediately change direction and fly over. When you arrive, you see a group of strong men beating a young man in his 20s, wearing black-framed glasses, with a face full of acne. His figure and appearance are simply indescribable. Seeing this, you feel a bit speechless. Wang Wei, you will divorce Chu Rushue tomorrow. If you don't do it, I will bring people to beat you every day. Among the attackers, the leader is a second-generation rich man who hits the young man in the stomach with a stick, grabs his hair, and says, "Did you hear that?" However, the young man who was beaten had a fierce look in his eyes and spat blood on the face of the rich second generation. Sun Daolong, you are dreaming. The rich second generation was instantly enraged, lifted the stick and smashed it on the young man's head. With a muffled bang, the young man's head was directly split open, blood splattering a few yards high. The next second, the young man's body collapsed limply. Sun Shao, it seems like you've killed this kid, a strong man next to him shouted. Sun Daolong was startled, his face full of fear, but he quickly calmed down and said, "Let's get out of here before anyone sees us." As soon as the words fell, the second-generation rich man quickly left with a group of people. You witnessed this scene from the air and flew to the side of the boy to check his condition. His head was smashed, with only a faint breath left. He was undoubtedly going to die in less than 3 minutes. The timing, location, and people were all in place. Instead of being happy, you were anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Brother, you died too early. I haven't found a virgin yet, and I can't possess anyone now. Hey, can you die slower? Let me find the last virgin and come back to save you. As the boy's breath grew weaker, it seemed like he was about to leave this world. You could only watch helplessly as you missed a suitable host after finally finding one. Although this guy was a bit ugly, at least he was a human. Just as you were anxiously spinning around, a clear and pleasant call came from nearby. "Tang Yuan, come back to me." You immediately turned to look and saw 2 women running towards you with flashlights. In front of them, a husky was running like a wild horse, quickly approaching. In no time, the husky reached the boy's side, sticking out its tongue and licking his blood-stained face. The 2 women caught up, panting heavily. "Mom, look quickly, there is a person lying on the ground." These 2 women, one big and one small. The older one should be over 40 years old, but looks like in her 20s, with fair skin and radiant complexion. As for the younger one, the moment you see her, you are instantly amazed. She is simply stunning. The only downside is that she is too young, only 18 years old. Her temperament and charm have not fully developed yet. Wait, 18 years old? You are surprised. Look again, and then can't help but burst into laughter. It's like finding something without searching. Effortlessly, the last virgin has been found. As the mother and daughter just walked up to the boy, their faces suddenly changed. The panic on the mother's face flashed by, and she immediately squatted down to check the boy on the ground. Not good. He has a brain hemorrhage and is in critical condition. Haitang, call an ambulance immediately, the mother shouted to her daughter. Su Haitang was shocked and rushed to call the emergency number. As for Mom, instead, they sat directly on the boys. Adjust each other's positions. Then, combine your hands. A sharp press on his chest started CPR. Press it while blowing air into each other's mouths. The techniques and steps are extremely professional. Obviously, she's supposed to be a doctor. Seeing this, Wen Quan did not delay any longer. Immediately flew under the girl's skirt while she was on the phone, finding a piece of fresh, snow-white skin, and then, with a pinch, when the deliciously sweet blood enters the mouth, Wen Quan was ecstatic. It's really a virgin. Next, the quantitative change was instantly completed with a qualitative change. Wen Quan felt a powerful force erupt violently among his body. It's as if it's like a stone's throw away, opening up the sky. Rumble. For a while, the originally cloudless night sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and the wind was blowing furiously. I'll rub it in. After sucking the blood of 999 virgins, it actually triggered a heaven and earth vision? A little hesitation. Fumizumi flew out from under the girl's skirt and headed straight for the boys. The opponent was beaten and bloodied. He didn't even have a place to put his mouth, and searched around before he finally found a clean patch of skin. Come on, greet the invincible beast god Sama. It was accompanied by a roar from a middle-aged soul. Wen Quan swung the syringe around and stuck it in head first. This time it's not blood-sucking. Instead, he poured the blood of all 999 virgins in his body into the other party in one brain. When the last drop of blood is lost, Wen Quan's eyes went black and he went straight to unconsciousness. Next, Wen Quan opened his eyes in style. Only a white-skinned woman with a lowered head was seen descending. A fragrant kiss on his lips. An aroma then filled his mouth. Fix your eyes. This woman is the mother of the girl who just resuscitated the boys. I'm alive? Ha ha ha. I'm really alive. Wen Quan's heart blossomed with ecstasy. Su Wanjun couldn't help but be shocked as soon as she saw the boys open their eyes. Ha! This young man, he was clearly going to swallow his breath just now. Why are you suddenly awake? Fumizumi sensed that there was someone else next to him and immediately quieted down. Suddenly, he and Su Wanjun looked at each other with 4 eyes. The other man was full of life and spirit when he saw him. The beautiful eyes stared. Couldn't help but tisk. You're okay? Wen Quan smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said, Thank you sister for saving my life. Su Wanjun unhurriedly stood up from Wen Quan. Nope, precisely. The owner of this body is called Wang Fan. How did you get beaten up like this? Su Wanjun asked. Wen Quan looked puzzled and made a random excuse. Bad luck. Ran into a few hairy thieves. I see that you are quite seriously injured. Do you want to go to the hospital? Su Wanjun asked. Wen Quan shook his head and numbly got up from the ground. No need. A small injury. Just go back and sleep it off. Su Wanjun frowned and solemnly reminded. This is not a small injury. Your head has been opened, she said while pointing at Fumizumi's head. But in the next second, it snapped wide-eyed. The skull that had burst a moment ago had miraculously healed, and there was only some sticky blood left in his hair. How is this possible? Am I just seeing things? Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes were round, only feeling incredulous. Mom, Tang Yuan spit up blood. It was at this moment that Su Haitang shouted. With that, Su Wanjun turned her head to look, only to see that the husky, who had been alive and well just a moment ago, was collapsing on the ground, twitching and spitting blood. What's going on here? Mother and daughter came over at once. Ouch! I'm dying. It hurts. It's happening right now. An unfamiliar voice rang in Wen Quan's ears. He turned his head and looked around, and only after some searching did he follow the source of the sound and find the person who had spoken. Ah! Help! Wen Quan looked at the husky on the ground, and his pupils contracted violently, because it was the dog that spoke just now. But, after a short period of shock, Wen Quan quickly reacted. This was one of the abilities of his beast god inheritance, which was to listen to the hearts of all things in the world. Subsequently, Wen Quan walked straight over and came up behind the mother and daughter. He turned to the husky and asked, Dude, what's wrong with you? The husky skimmed Wen Quan's eyes and went straight to his eyes. I'll go. How can you talk to me? Because I'm a god. Wen Quan smiled, unleashing his telepathy again. He continued, Don't get hung up on that. You'll have to answer whatever I ask you if you want to save your dog's life. The husky wooed while nodding his head. Yes. A few moments later, after a brief exchange, Fumizumi understood what was going on. Then he said to the anxious mother and daughter, It should have eaten rat poison and gotten poisoned. Su Haitang woke up with a jolt and shouted, I remember. It seems like Tang Yuan ate half a sausage next to the trash can. It wasn't the half sausage. Wen Quan, however, denied it outright. The husky told him just now, The other party was the one who realized that something was wrong with his body after eating Su Haitang's birthday cake. It was only then with the instinct of survival that he broke free and ran, trying to find some herbs in the wilderness and save himself. This behavior, it's engraved inside the dog's genes. The thing to do in the countryside with an earth dog that has been poisoned is not to take it to the doctor, but to open the chain and let it out. Wait a couple days. It found the antidote to the poison in the mountains, ate it, and came back alive. How can a birthday cake be poisoned? Unless someone poisoned it ahead of time. Obviously, someone is out to harm this mother and daughter, and someone close to them. It's not the half sausage that's the problem. Then where did it go wrong? It didn't even eat anything indiscriminately today. Su Haitang was surprised. Wenquan had no explanation for this. This ability of his is too astounding. If he told others, not only would they not believe him, but they would treat him like a fool. It just so happens that I'm a veterinarian and know a little something about antidotes, so why don't you let me give it a try? The mother and daughter were quite surprised to hear that. Sure, even Wenquan himself was surprised. The moment he received this body, all of the other party's memories flooded into his mind. Wang Fan, 25. Occupation, veterinarian. In the Chu family, a local powerhouse, as a door-to-door son-in-law. His wife, Chu Qingya, an extremely beautiful woman with a high-cooled personality, is currently the president of Chu's group. Both men are in their own right, or status. There is a huge disparity in all of them, and it is simply impossible to be married. One of the hidden messages is, Wang Fan's grandfather had saved Chu Qingya's grandfather before, and the other party, in order to repay the favor of saving his life, had arranged a baby marriage for the two. Wang Fan looks like a winner in life. In reality it was miserable as hell. His wife's family, except for the old man, who liked him, didn't treat him well. 3 years of marriage. He hasn't even crawled into his wife's bed once. That's what led to this. This dude is married and he's still a virgin. Secondly, precisely because his wife is too beautiful. Peach blossom luck thieves. Those who seek but cannot be rich. They caught him as a punching bag, moving to find trouble. So, there's the scene where Wenquan sees the other guy getting violently beaten up by a rich kid. Oh my god. It's really been saved. Su Haitang covered her small mouth and couldn't help but let out a gasp. The husky, which was lying half dead on the ground just now, miraculously recovered after being massaged by Wenquan. Even Su Wanjun, who was on the side, couldn't help but be shocked by it. She used to be a doctor, believe in science, but what she saw before her eyes made her question science for a moment. Young man, massage can also cure poison? Su Wanjun asked. Massage detoxifies the shit out of it. The reason why this stupid dog can get well is because Lao Zi exerted his magical powers and expelled the toxins in its body, after gathering them. Otherwise, it must die. Sure, these heartfelt words, Wenquan did not say out loud, just said, ancestral craft. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It may be your dog's luck. The mother and daughter immediately thanked Wenquan and even took out money to make amends. But Wenquan waved his hand and refused. You two beauties, you saved me just now, and now I'm saving your family's dog, so it's kind of like a life for a life. Mother and daughter looked at each other and smiled. Is this what happens to good people? Only this retribution has come too soon. Subsequently, the two sides exchanged identifying information and made a friend of sorts. By the way, sister, pay attention to the people around you and see if they have any preconceived notions about you. Wenquan reminded. Su Wanjuan's gaze flickered as she subconsciously asked, what does it mean? Wenquan didn't pick it out, but said with words in his mouth, your dog's poisoning shouldn't be an accident. This statement was made. Su Wanjuan's face suddenly changed. She pondered for a few seconds, then said with a normal expression, little Wang, thank you for your advice. I've remembered it. Subsequently, Su's mother and daughter then took the dog and waved goodbye to Wenquan. Wenquan, on the other hand, stayed where he was, deep in thought. Currently, there were two paths before him. The first path was to inherit Wang Fan's identity and stay in the North Sea first, living for a while and building up his strength. And the second way, that was to kill directly to the imperial capital and seek revenge on that pair of dogs. Think ahead. Fumizumi decided it was better to take the first path. He had just turned back into a human and was still too weak. Whether it was Lin Newlin or Yi Fan, neither of them were existences that he could currently contend with. One is the heavenly maiden of the imperial capital, talented and scheming, whose beauty is the best in the world, and whose thunderbolt tactics are unmatched. One was the Dragon Kingdom's god of war, holding millions of warriors in his hands, and his personal strength had even reached the realm of a Grand Master, called the young generation of the Dragon Kingdom, ceiling-level characters. And at this point, Wenquan was nothing more than an ugly, frustrated little veterinarian. If you want to change your destiny against the heavens and fulfill your revenge, it will definitely be a thorny and very bumpy road. But, even if it's 1,000 times harder, Wenquan will never back down either. He's weak though, but it's not like there's no flip-flopping going on. With the beast god inheritance in his body, as long as he stayed calm and didn't wave, he developed vigorously. One of these days, he was able to avenge the deaths of 175 members of the Wen family. Lin Noran, Yi Fan, I, Wenquan, am back again. Once you killed me like a dog. In the future, I will return the favor 100 times over. 10 o'clock at night, Fumizumi returned home. For this strange woman, Wenquan didn't know how to react. Even though he had inherited Wang Fan's memories, his heart still wasn't ready to accept this wife who came out of nowhere. Chu Qingge didn't live with her parents, but bought a large flat in the city center. Weekdays, Wenquan is hosted here. He took the key out of his body and was about to open the door. Instead, he saw the doorway, where 2 pairs of shoes were placed. One pair was a woman's high-heeled shoe and the other was a man's leather shoe. Wenquan compared his shoe size. It's 40 yards. Instead, this pair is 42 yards. Someone from home? Wenquan froze for a moment, and then, with keen perception, heard movement in the room. Baby, I love you so much. Come on, come on, come on, take it easy, go take a shower first. Oops, get it done and then wash it. Wenquan frowned and couldn't help but stare. What the fuck? Is it so unlucky to be cuckolded just after being reborn? Though surprised, Fumizumi wasn't angry. Just 3 seconds of silence for that dead Wang Fan, and then he turned around and walked away. It's tragic. So much for being a virgin after 3 years of marriage. Wife still brings home wild men. Applause for love. Wenquan had just left with his front foot. On the back foot, the elevator doors opened. A woman in a professional outfit, walking out on high heels. She was handsome in appearance, with a frosty face, obviously a misanthropic-looking face, giving the impression of being uninviting. And yet, it was so stunningly beautiful that it was as if a celestial fairy had descended from the earth. She walked to the doorway where Fumizumi had been standing earlier and opened the door to enter. The man and woman in the room, who were making love to each other, were instantly startled. The man took off half of his clothes and immediately pulled them back, shouting with a panicked face, "Sis, why are you back?" Chu Qingge's face was expressionless. First, he glanced at the man, then, skimmed over to the heavily made-up woman next to him. Just a look. The two were stunned into silence like frightened quail. Chu Qingfeng, how did you get a key to my house? I've seen you lose the password before. Chu Qingfeng lowered his head and said carefully, "Why did you bring a woman to my house?" Chu Qingge questioned in a bad tone. Chu Qingfeng mood. Mom and Dad stopped my bank card. I don't have money for a room. You're such an asshole. Hurry up and get out of here. Chu Qingge's face sank as she drank with a fierce glare. Without saying a word, Chu Qingfeng took the girl's hand and ran toward the door in a grayish manner. Slow down, sis. What else? Chu Qingge asked. Has Wang Fan returned yet? Chu Qingfeng shook his head. I haven't seen him. Alright, you go. Chu Qingge waved her hand. Wait until after her indisputable brother leaves with the ungodly woman. She held her forehead and sat down on the couch. Weird. It's 10 p.m. Why isn't that guy back yet? Chu Qingge just wanted to make a phone call to ask. But as soon as you pick up your cell phone, she then felt something was wrong. Finally, the urge to call was resisted and the phone was put back in its place. Never mind. Let's wait until he gets back. It wasn't that she was worried about Wang Fan. For this so-called husband, she didn't have any hint of liking it, but rather a great deal of loathing. People are pretty average. There's not much to it either. Honest and dull. The kind that you can't even find if you throw him into a pile of people. And the reason why she was looking for Wang Fan, mainly to sign a contract with the other side. Subsequently, Chu Qingge took out the contract from her bag. On the first page, there are 5 big words, divorce papers. Midnight. Wenquan due to having no place to go. I can only rely on the memory in my head and go to the pet hospital in the flower and bird market to spend the night. This pet hospital was not opened at Wang Fan's expense. Instead, Chu Qingge paid for it. It cost hundreds of thousands of dollars at the time. Except that the pet hospital was on the verge of bankruptcy due to Wang Fan's mismanagement. It won't be long before I think it will be closed. Think about it. Wang Fan, his wife, is actually quite good to him. Except for not sleeping with him and, well, cuckolding him. There's nothing else bad about it either. Thoughts pulled back. Wait until Wenquan stops. The vet hospital has arrived. It says it's a pet hospital. It's really just a small clinic of about 100 square feet. On the signboard next to the entrance, the words Wang Fan Hospital were written. There was also the word pet in the center, but the light was out and it didn't show. Wenquan fumbled around for a good while, took the key out of his pocket, and opened the door. Just got in. Haven't had a chance to familiarize myself with the environment. Just a bunch of people bursting in a panic. Is there a doctor in yet? When Quan turned his head and was startled, only a middle-aged man, covered in blood, was seen holding a young girl in a pleated skirt. Behind him, it was also followed by two powerful bodyguards, but, again, they were in a very sorry state, with bloody heads. I'm a doctor. What's wrong? One Quan asked. We just had a car accident at the intersection. Doctor, hurry up and save my daughter, the middle-aged man said. When Quan was dumbfounded on the spot and said with a stony face, Sir, I think you've got it wrong. Although I'm a doctor, I'm a veterinarian, and not the kind of doctor who treats people. Then why does the sign say it's a hospital? The middle-aged man subconsciously asked. When Quan smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, you may have overlooked the word pet in the middle. The middle-aged man was speechless. Rushing to the bodyguard behind him, he called out, Is there a clinic nearby? The bodyguard said truthfully, Boss, we just searched around. The clinics are closed, and the ambulance won't arrive for half an hour at the earliest. Hear that? The middle-aged man's face became extremely grave. At this point, it was only then that Fumizumi emphatically sized up his opponent. Although the other party is quite old, but it is strong and powerful. The body is a kind of anger from the authority of the aura, not an ordinary person at first glance. As for the young girl in his arms, it is even more innocent and very beautiful. The blood stained on her dress not only didn't ruin her beauty, but on the contrary, it gave her soft aura a touch of poignancy. But, good looking is good looking. But this young girl, she's about to die. When Quan's pupils shrank, immediately, through the perspective ability granted by the beast god's inheritance, he saw inside the young girl's body, the badly broken spleen. Such a serious injury. If not resuscitated in time, in less than 3 minutes, the other side will surely be dead. Originally, when Quan did not intend to meddle in such matters, but considering that saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda, eventually, he decided to give a helping hand. When Quan spoke slowly, Sir, why don't you let me try? The middle-aged man looked puzzled. Aren't you a veterinarian? It's not true that I'm a veterinarian, but I've done clinical work before and know a little bit about first aid. One Quan made up a random excuse, and, also solemnly reminded, given your love's current condition, if she is not resuscitated in time, I'm afraid that she won't last until the moment the ambulance arrives. The middle-aged man's face changed. With things as they were, there was nothing for him to hesitate about. Thereafter, one can only hope that the young man in front of him, who calls himself a veterinarian, will be able to help. Boy, that's on you. I'll do my best. When Quan pursed his lips and did not pack his bags. Next, at Wen Quan's arrangement, the middle-aged man then placed the young girl on a medical bed, and with a little preparation, Wen Quan launched a rescue. His method of saving lives is simple. That was to transfer the aura in his body to the young girl. If it is possible to repair the broken internal organs of the opponent, or stabilize the injury, then it is not difficult to keep this life of the other side. Only, the input of Reiki cannot be done through clothes. It must be done with the palm of the hand against the other person's skin, and the spleen is in this position, in the area below the chest. So, Fumizumi was going to poke his hand in. Sir, when I treat your daughter, there may be some intimate physical contact. So, the middle-aged man didn't even think about that. He had one thought in his head, and that was to do everything in his power to keep his daughter alive. Doctor, what time is it? Do what you need to do. As long as you can save my daughter's life, everything else is a minor issue. One Quan oohed and awed and whispered, If it's convenient, then please excuse us. The middle-aged man sniffed and immediately understood. A wave of the hand. Then he greeted the two bodyguards and went out to wait. There were no onlookers. When Quan's mental pressure instantly plummeted, he undid the girl's skirt, and though he saw something he shouldn't have midway through, he didn't think much of it out of professionalism, but instead quickly focused his attention on bringing the palm of his hand down to where the other girl's spleen was. Immediately, horsepower all around. Aim at this place and frantically pour in Reiki. After about a minute, the young girl's originally miserably colorless face gradually regained its redness. Just a slight quiver of her eyebrows. There are vague signs of an awakening. What a beautiful girl. Looking at the other party's face and body that looked like it was created by the creator, When Quan couldn't help but let out a gasp as well. He sucked the blood of so many virgins. It's kind of a great way to see the world. And this girl, to be compared with it, that is also absolutely among the top, can be called the best. Ha! Fu Ting Ting? Out of the blue. If he felt something, Fumizumi called out the name of this young girl. At first glance, he hasn't recognized it yet, but take a closer look. A familiar memory instantly flooded his mind. About a year ago, One bright night, he sucked the blood of a young girl and got information about her specific identity. And the young girl, it's no one else. It's this woman in front of me. She was exactly 18 years old, beautiful and sunny. Fumizumi has a side ability while being a mosquito. That's whose blood it sucks. A packet of information is formed in the mind, and just by reading it, then you can have all the story of the other person. Sure, for the most part, Wonkwon won't even bother to read it, unless this girl thieves a few to make it rare. It's like browsing a small, well-stocked movie site. 3,000 if water. Only one drink. I don't watch it if it's not superb. Ahem. Back to the point. This Fu Tingting. It's the richest man in the North Sea. Fu Tianxiang's daughter. Fu Tingting is all over this. Then that middle-aged man outside the door. Wouldn't he be Fu Tianxiang, the richest man in the North Sea? Think about it. When Quan's expression changed and he couldn't help but be filled with consternation. Fu Tianxiang was pacing back and forth outside the door, anxiety written all over his face. Every now and then he looked toward the house, and turned his head to ask, how long before the ambulance arrives? Just called. Should be here soon, the bodyguard said truthfully. Fu Tianxiang frowned and couldn't help but sigh. He doesn't know either. That vet in the house. Can he or can he not save his daughter's life? And right now he can do it. There's nothing to do but wait. Hey, let's hope for a miracle. The words were not yet spoken. Fumizumi then walked out of the house. When Fu Tianxiang saw this, he was startled and quickly asked, what happened to the young man? In his opinion, the other side is not supposed to come out so soon. It had only been 10 minutes since the start of the treatment. So, his first thought was, had there been an accident? However, when Quan, gave him an unexpected answer. Mr. Fu, your daughter's injuries are temporarily stabilized. This statement was made. Fu Tianxiang's eyes snapped wide open. He thought he had heard wrong, so he asked again. When Quan nodded slightly, yes, all vital signs have been restored. Fu Tianxiang no longer hesitated. Immediately, he walked quickly into the house. The young girl remained still on the medical bed, but both the face and the breathing rate have returned to normal. Looked not like he was seriously injured, but as if he was asleep. This, Fu Tianxiang was in awe and turned his head to look at Wen Quan. Young man, this medical skill of yours is truly out of this world. Wen Quan laughed and waved his hand. Mr. Fu, you flatter me. The main thing is that Miss Fu's good fortune is based on heaven. The injuries she suffered were not fatal, so I was able to stabilize her injuries. Fu Tianxiang carefully scrutinized Wen Quan, seeing that the other person is plain looking. Instead, the heart couldn't help but ripple. He was well aware of when he carried his daughter over. What's the situation? And in those few short minutes, it was hard enough to do even a bandage, let alone treating a wound. But the other guy had pulled his daughter back from the brink. What is this if not a miracle doctor? Young man, what's your name? Fu Tianxiang asked. Exempted from your surname. Wang, with a single name, the word sale. Wen Quan replied. Fu Tianxiang's expression moved, and he immediately exclaimed, Dr. Wang, you really can't look like a person, and you can't measure the seawater. Although you're young, you're quite capable. Fu Tianxiang really wasn't flattering Wen Quan, but was telling the truth. Originally, his heart dropped when he learned the other man was a veterinarian. Sighing at my bad luck. It was hard to find a hospital in the middle of the night, but I didn't realize it was a veterinary clinic. Seeing his daughter about to die, 100 times over, only then did they choose to beat a dead horse. There is no way out of the mountain, but there is another village in the darkness. It was this compromise on balance that allowed him to thrillingly save his daughter's life and recognize such a young man with extraordinary medical skills. An expert is greatly hidden in the city. I've finally seen it today. Fu Tianxiang sked. Fumizumi turned his head to look at the sleeping young girl on the medical bed. He is now able to become human. There is little credit to be given to the other side. Nowadays, it's just a matter of a drop of blood. Ahem. While the two were talking to each other, the young girl suddenly coughed. Fu Tianxiang's face changed and he immediately went forward to check. Wen Quan said, it's fine. The state is turning around. It shouldn't be long before he wakes up. Oh. Fu Tianxiang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Wen Quan asked, Mr. Fu, I see that you've also suffered some injuries. Do you want to take care of them first? I have some minor injuries here. It doesn't matter. Fu Tianxiang said. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, he let out a soft eep. Dr. Wang, you know me? Fumizumi froze, not reacting at first. Fu Tianxiang said, I have never declared myself. How do you know my surname Fu? When Quan's gaze froze, instantly realizing that he had spoken out of turn. But, he hadn't had time to explain. Fu Tianxiang, however, justified himself. Have you seen me on TV and? Therefore, recognized who I am? When Quan gave a light him and said along with the other party's words, the famous Beihai's richest man, if I don't recognize this, then wouldn't I be too ignorant? Fu Tianxiang laughed, then took out a gold-rimmed business card from his body and handed it to Wen Quan. My humble self, Fu Tianxiang, it's a pleasure to meet you Dr. Wang. Wen Quan took the business card. Mr. Fu, I'm doubly honored as well. Fu Tianxiang said, Dr. Wang, it happened suddenly, I don't know what to thank you for. Let's add a contact information. When there is time later, Fu will definitely pay a visit. Wen Quan was more or less flattered by this. The surface is not moving though. In his heart, he was happy. To be able to make friends with the richest man in the North Sea, that would definitely add a lot of help to his rise in the future. It's been bad luck for so long. Now there is finally an opportunity. That's a bit of a comeback, isn't it? Not a moment too soon. The ambulance is finally here. Fu Tianxiang greeted Wen Quan and picked up Fu Tingting and left the pet hospital. Waiting for people to leave, Fumizumi closed the door to the pet hospital. He took a special stroll inside to familiarize himself with the grounds. It then came up with 4 words. Empty. Fumizumi mulled it over. This was the original owner of the body. So no wonder it made life so miserable. The wife at home doesn't like it. Outside business is dry as a bone. Empty your pockets to the bottom and you can't find a couple of steel bounces. That's what led to the sign at the entrance not being repaired even though it was broken. Bro, you gave me this life. Then I must live well for you. Do not fight for buns to fight for breath. So that those who once despised you and bullied you, take a good look. Our Wang family men are also a person. Having said that, Fumizumi then went into action on his own. Step 1. That is to transform this body. Myopia. Hunchback. Full of acne. Physically weak. It's entirely reasonable that such a terrible predisposition would be disliked. Even if you switch to Fumizumi himself. If he had a second choice at the time. And he definitely wouldn't have chosen this dude. Got it. Gossip. While there's still some time, Fumizumi walked to the cleanup room in the back. This area was originally used for bathing pets. Just the right place to give him a body makeover. The blood of 999 virgins. To pure inine. The energy is enormous. As long as they can all be developed thoroughly, then this body, which is disliked by everyone, will soon be able to shed its skin and break into a butterfly. And he sucks those girls. Basically, they're all beautiful women. The genes of a beautiful woman, layered on top of each other, should make it easy to turn out a handsome man. When Quan turned on the faucet and let out a full tank of water. Next, he stripped naked and lay down to get in. His whole body submerged. A few moments later, a green fluorescent light began to haunt this new body of Wen Quan, gradually dispersing. The light was getting stronger and stronger. So much so that it lit up the whole room. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Fumizumi woke up from his sleep. What had been a vat of clear water became dark and sticky, and even emitted a pungent stench. The reason for this, that was because this body had completed the change of cleansing the marrow and changing the meridians, and all the impurities had been drained out. Fumizumi stood up from the tank first, then walked over to the shower and rinsed his body. A few moments later, when his body was rinsed off, he turned and walked over to a side mirror. Lift your hair back. A clean, snow-white face instantly came into view. A face full of acne, long gone. Instead, it was baby-like, glowing skin. The previous face value was a washout, but now he is a clear-eyed, big-hearted iron-chested man. The viewpoint shifted downward. The rickety body becomes erect and straight. The muscle lines on his body, as if they were cast in steel and concrete, were extremely impactful. Also, he's grown a lot taller too. Originally only 6'5", he is now 6'8". See the changes in this body. Wen Quan couldn't help but be taken aback as well. And that's just one night's transformation. The whole thing is like a turnaround. If it lasts a few more times, he shuddered to think what would become of him. The fusion of a virgin's blood with a child's body is truly powerful. Wen Quan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. No wonder when I used to watch martial arts movies, certain ascetic-like masters in there have to remain virgins for life. At that time, Wen Quan didn't understand child's work. Think it's stupid that this thing has to forcefully suppress its desires in order to improve its strength. Nowadays, when he felt the power of pure yang and pure yin, only then did he suddenly realize that everything in this world, it is that there will be a loss if there is a demand. For this remodel, Wen Quan was very satisfied. But this is just the beginning. By the time he finished fusing the blood of just 999 virgins, that one super body that transcended the limits of humanity would be able to take shape completely. A short pause. Fumizumi walked out of the cleanup room and changed into the clothes he had taken off earlier. That's fine without wearing it. It's embarrassing once you wear it. As the body gets stronger, It seems to wear children's clothes that cover the top but leave out the bottom. Looks like it's time to go shopping for a dress. After getting dressed, Fumizumi picked up his glasses and looked at them for a moment before casually dropping them in a nearby trash can. Later, he doesn't need this anymore. I'm hungry. Go eat breakfast. Wonkwon opened the door and began to greet the new day. As the first rays of sunlight fell outside, he felt nothing but a rush of refreshment. Phew, it feels so good to be human. Subsequently, Wonkwon just found a random fly shop in the neighborhood and ordered a bunch of stuff. He hadn't eaten human food in a long time, so he immediately wolfed it down. I ate 7 or 8 bowls of noodles alone, no less than 20 steamed buns. It startled the diners in the breakfast parlor. After eating, when Wonkwon paid, he patted his belly contentedly and went to the floor market to buy clothes. Wait until he's finished replacing a suitable outfit. When I opened my wallet, there was no money left in my pocket. It seems that earning money is the priority. Wonkwon shook his head and laughed at the situation. What is man's greatest happiness? There are no more than 4 words. If you ask for something, you get it. There's a pit to squat in if you want to take a shit. Want to sleep with someone to give you a pillow. It doesn't. He had just had the idea of wanting to earn money when business came to him. As soon as we get back to the vet hospital, just saw the curb, a Porsche Panamera pull up. Next, a beautiful white-skinned woman, holding a cat, got out of the car with a panicked face. She looked around the curb. Subsequently, just head towards the pet hospital in Wonkwon. Doctor, help my daughter! The beauty shouted in a fiery voice as soon as she entered. Daughter? Fumizumi froze for a moment, then associated it with the cat in the other man's arms. Young people today have pets and like to treat them like sons and daughters. Wonkwon's first glance was first towards the cat in the beautiful woman's arms. But, midway through, however, he was caught by the flash of snowy white on the beauty's chest. Aha! It's beautiful. The beauty thought Wonkwon was complimenting the cat and immediately said, Thank you. My daughter Meng Meng is a 3-year-old leopard cat. Wonkwon coughed and immediately stepped forward to check. This cat is in terrible condition. Mental depression notwithstanding. There were white bubbles coming out of his mouth. It was as if he was going to burp at any moment. While Wonkwon was surveying the situation, the cuddly cat in the beautiful woman's arms quietly opened its eyes aslit. Ouch ouch ouch. Wonkwon, who had triggered the passive skill, instantly heard the wailing sound from the leopard cat. Wonkwon reached out and stroked its head, activating his telepathy and asking, What's wrong with you? Leopard cat replied breathlessly, I should be poisoned. Poisoning? How did that happen? Wonkwon asked subconsciously as his complexion shifted. The leopard cat spoke slowly. My master is the international diva Zhao Yifei, and the agent beside her should have been bribed. Poisoned the coffee she was drinking, and when I saw it, I went to taste it to avoid poisoning my master. And then, this is what happened. Yifei Zhao? Fumizumi quickly looked at the beautiful woman in front of him. He didn't get a good look at the other man's entire face since he was wearing sunglasses when he came in. But then he heard the leopard cat remind him of this. A sense of déjà vu familiarity instantly surged through his heart. A closer look at the end. It's really her. In his previous life, when Quan knew Zhao Yifei, at the time the other was a small, unknown actor, clueless, innocent and lovely. At a certain cocktail party, she was being suborned by a big, well-known director. At that time, it happened to be seen by Wonkwon, and then stepped forward, staged a hero to save the beauty of the scene. After he finished rescuing Zhao Yifei, he looked at the little girl's beauty and lack of support, so he moved sideways, privately recognize each other as god-sisters. Then, use your family resources to pave the way for each other in show business. Good thing she's also very competitive. Made a few movies, released a few songs, and quickly became famous. But, it was still just a well-known actor at that time. Didn't realize, after not seeing each other for a few years, the other party had actually grown into an international diva. Look at her again today. The childish youthfulness of before was long gone from his body. In its place, there was, instead, a mature woman's flavor. What has changed is the temperament. What didn't change was her dumpy figure and looks. No wonder I didn't recognize it at first. It's true that women have changed a lot. When Kwan's heart shook, how he hadn't thought about it. In this case, I can't believe I'm reunited with an old friend? Zhao Yifei gradually realized that the young doctor in front of her, looking at her gaze became a bit hot, and then asked, Doctor, what's wrong with you? When Quan hurriedly averted his gaze and said with forced composure, It's nothing. Then he added, Miss, judging from the symptoms, this cat you have should be poisoned. Poisoned? Zhao Yifei was shocked. How could this happen? It didn't eat anything unclean. Quan was silent. In his heart, he was secretly amused. I ran into a dog poisoner yesterday. Ran into a toxic cat today. Same situation. Different people. If he didn't have such a skill as listening to the animal's heart, I'm sure he wouldn't have known that these cats and dogs would be loyal to their masters in critical times. Wen Quan didn't give Zhao Yifei the truth. Because of his current identity, he was not the former Wen family's youngest, but a small, silent veterinarian. So, even as waves of shocking emotions brewed in his heart, he couldn't make a show of it to Zhao Yifei either. Let me detoxify it first, Wen Quan said. Zhao Yifei would be skeptical, but nevertheless, she handed the leopard cat over to Wen Quan. Had experience with yesterday's detox. Today Wen Quan operates again, naturally with a light touch. Straight away, the leopard cat was given a cup of white water that contained aura. Not a moment too soon, the leopard cat then vomited up a cloud of black blood from its mouth. When Zhao Yifei saw this, her pupils rapidly contracted. It's really poisoned. Wen Quan looked at Zhao Yifei and asked softly, Miss, what was the last thing this cat of yours ate before it was poisoned? Zhao Yifei thought back seriously. Didn't eat anything, just stole my coffee. Speaking of which, she snapped out of it and exclaimed, could it be that the coffee was poisoned? Seeing that this girl was as intelligent as ever, Fumizumi couldn't help but smile in relief. But when Zhao Yifei's gaze swept over, he instantly put away his smile, instantly transforming into Sherlock Holmes. He reasoned clearly, the coffee can't be poisoned, unless someone poisoned it. Miss, who gave you that coffee? I broke her. No, my friend, Zhao Yifei said. It seems that friend of yours isn't a good person, actually thinking of putting you to death. When Quan shook his head and deliberately sighed, Zhao Yifei froze. Various expressions flashed from face to face. There is amazement. There was panic. More than that, however, was anger. When Quan suddenly said, Miss, how come the more I look at you, the more familiar you look? Like someone. Zhao Yifei removed his sunglasses. Immediately, that stunningly beautiful face that had turned the world upside down completely surfaced in front of Wen Quan's eyes. Although Wen Quan had known her identity ahead of time, he still pretended to be taken aback the moment he saw her face. You're Zhao Yifei? Zhao Yifei nodded slightly. It's me. Oh my god. Zhao Yifei came to my store, playing the whole game. Wen Quan immediately danced with his hands and shouted in ecstasy, I'm your diehard fan, I'll support every song you come out with and every movie you make. Zhao Yifei pursed her lips and said, thank you. The reason she was willing to reveal her identity. On the one hand, the other recognized her, while on the other, she had something to ask. Doctor, will you keep this a secret for me? Which secret? It's this thing about my cat being poisoned. Zhao Yifei said, a star's every move is not trivial, and any powerful incident of a pivotal international diva like her will trigger a huge public outcry, to prevent unnecessary trouble. So, she had to save for a rainy day. Fairy sister, it's fine for you to ask me to keep it a secret. However, you have to promise me one thing, Wen Quan said solemnly. Zhao Yifei played a fairy in her early years and was amazing in the show. Since then, she has been called the fairy sister by her fans. What is it? I won't allow others to harm my idol. I'll protect you and help you uncover the guy who poisoned you, Wen Quan said with righteous indignation, portraying a true love brainwashed fan to the fullest. If it's just a stranger you don't know, then Wen Quan did his duty in advance at best. But if this person is once deceased and has an extraordinary relationship, then he'd have to be on guard. This might be a misunderstanding, and the follow-up needs to be investigated, Zhao Yifei said without moving. Obviously, she had her own considerations and didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Wen Quan also realized that his request like this was indeed a bit abrupt. The two of them were only meeting in passing at the moment, and it was natural that Zhao Yifei didn't believe in him. Then let's leave a contact information. If you are in danger, you can call me at the first time. Not only can I cure diseases and detoxify poison, but I am also very good at fighting. Fumizumi retreated, showing off, in passing, his strong biceps. Zhao Yifei laughed and instantly nodded her head back and forth. After leaving your phone number, Zhao Yifei saw that the leopard cat was already unharmed, so she took out a wad of cash from her bag and handed it over to Wen Quan. Fairy sister, I'm lucky to see you. How can I still have the honor to accept your money? Wen Quan hurriedly refused. Zhao Yifei, however, said, it's only natural to collect money for healing. You've done me a great favor. If I don't take any of it, then I'll be uneasy in my heart. Hear that? Wen Quan had to take the money. On the surface it looks reluctant. In his heart, he was happy. For this wad of money, amounting to $10,000, was just the answer to his immediate needs. Subsequently, Wen Quan sent Zhao Yifei to the door and, all the while, watched her get into her car and leave. Little girl, that's all I can do for you now. Hopefully, you haven't forgotten me as your godbrother, Wen Quan said with a heartfelt sigh. All relatives related to him by blood are dead. As for those good friends of old, how much is left after being implicated? He wonders, but he just has to have a breath in him. All those lost in the past will be taken back later. Just as Wunquan was about to turn around and go back, suddenly the roadside was heard, and a beating and killing came. Grass. Fuck this dirt dog. How dare you wander around in my territory. Block its path. Don't let it get away. Punchy punchy punchy. Wunquan sniffed. Then I saw a pack of stray dogs. Fighting. Original. It was no one else who spoke. Exactly them. Wunquan's eyes stared and immediately realized that it was actually a group of stray dogs that were surrounding an earth dog. The hyena was bitten and backed away. But, instead it behaved with extreme ferocity. Even if the bite is covered in blood, in his eyes, he was still combative, counterattacking and dodging at the same time. Several of the stray dogs that jumped on him, they bit him and screamed. If it wasn't for the fact that it was weak and thin, the stray dogs would not have been able to help it. But, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. After being forced into a corner, even if this earth dog is capable of fighting, it can't resist the sea of dogs' tactics after all. The stray dogs came down with a couple of takedowns. Soon it was bitten and bruised all over. The hyena did not concede defeat. The ferocity and anger in his eyes became hotter and hotter. Sure, it's such a hardcore performance, but it draws even more frantic attacks from the stray dogs. Seeing that the hyena is about to be bitten to death, Wunquan's heart fluttered as he copied the slate on the ground and rushed forward. Originally, dog-eat-dog farces like this one happen every day on the streets. Seeing is not strange. Wunquan didn't intend to care either. But, instead, he saw himself in this earth dog. So, without even thinking, he decided to save the dog. The stray dogs saw someone coming and scattered. Wunquan looked around and saw that the dogs had all run out of sight before dropping the slate in his hand. He turned his head to the hyena in the corner. Only its teeth were bared and it let out a gurgling low roar. Obviously, it doesn't appreciate Wunquan's love, but instead is hostile to him as well. Fumizumi scowled. This earth dog is not a genuine Chinese field dog. Instead, it's an unknown skewer. Judging from the color of the coat as well as the shape, it should have genes common to earth dogs as well as wolf dogs. The skeleton is huge. It was only chronic malnutrition that caused the weakness. With a little nurturing, it's definitely a moldable dog. Fumizumi was about to take a closer look. Instead, the earth dog stormed up and barked furiously towards Wunquan. See this scene. Wunquan's brow furrowed, and he instantly shuddered and roared. Get down on the ground for me. Wunquan, who had the beast god's inheritance in him. To all the beasts in the world, there is an irresistible pressure. As soon as he released this pressure, it was like Buddha in the western heaven, swinging down a huge palm and lying heavily on the earth dog. In an instant, the ferocity and mania in the earth dog's eyes quickly disappeared. In its place was awe as well as submission. Next, it tamely let out a calling sound and honestly lay down on the ground, looking at Wunquan with a well-behaved face. Wunquan on this, he couldn't help but smile slightly and said rather gratifyingly, "Not bad, not bad. The children are teachable." He then withdrew his pressure and waved his hand to greet the earth dog to follow him. The earth dog was really obedient, and followed behind Wunquan. Entering the pet clinic, Wunquan decided to adopt the dog, and he trained him to be the #1 general under his command. He mastered the beast god's inheritance. Not only can you listen to the animal's heart, and it also breeds animals. A weak earth dog, as long as he did his best to remodel it, in less than a few days, it could definitely turn into a mighty super fierce dog. Sessions. When he's full of feathers and strong soldiers, you can start your own path of revenge. When Quan treated the earth dog's wounds, and transferred a strand of his beast god Yuan Qi to it, immediately, the magic happens. The earth dog was full of wounds, and actually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its body, too, ushered in an incredible change. The original skinny dirt dog. It's like being given a shot of biochemicals. Shasta. Physical madness. Messy hairs that became shiny and polished. A short moment of work. The earth dog that had completed its transformation had suddenly turned into a tall and powerful black fierce dog. Wen Quan, who witnessed this with his own eyes, couldn't help but be shocked. Before the remodel, he knew that the earth dog would definitely see a sea change, but it was not expected. It's amazing how outrageous this change can be. It's almost like a different dog. Is this the power of the beast god Yuan Qi? When Quan looked at his hand and sked while his eyes were filled with disbelief. There are currently two forces within Wen Quan. One was the aura flowing in the middle of the dantian. This was the cornerstone of his cultivation, and he could later learn all kinds of spells or cure people of diseases and poisons. And another force. That was the beast god Yuan Qi. This thing had a very singular function and could only be used on animals to physically transform them. Currently this dog, it has gone from being the most trashy metamorphosis to the limit in dogs. If I were to describe it in terms of a rating, it would be a dirt dog 1.0 peak, right at 1.9. with a little bit more to go before it evolves to version 2.0. From now on, your name will be Dahe. Wen Quan gave the earth dog a name. When the earth dog heard this, it immediately prostrated itself on the ground and opened its mouth. Master, Big Black reports to you. Seeing that this earth dog is so humane, Wen Quan's heart blossomed. The reason why I saved you was mainly because of your fierceness in fearing death. And I didn't expect that your intelligence, too, is extremely good. It seems that I didn't choose you wrong. Big Black faithfully said. Thanks for the master's renewed kindness. In the future I will saddle up for you and hold the whip and drop the stirrup. Wen Quan nodded, and had his first follower of sorts. Although it is just a dog, its future is immeasurable. Give it time to develop properly and it will be a tough general in the future. Fumizumi has just finished taking care of the hyena. The phone in his pocket rang. Taking it out, the caller ID read, Dog Farm Zhang Feiyang. As soon as I saw the docket, in the middle of Wen Quan's mind, he immediately remembered who this person was. Zhang Feiyang, a dog farm owner, breeds a lot of fierce dogs and runs a massive dogfighting ring that specializes in dogfighting for the pleasure of the rich. This dogfight, very similar to cockfighting and bullfighting, only the roles were switched to dogs. Take 2 dogs, put them in an open area and let them fight. Those who watch the fight can place bets based on their own empirical judgment, and if the dog they pick wins the race, then they get a high payout reward. This body of Wen Quan serves as a veterinarian. It then established a long-lasting relationship with Zhang Feiyang. Whenever a dog got sick at the other kennel, he would call him over for treatment. Brewed up a bit of emotion, Wen Quan picked up the phone. However, what ushered in was a burst of curses from Zhang Feiyang, surnamed Wang. You guys engage in chicken hair, Boss Zhang. What's wrong? Wen Quan asked uncertainly. Zhang Feiyang continued to scold. You actually have the face to ask me what's wrong. Didn't I ask you to treat a Tuzo the other day? Tosa? A professional fighting dog bred in the East, known as the Silent Killer. Wen Quan's heart fluttered and he whispered, there is such a thing. Haven't I already cured it? Cure a few. That dog isn't mine. It's the one that Duan Kuan, the head of the Green Dragon Gang's hall, sent to me. Today he took this dog for a race. The dog shat and puked as soon as he stepped on the field, and was directly fucked to death. And now, Duan Kuan is looking for me to settle the score. That dog is worth $10 million. Duan Kuan said to me, either let me pay for the money, or let me pay for a dog of the same value. Damn it, you hurry up and come here. Zhang Feiyang kept spitting out fragrance, judging by his agitation. Enough to see how angry he really was at this point? Wen Quan's eyes flickered as he thought back carefully on the incident. The original owner of this body did cure Tosa. As to whether it was cured at the time, that is unknown. But, with the way things are going, the odds are that it's not cured. End. Zhang Feiyang was still reminded on the other end of the phone. Don't think about escaping. The power of the Green Dragon Gang in the North Sea. You should be clear. Honestly come over and admit your mistake. Maybe there's still a chance of survival. If you piss off Duan Kuan, then you'll die for sure. The Green Dragon Gang was the #1 Jianghu power in the North Sea. The background is deep and strong. It's been cleaned up though, doing real estate and entertainment. But behind the scenes, it's still a mob organization that eats people. After hanging up the phone, Wen Quan rubbed his temples and couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance in his heart. The original owner of this body. And what a total bummer. From the borrowed body to the present. But for one day, all sorts of troubles are popping up. And each one is still so deadly. Dude, I seriously doubt that you're the reincarnation of the Heavenly Fury. Wen Quan had thought he was unlucky enough. But compared to the original owner, it was violently realized that it was nothing more than a small witch. Forget it. Since I inherited your body, I'll just have to tough it out with all this shit you're doing. About an hour later, Fumizumi came to the dog park. But, he didn't come alone. But he brought the groundhog with him. If you run into any emergencies, this freshly remodeled dirt dog can more or less help. Zhang Feiyang's dog farm is very large, covering an area of at least tens of thousands of square feet. The walls are high and thick, and as far as the eye can see there is no end to it. A long way off, a rising and falling bark could be heard. Outside the gate, there were many cars parked, including many million-dollar luxury cars. It is assumed that some of the owners of these cars are here for pleasure and recreation, while others, with their own fighting dogs, are professional players who run here to earn bounty. Just got to the door. Wen Quan then called Zhang Feiyang. Not a moment too soon. The other side then ran out in a blaze of glory. As soon as he saw Wen Quan, his face changed slightly and he couldn't help but look up and down. You're Wang Fan? Right. It's me. Why have you become handsome? And you've grown taller too, Zhang Feiyang said with a face full of surprise. If he didn't look at the person in front of him, the outline of his face still had a slight resemblance to the Wang Fan he remembered. Then he categorically could not believe that this person was Wang Fan. Quan didn't know how to explain it. He could only change the topic. Boss Zhang, how is the situation? Mention this. Zhang Feiyang couldn't help but curse again. You son of a bitch. You really did me a great disservice. If it wasn't for the fact that my old man had a few thin faces in the North Sea, now Duan Cohen is estimated to dismantle me. Zhang Feiyang cursed as he led Quan inside. When you meet Duan Cohen later, if he wants to beat or scold you, you'll have to endure it, and you'll have to agree to whatever conditions are offered, or else, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to save this little life of yours. Zhang Feiyang reminded. $10 million? Where am I going to find that much money? Quan frowned. This matter I also have a part of the responsibility. So, I will pay 5 million. The remaining 5 million, you think of your own way to solve. Your wife is not a company. Ask her to take some. It should not be a problem. Duan Cohen said. Wife? Fumizumi froze. He didn't dare to hope that his wife, who had cuckolded him, would be able to lend a hand in this critical situation. This thing, it's better to rely on heaven and earth than to rely on yourself. So, Quan had already made up his mind to take a step forward. In the meantime, inside the Colosseum, Duan Cohen was sitting in his seat with a gloomy face, furiously slapping the armrest and cursing, while next to him, another middle-aged man gloated with a smile on his face. Old Duan, the Tuzo that you bought back from the East Japan at a high price is nothing more than that. In just one round, it was fucked to death by my Dugao. The middle-aged man laughed. This man is exactly that, the second leader of the Black Tiger sect, the second largest Jianghu force in the North Sea, Wang Mang. Always, he and Duan Cohen were enemies like water and fire. From the sandbox fight to the mall, now it's a fight to the dogfighting ring. This dogfight was agreed upon between the two parties. It may seem like an entertaining pastime, actually, but a lucrative deal is involved. The Green Dragon Gang and the Black Tiger sect are fighting over a piece of land in the center of the city. Due to two major forces, they are evenly matched, and although they fight on weekdays, no one can do anything about it. It used to be settled by fighting. Whoever has the hardest fist holds the power of speech. But nowadays, it is a legal society, and the control from above is strict. They had to find another way to find a solution. It doesn't. Both men love dogfighting and use this as an opportunity to formulate a dogfighting match, whose fighting dogs can fight to the end. Whoever takes the exclusive rights to that land. Just an hour ago, Duan Cohen has already lost a few in a row. Not only was the highly anticipated Tosa fucked up, but all of the remaining replacement dogs have also lost. Nowadays, he had no more available fighting dogs on his hands. Old Duan, you seem to have run out of dogs, right? It seems that this match, by my Black Tiger sect, is a big win. Wang Mang let out a loud laugh. That arrogant and cocky expression, springy and full of ambition. On the contrary, Duan Cohen, the whole face was as ugly as if it had eaten shit. The forehead was bruised, is gritting his teeth and restraining his impending outburst. It's happening right now. Zhang Feiyang led Quan to Duan Cohen. Mr. Duan, I've brought you the veterinarian who attended to your Tuzo earlier. Duan Cohen glanced at Quan and instantly became furious, waving his hand and shouting to the men next to him, drag them out and chop them up and feed them to the dogs. The words fell. There were just two strong bodyguards who walked straight towards Quan. Zhang Feiyang was shocked and rushed to protect him. Mr. Duan, what are you doing? Didn't you agree to pay for it? Duan Cohen rage pointing to Quan scolded. Compensation you a egg. Do you know? Is this kid did the shit? Let me lose a whole few $100 million. If it's just losing one game, then Duan Cohen wasn't so angry. The point is, he won a hard-fought dogfight against Wang Mang. Not only did he lose face in front of his enemies, also had to give away land worth hundreds of millions of dollars. That kind of thing, whoever it happened to would be thunderstruck. He would have been so angry that he would have wanted to kill someone to vent his anger. Nowadays, Quan's untimely delivery to his door again immediately caused his uncontrollable emotions to explode completely. Duan Cohen glared at Zhang Feiyang and cursed. Zhang Feiyang, get the hell out of my way, or else, I'll even kill you. Zhang Feiyang froze, left and right. How he hadn't thought about it. Only leaving for a few moments, Duan Cohen's temperament changed drastically. One is someone you can't afford to offend. One was a friend he had made over the years. For a while, he didn't even know what to choose. Quan, however, suddenly held down Zhang Feiyang's shoulder and spoke. Boss Zhang, get out of the way. One person does the job for another. And since it was a mistake I made, I'll be the one to suffer the consequences. You kid, don't try to be brave. At this time you still run out to be the head of the pack. Are you really tired of living? Zhang Feiyang said with a jumpy eyebrow and squeezed his eyebrows. Seeing Zhang Feiyang's willingness to preserve him at this time, When Quan was very touched in his heart. I didn't realize the dude was quite righteous. But, he eventually declined the offer. Pulling Zhang Feiyang away, he walked over to Duan Kuan. Mr. Duan, I'm the one who didn't cure that dog of yours, so if you have any grievances, you can direct them at me. When Quan patted his chest and said, Duan Kuan's eyes narrowed slightly. His mouth couldn't help but let out a soft eek. Yo, quite a backbone. If your medical skills could be as hard as your backbone, you wouldn't have had such an unwarranted disaster today. So be it. You jumped from the high platform. Whether you are dead or alive all depends on your personal luck. Dead deserved. Alive that means you should not be killed. When Quan glanced at the high platform in front of him, it's about 30 or 40 meters. If you jumped from such a high place, you'd be either dead or crippled. Fumizumi wasn't a fool. He wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Mr. Duan, I'm not going to jump. Hear that? Duan Kuan's face darkened as he snapped. What did you say? When Quan's complexion stared, and he said in an unassuming manner, even if I die, I won't be able to undo your losses, so why don't you give me a chance to redeem myself? Duan Kuan froze, and subconsciously asked, how do you make a mistake? When Quan slowly said, when I came over just now, Boss Xiang told me that all your fighting dogs were bitten to death, and that all the plates were lost. Duan Kuan's facial muscles twitched viciously. This kid, which pot is not boiling? Seeing that Duan Kuan was about to get angry again, when Quan hurriedly said, I think I can win it back for you. Win as much as you lose, and never let you lose a penny. This statement was made. Next to him, Wang Mang, however, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Old Duan, no wonder this kid cured your Tuzo to death. So he's a fool who doesn't know what's good for him. Duan Kuan's face, it gets a little cloudy. He first glanced at Wen Quan, then shifted his gaze and looked at the Black Earth dog to the side. Then he asked, you're not thinking of using this dog to help me win back the field, are you? Wen Quan nodded. Exactly. Duan Kuan cursed. Are you kidding me? Duan Kuan has raised dogs for so many years. A quick glance showed that this dog that Wen Quan was holding by his side was a dirt dog. He admitted it. It's a good-looking dog for sure. Strong body and dark fur. But, to compare it to a real dogfight would be beyond the pale. When Wang Mang heard the conversation between the two, he laughed even louder. Old Duan, if you want to humiliate yourself, that's fine with me. Anyway, my Du Gao just finished warming up. He hasn't had his fun yet, so it doesn't matter if he kills one more. Duan Kuan hadn't answered. When Quan then turned his head to Wang Mang and said with a grin, in that case, as you wish. Dent. Fumizumi let go of the hyena's leash. Launching his telepathy, he shouted, Big Black, it's time to show off your power. Show me what you're capable of after your transformation. The hyena sniffed. A dash of killing intent instantly flashed in his calm eyes. Next, it then transformed into a black lightning bolt and darted towards the Colosseum below. When the surrounding crowd of onlookers saw this, they all marveled. So fast. The Colosseum. A tall, powerful dogo was standing by. It was exactly a trump card in Wang Meng's hand. The top tough guy in dogfighting, known as the Tiger of Dogs, both in terms of fighting qualities and its ferocity. It belongs to the existence of the ceiling among dogs. Its physical size as well as imposing. Compare that to a charging hyena. It's only strong. Plus, the blood that had stained its body from the several fierce battles it had just fought, made its killing aura even stronger. Just like a vicious dog from hell. Regular dogs see things, absolutely scared shitless. The black hyena, on the other hand, was full of indifference, because in its eyes, this seemingly immensely powerful dogo dog, it's just a fish on a plate, to be slaughtered. Woof woof woof. With a roar, the two dogs fought together. Originally, they thought that this Black Earth dog would be directly killed by the dogo dog in seconds. However, once they actually exchanged hands, they realized that this Black Earth dog was far more powerful than they had imagined. The crowd in the stands saw this wonderful scene. Start talking about it. That dirt dog is pretty fierce. Fierce is of no use. Even more powerful, it's ultimately just a dirt dog. How can it be compared to Du Gao? Within a moment, it will definitely be chopped up by Du Gao. It's a pity. Du Gao is a grade A fighting dog. The dog that can fight him, that has to be one of the top 3 in fighting dogs. The limit of this Earth dog is at best a grade C fighting dog. Many people, although surprised by the ferocity of the Black Earth dog, did not look at it favorably, and there were all looks of regret on their faces. However, their self-righteous speculations hadn't lasted a moment before a sudden change occurred in the arena. Look, the dogo is fucked. This statement was made. The crowd looked toward the field in unison, only to see the Black Earth dog's dugong dog on its head with a claw, smashing it to the ground, and then biting its neck, tearing its throat with extremely domineering and savage strength. A wail rang out. Terrorized as it was, the dogo collapsed to the ground with a thud. What? Wang Meng, who was full of smiles, immediately sat up in shock, with stunned colors written all over his face, and next to him, Duan Koan even sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his eyes glaring like bronze bells. How is this possible? No one was expecting it. This Black Earth dog's fighting power was actually so powerful. It didn't even take more than a minute from the time it rushed onto the field to the end of the fight. To know, the dogo that it killed in seconds was a top 3 presence in the dogfighting world. And this dogo raised by Wang Meng is the invincible and invincible general, undefeated since entering the tournament. Upon seeing the black hyena charge into the Colosseum, everyone present thought, this groundhog is just asking for trouble, adding to Dugo's diet. But the fact turned out to be beyond everyone's expectations. That kind of impact. It's no different than a weak chicken with no hands, powerfully knocking out the prestigious world boxing champion. I'm not dreaming, am I? A dirt dog can actually kill Dugo. Even a dog-blooded novel wouldn't dare to write like that. Too outrageous. Whether it is the size or the breed, these two kinds of dogs are not on the same level. Dugo is a fierce dog that can round up tigers, and this is a Black Earth dog, plain and ordinary, but can be so horrible, belonging to subvert my cognition. Is this dog not a hyena, but a new breed? No, I'm sure it's a hyena, and not a pure breed. Drive around the countryside and catch them by the handful. But the dog killed Dogo. Shouting and exclamations of admiration swept through the stands like raging waves. People who can come to a dogfighting ring to watch a match all know a lot about dogs. In their perception, the only thing a groundhog is good for is looking after the house. And as far as fighting goes, it's a total piece of crap. After a brief lull, Duan Koan applauded while letting out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, brilliant! He was no less shocked than the bystanders, precisely because he was a party to this event. Out of the blue, there was a feeling of there is no way out of the mountain, and there is another village in the darkness. Zhang Fei Yang mechanically turned his head and looked at Wen Quan dumbfounded. Wang Fan, what did this earth dog of yours grow up on? No, is it an earth dog or not? Wen Quan said without moving. You're a boss who owns a dog farm. Can't you even recognize a dog? Zhang Feiyang swallowed saliva furiously. In my whole life, I have never seen a clay dog that can beat a fighting dog, not to mention that it killed the world's top mastiff, Dugo. Speaking of which, he deliberately put his hand to his mouth and whispered, this dog, but Boss Wang spent $3 million to buy it from America. Wen Quan, in response, said nothing, and was still breathing, because, in his opinion, the Black Earth dog that had gotten the evolution of the beast god's Yuan Qi had yet to completely show its combat power. And this was merely the tip of its iceberg, compared to Duan Koan's exuberance. On the contrary, Wang Meng's face was simply difficult to see. As a big man on one side, he was obviously furious, but he was still in control of his emotions, gritting his teeth and saying against his will, good, very good, very good. He first gave Wen Quan a venomous look. Then, he aimed at Duan Koan. Old Duan, you're really lucky. You don't even have any cards in your hand, and there's actually someone to renew your breath. Duan Koan laughed and said, Wangs, I told you, don't be complacent too early. You just don't listen. This was hit in the face, right? Wang Mang took a puff of his cigar. His eyes narrowed slightly. What's the rush? I'm not just a dog. The words fell. The bodyguard beside Wang Mang, holding the other fierce dog, was showing his teeth and letting out a burst of roar. Woof woof woof. Fix your eyes. It's the top king of the dogfighting world, and deservedly so. The Pit. The dog had a long round head and brain and a mouth full of fangs. It was covered in hideous, horrible muscles. A living, breathing biochemical monster. It is indeed not a creature interpreted by nature, but a killing machine bred by humans in the laboratory through genetic technology, collecting the strengths of 100 schools of thought and fusing various attributes to the extreme. It is called the ultimate magic dog, the fighting spirit to die like a man, unparalleled power, and the toughness of steel. It's almost like a hexagonal warrior among dogs. The scariest thing about it is, when fighting, the body secretes a hormone that suppresses pain. Other dogs are much less able to fight once they are injured, but it is one that gets stronger the more it is injured, and bleeding does not weaken it, but makes it more manic and extremely aggressive. Pit bulls have been bred since. It's always been the leading dogfighter. Even Tosa, the silent god of death, and Dugo, the butcher, could not be compared to him. See this ferocious pit bull. The smile on Duan Koan's face instantly froze, and he even couldn't help but cough twice. Obviously, he knew exactly what this pit bull was capable of. Brother, you're Earth Dog. I'm afraid that you're going to run into a tough opponent. This pit bull comes from an unusual background. Zhang Fei Yang said with his eyebrows jumping straight up. When Quan's expression moved. What do you mean by that? Zhang Fei Yang said. This dog is the #1 under Boss Wang, and has won him no less than $10 million in dogfights abroad. Hear that? I had thought that Fumizumi would be shocked, but he just gave a faint "oh" and left it at that. Wang Mang stroked the pitbull's head and said hostilely, "Big baby, bite that dirt dog to death for me." The words fell. The bouncer then leads this pitbull onto the field. Seeing this, Duan Cohen didn't stop it. The only thing he could rely on at the moment, and that was this black earth dog that Wen Quan had brought with him. So, even if he knew that this pitbull was super strong, he had to keep his head up and continue the competition. But, for insurance purposes, he still asked Wen Quan, "Older brother, what do you think the chances are for this earth dog of yours to win against this pitbull?" Wen Quan didn't say anything, just held out a finger. Duan Cohen's face sank. "Is it only 10%? Not so much. With the strength it had to kill Du Gao in seconds, it's at least 30%. Wen Quan said in a calm tone. "Mr. Duan, I think that you should have misunderstood me. I'm talking about 100%. Duan Cohen was shocked, and a look of disbelief passed through his eyes. And when Wang Mang, who was next to him, heard this, he couldn't help but snort. "Kid, you really don't know what's going on. Don't think that just because that hyena killed my dogo, you can really be invincible. Wait until you run into my pit and you'll see what the real king of dogs is." When Quan turned one finger into three, "Boss Wang, 30 seconds. What do you mean?" Wang Mang asked suspiciously. "If you pitbull doesn't die within 30 seconds, count me as a loser." Wen Quan muttered. Boom! The words. It's like a thunderclap on the ground. Immediately, Wang Mang was shocked. Ever seen a pretender? Never seen such a pretender. It's just as well that the other side is blabbering about a sure win. To actually make a credible threat to kill his pitbull in 30 seconds? Humph. You think your dog is a snarling dog coming down to earth? Facing Wang Mang's ridicule and questioning, Wen Quan said in disbelief, "Even if a snarling dog descended to earth, it wouldn't survive for 30 seconds. Wang Mang was disliked to death by Wen Quan's words. He's been in the jungle for so many years. Haven't seen it yet. Anyone who dares to talk to him in such a tone. If the other person is a respectable person, then he'd probably put up with it. But the other party was just an unknown veterinarian. How dare you mouth off to him? Kid, you dog better win. Otherwise, I will definitely make you pay for what you just said." Wang Meng's face was vicious as he issued a threat to Wen Quan. Duan Cohen, who had just said that he wanted to get Wen Quan killed, immediately came out to speak for him. "Surnamed Wang, you have to look at the master when you beat a dog. You bullied my brother in front of me. Aren't you putting me too much in the spotlight?" Wang Meng's eyes flashed. "When did this kid become your brother again? But anyone who can give you a bad time, that's my brother." Duan Cohen waved his big hand and wrapped his arm around Wen Quan's shoulder, smilingly saying, "Brother Wang Fan, my brother just spoke out of turn. What offense did he take? Don't take it to heart." Wen Quan softly hummed, "Mr. Duan, you're overstating things. Calling me Mr. Duan is too formal. I'm a few years older than you. From now on you'll call me Brother Duan. I'll cover you." Duan Cohen patted his chest and said, "Well, Duan," Wen Quan said, being forced to recognize Big Brother. This is a situation that he never expected. But, looking at Duan Cohen's words and behavior, the other party is also a person of nature. It is not impossible to make friends with him. Wang Mang looked at the two men who were calling themselves brothers and sisters, and the gloominess in his eyes became even deeper. He gritted his back teeth and said in a deep voice, "I hope you won't be unloading on the lad. Later, pull the view back to the Colosseum." The bouncer had sent the pitbull up and untied it. At this point, the two dogs stood in the center of the arena in a standoff. Originally thought, these two dogs still test each other. But, the pit bull, with his violent temperament, opened his bloody mouth and pounced as soon as he saw the black hyena. Who's going to win this game? I don't know. If I put it before, then I wouldn't hesitate to choose the pit bull. This guy is the king of dogfighting. However, now, I think this black hyena has a few chances of winning too. I think the pit bull has a better chance of winning. This kind of dog not only has a high attack power, but also has a thick blood bar and thick skin that is not afraid of pain. Unless it's a top predator like a tiger or a lion. I really can't think of anything that this black dirt dog can win with. The crowd in the stands, once again, was in discussion. It was at the time of their exchange. The two large and small dogs had fought furiously. The black hyena is compared to the pit bull, and in terms of size, there is no advantage. As far as being in the air, it was even a head weaker than the other side. It looked like a crushing inning. The truth is that it is not. Whether it's a contest of strength or speed, not only is the black hyena not weak, it's even stronger than the pit bull. Crap, this little black hyena size, it actually dares to go head to head with a pit bull? You don't say. Pit bulls can't seem to get a bargain. It's over. The pit bull is hanging by a thread. This dog is fierce, but it has no IQ when it comes to fighting. On the contrary, this black hyena is staring at the pit bull's ass and biting it. Why do I get the feeling that this hyena is more of a thief than a human being? He specializes in biting the blues and asses of pit bulls. This is so damn insidious. In a fight of life and death, there's no such thing as insidious or not. It's fine if you can win. It was too late. The black hyena with its own lightning speed. First, he did a monkey stealing peach and crushed the pit bull's basket. Then came the poison dragon drill, biting the pit bull's asshole. He ripped out its entire intestines. All of them. That ruthlessness was more than a match for Prairie 2. The whole scene. It's more about how bloody it is. Those who witnessed the scene, none of them empathized and their daisies tightened. Even with his intestines out, the pit bull didn't collapse at the first sign of trouble and was still on a frenzied attack. Only, the black hyena nimbly maneuvered and quickly dodged to the side. Not a moment too soon. The genetic monster, which was full of technology, fell with a thud. There was no wailing until death. The black hyena stomped on the pit bull's head with a deafening growl at the crowd in the stands. Look at its untamed demeanor. As if to say, all of you in the room are happy colors. 29 seconds. Almost went over time. Fumizumi pressed the timer on his watch. Everyone else thought he was bragging, but he was the only one who took it seriously, to the extent that, as the dust settles from the battle on the field, everyone's eyes were filled with a look of incomparable shock. Holy shit, even pit bulls are fucked? This is too much. It took almost a minute to kill that dogo, but it only took no more than 30 seconds to kill the much stronger pit bull. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have been able to believe my eyes. TSK, 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 horrible as hell. When Duan Koan saw this, he didn't know what expression to make. He first froze for a few seconds. Then, hugging Wen Quan, he shouted ecstatically, "Brother, your dog is too fierce. I have never seen such a powerful dog in my life. I would like to worship it as the first fierce dog of the world." Wen Quan remained still calm, gently waving his hand. Base Chow do not 6. Wang Mang, who was just now pretending to be calm, could no longer be taught, rubbing the cigar in his hand into a twist, and cursing in a loud voice, "Grass, grass, grass." Seeing him so excited, Duan Koan watched the fun and comforted. "Boss Wang, this pit bull is not good. I heard that the investment you spent on it, there are millions of dollars. Now it seems that nothing more than a chicken and a dog." Wang Meng pointed at Duan Koan, his eyes red with anger. What's wrong with me?" Duan Koan asked with a shrug of his shoulders. Wang Meng took a deep breath, as if he thought of something, and quickly calmed down again. "Duan Koan, I originally wanted to give you a few moments of face and let you loose with some dignity. However, you've chosen not to know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'll have to use my killer weapon." Next, he looked at Wen Quan again and said, "Kid, count yourself as having the balls to push me this far. It's enough to be praised, but I'll tell you this, it all ends here." Having said that, Wang Mang then signaled the bodyguard next to him with his eyes, and the other party instantly understood and went down with a few people. Not a moment too soon. Together they came up carrying a large iron cage. All around the iron cage, it was being covered with black drapery, so you couldn't see what was going on inside. However, the creature imprisoned inside, let out an eerie hiss. "Whoa, whoa, whoa." The voice was sharp and low, like a siren blasting. The crowd heard the voice. There was no one to look at and speculate about it. "What's this thing that's coming up here? I don't know. It sounds like deja vu, but I can't remember what kind of creature it is when I think about it. I haven't heard any dog bark like that. Yeah, it's creepy." Suddenly, among the crowd, someone let out a gasp. "Holy cow, what's locked up in this cage? It can't be that thing, can it?" Duan Koan turned his head to look at the airtight iron cage, although he hadn't seen what was locked up inside either. A sense of foreboding grew in his heart. Wang Mang's expression, too, began to gradually become insane. Just a big wave of his hand. "Open it." The bodyguard next to him immediately lifted the black cloth. Immediately, the creature in the middle of the iron cage also finally surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. When they saw what this mysterious creature was, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. "Holy shit, how did we get it all? Is this thing considered a fighting dog? Now this is going to get more and more interesting later in the session." "Whoa, whoa, whoa." The creatures in the iron cage screamed strangely while banging against the cage with a loud thumping sound. The surrounding bodyguards subconsciously retreated a few steps away, lest this guy would leap out. If you were to be bitten by this guy, you would definitely be either dead or crippled. Gray-black and strong with a huge body, loose hairs, ugly looking, as well as, exclusively, its bark. See here, I'm sure it's calling out about its identity. Not bad. The creature in the middle of the iron cage was none other than the infamous grassland ergo, the spotted hyena. With the reputation of a director of the Department of Anus and Intestines, a hand pulling out the anus masterpiece, unique in the world, no one can beat. On the African savanna, except the lion dares to fight one. No animal is a match for it. Definitely a ceiling among dogs. Only, spotted hyenas, although called dogs, are not in the dog family, but specifically in the spotted hyena family. With the common dog, it is a completely different creature. The spotted hyena held in the cage was so large, over 100 pounds, that it stood taller than a man. In the Animal Planet documentary, spotted hyenas don't look as if they're big, but in reality, for comparison, it is even stronger than the Tibetan Mastiff. It's well known. Spotted hyenas are a matrilineal clan society. Bitches are better than males. The one in front of us is a hyena queen. When Duan Cohen saw this scene, he immediately shouted towards Wang Meng, surname Wang, "Are you fucking unable to play a dogfighting match? And you actually took out a spotted hyena?" Wang Meng was lighthearted about it. He seemed to be prepared for this and spoke. "Doesn't a spotted hyena count as a dog? Can this dog be the same? What's different?" Wang Mang asked rhetorically. "I think you're clearly disregarding the rules," Duan Kuan shouted angrily. Wang Mang laughed. "You're the one who didn't talk about the rules first. I'm just treating others the way they treat me." Duan Kuan asked, "How am I not speaking the rules?" Wang Mang pointed to the black hyena in the arena and said conclusively, "As far as I know, the hyena is not considered a fighting dog. So if it can be in the arena, why can't my spotted hyena be in the arena? Is it possible that there is still a saying that 50 steps are the best way to laugh at 100 steps? You're not making any sense." Duan Cohen was so angry that he cursed. "That's why they don't count as fighting dogs. That's because, in the general impression, such dogs are too weak to qualify as fighting dogs. And the reason why spotted hyenas can't be fighting dogs, and because, well, this thing is just horrible. Nature can beat it. There are only a few, not to mention other dogs, usually see not scared shitless, that is even courageous. No exaggeration. Spotted hyena versus other dogs. That's chopping and crushing strength." Wang Mang looked over to Zhang Feiyan who was next to him. "Boss Zhang, why don't you comment on who actually broke the rules first?" Zhang Feiyan pursed his lips and said with a hard look on his face, "It is true that the Earth Dog is not qualified to play the game." Duan Cohen was furious and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Wen Quan. "Duan, it doesn't matter. As I said, even if a snarling dog came down to earth, it wouldn't last more than 30 seconds. A spotted hyena, what's there to fear?" Hear that? Duan Cohen couldn't help but look sideways, asking with a stunned face, "Brother, this earth dog you raised, can it still beat the spotted hyena?" When Quan snorted lightly, "How can the light of a grain of rice compete with the sun and moon?" Duan Cohen was shocked. I don't know whether to question it or believe it. With his imagination, it's inconceivable what makes a dirt dog beat a prairie dick. When Wang Mang heard Wen Quan's arrogant words, he said with a sneer, "You kid can really pretend. You don't even put the spotted hyena in your eyes. Okay. At that time I'd like to take a good look at this earth dog of yours and see if it can still give you the backbone to brag." Seeing that Wang Mang doesn't talk about rules, Duan Cohen was all set to terminate the match. However, when he heard Wen Quan's persuasion, he put his heart on the line and chose to trust him one more time. After all, 2 miracles have already happened. One more time shouldn't be a problem either. Duan Cohen closed his eyes and didn't dare to think anymore. Because, the more he thinks about it, the more he's getting weak. The spotted hyena held in the cage couldn't even be considered a dog anymore, but an outright beast. And so it was. With the acquiescence of both parties, the game continues. A few bodyguards moved the iron cage to the Colosseum again, and after they opened the iron door, they withdrew from the place at a rapid pace, not daring to stay for a moment. This spotted hyena is not a breeder. Instead, they were captured from the prairie, wild, for this game, and specifically starved it for days. Hungry, it will become more ferocious and brutal, and will treat all living things in front of it as a meal to fill its stomach. A hyena fighting a spotted hyena? That's the first time I've seen that kind of cross-class matchup. Is there any fight left? I admit that this earth dog is very powerful, but its attributes compared to the spotted hyena, that's like a mantis blocking a car. Hey, it's not a race anymore, it's an overwhelming hunt. Let's hope this hyena can hold out a little longer. It's not that it's not strong, it's just that it's run into the strongest of dogs, the spotted hyena. Audience in attendance. None of them looked favorably on the black hyena, even though what it had just done was astonishing and unexpected. But in front of the spotted hyena, whose strength is unbelievable, all of them are mirrors and unattainable. The spotted hyena was released. Straight away, he charged towards the black hyena. Look at its impatience. It doesn't seem to be about fighting. Instead, eat. Yes, it took the black hyena in front of it and made a meal of it. It's not obvious when the two sides are separated. Put it together. There is just a huge disparity in the size of the two dogs. It's like a grown man beating up a child. Unexpectedly, the black hyena didn't show any fear when it saw the spotted hyena. Instead, there was a low roar and a lot of fighting. The spotted hyena took it for food. Instead, it took the spotted hyena as its next trophy. Woof woof. A roar. The black hyena darted away like an arrow off the string and fought with the spotted hyena. All the spectators in the stands, without fail, all attention was focused on the Colosseum. All their lives. I probably won't even be able to come across a dogfight as good as the one we had today. Earth Dog vs. Spotted Hyena. The title alone makes you wonder. Originally thought it was definitely a one-sided massacre. But, when they waited for the two dogs to actually collide together, the truth of the situation, however, was far beyond their expectations. Not only was the black hyena not instantly crushed, instead, it formed a division with the spotted hyena. The two dogs actually fought back and forth on the field. This is outrageous. Fucking open the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the point where a hyena can actually go head to head with a spotted hyena and not lose? Grass. When did the Chinese field dog become so fierce? Someday, I'll go to the countryside and find two to raise. So much worse physically, but still able to fight hard with the spotted hyena. Even if he loses in the end, this hyena is still honored despite its defeat. Black hyena performance. It instantly drew a huge ovation from the entire audience. Even though they still don't hold out much hope that the black clay dog will win, they still give it high marks. Duan Cohen shook his head while Tisk's king. He was more nervous than anyone else, because in other people's eyes, it's just a game, but in his eyes, it's about hundreds of millions of dollars. If you lose, then he would not only lose face in front of his old rival, and you have to give away land that's worth a lot of money. From the moment Wonquan brought in this Earth Dog, he didn't think that he could bounce back. However, this Earth Dog, however, has subverted his perception time and time again, making him realize what it means to say, a king's son is better than a king's son's son, even if it's just a dirt dog. It is also possible to turn the world around in seconds. Go for it. Make sure you get this spotted hyena for me. Duan Cohen's eyes glowed as he clenched his fists and muttered a chant. On the contrary, Wang Mang next to him, again, it was taut and unblinking. The psychological pressure he was under was not less than that of Duan Cohen at all, and even more, it was all under control, a sure thing, but it was due to the appearance of this black hyena. All of his so-called plans were shattered, and the two aces under his command were all decimated by the other side, heartbroken at the same time. More anger. It's like playing a game where victory is close at hand, and then in the blink of an eye, the other team has a tendency to flip the game. He's angry, anxious, he hates it. The back of his teeth were about to be gnawed on. The bodyguard next to him saw Wang Mang's face gloomy and sweating coldly, so he couldn't help but comfort him. Boss, don't worry about it, we're spotted hyenas. Even if that hyena has 3 heads and 6 arms, it will never be a match for a spotted hyena. Wang Mang took a deep breath and completely lost the confidence he had just had. I hope so. The viewpoint is back on the field. The spotted hyena lives up to its name as the second brother of the savannah. Moreover, this spotted hyena was still the queen of hyenas, and whether it was its physique or various attributes, it was extremely strong. The black hyena touches it and doesn't have the ability to do it in seconds. No way. The beast's blood bar was so thick that it could even withstand a lion's attack in the grasslands. The black earth dog bite force is even more horrible. Compared with the lion, that is still inferior to some damage. But, the black hyena quickly found the spotted hyena's weakness. Although this guy was thick-skinned, he moved a little slower and attacked with his head in his hands. Black hyenas can take full advantage of this, fight it in a guerrilla war and keep wearing it down. After formulating the tactics, the black earth dog's eyes flashed with a cold aura, and it began to turn offense into disturbance, turning blitzkrieg into guerrilla warfare. The enemy advances and I retreat. The enemy is stationed and I am disturbed. I will fight when the enemy is tired. The enemy retreats and I give chase. The area of the arena was very vast, about hundreds of square feet, and the black hyena was inside, perfectly capable of jumping side to side horizontally and flashing around. It's faster than a spotted hyena anyway, as long as it doesn't want to fight. The opponent can't even touch its fur. That's all. The two dogs engaged in a chase across the field. The spotted hyena was tired of running and wanted to take a break. The black hyena didn't even give it that chance. Immediately recoiled and took a bite and ran. Never greedy for a knife. People who witnessed the scene, as he sucked in a breath of cool air, he only felt a tingle in his scalp. Being the first of all things, human beings always feel that they can boast of their own intelligence, which is superior to that of the whole natural world. However, when they saw the combat literacy as well as the tactical arrangement displayed by the Black Earth Dog, but they couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. If they were replaced by spotted hyenas, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to think of too many good ways to respond. The spotted hyena is finished. This black hyena is bleeding him chronically. Warm water boils the frog. The more time passes, the weaker the spotted hyena attacks. When it can't run anymore, that's when the black hyena fights back. It's so wonderful. I've watched dogfighting for so many years, and when the two fighting dogs meet, it's just a straight frontal hard fight, and I've never seen a dog that can use tactics. The spotted hyena's physical qualities are indeed stronger than the black hyena's, but in terms of intelligence, it has been completely crushed. Hey, this is a descending blow. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, no one wants to believe that a black hyena can defeat a spotted hyena. But in this moment, all public opinion, in a pedantic reversal, fruity, with the black hyena pulling back and forth, the spotted hyena soon ran out of energy. Original. The spotted hyena's endurance is one of the best in nature, running continuously for an hour or two without panting. But, in order to stimulate its ferocity, Wang Mang starved it for several days, causing its endurance to be greatly reduced. A drum is a drum, and a drum is a drum. With no first offense, the spotted hyena had completely lost the possibility of winning the game. Look, the black hyenas are starting to counterattack. With a gasp from someone in the stands, the Black Earth Dog that was still holding its head a moment ago instantly transformed into a black lightning bolt and charged towards the spotted hyena. The spotted hyena wailed with exhaustion. There was absolutely no strength to launch an attack, only passive defense. The black hyena, with its agility, circled back frantically and held an affectionate greeting for the spotted hyena's chrysanthemums. As the infamous head of the anorectal department, the spotted hyena probably didn't think that he would one day be victimized by a famous stunt. A short moment, the spotted hyena's tail is then bitten off. The buttocks were even straight up blossomed and bloody. Struggled for no more than a moment. The spotted hyena, who had lost too much blood, eventually collapsed with a thud and lay wailing on the ground. The black hyena saw what was happening and, without hesitation, pounced on it and snapped its neck in one bite. To this point, the grassland ergo, who claimed that I was invincible under the male lion and 1-for-1 above the lioness, finally drank his heart out. The breeze is blowing. The black hyena stepped majestically over the spotted hyena's body, and this time it didn't growl. Instead, his eyes swept indifferently around the crowd in the stands, but anyone who was swept by that gaze, no one is scared and terrified by it. Win. Yes, the hyena killed the spotted hyena. My God, this earth dog is afraid of becoming a spirit. This horse can actually win? Deadly silence followed. In the stands, there was a sudden thunderous burst of applause and cheers. Boss Wang, this spotted hyena of yours is really something. It took my dog 10 minutes to kill it. When Quan pressed the timer and turned his head to Wang Mang, who was dumbfounded next to him, appropriately rubbing salt into the other's wounds. The corners of Wang Mang's mouth twitched vigorously. Various emotions coalesced on his face. Gnashing of teeth, rage, as well as unbelievable. Ha ha ha, there's no way out of the mountain. There's another village in the darkness. I was ready to admit defeat, but I didn't expect the heavens to open their eyes and actually let me win. Hey, this damn luck. Duan Kuan immediately laughed out loud, showing off his Versailles skills in the process. This result, no one was expecting it. Even Zhang Feiyang, who was on good terms with Wen Quan, froze in place with his mouth wide open. Wang Fan, this dog of yours is really something. Wen Quan, in response, remained light and calm. It was as if all of this was expected of him. Kid, Wang Mang, will remember you. Wang Mang said to Wen Quan. The killing intent that flowed out from his eyes was unconcealed. Duan Kuan frowned, surname Wang. You have what rushed me. Don't mess with my brother. Lost and want to retaliate. Your just guy is also so little pattern. Wang Mang snorted coldly, and didn't have the face to continue to stay there, only to see him wave his hand and leave with a bunch of his men. Before leaving, Duan Kuan also didn't forget to make up for it. Surname Wang, what you lost to me, you must remember to pay the bill in time. Wang Mang's feet lurched and his shoulders trembled slightly. But he didn't turn back and disappeared into Duan Kuan's field of vision in the twinkling of an eye. As soon as he saw Wang Mang leave, Duan Kuan immediately turned his attention to Wen Quan, patting his shoulder while saying, "Don't be afraid, brother Wang Fan. You've done such a great job for my Green Dragon Gang. Not only will I keep you safe, but I'll also reward you heavily." Wen Quan waved his hand. "Brother Duan, I'm only helping this time to make up for my previous faults, not for any reward. I know, but doing wrong should be punished. Doing right should be rewarded. I'm a person who makes a clear distinction between grudges. If you don't appreciate it, then you're not giving me face." Seeing that Duan Kuan had said his words to this point, Wen Quan naturally had no reason to refuse, and could only stiffly oblige. Results. Duan Koan took a bank card and handed it to him. Duan. This, brother Wang Fan, this is a small token of my appreciation. No honor. How much is in it? Wen Quan asked carefully. Duan Koan laughed and said, you can inquire about the balance yourself. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. No, I'm afraid that if you give too much, I'll be ashamed to receive it, Wen Quan said. Duan Koan, however, put his arm around his shoulder and said in a serious manner, give more than you deserve. Come on, let's not organize so many imaginary things. Let's go, brother, to take you to play girl to go. My green dragon gang other not much, is a woman more. Aftermath. When Quan realized what Duan Koan meant by many women. Original. Nearly 80% of the leisure and entertainment in the North Sea is run by him. There are even more high-class clubs as well as bathing centers under his command. The people who work inside these establishments are, without exception, all young, delicate and cute pretty girls. It doesn't. After Duan Koan left with Wen Quan, he led him to his newly opened high-end clubhouse. Essential oil spa, bath massage, K-song bouncy a dragon. It can be meat or vegetarian. Wen Quan's previous life, like this place, cannot be less to come. However, the original owner of his body, but an honest and sincere lord, even the red light district have not been, not to mention such a high-grade place. If you don't have a few $1,000s in your pocket, I'm afraid you're not qualified to come here and enjoy yourself for once. Brother Wang Fan, this is the VLP gold card I made for you. As long as it's a store under my name, you can come over and spend money, no matter what item or what price technician. It's all free. Said. Duan Koan gave Wen Quan another card. It made him feel overwhelmed and a little flattered at the same time. Have to say, he just recognized this Duan, although sometimes fierce, but to treat the brothers, it is really no two ways about it. I just had a batch of new tea here, and there's a tender girl among them, which was originally meant for me to enjoy myself. But, seeing as it's your first time here, brother, I'll let you have it, Duan Koan said. Wen Quan quickly waved his hand in rejection. However, Duan Koan was really gracious, and even said with a stern face, if you don't play, then you're not giving me Duan someone's face. That's all that's been said. Fumizumi could only accept it hopelessly. He's no slouch either. In my previous life, I was good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Been a mosquito for 3 years. Now that it's hard to become a human being again, it would not be right if we don't enjoy it. And so, under Duan Koan's arrangement, he walked into a VLP box. Wait a moment. Instead, there was a knock at the door, and a petite voice that followed. Hello guest, I'm technician number 99. Come in. The door is unlocked, Wen Quan said. The door to the compartment opened. A tall, young girl in a cheongsam walked into the room. She had a clean-cut look, fair skin. However, it was wearing heavy makeup. The level of makeup is pretty average, and instead of making her prettier, the makeup hides her natural beauty. Also, she was also wearing a pair of 10-centimeter black high heels. Probably the first time I've worn these shoes. She couldn't manage it at all. Walking crookedly, trying desperately to control it, but every step was like walking on thin ice. My name is Mo, and I'm glad to be of service, technician number 99 said with a smile on her face. But, the smile, however, was forced, a bit of a fake smile. Wen Quan asked, just getting into the business? The girl nodded, all shy. Only yesterday. Oh, Wen Quan responded calmly. It seems that Duan Koan didn't lie to him. It is indeed a young girl, and it is still intact. He's been a mosquito for so many years. The extra skills were not learned, so one made it to proficiency. That's to see that people know what they're doing. How old is this girl? How's your body? Is the blood good? Is it a chick? He could tell at a glance. The girl in front of her, about 19 years old or so, should have just been in college not long ago. There was actually an inexplicable bookishness about it. Not like one of those uneducated spiritual little sisters. Seeing Wen Quan sizing herself up, the girl was more or less flustered and stammered. Guest, I'll go ahead and put the water on for you. With a soft Fumizumi watched her walk into the bathroom and turn on the faucet above the tub. Subsequently, she stepped out again, still speaking very quietly. Guest, would you like to take a bath first, or would you like a massage first? Massage it, Wen Quan said. Then you lie down. Lay on your front, or your back? Wen Quan asked. Whatever. Vinquin gave a little pause and flopped right down on the bed. The girl took off her heels and sat down next to him. A small hand, as white as jade, touched his shoulder. Start massaging his points and loosening his muscles. Fumizumi closed his eyes, kinda enjoying himself. But, as he pressed it, he realized something was wrong. Because, this girl was crying for some reason. What's this? When Quan subconsciously turned his head. Sure enough, I saw that the sister was teary-eyed and so sad. What's wrong with you? Wen Quan asked. The girl wiped her tears as she said, No, it's nothing. Wen Quan frowned and said in a low voice, Are you unwilling to serve me? Since you're unwilling, then leave. Historically, he had never wanted to force himself on anyone. Even bath massages are likewise no exception. This statement was made. The girl was shocked and shook her head. No. Then why are you crying? Wen Quan asked. It's good that he didn't ask. At that question, the girl cried even more. Tears were streaming down his face and his voice became choked. Wen Quan looked at her this as difficult to say then turned over to get up. A serious look at her. See Wen Quan get up. The girl was startled and rushed to say, Guest, don't kick me out. If you kick me out then my commission is gone. I need the money badly. Doing this business, it's usually out of their hands. No one is in this for a hobby. It's absolutely all about the money. Wen Quan originally had little interest in this kind of painstaking theater, because so many women of the wind like to half true and half false to weave a tragic story for themselves, to cause the pity and sympathy of the guests, so as to get better and more benefits. However, when Quan took a look at this girl, simple as paper, she should not be playing this kind of trick. So, he couldn't help but be a little curious about the other man's story. Our boss told me that you are a very honored guest, and if I serve you well, I can get $30,000 per order. Only the sister's eyes reddened and she said pitifully. When Quan raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth to ask, You're a college student, aren't you? The girl was quite surprised. How did you know? Look out. What college do you go to? Wen Quan asked. The girl looked a little hesitant. Wen Quan said, I'm just asking casually, but of course you can leave it out if you're not comfortable answering. North Sea Medical, clinical major, currently a freshman. The girl said weakly. When Quan's expression moved, and he asked curiously, This is a double first-class university. You study well, and your future is immeasurable. Why are you doing this? Throughout the ages, men have two main hobbies. One pulls the good family down. One advises prostitutes to get off the streets. Neither is a personnel matter, yet they think they are of high moral character and decent people. Just uttered a sentence. When Quan then felt bad and tried to change his words, but the sister said, Because I'm short of money, short of lots and lots of money. When Quan subconsciously asked, Do you earn living expenses and tuition? The girl nodded and had a shake of the head. These are only part of it. However, more is the cost of medicine. I have a younger brother at home who has a serious illness, and it costs a lot of money every day, and I am studying clinicals in order to cure him. Here. When Quan suddenly came to a realization. So that's how it is. The sister said, Originally my family is still quite good, although not rich, but also eat and drink no worries. But since my brother got sick, the family has been emptied out. The car house sold all, but for his treatment, but still a drop in the bucket. Talking. She then gradually lost her voice and only cried. See this scene. Fumizumi couldn't help but sympathize. He had already experienced the hardships of the world, so it was even more difficult for him to see others in deep water. After a moment's pause, when Quan's heart fluttered, then he patted his sister's shoulder and said, Don't do this. Once you're in, that life is completely over. The girl snapped her head up and said in horror, Sir, don't kick me out. I'll serve you well. I won't cry or talk anymore. I'll do your project right away. She wiped her tears in panic and was about to jump on Wen Quan, but he pushed it away. I say girl, stop it. The more he does, the more the girl is scared. Simply don't even bother with the foreplay. Just take off your clothes. Wen Quan was startled and hurriedly grabbed her hand. Girl, I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Listen to me, okay? The girl looked at him with tears in her eyes and a blank look on her face. Wen Quan pulled back the clothes she had taken off while explaining bitterly. I told you not to do this because I decided to help you out a little bit. I'll give you $100,000. You take this money and go treat your brother. Hear that? The girl froze as she stared blankly at Wen Quan. The amazement was more than a little puzzled. Why are you helping me? The girl asked. Wen Quan took a deep breath. The reason he did it. It's not all pity. There are many suffering people in the world, and he may not be able to save every one of them even if he wants to. The reason why I was willing to lend a hand, that was because, in this sister, he saw a hint of déjà vu. Must have seen it somewhere before. The reason why, it was not recognized at first. The main reason was that the other party wore this makeup so thick that it hid her original appearance. After his careful recollection, immediately, a packet of information popped up automatically in the middle of his mind. Tap on it. The memories that spewed forth instantly overlapped perfectly with the girl in front of her. Is your real name Li Shuyu? Hear that? The girl was instantly dumbfounded and looked at Wen Quan with a shocked face. How did you know? Answered in the affirmative. Fumizumi's heart shook. It was really her. The reason he could tell the other's real name. That's because, a year ago, he sucked the other guy's blood. Hey, had to sigh a little. It's a small world. I can't believe I ran into another person who had saved his life. It's still the same. The grace of a drop of blood should be given by the spring. If it wasn't for that drop of blood from the other party in the first place, perhaps, Wen Quan wouldn't have been reincarnated as a human so quickly. So, now see the other side in distress. It is inevitable to reach out for help. Li Shuyu's surprise quickly changed to fear. Although she is committed to the wind and dust, but is to their own innocence, extremely valued a person. She changed her name to Mo to hide her identity. Who knows? This first time on duty, I ran into someone I knew. That moment. 5 thunderbolts. She felt like the sky was falling. You? How? Would you recognize me? Li Shuyu asked. Nervousness written all over her handsome little face. Seeing this, Wen Quan hurriedly said, I've seen you before, and, you've even helped me, and it was because of your help that I was able to retrieve a life because of this. Ha! Li Shuyu was dumbfounded on the spot. Her eyes brimmed as she took a serious look at Wen Quan. The doubt in his heart became even stronger. She's sure, one has definitely never seen the other side. When? Where? And what did it help you with? Li Shuyu asked 3 questions in a row. It was naturally impossible for Wen Quan to be truthful about this. After a moment's reflection, he could only say, you may not remember that incident, but I bear it in mind. I'm a person who always says one thing, and would never tell a lie to deceive you. Li Shuyu froze, her eyelashes fluttering in thought. She truly couldn't remember where she had seen Wen Quan. However, looking at the way the other party swore, although her heart questioned it, she ultimately chose to believe it, because she couldn't find a reason for the other to lie to her. Unless, the other party didn't want to put pressure on his heart, so that's why he made such a poor excuse. Right, that must be it. Think about it. Li Shuyu couldn't help but burst into tears and said breathlessly, Sir, you're a great man. No, you're the one who's good. Wen Quan reached out his hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes while asking, by the way, what kind of disease does your brother have? Chronic leukemia. Must take imported special effect drugs every day to inhibit the deterioration of the disease. Li Shuyu said, it should cost a lot of money to cure this disease, right? Wen Quan asked. Li Shuyu nodded. Yes, then the 100,000 I gave you shouldn't be enough, Wen Quan said. Li Shuyu pursed her lips and said with a firm gaze, I'll work hard to earn money, and no matter what, I'll save my brother's life. Where are your parents? Wen Quan asked. Mention this. The light in Li Shuyu's eyes dimmed instantly as she sobbed. On the way to raise money for my brother. There was a car accident. Gone. Wen Quan's heart sank. Then in that case, it's just you and your brother who are dependent on each other now? Li Shuyu lowered her head and bit her lip without saying anything. Wen Quan originally did not want to reveal people's scars. Just unexpectedly, happened to ask here. The twine is designed to be broken at a fine point. Bad luck seeks out bitter people. If there had not been this series of accidents, with Li Shuyu's personal qualifications and talent, he would have made great achievements in the future. When he first met the other man, she just turned 18, white and fresh. It's all about the sunshine. See you now, but already have this age should not have the vicissitudes and sorrow. Let's do it this way. I'll give you $100,000 every month. Part of this money, you use it for your studies, and the other part for your brother's treatment. Don't ever do this business again, or else, you're really destroying your own future, Wen Quan said solemnly. Li Shuyu, however, shook her head and refused. No sir, I'm already satisfied that you can help me once. If I charge you money again, I'll feel bad in my heart. What's so bad about it? You saved my life and I gave you money. That's called repaying kindness. If you don't want my money, then I will feel bad, Wen Quan said with a strong voice. Li Shuyu didn't believe it at all. More and more, he felt that this was a deliberate excuse for Wen Quan to help himself. If there really is such a thing, then why didn't the other guy say anything? Sir, what is your name? Li Shuyu asked. Wang Fan, Wen Quan said. Li Shuyu took a deep breath, as if she had made a major decision in her heart. Mr. Wang, I can take your money, but you must promise me one condition. On what terms? Li Shuyu said. That means letting me be your lover. I can't take your favor for nothing and do nothing. Fumizumi was silent. Li Shuyu said frankly, if you don't agree, then I will categorically not be able to take your money. Wen Quan was both amused and angry at the sight. How in the world can there be such a straight girl? Give her money for nothing. She doesn't even want it. Possibly. It was also the other man's damnable principles that made him quite impressed. Wen Quan's head also shook like a rattledrum. Silly girl, how can you be my lover? I'm repaying the favor. You so messed up. I instead have a kind of taking advantage of the fire. The grace will be avenged. Li Shuyu stared straight at Wen Quan. Then good Mr. Wang, if you make it clear that I'm helping you, I'll believe that there is such a thing. Fumizumi was silent again. Where can he make sense of it? This kind of light and darkness. No matter who he tells it to, no one will believe him and probably think he's a psychopath. Seeing that this girl is so deadly stubborn, Wen Quan had no choice but to wave his hand. Fine, if you want to be my lover then do it, but to be clear in advance, I have a family, I can't give you a future, and I can't be responsible for you. Li Shuyu nodded repeatedly, not caring at all the reason she suggested it. It's not that I like the other person, but I just don't want to take the other person's favor for nothing. She has nothing at the moment. The only thing that could be made equivalent was nothing more than this clean body. You give me a card number. I'll give you money at the beginning of every month. At the beginning of every month, Wen Quan said. This next. Li Shuyu no longer resisted and obediently followed Wen Quan's orders. Mr. Wang, do I need to follow some rules and regulations when I'm your lover? Li Shuyu asked. For the time being, I won't need it. I'll go to you when I have a need. What you need to do currently is to study hard and become successful soon, Wen Quan said. Oh, okay, Li Shuyu answered softly. Half an hour later, the two came out of the box. In the meantime, they did nothing, just talking about life and dreams. Although Wen Quan has adopted Li Shuyu, he still knows nothing about her situation. So, he proposed to visit Li Shuyu's residence. Incidentally, he checked his brother's condition, and if it could be cured, then he casually cured it, so that the other party would not have to toss more. Mr. Wang, the place where I live is very poor. I'm afraid that if a big shot like you goes, it will be a bit hesitant, Li Shuyu said with some hesitation. In her opinion, a boss who can take $100,000 to keep a lover is definitely not rich. Actually, Wen Quan wasn't a big shot, and was currently just a small, unknown veterinarian. There's no harm in that. I wouldn't feel comfortable if I didn't know you well, Wen Quan whispered. Li Shuyu nodded slightly. Alright then, how it's over. The two had just left the room when Duan Koan walked over. By the book, the service here is often 2 hours long. If you quit in the middle of the day, it's mostly because the guests are not happy. Meng, are you not serving well? Duan Koan's tiger eyes glared, and his voice was ice cold as he bellowed at Li Shuyu. The powerful aura of the mobster instantly scared Li Shuyu into trembling. Wen Quan hurriedly spoke out to explain. Brother Duan, you've misunderstood. Meng served you very well. Then how did you guys get out so quickly? Duan Koan asked. Wen Quan said, I like her so much that I want to adopt her. I wonder if Brother Duan is willing to endure the pain. As soon as I heard that, Duan Koan's frozen expression immediately smiled with joy. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. I thought it was the girl's poor hospitality. Brother Wang Fan, since you like her, then take her away. Many thanks to Brother Duan, Wen Quan said gratefully. Duan Koan waved his hand. It's out of place to say thank you between us. You've helped me so much, not to mention a sister. Even if it's 10 sisters, I don't even blink. The two of them chatted with each other for a few moments, and Duan Koan originally wanted to send a car to send Wen Quan away, but he refused. After all, he was going to send Li Shuyu home later, and he didn't want to make too much of a scene. That's all. Duan Koan sent Wen Quan to the door and the two of them waved goodbye. Brother Wang Fan, if you have anything, just call me. Brother will never excuse himself if he can help. Okay Duan. Wen Quan turned around and left with Li Shuyu. It's happening right now. An Audi R8, whizzing by. The man in the passenger seat suddenly shouted, Stop the car. A sharp kick to the brakes. The young man driving the car turned his head and asked, What's wrong? The young man on the passenger side did not answer. Instead, he poked his head out of the window of the car and looked toward the two figures that were moving away behind him. Grass. I thought I was wrong. I didn't realize it was really this guy. I usually thought he was an honest man, but I didn't know that he was also an old colorful guy. This cursing young man was no one else. It was none other than Chu Chinga's younger brother, Wen Quan's brother-in-law, Chu Qingfeng. He followed his good buddy, who had run here specifically to look for flowers, and happened to run into Wen Quan coming out of the high-class clubhouse, with a sexy-dressed female technician. Who's that guy? The man next to him asked. That dirt dog in my house, Chu Qingfeng cursed. The other party instantly understood. Your sister's man? Hey, your sister is such a beautiful woman. How did she find such a stinky shit? It's simply a waste of a pearl. Daring to come out behind my sister's back to find a woman. This dirt dog is dead. While Chu Qingfeng was furious, he immediately took out his cell phone to take pictures. Motherfucker. Eat from my house. Drink from my house. Not being honest as a human being but still running out to steal food. Let's see what my family will do to him when the time comes. Chu Qingfeng had long been looking at the Earth Dog in a bad light. With such a brother-in-law, whether it was to him, to his sister, or to the entire Chu family, it was a strange shame. Exactly. He'd been trying to find an opportunity to sweep the dirt dog off his feet, but all these years, this guy does everything in drips and drabs. He's hard to find very good opportunities. And there's the old man to protect. Nowadays, this guy finally couldn't stand the loneliness and started to red herring. Plus, the old man's health is deteriorating. Driving this dirt dog out of the Chu family is just around the corner. After the photo shoot, the first thing Chu Qingfeng did was to send the photo to his sister. And the incident of running into Wen Quan at the high-class clubhouse was described again with added flavor. Anyway, all sorts of nasty things were said. All of them. Chu Qingge was currently still at the company, dealing with the important matters at hand. But after seeing what his brother had sent, his face suddenly changed. Among the pictures, Wen Quan and the voluptuous woman, walking side by side, talking and laughing. No, precisely. It should be the original owner of this body, Wang Fan. At first, Chu Qingge didn't believe in the authenticity of the pictures. Although she didn't like Wang Fan as a person, she still had faith in his character. Married for so many years, never messed around outside. There are no bad habits either. Exactly. It took a famous marriage between the two to last this long. In the face of skepticism, Chu Qingfeng sent a voice. His tone of conviction. Sister, what I saw with my own eyes is still false. Just now I asked the waiter of this club. The other side said, he just left after the service. This next, Chu Qingge had to believe it. She frowned slightly, more than a little upset in her mind. A long way to go and a long way to go? Originally, when she was looking for a divorce from Wang Fan, she was still feeling guilty. Nowadays, the guilt in her heart had been instantly wiped out because of this. In its place, there was nothing but disgust. That's just it, and there's no reason to be angry. Anyway, I'm about to divorce him, so do what you like. It's all out of my hands. Chu Qingge rubbed her temples and took a deep breath. In the meantime, Wen Quan didn't realize that the fact that he was doing service in the clubhouse had been learned by his brother-in-law and reported to his wife. He now followed Li Shuyu and arrived at the place the other party had rented. Inside a group rental in an urban village, a large 100-square-foot room is segregated into 4 smaller rooms, and one of the rooms is where Li Shuyu and her brother are staying. Mr. Wang, sorry to make you laugh, Li Shuyu said with a slight apology. Wang Fan looked around while asking, how much does it cost a month here? 1,200. There's no kitchen with a toilet? Li Shuyu shook her head. There is only a public restroom. As for the kitchen, it's just a stove in the corridor, and you can usually only cook something light. Oh, Wang Fan nodded slightly. Li Shuyu was about to take out his key and open the door. However, the door to the room, opened from the inside, only to see a thin, bloodless boy, standing at the door. Sis, you're back? As soon as Li Shuyu saw her brother, she immediately went up to assist him, and he introduced Wen Quan. Mr. Wang, this is my brother Li Shuqi. Hello. Fumizumi greeted politely. Li Shuqi looked toward Wen Quan and opened his mouth to ask, Sister, who is this? Li Shuyu froze. For a moment, it hadn't occurred to me how to introduce Wen Quan. Wen Quan, however, took over the conversation and jumped ahead. I'm your sister's boyfriend. My name is Wang Fan. Nice to meet you. Boyfriend? Li Shuyu and her brother, without exception, froze. Obviously, judging from Li Shuyu's surprised expression, she didn't expect that Wen Quan would say that. But that's fine. A boyfriend always sounds better than a lover. To my ears. Li Shuqi was quite surprised and subconsciously asked, Sister, when did you find a boyfriend? Li Shuyu froze again, eyes flashing, eyelashes are fluttering. Wen Quan explained, I've known your sister for a long time, and it's been a while since we've confirmed our relationship, and she thinks I'm a more reliable person. So, she brought me back to meet you. Oh, that's right. Li Shuqi's expression moved, and he instantly smiled with his eyebrows, as if he had come across something very happy. Sister, if you have this brother to take care of you from now on, then I'll be relieved. Li Shuqi's smile was innocent and clean. It's like the sky after a rain, without a trace of dirt. He looked at Wen Quan and said in his serious manner, Brother, my sister is a good girl. If I hadn't dragged her down, then she would have been a very good girl. You should treat her well in the future. There's nothing I can do to protect him or take care of her, so it's all on you. Wen Quan's face stared, not expecting that Li Shuji would say such a thing. But, on second thought, it makes sense. The kind of disease that Li Shuji has, as long as his condition worsens, he will die in a minute. Before dying, he could see his sister, with someone to take care of. So, It was only then that the words were spoken with feeling. Li Shuyu naturally also heard her brother's words, and quickly said, Shuchi, don't worry about it, sister won't let you die. This brother Wang Fan is a doctor. He can treat you. On the way over, Wen Quan gave Li Shuyu an introduction to his profession. But, it's not the vet that's talking, it's the doctor. It wasn't that he despised the profession of veterinarian, but by saying this, it wouldn't be very convincing for him to give Li Shuchi any more medical attention. Anyway, there is only a difference between a doctor and a veterinarian. One is for people and the other is for animals. Essentially both levitate to help the world and heal the sick to save their lives. As soon as I heard that Wen Quan was a doctor, the light in Li Shuchi's eyes became even brighter. In his opinion, doctors are high earners. In the future, if my sister is with the other side, then she will have no worries about food and drink. Maybe they can even finish school with each other's sponsorship. Don't all stand outside. Go in and sit down. Li Shuyu hurriedly greeted Wen Quan and entered the house. As soon as you enter the door, inside, the light is a sight to behold. A bed, a cupboard, and a table. The corners are filled with all sorts of things. In addition to medicines, there were books, household items, yellowed vegetables, some cans, and plastic bottles. Inside the narrow space, there seems to be no place to land. Even though it was so cramped, it was still organized and clean. It's enough to see from that. Li Shuyu is a girl who loves life. How come there's only one bed? Wen Quan asked. Li Shuchi explained. The room can't fit two beds. Usually when I sleep I will hit the floor and my brother will sleep on the bed. Oh, Wen Quan nodded. And in his heart, he sympathized even more with the siblings. Brother Wang, there's nothing to entertain. Have a cup of hot tea. Li Shuyu brought the brewed tea to Wen Quan's hand. Wen Quan sat on a small bench, his eyes still on the room, glancing back and forth. Suddenly, he asked, Shuyu, how much does your brother's treatment cost every month these days? Li Shuyu pursed her lips and slowly said, if you want to take special drugs, then you need $40,000 to $50,000 a month. Now there is not much money. You can only take some domestic pinto drugs. The effect is not very good. However, it also needs $2,000 to $3,000. Such an expensive treatment. No wonder it can eat a well-off family into poverty. Li Shuyu as a girl, it's not easy to hold it together until now, both to sustain the family, and to cure his brother again. Still have to study for college. All the burdens were on her thin shoulders. Instead of giving up on herself, she is open to it and looks at life with a smile on her face. This openness and candor, even Wen Quan, who had already experienced great ups and downs in his life, did not possess it. Also, Li Shuyu's younger brother, Li Shuchi, is also a good boy. Though seriously ill, he was always thinking of his sister. Li Shuchi had told Wen Quan that his brother's condition was stable for the time being, but actually, after he saw Li Shuchi, he perceived at a glance that the other party was not going to live long. The breath of life was weak to the core. The skin is black and white, a sign of near death. If I'm not mistaken, Li Shuchi's illness has long since entered a period of acute change, but he was trying to keep Li Shuyu's from worrying, so he just kept holding on and not showing it. Fumizumi is not a regular doctor though, but there is still quite a bit of knowledge about leukemia. This is a disease that, once you have it, the patient will be in extreme pain, worse than death. What kind of willpower is that, to have a 15 or 16-year-old kid, gritting his teeth and holding on for dear life, and pretending, with a smile on his face, to look quite healthy? I'm afraid Li Shuchi already knows about his health condition. So, it was only when he learned that Wen Quan was his sister's boyfriend that he was so happy and said something like that in a different way. Sister sells her body to earn money. The brother endured the pain and sought death. I had thought the drama on stage would be enough of a downer. I don't know. It's still a far cry from real suffering. Heard Wen Quan talking with Li Shuyu. Li Shuchi's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly said, Sister, there's nothing wrong with my body. I feel like I'm going to be cured soon. I don't need to take any more medicine. The reason he said what he said, it's mostly a worry. Her own sister had told her, her boyfriend, all of this. It's bound to make the other side wary. After all, tens of thousands of dollars per month for treatment is not something that the average family can afford. It was not easy for him to see that his sister had a future for the rest of her life. If the two are not in a good relationship because of themselves, then even if he dies, he will die in peace. I don't know where it came from. Li Shuchi wants to show how healthy he is. Actually got up from the bed, spinning in place, not to mention bouncing and jumping. Sister, look, am I better? Nothing at all. And a thief's energy. Li Shuyu was instantly terrified, and cried out with a flushed face, Shuchi, don't move. It's okay sis. I'm really better. Li Shuchi laughed, pretending to look like a normal person. Seeing this, Li Shuyu's eyes flickered and he couldn't help but tsk as well. His own brother's mental state, compared to before, is indeed much better. Yeah, it was while she was happy about it. Who knows? Li Shuqi, who was alive and kicking 1 second ago. Actually, both eyes closed and his body fell towards the back in a straight line. Only a fluttering sound was heard. He fell onto the bed behind him, unconscious. The smile on Li Shuyu's face instantly froze. She exclaimed. Hurriedly, he swooped down to Li Shuqi's side to check on his condition. Brother, what's wrong with you? Wen Quan immediately stepped forward and said to Li Shuyu, let me take a look. Only Li Shuyu's eyes were full of tears and she was crying like a pear. In this case, she could only pin her hopes on Wen Quan. Brother Wang, you must save my brother. Aha! Wen Quan nodded. Immediately, he exerted his divine ability and scanned Li Shuqi's body. This is not to be seen. One look at it was a shock. Li Shuqi's physical condition was even worse than he had judged, having long since run out of gas. The reason why I was able to jump and bounce again just now. It's a total throwback. When that breath is consumed, that is when he dies. Originally, Fumizumi wanted to go back and research leukemia before helping the other man. It can be eyeballed. He had to strike early. Sure, it's the same old method. Reiki-infused water cures all diseases. When Quan hurriedly called out to Li Shuyu to bring a glass of water. Next, stick your finger in it. A light touch of aura, accompanied by some stirring, was quickly incorporated. Then, he pinched Li Shuqi's nose, pulled open his mouth, and poured an entire glass of water into it. Li Shuyu, who was next to him, was dumbfounded at the sight. She's not a doctor yet, but she's in college and learning a lot about clinicals and such. Never seen it before. Such outrageous first aid. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Li Shuyu asked. Wen Quan said, this is an ancient secret recipe. If you drink this cup of water, your brother can wake up. Then maybe there is still salvation, if you do not wake up. Speaking of the end, Fumizumi didn't continue on. But, the point to be made, however, is clear enough. Li Shuyu instantly froze like a wooden chicken. The originally bright eyes also seemed to have lost all their luster. Woohoo! All of a sudden, she had an emotional breakdown. He fell on top of Li Shuqi and let out a loud cry. When Wen Quan saw this scene, his originally numb heart couldn't help but be touched by it. The first time I saw your brother, I knew he was in extremely bad shape. He should have forced himself to pretend he was fine because he was afraid you would worry. Hear that? Li Shuyu snapped her head up. It shouldn't be. He takes medicine every day. His body, even if it is weak, it won't deteriorate so quickly. Unless, it was like she thought of something. Immediately, he rushed to the side and opened the cabinet where the medicine was kept. Take those medicines out and take a look. It's all intact. It's all intact. He didn't take his medication? When Li Shuyu learned of this, he only felt a thunderclap. I think that he doesn't want to drag you down anymore. Wen Quan mused. Li Shuyu was in tears, but her heart was like a knife. She looked at her brother, who was lying unconscious on the bed, and while she was moved, she was more speechless. The silly boy. I've told him I can make money. Why doesn't he believe me? Wen Quan took the grieving Li Shuyu into his arms and gently stroked her back. Shuyu, don't be too sad. I've tried this method 100 times and it's never gone wrong yet. I promise you, no matter what, I will save your brother. Li Shuyu nodded vigorously, but tears blurred her eyes. She knew Fumizumi was being comforting. A glass of plain water. Nothing was put in. Just finger mashed it. How is it possible to save a life-threatening patient with this stuff? If she hadn't studied medicine, maybe actually believe the well-intentioned lie. But since when she studied medicine, just know that there aren't that many miracles in this world. Cough cough. It's happening right now. Li Shuqi, who was lying on the bed about to hiccup, suddenly woke up. And, there was a cough. While coughing, black blood came out of his mouth. Li Shuyu immediately sniffed at the sound, only to see that Li Shuqi, whose face was originally as white as paper, actually opened his eyes with a reddish glow. He whispered, I'm not dead yet? Li Shuyu immediately went forward to check, and seeing Li Shuqi coughing up blood, before she could be happy, she nervously asked Wen Quan again, Brother Wang, what's going on with my brother? Wen Quan took a look and immediately made a judgment in his mind. It's normal, don't worry about it. After he coughs up these mouthfuls of blood, his body should be able to recover quite a bit. The aura in the middle of Wen Quan's dantian, it comes from absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It was already possessed of nature's ghostly creation. Immortal, you can transform your body and become immortal with the aura you absorb. And taking it and using it for healing is certainly not out of the question. It is even more efficacious than the high-priced special drugs developed abroad, both human and animal. Reasons for getting sick. It all boils down to one. That's when the body is tainted with evil. This evil spirit. It may come from outside or it may grow on its own. Just get it out of your system. Then you can do the medicine and bring the dead back to life. The more powerful the disease, the heavier the evil. In the case of this leukemia, the blood is contaminated and loses its original properties. And instead of being able to benefit the body, it becomes a liability. To cure it, it's not just about solidifying the roots, it also has to purify the blood. When Quan had just obtained this body, his cultivation was not yet on the right track, and the aura in his body was not pure, so the effect that was played out was bound to be greatly reduced. But he also didn't expect that he could cure Li Shuqi in one go. As long as he could save his life for the time being, then everything would come to pass. Li Shuyu originally had misgivings, but once he saw his brother, after coughing up several mouthfuls of black blood, not only did he not get weaker, but he became hale and hearty. Her eyes rippled instantly. Can't help but applaud it. Oh my god, it's still really good. When Quan laughed, not so much better, but compared to before, it's certainly more energized. Li Shuyu turned her head and marveled. Brother Wang, do you know magic? When Quan froze and laughed dryly. Why is that? Li Shuyu blinked a pair of large Kazran eyes and said with a soulful expression, I've never seen, in all my life, an operation that could save a life with a glass of water. When Quan paused his voice and said in a forceful and calm manner, the world is a big place. There is nothing strange. This is nothing. When your eyes widen in the future, you may see something even more amazing than this. No one expected that. This casual, perfunctory remark. In the near future, it came true. Li Shuyu did see something more amazing than that. Only, the person who had performed this was still the same. Wan Quan. Pulling Li Shuqi back from the ghost gate, he quickly drifted off to sleep. See that he is breathing calmly and looking as normal. Li Shuyu couldn't help but let out a secret sigh of relief. She knows. This life of his own brother was finally saved. Brother Wang. Thank you. Your great kindness is unforgettable to me for the rest of my life. And whether my brother is dead or alive, I will repay you in this life as an ox or a horse. Li Shuyu thanked while promising with conviction. If before, she said she wanted to be Fumizumi's lover just so she wouldn't be indebted to each other, and now say something like this, heart but additionally a few more inexplicable feelings. She felt a rush of security that had been missing for a long time in the man she had just met not even 3 hours ago. For Li Shuyu's sentimental remarks, when Quan didn't show any emotion, just calmly said, it's getting late, you should rest early, I should go home too. Subsequently, Li Shuyu sent Wen Quan out the door. Just as he was about to go downstairs, Li Shuyu called out to him. Fumizumi looked back. What's wrong? Li Shuyu bit her lip, her pink face delicate. She shyly said, Brother Wang, when you have a need, call me anytime. Hear that? Wen Quan's heart fluttered, looking at the other party's bright, raw face and that sexy, hot body, momentary apoplexy, couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. But, in the end, he just gave a faint "Oh, I'm outta here." The words fell. Then he turned around and disappeared from Li Shuyu's view. When Quan had just left Li Shuyu's residence, just get ready to go back to the vet. But, instead, the phone in his pocket rang. Take it out. Caller ID. Your Honor. Ha? Wen Quan froze for a moment. In Wang Fan's memory, the other side, this iceberg wife, did not call him several times a year. I don't know what blew in today, but I actually called. A little hesitation. Wen Quan picked up the phone anyway. Hello. Suddenly, on the other end of the phone, a woman's icy voice rang out. Where are you? Outside. With whom? Alone. Humph. Chu Chinga snorted coldly, her tone filled with skepticism. This confused Fumizumi a bit. Hurry back. There's something for you at home. After Chu Chinga finished saying this, she cleanly hung up the phone. Wen Quan was dumbfounded by this, though the other guy didn't say anything, but between the lines, a hint of sulkiness could still be heard. Fumizumi immediately came on fire. Ha! You cuckolded me. I'm not even mad at the old man yet. What makes you so angry? Is there any justice in this world? Just right. He was also eager to meet the wife of the original owner of this body. Let's see how unashamed the other side really is. Think about it. Wen Quan then rushed home. Back home. Opened the door. Nice guy. The living room was full. In addition to Chu Chinga, there was also her younger brother Chu Qingfeng, as well as Chu's father and mother. The look on the face of a family of four. It was both somber and ironic. It was as if a thunderstorm was brewing. As soon as he saw Wen Quan return, Chu Qingfeng took the lead, pointing at Wen Quan's nose and cursing. You're such a bold earth dog, eating my family's food, using my family's food, and actually dared to go outside behind my sister's back to seek pleasure. Wen Quan looked at Chu Qingfeng's aggressive face and mouth and frowned. He hated it when people pointed their fingers at him. At the sight of Fumizumi frowning, Chu Qingfeng became even more energized and said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, after not seeing you for a few days, you actually grew a temper? Could it be that what I've said is not slandering you? Get your doggy paws off me," Wen Quan said in a cold voice. Chu Qingfeng was shocked, staring straight and shouting, "Wang Fan, what are you stepping on?" Among his impressions, this earth dog, always against the grain, and the family is very submissive and obedient to what they tell them. But today somehow, from the moment the other person walks in the door, the whole thing was like a different person. There was neither that humble attitude of flattery nor the usual lowbrow lewdness. I won't say it twice. When Quan let out a stern cry and directly grabbed Chu Qingfeng's outstretched fingers. Pain, pain, pain. Chu Qingfeng cried out sharply on the spot, sweating in pain. The flamboyant and domineering look just now had long since disappeared, and in its place was a face twisted in pain. "Wang Fan, what are you doing?" Shen Min shouted. When Quan looked at his mother-in-law and said without moving, "I'm teaching your son to be a man. People are so old, and they actually have no manners at all towards their elders." What? Not only was Shen Min shocked, even Chu Jiangwo changed color, while Chu Qingge, who was on the side, was stunned among her eyes when she witnessed this scene. Ka Qing, Wen Quan is ruthless and doesn't talk much. With a push of his palm, he directly wrenched Chu Qingfeng's fingers in front of the Chu family. The guy was wincing in pain and rolling all over the place. Clutching his hand tightly, tears came to his eyes. Outrageous and lawless. When Chu Jiangwo saw this, he suddenly became furious. Guess even he didn't expect that. This superfluous son-in-law, who was not even as good as a dog in the Chu family, actually dared to blatantly attack his master. "Where is old Huang? Dare to hurt my son? Break his dog legs for me." This statement was made. The bodyguards guarding the doorway immediately rushed over. This person's name is Huang Wuji, a martial arts expert proficient in Bagua Pum. He was hired by Chu Jiangwo as a personal bodyguard at a high price. A pair of iron palms, as if it were steel, indestructible and at the same time of great strength. A slap on an ordinary person would either kill or maim them. When Quan turned his head to look at Huang Wuji, only the other party's expression was cold and his gaze was like a blade. All over his body, he washed off a forceful hostility. A master indeed, but only in comparison to the average person. If you compare it to me, it's still an insignificant piece of dirt, as long as he dares to do it. I don't mind wasting his cultivation to make an example of him. When Quan's eyes were hard as he pondered in his heart, Huang Wuji seemed to have sensed the killing intent on Wen Quan's body. His heart was astonished by this. How did this good-for-nothing flunky of the Chu family give him the feeling of being targeted by a fierce tiger? That feeling, only in life-and-death situations do they startle. No, it must be an illusion. He's a loser. How can he be compared to me? One thought in this, Huang Wuji no longer hesitated, and swung up an iron palm, about to knock the Chu family flunky in front of him, to the ground. Who knew this? A loud voice rang out. "Stop. Hear that?" The crowd unanimously looked in a certain direction, only to see Elder Chu slowly walking out with the assistance of his waiting daughter. Asshole. What's the decency of a family member beating up his own family member? Hearing Elder Chu's angry scolding, Shen Min hurriedly complained, "Dad, it's not that we're bullying Wang Fan, it's that this brat went too far." Qingfeng just said a few words to him and he broke Qingfeng's fingers. Elder Chu glanced at his grandson who was rolling on the ground. Next, shifting his gaze again, he looked at the calm and collected Wen Quan who was directly in front of him. A hint of surprise followed in his cloudy eyes. "Little Fan, why did you break Qingfeng's fingers?" Wen Quan said unabashedly. "Because he deserved it. I'm teaching him how to respect his elders after scolding me." "Dad, am I right?" He admitted it himself. Shen Min said. "Shut up." Elder Chu cursed without a good mood. "A bunch of self-righteous fools who only know how to harbor. Little Fan did a good job. Qingfeng, this kid has no one in his sight. He just deserves a hard lesson." Seeing that Elder Chu was on Wen Quan's side, Shen Min's face changed, lowering his head, his mouth indignantly red. "An outsider? A real grandson? Where is the elbow to turn outward?" Elder Chu glared with his tiger's eyes and said to Shen Min, "You also married into my Chu family from the Shin family. To say outsider? Then your status is no better than Xiaofan." Chu Jiangwo hurriedly pulled his wife's coat, telling her to stop breaking her mouth. "As long as Master Chu doesn't die, then he will always be the master of the house, the one who says it's all right." When Quan saw this scene, the heart is still quite amazed. He knew that Elder Chu had treated himself well. The fact that he, a commoner, was able to join a large family like the Chu family was also entirely due to the full support of Elder Chu. In this house, there was no one more concerned about him than Elder Chu. So, the original owner of this body was very respectful, and even treated the other party as if he was his own grandfather. Only, this old man Chu is a good person, but his life is not very good. Above the seal, There was a lingering black aura. It's the sign of near death. Most likely, they have been sick for a long time and have encountered evil spirits entering their bodies. No surprises, Elder Chu's life expectancy is only a few days. If not treated in time, when the black gas intensified, he would surely die, Elder Chu said with feeling. Little fan, you've come to my Chu family for so many years, it's really been a burden on you. Wen Quan nodded slightly and did not reply. However, broken a finger Chu Qingfeng but climbed up from the ground, cried to Elder Chu, Grandpa, don't be fooled by him, this guy knows people's faces but not their hearts. Tonight, I saw him go to the clubhouse to find a girl to introduce. Elder Chu's expression moved as he opened his mouth and asked, can there be such a thing? Chu Qingfeng looked at Wen Quan cross-eyed, just waiting for the other party to deny it. Then, he or she will come up with strong evidence to beat the other side. Who knows? Wen Quan, however, admitted to this matter in a big way. Yes, it does happen. Elder Chu asked, why are you doing this? Could it be that Chinga is not good for you? Wen Quan looked up at Chu Chinga. Have to say, this cheap wife for nothing is indeed a thing of beauty on earth. Whether it's body shape and looks, it's all superb. It's just a shame. This wife, as beautiful as she is, has nothing to do with him. Because the other guy neither sleeps with him nor cuckolds him. Maybe someday, he himself will also follow in the footsteps of Wu Dilang. It has nothing to do with her. I haven't played it before. I felt fresh and wanted to play it over. So I went to play it, Wen Quan said frankly. When Elder Chu heard this, he was more or less surprised. He knew very well the character of this granddaughter-in-law of his. Although not capable, it is valuable to be down-to-earth and reliable. If even such an uncompromisingly honest man, knowing it's a mistake and knowingly making it, then the problem must not be with him. Men, it's normal for them to like to have fun. When I was younger, I had more fun than you. Besides, Xingfeng, the women you little brats have played with, there are 999 if not 1,000. Right, your own ass is not clean and you still come to accuse others? Elder Chu was furious. With a slap, he slapped Chu Qingfeng's face. On the spot, Chu Qingfeng was dumbfounded, tears of aggravation swirling in her eyes. The person who did the wrong thing was clearly this hyena. Why are you taking out your anger on me? Chu Jiangwo and Shin Min saw the situation and immediately caved in. They sort of saw it. In the eyes of the old man, Wang Fan, the outsider, was closer than they, the blood-related descendants, were. Whoever targets Wang Fan, that would be a slap in his face. A mortal sin. Dad, don't be angry. It's all our fault. Chu Jiangwo greeted him with a smile on his face. Your health is not good. You should not be angry. Divine Doctor Sun will be coming over soon. With him treating you, soon, your illness will be cured. Speak of the devil. Chu had just finished speaking. Outside, the servants were heard informing that Dr. Sun was here. Dr. Sun Divine Doctor's real name is Sun Mo's. Over 80 years old this year. Born in the Sun family, a pharmaceutical family, hovering to help the world for decades. His medical skills are unique, while his reputation is known far and wide. Mention this Sun family. Previously, the original owner of Wen Quan's body was beaten to death by a rich second generation, and the other party's name was Sun Zilong. Sun Wo's is Sun Zilong's uncle and grandfather. With the doors open, a young man in a suit led a hale and hearty middle-aged man in. This middle-aged man, it was none other than Dr. Sun, who was over 80 years old. The first moment I saw him, it's hard to believe that this man is actually 80 years old. Walks like a tiger. You can't see a dash of frost on your black hair. The only thing you can see is the passage of years. Those were his deep eyes. At first glance, it's clearly a middle-aged man in his 30s. Wen Quan took a serious look at Divine Doctor Sun and instantly discovered the secret of the other party's skill in keeping his face. The other party's body exuded a trace of aura. If not a practitioner, then it must have eaten some kind of heavenly treasure that contained a powerful spiritual chi. That's why it's possible to maintain such a youthful appearance. As soon as the Chu family saw Divine Doctor Sun arrive, they rose and came forward to greet them. Divine Doctor Sun, your great presence here has made my Chu family's presence shine. Chu Jiangmo cupped Divine Doctor Sun's stinky feet. As a world-renowned doctor who heals the dead and cures white bones, Sun News in the entire Beihai have a significant position. They cannot respect the power and wealth, but must respect this medical profession titan. Because, as long as one is a human being, there will be times when one is born, grows old, gets sick and dies. Being able to befriend a divine doctor was undoubtedly a layer of insurance. Not to mention living 100 years longer. At least it will prolong your life. Sun Mu smiled faintly and made a bow to return the salute. Young Mr. Chu was overstating things. My Sun family has been friends with your Chu family for generations, and it's also an honor for Sun to be able to come and treat old Mr. Chu. The two sides engaged in a commercial blow-by-blow. A smile was on every face. Even Elder Chu came forward and took the initiative to greet him. Brother Sun, you came all the way here. I hope you'll forgive me if I've missed the welcome. Master Chu is 84 this year. Divine Dr. Sun, on the other hand, was 85 this year, a year older than him. If the two people stood together, no one would think that they were actually of the same generation. To say, the happiest of the group was none other than Sun Zilong. He had been salivating over Chu Chinga for a long time and had always wanted to marry her as his wife. Chu's family also recognized him, door to door, strong combination, and Chu Qingfeng was even on good terms with him as a brother. Only that the heavens were not to his liking, and a Wang fan was killed halfway. Hard to completely destroy his good marriage. Think about it. Sun Zilong's heart fluttered. Fortunately, that Wang fan guy, I got him killed last night. In the future, no one will ever stop me from pursuing Chu Chinga. Today I invited Uncle Grandpa here. As long as I cure Elder Chu's disease, then I can definitely take this opportunity to win the Chu family's favorable opinion, and even obtain Chu Chinga's heart. While Sun Zilong was dreaming his own springtime dreams, a glance out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly I saw a familiar figure. One moment. His eyes were as wide as brass bells and he was filled with horror. I'll go. How is this guy still alive? Is he a human or a ghost? The moment Sun Zilong saw Wen Quan, instantly, he broke out in a cold sweat, and the original springy expression became extremely unnatural all of a sudden. Wen Quan seemed to have sensed Sun Zilong's gaze. With that, he turned his head to look. Seeing the other man's dazed and horrified look, he immediately thought what was going on. So, he made a face at Sun Zilong. Scared Sun Zilong backed up. Only a fluttering sound was heard. A butt dropped to the floor. The crowd was surprised to see this. Sun Muse even turned his head and asked, Zilong, what are you doing? Sun Zilong climbed up from the ground with his hands and feet, and said with strong composure, No. What? His feet slipped a little. I'm sorry, it must be the nanny who didn't wipe the floor clean. Shen Min hurriedly apologized. Immediately, the Chu family members welcomed Sun Muse and Sun Zilong into the living room. After the people sat down one after another, Sun Muse then began to treat Elder Chu. As for Sun Zilong, he had a distracted look on his face, his eyes glancing towards Wen Quan from time to time. The mind couldn't help but be suspicious. What's going on? Why isn't this guy dead? It clearly all but cracked his head open at the time. That's serious of an injury. It's impossible for the great Luo Golden Immortals to save it. But why is he okay? And, still standing intact? Sun Zilong was puzzled by this. To answer my own question. With that, he got up and walked over to Chu Qingfeng. As soon as he looked at Chu Qingfeng holding his fingers, his face full of indignation, he asked in disbelief, Feng, what's wrong with you? Mention this. Chu Qingfeng then became furious. Don't mention it. This earth dog in my house has turned against the sky. Sun Zilong froze for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, Wang Fan did this? Yes. This guy doesn't know what's going on. But when he came back today, he was like a different person. Not only was he not afraid of us anymore, he also dared to openly call out with a ferocious face. Speaking of which, a biting light flashed in Chu Qingfeng's eyes as he gritted his teeth and cursed, Grass! I'll let this dirt dog be complacent for a while. Later, I'll have to find someone to waste him. Hear that? Sun Zilong looked thoughtful. When he looked at Wen Quan again, there was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. Brother Sun, how am I doing here? Sun Wutsa took Master Chu's pulse, and his originally relaxed expression gradually began to become grave. It's not good. Oh, where do I start? Elder Chu asked. In fact, he had known all about his physical condition for a long time. Elder Brother Chu, you're suffering from an attack of an old disease from many years ago. The disease has invaded your internal organs and lungs. It has reached the point where medicine and stone are hard to cure, unless there is a spiritual medicine to save your life. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you won't be able to live past the end of this month. This statement was made. None of the Chu family members changed color. Chu Chinga even stepped forward and asked, Divine Dr. Sun, take a good look again. My grandfather's body is so hardy. The situation shouldn't be that bad. Sun Muse twisted his head and glanced at Chu Chinga. Duanxiang said with a smile on his face, You're Chinga, right? It's me. Chu Chinga nodded. Not bad. It's true that you're as beautiful as a heavenly fairy with an unassuming temperament. No wonder my family's boy likes you. Divine Dr. Sun laughed. In the face of such compliments, Chu Chinga was more or less embarrassed. If she hadn't married yet, the other person had no problem complimenting her no matter what. But now she has a family. It is not appropriate for the other party to say such things even if they are elders. Divine Dr. Sun, is it still possible for my father to be cured? Chu Jiangwo asked. Sun Misao's gaze stared as he slowly said, Of course there is. Chu Jiangwo instantly showed a joyful face. Then please take more care of your old man. As long as we can cure my father, no matter what price we pay, our Chu family is willing to do it. Sun Muse laughed and said slowly, my Sun family has a spiritual medicine named humanoid Hishawu, which has the effect of bringing back the dead and transforming the bones. And when mortals eat it, no matter what kind of disease they have, they will be able to get rid of the disease. A human-shaped Hishawu? As soon as I heard about this stuff, Wen Quan, who was standing next to him without saying anything, couldn't help but see a light in his eyes. Hishawu is a very unusual Chinese medicine. It's basically a drugstore that buys it. But this stuff, it's just like ginseng. The older it gets, the more valuable it is. A Hishawu plant, if it can grow a human form, the vintage is at least 1,000 years old. No wonder the old man. It doesn't look like a practitioner, but you can be an aura and return to your old age. So that's what you're eating. Divine Dr. Sun, how much can I sell this medicine for? Chu Jiangwo asked tentatively. Sun Muse shook his head. This is a priceless treasure. Not for sale. Chu Jiangwo looked stagnant and was speechless for a moment. Sun Muse then added, this elixir is something that has been passed down from my ancestors. Non-Sun family members are not allowed to consume it. And even if I have a deeper friendship with the Chu family, I categorically can't go against the ancestral system. Chu Jiangwo asked helplessly. Divine Dr. Sun, is there really no way out at all then? There is certainly a way. Only, Sun Wuzo wanted to say, a sight to behold. Chu Jiangwo hurriedly said, Divine Dr. Sun, there is no harm in you saying anything. As long as it is something that my Chu family can do, there will definitely be no second thoughts. Seeing that the atmosphere is all set here, Sun Muse smiled faintly, satisfied, finally started to say what he was really up to. Zilong is the best heir of my Sun family. In the future, you will surely inherit my mantle and carry forward Sun's medical skills. This child has always loved Chenggu. Even though she's been married for many years, she still has her heart set on her, and even almost suffered from lovesickness. I see that his sincerity is commendable. Therefore, I would like to help him fulfill his dream, and I would like to ask Mr. Chu Jr. if he could marry his beloved daughter to Zilong. That's a lot of words. It's like a thunderclap on the ground, taking everyone in the room by surprise. No wonder Sun Zilong was so happy when he came to Chu's house. His mouth was almost smiling. Take a look at this moment. Turns out it came with a purpose. Chu Jiangwo coughed twice, showing a difficult face. Being able to marry the Sun family, that's definitely a great thing. But he usually couldn't make the decisions in the family, so he had to turn his attention to his old father. Seeing this, Sun Muse said to Elder Chu, Elder Chu, if you're willing to agree to this marriage, I'll fetch the humanoid Hishowu tomorrow and cure your stubborn disease. It looks like a discussion. In reality, it is a threat. The implication is to say, if you promise, I'll cure you. If you don't agree, then I'm sorry, I can't cure you. You can only wait for death. Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min, naturally eager to facilitate this matter. Although the Chu family is a local powerhouse, but recently there have been frequent crises. Under the name of the various industries have lost money. The capital chain is nearly broken. The bank has stopped lending. If we don't hurry to find a rich and powerful family to renew our lives, then I'm afraid that this 100-year-old family will fall apart. Take a step back, even if there is no such reason. Sun Zilong, who was born in a medical family, was also 10,000 times better than Wang Fan, a hick from the poor countryside who had entered the city. It's a great way to find such a great son-in-law. It would be a way for the family to get through the hard times, a way for his daughter to be happy, and a way to cure the old man. Try asking, why not? But anyone in his right mind who comes across such a multiple-choice question will not hesitate to give the correct answer. Elder Chu's face was expressionless as he looked up at his granddaughter and asked in a low voice, Chinga, are you willing? Face it. Chu Chinga froze. One time. I don't know how to answer that. She really didn't like Wang Fan, but for Sun Zilong, he couldn't raise any interest either. If I had to choose between these two, then she'd rather pick Wang Fan. What's more, she had her heart in the right place a long time ago. If there are no surprises, then she'll divorce Wang Fan quietly. After Grandpa 100 masters, he will spend the rest of his life with that person. Who knows? Plans can't catch up with change. Dr. Sun made a house call this time to heal the sick, but you want to bring grace to the marriage. If she agreed, she would undoubtedly be jumping from one fire pit into another, and losing her happiness. But if you don't say yes, what about Grandpa's illness? What Dr. Sunshin said was not alarmist talk. If not treated in time, Grandpa's days are bound to be numbered. Elder Chu seemed to see his granddaughter's entanglement and snapped. You don't need to consider me. Just follow your own heart. Chu Chinga's heart shook. Then she shook her head, decisive and dry. The gaze that burst out of his eyes was even more unusually firm. See her reply. Chu Jiangwo and Shin Min were greatly disappointed, and Sun Zilong was also filled with consternation, and his hot eyes were instantly dimmed. Obviously, he couldn't figure it out. Why did Chu Qingge choose that? After his own hallowed reputation as a doctor, the future heir to the Sun family, it's actually no better than Wang Fan's dirt dog? After asking Chu Qingge, Elder Chu asked Wen Quan again, Xiu Fan, do you agree? But anyone who is a man of blood, neither is likely to agree to this. Even if it was a cheap wife, he would never, ever let someone else ride around his neck and shit and piss. This so-called Sun Divine Doctor and Sun Zilong were truly a family. They are all the same, it seems, except for Master Chu. Everyone present did not take him, the flunky, in their eyes. Although Wen Quan did not move on the surface, his heart was furious over it. He knew that Wang Fan's status in the Chu family was as lowly as a dog, but I didn't expect it. The real situation, however, was worse than he had imagined. How dare someone else blatantly come and steal his wife? And, in front of him, directly ignored him, didn't even look him in the eye while discussing the matter. It seems, he's a cloud of air. For Sun Wu's sightlessness, Wen Quan made a mental note, secretly cursing, old thing, just you wait, I will not let your Sun family lose their reputation and go up in smoke. Suddenly, Wen Quan spoke up, Grandpa, I don't agree. Seeing this, Elder Chu immediately said, Brother Sun, as you can see, my family Qingge and Xiaofan are not willing, so this matter is just wishful thinking on your part. Sun Niu's face stared and pretended to say bitterly, Elder Brother Chu, you have to think clearly. If you're not willing to agree to this marriage, then it's impossible for me to treat you. Who knows? Elder Chu was the first to get up and waved his sleeve. I'm tired. See the guests off. See this scene. Sun Niu's face, which was originally smiling, immediately clouded over. Okay, your Chu family is truly high-minded and imposing. Hopefully, I won't be sought out for healing in the future. Zilong, let's go. It's hard to find a three-legged toad in the world. Is it still hard to find a two-legged woman? What's so rare about a married man? Having said that, Sun Yutwo turned around and walked away. When Chu Jiangwo and Shin Min saw this, they were shocked and rushed forward. Divine Dr. Sun, don't be angry. Let's have a talk. Sun Niu snorted coldly. I'm waiting for a few days to come and eat Chu Jinxiong's funeral banquet. After putting down these words, he left the Chu family with Sun Zilong in tow. This walk between Sun Wurzel and Sun Zilong, the Chu family was left in a state of shock. Chu Jiangwo said with a frown on his face, Hey, how did it come to this? If even the Sun Divine Doctor won't treat Dad, then Dad's condition, what should be done? Shin Min skimmed her mouth and insinuated, who made the old man even give up his life to take care of an outsider? I see that even if he doesn't have it, it's his own fault. Shut up, how can you say that about Dad? Chu Jiangwo said angrily, glaring fiercely at Shin Min. Shin Min's head drooped and she muttered, It was already. Wang Fan, it's all because of you that Grandpa offended Divine Dr. Sun. If anything happens to Grandpa, then you're the culprit. Chu Qingfeng shouted at Wen Quan. Wen Quan's face sank as he swept a glance toward him. Chu Qingfeng's heart trembled and he immediately shut up. A finger was broken hard by the other side. It's still causing him a lot of psychological damage. While Chu Qingfeng took the initiative to concede, his heart was secretly vicious. Treadmill. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. You damn well have the old man's protection now. It's not good for the old man to take a shot at you. When you get out, I'm going to have to find someone to break your arms and legs and stuff a piece of shit in your mouth. Chu Jiangwo looked at Wen Quan and said with a face full of disgust, Wang Fan, you've been a member of our Chu family for so many years without building an inch of success. At this tense juncture, even if you don't help, you're still adding to the chaos. What a wolfish heart and enmity. In words, seemingly blaming, he didn't agree with Chu Qingge's transfer to Sun Zilong. That's it. Shin Min also arched his fire and said, raising a white-eyed wolf, letting you eat and drink without worrying, and also opening a pet hospital for you. Who knows? But you guys are born with anti-bones. Eyes on the family. Both poured out their anger on Wen Quan. Chu Qingge, however, stood out. Mom and Dad, stop it. Even if he had agreed at that time, I wouldn't have agreed. Daughter, at this point in time, why are you still defending this brat? Shen Min asked. Chu Qingge glanced at Wen Quan and murmured, no matter what, he's my husband after all. Aren't you guys just slapping me in the face by scolding him so relentlessly? This statement was made. The family stopped talking at once. Chu shook his head, turned around and left. As for Shin Min, she gouged out Wen Quan twice with a chilling look in her eyes, and also walked away in a huff. Sis, I think you're really haunted. A fool knows that Sun Zilong is many times better than this hyena. I don't know how many times better. If you choose him, not only will Grandpa be saved, But our family's predicament can also be alleviated. Chu Qingfeng was still trying to brainwash Chu Qingge, but she snapped. Okay, stop it. Chu Qingfeng gave a resentful cold snort, and holding his broken finger, he went out the door to go to the hospital. When everyone's gone, it was only then that Chu Qingge turned her head to look at Wen Quan, cross-eyed. Wang Fan, you've gone too far. Wen Quan's eyes narrowed slightly. Where do I start? Chu Qingge counted. As Qingfeng's brother-in-law, how could you treat him like that? And moreover, speak out against my parents. Wen Quan snorted. Have you ever heard the saying, honor those who honor others, and the way is different? Chu Qingge's face stared, realizing the other party's implication. No matter what, you can't do that. Wen Quan laughed even louder. Mud people have 3 points of fire. Not to mention, I'm still a big living person, not to explode in silence, or perish in silence. I'm a person who is very much about principles. People don't commit crimes against me. I don't commit crimes. Chu Qingge froze. She looked Wen Quan up and down. The man she had spent so many years with actually made her feel a twinge of strangeness. The old him, but never talk like that. In the face of harsh criticism, they all suffer in silence, nowadays. Instead, he was overbearing and harped on it. It's as if you can't take a little bit of it. Wang Fan, I realized that you've changed, Chu Qingge said with a frown. Wen Quan said, it's people who always change. I'm used to living against the grain in the past, and now I want to live in a different way. Chu Qingge shook her head, disheartened, and said, forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. The marriage between us, it ends here. I've already drawn up a divorce agreement, just waiting for you to sign it. Hear that? Fumizumi wasn't surprised at all. Throughout Wang Fan's life, it was absolutely inevitable that he would divorce this beautiful wife of his, a woman who doesn't love him. He was just a humble licking dog no matter how much he gave. As the saying goes, lick the dog, lick the dog, lick the dog, and in the end, there's nothing left. Wen Quan, in response, was very spontaneous and said, good, I'll sign it as long as you bring it over. Anyway, it's cuckolding me. Breaking up early is also a kind of relief. Chu Qingge's face sank as she angrily asked, don't spit blood. I'm not as shameless as you. Although Chu Qingge's heart belonged to her, but with that person, it's still just a good friendship. There was no overstepping. So, she was still innocent now, and there was absolutely no way she could withstand Wen Quan's slander. Wen Quan smiled without saying anything. Last night, he heard it all through the door. The other side is actually a dead duck. That's all. There's nothing emotional with her anyway, and even if they divorce, that's nothing to be sorry about. Chu Qingge paused her voice and said in a low voice, Grandpa's body is not good. He can't stand the stimulation. About this matter of divorce, we can only do it privately, and we must not disclose half of the news. Of course, as compensation, I'll give you $2 million after the divorce. It's not much, but it's enough for the rest of your life. Wen Quan didn't answer and headed straight inside. Seeing this, Chu Qingge hurriedly asked, what are you doing to go? Find the old man, Wen Quan said. Chu Qingge was startled and thought he was going to sue, so she immediately shouted, stop where you are. But, Fumizumi didn't listen to her. Instead, he quickened his pace and was out of her sight in a flash. Chu Qingge's heart jumped, scared to death. If this matter is known to Grandpa, then not only will this marriage not be divorced, it will also make his old man angry. Think about it. She didn't dare to delay and immediately chased after him. Soon, Wen Quan then arrived outside Master Chu's room. Seeing that it was the door that was open, he walked right in without asking hello. However, instead, he saw Elder Chu leaning over and coughing up blood. The maid brought a basin and placed it at his feet. It was accompanied by a violent cough. One mouthful of black blood after another came out of Elder Chu's mouth. He coughed as he did so. One side was bruised. It was as if they were enduring an unspeakably sharp pain. Wen Quan hadn't had a chance to speak. Chu Qingge, who was chasing after him from behind, saw this scene and instantly shouted with her beautiful eyes, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Chu Qingge immediately rushed to Elder Chu's side. Crouched down, looking up with concern, he asked, Grandpa, are you okay? As soon as Elder Chu saw Wen Quan and Chu Qingge come in, his face changed slightly. Why are you guys here? Cough cough cough. The words were not yet finished. He then coughed violently. Chu Qingge hurriedly stood up and lightly patted Elder Chu's back while her face was filled with heartache. It's not in the way, Elder Chu said with a strong grip. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Elder Chu's body was already running out of gas. He spat out this cloud of black blood. Spirituality immediately wilted. The voice that spoke was not as neutral as before. Chu Qingge said, Grandpa, I'll go call a doctor for you. She just got up. He was then stopped by Elder Chu. No need. With this body of mine, It's all the same whether the doctor comes or not. Hear that? Chu Chinga cried her eyes out. She choked and said, Grandpa, I'll go to the Sun family and beg Divine Doctor Sun to come and save you. As long as I can cure you, even if I have to marry Sun Zilong, I'll do whatever I want. Elder Chu shook his head, and a hint of relief spread across his kind face. He reached out and stroked Chu Chinga's head, dotingly saying, Silly child, don't do anything stupid. Life is hard to escape death. I've lived for 84 years. Even if I die now, it's not a loss. Chu Chinga shook her head vigorously. I want you to live a long life. What kind of person lives that long? Elder Chu sighed. In the middle of her eyes, she couldn't help but show a trace of guilt. Chinga, I've wronged you all these years. Before, I forced you to marry Xiaofan. Do you blame Grandpa? Chu Chinga said without thinking. It's not weird. Elder Chu laughed, knowing that his granddaughter's heart was in the right place. Because, this is the kind of thing that no one in their right mind would take lightly. Chinga, your grandfather, I'm a man of promises. A promise is a promise. A promise is a promise. I promised Xiaofan's grandfather that I would set you two up. Although you were reluctant, I still did it anyway. Whether you blame me or not, the wood has been turned. I just hope that you two will be able to live with each other and have a good life. Chu Chinga nodded her head furiously and promised. I know, Grandpa. I will definitely listen to you. Elder Chu lifted his gaze to Wen Quan at the door, then beckoned to him. Little Fan, come over here for a moment. I have something to say to you. Wen Quan immediately walked over. Give me your hand, Elder Chu added. Fumizumi froze for a moment, still honestly doing as he was told. Elder Chu first grabbed Chu Chinga's hand, grabbed Fumizumi's hand again, then put both hands together. Xiaofan, Chinga is a good girl. Although she has a strong personality, she has a good heart. Over the years, if she has done anything wrong, I apologize to you. Grandpa, you're flattered. Wen Quan was flattered. In the future, if I'm not around anymore, you must protect her well and don't let her suffer half a bit of harm, Elder Chu said. Fumizumi hesitated. With that, he glanced at Chu Chinga, who was crying next to him. At this moment, where was she in her overbearing posture just now? It's like a soft woman who is sad and heartbroken when I see her. Yes, Wen Quan returned only one word. That one word, however, was clean and loud. Elder Chu laughed even more. Looking at Chu Chinga again, he said in a serious manner, Chinga, as long as you and Xiaofan that keep going, that's the greatest comfort to me. Chu Chinga nodded her head repeatedly, tears having long since blurred her eyes. Suddenly, she hugged Elder Chu and lost her voice as she cried, Grandpa, I don't want you to die. Elder Chu's face was filled with bitterness. The heart sighed. Who wouldn't want to live longer when the rivers and mountains are so beautiful? It's just that God's orders are hard to disobey. The King of Hell tells you to die on the third night. How can you stay until the fifth night? Don't cry. The old man can't die, Wen Quan shouted. Chu Chinga's heart fluttered and she turned her head to look at him. What do you mean? Literally, Wen Quan replied. Then, he said to Elder Chu, Grandpa, why don't you let me, your grandson-in-law, come and give you a look at your illness? Originally, Wen Quan wasn't going to be able to help. He was originally borrowing this body, and no one or thing related to this body had anything to do with him. What's more, his position in the Chu family was as lowly as a dog. The in-laws sneered at him, brother-in-law has no eyes for him, and the wife cuckolded him. But when it came to Elder Chu, then he really couldn't pick a fault. The old man thinks of him more than his own grandchildren, thinking of him all the time. Even though he was about to hiccup, he didn't forget to continue to set up. He and Chu Chinga were both husband and wife. It was what Master Chu did that touched Wen Quan. So, he was going to save the old man's life. No reason, just for a word. It's not polite to come and go. Elder Chu's expression moved, greatly surprised. Xiaofan, you said you want to treat me? Wen Quan nodded. Yes, don't be ridiculous, you're just a veterinarian, and you're not very good at it. You can't even cure a cat or a dog. How dare you want to cure Grandpa? Do you think his life is too long? Chu Chinga became angry on the spot. Red-faced, he rebuked bitterly. Grandpa's this disease. Even the experts in the big hospitals can't see it well. So don't show off your skills. In this world, if anyone can cure Grandpa, apart from the Sun Divine Doctor, I'm afraid that I won't be able to find the second person. Dr. Son, Wen Quan skimmed his lips and said disdainfully, just that old thing, not even worthy of lifting my shoes, is worthy of being compared to me? Chu Chinga frowned. Wang Fan, I realized that you are getting out of tune. How come I didn't see you having a problem with bragging before? Wen Quan patted Chu Chinga's shoulder and smiled with hooked lips. My good wife, it seems that you don't understand your husband at all. Forget it, those who don't know are not guilty. Today I'll let you see your husband's world unrivaled medical skills. It's good that Fumizumi didn't say that. As soon as she said this, Chuchinga became even more disdainful in her heart. Just the man you are. Still need to know? It's mediocre and accomplishes nothing. Born in poverty. He is stupidly qualified. After getting along for so many years, Chuchinga hadn't seen any bright spots of light on the other party. As for the other side's medical skills, that's even more of a snicker-inducing joke. Pet hospitals are going broke. If you really had medical skills, why would you be here? Seeing the two arguing, Elder Chu was quite surprised to know. Among his impressions, Wang Fan, the grandson-in-law, has always been so coy that he can't even speak out loud without being terrified. But today was a different story. The momentum is like a rainbow. Confident. The brow was cleared of gloom. It actually had the air of pointing at the mountains and looking out of the world. No matter what you say, I don't agree with you treating Grandpa. Chuchinga's gaze flickered and she said in an undeniable manner. When Quan rolled his eyes, it's not up to you to decide whether to give a cure or not. It's up to Grandpa himself. Chuchinga was anxious. Grandpa, don't listen to his nonsense. If you let him treat you, not only will he not be able to cure you, but he will also likely aggravate your condition. Elder Chu laughed and waved his hand calmly. I am the one who is going to die. So since Xiaofan is so confident, what's the harm in letting him treat him? But, Chuchinga was going to say something else, but he was stopped by Elder Chu. If even your husband can't be trusted, then who else in this world can be trusted? This statement was made. Chuchinga instantly fell silent. She looked at Fumizumi. Somehow, this familiar man actually has a kind of mystery that she cannot even figure out. That's it? Chuchinga was confused. Isn't that enough? Wen Quan asked rhetorically. Chuchinga was speechless, her big watery eyes glaring at Wen Quan. What kind of joke are you playing on me? Wen Quan shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. Who's kidding you? You're not a doctor. What do you know? Chuchinga covered her ears. I only felt a rush of chi and blood going straight to the sky. She was getting pissed off at this guy. Just started. This guy is going to cure Grandpa. The tone of voice that was spoken was one of confidence and conviction. Thought he was really capable of doing something wonderful. Chuchinga couldn't even help but look forward to it in a small way. But, after she saw the next series of actions Wen Quan made, she almost didn't curse on the spot. This one got a glass of plain water. Then, painted inside with his finger. That demeanor. It's very much like a country dancer drawing charms in water. What an age this is. It's amazing that he still has the feudal superstition thing going on. And again, I don't care if it's useful for you to draw this thing first. Grandpa is having a relapse of an old illness. It's not evil. Just a few random tinkerings. Are you bullying people for not having intelligence or are you just hoodwinking the ghosts here? Face the questioning. When Quan blushed and said in a serious manner that as long as he drank this glass of water, his grandfather's symptoms would be relieved. Chuchinga wanted to stop it. But I couldn't argue with the fact that my grandfather favored this guy and was willing to drink the water even if it was a scam. Grandpa, how are you feeling? Wen Quan asked. Elder Chu paused for a moment, then said with a smile on his face, it's very good. It's indeed a bit more comfortable than before. Grandpa, don't lie. It's just a cup of plain water. If drinking this stuff works, then what's the need for a hospital? Chuchinga said. Elder Chu smiled without saying anything. He naturally knew that a glass of plain water would not cure the disease. But, seeing as Wen Quan's sincerity was commendable, if he didn't cooperate, it would more or less hurt the other party's good intentions. Grandpa, this disease of yours, it should be the early years when you joined the army, was bombed by the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, when you are rich and strong, and still can be suppressed by virtue of the internal force. But when a person is aging, the injuries will immediately rebound. This statement was made. Elder Chu's face suddenly changed. He looked at Wen Quan with a look of disbelief in his eyes. How do you know where my old illness came from? Elder Chu had never revealed to anyone else where this long-lasting disease of his had come from. Even the family doesn't know. He just said it was from an injury when he was young. No details were given as to what the injuries were. Even the renowned divine doctor's son hadn't seen a clue. Wen Quan paused and said with a normal expression, naturally, I can see it through your symptoms. It's not a powerful skill, but anyone who knows a little bit about looking and sniffing can do it. Master Chu's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but be stunned. It's not that he hasn't had a Chinese medicine practitioner look at him, but they have never heard them talk about the bottom of it. Grandpa, he's probably just a blind cat who ran into a dead rat, Chuchinga said, her eyes filled with disdain. The reason for Wen Chuan's judgment. Master Chu was injured by a bomb. It wasn't because he was such a great healer. Rather, he possessed a pair of penetrating eyes. Just converge your aura on top of your eyes. It's like having a scan on. Immediately, he was able to look at Master Chu's body and see it clearly. certain organs with a lot of metal fragments mixed in. That's exactly where the shell blew up the pieces of iron. So how do you know I joined the army? It's an experience that I haven't mentioned to anyone, Elder Chu said. Hear that? Only Chu Chinga's beautiful eyes stared, and even she was surprised by it, because she didn't realize her grandfather used to be a soldier. When Quan wiped his nose, his heart a little fuzzy. Seems like you can't just pretend. It would be embarrassing to come across a query that you can't even explain to yourself. So, when Quan could only explain stiffly, it's just a hunch. Grandpa, you used to be a soldier? Why didn't you ever tell us? Chu Chinga, who was an afterthought, asked curiously. Elder Chu waved his hand and said blandly, it's all in the past. Let's not mention it. Master Chu used to be a soldier. Not regular army, but mercenaries. The things that were done were also some illegal hookups. As the saying goes, a man cannot get rich without a cross, and a horse cannot get fat without night grass. It was that period of time when he was licking blood from the head of a knife that allowed him to quickly accumulate the first bucket of gold in his life, thus using this as a basis to create the Chu family's large family business. Since it's an unflattering history, naturally he would not mention it to anyone. Elder Chu pretended on the surface as if nothing had happened. In his heart, however, a million waves had already been set off. He looked at the granddaughter-in-law in front of him. Those deep eyes couldn't help but look thoughtful. There's another reason why you haven't been cured for a long time. And that's because you've been under a spell. Grandpa. When Quan once again spoke out of turn, Chu Chinga lightly drank. Wang Fan, don't talk nonsense. Simply the more you talk, the more outrageous. She hadn't finished her sentence. Elder Chu, however, raised his hand to stop her and looked up at Wen Quan. And how is this evident? Grandpa, there is a hidden evil aura in your body. It is this thing that is constantly devouring your vitality. If you don't get rid of it, then your illness will never be cured, Wen Quan said. Elder Chu instantly fell silent. Between the shifting colors of the gods, the expression also became unusually grave. Obviously, Wen Quan was right again. Moreover, Elder Chu himself knew about it. How many years have passed, and there are countless people who have seen me, and you are the only one who could possibly tell in detail the reason for it. Little Fan, you're really deep in hiding. Elder Chu laughed. Wen Quan's expression moved and he did not continue to say anything, and Chu Chinga looked at this scene. It's both amazing and odd. Amazing. She didn't understand how Fumizumi could see through all this. As far as wacky goes, there seems to be an unknown past in Grandpa, and that past is what really got him sick. Just as she was about to ask a question, Elder Chu, however, issued an expulsion order. It's getting late, and I'm a little tired, so you guys go ahead and get back to resting early. Then you have an early night too. Grandpa. Chu Chinga saw this. Although his heart was puzzled, he had to suppress the curiosity in his heart. Together with Wen Quan, they left Master Chu's room, one out the door. Chu Chinga then couldn't wait to ask Wen Quan. Wang Fan, tell me the truth. What exactly is Grandpa's situation? Wen Quan skimmed his lips and said, didn't you not believe me? I don't care to tell you. The words fell. He directly left Chu Chinga behind and left the Chu family compound. Chu Chinga was so angry that she stomped her feet in place. He found himself a wimpy husband. It's really changed. Not only dare to disobey her now, and have the audacity to sing after her. This would have been before. That's all out of the question. Lust for a fight? Playing this kind of trick with me. There's no way I'm going to like you, even if you've got your organs in a twist. Fumizumi was supposed to go back to the vet hospital. However, he was stopped by Chu Chinga. You got something else? You're not coming home with me? Chu Chinga asked. Come on. I'd rather just find a random place to sleep myself so I don't delay you. When Quan snorted coldly, Chu Chinga said in a bad tone. Just say what you have. Don't be shifty. Hurry up and get in the car. Go back and sign the divorce agreement with me. As soon as I heard it was signing divorce papers, Wen Quan's face, only slightly better. And so, reluctantly, he got into Chu Chinga's car. But, as soon as Wen Quan got into the car, a dark shadow leaped up. Chu Chinga was startled and thought it was something ghostly. It was only when I fixed my eyes on it that I realized it was a dog. Whose dog is this? I raised it. Wen Quan stroked the black hyena's head. Chu Chinga frowned and said in a chilling voice, Wang Fan, I made an appointment with you before. Don't bring pets home. Do you take my words as a whisper? Fumizumi refused to respond and simply tossed his head to the side. Chu Chinga was furious when she saw this. And yet there's nothing to do with this guy. I can only console myself with the fact that I'm about to divorce him, and that if he's any worse, he'll just put up with it for a while. Think about it. It was only when the boiling anger in her heart was finally calmed. Subsequently, start the engine and drive toward the front. Master, I have something to report to you, the Black Earth dog said to Wen Quan. To an outsider's eye, it's wooing. but in Wen Xuan's eyes, it was sputtering. "What is it?" Wen Quan asked. The black hyena said, "When I stayed in the yard just now, I saw two men plotting in secret about staging a play on your way home to both heroically save you and retaliate against you." Oh, Wen Quan's mind moved and immediately guessed that the two people who were plotting were definitely Chu Qingfeng and Sun Zilong. These two guys. It's really a thief's heart. And he's actually trying to do the same thing again. It was estimated that the reason why the original owner of this body of his had been killed, there must be a secret involvement of Chu Qingfeng, his brother-in-law. "Master, what should we do next?" the Black Earth Dog asked, a flash of killing intent flashing amongst its dark green eyes. It was as if Wen Quan had only given the order. It then goes on a killing spree. Wen Quan smiled unimpressed and only returned. "Soldiers come, water comes, water covers earth." Chu Qingga, who was driving, panicked. His eyes couldn't help but skim toward Fumizumi, who was sitting in the back, mentally muttering, "Is this guy possessed?" Sitting alone in the back, how one talks to oneself, and talking and laughing inexplicably, and laughing like a pervert. Divorce. It has to be a divorce. This guy must be mentally ill. Otherwise, temperament changes don't happen that much. It's too dangerous to stay with people like that. Maybe one day he'll get sick and take a knife to a man's waist. One thought in this, Chu Qingga couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Instantly regretting it, he shouted Wen Quan into the car. Psychopaths tend to be quiet. And the other guy used to be like that, yeah. Chu Qingga had just left the Chu family compound not long after she drove. Then a figure stepped out from the midst of the darkness. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Young Master Qingfeng, Miss and the one surnamed Wang have already left." "Well, I know. In the meantime, on a mandatory road leading to the city, Chu Qingfeng and Sun Zilong were gathering a group of professional fighters to guard the side of the road. Sun Zilong gritted his teeth and cursed, "If it wasn't for this brat Wang Fan, your sister would definitely be willing to marry me. And it's all because he ruined it for me." The hatred in Chu Qingfeng's eyes was even stronger than Sun Zilong's. He didn't even go to the hospital to pick up his finger before following Sun Zilong here. "Motherfucker. This earth dog broke one of my fingers. When I run into him later, I'll definitely have to break his arms and legs to get rid of my hatred." Sun Zilong said. "Feng, I'll take care of this. Just watch from the side so that your sister doesn't recognize you." Chu Qingfeng instantly understood, said with a laugh. "Sun Shao. Later on these brothers act as robbers to stop the vehicle. First cripple that dirt dog, then make a strong effort to scare my sister. After scaring her to tears, you will appear like a divine warrior and stage a heroic rescue. This way, she will definitely fall madly in love with you." Hearing Chu Qingfeng's description, Sun Zilong's heart was in a flurry of joy, and his mouth was on the verge of bursting into laughter. As if, holding a beautiful woman is close at hand. Waited about half an hour. Chu Qingfeng stretched his neck and shouted, "My sister's car has appeared. You guys quickly stop her." The words fell. The arranged hitmen immediately drove two vans and cut the road off. Crunch! With a sharp brake, the white Bentley parked in the middle of the road. When Chu Qingga saw this, her face changed slightly. "What's going on?" The two vans blocked in the middle of the road did not move. Chu Qingga vigorously honked to urge. The other side is also indifferent. "Wang Fan, go see what's going on." "I'm not going. If you want to go, you go." Wen Quan crossed his legs, hugging the dog while playing with his cell phone. Chu Qingga was furious. In the end, however, he had to suppress his temper and get out of the car to check it out for himself. However, as she opened the car door and walked over, on all sides, a group of tall and strong men suddenly rushed out and surrounded her. Chu Qingga was startled and turned around to run towards the car, but by a fierce bald man yanked his arm. "I say, beauty, where do you want to run to?" Chu Qingga saw the situation and was about to cry out for help. Instead, he saw Wen Quan jump out of the car. "As soon as you see the situation over here," the other guy didn't run to the rescue. Instead, he pulled out his legs and ran. "Boss, that kid ran away," someone shouted. Seeing this, the bald man immediately exclaimed, "What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and catch up." However, Wen Quan ran really fast. In the blink of an eye, it slipped out of sight. A dozen or so people chased them out waving their sticks, and instead of chasing them down, they exhausted themselves. "Motherfucker, is this guy a rabbit? How can he run so fast?" Chu Qingga saw this scene. The heart couldn't help but be mixed. There were accidents. There's shock. More than that, however, was disappointment. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds of the same feather, but they fly apart in times of trouble. How she didn't expect it. The man who claimed to protect him for the rest of his life. In the event of danger, you actually skipped out alone first? Though she never took the other woman's vows seriously. But this performance of the other party's words and actions was still more or less disgusting. "Wang Fan, You're really not a man, Chuchinga said angrily. Even her tears were angered. No one expected Wen Quan to run, let alone Chuchinga. Even Chu Qingfeng and Sun Zilong, who were watching from the side, were dumbfounded at this. Young son, that kid ran away. The bald man contacted Sun Zilong in the dark through the microphone. Sun Zilong was furious. I saw it on the horse. You guys chase him back, the bald man said with tears in his eyes. I can't catch up. That guy ran really fast. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared. Grass. Sun Zilong was so angry that he cursed in place. Actually, there was no one more angry than Chu Qingfeng. He was dying to avenge his broken finger. However, the expected bloody retaliation had not yet unfolded, and the target ran away from under his nose. It all happened so suddenly, even he hadn't anticipated it. Because, from what he knew of Wang Fan, the hyena loved his sister to death, humble as a dog, not to mention laying down his life to save him, even if his own sister asked him to cut himself on the spot. I'm afraid that the other party wouldn't blink an eye. Who would have thought? It's amazing how this deadbeat hyena can change at the drop of a hat. The situation isn't clear yet. Just straight up left his sister behind and ran away. That escape velocity. Even after having participated in a 100-meter sprint, he was able to come out on top. Seeing Chu Qingfeng so furious, Sun Zilong coughed and said slowly, Feng, don't be too angry. This guy can't run away from the temple. There will be plenty of chances to take revenge in the future. This time, although he ran away, but it will let your sister see his true colors. Hear that? Chu Qingfeng's facial expression twitched viciously. Don't let me catch this dirt dog, or else, I will have to thwart him. Young son, that kid ran away. What should we do? The bald man inquired. Sun Zilong glanced at Chu Qingga, who was isolated in the middle of the crowd and helpless, and immediately said, act according to the original plan, but don't hurt her, just scare her. Okay the bald man said. After getting instructions, he approached towards Chu Qingga with a bad smile on his face. Beauty, the one who threw you down and ran away just now, is he your husband? Seeing that the other party was not harboring good intentions, Chu Qingga stepped back and said with forced composure, what do you want? The bald man stroked his chin and hemmed and hawed. What do you think we're going to do? This is a society with the rule of law. You guys don't mess around. Chu Qingga panicked. A flash of panic flashed among her eyes. The bald man said, so what if we mess around? You're already in our pocket. I can do whatever I want to you. The group of burly men next to him also cooperated with the flow of lewd and greedy evil smiles. It was as if it was like a pack of hungry wolves, staring at a lamb. I'm Chu Qingga of the Chu family. If you guys dare to touch me, you definitely won't have any good fruit to eat, Chu Qingga said in a cold voice, attempting to use her family's name to scare off the other party. However, the group of burly men had known her identity for a long time and were not afraid at all. The bald man said in an unimpressed manner, beautiful woman, even if you are the daughter of the emperor's old man, brother has to touch you today. A side note, he touched towards Chu Qingga's face as he did so. Chu Qingga was so frightened that she backed up. The bald man waved his hand. Brothers, give me a hand together. Let this beautiful woman see how majestic we are. Immediately, the burly men standing around the perimeter, each with glowing eyes, gathered towards Chu Qingga. Chu Qingga couldn't dodge or retreat. The heart couldn't help but feel a pang of disillusionment. Desperate times. Hated Wen Quan even more. If this guy didn't run, then she, a weak woman, wouldn't have fallen into the hands of these hooligans. You can even leave your own wife behind. A man like that is the biggest loser in the world. Taking advantage of Chu Qingga's unpreparedness, the bald man lunged over and grabbed her arm once again. Where are you running to? Beautiful? Be good and obey me, and I will definitely make you die of lust. If not, then my brother will not be polite. Chu Qingga shouted hoarsely. Bastard, let go of me. The bald man laughed evilly. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Scream, scream. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will oblige you. He felt he had a talent for acting. A great portrayal of a bad guy in all his glory. Just the acting. Getting an Oscar for the movie would be a total tangent. While the bald man was having a cranial orgasm, the arm that grabbed Chu Qingga's arm suddenly hurt. Next, he then saw a dark shadow flash by. Next, his own hand was gone. Precisely. It was bitten off instantly by something. Ah! The bald man immediately let out a miserable scream and rolled all over the ground clutching his broken arm. The people in the neighborhood saw this and looked confused. Don't know what's going on yet, when they reacted and fixed their eyes. Instead, he found a black earth dog that had appeared among the crowd at some point, and in its mouth, it was holding a severed hand, was looking around with fierce eyes. Everyone was startled, and all of them exuded a look of horror at the sudden appearance of this black earth dog. Chu Qingga also saw this black earth dog. Heartbeat. This dog, Isn't it the same dog that Wang Fan just led to the car? She was disgusted at the time, but it was not to be. The man with the dog ran off. The dog stayed instead, and rushed out to protect her in the nick of time. Originally, Sun Zilong saw that the play was almost over, all ready to rush out and save the day. Who knows? Before he could move his feet, a dog suddenly killed him and stole the scene that originally belonged to him. The situation has changed. Tramp, where did a dog come from? Sun Zilong was confused. Chu Qingfeng was equally confused. I don't know. It might be the dirt dog Wang Fan raised. Sun Zilong shouted into the microphone. Hurry up and slaughter it for me. The bald man who had one of his palms bitten off, almost fainted from the pain. When he heard the angry roar coming from the microphone, he immediately steeled himself and barked orders to his men. Don't all stand around. Get this beast for me. And by the way, watch out for my hand. The crowd was suddenly awakened as if from a dream, and were about to swing their clubs and rush over to beat this black hyena to death. However, the move made by that black hyena in the next moment, but it scared everyone in the room. The broken hand that the black earth dog was carrying in its mouth did not spit it out, but directly opened its bloody mouth and wolfed it down. Then, in front of everyone, swallowed it raw. The scene. All of them were scared and trembled, and their bodies were covered in cold sweat. Grass. This hyena actually eats human flesh? The bald man's eyes glowed red and his veins bulged. Outright hysterical. He shouted, "Get the beast!" The words fell. The surrounding crowd no longer hesitated, and unanimously rushed towards the earth dog. Although they had seen the ferocity of this earth dog, they did not take it seriously. A dog is more powerful. It's just a dog after all. So many people together. Even if he is a snarling dog coming down to earth, and also certain death. It is with this thought in mind, those who rushed past, one after the other, roared with fury. The black hyena saw it. No panic at all. The muscles, which were cast like steel and concrete, suddenly activated. Terrifying power erupted in an instant. The entire dog instantly transformed into a black shadow as fast as lightning, heading headlong towards the rushing crowd. Dog speed. It's more than 5 times the size of a human being. The black earth dog had gotten Wen Quan's beast god Yuan Qi. The entire body has long since undergone a radical transformation, under full horsepower, no less fast than a cheetah. The crowd only saw a residual shadow flash by, and the dog disappeared in place. While they were shocked, screams rang out from the side. Subsequently, turn your head and look, only to see a 1-meter-8 strong man, who fell to the ground with a bang, was holding his thigh, crying out with a ghostly cry, "Ah, my leg is broken." This strong man's calf, like being gnawed by a tiger, the bones and flesh and blood all flipped out. They haven't slowed down. Another man screamed, "My hand is broken too." The third, fourth, fifth. In just a few seconds, the black hyena instantly remutilated 7 or 8 people with its unrivaled speed. These people, either that or they got their legs bitten off, either that or a bitten off hand. There was even a piece of flesh chewed off his ass. The moment. Everyone's freaking out. Where is this black hyena a dog? It's clearly a monster. It's too fast. It was so fast that it was hard to catch even the eye. All you can hear is the dog. The psychological defense of the crowd, which was still raging, completely collapsed. Those who were crippled by the bite naturally couldn't run away. A miserable cry of pain was uttered, which, for a moment, irritated those who were dumbfounded. They were in a flash. The same decision was made. That is, run. One moment. Those strong men who were not injured, shit their pants and fled in all directions. They were running as fast as they could. Even if you fall on your face, you have to roll and crawl to escape from here. It's horrible. This dog is a hell of a demon. Don't say kill her. To stay here one more second would be irresponsible with your life. Not a moment too soon. Those who could ran away. As for those who were bitten, they also braced themselves against the severe pain and started to withdraw with a limp, side by side, while shouting with tears in his eyes, "Grandpa dog, don't bite me. I'm convinced." Sun Zilong had just started. Seeing these people he had called out to be attacked by a dog, and was cursing them for being a bunch of losers. Can't even fix a dog. But it was so horrible to see this dog. He immediately panicked, and the thought of a heroic rescue was completely gone from his mind. "Feng, let's run too. You're not going to save my sister?" Sun Zilong said. "Still saving my ass, if we continue to stay here. When that dog discovers us, at that time, I don't know who will save who." Chu Qingfeng swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. A shock of horror ran through his mind. How he didn't expect it. It's amazing that a dog's fighting prowess can be so exaggerated. A dozen men surrounded it. Not only did it not hurt a hair on its head, instead, it killed people and threw them away. A dog. It actually erupted with a terrifying killing power like that of a tiger. Chu Qingge looked at the scene. while the flowers lost their color. They only felt a tingle in their scalp. By the time that Black Earth Dog slowly walked to her, the group of strong men who had just blocked the road all ran away. Chuchinga to this Black Earth Dog, equally terrified, lest the other guy give himself a bite. Even though strong men with thick skin couldn't take a bite, with her delicate skin, if she was bitten, I'm afraid she would lose half her life. However, just as Chuchinga was trembling in fear and didn't dare to move, the Black Earth Dog, however, spat out its tongue and motored its tail, circling around Chuchinga with a cheerful face. See that she doesn't move, and stuck out his warm tongue to lick the back of her hand. Such a display of pandering. Where is the brutal, bloodthirsty ferocity from just now? It's just a big, harmless black dog. Chuchinga's complexion moved. Tentatively, he stroked the black hyena. It immediately plopped down on the ground and very meekly rubbed its head against Chuchinga's palm. Even got down on all fours and spread his belly for her to touch. See this scene. Chuchinga couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Thoroughly confirmed. The opponent was no threat to himself. Big Black. I didn't realize it was actually you who saved me. Chuchinga squatted down and stroked the Black Earth Dog while saying with a heartfelt emotion, your master is nothing compared to you, and you knew to stay and protect me while he didn't even want his wife. What a pig of a man. It was while Chuchinga was angry. A cough sounded from behind. She turned her head to look. Wen Quan, who had escaped, had run back at some point and was standing behind her. Who are you cursing? Wen Quan asked. Chuchinga frowned with a look of disgust. Knowingly. Wen Quan scratched his head. Why did I knowingly ask? It's just that I got out of the car to take a shit. Is there a need to be so angry? It's good that he didn't say that. One said this. Chuchinga became even more angry. Shit? Ha? Can one find a more poor excuse than that? When Quan looked around towards the surroundings and asked in a fervent manner, where are those people who were in the way just now? Why did they all run away? I was going to come back to teach them a lesson after I finished taking a shit. Chuchinga was speechless and said in a deep voice, by the time you came back, I would have been scourged by them. Having said that, Chuchinga didn't want to bother with Wen Quan anymore and walked straight toward the car. She got in first. Then, greeted the black hyena in the car. Fumizumi was about to open the door and sit back down. Chuchinga, however, locked the car door and coldly glared at him. Raising a dog would work better than you. A foot on the gas. The other party directly left Wen Quan hanging where he was and took off. When Wen Quan saw this scene, he froze in place on the spot. He watched the other man's car disappear from his view. Immediately, a bitter smile spread across that frozen expression. Just leave me behind? Take the dog home, also not take me. Hey, in the end there is no emotion. People are not as good as dogs. Fumizumi motions. The eyes shifted and looked in the other direction. A dash of bitterness flashed in his calm eyes. He just ran away. Not really running away. Just leave for a while and sit back and watch the dogfight. The black hyena's performance did not disappoint him, and easily chased away the hooligans. According to the black hyena reporting back to him, these hooligans were all shouted by Sun Zilong and Chu Qingfeng. The other side wants to put on a good show. So, he willed it. Sun Zilong, I haven't settled the score for you from that night yet, and you've actually come to mess with me again. Okay, come what may. Today I'll go to your house to collect some interest. Fumizumi searched for it. How should I cure Master Chu's illness? With his current abilities, it can only provide temporary relief and is far from a complete cure. Because he had just been reborn not long ago. No time to practice spells yet. The mastery of aura was only still at the primary stage and had not reached the point of perfection. It's all of these reasons he was forced to follow the low-profile behavior, obscene development code of conduct. Sure, if we could get Elder Chu to take a superb herb that contained the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, no matter how serious his condition is, medicine in minutes, a superb herb like this, rare in the world. It can be found but not sought. If it was in the past, then Wen Quan would really be at his wit's end. Only, seeing Sun Wuzi this evening, the other party, however, threatened that his family had an ancestral strain of human-shaped He Shou Wu. Not only does it cure all diseases, and it has the effect of raising the dead. The reason why Sun Wuzi lives longer is probably all thanks to this thing. If you can bring it, then Master Chu's illness will naturally be solved. How dare you show off such a great treasure? It would be a waste to leave it to you mortals. It would be better to put it to greater use for me. Think about it. Wen Quan no longer had any hesitation. Immediately, he headed towards the Sun family. Although the Sun family was a pharmaceutical family, it was considered one of the top big families in the North Sea. Many familiar herbal products on the market were developed by Sun Pharmaceuticals under his name. In this day and age, pharmaceuticals are the profiteering industry. As long as you hold the patent rights, you can make a huge profit. So, this leads to the Sun family. Whether it's social status, or background contacts, even the economic base, all of them are far stronger than the Chu family. About an hour later, when Quan came to Sun's house, a luxurious manor house located at the top of a garden hill in the North Sea, the surrounding area is not only scenic, but also heavily guarded. A tall fence separates the estate from the outside world. Not only are there bodyguards standing guard and patrolling, and there are surveillance probes, 24 hours a day, detecting any breeze around. Such a tight defense. Don't say you're mixing in one. Even a mosquito flying in would be noticed. Fumizumi stood at a distance to witness this. Heartbeat. No wonder. The Sun family had such a superb herb and dared to proclaim it outside. It turned out to be the creation of such a solid defense system. It was a good thing that when Quan hadn't planned to go in hard from the start, but wanted to outsmart him. He's weak now. The Chu family, which has joined the family, is also thinning. Instead of being able to offer him any help, they ostracize him and kick him out of the way every chance they get. So, a lot of things. Even if one Quan made a good decision, it could only be done in private. For others, trying to steal a family's greatest treasure in the middle of a heavy barrier, that's as difficult as reaching the sky. Even if a divine thief came, it would take a year and a half to prepare, ask for information, surveying the terrain, or even to buy people's hearts. Everything is ready for action. But here in one Quan, he only needs one night to steal the human-shaped Hishawo silently. When Quan's eyes stared, standing around in the midst of the darkness, and saw a mouse that was foraging in the grass, immediately, without saying a word, he walked straight over. The rat saw him and pulled away. But he didn't run far. But when Quan shouted, "Stop right there! Hear that?" The rat did stop moving and turned his head to look at the human in front of him, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Did you just talk to me?" One Quan nodded. Yes. The mouse was shocked. Oh my god. This is incredible. It's lived so long. Never ran into a human who could communicate with a mouse yet. One time, it stayed where it was, not daring to move. When Quan laughed, "Don't be afraid, brother mouse. I have no hostile intent. The reason I called out to you is not to harm you, but to give you a creation." Creation? The mouse froze. One Quan crouched down and reached out to touch the rat. The rat still tried to dodge out of instinctive reaction, but when Quan was too fast and grabbed it with one hand, crunch, the rat let out a scream. "Master, spare your life." When Quan's expression moved, and then he poured a trace of beast god Yuan Qi into the rat's body. Then, the magic happens. Originally, it was only a mouse the size of a fist, starting to grow physically insane. In the blink of an eye, it actually grew to the size of a kitten. When Quan could barely even hold it in one hand, and the color of panic in the mouse's eyes quickly disappeared, and in its place, a touch of aura. "What did you do to me?" Mouse asked. One Quan said, "You feel something." The mouse said truthfully, "I feel like I've gotten bigger and stronger and smarter in the head." When Quan said without moving, "This is the creation I'm giving you. As long as you recognize me as your master, in the future, I'll guarantee that you'll eat and drink well, and walk up to the peak of rat life." The mouse's eyes rolled and immediately cried out, "Master, not bad, not bad. The children are teachable." Seeing this, when Quan had a satisfied smile on his face, rats in nature, it's an extremely intelligent animal. It is the reason why it can be the first of the four pests. Not only does it rely on its great ability to reproduce, more than that, it was its innate cunning and resourcefulness. Compared to a dog, this thing is much more stealthy and much bigger. It can be used to gather intelligence and scout the enemy. South of heaven, wherever there are people, there are rats. Humans, too, like to call them thieves. I'll give you a name, and from now on you'll be a scout under my command. When Quan thought for a moment and spoke, "One Ear, how about that name?" The mouse rose. "Master, I have 2 ears." One Quan said, "I know, but I want to call you One Ear." The biggest villain in the Chinese animation classic, Sheriff Black Cat, is a mouse named One Ear. At the time, when watching the anime, One Quan hated it with a passion. But growing up, he admired each other, being a mouse, but in the pursuit of the natural enemy in the middle, several times out of danger, but also along the way to create a variety of major cases, so that the Black Cat Sheriff headache. If you don't have a lot of guts, and the ability to strategize, how can this be the Black Cat's lifelong enemy? The mouse agreed with a full-hearted smile, even though he didn't know why One Quan had given himself such a name. "Master, One Ear here at your service." When Quan put it down and turned his head toward the distant manor. "One Ear, have you been inside that villa yet?" "I've been inside, but it's very dangerous. There are so many cats kept inside. Each one is ferocious to the extreme. Several of my brothers have been bitten to death," the mouse said with palpitations. When Quan said, "I just empowered you, You've completed the first stage of evolution. With your current strength, those cats can't help you. Hear that? Mouse nodded repeatedly. Yes, I've felt it. Are you familiar with this area? Wonquan asked again. The mouse said, I've lived here for years and know every blade of grass and tree. So how many partners do you have? The mouse thought for a moment. A couple hundred. The number is quite large. Wonquan sighed slightly, then asked about the matter at hand. In the middle of that villa, there's a superb herb hidden. I want to snatch it over. Do you know the whereabouts of that superb herb? The mouse mused. I'm not quite sure, but since you have such a wish, master, then my subordinate will definitely help you out. Great. Wonquan's gaze flickered as he looked at his watch. It's now 3 a.m. There are still 4 hours until dawn. Within these 4 hours, do you have the certainty to help me find that extreme herb and get it out? The mouse said, my subordinate will do his best and will definitely not let my master down. Then you go ahead. If you really can't find it, you don't have to force yourself. Wonquan gave orders. The words fell. The mouse then bid farewell to Wonquan and disappeared into the darkness in a puff of smoke. Wonquan didn't leave. Instead, he sat down on his knees in the same spot. This view is just right. The moon and stars are full of aura. Just the place to practice. Subsequently, with his eyes closed, he placed his hands on his back and leaned on his knees, and began to operate the circumference of his body. In the process, the aura of heaven and earth around them, with an all-encompassing momentum, it was centered on it and quickly gathered. Also, Wonquan's body transformation is also being synchronized. As time passes, his look, once again, has changed. The time wobbles. Hours passed. The sky turned fish belly white, and the first rays of the morning's sunrise fell upon him. Wonquan at this time. The appearance has undergone a radical transformation. The basic outline is still there though, but it has become clear-eyed and imposing, and the height has risen to 6'8". The physique as well as the bodily functions, however, are once more enhanced. The sleazy, ugly shorty is completely gone. At this point in his life, though not quite to the level of that unparalleled beauty, however, the face is considered to be of superior quality. No way. This era is a society of faces. Ugly looking, then the whole world has malice against you. And good looking, yet, they can be treated gently and do their work with half the effort. Master, a call rang in his ears. Wonquan slowly opened his eyes. At this point, a large, black rat appeared. It is seen standing upright on its hind limbs, stand like a human being. The forelegs cradled a warm, fleshy doll. Fix your eyes. The other party was none other than the scouts sent out last night. One ear, and the thing it was holding in its arms was clearly the very best herb. The humanoid he show Wu. This object is luminous and awe-inspiring. Wonquan was shocked. You really stole this? The mouse hemmed and hawed. Master, it's a pleasure. Wonquan couldn't help but ask when he saw that it was limping on one foot and had blood on it. You seem to be injured? The mouse said spiritedly. A bunch of cats chased me and I bit 2 of them to death. Said. It invited the meat doll in its hand and handed it to Wonquan. Wonquan took a look and determined that it was undoubtedly a humanoid he show Wu. Looking at the color and shape, it's at least 1,000 years old. Sun Muse really didn't lie. Wonquan sked. Compared to the joy of getting a human-sized hebdomad, he was more curious about how One Ear had stolen it. Immediately, he looked down and asked, One Ear, tell me in detail how you stole this object? Mention this. The rat's eyes immediately glistened and he said with a smile, though there are many cats kept inside that estate, there are still many of their gallant and intrepid kind living in it, on a not inconsiderable scale, throughout the whole estate. After I went in, I looked for one of my kind and asked it about the whereabouts of the very best herbs. The other side didn't know anything about it either, but gave me a very important clue. There's a basement underneath the manor that has a closed door all year round and is manned on a rotating basis, and every once in a while, a fresh batch of soil is shipped in. I'm guessing that's where the stuff should be. So I slipped in and ran into a man the guards respectfully called Dr. Son, and while they saluted and greeted me, I followed his ass into the basement. Then the thing was found. It was buried in a vat, and I pulled it out, then climbed up the ventilation duct with it in my arms, and burrowed all the way back down to the surface. Listen to the mouse's description. Wonquan's heart fluttered and he couldn't help but clap his hands in praise. Don't look at One Ear and say it so lightly. It must have gone through unimaginable dangers. Sure, good thing it was smart enough to complete the task he gave it satisfactorily. Actually, Fumizumi doesn't hold out much hope for this. After all, it was too difficult to have a mouse steal an extremely high-quality herb. Just not expected. This mouse was so giving and really accomplished this incredible feat with one mouse. Good job. You did me a favor by stealing this for me. What reward do you want? Wonquan asked. Looking at One Ear. One Ear's gaze flickered and he quickly said, Master, You have given me a life-changing creation. I'm already satisfied. How can I dare to ask for anything else? Hear that? Fumizumi guffawed and had to marvel at how well the mouse could talk. Be proud of your accomplishments. Humble and self-effacing. There is a great talent. In the future, with a little cultivation, it will surely become an indispensable trump card in one's hand. When Quan paused his voice and added, One Ear, since you don't want a reward, I'll give you another task. At your service, Master, One Ear tossed out. When Quan said solemnly, You quickly develop a legion of rats, and your forces should spread throughout the entire North Sea. I will have a big role to play in the future. Of course, if you run into any difficulties, you can come over to me and I will help you with all my might. The one-eared rat's body shook and said in high spirits, Master, my subordinate promises to complete the task. That's for it. It's not really a mission. Rather, it's an ambition. Because, like people, rats are social animals. As the saying goes, the warmth of the world is not enough. Once their ambitions were unleashed, it would never be less than humans. Instead, it will be more exuberant. This is why, for many human experiments, rats are used as vectors. What's more, it's still a super rat that rivals human intelligence. The biggest trump card in Wen Quan's hand. It's the ability to communicate with animals yourself and transform them. By virtue of such means, he could totally build an army of beasts. To know, his enemy was Yi Fan, the war god of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only is his personal strength high, but he also commands millions of troops, air, land and sea, equipped with a variety of advanced equipment. There are even 10 major war generals under his command, each of which is a 10,000-man enemy who sweeps away thousands of troops. Such a horrible bottom. It could easily destroy a medium-sized country, even in a previous life. Wen Quan can't even match that. Not to mention, himself who is now just a flunky. Sure, as long as he was able to form the Beast Legion in the middle of his plan, then the great plan of revenge would never be on paper. Thoughts pulled back. When Quan looked at the human-shaped Hisho Wu in his hand, a ripple couldn't help but rise in his calm eyes. It sure is a good one. When mortals eat this treasure, they can return to their old age and live longer. And if I eat this, my strength will surely increase. This humanoid Huchera is not complete. There is a cut on one side. The reason for this, it should be Sun Legacy, who collects a portion of it every so often. Take it yourself, or sell them to dignitaries for profit. Though such a good thing would be a waste in the hands of Sun Wutsa. Yet, one has to admit that the guy is pretty well maintained. Not only did it not damage its quality, instead, it grows more vigorously. The reason why the other party chose the manor in such a piece of feng shui land must have been to preserve the state of the human-shaped Hisho Wu. Only, Sun Wos took great pains to arrange all this with great care. But it's done for Wen Quan. When Quan collected the human-shaped Hisho Wu, then turned around and left the place, shortly after he left, Sun's estate was suddenly awash in sirens. Sun Muse woke up from his sleep, and without even having time to put on his shoes, he ran towards the door. Once the home honks, either that or a foreign invasion. Either that or the treasure was stolen. As soon as you open the door, Sun Muse then asked to the housekeeper, who ran over in a panic. What happened? Uncle, it's a big deal. The humanoid Hisho Wu has disappeared. Hear that? Sun Muse was dumbfounded. How is this possible? I even went to see it last night. The butler said. The guards who were looking after this object, during a routine check this morning, realized that it was missing. Something so big has happened. The entire Sun family was in chaos. And without even changing his clothes, Sun Muse was barefoot and came straight to the basement. By the time he entered the secret room where the human-shaped Hisho Wu was stored, in the very center of the medium, there was indeed no sign of the human-sized Huchera. Sun Muse's face suddenly changed. The blood rushed to his head and he stumbled backward for a moment. Luckily, the butler held him up in time so he didn't fall. Sun Muse shouted at the top of his lungs. What's going on? The guards in charge of looking after this object were also confused at this. Uncle, we don't know what happened. Since you came through last night, we've been guarding the door every inch of the way, and nothing out of the ordinary has happened in the vicinity. But, by the time the changing of the guard was checked, it was, the guard said at the end, wanting to speak. That quizzical look was filled with horror. Sun Muse roared. According to you, could it be a humanoid Hisho Wu that grew wings and flew away by itself? The guards kept their heads down, not daring to say anything. It's so weird that this happened. Didn't see any intruders. Infrared detection also has no warning. The various gates leading to it were also intact, except for the ghosts and monsters. They couldn't imagine what in the world could have stolen the human-shaped Hisho Wu under such tight defense. Check the surveillance, Sun Muse said grimly. It doesn't matter if this isn't checked. A check is a shock. Soon, They then saw the culprits who stole the human-shaped hexagram from among the surveillance replay. Not people. Instead, it's a big black rat. Sun News, who saw this scene, was shocked. How is this possible? While the Sun family was in a mess, Fumizumi has returned to the pet hospital at the flower and bird market. He first found a glass bottle and stored the human-shaped Hisho-wu. For such a treasure, he won't use it lightly. Extremely high-quality herbs can be encountered but not sought. In today's world of ecological destruction and lack of aura, it is rare to see a 100-year-old herb, let alone this 1,000-year-old herb. Fumizumi remembers it clearly. On his own birthday in the past, someone had given him a 100-year-old wild ginseng that was worth a lot of money. 200 years ago, the centennial wild ginseng, though expensive, was not a rare commodity, and could still be purchased if one had the money to do so. But now, 100 years of wild ginseng causes a sensation when it is revealed. There is no great general in Shu, Liao Hua as the vanguard. Back to the main topic. The reason why Wen Quan wanted to properly arrange this humanoid Hisho-wu, mainly because he was about to learn a spell. This method is called spiritual colonization. As the name suggests, it is a spell that irrigates with aura. Just learn this spell, then he would be able to produce extreme herbs in batches. Sessions. This kind of heavenly treasure that could only be encountered by luck would become something rotten in his hands. Anyone, help! Just as Wen Quan was busy in the inner room, an anxious call came from outside. Listen for footsteps. It was as if there was not just one person coming, but a group of people. Wen Quan's heart fluttered. Had to drop what I was doing and go out to check it out. When he arrived at the main hall, he immediately saw a group of uniformed and tall burly men. At the head of them was a tall woman. She had a short, clean-cut hair. The mold is cold. A cold aura flickered in his eyes. It's not a good one at first glance. From the uniforms they wore, Wen Quan then recognized them. The other side should be from the patrol battalion. The patrol battalion is divided into several systems. Its function is to be responsible for urban security, detection of cases and maintenance of road traffic. The other side's uniform was black. It is the constable among the patrol battalion, specializing in criminal cases. When Quan's heart shook, can't help but mutter. Could it be that his theft of the human-shaped Hisho-wu had been exposed? Slightly flustered, Fumizumi then proceeded to survey the other party with forced composure. See only, the female trapper had a black wolfhound in her arms. The dog was covered in blood and bruises. It should have suffered some kind of serious injury. It's about to hiccup. Are you the vet here? As soon as Wen Quan came out, the stern gaze of the female captor fell on him. Wen Quan nodded. Yes, the female catcher said. Doctor, we're from the patrol battalion, and this dog is a tracking dog that was just on a mission when we got into a heated battle with the outlaws and were mauled by the other side. Hear that? Wen Quan realized what was going on and said, put it on the hospital bed first and I'll see what's going on. The dog was badly hurt. No exaggeration. Half of his body was almost broken. Bones and internal organs, all of which have been impacted to varying degrees. Look at the wound. It wasn't a wound inflicted by a hot weapon. Instead, he was given a bare-handed beating. This wolfhound's physical quality, not to say the peak, was still considered to be of the upper level. Easily pouncing on an ordinary person is no big deal. If someone with fisticuffs ran into it, it would be hard to help it, even if they could beat it. However, and this dog got beat up. Suffice it to say, the person who seriously injured it was definitely a practitioner and was not bad at all. Fumizumi gives the wolfhound a checkup when he's done. With that, he activated his telepathic powers. Hey man, no dead squeak. Hearing Wen Chuan's call, the wolfhound opened an eye slit with difficulty and glanced toward him. You're talking to me? Yes. The wolfhound was greatly surprised and exclaimed. No, you're not talking. You're communicating with me mentally. Wen Quan laughed and praised the wolfhound for his intelligence. The average animal runs into this. In addition to being surprised, I was scared, pressing the way Wen Quan communicated with it, and it was able to tell at a glance that it didn't seem to be an extraordinary dog. This female catcher next to you, is she your master? Fumizumi asked as his eyes squinted at the woman beside him. The wolfhound said, my name is Fugue, and this is my master, Patrol Battalion Criminal Investigation Commander Yi Wuxuan. Yi Wuxuan? That's a good name. Yeah, hello brother Fugue. My name is Wen Quan, a veterinarian, entrusted by your master. I am ready to start saving you. Wen Quan took the initiative to introduce himself. Wolfhound, however, said solemnly, my friend, thank you for your kindness. However, you'd better not waste your efforts. I know very well the condition of my body. My tendons and bones are broken. My life is not long. Wen Quan was about to say something, but the wolfhound didn't give him a chance to open his mouth, and continued. I have an important clue to tell you while it lasts. Please pass it on to my master. Wen Quan subconsciously asked. What clues? The person who injured me is a flower picker. This person is lustful and ruthless. He has a horizontal skill that is invulnerable to all poisons, and his sword is invulnerable to all weapons. The Ministry of Justice has been chasing him for a long time, but because this person is too cunning, he escaped several times and changed his physical appearance through the method of disguise, and this time he even roamed to the North Sea, committed a number of horrific rapes and murders. He has committed 9 crimes here and has taken 2 young girls hostage, holding them in unknown secret bases. In my grappling with him, I saw his new face, a square face, large eyes, a brow mole on his forehead, a mouth full of black teeth, about 6'5", and a limp leg. He still has a medicinal scent on him. He should be seriously ill and is taking daily medication. Fumizumi listened attentively to the wolfhound's account. Write down everything the other person said, word for word. All his life. Didn't admire anyone. But this dog, however, he admired for it. It's all dying. It's amazing how scrupulous you can be. This next. Couldn't help but move Wen Quan to compassion. It was decided right away. Anyway, he's all about saving the dog. Doctor, how is the condition of this dog of mine? Yi Wuxiang asked with an anxious look. Wen Quan pursed his lower lip. Beauty, to tell you the truth, I just examined your dog, and with the injuries it sustained, there's basically nothing left to live for. Hear that? Yi Wuxiang's face suddenly changed and he stared straight. The men behind her, on the other hand, were furious about it. A quack doctor. If he can't cure it, why waste our time? Wen Quan said. I haven't finished talking yet. What's your hurry? Yi Wuxiang's expression moved. What do you mean? Wen Quan said without moving. If it had run into another veterinarian, it would have been absolutely hopeless. Luckily it ran into me. As long as it still has a breath, then I will be able to bring it back to life. Yi Wuxiang's dull eyes instantly lit up. The group of big, burly men, however, said, Kid, you'd better bring this dog back to life, or else, we'll demolish your store. Must not be unreasonable. Yi Wuxiang coldly shouted. Those who gave harsh words immediately shut up. Yi Wuxiang said with sincere feelings, Doctor, please quickly administer help. You don't need to have any psychological pressure. No matter whether it's cured or not, I will thank you with heavy gifts. Maybe in someone else's eyes. This is just a dog. But it's the family she depends on. Seeing that Yi Wuxiang cared so much, Wen Quan did not continue to delay any longer and immediately went to work to start healing. The wolfhound's bones and internal organs were shattered. He's going to do it. It's all about maintaining the vital organs first and functioning properly. Like the heart, the lungs. He found the location of the wolfhound's organs first by feeling the points. Then, instill aura towards it. Suddenly, the wolfhound's impending collapse of life was actually yanked hard. Seeing Wen Quan going up and down on the wolfhound, Yi Wuxiang couldn't wait to ask, Doctor, when will the surgery take place? Who knows? Instead, Wen Quan said something that made her dumbfounded on the spot. I don't know how to do surgery. How can this be saved without surgery? Yi Wuxiang asked. I'm only a pet clinic at best here. I'm not equipped to do surgery. If you want surgery, then you'll have to take this dog to a pet center. Wen Quan said. Hear that? Yi Wuxiang had a feeling of being tricked and immediately frowned. Didn't you just say that you could bring it back to life? Vinquan hummed softly. Yes, but saving it and doing the surgery are two different things. Chief, I think this guy is clearly a quack, purposely pretending to delay here. The rest of the patrol battalion burst into a rage. However, the words just fell from their mouths. Just as he was about to swing his fist at Wen Quan, the wolfhound, who had been lying dying on the hospital bed, suddenly wailed. The crowd immediately looked away. Only with great difficulty did it open its eyes and begin the act of spitting out its tongue. God! It's actually alive? The crowd exclaimed. This, Yi Wuxiang was surprised. Wen Quan said, I can only retrieve its life. As for the follow-up treatment, we still have to go to the pet center. Yi Wuxiang thanked him repeatedly. Immediately, taking his wallet out of his pocket, he took out all the money and shoved it into Wen Quan's hand. Wen Quan, in response, did not refuse, but readily smiled. A paw in the hand. Thousands of dollars. Actually, it was at the moment when Yi Wuxiang was about to carry the wolfhound and leave. Wen Quan, however, called out to her, Beauty, please stay. Yi Wuxiang's gaze condensed as he looked at him and asked, Is there anything else? In the face of inquiries, Fumizumi clenched his fist and put it to his mouth and coughed. Can you speak further? Yi Wuxiang froze for a moment, hesitated a little, and then, handed the dog in his arms to the colleague beside him. Wen Quan, on the other hand, led her, toward the outside of the house, to an unoccupied corner. Wen Quan looked around first. Afterwards, he said to Yi Wuxiang, Beauty, Are you guys chasing a vicious criminal? Yes, Yi Wuxuan nodded. When Quan's gaze was fixed, and he lowered his voice, for this criminal, I have a clue to offer. A look of doubt appeared on Yi Wuxuan's face. You've seen that criminal? When Quan shook his head, I haven't seen it, but my friend has seen it, and since this matter is making a lot of noise, he went to investigate, and happened to find out clues about this person. As it was on short notice, Wolfhound's request was granted, when Quan was not at all well prepared. So, the only excuse is to bring up friends. Yi Wuxuan asked in a low voice. Where is your friend? When Quan pursed his lips and spoke eloquently. He's not here for the time being. He was originally going to report to the police, and it just so happens that I bumped into you here. So I thought I'd relay the matter for my friend. Yi Wuxuan would be skeptical, then tell me. Subsequently, when Quan then told the other party what Wolfhound had told him, slightly modified, and then told the other party again in its original form. After listening, Yi Wuxuan's originally calm face was instantly horrified. Your friend was there? It's not there. What's wrong? When Quan asked subconsciously. Since it's not there, then how do you know he was bitten? Yi Wuxuan pursued. This statement was made when Quan was confused on the spot. Thinking to myself, this is careless. He just said that the culprit's leg was lame and was bitten by a dog. If the person is not there to witness it, and how could one possibly know this detail? When Quan coughed twice, seeing that he couldn't explain, he could only pretend to be confused. Yi, I'm not too sure. Anyway, these are what my friend told me. Maybe he was wrong. Yi Wuxuan's pupils quickly contracted, his eyes like sword blades, staring at Wen Quan tightly. You know me? Wen Quan's expression stiffened. Don't recognize it. Don't recognize me. Then why do you know my surname Yi? Yi Wuxuan's complexion stared. Wen Quan scratched his head. I heard it from your co-worker. Impossible. They have never indicated my name from beginning to end, only calling me chief. Yi Wuxuan said with a stern gaze. Being an official she is. There is an innate sense of powerful oppression. A look of serious indifference. Word for word. It made Wen Quan, who had seen big scenes, nervous. He had a cold sweat on his head. Secretly, I'm weak. Lying to a catcher doesn't really seem like a wise choice. The slightest slip-up, and the original is revealed. Seeing that Wen Quan was half silent, Yi Wuxuan took a deep breath and continued to enhance the sense of oppression. Tell me honestly what the hell is going on here. If you don't make it clear to me, then I'll have no choice but to invite you back to the patrol camp for a good questioning. Wen Quan was speechless at this. Holy shit. Old me should never have agreed to that Wolfhound's request. The favor was done, but he got himself into it. That Wolfhound would have been so resourceful if he had said that his master would have been. Then Wen Quan would definitely adhere to the principle of doing more than one thing and not wade into this mess. However, there is no turning back from the bow. It's done. There was no use for him to regret it anymore. Looking at Yi Wuxuan's stance, it was as if she wouldn't rest until she got to the bottom of this matter. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fumizumi came up with a plan to get out of it. With that, the god moved, emotionally gazing at Yi Wuxuan. In a solemn tone, he said, Miss Yi, I like you. This statement was made. Yi Wuxuan was directly confused. Countless question marks popped up in his head, staring blankly at Wen Quan. Mindfulness. Is this guy out of his mind? I was asking him what the matter really was, and he comes back with, like me, is this the kind of thing the human brain is wired to do? Yi, I've liked you for a long time. Ever since I saw you for the first time earlier, I've been haunted by you and pining for you. Fumizumi instantly wore an expression of infatuation. Next, just explain the whole thing. Actually, the friend I just told you about was a fake, and I did all the work. I had investigated you in secret, and when I saw you laboring over this case, I was instantly disheartened. So I took the initiative to investigate the whereabouts of that criminal. The Emperor's Day has finally allowed me to find out something. Maybe you don't realize that there's someone like me, silently liking you in places even you don't know. Since you found out about all this, I'll simply show my cards. I like you, with all my heart and soul, and never with any falsehood. One has to admire Wen Xuan's brains. The original predicament of being in a dead heat, being so mashed up by him. I can't believe it's starting to make sense first and last, logically and logically. Precisely because I like you. That's why I'm following you. Know your name. Know who you are. Watching you commute. Watching you fight sin. Watching you live your daily life. Little by little. Sure enough, Wen Quan immediately caught Yi Wuxuan off guard with this outpouring of deep emotion. Just a blush on her cheeks. I can't help but feel a girlish shyness. Obviously, as opposed to questioning each other's words, she was more than a little shocked. The other woman's cry of fondness completely messed up her position. It's like playing chess. The authorities are in the dark. The onlookers are in the dark. Anyone can be sensible and sober when things don't involve them. But once you have a relationship with yourself, then the IQ will plummet, commonly known as getting high. The point is, Wen Quan could not really be picked on for this sentimental remark. Yi Wuxiang looked at the other party. It seems to be brainstormed in the mind. The image of an infatuated man who fell in love with himself at first sight and, silently, liked him for years. Is it true what you say? Of course it's true, Wen Quan said with conviction. Then why have I never noticed it? Yi Wuxiang asked. Wen Quan looked up at the sky at an angle of 60 degrees and assumed the appearance of a humble and despondent licking dog. Maybe I'm just too common. An ordinary person like me would be hard to find out when thrown in the middle of a crowd. I have only dared to see you from afar. Never dared to approach so easily. Because in my mind, you are a sacred and inviolable goddess, only to be seen from afar. Saying these words, even Wen Quan was about to throw up on himself, but he had to hold back his nausea and give it a hard finish. The eyes glanced obliquely at Yi Wuxiang, seeing the other's thoughtful, rather touched look. It seems to have begun to believe in the matter. Yi Wuxiang is an excellent catcher, young and accomplished. At the age of 20-something, he became the criminal investigation commander of the patrol battalion. That promotion speed, not to mention in the North Sea, even if you look at the whole country, it is a rare existence. She is both a discerning sleuth, but also a girl who is as empty as white paper. It's more or less difficult to resist this kind of Wen Quan tiger and wolf word. Plus, after Wen Quan completed the second round of body transformation, both the body and the face have undergone a radical transformation. Sunny, a tableau of talent. In his current condition, going to a bar for a one-night stand would be like scoping out a bag. Easy. Just a big handsome guy. Humble confessions to you. Who wouldn't be confused when it comes to that? What's more, Yi Wuxiang hasn't been in love. After all these years, there hadn't even been anyone who had pursued her. There are no two reasons for this. That means she's too fierce. Criminals captured by her are maimed or killed. And, she's not happy about it. All day long. It's just a cold look. It's not a good one at first glance. Even Wen Quan gets flustered when he looks at her. Just don't mention other men. It was because of her fierce reputation for dominance. Within the patrol battalion, they even called her the criminal investigation mother Tyrannosaurus. These are visible enough. This beautiful, moving female catcher is a rose with thorns. It may be the reason for all this. It's what led to her maternal singleness until now. Faced with a sudden onslaught of love, completely lost his previous acumen and meticulousness. What is your name? Yi Wuxiang asked. Wang Fan, Wen Quan said. What is your contact information? Yi Wuxiang asked. Without saying anything, Wen Quan immediately took out his cell phone and added WeChat with Yi Wuxiang. If the clues you provide are useful and we are able to catch this wanted man with them, then you will have a reward of $200,000. Also, I might consider dating you. Having said that, Yi Wuxiang then acted as if nothing had happened and turned to walk away. But anyone with eyes can see that her attitude towards Wen Quan had undergone a subtle shift. When Wen Quan saw this, he raised his eyebrows. Going on a date with me? Why does it feel like a big game? Wait until the patrol battalion is gone. Fumizumi was back in the middle of the clinic. It lasted until noon. No one even came back to the store. Something about the dismal business of pet hospitals. Fumizumi had known that when he inherited this body, the reason he still wants to work as a veterinarian. That's because the profession is right in line with his Goldfinger specialty. As far as making money or not. Not that he cared. It's just a cover anyway. No one came to the door. Just as it should be. Then he'd have more time to dedicate to his own business. By the way, I almost forgot something. The $100,000 promised to Li Shuyu has not yet been transferred to her. Think about it. Wen Quan then walked straight to the front desk and picked up the POS machine for cashiering. After the dogfight is over, Duan Cohen gave him a bank card. At the time the other party did not say what the balance was. However, given Duan Cohen's temperament and handiwork, it was definitely less. Wen Quan inserted his card into the POS machine and checked it. Eyes immediately glazed over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, a full 8 zeros after 1. And it actually gives $10 million? Fumizumi knew the money would be a lot, but I didn't realize there would be so many. This next, it was a relief to him, so to speak. He checked Wang Fan's savings, all together, not more than $30,000. And the next month's storefront rent and utilities have not yet been paid. That's all the savings. It's almost as bad as being poor. Pet hospitals have no income. It's not like Chu Chinga's side can eat soft food. He's actually had a pretty hard time being a flunky. No wonder the clothes on his body were dressed in ground-up clothes. So far there is not a car for transportation. Wen Quan took $100 $000 out of the 10 million and transferred it to Li Shuyu. Not a moment too soon. And the phone rang. When Quan subconsciously thought it was Li Shuyu calling, but when he took out his cell phone, he realized that it was actually Chu Chinga's call. Why is this woman calling me again? Could it be that he didn't go back yesterday to sign the divorce papers with her? Harboring such doubts, when Quan picked up the phone, Chu Chinga's cold voice came from inside, around 4 in the afternoon. I will come to pick you up. First go to the mall to buy a dress and primp your line. Quan froze, puzzled, and asked, what do you mean? Chu Chinga said, second uncle's family has returned to Beihai, preparing to organize a wedding for his cousin, and asked our family to have dinner in the evening, so you, as my husband, naturally have to go over. Oh, so, Fumizumi came to a realization. He had just wondered how this woman had changed her mind and wanted to buy him clothes. Turns out, there was a family reunion. Fear that he would be poorly dressed and thus affect his face. Chu Chinga is pretty punctual. Say 4 points for 4 points. She drove the white Bentley to the vet clinic and pulled over. She did not get out of the car. Instead, he honked his horn to signal. When Quan, who heard the sound, immediately walked out, Chu Chinga turned her head expressionlessly. However, the moment her gaze caught sight of Wen Quan, her pupils couldn't help but contract dramatically. Shocker, astonished, as well as unbelievable. When Quan closed the door and walked straight to Chu Chinga looked at him with brimming eyes and opened her mouth to ask, you are Wang Fan? Wen Quan bristled. How come you don't even recognize your own husband after not seeing him for a night? Why have you changed so much? Chu Chinga marveled, her face filled with horror, as if seeing how incredible it was. When Quan blew his bangs and posed, I was already handsome. It's just that I didn't dress up before for fear of your inferiority complex. From when I saw Wen Quan last night, she then felt that there was something different about the other person than before. Only little changed then. So, it was not taken to heart. After all, she had never taken a good look at this awful man. But now, the change in her opponent, so big it was like a new person, made her look at him. No more glasses. A face full of acne is gone too. Skin as white as jade, like a newborn baby. As for the criticized height, it had risen to a level that made her look up, and that lingering lewdness. It was also replaced by a warm, jade-like Ming. Try asking, where was this still her ugly and one-dimensional husband? Stop looking and fall in love with me, Wen Quan teased. Chu Chinga's pretty face blushed and hurriedly shifted her gaze. Who's looking at you? That's all. Obviously. She said this more or less tongue-in-cheek. After Wen Quan got in the car, Chu Chinga then led him to the mall, cut the head first, then bought a designer suit. The watch, the shoes, the tie, all of it was outfitted. As for the change of clothes, they were not packed away, but found a trash can and threw them away. As the saying goes, a man is only as good as his clothes. After dressing up, Wen Quan's face value can be said to be on a higher level. Suits, greasy hair and powdered face, plus a wickedly impetuous smile. It's a far cry from the kind of elitist people in workplace dramas. Chu Chinga looked at Wen Quan and couldn't help but give him frequent side glances. Mindfulness. That's true. This guy is pretty cool when he gets cool. Ever since the first time Chu Chinga had seen Wang Fan, the loathing for him in her heart had grown with each passing day. One more look at him at the time and his stomach turned. Chu Chinga had always prided herself on the fact that she wasn't a member of the Society of Appearance. As soon as he heard people say that Wen Quan was a toad eating swan meat, it just didn't sit right with her. But today, as she examined Wen Quan again, it actually has a pleasing feel to it. When we get to the hotel for dinner later, you have to perform well. Don't disgrace my family, Chu Chinga instructed. Wen Quan froze for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, how did it perform? Chu Chinga said in a serious manner, don't talk nonsense and be honestly dumb. Hear that? Fumizumi couldn't help but roll his eyes. Obviously, last night, Wen Quan's perverse doings had already made her wary in her mind. So I'm that bad in your eyes. Just so you know. Chu Chinga snorted coldly and walked straight ahead. If Grandpa hadn't specifically explained, she didn't want to come to Wen Quan. This guy left her behind last night and took off running. It was something she would remember for the rest of her life. After coming out of the mall, Chu Chinga took Wen Quan to the hotel. The two were in the car. Not saying a word, Chu Chinga drove the car without looking away. And Wen Quan either looked at the scenery or played with his cell phone, and didn't want to talk to each other. In the meantime, outside the Panglong Hotel, Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min, as well as Chu Qingfeng, had already arrived here and were waiting at the entrance. Not much longer, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class drove into view. After finding a good parking space and stopping, a line of people got out of the car. A middle-aged man and woman, a young man and woman. This middle-aged man and woman were Chu Jianye, the second house of the Chu family, and his wife Jiaoya. As for this young man and woman, the female was their daughter, Chu Qingdao, while the male was none other than Chu Qingdao's fiancé, He Yuanpeng. See the four get out of the car. Chu Jiangwo immediately greeted him and said in greeting, Jianye, I can finally wait for you guys to come. Chu Jianye smiled. Big brother, the plane was late and there was some delay on the road. Sorry. The two families greeted each other, talking, laughing, and making peace. At this point, Chu Jiangwo looked toward He Yuanpeng and couldn't help but ask, and this is? Jiaoya hurriedly took over the conversation and gleefully introduced, this is my daughter's boyfriend, He Yuanpeng, and Jiangnan Procurement Office He Fengping is his father. This statement was made. Chu Jianye and Shen Min were stunned. The Jiangnan collector is an official position. Its task is to be an agent for the crown to do business with, although also half a businessman. But people are eating royal food, not only have local relations, but also has a large number of contacts and resources. I don't know how many enterprises tend to want to climb the object. Jiaoya was introducing He Yuanpeng. The words were spoken with an obvious braggadocio. Seeing his brother and sister-in-law so shocked, whether it was Chu Jianye or Jiaoya herself, they were all greatly satisfied inwardly. In the beginning, the old master had given most of the Chu family's foundation to the big house. The second house then raked in some real estate and stocks. Ben was already resentful, and in front of the big house, he was dwarfed in every way. Nowadays, his own daughter found a good family, and the son of a Jiangnan buyer. Such a feat, not only did it make their second house look good, but it also made them raise their eyebrows for a good time. So it's director He's son, he really is a talented and good-looking man. Shen Min looked at He Yuanpeng and praised with envy. Sister-in-law, it's still thanks to Qingda that my light dance has found such a good family, Jiaoya said. Chu Jianye also chimed in. Yes, when Wang Fan came to our house, the old master was going to betroth light dance to him, but fortunately Qingda was deeply righteous and couldn't bear to see her sister suffer, which prevented a tragedy from occurring. Mention this, Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min's faces immediately became very ugly. No comparison, no harm, if his own daughter hadn't married Wang Fan in the first place. Now, then, it's possible to find a family that's a good match, not to be the laughingstock of others. Shen Min was unbalanced. Why did Chu Qingdao find such a good fiancé? Both in terms of posture and condition. She's nowhere near as good as her own daughter. Jiaoya looked around and opened her mouth to ask, by the way, why don't we see Qinggu? Shen Min forced a smile and said, she went to pick up Wang Fan. She should be here soon. At the mention of Wang Fan, Jiaoya then became interested and immediately asked, this poor boy, is he still working as a veterinarian now? Chu didn't say anything, and Shen Min's expression became increasingly ugly. They can scold one Quan with impunity, but if when others also curse, it would be tantamount to mocking them in disguise. The displeasure in his heart deepened a few more points once again. He doesn't know how to do anything else besides being a veterinarian. Shen Min bristled. Our family is such a big company. Can't we arrange a position for him? Qingda's husband is a veterinarian. It doesn't sound good when it gets out, Jiaoya said in a serious manner. Shen Min's head was filled with black lines and she was speechless, and the scene became awkward for a while. Qingfeng, what happened to your hand? Jiaoya's gaze shifted to Chu Qingfeng's body. Chu Qingfeng held up his gauze-encrusted hand and laughed dryly. Bitten by a dog. Aya, why are you so careless? Your brother-in-law is a veterinarian. Didn't he show you? Jiaoya said. It's better not to say that. One said this. Chu Qingfeng's entire face was like constipation. His five senses twitching. Treadmill. Look at shit. That's the dirt dog that broke it off for me. It's happening right now. A white Bentley that pulled into the parking lot in front of the hotel. Not much longer. A pair of talented young men and women walked straight towards this place. Qingda is here. Words. The crowd immediately turned their heads to look. When they saw Chu Qingda, there wasn't much reaction in their eyes. However, when they saw the strange man beside Chu Qingda, they couldn't help but be surprised by it. Who is this? Not only the family, Chu Jianye, was in a daze. Even Chu Jiangwo and the others were quite bewildered. Didn't Chu Qingda go to pick up Wang Fan? How come Wang Fan didn't come with him? Instead, he had a boy with him that he hadn't seen before. Sister-in-law, did Chenggu divorce Wang Fan? Jiaoya asked. Shen Min said, no. She'd like to think it's these two who are getting divorced. Jiaoya said suspiciously, then who is that man beside Qinggu? Shen Min said, I'm not sure. Let's ask her when she comes over. At this moment, when Quan was walking with Chu Qingda, both in terms of physical appearance and personal temperament, it all goes very well together. Handsome man and beautiful woman. It was as if they were like a match made in heaven. Even Chu Lightning Dance couldn't help but light up when she saw Wen Quan. Mom and dad, uncle and auntie too. As soon as Chu Qingda walked over, she greeted her elders. And Wen Quan shouted the same thing. At this point, only then did Shin Min react, pointing at Wen Quan and shouting, "You're Wang Fan?" Fumizumi let out a soft "hm." Suddenly, the whole room was in a state of shock. Aside from Chu Chinga, each and every one of them stared in disbelief with incredulity spreading across their faces. Obviously, this off-the-charts change in Wen Quan, the genius took them by surprise. "How did you get like this?" Shen Min asked. Wen Quan said casually, "Chinga took me to get a haircut and changed into a designer outfit, so it makes me look better than before." "Doesn't that just look a little better? It's almost like a new person." Shin Min had just envied the boyfriend that Chu Qingdao had found, a talented man. Nowadays, compare Wen Quan with He Yuan Pang. This male son from a noble family was actually no match for Wen Quan, a bumpkin from the poor countryside. Wen Quan got better looking. Shin Min's attitude towards him immediately transformed, and what had been a spiteful, mean-spirited face eased up all of a sudden. Still with a smile on his face, he said, "Dressing up does look a lot better. In the future you will have to pay attention to your image. After all, it is about the face of our Chu family." Wen Quan nodded. Zhao skimmed her mouth and said disdainfully, "What's the point of looking good? It's still a veterinarian." See He Yuanpeng's face. Being compared to Wen Quan, she was more or less upset, and He Yuanpeng looked at this in front of him, who was quite a bit more handsome than himself, the Chu family flunky, and likewise did not have any good feelings. "Xing Gu, if you don't want to arrange a job for your husband, I can ask Xiaoyi to find Wang Fan a decent job," Zhao Ye deliberately said, a sense of superiority instantly arising. Chu Qingga hadn't even opened her mouth. Wen Quan then said, "No need. I think veterinarians are quite good. This is what I'm going to do in my life. I'm not considering changing careers." Hear that? Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min, who had originally saved some face, couldn't help but frown again, not thinking ahead. What a mess. Zhao Ye was delighted in her heart, but on the surface she said bitterly, "Wang Fan, what can you get out of being a veterinarian, dealing with a bunch of animals, and not earning much money a year? The clients are all ordinary people who don't make the grade. If you work with he, maybe you'll get to know the big boys and grow up along the way." He Yuanpeng said, "Auntie, our group only recruits elites, and those who don't have enough ability are not included in the recruitment." "Oh, that's right." Zhao Ye pretended to look regretful. "Hey, Wang Fan, it's not that I'm not willing to help you, but your education is too low. It seems that you can only work as a veterinarian. Punching people in the face is not a good idea." Zhao Ye and He Yuanpeng, this one sings. It instantly made Chu Jiangwo and Shin Min's faces look bad. Just now there was such a hint of goodwill towards Wang Fan, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone. People are right. What's the point of looking better? Still not a vet? With no money and no power. He's been an unpopular wage earner all his life. To ease the embarrassment, Chu Jiangwo oohed and awed, and immediately said, "It's getting late, let's just hurry in." And so, the group entered the Pan Long Hotel under Chu Jiangwo's leadership, as the only 6-star hotel in Beihai and even in the Dragon Kingdom. To be able to spend money here, it's all a reflection of status. Even as people in the upper-class circles of the North Sea, they rarely came to this place. It's not that there's not enough money. Rather, spots are hard to come by. There is a fixed quota of people that the hotel entertains on a daily basis. Reservations must be made in advance to enter the store. Chu Jiangwo booked a Xian box. The hospitality standard of Pan Long Hotel is divided into 4 levels, which are Heaven, Earth, Basil and Yellow. The Xian font is exactly the medium standard among them. Even if it's a medium standard, that's court etiquette, royal class. What? Booked? Yes, sir. This can't be It was clearly me who ordered it first, Chu Jiangwo said with a shocked face. "Sir, your order was not found in the system." The receptionist smiled. Seeing this, Shen Min rushed forward. "What's going on?" Chu Jiangwo said. "I called manager Lu earlier and asked him to book a box for me, but I don't know why. But the hotel system didn't check for this order." "Did manager Lu forget?" Shen Min asked. Chu said, "I'll make a call and ask." Immediately, just dial the number of the lobby manager of the Panglong Hotel. However, the other party was left unanswered. This next, Chu could be anxious. Would have liked to find a nice place to save face. Who knows? No face was saved, and an even bigger one was lost. He Yuanpeng saw it, immediately realized that this was a perfect opportunity to pretend. So he said, "Auntie and uncle, don't be in a hurry. Panlong Hotels is opened by Fu Tianxiong, the richest man in the North Sea. You know Fu Tianxiong?" Chu asked. He Yuanpeng said without moving, "I've met him once or twice, and I left his secretary's phone number." Actually, he had not met Fu Tianxiong, although his father was a Jiangnan procurer. There was still a difference of several segments between him and the richest man in the North Sea. But he didn't lie about one thing. That is, he does know Fu Tianxian's secretary. Zhao Ye smiled proudly. Brother and sister-in-law. With Xiao He here, let's leave the matter of arranging the hotel box to him. Suddenly, He Yuanpeng obediently took out his cell phone and was about to dial the phone number of Fu Tianxian's secretary. But he was stopped by Chu Jianye. Forget it, it's not worth bothering Mr. Fu for such a small thing. Since Panlong Hotel can't eat it, let's change to a 5-star hotel. Chu Jiangwo nodded slightly. It seems that this is the only way. Just as the group was about to leave, a shout suddenly came from the side. Dr. 1. Why are you here? Hear that voice. The crowd turned their heads to look. However, in the moment of seeing this man, they were all shocked, eyes as wide as brass bells. Because the person who shouted Dr. 1 was no one else, the very richest man in the North Sea, worth $100 billion, a business tycoon with countless assets under his name, Fu Tianxian. The reason they recognized each other instantly. That's because, as the man of the moment in Beihai, Fu Tianxian is a regular guest of the major media. The pretentious quotes about him are still circulating on the internet in an enduring way. Set a small goal. Earn him $10 billion. I don't care about money when it comes to making friends, because no one is as rich as I am. I haven't touched money. I'm not interested in money. The thing I regret most in my life is making so much money that I can't spend it all. Classic words like these that showcase the literature of Versailles have made Fu Tianxian the subject of countless young men kowtowing to his father. Fu Tianxian cheerfully walked to Wen Quan. Dr. 1. Just now looked familiar. So it's really you. Today you, much more handsome than before. Wen Quan froze for a moment and also recognized the other party. Mr. Fu, what a coincidence. We meet again. Fu Tianxian grabbed Wen Quan's hand and hurriedly thanked him. Dr. 1. Thanks to your help that night, my daughter was able to turn her life around. Is Ms. Fu okay now? Wen Quan asked politely. Fu Tianxian laughed. It's already out of life-threatening danger. After she woke up and learned about it, she even said she wanted to thank you in person. Wen Quan nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. Fu Tianxian's expression moved, and he opened his mouth to ask, Dr. 1. Are you here to eat? Wen Quan gave a light him and pointed to Chu Jiangwo next to him. My father-in-law booked a box here, and I don't know what's going on, but the order is suddenly gone, so I'm going to eat elsewhere. The Chu family was confused, dazed and confused. As they watched the scene of Wen Quan and Fu Tianxian exchanging enthusiastically, countless question marks popped up in their heads. How does this guy know the richest man in the North Sea? And, looking at the situation, the two seemed to know each other quite well. Fu Tianxian even called Dr. Wang with a mouthful of Dr. 1. His words were full of gratitude and respect. Fu Tianxian turned his head to look at Chu Jiangwo, and Chu Jiangwo immediately went forward and introduced himself. Hello Mr. Fu, my humble self. Chu Jiangwo. Chu's group? Fu Tianxian asked. Chu Jiangwo nodded. Yes, that is exactly our family's company. Oh, so Dr. Wang is the son-in-law of the Chu family. Fu Tianxian suddenly realized, out of respect, Chu was flattered. Although the Chu family in the North Sea is also considered a party of power, but compared with Fu Tianxian, that is undoubtedly a small witch, completely incomparable. A medium-sized family like the Chu family. There are hundreds of them in the North Sea. But the richest man in the North Sea, but only Fu Tianxian won, and sitting on this seat for more than 10 years, no one can shake. Fu Tianxian greeted Chu Jiangwo and didn't do much to communicate with him, but said to Wen Quan, Dr. 1. I apologize for you for the negligence on the hotel's part. Having said that, he then said to the front desk lady, immediately open the heavenly box, the whole place is free of charge. In addition, 2 more bottles of Romane Conti are attached. The receptionist, as if she were on the verge of an attack, rushed to do as she was told. Xinga, when did this kid meet Fu Tianxian? Shenmin asked in a low voice to her daughter. However, Chu Qingga didn't know anything about it either and could only shake her head in response. Chu Jianye and Mr. and Mrs. Zhao Ye saw this scene. Brains are buzzing. Zhao Ye even turned her head to look at her son-in-law-to-be. He Yuanpeng. Xiao He, didn't you say you knew Fu Tianxian? He Yuanpeng's face stiffened, not knowing how to reply. He did know Fu Tianxian, but whether Fu Tianxian recognized him or not was another matter. How he didn't expect it. One is merely pretending. I can't believe I ran into Fu Tianxian by such a coincidence. Mr. Fu, I'm Chu Jianye from the second house of the Chu family. Chu Jianye couldn't help but go up to show his presence. Fu Tianxian just smiled and did not speak. Chu Jianye said towards He Yuanpeng, Xiao He, come say hello to Mr. Fu. He Yuanpeng not only had a stiff expression, the body stiffened even more. The community died on the spot. Fu Tianxiong looked toward He Yuanpeng and subconsciously asked, "And this one is?" He Yuanpeng stood still. Instead, Chu Jianye said, "He is the male son of Jiangnan collector He Fangping. He Yuanpeng. You should recognize him." Fu Tianxiong froze for a moment and slowly said, "Not much of an impression. Maybe I've seen it before and don't remember." This statement was made. Chu Jianye was dumbfounded. He Yuanpeng, on the other hand, was so embarrassed that he couldn't wait to find a place to drill into. Dr. Wang, my daughter is still recuperating at the moment. If you have time, could I ask you to come to my residence and make a return visit? Fu Tianxiong asked. Wen Quan thought for a moment and then said, "No problem." Fu Tianxiong laughed. "All right, then I won't bother you and your family to dine. I still have some things to do, so I'll take my first step." The reason he did it. That's because he was certain that Wen Quan was a miracle healer. That night, after leaving the Wen Quan pet clinic, he followed the ambulance all the way to the hospital. The doctor was in the car and was ready to resuscitate Fu Tingting, but lift the shirt and take a look, only to find an incredible sight. Tina Fu was in a car accident with lacerations. It actually disappeared. At the time, Fu Tianxiong thought he had misread it. He clearly remembered a wound of about 3 centimeters on his daughter's stomach. It was the blood that flowed from this wound that caused her clothes, all of them, to be stained red. But the blood was still visible on his clothes. Bleeding wounds, but they disappeared into thin air. Take a closer look. Only a shallow scar on the stomach. The doctor examined him and said to him, "Fu Tingting, vital signs, everything is normal and there is no serious harm." From that moment on, Fu Tianxiong knew that he must have encountered a miracle. And the person who created all this is Dr. Wang from that pet hospital. As a rich man, Fu Tianxiong was considered to have seen some of the world. There are some strange people in the world. Possesses all sorts of unimaginable abilities. Nodding into gold. Transforms the corrupt into the magical. Obviously. Dr. Wang. That's Fu. It's all of these reasons. It was when Fu Tianxiong saw Wen Quan again that he was so happy. It's just a shame. The other guy already has a wife. Otherwise, he would have tried to pull the other side. Wen Quan didn't know what Fu Tianxiong had in mind. He just politely returned, "Mr. Fu, you take your time." Subsequently, Fu Tianxiong then led a group of bigwigs from the business circle and left the place. The people have just left. Shen Min came over on her hind feet and asked Wen Quan, "Wang Fan, what is your acquaintance with Fu Tianxiong?" Wen Quan said truthfully, "I treated his daughter." Shen Min was filled with consternation. "You're a veterinarian? Treating people? What a joke." His daughter had been in a car accident, and it was very serious. And the ambulance was on its way, so it came to my clinic. Fumizumi gave a long-winded explanation. Shen Min's gaze flickered as she murmured, "You're so bold. A veterinarian actually dared to treat someone." The other party is still Fu Tianxiong's daughter. Fortunately nothing happened. Otherwise, our family would have to follow the disaster. Wen Quan said, "It's not like I knew he was Fu Tianxiong at the time." Chu Jiangwo laughed and praised Wen Quan. "Wang Fan, you've done a good job. Making friends with Fu Tianxiong. This is an intangible asset for our Chu family." Wen Quan was silent at this. Compared to Chu Jiangwo's full of joy, Chu Jianye and Zhaoye, however, had somewhat ugly faces. Originally they were complacent. He Yuanpeng, the son-in-law to be, knows Fu Tianxiong. Who knows? Just now a meeting. The other party had no impression of He Yuanpeng at all. Instead, there was a surprising amount of enthusiasm for Wen Quan. Not only took the initiative to open up a heavenly box that only official officials and foreign heads of state can enjoy, but also gave away 2 bottles of Romane Conti worth $3 million for free. This guy really got lucky and actually managed to climb up to Fu Tianxiong. Chu Qingfeng muttered with a gloomy face. Chu Qingga skimmed a glance at him, and although she didn't say anything on her lips, her heart set off 10,000 waves. For this Wang Fan guy, she is getting stranger by the minute. Subsequently, the group was led by the waiter to the splendid heavenly box. Thanks to Wang Fan's blessing, or else we wouldn't have had the chance to come to this heavenly box to have a look in our entire lives. Chu Jiangwo laughed. Chu Jianye coughed twice, his expression unnatural, and Zoya drank water one after the other. She had just taunted. Wen Quan dry vets don't do shit. You can neither make money nor broaden your network. Can't get to know the big boys for the rest of my life. However, turned around and got punched in the face. It's a hell of a thing to be happy about. Halfway through this meal, He Yuanpeng then excused himself from smoking and went out. To say the least upsetting person. That's definitely him. Just now the pussy didn't get it done. And he even lost a big face. As a rich kid born with a golden spoon in his mouth, how could he have ever been so pissed off? Fucking hell. The son of one of his Jiangnan pickers. I can't even compete with a veterinarian? He Yuanpeng, who had a cigarette in his mouth, was depressed to the core. Seeking, no matter what, we have to get this back. Otherwise, if he married Chu Qingdao in the future, then how could he still hold his head up in front of that veterinarian? Speaking of Chu Lightning Dance, He Yuanpeng instantly thought of Chu Qingda. The depression in his heart instantly doubled. Shit, how come I don't have that kind of luck either? Before I saw Chu Qingda, I still thought Chu Qingdao looked good. But now, I think she's far worse. While He Yuanpeng was muttering, a beautiful figure suddenly walked past. The other side is wearing a cheongsam. Swaying, step by step, he brightened up. Yo, it's a superb beauty. That body, that face, it's unbeatable. Ha! He Yuanpeng's pupils contracted violently, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face, shouting at the beautiful woman. Ms. Su, hear the call. Su Wanjun turned her head to look at He Yuanpeng and asked, You are? Ms. Su, don't you recognize me? I'm little Hia. My father is He Fengping. We met before at the Jiannan King's banquet. He Yuanpeng said. Listen to the other side. Su Wanjun had a slight impression. So it's Mr. He, why are you here? I just happen to be eating here. He Yuanpeng said. Is it with your father? Su Wanjun asked. He Yuanpeng said. With my girlfriend's family. Su Wanjun's head nodded down. After meeting Su Wanjun by chance, He Yuanpeng's heart was delighted, and he immediately invited the other party to sit in the next door's heavenly no. One think, other people don't know Su Wanjun's identity. Yet he was clear. Her husband is the chairman of the Green Dragon Group. The Green Dragon Group, on the other hand, was the largest real estate company in the Dragon Kingdom. Its power is not weaker than Fu Tianxiong's Huatai Group, and behind it is an extremely terrifying mob force. Because of an accident, Su Wanjun's husband, unfortunately, passed away, and the other party inherited the entire Green Dragon Group. By the way, don't look at Su Wanjun's soft surface. In fact, it's a woman with a heart of gold. She eliminated dissenters within the Green Dragon Group through a bloodbath and made a killing. Nowadays, the Green Dragon Group was completely under her control. She became the White Widow with a fortune to her name. The reason for the name? That's because the other guy used to be a nurse. Doctors are known as White Angels. Faced with He Yuanpeng's gracious invitation, Su Wanjun slightly revealed her difficulties. Mr. He, I'm sorry, I've arranged for guests on my side and I'm distracted, so I can only thank you for your kindness. Oh, that's right. He Yuanpeng was more or less disappointed. If he could invite Su Wanjun to the box as a guest, then not only would he be able to win back a city, but he would also be able to put on a good show in front of the Chu family. However, dreams are plentiful. Reality is bone-chilling. People don't want to. Then he couldn't force himself, and could only awkwardly watch the other party leave. But, He Yuanpeng didn't get nothing. As soon as he returned to the box, he said with a red face, Uncle and Auntie, just now, I was outside and ran into an acquaintance. Zhao Ya's eyes stared and asked curiously, Who is it? Do you guys know about the Green Dragon Group? He Yuanpeng said. Chu Jianya said, Shao He, what are you kidding about? A company as big as the Green Dragon Group. Who in the Dragon Kingdom doesn't know about it and who doesn't know about it? He Yuanpeng asked right after him. Then do you know who is behind the Green Dragon Group? Chu Jianya said. Of course I know. Su Yuzhou. He Yuanpeng laughed and said in a low voice, nonetheless, Su Yuzhou is just a puppet. There is no real power at all. The person who can really talk is Su Wanjun. Su Wanjun? The crowd was confused. Who is she? The wife of the former Green Dragon Group chairman, Taiyu Su. He Yuanpeng replied. The crowd looked as if they had heard something new. None of them looked sideways, pricked up their ears and began to listen in. When He Yuanpeng saw this reaction from the crowd, his face was suddenly filled with smiles. This matter, I still heard from my father before I knew about it. Follows. He then told the story of Su Wanjun's life. The crowd was amazed at what they heard. Chu Jiang was shocked. My good boy, more than 30 years old, in control of a market value of trillions of dollars of business empire. This kind of vigor, simply horrible as ah. Zoya was overjoyed and full of life again. Turning to He Yuanpeng, he complimented. Little He, you are worthy of being an insightful young talent, even knowing such things. Halfway through the compliment, her eyes slanted, skimming over to Wen Quan, and she said with words in her mouth, unlike some people, who got lucky and met a big shot, and when people are just being polite to him, he really takes himself seriously. Obviously, such insinuating sarcasm. Everyone in the room knew who she was talking about. And when Quan pretended not to hear, I'm addicted to smoking too. Having said that, and he got up and went out. Shen Min's brows furrowed, and she showed a pout. She wasn't so much angry at Wen Quan as she was annoyed at Zhao Ya. Wen Quan was her son-in-law after all. The dogfight is still going on. Jiaoya made taunts again and again. It was clear that she didn't put her in her eyes, so she immediately sneered back. I don't know where the gossip came from, and I don't know if it's true or not. Just now I even said that I know Fu Tianxiong, but it turns out that people don't have the slightest impression of him. Jiaoya shot up. Sister-in-law, what does this mean? Shen Min skimmed her mouth. It doesn't mean anything, just saying. Do you have a problem with Xiaohe and can't see that my family's light dance married better than your family's Chuchinga? Jiaoya said angrily. Shen Min was also angry. This was supposed to be her sore spot, and since the other party didn't give her face, she didn't need to give the other party face either. And so it was. The two daughters-in-law of the Chu family pointed their respective noses at each other and cursed at each other. That scene was like a shrew cursing the street. Seeing this, Chuchinga rushed to pull the fight, and Chu Lightning Dance got up to help. It took a lot of effort to finally pull the two apart. The two brothers, Chu Jiangwo and Chu Jianyet, did not speak, but they looked at each other as well. Face the scene. Chuchinga wondered in her heart. Hadn't her own mother always looked down on Wang Fan? It used to be either a beating or a scolding. How is it that this one will go out on a limb for him? When Quan didn't know what was happening inside the box, he's smoking in the hallway. Every family has its own problems. He was now itching to hurry up and divorce Chuchinga. Then, get the hell out of this pandemonium of a family. You're Wang Fan? Suddenly, a euphonious voice rang out in his ears. Hearing voices, Fumizumi turned his head. Then, a beautiful clothed young woman in a cheongsam was seen. The first moment you see each other. When Quan's pupils then began to contract violently. Ms. Su Wanjun was equally surprised to run into Wen Quan here. She thought at first it was a case of mistaken identity. It was because the other party's appearance was almost transformed compared to before. Only, the facial contours, there are still a few similarities. So, she then gave a tentative shout. Unexpectedly, the other party was really Wen Quan. Are you really Dr. Wang? Su Wanjun immediately walked over with a smile on her face. The winking eyes looked Wen Quan up and down. A hint of surprise couldn't help but show between his eyebrows. Are you really Dr. Wang? She asked. Not quite sure. Wen Quan laughed and nodded. It's really me. Su Wanjun was shocked. Why have you changed so much? I almost didn't recognize you. To know, that night, when she first met Wen Quan, the other guy was just a plain, ordinary guy. It's even a little ugly looking. Yet now, but he was plump and handsome. Wen Quan teased himself. Just had a facelift. Su Wanjun sked and said. This can't be too possible. Just a few days. What kind of cosmetic surgery hospital has such magic power to turn decay into magic? The whole suddenly handsome thing. Quite outrageous indeed. Even Wen Quan couldn't find a plausible explanation for this, and could only attribute it to the fact that he had ushered in the second growth. Among Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes, she couldn't help but have a burst of color. She covered her small mouth and said, It's unbelievable, to avoid the other person continuing to ask questions on this topic. When Quan's expression moved as he opened his mouth and asked, By the way Miss Su, why are you here? Su Wanjun said, I've asked a few friends here to talk about business, and I've just finished chatting. When Quan nodded slightly, secretly sighing at the ingenuity of fate. I also have to thank you properly for that incident before, Su Wanjun said in a serious manner. Is the husky okay? Wen Quan asked. Su Wanjun gave a light him and said with a palpitating heart, Thanks to your help at that time. Otherwise, my family's Tang Yuan would definitely be hopeless. While mentioning this, she spoke up about another matter. Dr. Wang, you're absolutely right. Someone did poison the cake. When Quan's gaze condensed, and he subconsciously asked, Oh, has the person who poisoned him been found? For the time being, no. However, it made me wary. I have secretly launched an investigation. It won't take long. Surely I can uncover him, Su Wanjun said without moving. Within the words, there was a hidden murderous intent. Dr. Wang, if it wasn't for your reminder, perhaps, my daughter and I would have been poisoned long ago. Su Wanjun once again expressed her gratitude to Wen Quan. Wen Quan waved his hand. It's not enough to raise your hand. He did that then. It's actually kind of a payback in disguise. After all, if it wasn't for Su Haitong's virgin blood, then he wouldn't have been able to borrow his body so quickly. Su Wanjun's gaze was always focused on Wen Quan. Before, she just thought it was all a coincidence. But when I went back to find out the truth, I was suddenly awakened to the fact that I had a brush with death. If Wen Quan doesn't talk to her about it, that she had no idea that she was actually hiding by her side, the demon that wanted to put her to death. Even if the other side didn't get it this time, I can't guarantee that the next time, it will be rolled back. So, technically, Wen Quan was her savior. Su Wanjun is a good judge of character. She met Wen Quan for the first time, Just think that this person is not as simple as he seems. Now that they were reunited again, they had indeed confirmed their suspicions side by side. A few short days. It's amazing how much the other side has changed. What is this if not a man of God? Think about it. Su Wanjuan's eyes swirled, and in her heart, she actually had a hint of the idea of going deeper with the other party. Sure, this one goes deeper. It does not refer to a relationship between a man and a woman. Rather, it means normal friendships. Dr. Wang, what are you doing here? Su Wanjun asked rhetorically. She had seen Wen Quan dressed quite plainly before. Shouldn't be the son of any big family. By the book. The other party was not qualified to come and spend money at the Pan Long Hotel. Such a high-class place. I'm having dinner here with my wife's family, Wen Quan said. Su Wanjun was quite surprised. You have a wife? Right. Been married for a couple years, Wen Quan said. Su Wanjuan's face changed slightly and pursed her lips. Then can you bring me to get to know you? Fumizumi froze. Su Wanjun hurriedly said. Dr. Wang, don't get me wrong. You have saved my life, and since I ran into you, it would be just right for me to thank you for your family, for Su Wanjuan's proposal. Naturally, Wen Quan had no reason to refuse, so he said, yes, with honor. Subsequently, he then led Su Wanjun towards the heavenly box. Auntie and uncle, don't be angry. I think auntie and uncle also don't mean to go toe-to-toe with you. It's just that they were unfortunate enough to find a veterinarian as a son-in-law, and their hearts are unbalanced. So, that's why they are so cynical. He Yuanping took the initiative to stand up as a peacemaker, but the words he said were clearly tinged with mockery. Zhaoya sniffed and smiled faintly. Xiao He, you're right, I really shouldn't be generalized with them. What's the saying? Jealousy makes a person's face change. They are just jealous that I have found a son-in-law to be with such a distinguished background as you. Chu Qingga's brows knitted as she looked at Zhaoya and said, Second auntie, it's a bit too hurtful for you to say something like that, isn't it? Am I not right? Zhaoya snorted coldly and looked at Shin Min with provocative eyes. A veterinarian is a veterinarian, and no matter how much you tinker with it, you won't be able to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. Shin Min was so angry that her face turned green. Yet, there was no way to argue, because, no matter how much more than that, this son-in-law of his own, and the prospective son-in-law of the other, are really not on the same level. As for the matter of Wen Quan knowing Fu Tianxiong, even if one could claim credit for it, it would be pure luck, not exactly a shining light on its own terms. Forget it, don't eat, go home, Zhu Jiangwo shouted. The fact that a good reception banquet had turned out like this made his heart feel as if he had eaten a fly, and he couldn't tell you how hard it was to say. The two families were on the verge of an upset. The door to the box suddenly opened. Wen Quan led a beautiful woman. Walking in, the crowd saw it, couldn't help but look puzzled. He Yuanpeng, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed with horror. Immediately, then he quickly walked towards the door. Ms. Su, why did you come over? Meet Ho Yuanpeng here. Su Wanjun was extremely different. However, she hadn't had a chance to speak. He Yuanpeng then turned against the guest and ecstatically introduced to the crowd in the room. Let me introduce to you all. This is Su Wanjun, Miss Su, whom I just mentioned to you all. This statement was made. Everyone in the room was astonished. Next, one by one, they looked at Su Wanjun, seriously sizing up this mysterious woman from the legend. The first look, just beautiful. The look is flirty and charming. The body is full-bodied, with a curvaceous front and back. Can't really think of one. A woman as beautiful as this was actually the person at the helm behind manipulating the trillion-dollar empire of the Green Dragon Group. He Yuanpeng thought that it was his face that made Su Wanjun personally pay a visit, so his whole body floated. A green light came out of his eyes, and the corners of his mouth were filled with a springy smile. But, next, the words that Su Wanjun opened his mouth, however, made him freeze like a wooden chicken, only to see Su Wanjun turn her head to Wen Quan and ask, Dr. Wang, this mister, he is also a member of your family? Wen Quan shook his head and said expressionlessly, I don't recognize it. Oh, what a human being Su Wanjun was. Looking at Wen Quan's face, and the tone of his voice, immediately, he judged that the other party didn't seem to treat He Yuanpeng well. She also changed her attitude and followed Wen Quan towards the front as if she hadn't seen He Yuanpeng. What's going on here? He Yuanpeng was confused, countless question marks popping up in his head. What's the situation? How does Miss Su know Wang Fan? It was the other person who let her in the door. Ms. Su is not here for me, but for, a thought is a thought. He Yuanpeng was dumbstruck and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He turned his head dumbfounded, looking at Wen Quan and Su Wanjuan's backs. A dash of disbelieving consternation passed through his eyes. Ms. Su, this is my wife, Chu Qingga. When Quan first brought Su Wanjun to Chu Chinga's body, Chu Chinga's beautiful eyes were rounded and she still didn't know what was going on. Su Wanjun then extended her hand with a smile on her face. "Hello Miss Chu. I'm Dr. Wang's good friend, Su Wanjun." Chu Chinga slowly extended her hand and shook the other parties. The two were greeting each other. Looked at each other. You look at me. I look at you. Chu Chinga's heart was in shock, and Su Wanjun's heart couldn't help but ripple. Didn't realize. Dr. Wang's wife. It was actually Chu Chinga of the Chu group. The other party is also considered a well-known businesswoman in North Sea. After introducing the wife, Wen Quan introduced his father-in-law and mother-in-law as well as his brother-in-law one after another. Su Wanjun greeted them one by one. Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min, and Chu Qingfeng. Each and every one of them was like an enemy. If there hadn't been an introduction from Yi Yuanping just now, then they wouldn't have known what Su Wanjun was at all. It was because they had learned of Su Wanjun's bottom line. It was only then that I couldn't help but be incredibly shocked. The mind can't help but be confused by this. How could Wang Fan still know Su Wanjun? Look at the two of them talking and laughing. It seems to be quite a relationship. Geez, this good-for-nothing flunky actually knows so many big shots. A Fu Tianxiang, a Su Wanjun. As to whether there are any others in the back, they are not allowed to know. However, one thing is certain. That is, the awful son-in-law they remembered is not what he used to be. Dr. Wang, who are these people? Su Wanjun looked at Chu Jianye and Jiaya's family and asked in a low voice. Wen Quan said, "I don't know. It's okay if I don't say hello." This statement was made. Chu Jianye and Jiaya were petrified on the spot. They also wanted to take the opportunity to get to know Su Wanjun. Who knows? Instead, Fumizumi said something like this. It was as if a loud slap in their face. All at once, the face went red. Fumizumi's character, Jair. Someone had upset him. Then he wouldn't make it easy for the other guy. Wasn't Zoya intent on disgracing him? When Quan let the other party experience what it was like to be groundless and die in place socially, death by society. It's not just Chu Jianye's family. Along with that, He Yuanpeng, who had just bragged about how powerful Su Wanjun was, also suffered. He had previously said how well acquainted he was with Su Wanjun, but when he entered, the other man never even looked at him with a straight eye. This next, the cowl is completely ruptured. Su Wanjun did not stay in the middle of the box for long. After she greeted Chu Chinga's family and made some small talk, then he said to Wen Quan, "Dr. Wang, there's something I want to ask you for. I wonder if you're available." Wen Quan hadn't said anything yet. Shin Min then jumped the gun and said, Free. Then, just squeezing and hinting at Fumizumi. Wen Quan was speechless at the sight, but all he could do was say, "Now, yes, alright, then I'll come with you." Wen Quan didn't ask what was going on and directly agreed. Next, he then followed Su Wanjun out of the box. People just left. Chu Jiangwo then came over and asked, "Chinga, when did Wang Fan meet Miss Su?" Chu Chinga shook her head, similarly at a loss. Chu Jiangwo's face sank. "You're his wife. How come you're not even clear about his movements at all?" Shen Min also concurred. "Yes, don't the two of you live together? Every day you look up and don't see each other. What he has done and who he knows. You should more or less be aware of it." Chu Chinga was silent. She and Wen Quan were only married in name. No one interferes with anyone between the two sides. She had looked at Wen Quan before and just felt a wave of nausea. And how could one possibly take the time to get to know him? As for what he did and who he knew, then she knew even less. "Chinga, you have to care about your husband. People into our Chu family for so many years, suffered cold eyes, ate a lot of suffering. Our father and mother raised. The care that should be given still have to give Chu Jiangwo said bitterly. And Shen Min also uncharacteristically, vibrantly said, "Your father is right, although he does not follow our last name, but ultimately is our Chu family. In the future, you still follow him to live a good life, and strive to give birth to a big fat boy earlier." Chu Chinga was confused on the spot, eyes wide. She couldn't believe it. These words actually came out of my own parents' mouths. To know, the people who treated Wen Quan the least in the entire family were the two of them. Nowadays, they actually stood up for Wen Quan and spoke for him? "Mom and Dad, do you know what you're talking about?" Chu Chinga asked incredulously. Chu Jiangwo, however, said solemnly, "Of course I know. Wang Fan is a good kid. Her future is immeasurable. You have to take good care of it. Don't let her be abducted by a vixen outside." Chu Chinga didn't say anything. Seen a face turn. I'd never seen such a change of heart. Let's be honest. The words of her own parents truly sickened her for them. Only, she also understood why her parents' inherent impression of Wen Quan had changed from dislike and rejection to recognition and love. It comes down to this. Nothing more than the guy has changed. Not only was it becoming alien to her, it became more of a puzzle to her. when Quan and Su Wanjun walked out of the Panlong Hotel. At the front door, there was a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked right in front of it. Next to the car stood a tall, suited man with sunglasses and a back. It's cool looking. As soon as he saw Su Wanjun approaching, he immediately opened the car door. And when he saw Wen Quan, his stern eyes were like sharp swords unsheathed. Su Wanjun said, Zilong, Dr. Wang is my honored guest. No rudeness. This statement was made. The sunglasses back man immediately withdrew his eyes. When Quan glanced at the other party, his intuition telling him that this person was an expert. This is my personal bodyguard and driver. Su Wanjun took the initiative to introduce Wen Quan. Wen Quan nodded slightly without saying a word. Don't look at him superficially steady as an old dog. The heart, however, had already set off a million waves. While he Yuanpong was bragging in the box, he excused himself to smoke and went out. So, there was no mention of Su Wanjun's origin heard from the other party. And when he brought Su Wanjun and appeared in the box, he saw the shocked expressions of He Yuanping as well as the Chu family members. And the mind muttered, who the hell is this Miss Su, nowadays? Also saw the other party in a Rolls-Royce, also equipped with professional bodyguards. This layer of doubt became even stronger. The two got into the car. Su Wanjun reported a location, and the sunglasses back man drove his car and left Panlong Hotel. When Quan turned his head to look at Su Wanjun beside him and couldn't help but ask, Miss Su, what exactly are you? Su Wanjun smiled sweetly and asked with arched eyebrows, what do you think I look like? Rich people, and not just any rich people. When Quan voiced his judgment, of course, this is only the most superficial judgment. Su Wanjun laughed and continued, and, seeing Su Wanjun's unwillingness to speak directly and explicitly, when Quan's mind was stirred, and he immediately thought of his other skill, mentioned it before. As long as the person whose blood has been sucked by Wen Quan, they can grasp the other person's life as well as their memories. He was on the night of the resurrection. The last person who sucked blood was Su Wanjun's daughter, Su Haitang. A little brain searching, he quickly found Su Haitang's information packet. Next, no hesitation in tapping it out. Then, like a tidal wave of memories, they instantly flooded into his mind. Not only about Su Haitang's everything, as much as possible to grasp. Even Su Wanjun's information was included. The moment he learned of Su Wanjun's origin, when Quan's face changed in shock, how he didn't expect it. This charming, beautiful woman. I can't believe it's the man behind the Green Dragon Group. My goodness. No wonder when she entered the box, the unimpressive He Yuanping would treat her with such respect. It turned out that the other party had such a layer of identity, even though he was clear about Su Wanjun's message. After a brief shock, when Quan still pretended as if nothing had happened. The reason he's like this, that's because he's going to take advantage of this to pretend. Ms. Su, besides being a veterinarian, I am also a veteran fortune teller. I can tell everything about you just by touching your hand. Hear that? Su Wanjun was quite surprised, a dash of color in her eyes. Oh, is it really that magical? Do you want to try? Wen Quan asked. Su Wanjun passed her hand over without thinking. Wen Quan was not polite and grabbed it with one hand. Although Su Wanjun was 30 or 40 years old, she was born with a beautiful skin, coupled with good maintenance. Her skin was as tender as a teenage girl. Wen Quan a touch on it. It was like touching fine silk, and I loved it instantly. Ms. Su, you ask? Wen Quan said. Su Wanjun said uncertainly, ask what? About yourself. I can answer anything you ask, Wen Quan said in a serious tone. Su Wanjun's gaze stared and she casually said a question. How old am I? You're 38 years old and have your birthday on the 13th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar, Wen Quan said offhandedly. Su Wanjun's face changed slightly, and her pupils couldn't help but contract for a moment. But, she quickly faded. Information like this isn't exactly private, and anyone who knows her a little bit knows it. So where am I from? Although your place of origin is Jiangnan, you were born in Liancheng. There are 5 people in your family. Besides your parents, there are also 2 older brothers. Your family is considered a medical family. All of them are in the medical field, Wen Quan said. This next, Su Wanjun was a bit nonplussed. Some of this information is available, but she was born in Lotus City, and only her family knew about it. How did the other side learn about it? Just started. Su Wanjun thought it was just a game and didn't draw attention to it. But now, it dawned on her that the other party seemed to have a real knack for divine calculation. To verify the conjecture in his mind, Su Wanjun deliberately said, what do I like and what do I hate? You like to sleep naked. You love black lingerie. You like papaya, grapes, and you have pork sausage. Wen Quan had a mouth like a machine gun. The things that Su Wanjun loved as well as hated were stated one by one. Suddenly, Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes were rounded and filled with a stunned expression. She looked at Wenquan as if she had seen a ghost during the day. You don't like your boobs to be too big because you're tired of running. Don't like to be called by your nickname. Su Sanmao. Not a fan of. Su Wanjun hurriedly drew her hand back and whispered, enough. Wenquan froze for a moment and smiled awkwardly. Miss Su. I don't know if what I said is accurate or not. At this point, Su Wanjun looked at Wenquan again, and her eyes instantly changed. Shocker. Staggering. And unbridled disbelief. If I let the other side talk any longer, then I guess I'll lose my bottom. Dr. Wang, can you really pinch? Su Wanjun asked. Wenquan spread his hands. Wasn't that not enough just now? Su Wanjun sucked in a breath of cool air, only feeling her scalp tingle. This is incredible. Shocked, she was more certain in her mind. It was definitely a smart move to bring Wenquan over to help himself. The other side is far more amazing than one could ever imagine. Dr. Wang, then guess again the purpose of me finding you here? Su Wanjun said slowly, bright eyes, staring straight at Wenquan. When confronted with the inquiry, Wenquan didn't say so directly. Because the things he just said were all read from Su Haitong's information packet in order to be able to answer them correctly. And now, the question Su Wanjun asked was an impromptu one. He pressed for an answer to choose from. Fortunately, Wenquan was not stupid, and after connecting back and forth, he probably guessed the purpose of the other party looking for him. Pursed her lips. Wenquan said with a normal expression, I think Miss Su is looking for me. You should want to ask me to help you uncover the murderer who poisoned you. Su Wanjun's gaze flickered and she couldn't help but tsk. Obviously. Once again, Fumizumi was right. The reason why Su Wanjun had such an idea, that's because, since Wenquan could tell from the husky poisoning that someone was trying to poison the mother and daughter, that would naturally help her find the real culprit behind the scenes as well. It was just supposed to be a trial and error attitude. Now, seeing this prophet-like ability of Wenquan, he was instantly convinced by it. She knew the other side was capable, but I didn't realize that the ability would be so great. Dr. Wang, if you can help me uncover the person who poisoned me, then I am willing to thank you with a generous gift. Su Wanjun immediately said, I'll do my best. Wenquan replied. He wasn't afraid to pack his bags. After all, to be able to come and harm a woman as big and powerful as Su Wanjun, the other party must not be simple. However, Wenquan said this, but in Su Wanjun's eyes, it became a show of modesty. Look into each other's eyes. It gradually changed from curiosity to appreciation. Not much longer. Su Wanjun then brought Wenquan to the villa he was staying in. People have highs and lows. The same applies to villas. The Chu family's villa was considered luxurious. However, when compared to Su Wanjun, he did not know how many grades were inferior. Wenquan was so dazed that he thought he had arrived at the palace. The family's nannies, gardeners, and stewards add up to dozens of people. The car was driven straight into the underground garage. Get out of the car. Wenquan then saw an underground parking lot covering thousands of square feet. Inside were numerous luxury cars. The next best thing is a BBA $1 million car. MS. Su, are these all your cars? Someone else gave it to me. Dr. Wang, if you like it just pick one. Su Wanjun laughed. Wenquan paused his voice. Even if he was a great young man of the imperial capital in his previous life, he couldn't help but be surprised by the other party's financial power. Compared to these wide array of cars, Wenquan valued Su Wanjun more as a person. He decided, whatever it takes, he's going to take this woman all the way, pull her into his camp. He's going to get his revenge later. You can't do it alone. Enough power must be wielded. And Su Wanjun is a very good target. She is considered to be one of the best in the country, both in terms of wealth and power. But, trying to utilize the resources in Su Wanjun's hands, it's not an easy task either. Because, Wenquan from those messages he read, Su Wanjun is also having a hard time. Internal and external problems. There was no telling how many people were eyeing the spot she was in. Sure, and that's exactly what happened. Only then did he give Wenquan the chance to get close to Su Wanjun. If he can help the other party, remove obstacles and eliminate dissenters, he will surely be able to become a heart-to-heart acquaintance with the other party. Sessions, wouldn't he then carry out his own plan of revenge? Take the elevator. Su Wanjun led Wenquan to the first floor of the villa. It's here. Fumizumi met the husky who had almost hiccuped that night. This guy is living the life of a brood. Clothes come in handy. Food comes in handy. The pleasure is simply overwhelming. Dude, we meet again. As soon as he saw the husky, Fumizumi activated his telepathy and greeted it. The husky immediately motions his tail and runs to Wenquan's side. Why did you come to my house? Wenquan squatted down and stroked the husky's doggy head. Your master asked me to come, begging me to uncover the person who poisoned him before. Hear that? The husky let out an angry owl. Had to catch him. I would have been cold if I hadn't run into you in the first place. So do you have a clue to offer? Wen Quan asked. The husky shook his head. No. Wen Quan's face stared, more or less disappointed. But, the husky quickly gave him another clue. I was so focused on flirting with the little bitch that I didn't even notice what happened at the birthday party. I think you can ask Morning Paw. He should know something about it. Who is Morning Biao? Wen Quan asked. The husky said in an ungraceful voice. Morning Biao is a cowcat that competes with me for favor all day long. And I hate it to death. Fumizumi was taken aback. He thought Morning Biao was a human being. I didn't realize it was actually a cat. That's a pretty social name. MS. Su, your family should still have a cowcat, right? When Quan turned his head and asked. Su Wanjun was surprised. Dr. 1. Really can't hide anything from you. When Quan continued in an inscrutable manner. Not only do I know that it exists, I also know that its name is Morning Biao. Su Wanjun's eyes swirled. All a little afraid of Wen Chuan's Deus Ex Machina. It felt like I was standing in front of him. It's like having no clothes on. No secrets at all. This cat was picked up by my daughter on the street and is very spiritual. However, it is rather mischievous and doesn't know where to run away to. Mention of Su Begonia. When Quan subconsciously asked, by the way, how come I haven't seen your daughter? She went out with her friends. Su Wanjun said. Oh, Fumizumi nodded. Speak of the devil. A cat purred. From the side. Turn your head and look. I saw a fat cow cat. Yawning, approaching. When Wen Quan saw it, his mind moved. Morning Biao. The cowcat was startled and jumped up 3 feet in place. Who called me? It's me, Wen Quan shouted. Still using telepathy. The cowcat immediately turned its head, and its eyes glazed over when it saw an unfamiliar male two-legged beast standing in front of it. You actually know Meowth language? This cat has some humor. When Quan laughed and teased. Not only do I dong Meow Star language, but I also know Wolf Star language. Morning Puma. This is a high-ranking person that the master has specially invited. He wants to ask about what happened at the birthday party the other day. The husky woofed a few times at the cowcat. The cowcat stared at the husky. Crap. How do you know Meowth language too? The husky was dumbfounded. By the way, why would I be too? See this cat and dog. Confused in place. Fumizumi couldn't help himself. By the book. Cats and dogs are two species that cannot exchange information. But, having Wen Quan here grants them both the ability to communicate across species. So, this is why the phenomenon of the cat knows the dog's words and the dog knows the cat's words has emerged. Morning Biao. On the night of your master's birthday, did you notice anyone suspicious? Wen Quan asked. Cowcat looked up at Wen Quan and asked. What is considered suspicious? It's that sneaky, thieving guy who poisoned the birthday cake. Wen Quan is on his way here. Just ask Su Wanjun. Su Wanjun said. She had ordered the cake herself, and her own bodyguard, who had specialized in picking it up personally from the bakery. In the process, there's no way someone could have poisoned it. And, the outside of the cake was sealed until it was opened in public. There's absolutely no way the killer could have poisoned the cake in plain sight. So, a time when he could get down and dirty. Only after the cake has been opened. Su Wanjun also secretly conducted an investigation, skeptical of a lot of people. At the same time, it clears most of them. As Wen Quan put the question out, without hesitation, Cowcat said, I know who the poisoner is. Who is it? Wen Quan asked. The cowcat said, my master's uncle. His name is Su Yujo. Wen Quan's expression shifted and his heart was horrified. Chairman of Green Dragon Group. Su Yujo? How did he poison him? Wen Quan asked, another confusion in his mind. Cowcat said, he didn't poison the cake directly, but he put the poison on the knife that cut the cake. Hear that? Wen Quan's pupils couldn't help but contract violently. No wonder Su Wanjun said that the investigation would not yield any results. If it's in such a way, then it's really hard to find out. After the knife cuts the cake, the poison is then transferred from the knife to the cake. So, it is only then that the operation of poisoning can be accomplished in full view of the public without being detected. What's more, since Su Yujo was the one who cut the cake, it was definitely for him to distribute it as well. Who eats this poisonous cake? It's all up to him. It's just that he hadn't counted on it in 1,000 ways. The greedy husky would swoop in and eat the poison cake, thus ruining his plans. Dr. 1. Have you figured out who the poisoner is? Su Wanjun opened her mouth and asked. When Quan's gaze stared and said without moving, Miss Su, have you never suspected the person who cut the cake? Su Wanjun's expression shifted and she immediately said, it's impossible. Why not? Wen Quan asked. Su Wanjun said, because the person who cut the cake is my husband's brother and my daughter's own uncle. Originally, Fumizumi wasn't yet sure if what the cowcat said was true. Nowadays, listening to Su Wanjun, He could basically tell that what the cowcat said was not true. Ms. Su, is this person you're talking about the chairman of the Green Dragon Group? Su Yujo? Wen Quan asked. Right. Su Wanjun gave a light Subsequently, she shook her head and said, absolutely impossible to be him, when my husband had an accident, leaving us orphans and widows. If not Yujo help, perhaps. This if the big family business has long fallen into the hands of outsiders. He treats me as his sister-in-law with respect. He loves my daughter very much, and he has even saved me from danger many times. If he wanted to harm me, why would he have to wait until today? Fumizumi froze. He wasn't sure how deep the relationship between Su Wanjun and Su Yujo was, but he knew it well. Cowcats don't lie. If even what it has seen with its own eyes is false, then there is nothing real in this world. Miss Su, I'm just speaking my judgment. If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. When Quan shrugged his shoulders, Su Wanjun was silent. The eyes were thoughtful. After a few moments, she spoke. What proof do you have that it was him? When Quan shook his head, I don't have any proof, but I can take responsibility for what I said. Su Wanjun who gradually calmed down. Nor could he help but seriously consider what Fumizumi had said. Actually, it wasn't that she hadn't suspected Su Yujo. It's just that he's so trusting that he presses onto him. The other side is poisoned. It's rat poison. Once the stuff is consumed, if it is not rescued in time, it will surely die. She couldn't believe it. This man who was as gentle as jade in his memories would have such an evil heart. Ms. Su, have you ever heard of black lights? When Quan reminded. Su Wanjun took a deep breath and said with a puzzled expression on her face. I don't understand why he did that. When Quan didn't say it explicitly, but just said a proverb in a literal way. The world is all about profit. And the world is all about profit. How smart Su Wanjun was. It's not that she doesn't understand. It's just too emotionally tied up to understand. When Quan said, Ms. Su, I don't know the specific details about this matter. However, if you're willing to give me time, I'll find out everything for you. Now that you've decided to pull the other side. Then when Quan naturally had to show his sincerity. In case this big tree gets dug down, then wouldn't the plan he had in mind just go out the window? So, even he knew there must be a conspiracy. And it's extremely tricky to deal with. And yet still willing to wade through this mess. Su Wanjun thought for a moment, her eyes looking at Wen Quan. Dr. 1. What are you going to do? Naturally, I'm helping you to check Su Yujo to the bottom. Wen Quan replied. If it's just an investigation, then Su Wanjun was naturally happy to do it. If it was to bring Su Yujo down, then she still had to weigh it up. After all, the Green Dragon Group is complicated internally, and Su Yujo's position as the person at the helm on the bright side can be considered significant. It would take a lot to jerk him out of that position. It is bound to pull one hair and move the whole body. It was while the two were deliberating. Su Wanjun suddenly received a phone call. Next, only to see her face change in shock, she exclaimed. What? Yutong was taken by kidnappers? Wen Quan, who was next to him, frowned when he heard about this. But, he didn't go up and ask. Instead, he waited until Su Wanjun finished the call before speaking. Miss Su, what happened? Su Wanjun said with a gloomy expression. My daughter was taken. Who did this? A bunch of unknown kidnappers. How could this happen? Didn't Miss Yutong arrange bodyguards around her for protection? Wen Quan asked. Su Wanjun said. Usually there is, but this time, she was going to the city to play with her friends, so there was no arrangement. Who knows? This group of kidnappers actually dared to arrest people on the street in broad daylight. Vin Quan asked. So what does the kidnapper mean? Su Wanjun said. They called and said, let me not call the police, and then, buy myself with $50 million in cash. I will go to a certain designated place tomorrow to ransom people. Ding dong. Su Wanjun's cell phone rang. She opened it. The discovery was a video recording. Among the images, a masked robber, with a knife in his hand, rested across the neck of a young girl. The young girl had her eyes and mouth covered, couldn't speak at all. All that came out of his mouth was whimper, 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 and from the five senses, still clearly recognizable, she was none other than Su Wanjun's daughter, Su Haitang. The masked kidnapper spoke. Ms. Su, I have your daughter. If you want to ensure her personal safety, then you have to do as I say. I'll send you messages every so often. Right. You mustn't call the police, or there's a good chance you won't see your daughter again in this lifetime. Having said that, the video footage is over. Su Wanjun's face became very ugly. Two emotions, anger and sadness, intertwined with each other on his brow. Suddenly, Su Wanjun's cell phone rang again. She picked it up and saw that it was Su Yujo calling. She looked at Fumizumi for a moment, then answered in front of him. Sister-in-law, I heard that Yuton was kidnapped. Yes. When was that? It was about an hour ago, but I just learned about it. Su Yujo looked very anxious. Said on the other end of the phone, don't act rashly. I'll come over right away. Let's discuss how to deal with this matter. If Wen Quan isn't sure that the person who poisoned him is Su Yujo, that listening to his emotions expressed from inside the phone, one would really think that Su Haitang was someone who was so important to him. It was only 10 minutes after the call. Su Yujo then hurriedly arrived, with 2 bodyguards behind him. He was tall and lanky. As for Su Yujo himself, he is pretty much the same as the image presented on TV, an air of refinement, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, well-mannered and charitable in countenance. Sister-in-law, on the way over, I've probably already known the ins and outs of this matter through multiple sources, Su Yujo said. Su Wanjun lowered her voice and asked, who did this? Su Yujo held up his eyes and said, a few fugitives ran out of the prison. The patrol room battalion is looking for them all over the city. Who knows? They are actually so bold. Not only do not run, but actually dare to take the wind and do the crime. Su Wanjuan's eyebrows chilled, though she didn't show how angry she was, but looking at the sharpness flashing in her eyes, it seemed like a kill was brewing. Pause for a moment. Su Wanjun asked, what should we do then? What did the kidnappers say? Su Yujo asked. They told me to take 50 million in cash to ransom them tomorrow, Su Wanjun said truthfully. Just you? Aha! Su Wanjun nodded. How is this going to work? It's too dangerous. Su Yujo shouted. What if he doesn't keep his promise and ties you up as well? This group of people are all vicious and desperate people who can do anything when they go crazy. Su Wanjun said. If we don't do what they say, then Yuton's life will be in danger at any time. Not to say that Su Yujo is considered a bad guy, but one thing is certain. That the other guy is definitely an actor. That acting, even if you don't become a boss and mix with acting, you can more or less get a golden horse movie star. Why don't we report it to the police, and let the officials handle the matter? Wen Quan said. Cannot report to the police? From the current signs, the other party is only seeking money, not to murder others. If the police inevitably forced them to jump over the wall. While rejecting this proposal, Su Yujo was even more pinpointing and analyzing the situation. Just finished. He turned his head to Wen Quan and asked in a deep voice, who are you? He is the veterinarian I hired to treat Tang Yuan, and a good friend I just met, Dr. Wang. Su Wanjun introduced. Veterinarian? Su Yujo looked Wen Quan up and down, seeing that the other person is greasy and human-looking, can't help but wonder. With that, he turned his head to look at his sister-in-law Su Wanjun who had white skin next to him. There was a flash in his eyes. Su Yujo was in his 50s, a dozen years older than Su Wanjun. Calling a woman younger than yourself sister-in-law, and he called it pretty well. Sister-in-law, this matter is not trivial. There is an outsider present. Su Yujo had not finished his words. Su Wanjun knew what he was going to say and immediately waved her hand and said, Dr. Wang is trustworthy. Su Yujo was originally just skeptical, but hearing Su Wanjun say that, immediately, there was a hint of speculation about the relationship between the two men. The mind wondered, this little white boy. It couldn't be Su Wanjuan's adopted lover outside, could it? It shouldn't be. All of Su Wanjuan's movements were within her grasp. If she's harboring a lover, it is impossible not to know it yourself. This kid, where the hell did it come from? Noticing Su Yujo scrutinizing himself, Wen Quan didn't wimp out, instead meeting the other party's gaze with a smile on his face. Su Yujo paused his voice and didn't continue to look at Wen Quan. Instead, he said to Su Wanjun, sister-in-law, in my opinion, we absolutely cannot report it to the police. In this way, it is very likely that we will be trapped in the midst of the perilous situation that will never end. Neither letting Ms. Su to deliver the money nor letting her report to the police. So what do you mean, Mr. Su? Wen Quan asked. Su Yujo frowned and snapped. Kid, there's no room for you to talk here. Either shut up or get the hell out of here. Wen Quan laughed and said no more. He'd like to see it. What good advice does this famous Mr. Hui Yep Chow have? Sister-in-law, I thought about it. Still think we need to follow the robber's arrangement. However, don't worry. I will arrange for manpower to secretly protect you, and in the event of any unusual changes, they will definitely rush out at the first opportunity to protect you. Speaking of which, Su Yujo clenched his fists. His back teeth gritted with a rattling sound. After that group of kidnappers releases the people and both of you are safe, I will absolutely break them into pieces and thwart them. Su Wanjun thought for a moment and nodded her head lightly. Alright, then act according to your arrangement. Alright, I'll go to the Green Dragon Gang headquarters to find Duan Koan and have him take charge of the manpower for this operation. Su Yujo said. When I heard Green Dragon Gang and Duan Koan, Fumizumi was taken aback. but in a split second, there was an immediate reaction. He should have thought of that a long time ago. The Green Dragon Gang and the Green Dragon Group should be one and the same now. Same prefix, same area. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, unless it is a big tiger and a small tiger. Wait for Su Yujo to leave. When Quan asked Su Wanjun, Ms. Su, what is the relationship between the Green Dragon Gang, the number one gang in the North Sea, and you? Su Wanjun said bluntly, twin relationship, both complement each other, one bright and one dark. Oh, so that's it. Wen Quan nodded. He was right in his suspicions. Then in that case, the Green Dragon Gang's Grandmaster is you? Wen Quan asked. Su Wanjun gave a light This next, but it scared Wen Quan, who hadn't read this fragment in Su Haitong's information packet. It seems, Su Wanjun hid it very deeply, causing an identity that even her own daughter did not reveal. Su Wanjun saw Wen Quan asking about the Green Dragon Gang. I couldn't help but ask, Dr. Wang, have you ever been involved with the Green Dragon Gang before? Wen Quan shook his head and smiled. Coincidentally, a few days ago, I just happened to befriend the second leader of the Green Dragon Gang, Boss Duan. Su Wanjun's eyes glowed as she looked at Wen Quan and said in a shocked voice, you wouldn't be the veterinarian that Duan Kuan brought up, the one who took a clay dog and helped him win the land in the center of the city, would you? Wen Quan smiled without saying anything, a sort of acquiescence. Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes rounded, greatly surprised. I didn't see that match, but heard Duan Kuan describe the process. A hyena, who first killed Dugo, then bit, and finally, even the spotted hyena, the second oldest of the grasslands, was picked off? Wen Quan's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured, Miss Su, that earth dog is indeed fierce enough. Not only can it fight, it's also a first-class finder. Perhaps it will help you find the hideout of those kidnappers in the shortest possible time. This statement was made. Su Wanjun froze on the spot. She had seen the wonders of Wen Quan several times before regarding it. So, what the other woman said, even if it was a bit unbelievable, she was still willing to believe it. Of course, also I need 3 things on how I can get this done. Wen Quan added again. Su Wanjun asked offhandedly, what is it? Fumizumi pointed to the husky and cream cat who were playfully fighting next to him. Throwing down the gauntlet, he shouted, this cat and dog, as well as Miss Yutan's intimate apparel. After hearing the request made by Wen Quan, Su Wanjun directly froze. She turned her head to look at the husky and the cow cat, and a look of surprise passed through her eyes. Dr. Wang, this, Wen Quan laughed. Miss Su, if you are willing to believe me, then do as I say. Before dawn tomorrow, I promise to help you bring Miss Yutan back. Since Wen Quan has put it this way, Su Wanjun naturally had no reason to refuse. It's just that she can't figure it out. These 3 things, what does it have to do with finding her daughter? Could the other side be psychic? Touch something related to your daughter and sense where she is? Combine that with Wen Quan's earlier divine counseling. It was normal for Su Wanjun to have such speculations. Although she was puzzled in her heart, she saw that Wen Quan had no intention of explaining, so she didn't ask any more questions. Immediately, did what the other guy asked. Dr. Wang, do you need me to send another person to assist you? Su Wanjun asked. No need. Wen Quan shook his head. With these 3 things, I'm 80% sure I can retrieve Miss Yutan. Bringing along other people would be an unnecessary burden instead. Alright, then I'm counting on you. Dr. Wang, Su Wanjun pleaded. Next, she then went to Su Haitong's room and brought her intimate clothes and handed them over to Wen Quan. They were all in a bag. After Wen Quan took it, he waved goodbye to Su Wanjun. Smoothly, he greeted the husky and the cow cat. Tang Yuan, morning Puma, follow me to your master. The words, he's coming right out with it. Telepathy was likewise used. Huskies and cow cats are sniffing around. The fart followed Wen Quan's ass and left this place. See this scene. Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes were rounded, greatly surprised. The mind wondered. This cat and dog seemed to be able to understand Dr. Wang's words. After a short period of shock, Su Wanjun's face sank as she turned her head to the bodyguard beside her and said, you additionally arrange another batch of people for me to secretly investigate this matter for me. The bodyguard sniffed, nodded and shouted, yes, ma'am. Obviously, Wen Xuan's reminder still put her on guard. She no longer trusts Su Yujo as much as she did before. And, she also had a vague feeling. This matter is mostly unrelated to Su Yujo. About half an hour later, Wen Quan took this dog and cat to the middle of nowhere. Subsequently, he opened the bag. Take out Su Haitong's personal clothes from inside. Underwear, panties, socks. That's pretty snug. But these socks are a bit smelly. It seems that beautiful women also have foot odor. These clothes should have just been changed from Su Haitong. it was not cleaned. So, it still has her scent on it. And so, stripped a pair of panties into a ball and placed them in front of the husky's nose. Sourdough, it's up to you to find your master. The husky looked at Wenquan with wise eyes. You're not going to tell me to smell this and follow the scent to my master, are you? Smart as you are, Wenquan said. The husky rolled his eyes. Man, you're too much for me. Even though I'm a dog's nose, I'm weak at recognizing odors. You should look for a wolfhound or a horsehound for this kind of thing. Fumizumi was speechless. I'm not good at anything. I'm first in dry food. That's not a bad phrase to apply to the husky. How do you know if you don't try? No need to try. I'm self-aware, Husky said with conviction. Wenquan was speechless. Should have known. He wouldn't take the huskies out. Originally thought, this dog is stupid, but at least it's a dog, more or less mastering some of the dog's watchdog skills. However, he did overestimate his opponent. But now, it was too late for him to regret it. It's not like you're going to hike back and call the black hyena over, is it? The black hyena does have the ability to do this competently. It's just that it's currently downtown and far from here. Wenquan is going to get it. It's bound to be a toss and turn. And there's definitely going to be a lot of delay in the middle of the process. Just, your master has been kind to me, so I will love you and give you a creation. Think ahead. Fumizumi had to choose to transform the husky on the spot. The words fell. Wenquan swung his big hand and directly grabbed the husky's dog's head. The husky struggled. What are you grabbing my canopy for? Boom! A strand of beast god Yuan Qi. It penetrated into the canopy and flew into the husky's body. One moment. The opponent's body went rigid and motionless. Its wise eyes changed subtly for a moment. Subsequently, the gray and white body began to grow like crazy. Huskies are, arguably, the most wolf-like creatures of all dogs, and it carries the genes of the Siberian Plains wolf in its bloodline. This is corroborated by its behavior of looking up to the sky. The original husky. Not a stupid dog. Quite the opposite. Not only did he possess a body that was no different from a wolf's, but he also possessed wolf-like cunning and ferocity. A very threatening dog. Only, businessmen see a business opportunity in it. Cultivated over dozens of generations. Leave the dross and remove the essence. It had weakened its ferocious side, leaving only that silly, white, sweet-like dorkiness. About 10 minutes later, Husky completed the remodel. Husky's original 40-pound body. It skyrocketed to 70 pounds. The skeleton gets bigger. The body has also become more stout. The muscular lines of his body were like a devilish sinewy dog. Sure, the biggest change, or husky eyes. Among the blue pupils, that air of goofiness is long gone. In its place, there was, instead, the sternness and bitterness of killing. It no longer looked like a husky, and like an Arctic wolf galloping invincibly across the Siberian plains. The blood of our ancestors has awakened. A call from the distant past. Let it regain control of its long-dormant power. Ow dash. The husky raised his head to the sky. She's surging from the mountains and rivers, shaking in all directions. At this point, Wenquan brought the panties up to its nose and spoke. Can you sniff now? The husky skimmed Wenquan. The eyes were lonely and cold. Slap. Wenquan swung a slap on its head. Shit, don't even bother pretending in front of me. The husky skimmed Wenquan again. You're still glaring at me? Wenquan slapped him again. Hit the husky in the eye. Even so, it's a repeat offender. Crap, still glaring? If the tiger doesn't give out, do you think I'm a sick cat? Feeling offended, Wenquan rolled up his sleeves and was ready to teach the husky to be a good dog. Who knows? Instead, the husky stared fiercely at Wenquan and said the most aggrieved words. Don't hit me. I didn't want to stare at you. That's how my eyes are. Fumizumi took a closer look. Yo, indeed. Can't you change it? The husky was aggravated and his face was drawn, but his eyes were still fierce. Fumizumi cried and laughed at this. Husky before that. The eyes are all the time stupid. Husky now. The eyes were nevertheless fierce. Well, don't waste your time. Give me a good sniff. And if you still can't sniff, I'll blow your dog's head off. Upgraded and remodeled huskies. The tracking ability doubles as does its physicality. I don't need this. Ha, Fumizumi froze. The husky explained. In my head, I have information about my owner's scent, and I can tell where she is by recapturing it in the air. Then you didn't say so earlier? Wenquan bristled. And you didn't ask me, the husky muttered, not daring to be heard yet. Time rushes. It was late at night in the blink of an eye. An abandoned warehouse somewhere deep in the mountains. This is where the kidnappers landed. A Toyota Alpha, which had been hijacked, was parked in the center of the yard. The gang of kidnappers consists of 8 people. 2 of them were standing guard. A man is guarding the door of a room. As for the remaining 5, they were playing cards and gossiping. A small, thieving man smiled at a burly, bald man and said, Brother Big Bug, After this job, the 8 of us brothers will take off where we are. The people next to him chimed in. Yeah, $50 million in cash. Each person can almost share more than $6 million. Chat about it. All the people present were excited. They're not just vicious kidnappers, more poor losers. But where there is a way to earn money, no one wants to do this kind of business of robbing homes. $6 million is nothing less than an astronomical sum to them. It's worth adding blood to their knives and fighting for their lives. I really didn't expect that bitch surname Sue to be so rich, to be able to put together 50 million in cash in one day. I'm afraid her head is not small. Another kidnapper, looking smarter, muttered. The bald man, called Big Bug, hemmed and hawed. He made a gesture of pointing to the sky and said, "What are you afraid of? We are doing this job, and we are not fighting alone. There are people above us to cover it." Hear that? The crowd's hearts were steady. Someone couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Big Bug, who is that big shot up there? Tell us." His words had not yet left his mouth. Brother Big Bug swept over with a fierce look, scaring him into shutting up. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. That great man is not one you are qualified to pry into. Anyway, let's just obediently follow his commands, and at that time, we won't treat every brother who contributes." Big Wormsong Envy said. The group of kidnappers next to him said yes in succession. "Brother Big Bug, I think those chicks we caught are quite pretty. Why don't we use them to have a good time? We've come to do this since we got out of prison. We haven't gone to the kiln for a good quickie yet, and now we have a couple of ready-made girls to take the edge off. I think those chicks are pretty tender. Maybe they're all virgins." The kidnappers are talking to each other. Soon enough, the mood was set. Brother Big Bug couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as well. Immediately, look toward the room that was guarded. All these fat sheep are going to be used to sell for money. If we mess up, won't we be working for nothing? Brother Big Bug whispered. The thieving guy spoke up again. Brother Big Bug, the one called Su Haitang, we can leave her untouched. As for the other 2 chicks with her, it doesn't affect the deal anyway, let alone messing it up. Even if it's dead, what's wrong with that? Hear that? Brother Big Bug, who was originally quite restrained, couldn't help but be moved. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "All right, after holding it in for so long, it's really time to relax and unwind." The crowd was overjoyed and threw their cards on the table. Clunk! There was a crisp ringing sound. Brother Big Bug was startled. What man? He looked toward the source of the sound. Immediately, a black and white cat is seen, leaping from a nearby iron frame. So it's a feral cat. The crowd had a false alarm. Then, scrambling toward that room, not a moment too soon, there was a chorus of angry curses and cries. 3 girls, dragged out of the room by 5 strong men. Then, in unison, they were thrown in the open space in the middle of the warehouse. The 3 girls, one of them, was none other than Su Haitang, at this point in her life, filled with horror and tears, and the next 2, then it was her classmates. Originally, the 3 of them, today, had a date to visit the walking street in the shopping district, but halfway through the game, and out rushed a group of masked men, knocked all 3 of them out and stuffed them into burlap sacks. Wake up! They then realized that they were in an environment that had changed from a bright and tidy shopping mall to an eerie and cramped darkroom. They panicked and yelled. Instead, they are greeted by a group of kidnappers snooping around intently. At this point, it dawned on them that they had been kidnapped. Immediately, an indescribable fear gripped the mind. The lesser trio was utterly terrified. "Little sister, don't be nervous. A few of my brothers are here to play games with you, okay?" One of the kidnappers said with a grin. Then, reaching out to touch one of the girl's cheeks, the girl rushed to dodge. Angrily, he shouted, "My father is a typing kunchi. You are hurting me. He won't let you go." The crowd froze. Mindfulness. What the hell is a justice of the peace? When the knowledgeable Big Bug brother heard this, his face immediately changed drastically, and his pupils suddenly contracted. "Your dad is Yu Bin?" Yu Yanqiao nodded. "Yes." Big Bug brother immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the handsome-looking Yu Yanqiao, the evil thoughts in his heart were instantly overwhelmed by a wave of fear. Justice of the peace is an official position. Their duties. It is to maintain social order and monitor local officials. The official position is small, but the power in his hands is comparable to that of the governor of the North Sea. I'll be damned. What's with the JP's daughter? Brother Big Bug, you go first, or should I? The corner of Big Bug brother's mouth twitched vigorously as he pointed at Yu Yanqiao and said, "This girl can't be touched." "Why?" "There's no why. If I say it can't be touched, it can't be touched." Brother Big Bug shouted hoarsely. The crowd was startled, and although they were puzzled in their hearts, they did not dare to disobey. 3 chicks, 2 of them can't play, so that only leaves 1. This statement was made. The eyes of the crowd were like wolves and tigers. Unexpectedly, they looked towards the girls other than Su Haitang and Yu Yanxiao. The girl backed away timidly while saying, "My father is the Grand Master of the North Sea Patrol Battalion, Wei Yang." Compare this to the raw official position of Justice of the Peace, Patrol Battalion. A lingering nightmare, so to speak, for any criminal. Because of them, all of them were captured by the catchers of the Patrol Battalion, and put in jail. Grand Master, that is, the one with the highest authority in the patrol room camp. All the catchers have to look up to him. The group of kidnappers were dumbfounded. How they didn't expect it. This soft and weak little girl would actually be the daughter of the Grand Master of the roving camp. Brother Big Bug wasn't just sweating on his forehead. A cold sweat also broke out on his back. The surface is not moving though. The mind, however, shivered. What is this? One is the daughter of a Justice of the Peace. One is the daughter of the Grand Master of the Patrol Battalion. There's another one, although I don't know whose daughter it is. Her worth, however, is worth $50 million. Definitely not rich. Brother Big Bug swallowed hard, trying to use this to calm the shock and trepidation in my mind. However, the more he did, the more scared he became. Joy and greed in the heart, all swept away. Grandma's leg. I'm afraid this is going to be a big mess. The other few kidnappers, too, instantly realized that the three girls they had kidnapped had extraordinary identities and deep backgrounds. Brother Big Bug, are we still playing? A certain elitist kidnapper stepped forward and asked. Brother Big Bug's tiger eyes glared. Slap him until he spins in place. Playing my ass off. If you guys dare to touch these chicks, I'm afraid none of you will be able to leave the North Sea alive. There are smart people among the kidnappers, like the thieving guy. He took a deep breath and said with forced composure, Brother Big Bug, that big shot up there, what exactly does he want? When he was arranging for you, didn't he tell in advance where these three girls came from? Big Bug Brother rolled his eyes. If I knew that, how could I have gone to catch them? Isn't this shit tired of living? The thieving kidnapper asked. So what now? Continue with the plan? Brother Big Bug's heart had already beat a retreat. He's an outlaw, but not a fool. Know what you can and can't do. Even if you rob a bank, you're still more or less alive. But if one touches the scales of certain big shots, even if one can extort a considerable amount of money, then one definitely has a life to take and no life to spend. While Brother Big Bug was thinking about it, there was a sudden movement outside. The kidnappers' faces changed as they hurriedly pulled out their guns and headed toward the door. Brother Big Bug glanced toward the outside. Only a group of convoys were seen, driving into the courtyard. The car door opens. A group of tall and powerful men in black came out in a line. The moment he saw these men in black, Big Bug Brother immediately dropped his guard and spoke. No need to be nervous. That's one of our own. The words fell. Brother Big Bug then greeted him with a flourish. Among the group of black-clothed men, the leader was an inch-haired man, a face that was knife-sharp and hostile, especially his eyes, as if they were hiding a murderous intent, were stern. Brother Crow, you're here. Brother Big Bug stepped forward to greet him. Raven glanced toward the perimeter and asked coldly, where are the people you captured? It's being held inside. Big Bug replied. It's okay, isn't it? Raven asked without moving. Alive and well. Just terrified. Raven nodded, her expression still cold. Brother Big Bug took out cigarettes from his body and tried to entertain, but the crow refused. I don't smoke. Brother Big Bug smiled awkwardly and had to put the cigarette back. Glancing toward the caravan. Did the boss not come? Raven said. It didn't come. Oh, Brother Big Bug responded. Then asked, Brother Crow, are you making a late-night visit to convey the boss's orders? Raven hummed softly. Yes, go ahead then. I'll listen carefully. Brother Big Bug groveled and laughed. Crow said with an expressionless face, tomorrow that woman will come alone to deliver the money. And after you guys get the money, you'll kill her. This statement was made. Brother Big Bug looked stunned. Why? That's the boss's orders. Just do as you're told, Crow said. Brother Big Bug paused his voice, obviously intimidated. When that big guy approached them, it just told them to kidnap. It didn't say anything about killing. Although Brother Big Bug wasn't a good person, he didn't want to make a scene. It's not so much compassion as it is the fact that once they get their hands on blood, the patrol battalion hunts them down like maniacs in a never-ending hunt. What about the girl? Brother Big Bug asked. Raven paused for a moment, a cold glint in her eyes. He didn't say a word, just made a neck-wiping motion. Brother Big Bug got it. The wandering eyes grew firm. This is to send both mother and daughter to the Western Paradise. There was a moment's hesitation. Brother Big Bug gathered his courage and said, Brother Crow, I have something else to report to you. Raven asked, what is it? When we were arresting the girl surnamed Sue, there were two little sisters next to her, and at that time, we were afraid that they would attract attention. So, We kidnapped them together. Brother Big Bug said slowly. Raven's eyes narrowed and he whispered, if you're useless, just get rid of them. Brother Big Bug coughed and said carefully, those two girls are the daughter of Yubin, a justice of the peace, and Wei Yang, the Grand Master of the patrol battalion. This statement was made. The crow that originally had an indifferent face was instantly startled. Why did you tie them both up? Brother Big Bug also cried out in agony and said helplessly, I didn't know the identities of the two of them at the time. Raven blushed. Coldly, he glared at Brother Big Bug. It seemed to be blaming him for his successes and failures. I'll call the boss first and hear what he has to say. Raven pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. With that, step aside. The big man behind the curtain who dialed the number. About 3 minutes later, after making the call, Raven walked back and said to Brother Big Bug, everything is going as planned. Brother Big Bug subconsciously asked, are those two girls staying? Raven said, don't kill them yet. Wait until tomorrow. Okay. Brother Big Bug nodded. A slight hint of urgency between his eyebrows. The group was in the middle of a negotiation. Didn't know that. A cowcat that was standing on the roof of the house, looking down on them, and overheard their conversation. Half a click later. See that nothing happens. The cowcat took a leap of faith and jumped off the roof, burrowed into the middle of the woods next to him. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Wait until it reappears. It had come to the top of a mountain 4 or 5 kilometers from the abandoned garage, and One Quan and Husky were standing there. Extreme vision, watching the situation at the bottom of the hill. Yes, with the Husky's counterintuitive tracking, when Quan had sought out the group of kidnappers' hideout, due to unknown circumstances, he didn't do anything rash. Instead, they sent the cow cat over to poke around. It doesn't. The cow cat, who had finished poking around for information, just returned. Brother Morning Biao, have you seen your master? Wen Quan asked. Cowcat nodded. See, how is she doing? With a twinkle in her eye, Cowcat said felicitously, it's safe for now. The kidnappers didn't hurt her. What things have you heard or seen? When Quan's expression moved as he opened his mouth to ask, the cowcat organized his words in his head. Next, then he told Fumizumi all about what he had seen and heard in the abandoned garage. When Quan was shocked when he heard that. There really is someone behind these kidnappers. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Su Yujo who ordered it. Otherwise, why would he specifically arrange for someone to come over and inform the kidnappers that he'll tear up the ticket tomorrow? Once Su's mother and daughter died, then the entire Green Dragon group fell into the hands of Su Yucho. This old fox played the calculations okay. Husky asked, I'll rush over and bite them all to death. When Quan slapped the Husky on the head, punch my ass. That crowd had a gun in each hand. Even though you've gotten stronger, you're not strong enough to carry bullets hard. The Husky lowered his head, eyes squinting as he asked, so what do you say? I have my own way. When Quan murmured as his gaze froze, he's not a mindless punching bag. Reincarnation as a human being. It made him extremely cautious in what he did, without absolute certainty. Then he categorically wouldn't risk it. Morning Biao, how many of them are there? When Quan asked. Cowcat said, there are 8 kidnappers in total, while the black-clothed men coming from behind, there are 20 of them. What's the firepower situation? Wen Quan asked again. Cowcat said, the kidnappers all had handguns, while the men in black had submachine guns as well as rifles and were armed with grenades. Hear that? Wen Quan's expression was, more or less, grave. With his current abilities, if you want to get rid of so many people single-handedly, obviously it's not possible. Since coming hard won't work, then we'll have to outsmart them. Anyway, the other side is in the open and we are in the dark. Just think about it. Always coming up with brilliant ways to take out these people without bloodshed. We can report it to the police, no matter how fierce these people are. As long as the patrol battalion is out there, they're all bound to die, the Husky said, his brain finally coming online for once. But, when Quan immediately dismissed its offer, we can't report it to the authorities. If the mastermind behind this is really Su Yucho, then with his energy, he definitely has already planted his eyes in the patrol battalion. If we make this call, the other side will immediately notice. At that time, not to mention eliminating them all in one go, it's likely that they'll even force them to jump over the wall. The Husky froze. That's something it really didn't think about. It's neither here nor there. We can't just sit back and wait. There's not much time left for us. Fumizumi rolled his eyes. Some regrets enhancing the Husky's attributes. The guy's gotten smarter, but he's a talker. Chirping and talking. I heard something when the black man known as Raven was on the phone. That's when the cowcat spoke again. Fumizumi turned his head to look away, waiting for the aftermath of it. Cowcat said, that mastermind behind this said on the phone that when the mission is completed tomorrow, everyone who knows about it will have to die. Words. Wen Quan's pupils contracted violently. According to your meaning, not only will those 3 girls not survive, but even that group of kidnappers will also be killed? Cowcat nodded. That should do it. Wen Quan's heart trembled and he whispered, "Holy shit, this Su Yujo's heart is really vicious. In order to erase the traces, he's actually so heartless. It's clear that the identities of those other 2 girls are known, and not only does he not release them, he wants to silence them. No poison. What a great rendition of him." Realized the seriousness of the problem. Wen Quan didn't dare to continue delaying. Husky is a smartass, but has one thing right. That's the time left for them. Not much indeed. It is now past midnight. If it's before dawn, he was unable to finish off these people and succeed in rescuing Su Haitang. Then Su Wanjun would inevitably come over to deliver the ransom in person, as requested by the kidnappers. The inability to fulfill a promise is small. If Su Wanjun's life was jeopardized, it would be a big deal. Fumizumi thought twice. Finally a conclusion. To take care of those people quietly, there's only one way to do it. That's the raid. Sourdough, give me a good sniff with your dog's nose. Is there any odor of honey around? Husky said breathlessly. It's that time of day and you still want honey? Don't you push. Do as I say. Wen Quan shouted. The husky dared to do as he was told. Not a moment too soon. Guided by his doggy nose, he soon found a hornet's nest nearby. Horse bees don't seem to produce honey? Husky said. Wen Quan's eyes went straight when he saw the huge hornet's nest. Ecstatic, he shouted. Okay, that's it. Confused, the husky asked. Don't you want honey? Wen Quan laughed and did not explain the reason he had the huskies looking for honey. It's not about eating honey. Instead, they were trying to find a swarm of bees by the smell of honey. With the help of bees, he was then able to carry out his own rescue plan. However, the huskies didn't find the bees, but they found the hornets. Instead, it was a surprise for Wen Quan to know the attack power of hornets. That can be hundreds of times stronger than bees. Fumizumi took a closer look. This swarm of wasps is, in fact, the infamous landmine wasps, mine bee, as the name suggests, but anyone who has been bitten by it is like being blown up by a landmine. The entire area is instantly paralyzed and rapidly festering, and being highly poisoned. If you can't save it in time, you will die in a short period of time. Truly kills without form. Blood on the throat. Wen Quan's heart fluttered as he walked softly and slowly to the hive. As soon as he appeared, immediately, it drew the attention of the neighboring soldier bees. He saw that a group of mine bees was about to fly towards him. Wen Quan hurriedly activated his telepathy. Brothers Hornet, please be at ease. I'm not an enemy but your friend. This time I'm here to talk about cooperation with you. Landmine bee froze, looking at the human in front of him, greatly surprised. Obviously, Wen Quan was able to communicate with them, which truly turned their perceptions upside down. The leading soldier bee captain flew over and hovered above Wen Quan's head. In a stern voice, he shouted, "What are you doing here?" Wen Quan said, "I've come to seek your help, Your Excellency. If you could help me introduce your Queen Sama." Hornets are the same as ants. All are swarming insects. It is divided into soldier bees and worker bees, and the leader of the bee tribe, the Queen Hornet. Soldier bees are responsible for patrolling the territory against foreign enemies. The worker bees, on the other hand, are responsible for finding food, building nests and mucking about. As for the Queen Hornet, there's only one mission. That's reproduction, growing the size of the pack by having crazy pups. It is also the brain as well as the nerve center of the entire hive and is responsible for organizing the daily actions of all the wasps. A reference to the Queen Hornet. Captain Soldier Bee was immediately alert. Full attention was paid to Wen Quan in case he made any missteps. Wen Quan saw the other party's concern and said calmly, "Your Excellency, don't panic. I really have no ill intentions. I'm looking for your queen simply to seek cooperation with it." Captain Soldier Bee hesitated. For Wen Xuan's request, neither refused nor agreed. Just the word. "You stand here and don't move. I'll report to the queen now, and if it agrees with you, you can come back. Otherwise, we shall attack in groups and kill without pardon." Listening to Earth Thunderbolt say that, Wen Quan was also very sensible and honestly stayed where he was, letting the other party inform him. About 10 minutes or so had passed. That Soldier Bee captain flew out again and said to Wen Quan, "The queen has agreed to see you, so come with me." "Yes," Wen Quan nodded. Subsequently, followed Captain Soldier Bee as he approached the hornet's nest. Wait for him to stop. It's only 2 or 3 meters away from the hornet's nest. If it's an ordinary person spotted by a hornet at such close range, there is no second choice but to hold your head and run away. But Wen Quan is standing here. The wasp stared at him but didn't attack. Obviously, they had all been greeted with a warning not to attack the human in front of them. "You're the one who wanted to see me?" Suddenly, A dull voice rang from ear to ear. Next, Wen Quan then saw a relatively large-sized mine wasp emerge from the hive. Was looking down at Wen Quan. Wen Quan looked up, immediately recognizing the other party as the Queen Hornet. Yes, he replied. The Queen Hornet asked, I have heard from my men that you have come to me for help. What is the matter in question? Wen Quan looked puzzled and said bluntly, I'm here to borrow troops from you. Borrowing troops? The Queen Hornet froze. What do you mean? Wen Quan explained, I'm dealing with a group of enemies, but, at the moment, I'm weak, so I want to borrow some soldier bees from you, Queen Sama, to help me exterminate them. The Queen Hornet came to a realization, thought for a moment, and then said, what can I get if I help you? Hear that? Wen Quan knew there was something to this. So, eloquently, he said, there are so many benefits. As long as you lend me your troops, I'm willing to offer 1,000 pounds of pork afterwards. Also, I will keep you safe and promise that no one will destroy your nest for the next 3 years. Hornets are predators. Feeds on insects or small birds. Amount of food determines the size of the growing population. Wen Quan made an offer. Extremely seductive. 1,000 pounds of pork isn't a lot of money, but it can make a wasp colony, in a very short time, expand a dozen times. The Queen Hornet hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, how much do you want to borrow? More is better. Wen Quan laughed. The Queen Hornet said, I can lend it to you, but hopefully you can keep your word as well. That seems like a fair deal. Actually, the Queen Hornet had to say yes, because standing in front of her was a human, the chief of all things, and it's possible to communicate with them. Such a terrifying ability. Even if the other party gave nothing, it had to agree for the safety of the race. Although hornets can be king in the jungle and no one dares to mess with them, the genus is still too fragile in front of humans. Once the lair is discovered, all a human has to do is take a bottle of insecticide. It would be enough to break up their families and kill them. So, compared to the 1,000 pounds of pork, it cares more about the safety and security of the other side. As soon as the deal was struck, the soldier bees inside the hive then poured out in a dense swarm, like a black cloud. Wen Quan asked how many there were. Captain Soldier Bee replied, 870. Hear that number. Wen Chuan's heart fluttered. Feeling steady. The mine wasp is one of the most aggressive of the hornets, almost ranking in the top few. In the case of a sneak attack, if you get it, a single blow can seriously injure someone. Hundreds of mine bees attacked together. It's like a bunch of bombers, bombing indiscriminately. That scene was definitely on the level of destroying the sky and the earth. That's enough. Come with me. With just a wave of his hand, Wen Quan rushed to the abandoned warehouse not far away with this group of hornets. Fumizumi stood tall and watched. It was discovered that the group of black-clad men who had just come over had actually driven away. Only the 8 kidnappers were left again. What the hell? Wen Quan froze. It was while he was wondering. Instead, he realized that the group of black-clothed men did not follow the road straight down the mountain. Instead, he turned off his headlights and found a spot to hide. A glimpse of the situation. Wen Quan's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned his head to the soldier bee captain and said, Could your excellency send out a few of your capable men to help me spy on that group of people? Without saying a word, Soldier Bee went over there with a couple of hornets. Waited about 20 minutes. Captain Soldier Bee flew back. Wen Quan looked at it and asked, What are they doing there? Captain Soldier Bee said, I listened to their conversation. This group is going to ambush here and wait until tomorrow when that group of kidnappers have completed their mission. Then clear the scene with a thunderous force. A mantis catching a cicada. A yellow sparrow in the back? Wen Quan froze for a moment. Combine that with the intel we got earlier. Not hard to guess. The people the other side was trying to clear out were the same group of kidnappers. The kidnappers killed the daughters of the 3 big shots, as well as Su Wanjun, who is at the helm of the Green Dragon Group, as ordered. It's bound to lead to insane retaliation. If someone catches the tail, they will definitely uncover the mastermind behind the scene along the way. So, to be foolproof once and for all, these 8 kidnappers involved in this, all of them must die. Cunning rabbits die. Walking dogs cook. Birds of prey are exhausted. Good bows are hidden. Oh, Su Yuzhou, you're really ruthless. Still, the genus must admire your tactics. When your men kill all these kidnappers, not only will you be able to pick yourself clean, but you'll also be able to use the name of avenging Su's mother and daughter to enlist people's support and take control of the Green Dragon Group in one fell swoop. Wen Quan gave it a little thought and quickly gained insight into the whole conspiracy. Su Yuzhou was smart as hell. It's just unfortunate for him. Ran into the hangman Wen Quan. Who would have thought? The world. Someone who can actually manipulate animals to gather intelligence and charge on their behalf? Originally, Wen Quan was trying to use the power of the Earth Thunderbolt to eliminate the kidnappers as well as the group of people including the man in black. But now, instead, he changed his mind. Because, in his opinion, simply killing these people off doesn't do much good. Su Yujo is not removed. Even if this time the danger was solved, there was no guarantee that Su Wanjuan's mother and daughter would encounter an even greater threat next time. It was always impossible for Wenquan to bail them out all the time. So, he treats both the symptoms and the root causes, going to the root of the disease and eliminating the tumor. Think hard for a moment. Wenquan already had a plan in mind. He lifted his sleeve and looked at his watch. It's 3 in the morning. If you didn't sleep during the day, then this must be the point at which one is most sleepy. But, to be on the safe side, Wenquan still said, wait for another half an hour. The Horsefront Legion will prepare first, and then on my command, launch a surprise attack. During the waiting time, Wenquan didn't sit around dry. Instead, he had the Hornet fly to the abandoned warehouse, keeping a constant watch on the conditions inside. Since knowing the identity of these 3 girls, the kidnappers don't dare make any more moves. Lock them up again in the dark room they were in before. Then, standing guard for standing guard, playing cards for playing cards. But, after a long day of tossing and turning, most of them were tired, and one of them was yawning. Only Brother Big Bug was a picture of a preoccupied man, looking out the window at the sky, thoughtfully. If he doesn't know what's involved, then he won't be scared at all. But it was knowing what was involved that he was now scared to death. There was always a sense of foreboding in his heart. It was as if there was a great crisis that was about to come. Brother Big Bug, you don't seem happy, yeah? The thieving kidnapper walked over and opened his mouth to ask. Brother Big Bug gave him a look. Old Six, I'm clogged up inside. What's the point of panicking? After this job, we'll be rich in no time. Old Six smiled. Hey, you don't understand. Brother Big Bug pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket. Taking one for himself, he handed one to Old Six, murmuring, I read, every time I feel bad, something happens, and when I was arrested back then, I was so clogged up that the next day, the patrol battalion caught me and put me in jail for 8 years. Old Six paused his voice and glanced towards that room. We did do a bit of a big job with this ticket, but there's no turning back from the bow. We've already done it, and we have no other choice but to walk down one road. Hear that? Brother Big Bug froze and gulped. You're right, we have no room for regret. Next, he then extinguished the cigarette in his hand, shouting at a group of drowsy henchmen. He said, all of you, cheer up. No one is allowed to sleep, and when the job is done tomorrow, you can sleep as long as you want with the money. In the meantime, the Hornet, who had been poking around for information, told Wenquan exactly what was going on in the abandoned warehouse. After he heard it, with a flash of his eyes, he spoke. The time has come. Start moving. Before the order to attack was given, he reminded in a serious manner. Have you memorized the tactical deployment? In case you forget, I'll repeat it again. The Hornets attack first. Be careful how hard you attack. Don't kill anyone, just maim them, while waiting for them to pass out or heal. Warning Biao and Tang Yuan. You guys will then quickly go out and steal those kidnappers' guns. Keep the commotion low and never create a sound, because that group of men in black are watching there from the shadows, and if we let them notice in advance, then our plan will be in vain. This statement was made. Husky and Cow Cat, as well as a swarm of mine bees, immediately shouted in unison. Got it. When Quan made an offensive gesture, all troops attack. The first to be targeted. It's the 2 kidnappers standing guard at the entrance to the abandoned warehouse. They looked around warily, wandering back and forth, along the courtyard walls. One of them walked, suddenly stopped and slapped his neck, and shouted, Ouch, what's gonna bite me? Another person turned his head to look over. I guess you're too smelly to be targeted by mosquitoes. Can't help it. At this time of the year, mosquitoes are just plentiful in the mountains. It doesn't seem to be a mosquito bite. That kidnapper who was bitten, just after saying those words, the whole person couldn't help but twitch all over. Then, flopped and fell to the ground. The other man saw it. His face paled and he immediately came over. Subsequently, he saw the other man's neck, a bull-sized gash. It was as if they had been burned by a red-hot iron, and the surface skin and flesh had directly festered. Don't you dare scare me. He crouched down and rushed to check it out. However, the one who was bitten was no longer able to respond to him. Foaming at the mouth, spasms of the limbs, attacked him. Naturally, it's the Earth Thunderbolt. Just a light bite, not too hard yet. The opponent was then incapacitated in a matter of moments. The other man saw that it was bad and was about to get up and go in to call for help. The mine wasp, hidden in the midst of the darkness, went along for the ride and took a swipe at the back of his neck. Aha! What the hell? It hurts. The moment you get bitten by a hornet, the other side just hurts like hell. It's hard to describe the pain. It was as if they were being stabbed with needles, sharp and explosive again. It hurts more than a few times more than getting popped as well as kicked in the basket. People with poor resistance. You may even lose consciousness instantly. The man didn't scream twice. It also flopped and fell to the ground. This outside after the two are resolved. The mine wasps then launched an attack towards the remaining 6 people inside the abandoned warehouse. Could have swooped in with a flourish. Dry them out in one piece. Only, in order not to cause a commotion, they had to attack one by one. This method is inefficient, but it is expensive. The reason why Quan didn't kill them. That's because they're still useful. What's the commotion out there? Brother Big Bug snapped his head up, a wary look flashing across his face. I think I hear someone screaming, Old Six shouted. Immediately, Brother Big Bug pulled his pistol from his waistband, then, squeezed and loaded it. Old Six, you follow me out to take a look. The remaining 3, keep guarding inside for me, and at the first sign of movement, immediately fire a warning shot. Brother Big Bug didn't turn on the lights, because although it is easy to turn on the lights to expand your field of vision, it is also easy to become a target in the darkness of the night, to be attacked. Step outside and take a look. Brother Big Bug realized that the 2 men responsible for standing guard and patrolling were actually missing. Power, Chicken Feathers. Brother Big Bug called out the 2 men's names. However, it was quiet and dark, but no one answered. What did these 2 guys do? I don't know. Probably went to pee. Old Six said. Brother Big Bug's face stared. Something's not right. Old Six also sensed that the atmosphere around them was a bit weird, as if there were countless eyes in the dark, peering at them. Ah, what bit me? I've been bitten. too. For fuck's sake. It hurts. Help. Brother Big Bug is watching. Instead, the screams of 4 other people came from the abandoned warehouse. His complexion suddenly changed, and he immediately turned back. Subsequently, then he saw the 4 men, who were holding their heads and rolling in place. What's wrong with you guys? Big Bug asked. Those 3 people, while ghostly crying, replied, I don't know. It seems that they have been bitten by poisonous insects. Me too. Half my body is numb. Brother Big Bug's mind was blown. A glance out of the corner of his eye. Only a dark shadow flashed in the light. Fix your eyes. It was actually a wasp. And, the wasp was coming right at him head on. No good. Big Bug Brother was shocked and rushed to dodge. He was ducking out. But Old Six, who was behind him, was hit. The whole man fell to the ground on the spot, clutching the bitten area. He cried out in pain. Ah! In an instant, only Brother Big Bug was left untouched. He looked at his brothers who were in pain, eyes as wide as brass bells, and panic was written all over his face. He doesn't understand. Why would a wasp attack them? It was in the midst of his horror. There was a sudden movement behind him. Brother Big Bug snapped his head around. Only a black shadow was seen in the middle of the darkness, approaching gradually. What a guy! Brother Big Bug immediately took aim with his rifle and shouted at the visitor. Ma you alone? 31 years old. Sentenced to 8 years for robbery. Just released a week ago. The visitor kept getting closer as he spoke. Until you walked to the light. It was only then that a clear-eyed and smiling face finally appeared in front of Brother Big Bug. Brother Big Bug looked at the other man, greatly surprised. How do you know my real name? Quan laughed and said in an inscrutable manner. Not only do I know your real name, but I also know everything about you. Brother Big Bug followed a few of his brothers as they chatted. Hornets that fly over to sting for information. Already, they had memorized all of their conversations. Then, it flew back again to inform Quan. Exactly. It took Quan to get to the bottom of Brother Big Bug. What are you? With a cold flash in his eyes, Brother Big Bug aimed his gun at Quan's head, facing the blackened muzzle of a gun. Not only did Quan not show the slightest bit of fear, he instead stared at Big Bug Brother with a glaring gaze. Word for word. I'm here to save you. Brother Big Bug was confused. Save me? Quan nodded. Yes. Humph. Do you think I'm 3 years old? I don't need you to save me when I'm not doing shit? Do you believe I'll break your head? Brother Big Bug stepped forward and pressed the muzzle of his gun against Quan's head. He's confident. All he had to do was pull the trigger, and he could have killed this unwanted guest, right on the spot. Quan frowned and said coldly, if you point a gun at me again, then I'll make you suffer like your brother. This statement was made. Brother Big Bug's face suddenly changed. My brother was fucked down by you? You can try if you don't believe me. Quan's eyes were like a demon's as he said with a smile. Brother Big Bug looked at Quan, swallowing hard. He didn't dare to try after all. What's with the wasps in the middle of the night, and still attacking them silently? Brother Big Bug was already feeling fishy about this. Nowadays, it was only when Quan said this that it dawned on him. It turned out to be the person in front of them, controlling the hornets to attack them. Hesitated for a few seconds. Brother Big Bug eventually lowered the gun in his hand. Seeing that the other person is obedient, The corners of Wen Quan's mouth rose slightly. Lift your chin, pointed behind each other. Brother Big Bug subconsciously turned his head. A cold sweat ensued. Right behind him, there were actually dozens of wasps suspended in the air. They were eyeing Big Bug Brother intently, as if at the drop of a hat. They will then swarm and sting the Big Bug Brother into numbskin. To the question of whether or not Wen Quan can control the wasps, he was still skeptical just now. But, after witnessing this scene, the doubts in his heart were instantly swept away. The rest, there was only indescribable fear and shock. The other side just has to want to do it. I'm afraid that even he, himself, has been the target of a hornet attack. Well, can we talk properly now? Vinquin said slowly, feeling his pockets, and would have taken a cigarette to smoke, only to find that the cigarettes on his body had been smoked out. So, turning to Brother Big Bug, he said, "Give a cigarette." Brother Big Bug paused his voice. From his body, he took out half a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Wen Quan. After Wen Quan received the cigarettes, he pulled one out sharply, lit the fire, and then took a deep drag. That slight narrowing of the eyes. With some enjoyment, he quietly watched Brother Big Bug. "Your Excellency, who the hell are you?" Brother Big Bug asked. Wen Quan said, "Don't you care what I am? In short, I'm here to save you." Big Bug shook his head. "I don't hear what you mean by that. I think you now have a clear idea of what kind of background the 3 girls you have captured have. You kidnapped them at your own peril." Fumizumi murmured. "Hear that?" Big Bug Brother's expression moved as he tentatively asked, "Your Excellency, you came here specifically to save them?" "Save them as well as you," Wen Quan said in a serious manner. "If I wanted to, those wasps could have put you all to death just now, but I didn't do it. That's because, with a heart of compassion, I don't want to kill innocents indiscriminately." Brother Big Bug didn't say anything more. The mind flew like lightning. It seemed to be pondering whether what Wen Quan said was true. "If I voluntarily hand over these 3 girls, my brothers and I, we can save this life?" Brother Big Bug asked. "Can't," Wen Quan said in a firm tone. "If you do this, then you will surely die." Brother Big Bug was confused. "You're going to kill us?" Wen Quan said. "It's not me who wants to kill you. It's your boss who wants to kill you. Let's not talk about the 2 girls from the Yuan Wei families. Let's just take the girl surnamed Su. Do you know what her mother's origin is?" Brother Big Bug guessed. "If you can take out so much money at once, you should also have an extraordinary status. She is the wife of the former Green Dragon Group chairman, Su Wanjun," Wen Quan said. "Learn this." Brother Big Bug looked like he had heard some shocking news. The pupils in his eyes couldn't help but contract violently, and the look of horror on his face grew stronger. "Did your boss send someone over to tell you that he wants you to kill all of Su's mother and daughter tomorrow? If you do this, do you think you and your brothers will live? Before the people of the Green Dragon Group can retaliate against you, you'll be beheaded on the spot by the black-clothed men hiding in the shadows." Speaking of which, Fumizumi turned to look out the door in some direction. "Raise your hand and point." The words came out. The group of people who came over to report just now, they didn't leave this place, but are hiding in that mountain. And as long as you guys kill the people tomorrow, they'll rush out, slaughter you, and then clean up all the traces. Hearing what Wen Quan said, Brother Big Bug instantly broke out in a cold sweat. As he swallowed his saliva, he exclaimed, This is impossible." Wen Quan smiled coldly. "I think you're also a smart person. If you made a choice from your boss's perspective, wouldn't you do the same? Don't talk about brotherly feelings and Jianghu morality. In the final analysis, you are all a bunch of outlaws, a knife that can be thrown away after use. And, in this world, only the dead can keep secrets." The words, instantly breaking down Big Bug's mental defenses. He no longer doubted the veracity of what Wen Quan had said. Because, judging from the conversation just now, the other side seems to know everything about this. Certain things, even more so than he, the person in question. "What do you call yourself? What are you doing here? And who were the girls that were arrested? What are the next steps in the deployment of the operation? And what about the deployment of the boss?" It's amazing that the other side knows all about it. It's as if omniscience has opened up God's vision. Facing someone like that, how dare he question it? He had nothing but fear in his heart. The other party looked young and was estimated to be in his 20s. How it looks. It's even more unfathomable than his boss. Inside Brother Big Bug's mind, there were waves. He took a full minute. Only then did he finally forcefully suppress the shock and fear in his heart. "Your Excellency, so what do I do now to make it right?" When Quan heard the other party utter these words, the surface doesn't move. In his heart, he was happy. It's not in vain that I've wasted so much saliva. Finally on the hook. No, to be exact, it should be that he has found the true way of salvation. When Quan smiled faintly, "Whoever wants to harm you, won't you be safe if you kill him?" At first glance, Brother Big Bug hadn't reacted yet. However, when he reacted, he immediately blurted out, "You want me to kill my boss?" Won nodded. "Smart as you are." Brother Big Bug laughed bitterly. "Don't be ridiculous. I can't even see my boss's face. How can I kill him?" Won asked. "Who is your boss? You should always know." Brother Big Bug shook his head. When Won saw this, he couldn't help but change his face. "You don't even know who your boss is?" This answer, it was quite a surprise to Fumizumi. He had thought the other man had lied, but one look at the other party's eyes, clear as a mirror, not like they were lying. Brother Big Bug said, "I've known my boss for a long time. However, it's always been a one-way connection. He's been taking good care of me for years. Even when I was in prison, he would help make connections, mention him as a boss." Brother Big Bug was then full of words of praise. Quan, however, skimmed his lips and asked in a fussing manner, "Do you know that in ancient times there was a kind of person called a dead soldier?" "Of course," Brother Big Bug said, but his brow furrowed slightly. Quan added, "The dead soldiers did not realize that they were dead soldiers, and thought that they were brothers with their masters in liver and guts, friends in times of trouble, as well as confidants in life and death." Brother Big Bug froze, dumbstruck, muttering, he read, "You mean, I'm a dead man raised by my boss?" Quan raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it all obvious?" Brother Big Bug didn't even want to argue, because there's no point in arguing. What Quan said was indeed true. It's just that the righteous man never wanted to believe it, since he couldn't ask from Brother Big Bug the true identity of his boss. And while Quan had a goal in mind, it was merely a suspicion. But it is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. That Suyujo is no good anyway. Whether or not he was behind all of this, he's all going to die. Think about it. Quan said to Brother Big Bug, "Early tomorrow morning, you'll call Su Wanjun and tell her not to come and deliver the money, but to replace it with another person." "Who?" Big Bug asked. A cold aura flashed in Quan's eyes. His killing intent revealed. The current chairman of Green Dragon Group, Suyujo. Didn't Suyujo want to kill someone with a knife? Then he'll take the trick. Let him die in the middle of a trap he set for himself. Temporary replacement. It's about Su Haitang's personal safety. Suyujo had to come even if he didn't want to. Unless he wanted to tear off his hypocritical face and draw a line with Su Wanjun. The rest of the day, Quan gave the few people who had been poisoned by the wasp bites, and began to detoxify them. But there was one he didn't solve. That would be Old Six. "Your Excellency, I still have a brother." Brother Big Bug shouted as he pointed at Old Six, who was about to die of poison. Quan said, "Let him die." Daredevil froze. "Why?" Quan said frankly, "This guy is a spy. The one your boss planted beside you, responsible for spying on you. If he is brought back to life, then all of you will have to die." Brother Big Bug shouted, "This can't be right. It's a shame that you've been in jail for so many years, but you're still ignorant of the evils of the human heart." Quan shook his head. "And don't bother explaining it to each other." Walking right up to Old Six, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. "What do you want?" Although Lao Lu was poisoned, his mind was still quite clear, and he strongly argued that he had been wrongly accused. "How could I betray Brother Big Bug? He's my savior, so don't get bloody." Quan handed the phone to Lao Lu, "Then unlock it now and let me see what's inside." Old Six was emboldened. "Solve it. I'm not afraid of the shadow." Having said that, he then pressed his fingerprint code. Quan, however, smiled and said, "This cell phone is a dual system. I'll let you unlock the password for the other system." Originally, Old Six still poses as if he has a clear conscience, but when he heard Quan say those words, the originally calm face suddenly changed drastically. "What do you mean? How can I not understand? My cell phone just one system. Talking is a little shaky." Quan looked at Old Six and said in an icy tone, "You're dying and you're still pretending for me here. Fine. If you won't unlock it, then I'll do it myself." What was the password again? By the way, 638,412. Hear the string of numbers. Lao Lu looked at Quan as if he had seen a ghost. "How do you know my password?" "Because I'm a good old boy," Quan muttered in his mind, while the Hornets were watching the group of kidnappers. "All of these people have everything in their hands. This Old Six thinks he's doing a seamless job and no one knows about it." "I don't know." In the shadows where he didn't notice, countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. Quan entered the password into it and quickly opened the second system of this phone. Then, in the text message section, find a contact with someone. Quan handed the cell phone to Brother Big Bug. "Take a good look for yourself. This is what your good brother did." Brother Big Bug took a look. The moment was frozen, transient. The originally calm face immediately became furious. "Old Six, at the expense of my trusting you so much, I didn't expect you to be a scumbag and a real spy. Old Six flopped to his knees. He kowtowed vigorously to Big Bug Brother, and said with tears in his eyes, Big Bug Brother, I'm wrong. You spare me once. I promise to change my ways. It was while Brother Big Bug was frozen. Old Six suddenly stormed out. He's a little body. I don't know where he got the strength. It actually knocked the big, tall Brother Bug out of the way, and then scuttled toward the door. Brother Big Bug was furious at the sight, grabbed his gun and was about to shoot him down, but when Quan rushed to stop him, Don't shoot! If you don't shoot, he'll run away, Brother Big Bug shouted. When Quan's gaze was fixed and he said calmly, Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. Old Six ran as fast as he could. All at once, he disappeared into the darkness of the night, but after a short while, there was a noise from outside. It was accompanied by a scream. The crowd looked up, immediately. Then he saw a creepy scene. Only a beast with a huge body was seen, gripping Old Six's leg, with eyes full of ferocity. He came forward in a mighty manner. Wolf? The kidnappers let out a gasp. However, the next moment someone shouted, It doesn't seem to be a wolf, but a husky. Husky? A stunned look passed over the faces of the crowd. At first it was not to be believed, but when they looked closer, found this beast in front of him. A husky indeed. Only the physique and the eyes are very different from the huskies that are commonly seen. What comes out of the eyes of the common husky is dullness. This husky, on the other hand, is bloodthirsty and ferocious. The huskies dragged Old Six to the crowd. The crowd fixed their eyes on it. He was so scared that he stepped back. Certain people even chickened out and tried to pull out their guns and shoot. When Quan shouted, Those who don't want to die, don't act rashly. This statement was made. The crowd was scared, but they didn't dare to move. The Old Six in front of me, bitten to a bloody pulp. There's not a piece of good flesh on his body. The clothes, along with the skin, were all ripped open. It was as if it wasn't a dog that attacked him. Instead, it's a tiger. Seeing this husky, he bowed his eyebrows to Wen Quan and wagged his tail. Brother Big Bug understood instantly. The dog was brought by the other side. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Wen Quan, his heart shaking. No wonder the other guy wouldn't let him shoot. Turns out there was a husky ambush out there. Wen Quan looked down from his perch, at Old Six's corpse on the ground. Without moving, he said, Once this guy is dead, then there will be no one to spy on you guys. Wait, just do what I tell you. The crowd had already seen Wen Quan's tactics and vigor. The mind was not only fearful of him, it was even more heartfelt and admirable. Sir, I didn't know who you were until now. Brother Big Bug opened his mouth and asked. Wen Quan said, You don't need to know who I am. When the time comes, I will tell you who I am. Brother Big Bug paused his voice, not daring to ask again, and when Quan asked Brother Big Bug for Lao Lu's cell phone, he skimmed through all the text messages. It was discovered that the person Lao Lu had contacted was named Raven, because the other person prefaced the conversation by calling the other person Brother Raven. Who is this Brother Crow? Wen Quan asked. Brother Big Bug said, It's the leader of the group that came over to report just now. Oh, Wen Quan responded, and his gaze began to contract dramatically. Obviously, he's mentally mulling over his next deployment again. After thinking for a few moments, Wen Quan said in a shocking tone, Keeping this group of people spying on us in the dark is always a scourge. While there is still some time before dawn, why don't we finish them all off? The crowd sniffed. No one's face turned pale. Brother Big Bug was even more filled with horror. Sir, your idea is also crazy. There are more than 20 of them and all of them are well-trained special forces and equipped with standardized weapons. With just a few of us, if we try to go and destroy them, it's like touching eggs to stones. When Quan laughed, What are you talking about? When did I say, let you guys do it? Brother Big Bug was confused. Do you want to go on alone? The other side has a lot of people and ferocious firepower, so only fools go on. When Quan skimmed his lips, That's not going to make Big Bug Brother whole. The heart murmured, Didn't you just say you wanted to wipe them all out? We're not on. You're not on either. So who's on? Just as Brother Big Bug was secretly speechless, he suddenly snapped out of it as if something had occurred to him. To know, when Quan subdued them all when he did. From start to finish, no shots were taken. Sir, are you going to, again? Cried Brother Big Bug, and halfway through his words he stopped short, because he had already guessed that Wen Quan was up to his old tricks again. At the time Wen Quan made that decision just now, just to the mind bees, a command to attack was given. Objective. It was the group of black-clad men hidden on the opposite side of the hill. Wen Quan looked at his watch, calculated the time and said, Let's wait for 20 minutes, then go over to clean up the battlefield and clean up the mess. This may seem like a light sentence, but storing up 1,000 even. Those kidnappers who had been bitten by the hornets all shivered with palpitations. and the places where they had been bitten began to ache faintly again. I don't know if it's psychological, or is it really hurting? Brother Big Bug asked. Sir, you are truly a man of God, actually able to control wasps. I've never seen it before in all my life. Quan said. There's a lot you haven't seen. Having said that, he then stopped paying attention to the crowd. Instead, he headed straight for the room where the three girls were being held. Ooh, Yutong. I'm so scared. These bad guys, what do they want? Dark corners. The three girls curled up in a ball and snuggled up to each other. Su Haitang hugged her good sister Yu Yanxiao and comforted her in a small voice. Yanxiao, don't be afraid. They already knew our identity just now. They shouldn't dare to act rashly anymore. I don't know. We've seen their faces. What if they kill us to protect themselves? This statement was made. Not only Su Haitang changed her face, even Wei Ling, who was calm and collected on one side, couldn't help but worry. We can't just sit back and wait for death. We must find a way to fight back, Yu Yanxiao said, with teardrops still hanging from the corners of her eyes. But they have guns. We can't beat them, Su Haitang said. Wei Ling had a bright idea and said softly, I've learned some fighting and grappling tactics. If someone comes in again later, let's ambush him at the door. As soon as he opens the door, we'll rush over and knock him out. As long as we can snatch the gun in his hand, then I'm confident that I can take you guys and kill you out. Hear that? In Su Haitang and Yu Yanxiao's eyes, hope was instantly ignited. It's happening right now. A footstep came from far away outside the door. Wei Ling's ears twitched and immediately said, Someone is coming over. Let's take our positions. The words fell. The three women then began to move, quickly ran to the door, and picked up things like slates and rocks from the ground to use as weapons. The three women held their breath and waited for the right moment. With the turn of the door lock, the man outside the house opened the door and walked in. Do it! Wei Ling let out a low gulp. The three women pounced in unison. Enter this man. It was no other than Wen Quan. He was about to put the three girls out. Who knows? This just stepped in and got a smack in the head. Next, a girl came barreling through. Make a spirit snakes around, down his waist and climbed onto his back in a single bound. Legs clamped tightly around his arms. Instead, his opponent's arm clamped around his neck in a triangle choke hand position. The other two girls, naturally, there is no such thing, but they weren't idle either, and pounced on Wen Xuan's feet, each holding a leg. 2 words, open your mouth and gnaw. They exerted all their strength, strangling necks, biting bites. Handsome little face, because of excessive force, directly suffocated red, but they bite the bullet. It seemed as if she would never rest until she put down the bad guy in front of her. Quan didn't expect it either. Walking in by himself, he would run into a surprise attack by 3 girls. If it's for an ordinary person, being so screwed up by them, then absolutely rest on the spot. But Quan didn't take it seriously at all. His body has evolved. Don't say it was a group beating by 3 girls. Even if he was hung up by 30 strong men, he could still be unharmed. Yutong, Yanxiao, quickly put him down. Wei Ling, who had strangled Quan, shouted. Only a fluttering sound was heard. Fumizumi fell down in response. Sure, he wasn't put down by these 3 girls. Rather, they fell voluntarily. He wanted to see what kind of tricks these 3 girls could pull off. Wei Ling's strength is limited. Seeing that he couldn't strangle Quan with his arm, so switch hands for legs. Immediately, she moved her body upward, her round and white long legs, close to Quan's face, clamping his entire head in a death grip. This is the middle of jiu-jitsu, the more common strangulation technique. The action just needs to be molded. Even a weak woman can win a small victory over a strong one. Looks like this sister. There's still some kung fu base, just not much. Let go of me or I'll bite you. When Quan shouted, Wei Ling was taken aback. He's got him in a headlock himself. The other guy should have just choked. How can he still talk? Could it be that the movement is not right? And so, she did a cartwheel and changed the angle of her power again. Just as she flipped over, she stifled a cry of pain. Looked down. The other guy actually bit towards her thigh. Yutong, help! Su Haitong's hands were busy. How can I help? Wei Ling forced herself to endure the pain and shouted in a low voice. You hold his body. Don't let him move around. Yan Shang, you hurry to get the gun on him. The words fell. The 2 men, given clear instructions, acted immediately. Because Quan's entire body had fallen to the ground, trying to hold it in place, it would have to be a top-down hug. Life and death struggle, plus the urgency of the situation. Su Haitang didn't think too much in her head, and with one of her hands, she hugged Quan to death. Guess it was a bad hug. She also bit towards Wen Xuan's body. Quan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air as he guessed that it was a sensitive spot that had been bitten. This girl's mouth is so poisonous. What a dog! Quan was alarmed. thinking to myself that if I don't fight back, her own flesh was about to be bitten off by her. Think about it. He was about to storm up and break away from them. However, it was in the nick of time. Instead, he felt a chill in his crotch. Yu Yanxiao was on the verge of crying, shouting anxiously, I don't know where he put his gun. I can't touch it. It must be right at the waist. That's the only place to put a gun. You feel along his belt. It's either the front or the back. Wei Ling shouted. Oh, yes. Yu Yanxiao hurriedly nodded and followed his instructions, starting to rummage around Wen Quan's waist. Still nothing. Yu Yanxiao was like an ant on a hot pan. Wei Ling said patiently, the gun is made of iron. You look more carefully. A few moments later, I only heard Yu Yanxiao smile cheekily. I found it. One moment. Wen Quan's already confused expression became even more confused. I said, sister, what have you found? I don't even have a gun. In the meantime, another place. The Great War is also on the verge of breaking out. The swarm of landmine bees had flown over the hill where the black-clothed man was, as instructed by Wen Quan. This time, they no longer act alone. Instead, it's all hands on deck. More than 800 mine bees, like dark clouds sweeping in, flew towards the black-clothed man who was sitting in the car on standby. Raven is on the phone. Boss, it's all taken care of. The man on the other end of the line said. It's important to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Crow said solemnly, don't worry about it. I'm leading my brothers and watching them from the shadows. When they finish tearing up the tickets tomorrow, I'll rush over with my men and kill them all. Get things done right, and don't leave any loose ends. Yes. Raven nodded his head, a biting sharpness flashing in his eyes. He just hung up. A heartbreaking scream was heard. What's going on? Brother Crow was startled and immediately pulled his pistol from his body. The man just finished screaming. The next guy called again. Third, fourth, fifth, until someone shouted, Captain, it's a big deal. There are hornets attacking us. Hear that? It was only then that the Raven woke up as if from a dream, a look of consternation on his face. Next, the buzzing sound of the wings was loud in the ears. By the faint light of night, he saw densely packed hornets, whistling from all directions, toward where the crowd was. See this scene. Raven's face was white with fear. At once he shouted, close the windows at once. This statement was made, but it triggered an even bigger disaster, because before the hornets attacked, there was just a swarm of wasps that flew into the car quietly. Wait until they close the windows. The hornets immediately began to close the door. One time, the whole mountain, all of them were screaming. Some people hold their heads. Someone is rooted to the dirt pit. Others copied sticks and waved them around wildly. However, whatever they do, it won't help. Mine Bee's offense. It's 360 degrees. And it's still saturated. When Wen Quan gave the order, he didn't say anything about leaving anyone alive. So, they don't need to have any scruples at all. And they can be as ferocious as they want to be. Just a few minutes, more than 20 people were fucked over by a dozen. All fell to the ground foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The only reason the remaining few were spared, that's because as they perceived the approaching danger, I was quick to use a sunshade and wrapped my whole body so that the wasps had no place to go. Captain, the situation is not good. We'd better run, a certain man in black shouted. Without thinking, Raven shouted, retreat. This is so weird. Late at night, where are all the wasps coming from? Is there a hornet's nest where they're staying? One thought to this. Crow couldn't help but curse. Grandma's leg, luck can't be this bad? He subconsciously assumed it was an accident. Never thought about it. The swarm of hornets was actually instructed to come over here specifically to attack them. Manquan gave the order. It's a way to get them all in one place. So, seeing a few leaky fish trying to escape, they naturally do not agree. Led by the soldier bee captain, the swarm of mine bees gave chase to the fleeing men. They wrapped their bodies tightly though, but when it comes to driving, it reveals the brakes, the foremost prerequisite for driving a vehicle. That's keeping your vision open. Hundreds of mine bees fell from the sky and hovered at the front windshield, hardening the driver's vision and physically shielding it. Boom! With a loud bang, the fleeing vehicle, with an obstructed view, accidentally crashed into a side hill. The hood burst right off. All the airbags in the car popped off. Stop it! I'm not a bad guy. I'm here to save you, Wen Quan shouted. Originally he wanted to have some fun, but, at the pace it's going, you can't stop playing it any longer. Wei Ling shouted, don't lie. Are you trying to trick us into letting go of our hands and, then, take advantage of the situation to break free of your bonds? Humph. I've long seen through your mind. If you don't want to suffer, then hurry up and tie your hands. As soon as I heard that, Wen Quan's head was filled with black lines and he was speechless. Since coming to the soft side didn't work, he had to come to the hard side. Immediately, with a low roar, Fumizumi forced himself up from the ground. Then, like carrying a chicken, he threw Wei Ling off his body. Su Haitang and Yu Yanxiao's faces went white with fear. Wei Ling said, "Yanxiao, didn't you get the gun? Hurry up and shoot him." "Okay." Yu Yanxiao just wanted to operate. Wen Quan then grabbed her hand and shouted, "I'm not even carrying a gun. You've got the wrong one." "Ha?" Yu Yanxiao rounded her eyes. However, Wen Quan did not explain to him, but instead, with an iron face, he slammed the three girls, all of them, to the ground. Though he didn't use much force, but in terms of Wen Quan's physical qualities, even if he just casually messed with them, it would be too much for them to bear. "Su Haitang, they don't know who I am. Don't even you know who I am?" Wen Quan shouted at Su Haitang. As soon as I heard that, Su Haitang looked up at Wen Quan for a moment. There was no light in the darkened room, but by the faint light of the moon, she could still vaguely make out Fumizumi's face. Suddenly, a flash of déjà vu came over me. She frowned and muttered in a small voice, "I think I've seen you before, but when I think about it, I can't remember." Wen Quan said, "That night your dog was poisoned, scattered and ran around, just ran into a veterinarian surnamed Wang. At that time, your mom gave him emergency treatment, only to save his life." This statement was made. Su Haitang suddenly woke up as if from a dream and said with wide eyes, "It's you, Dr. Wang?" "Right, that's me," Wen Quan said. "You didn't look like this before," Su Haitang said offhandedly. Vinquan said, "Probably just changed his hair." Su Haitang took a serious look at Wen Quan, her eyes swirling. "You seem to have become handsome." Wen Quan laughed. "Really?" Su Haitang's heart fluttered as she hurriedly asked, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you? I'm here to save you," Wen Quan said in a serious manner. Su Haitang was even more surprised. "Then how did you know something happened to me?" Wen Quan replied, "Your mom invited me to your home as a guest, and just happened to run into the kidnappers making a phone call. At that time I took the initiative to volunteer, to come over alone to save you. The sky does not disappoint the person who has the heart, but really let me do it." Su Haitang glanced toward the outside of the house. "Just you? And two partners?" Wen Quan said. What he was referring to were precisely the two pets that Su Haitang had kept. Su Haitang asked again, "Where are the kidnappers?" "It's been taken care of by me." Wen Quan's gaze flickered as he whispered. "However, the crisis has not been lifted yet. There is still a big fish behind this group of kidnappers. He must be taken out before you can escape in peace. So, in the meantime, it would be best if you remain in this room and don't do anything rash." Su Haitang nodded obediently. Okay. She didn't know if what Wen Quan said was true or not, but there was a gut feeling in the back of his mind. There's nothing wrong with trusting each other's words. "Are these two good friends of yours?" Wen Quan turned his head and saw Yu Yanxiao and Wei Ling next to him. Su Haitang softly hummed and took the initiative to make introductions for Wen Quan, and Wen Quan greeted them. Compared to Su Haitang's unconditional belief, Wei Ling, however, questioned, "How did you subdue that group of kidnappers?" Wen Quan explained, "Instead of subduing them, I entered into a partnership with them because they were hoodwinked into doing this, and after it was done, not only would they not be able to get the money, but they would also be killed by the masterminds behind the scene, and I told them the truth, and so, they have already turned against me." "Who is the person behind the scenes?" Wei Ling asked. She looked at Wen Quan with a hint of wariness in her eyes at all times. Obviously, she didn't trust it. This stranger she had never met. "I'm not sure yet, but there are already suspected targets," Fumizumi replied. "Give me your cell phone. I want to call my dad." Wei Ling held out her hand and said. Wen Quan decisively refused. "No, if you make the call, you will definitely alert the snakes, and at that time, we will be placed back in danger." Wei Ling still wanted to say something. Wen Quan, however, didn't give her that chance. Greeted Su Haitang. "Yu Tong, I'll go first, and I'll be able to take you back safely by noon tomorrow at the latest." Having said that, and he went out, and locked the door to the room. Wen Quan just left. Wei Ling then said to Su Haitang, "Yu Tong, don't believe his words. I think he must be in league with the kidnappers, and your coincidental encounter before might be a trap deliberately arranged by the other party." "Oh," Su Haitang faintly answered. Seeing this, Wei Ling couldn't help but ask, "You don't believe what I said?" Su Haitang said, "I think Dr. Wang is a good person. He shouldn't do this, knowing people and not knowing them." Su Haitang told Wei Ling everything about the first time she met Wen Quan before, and, also, the other party reminded the mother and daughter that someone had poisoned them. Wei Ling's complexion moved, and he said with quite a bit of surprise, "There's such a thing?" Su Haitang said, "If Dr. Wang wanted to harm me, there was no need to warn me at that time. If he's here to save us, then why is he locking the door, not letting us leave?" Wei Ling asked again. Su Haitang said. Didn't Dr. Wang make it clear? Before the situation is clear, let's not act rashly. Wei Ling said. You're the only one who would believe such nonsense. This is obviously a delaying tactic. Su Haitang was anxious. If people want to control us, where do they need to come in and explain this matter? Just directly lock us up until the big day. Perhaps it is because he has another plan, and that is why he is doing something. Wei Ling analyzed. I saw the two arguing. Yu Yanqiao hurriedly said. Don't argue. I also think that big brother just now doesn't look like a bad person. Does anyone write bad guys on their face? Wei Ling skimmed her mouth and muttered in a low voice. He even bit into my leg just now. Look down. Wei Ling's snow-white thighs. A bite mark. Indeed vaguely. Grass. How the hell do you drive a car? Raven kicked the passenger seat and cursed loudly. The driver said aggrievedly. Captain. I don't want to. This swarm of hornets blocked the line of sight. I can't see the road clearly at all. The crow continued to curse. What a living hell. We didn't do anything. Why are these wasps holding on to us? Even if they were in a car accident, the horsemen still haven't left. Instead, they circled around the car, and looking for a gap, he flew into the car and continued to attack the rest of the people with a furious wind and rain. Not much longer. Several people, including Raven, were all hit. A violent neurotoxin that reacted instantly. The pain is unbearable at the same time. The skin also began to fester where the bites had hurt, and was accompanied by a dizzying sensation of lightheadedness. Can't sit around and wait. All wake up. If we pass out, we'll all be bitten alive by these wasps. Raven kicked the car door open. Pulling out his pistol, he fired wildly as he did so, while fleeing forward. However, guns that are lethal to carbon-based organisms. For the hornets, and yet no threat at all. A hornet in a moving state is impossible to hit. What's more, there are hundreds of wasps here. Even if a few were killed, there would be no attrition to the fighting strength of the group as a whole. Wait for the bullets to run out. The crows had absolutely no leverage in their hands and could only run forward like crazy. Mindfulness. Just find a lake with water and jump in. Then you'll be able to dodge the wasps. However, dreams are plentiful. Reality is bone-chilling. He was already too late to get to the lake when a muffled, high wolf whistle came to his ears. Why are there still wolves? The crows were confused. This was the North Sea, and even though it was a suburb, it was considered an area of more frequent human activity. Shouldn't there be wolves? Could it be that he was so deeply poisoned that he was already hallucinating? The idea just popped up. The crow then broke out in a cold sweat. Next, in front of his eyes, however, he saw a black shadow flash by, and his entire body, directly being pounced on by this black shadow, fell to the ground. Fix your eyes. The black shadow that attacked him was really a wolf. The wolf opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite towards his neck. A voice, however, sounded from a distance. Don't kill him, leave him alive. The wolf did stop. Raven subconsciously turned her head, only to see a silhouette approaching from a distance. Within a few moments, he was walking to him. Raven looked up at the other man and asked in a low voice, "What are you?" There were wasps all around. The wasps, however, did not attack the man. The other side is standing here. There is a look of all flowers through the bushes. A leaf does not touch the body calm and free. When Quan looked down at the crow and said expressionlessly, "You are not qualified to ask me questions. If you want to live, you'd better cooperate honestly and answer whatever I ask you, or else those of your brethren who were bitten to death by the hornets will be your downfall." This statement was made. Raven stared straight up in disbelief. "You manipulated these wasps? Or what do you think?" Fumizumi grinned. "Slowly reach out your hand." With that, just one wasp settled into the center of the hand. Seeing this shocking scene, Raven just felt a tingle in her head. The gaze that looked at the man in front of him was also filled with fear and shock. "Did you manipulate this wolf as well?" When Quan said, "Look closely, this is not a wolf, but a husky." Husky? Raven froze, taking a long look at the wolf riding on top of him. The pupils couldn't help but contract violently. Grandma's leg. Surprisingly, it's really a husky. Why does this dog look like a wolf? Well, you've asked me so many questions, and I haven't asked you yet. When Quan's eyes flickered as he said to Crow, "What's your boss's name?" Raven looked grave. No answer. Seeing this, Wen Quan frowned. "My patience is limited. If you don't say anything, then I'll have no choice but to send you to hell." Raven's face sank and he snapped, "Kid, although I don't know who you are, I have to tell you that you've done something you shouldn't have done and messed with someone you shouldn't have messed with. So you'd better stop in time before you make a big mistake. Or else, what will greet you is bound to be the end of everything." "And you threatened me in return?" Wen Quan laughed. The Raven said, "I am advising you not to do anything foolish. It's happening right now." Brother Big Bug, as well as a group of kidnappers, also arrived at the scene. When Brother Crow saw them, his face rejoiced, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw in the midst of despair. Immediately, he shouted, "Big Bug, kill this guy." Brother Big Bug walked over and stood side by side with Wen Quan. Both of them simultaneously looked down at the raven lying on the ground. See this scene. The joy on Brother Crow's face instantly solidified. "Big Bug, what's your relationship with him?" Brother Big Bug didn't say anything, but turned his head to look at Wen Quan. Wen Quan stroked his eyebrows and said, "This guy is a tough guy who won't say anything. In that case, I'll leave it to you to fix it." Brother Big Bug nodded, pulling out his pistol and aiming it at Raven. Raven, alarmed, held up his head and shouted, "You actually betrayed the boss?" This time, Brother Big Bug answered. The answer, however, was a bullet, right in the center of Crow's eyebrow, directly blowing his head off. Puff! Raven's body fell heavily to the ground, completely dead. When Quan patted Big Bug Brother's shoulder, "Good job. There are still some people who aren't dead. You guys go and finish them all off. Then, dig a hole and bury them all." Just finished the sentence. Fumizumi suddenly looked as if he had thought of something. Do wasps eat human flesh? Brother Big Bug was at a loss. Wen Quan said, "I'm not talking to you." Brother Big Bug was even more confused. "It's just me and these guys next to me. If not with me, then with whom?" Wen Quan was naturally talking to the hornets. He had previously promised the Queen of the Hornets that he would send the other side 1,000 pounds of pork. Nowadays, he killed so many people in one breath. Dispose of the body anyway. Might as well lend a hand and do the honors then. After getting an affirmative answer from the hornet, Fumizumi decided immediately, "Don't bury any of the bodies. Strip them naked and throw them all on that dirt hill back there. Then, use a grenade to blow up all the piled up bodies." Hear that? Brother Big Bug's eyes were as wide as brass bells. The facial muscles couldn't help but twitch viciously as well. My goodness, this dude is too hardcore for his own good. People have been killed. You want to be cut to pieces and tossed to the ground? Fortunately, he had abandoned the darkness in time and did not make an enemy of him. Otherwise, I really can't imagine what kind of death it would be to fall into his hands. Time rushes. It was early the next morning in a flash. Su Wanjun didn't sleep all night. She'd been waiting for the call. Not only were they waiting for Wenchuans, they were waiting for the kidnappers. When Quan swore to her when she left yesterday, definitely bring her daughter back to her before dawn. But now, not only is it light, but it's already 8 in the morning. Wen Quan don't talk about silhouettes, even without even a phone call. Su Wanjun dialed his number and got a reply. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later." Su Wanjun's heart went cold and her face suddenly changed. Did even Dr. Wang have an accident? While Su Wanjun was worrying about it, Su Yuzhou walked in, followed by a group of elite backbones from the Green Dragon Group as well as the Green Dragon Gang. Even Duan Koan was among them. Obviously, they have heard about it. Sister June. Who in the world has eaten bear heart and leopard guts and actually dares to kidnap Miss Yutong? Grandma's leg. If I knew who he was, I would definitely chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Duan Koan cursed profusely. Su Wanjuan's face was grave and she didn't say anything. Yesterday she sent someone specifically to look into the matter. By the way, with the Green Dragon Group's energy in the North Sea, it shouldn't be difficult to find a group of kidnappers. But, all night long, it's like the kidnappers have evaporated. It's impossible to find any trace of it. Su Wanjun didn't believe that a group of people who had just come out of prison would be so capable. Arrests were made in public. It also disappears silently. And, it also eluded the Green Dragon Group's eyes and searches in the North Sea. There must be a mole in the group. At this point, Su Wanjun could confirm this matter 100%. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed slightly as she looked up at Su Yuzhou. Su Yuzhou noticed Su Wanjun's strange gaze and hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, did the kidnappers call again?" Su Wanjun shook her head. "No," Su Yuzhou said. "They called yesterday. Not that you go alone to pay the ransom. I think this matter is not good. You are our backbone. Must not be involved in the risk." This statement was made. The people next to him also chimed in. "Yes, this is too dangerous. In case that group of robbers tear the ticket, not only is Miss Yutong in danger, but your personal safety, Mr. Su, will also be threatened." The crowd spoke up. Basically, they were all against it. And Su Wanjun went alone. Su Wanjun said, "They asked me to go by name. If I don't act according to their arrangement, I can't guarantee that they will be unfavorable to Yutong." At this point someone else said, "There were 3 in all who were arrested. And besides Miss Yutong, the other 2 were the daughter of the Justice of the Peace and the Grand Master of the Patrol Battalion. They've issued a wanted notice as well as a bounty, and are willing to reward $50 million if anyone can find the robbers and save their daughter." And, There's a chance to become the son-in-law of both families. Su Wanjuan's gaze flickered and she was quite surprised. Even the daughters of the Yu and Wei families have been taken? She knew her daughter was out with friends, but it was not clear which friend it was. Didn't realize. These two friends are actually from the Yue family, although the financial power of these two families was not comparable to their own. In terms of power, when looking at the entire North Sea, they were definitely among the top. The reward order as well as the wanted notice was issued. Black and white. All kinds of good men have been mobilized. However, so far, is still nothing. It seems that this group of kidnappers come from unusual. Behind there must be backing. The man who spoke. It was Zhuge Yun, the think tank of the Qinglong group, who was known as the one who can calculate without fail. Zhuge Yun analyzed. Mr. Su, I think that this group of kidnappers should not be here for the sake of seeking money. If they are here for the sake of seeking money, they could have gone to rob a bank, and it would be less risky than hijacking the three great families' 1,000 gold. Yet they have done such a foolish thing. I wonder if they are bold or if they have another purpose. And they left you alone to pay the ransom. So it's obvious that this was a trap laid out just for you. Not only will you not be able to save Ms. Yutong if you go, you'll most likely get yourself killed. Zhuge Yun uttered such words. It instantly made the atmosphere of the scene even heavier. And Su Yuzhou's eyes couldn't help but flash with a shadowy color. Su Wanjun looked at Zhuge Yun and opened her mouth to ask, so what do you think? What should I do? Zhuge Yun froze. Analyze to analyze. But if he is asked to come up with a way to get the best of both worlds, obviously it's unlikely. Because it's a dead move. To go or not to go. There are risks. It's only up to the parties involved to decide. Mr. Su, if the kidnappers call later, I propose that you ask them to change someone. Zhuge Yun said. Su Wanjuan's gaze condensed. If it's really as you say, they are coming for me. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get them to change. Su Yuzhou said. Sister-in-law, even if you do go over there, there's no need to worry. I'll arrange for manpower to secretly protect you. And as long as there's the slightest hint of something going wrong, they'll move in and take control of the situation in time. Su Wanjun looked at Su Yuzhou and couldn't help but ponder. It is being discussed by the crowd. Su Wanjuan's cell phone rang. The caller ID turned out to be an unfamiliar number. Su Wanjun put her finger to her mouth and made a shushing gesture, signaling the crowd to remain silent. Wait until it's quiet all around. Only then did Su Wanjun pick up the phone. Suddenly, a low voice rang out. Ms. Su, good morning Familiar voice. It's the same kidnapper from yesterday's video footage. How is my daughter doing? Su Wanjun asked. She's fine. Do you have the money ready? The kidnapper asked. Su Wanjun lowered her voice and said, it's ready. When and where will the transaction take place? Don't be in a hurry. I still have something to say. The kidnapper said without panicking. Su Wanjun took a deep breath and tried her best to restrain her impending outburst. Ms. Su, after my deep consideration all night, I think it is really a bit less humane to let you, a woman, carry such a big bag of money over here to ransom someone. So, I want to switch. This statement was made. Su Wanjuan's face changed, and the people in the surrounding area who heard this were stunned. The one who reacted the most was Su Yuzhou, his eyes staring straight up. Who are you replacing? Su Wanjun asked without moving. The kidnapper said. Su Yuzhou, the chairman of the Green Dragon Group. Su Wanjun looked up at Su Yuzhou. Su Yuzhou's face was filled with shock. And with that rapidly changing face, it seemed that he hadn't anticipated all of this. Su Wanjun said, I don't know him. Ms. Su, plain speaking, about your identity. I already know it like the back of my hand. If the one who delivers the money later isn't Su Yuzhou, or if someone else comes besides him, then you're just waiting to collect your daughter's corpse. The kidnapper said viciously. In a determined manner. The kidnapper's sudden change of heart. It was something that no one in the room had expected. They all thought. This was a trap that was carefully laid out especially for Su Wanjun. Who knows? The kidnapper, however, changes his mind and tells Su Yuzhou to go over there alone and get the money for the ransom. The other side does that. Could it be a false alarm? Its real target is Ko Yuchao? Suddenly, the gazes of the crowd were unanimously focused on Su Yuzhou's body. Su Yuzhou, who was still as steady as an old dog. At this point, long gone was the calm and collected air of a moment ago. Ms. Su, regarding the location of the transaction as well as the time, I will send it to your phone, so pay attention to check it. You only have 1 hour. If by then, I can't see Su Yuzhou's people as well as the $50 million. Ha. The kidnapper didn't go any further. But, what he was trying to say, however, could not have been more obvious. In a fit of frantic laughter, the other party hung up. Let Mr. Su go over there? What do these kidnappers want? Mr. Su, You can't go to this. It's definitely a trap. If you go then you'll have no return. If Mr. Su doesn't go, then what about Miss Yuton? This group of kidnappers, at a glance, are the kind of heartless and extremely evil people. If they don't get their way, then they really can do anything. There was a lot of talk about this. Su Wanjun gazed at Su Yucho and murmured, "Yucho, what do you say?" Su Yujo's entire body was confused. The person who was originally in a dilemma left and right was Su Wanjun. This sudden change of heart by the kidnappers, but it made him ride the tiger. Neither is going. Not going is even less so. Duan Koan said, "Mr. Su, didn't you say that you've already arranged for manpower? Whether it's Mr. Su or you, this trip should be foolproof." That's all that's been said. Where was Su Yujo's room for rebuff? So, even if there were 10,000 reluctances in his heart, he could only agree to it with his head. Yutong is my own niece. In public and in private, I should go. No one should persuade me. Seeing Su Yujo so righteous, the crowd was moved by the sight. True to form, no one was persuaded anymore. Su Wanjun said, "Yujo, since you've made up your mind, then hurry up and get ready. The robbers have only given an hour on their side." "Yes." Su Yujo nodded his head and without any nonsense, he turned around and left. Looking at the others departing back, Su Wanjun's eyes flickered as she frowned. Her mind was puzzled. Why did the kidnappers' side suddenly change their minds? Didn't the other guy come at you? Eyes on the horizon. This clinical change is truly baffling. Su Yujo walked back to the car with an expressionless face. Wait to close the car door. He then angrily cursed. What the hell are those idiots up to? Didn't they clearly tell him that they wanted Su Wanjun to go over there alone? Why did they suddenly switch to me? Next to him sat Su Yujo's beloved servant, named White Crow, brothers with the Crows. The two were a man of letters and a man of arms. "Boss, the Crows are watching them over there. Should we call over and ask what's going on?" Su Yujo waved his hand. "Hurry up and fight." White Crow immediately pulled out his cell phone and dialed Raven's number. Who knows? There was no answer on the other side. "Boss, the phone doesn't work." Su Yujo frowned, vaguely realizing that something was wrong. "Then you should just call Big Bug. You'll see what that son of a bitch is up to." "Okay." White Crow nodded and then changed his phone number. But the call went out. Still no answer. This next. Su Yujo was confused, and an ominous premonition instantly came over him. "Boss, take it easy. I'll hit the others," White Crow said with forced composure. So, a few more phone numbers were changed one after another. No one's picking up. No one's picking up. Still no answer. All the people involved in this matter. As if the call was muted. But not a single one could not be reached. Cold sweat broke out on Su Yujo's forehead. At this point, he no longer feels anger. A creeping coldness went straight from the soles of his feet to the sky. Years of experience in the jungle let him understand instantly. The plan must have gone terribly wrong. White Crow said, "Boss, could it be that our plan has been discovered?" Su Yujo shook his head. "I don't know." A million thoughts flashed through his mind. Even guessing. Was he himself detected by Su Wanjun? So, the other side turned the tables on the other side and willed the trick to be done on purpose? The thought just popped up. It was just vetoed outright by him. It can't be her. I've been monitoring her movements. There's no way I wouldn't have known if she did notice in advance. Since it's not Su Wanjun, then who is it? Su Yujo was confused. Eyes glittered, but they were not to be understood. Knock knock. While Su Yujo was thinking, the car window glass was knocked on. He turned his head and saw Duan Koan standing outside the car. Su Yujo slowly lowered the car window. Duan Koan said to him, "Mr. Su, Sister June asked me to tell you that she has the money ready, and the kidnapper's side has sent the location of the transaction, asking you to hurry over." Su Yujo said, "I know. I'll be right there." Subsequently, he began to straighten his lapel, and whispered, "You immediately notify Great General Meng, and ask him to send the Black Tiger Guards over to provide assistance. It's a big deal. 100,000 times over." White Crow nodded slightly. "I got it, boss." Great General Meng. The original name was Mongoose. Under the Dragon Kingdom war god Yifan, one of the top 10 war generals, he has killed countless people and has a reputation for murder. Hands in charge of a division of tigers and wolves. It is the Black Tiger Guards. The Black Tiger Guard establishment is 10,000 men. Each of them is a supreme expert who can fight with 1 against 100. Not only are they super strong, but they are fierce as tigers. Wherever they go, blood flowed and no grass grew. It was a private soldier that Yifan had specialized in eradicating dissidents. After Su Yujo got out of his car, he then followed Duan Koan and arrived in front of Su Wanjun. Su Wanjun has the money ready, and a special vehicle was arranged to see them off. "Yujo, I'll follow you there. When we get to the place, You'll take the money and go up the mountain alone to make the deal with the kidnappers. It would be best if everything was safe and sound. If the kidnappers are up to something else, just do what you have to do. Su Yujo said. Sister-in-law, I know what to do. Su Wanjun took out an invisible monitor that came with eavesdropping as well as video recording capabilities. You keep this thing with you. We can also react in time if there are any changes. Su Yujo's eyebrows jumped. A little hesitation. Eventually, I picked up the invisible catcher and put it on my body. When all the preparations are in place, Su Wanjun and Su Yujo set off in the same car. Duan Koan had drawn a group of experts from the Green Dragon Gang as escorts to travel with him. About half an hour later, the convoy arrived at the appointed place. Coming? It's here. The people are now at the bottom of the hill. Wonquan is not in the abandoned warehouse. Instead, they moved to the hill with the open view from before. He asked the hornet hovering next to him as he overlooked the movement down the hill. Finally, the husky next to him asked, "What do we do next?" Other people send heads for thousands of miles. The gift is light. If we don't accept it, then it's more or less a bit of a compliment. Wonquan laughed lightly. Everything was exactly as he had suspected. After Big Bug's call, really replaced Su Wanjun with Su Yujo. For this old fox, Wonquan has long had a must-kill. Whether he's behind it or not, he has to be killed today. Otherwise, having such a sinister villain hibernating in Su's mother and daughter at all times will always lead to mischief in vain. You guys keep a close watch on me, the movements of the entire mountain, and report back to me as soon as there is any movement. Wonquan said to the hornets. First time working with hornets, he realized instantly. This thing is a perfect biological weapon. Combines attack, reconnaissance. According to military experts, that's the integration of checking and fighting. Not only can you be in all areas, but you can come and go as you please, and it also silently conceals itself. The points are full of stars. Together, they are strong and invincible. With this one experience, Wonquan will focus on that later and develop the bug army a bit. For example, ants, mosquitoes, flies and some other common swarming bugs. Big has big benefits. There are small uses for small. When used properly, it can be surprising and effective. It was while Wonquan was looking out over the hill. Su Yujo had already taken the $50 million in cash and drove the vehicle alone, heading for the mountains. The reason for driving. That's because there's too much money for one person to lift. $50 million in cash, nearly 1,000 pounds, requires a dozen bags for packaging. If it's by hiking up on your back, don't say an hour. He may not be able to handle it even for a day and a night. Su Yujo drove the car outside the door of the abandoned warehouse and stopped. At this point, a group of people came out from inside. It was the gang of kidnappers led by Brother Big Bug. As soon as they saw Su Yujo, they approached with menacing faces. One of them, even more so, he directly pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Su Yujo's head. See this scene. Su Yujo's eyebrows jumped and his face showed a cold color. You're Su Yujo? Brother Big Bug opened his mouth and asked. Su Yujo nodded. Yes, it's quite human looking. Brother Big Bug shot a glance and said with a sneer. Due to the monitor Su Yujo was wearing on his body, he couldn't identify himself to Brother Big Bug. Due to the previous contact with Brother Big Bug, it was all one-sided and never showed up. So, Brother Big Bug didn't really know him either. The two looked at each other like strangers. Su Yujo coughed. My niece and those two girls. How is it now? Fine. Did you bring all that money I asked for? Brother Big Bug asked rhetorically. Su Yujo said. Bring it. However, I have to see the person before I can give you the money. Brother Big Bug grinned, his expression gradually becoming more menacing. Excuse me, you can't see it. The reason we let you come here is to get you killed. Su Yujo was shocked. You're going to tear the ticket? Brother Big Bug said. We'll take the money. We'll take your life. And as for the three girls, we'll let them go safely. Hear that? Su Yujo was finally not calm. Immediately, he questioned. It's too unprofessional for you to do that. Big Bug Brother's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a smirk, it can't be helped. Who made you offend our boss? Our boss said that anyone can live today, but you must die. Su Yujo was confused on the spot, eyes wide. He's the boss of the kidnappers, and he never even gave such an order. Kill yourself? This world. I'm afraid only a fool would do such a thing. And so, he held back his anger and whispered, who's your boss? In saying this, he deliberately scowled and hinted at Brother Big Bug. Who knows? Brother Big Bug slapped him across the face, sending his gold-rimmed glasses flying. What the hell are you squinting at me for? Su Yujo covered his face and cried out in disbelief. How dare you hit me? Not only do I dare to beat you, but I'm going to get you killed. Brother Big Bug said in a broken voice. A kick landed on Su Yujo's stomach, sending his entire body straight to the ground. Seeing that these kidnappers are really going to kill Suyujo panicked, not daring to continue hiding his identity. Subsequently, he was seen removing the monitor from his body and smashing it hard on the ground, smashing it to pieces. Then, rise quickly from the floor, while patting the dust from his body. One side was full of gloom. Mighty shouted, "Ma you alone? Open your dog's eyes and take a good look. Who am I?" Snap. Brother Big Bug rushes over and delivers a men's singles. One side of the fight. While cursing, "Who the hell do I care who you are? Dare to pretend to be a pussy in front of me. Let's see if I'll beat you to death." Suyujo was beaten up. Even the little bit of poise that was left was gone. One could only shout hysterically, "Ma you alone? I am your boss. How dare you impersonate my boss? I don't think you know how many eyes the Horse King has." Brother Big Bug hit harder, his fists raining down. Suyujo held his head and curled up on the ground. "I'm really your boss. It doesn't matter if Suyujo is Big Bug's boss or not. Today, Big Bugs are going to have to get each other killed. The reason is simple. That's when the other side doesn't see him as a human being at all. It's just as well to let him do this kind of all-consuming dirty work. I can't believe they're ambushing people in the dark to take them out. Such practices, whatever favor the other person had once shown him, in that instant, it was all erased. Brother Big Bug is all about righteousness, but he adheres more to another saying. Man is not for himself. God is for him. What an honorable man our boss is. How dare a stinker like you impersonate him? Suyujo said, "You don't know me, but you always know Crow. He's the one I sent to contact you." When the words were spoken, it's basically been confirmed that he is indeed Big Bug's boss. Also behind the whole thing. It's okay not to talk about the crows. At the mention of crows, Brother Big Bug's face was even more vicious. He grabbed Suyujo's hair and said in a cold voice, "That traitor, along with the other 19 scumbags, has already been put to death by me on the spot." "What?" Suyujo was dumbfounded. "You actually killed them?" Suyujo guessed that Crow and the others might have met an untimely end, but it was not expected in any way. The one who took out Raven was no one else, but actually Brother Big Bug. Let's not talk about where the other side got their motivation. On the basis of competence, these few stragglers on the other side were not on the same level as the squad led by Crow. Only tigers eat dogs. What kind of dog eats a tiger? Who made them betray the boss? We are the boss's most loyal slaves, and whoever turns against him, then we will destroy them completely. God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. This crazy talk, it made even Suyujo choke. He was thinking in his mind, what the hell is going on here? Could it be that someone has assumed my identity? False orders were given to Mayu alone. So, the other guy believed it, and that's why he did this stupid thing? Think about it. Suyujo was more speechless than angry. Alright, I don't want to talk nonsense with you. What other last words do you have? Hurry up and give them. I'll send you to see that traitor Crow, Big Bug Brother said with a fierce look on his face. Suyujo's heart was shocked and filled with fear. Now him. Where is the calmness of the previous strategizing? In his heart, he was crying and cursing in anger. Brother Big Bug is the dead man he trained, and he was to be killed by his own dead soldiers. What kind of mockery is this? You can't kill me. I really am your boss. What exactly do I have to do for you to believe me? Suyujo knelt on the ground and lost his voice. Brother Big Bug didn't have the heart to hear him continue. Gave a hint to the person next to him. The other man understood and came forward immediately. Was about to shoot. Instead, Brother Big Bug said, "Don't shoot. Cut his head off with a knife." Subsequently, the man withdrew his pistol and replaced it with a knife. Just as he was about to stab towards Suyujo's head, a bright light flew in from the distance. It flew over the man's body. Next moment, the man's face twisted and he let out a heartbreaking scream. "Ah! Fix your eyes." The arm that was holding the knife was cut right off. Looking along the trajectory of the bright light that had just flown by, on the wall behind it, there was a steel knife sticking out. The Black Tiger Guard arrives. "You thieves, don't tie your hands." With a roar, in all directions, suddenly a group of fierce earth-clad in black armor rushed out. Each of them was riding a high horse, mighty and murderous. Suyujo was ecstatic when he heard that it was the Black Tiger Guards that had come, and Big Bug's men, scared and bloodless. The scene that you see before you, it's just so impactful. Dozens of Black Tiger Guards, like divine soldiers, appeared around the abandoned warehouse, and surround it. The wind swept and the sand flew. Soldiers are chilling. These Black Tiger Guards, they are all extraordinary and supreme experts. The body is like thunder, flying like a wall. It also dodges bullets easily. The gunfire is a sham. The one leading the group was one of the top 10 war generals of the Dragon Kingdom, with the Black Tiger King known as the son of Mengbrace, Meng Yu. Mon Yu was over 2 meters tall and lanky, like a giant. A cold face, like winter frost. Just looking at it sends shivers down your spine. Not only was Brother Big Bug terrified, even the associates behind him couldn't help but shiver in panic either. How did the Black Tiger Guard show up here? Mengyu drove his horse forward, and his icy, bone-chilling eyes swept through the crowd, but anyone he sweeps by, none are frightened by it. Mr. Meng, you came just in time. If I had been one step slower, I would have been killed by these fools, Su Yujo said with palpitations as she organized her grooming. Mengyu said in a low voice, Mr. Su, I have been ordered by my father to come and help you. Seeing the situation being regained control, Su Yujo resumed his previous airy stance. These few fools, I don't know who compelled them, actually turned against me, and it was also them who turned against me on the verge of a fight, causing my carefully planned plan to be completely shattered, Su Yujo said. Original. Behind him, the man behind the curtain. I can't believe there's this one behind the scenes. Mengyu's brows furrowed and he became furious. Damn thing. Spoiling our good deed. The words fell. He was then ready to put Big Bug Brother and the others to death on the spot. However, but he was stopped by Su Yujo. Mr. Meng, wait. The death or life of these fools is not important. The key is, we have to ask from their mouths. Who instructed them to do this? This whole thing is so fishy. It's obviously just a foot away from the door. But in the end, it's been messed up. If we don't get to the bottom of this, there will surely be more trouble in the future. Su Yujo is worthy of being an old fox, even after being beaten half to death by Brother Big Bug's men. He also didn't just get the other guy killed because he wanted to vent his anger. Instead, he analyzed the stakes in an organized manner. In the meantime, standing far away in the high mountains above the spring, he saw this scene. The pupils contracted rapidly. The hands were clenched into fists, the nails about to dig into the flesh due to the excessive force. However, and he knows no pain. Gnashing his teeth in anger, the husky next to him sensed his difference and couldn't help but ask, "You look like you're angry." When Quan's facial muscles twitched viciously. If eyes could kill, that group of people at the bottom of that mountain would probably have been in pieces long ago. Fumizumi wasn't angry. Instead, it was an unmitigated fury. There are no two reasons for this. That is, this group of suddenly killed out of the Black Tiger Guard is precisely his one family extinction of the accomplices. Among them are not only the king of Black Tigers, Monk Brace, and his son, Mon Yu. Even if the other party turned into ashes, Wen Quan would recognize him. Dogs, I didn't go looking for you, but you actually came to the door yourself. Wen Quan took a deep breath, and the killing intent in his eyes grew fiercer. The Huskies didn't realize the hidden agenda. It said solemnly, "Man, that group of people looks like they're pretty powerful. If we rely on our strength alone, it's not enough to fight against them. If you want to kill him, I think you'd better think long and hard about it." No. When Quan's gaze was like a knife as he said word for word, "Since he's already here, I'll have to kill him today. Black Tiger Guards, right? Mon Yu, right? The crimes you committed in the Wen family before. Today, I, Wen Quan, the youngest member of the Wen family, and it shall be repaid to you all together. 3 years of hibernation. Endure the humiliation and lie in wait. It's time, too, to recoup a little interest from the haters." A thought is a thought. Wen Quan no longer had any hesitation. The burning heart of vengeance has long been difficult to suppress. Immediately, he began to line up his troops, prepare to launch a thunderous strike against the Black Tiger Guards, led by Mengyu. Honestly, who the hell ordered you to do this? Su Yujo stared at Big Bug Brother with icy eyes and snapped. Brother Big Bug looked at the situation. He also knows that his fate is inescapable, whether you say it or not. There was no way Su Yujo would even let him go. In that case, there was no need for him to cooperate with the other party. Humph, don't waste your breath. We're not going to betray the boss. You bunch of hyenas, if you dare to kill us, our boss will definitely avenge us and slaughter you all. It was clearly all in a desperate situation. Brother Big Bug, however, was not the least bit abashed. Hard to come up with "I laugh at the sky with a sword," to leave the liver and gall to Kunlun momentum. This confused Su Yujo. He reached out with his finger and poked the Big Bug Brother in the forehead as hard as he could. "I really want to split your head open and take a good look at what's all stuffed inside. How many times do I have to say it? I am your boss." Big Bug Brother spat a mouthful of saliva onto Su Yujo's face and snorted. "Really think I'm a fool? Just like you. You deserve to be my boss?" Su Yujo froze. The facial muscles twitched viciously. He reached out and wiped the spittle off his face. The eyes grew fierce. Immediately, from the waist of the black guard on one side, he drew a steel knife and swung it down at Big Bug Brother's head. Wow! Big Bugger landed on his head on the spot. The head rolled down 7 or 8 meters like a leather ball. The scene could have scared the hell out of those kidnappers. Trembling, full of panic, Su Yujo took the bloodied knife and pointed at them, shouting, I'll give you one more chance. Who instructed you to do this? If you don't tell me, this stupid pig will be your downfall. Boss, the kidnappers said. Su Yujo grimly asked, who is your boss? I don't know who our boss is. It's always been a one-way street. Anyway, we do whatever he tells us to do. Another useless line of bullshit. Su Yujo's patience had long been worn clean. He took a deep breath and said to Mengyu, Lord Meng, these fools are useless. Just finish them off. Hear that? Manhwa is then ready to make people do it. Seeing that he was about to lose his life, one who was afraid of death immediately jumped out and shouted, I'll tell you all. Don't kill me. Su Yujo turned his head to look at him, his eyes narrowing. Speak. The man trembled, even choked several mouths of saliva before finally suppressing the fear in his heart. Slowly said, I really do not know who he is, only know that he is very powerful. Last night he, halfway through the sentence, it was accompanied by a heartbreaking cry of pain. This kidnapper, who was prepared to tell the truth, died on the spot. Su Yujo was stunned when he saw this. Mengyu was shocked and couldn't help but ask, what's going on? The 5 remaining kidnappers seemed to anticipate what was going to happen. Next, with a haha laugh, he shouted, they're coming, all must die, and none will escape. Su Yujo asked, who are they? The words were not yet spoken. Countless mind bees, like dark clouds sweeping in, launched an attack towards the crowd around the abandoned warehouse. This next, the Black Tiger guards led by Mengyu finally realized what the other party was talking about. Brothers, it's a death either way. Fight them. These kidnappers aren't stupid. Seeing the big bug brother's head hit the ground, he immediately guessed his end. If he cooperated with Su Yujo, the other party would definitely unload his weapons. But if one way is the same, it's still going to die. But at least there's a chance of survival. They were yesterday, but seeing it with my own eyes, the man's god-awful tactics, manipulate the hornets, manipulate the huskies, all sorts of over-the-top maneuvers. It's comparable to a god. No matter how powerful the Black Tiger guards were, they were still only humans after all. No matter how strong humans are, how can they be compared to the gods? Think about it. They no longer have any hesitation. Instead of dying on your knees, you should live on your feet. If you can survive, it's a pitch to convert to God. All 5 kidnappers stormed out. They didn't attack the heavily armed Black Tiger guards on offense. Instead, he ran towards the abandoned warehouse. It looks like it's going to run away. Seeing this, Mengyu shouted in a cold voice, kill without amnesty. The 2 Black Tiger guards immediately pulled out their steel swords and rushed over. However, wait until they're halfway through the rush. The 5 kidnappers grabbed prepared submachine guns as well as rifles from the abandoned warehouse and opened fire on the people outside. Killing one is enough. Kill a pair of earning flies. Come on, all of you. I'll send you to the west. Dang it. The bullets hit the Black Tiger guards and instead of killing them, they all bounced off. On the heavy armor, it didn't even leave a bullet hole. There was only a shallow white mark. In the Dragon Kingdom, which was founded on martial arts, but anyone who can join the official armed forces, those are all strong, powerful, skilled masters. Although the Black Tiger guards were not considered the most elite armed forces of the Dragon Kingdom, they were still considered to be of first-class caliber. 100 years ago, Western civilization came with advanced technology. With 10 warships, blasted open the gates of the Dragon Kingdom. From there, 100 years of humiliating history began. Various humiliating wars as well as clauses have trampled the former heavenly kingdom into the dust. The country has no dignity. The people are in dire straits. The land of God, as it is about to fall. But the sky is falling on a fierce man, the true martial emperor, who came out of nowhere. He led the Red Flame army by himself. First, the civil unrest was swept away. Later, he repelled the allied forces of 18 nations. Another showdown with the strongest empire of the time. At the top of its game, it didn't beat them to the punch, but it did beat the country. 80 years after that, the Dragon Kingdom is in tune with the times. Soaring, the world landscape has changed several times. The Dragon Kingdom today, it has become the second superpower outside of the strongest empire, and is a leader in the Asian East, where martial arts comes first. As for the Western camp, using technology as a guide and biochemistry as a supplement, they have mastered another force that is not inferior to martial arts. To this point, the East-West pattern is set. The world is at peace. Back to the main topic. Back on topic. The Dragon Kingdom also has technological power. But, that's all open to ordinary people who can't cultivate. Truly awesome. The main thing is the foundation of the country. The ultimate martial arts. Take the Black Tiger Guard. The selection criteria for the Black Tiger Guards was extremely harsh. 1 hour of air closure in the water. Naked ice war stand for 3 hours. 100 kilograms of weight and 80 kilometers of marching in 1 hour. Unarmed strikes. 2,000 pounds, or more. This standard. For the average person, that's all mission impossible. But for the selectors of the Black Tiger Guards, it's a baseline that's too common to be ordinary. If it's a higher level of armed force, the requirements are even more outrageous than that, so to speak. As long as we can get into the core arms of the Dragon Kingdom, those are 1 in a million superhumans. Switching perspectives, this group of Black Tiger Guards were completely oblivious to the attack of bullets. It wasn't that their bodies were so hardened that even bullets couldn't penetrate them. Rather, it was the armor they wore, which weighed 100 kilograms and was forged from black basalt. Let alone against bullets. Even a shot is not out of the question. Mengyu looked at the group of kidnappers who actually dared to fight back with their guns. Killing intent erupted in his eyes. A bunch of things that don't know how to die. Since you guys are determined to seek death, then you can only do as you wish. Mengyu removed the bow and arrows from his horse. 5 arrows in one hand, drawing the bow like a full moon. Shoo, shoo, shoo. 5 wind-breaking sounds rise. 5 sharp vectors, flying away. These sharp vectors are as fast as lightning, and their force is equal to 1,000 pounds. The 5 kidnappers, who were hiding behind a wall and shooting, thought they were safe. But in the next moment, instead, the sharp vectors broke right through the wall and shot through their heads. A couple of flops. The group fell. The gunfire stopped. Walls as thick as 20 centimeters with steel bars in them. Even sniper rifles couldn't shoot through them. It was actually pierced by Mengyu drawing his bow and shooting an arrow. Mengyu is the commander of the Black Tiger Guards. It wasn't nepotism that got him into this position. Instead, it's real on its own merits. The martial way is divided into 4 realms. Separately, hardening, inner strength, the Big Dipper, invincible in the flesh. Each major realm is divided into 4 minor realms. Again, separately, pre-dash, mid-dash, late-dash, and grand rounds. Mengyu's martial arts realm was pre-interior strength, and he shot the arrow. The reason why it is so powerful, comparable to a heavy sniper rifle, that's because he used internal energy. In martial arts parlance, that is, 1 strength against 10,000 strengths. The sound of gunfire down the hill was heard to come to an abrupt halt. When Quan, who was standing at the top of the hill, happened to see the scene, only his face changed slightly. The words were muttered under his breath. Worthy of being the renowned Black Tiger Guard. It's really as terrifying as it is. But, even if you guys are more powerful, you all have to die here today. At this time, when Quan was determined to kill, nothing could stop the butcher's knife of his vengeance from falling anymore. These Black Tiger Guards can rely on the hardness of their armor. Defend yourself against bullets, but it may not be enough to keep the wasps at bay. With the toxins of the mine wasps, as long as it hits the target, it can still poison it. Fumizumi just had the idea. However, the scene that horrified him happened. The way that the Black Tiger Guards faced the attack of the Hornets and recruited them was extremely simple and rough. It is to draw the steel knife that you wear with you and slash across the board, waving out in the air, a flower of blades, with the reaction speed of an ordinary person. Naturally, they couldn't cut into these fast-moving wasps, but these Black Tiger Guards are all top-notch martial arts experts. They can even dodge bullets. Let's not even talk about hacking at Hornets. A short moment of work, hundreds of Hornets, and they cut them down to just half. As for the Black Tiger Guard side, it did not produce any casualties. Man, the strength of this group is truly terrifying. The wasps are ineffective against them, Husky said. When Quan's face was grave as he said in a low voice, it seems that I have still far underestimated their strength. Pull them back. Any more fighting and all those wasps are going to die. The Husky said heartily. After all, they fought side by side. It is more or less compassionate. Can't pull out. When Quan's eyes flickered as he analyzed with a clear mind. Once they stop attacking, the 3 girls locked up in the house will be in danger. Su Yujo will definitely poison them. And then, blame it on those dead kidnappers. The Husky said, but there's no point in fighting like this. These wasps can't even break through these people's defense. The way things are going, it was far beyond when Quan's expectations. He anticipated the high probability that Su Yujo would come, but didn't anticipate it. The other side actually called for help. The person who came was, after all, still the Black Tiger Guard Mengyu. At this point, Morning Paw, the cow cat, also began to speak. There is no fear of not having wood to burn. Anyway, we are in the dark and they are in the light. We have plenty of chances to make our move. This cat and dog all seemed to notice at the same time that when Quan's mind had changed, no longer sedated, no longer subdued, and even more so, no longer smart. Ask him what happened, and he kept his mouth shut, which is really surprising. It was a poor decision on my part. This swarm of hornets has not been upgraded and is only version 1.0. If they were to evolve to version 2, 0, perhaps, they would be able to inflict a killing blow on these black tiger guards. Calmly, Fumizumi summarized the reasons for the loss. The husky asked, "So what now?" Fumizumi looked down at the husky and the cow-cat, and an idea instantly came into his head. "Tang Yuan, you've leveled up, so later I'll level up Funeral Biao as well, so that both of you are version 2.0. As soon as I heard that, the husky's doggy face changed. "I mean man, you don't think you want us two brothers on it, do you?" When Quan nodded his head and said bluntly, "Yes, crap." Husky directly on the foul mouth, "I'm on a day I'm on. You do not see those people are fierce like a melon skin." I take the funeral puma rushed over. "That is not pure looking for death it?" When Quan said, "I didn't ask you to die. You only need to attract their attention and introduce them to the mountain. With your speed, as long as you don't commit any illnesses, it's impossible for them to hurt you." Easy for them to say. They can miss a million times, but if we both miss once, our lives are lost. The husky rolled his eyes. The cow-cat, mourning puma, is also a bit flustered. See a cat and a dog and start pushing. When Quan made a direct hit. "If you both don't get on, when the hornets are killed off, you'll watch the men click off your master." This statement was made. Both the husky and the cow-cat blushed. They both looked at each other, knowing that Fumizumi wasn't talking nonsense. Seeing its two minds falter, Fumizumi continued to add fuel to the fire. "Your master has been so good to you, and you can't bear it, to see her killed by these bad people? 18 years old girl, beautiful like a flower, not even looking for a boyfriend, dying at the hands of a beast. Heaven envies the red face." The husky yelled, "Okay, you stop, can't we just go?" The cow-cat also spoke up, "If we are unfortunate enough to die, you must save our master." When Quan patted his chest and assured the cat and dog, "Don't worry about it, I'll definitely rescue Su Haitang, and kill all of these oafs, leaving no one behind." The last half of the sentence, it practically burst from between his teeth, the killing intent in Wen Quan's eyes. It's not less but more exuberant. Fumizumi is back to looking for help again, and his chosen target, still wasps, and so, he once again went to the original hive and found the Queen Hornet. "Your Excellency's business is finished?" the Queen Hornet asked. When Quan shook his head, his expression a bit grave, "I'm sorry, the enemy I'm facing is too powerful. The soldiers I borrowed from you before not only failed to kill them, but instead caused the swarm to suffer heavy losses." Hear that? The Queen Hornet was taken aback, but, in an instant, it calmed down again. These wasps are both its subjects and its offspring, and its tools for expanding the colony. For the loss of these hornets, although it also felt pity, it did not show any heartache. People may only have a few babies in their lifetime, but for a queen hornet, as long as there is enough food and a good environment to live in, it can give birth to thousands of hornets in its lifetime. Hundreds of them died. It's really not a big deal. When Quan paused his voice and said in a low voice, "Are those human corpses I sent to the back mountain earlier? Are you satisfied, Your Highness?" The Queen Hornet said, "It tastes pretty tasty." When Quan's gaze was fixed as he swore, "Lord Queen, if you're still willing to lend me your troops, I guarantee that you'll get more this time." The Queen Hornet hesitated, stand on the hive and crawl back and forth. See this scene. When Quan also felt that his request like this was really a bit excessive. But, the situation was urgent, and he had no other time to choose another creature as an attack weapon. So, it was only then that I had to go back to the Queen Hornet again. The Queen Hornet said, "Your Excellency, I've lent you all the soldiers I can, and there really aren't any more to spare." When Quan looked up at the other wasps outside the hive, hovering around, and immediately said, "It doesn't have to be the soldier wasps, the rest of these wasps will do. Hornets are not like ants. There are distinct differences in the body structure of the children born to the queen ants, the worker ants and the soldier ants, and the hornets. Both worker and soldier bees have the same body structure. The reason why there is a difference in calling, this is mainly due to grade differences." Exactly. Worker bees can also be used as soldier bees. When the Queen Hornet heard this, her attitude was obviously a bit hesitant. Soldier bee is dead. It can also recreate a batch by reproduction, but if even the worker bees are dead, wouldn't that be a return to the past overnight after decades of hard work? When Quan could see the reason for the Queen Hornet's hesitation and said, "Lord Queen, if you are willing to lend me all the hornets, not only will I fulfill my previous promise, but I will also give your entire population a heavenly creation." "A great creation?" The Queen Hornet froze, her eyes fixed on Wen Quan and asked, "What does your Excellency mean by that?" Fumizumi didn't explain. Instead, they came up with practical actions. Immediately, he opened his hand wide and aimed it at the entire hive. The majestic beast god Yuan Qi swept out like a raging wave. All the hornets that came into contact with the beast god's Yuan Qi. In this moment, Nothing has changed for the worse. The body gets bigger. The color around his body was more vibrant and even bloomed with a metallic luster. Thin as cicada wings. Direct transparency. Under the sunlight, it exuded a blade-like sharpness. The most obvious change. It is the mouthparts that wasps use as one of their means of attack. A pair of mouth pliers. It gets thick and big, as if it could bite through iron. As for its strongest weapon, the tail pin, it also received an epic enhancement, since the tail pin is retracted inside the butt. So, can't see a change for now. You can only see the power when you use it. Who is the most poisonous person in the world? A green spider with a snake's mouth. A wasp with a needle in its tail. This is amazing. I feel empowered in me. The queen hornet let out a gasp. Other wasps that got upgraded. 2. The power of the beast god Yuan Qi. It's about fixing weaknesses and strengthening strengths. The queen hornet is the strongest of the entire swarm. The changes are undoubtedly the most obvious. The abdomen becomes huge. It's like a meatball. The wings directly degraded and disappeared. Compared to the change in appearance, the metamorphosis it's really crazy about is actually the speed at which it reproduces. Previously, 20 were born in a day. Now it's 1,000 a day. It's more raw than ants. A proper breeding machine. Wen Quan said, "Your Majesty, I wonder if this generous gift of mine can be used as a condition for me to borrow troops again?" The queen hornet looked at Wen Quan and said, "Your Excellency, you are truly a man of God, and I'm so lucky and blessed to have met you. I am willing to serve you as my lord, to be a slave and a servant for the rest of my life, to be a cow and a horse for your Excellency's dispatch, in order to serve you as a dog and a horse." The queen hornet was obviously thrilled. Previously worked with Wen Quan, it may have been chosen out of necessity, and now submissive, but it's a willingness and a willingness to do so. It had seen this human, godlike power, follow him around. Not only will you not lose out, and it's a big moneymaker. Fumizumi smiled slightly and looked at his watch. The expression became grave once again. Time is running out. You lend me all the hornets under your command. The queen hornet nodded. Subordinate obeys. Wen Quan originally did not intend to use the beast god Yuan Qi to transform the wasps. This partnership, rightly so, is a one-time thing. Only, man's plans are not as good as God's. The black tiger guards are brazen. If he didn't transform these hornets, then in his hand, he simply didn't have the cards to fight the black tiger guard. As far as avenging bloodshed and taking them all down in one fell swoop, that's even more of a moot point. It is for this reason. That's what he chose to do. It's a good thing that the queen hornet is also a smart bug who knows what she's doing, and profoundly understands the truth that a good bird chooses a good tree. With a command from the queen hornet, the wasps around the perimeter of the hive quickly concentrated. Soon, it regrouped into an army of hornets. "How many more wasps do you have here?" Wen Quan asked. The queen hornet said, reporting back to master, "The larvae that can provide combat power, a total of 1,500. That's basically, it's already all the queen hornet's got." In order to show its loyalty, it came out in full force and did not leave a single soldier behind. Sure, the larvae that are still in the hive, waiting to be fed, don't count. It's okay. We are about to face a very powerful enemy. In this battle, no matter how many soldiers you die, I will make it up to you tenfold and 100-fold, Wen Quan promised. In the meantime, Husky and Cowcat followed Wen Quan's instructions. An attack was launched against the Black Tiger Guard. The upgraded iteration of the Husky is no mean fighter. If it's a solo fight, that it doesn't wimp out on the Black Tiger Guard at all. Opponent if not holding equipment, it can definitely crunch it to death. Humans are stronger. It was ultimately difficult to match the beasts in this aspect of combat. The Husky rushed forward as fast as lightning. After pouncing on one of the peripheral Black Tiger Guards, he bit his leg and dragged it for more than 10 meters. When the other Black Tiger Guards saw this, their faces changed drastically. "What's going on? It looks like a wolf attacked us." Meng Yu frowned. "How can there be wolves in a place like this?" His eyes narrowed and he looked away. "Sure enough, I saw it. It was indeed a wolf-looking creature dragging a Black Tiger Guard towards the mountains. This beast's power is so terrifying. The average weight of the Black Tiger Guard, it's about 180 pounds, plus 100 kilos of armor, and 50 pounds of weapons, nearly 500 pounds. Such an exaggerated weight. Two ordinary big men are still difficult to carry and walk like flying. But that wolf, it can be so. The genus is unbelievable. Husky after a makeover. The head is smart as hell. It knew that if it charged mindlessly, it would definitely be hacked to death by this group of people. So, it chose this fringe OB, playing the guerrilla approach. Whatever it takes to get these people's attention, then it doesn't need to be in combat to pull wildly. Lead the crowd into the middle of the mountains. Then its mission is accomplished. As for what to do with the rest, that's none of its business. Anyway, When Quan's instruction to it was to invite the king into the jar, Manhwa picked up his bow and arrow, just about ready to take this wolf down remotely. The husky sensed the danger in an instant. Immediately, he yanked the man into the bushes, leaving the opponent out of sight. Ah! This black tiger guard that was dragged by it let out a miserable scream. This guy has thick skin, and wearing a suit of armor. Husky couldn't bite him, but it was able to snap his leg bones. Manhwa's face sank as he shouted, "Give me chase and slaughter this beast." The words fell. Manhwa spurred his horse and charged ahead. The other dozen or so black tiger guards followed closely behind, driving their horses and trailing steep hills under the hooves of these fast horses. It's like a walk in the park. Why do I see that beast doesn't look like a wolf? And it looks a bit familiar. Su Yujo looked into the distance and mumbled a chant. For this sudden sneak attack, he didn't take it to heart. Instead, he turned his attention to the abandoned warehouse, where Su Haitang and the others should be detained. Manquan gave the order. I thought huskies and cow-cats attacked together? The huskies have shown up. And where does the cow-cat go? How it's gone missing? Actually, it was not clinical. Again, the arrangement of Wanquan was not followed. As opposed to attracting the attention of the enemy, what it valued more was saving its master. So, while the outside was in a mess, it had quietly slipped into the abandoned warehouse. Prepare for a catfight. Save the owner first. What the hell is going on out there? I don't know yet. The gunshots rang out all of a sudden and stopped, and also heard the sound of horses' hooves. It should be that a lot of people have come. Yu Yanxiao pressed her ear to the doorway and whispered. Wei Ling was furious. Damn it, if that bastard didn't lock us in here, we wouldn't be as helpless as a turtle in a jar at this point. Su Haitang's eyes brimmed as she slowly said, Linger, don't be anxious. Didn't Brother Wang say that he would definitely ensure our safety? Wei Ling snorted coldly and said in an unkind manner, I'm not going to believe this asshole's bullshit. It was while the three were exchanging words. There was a sudden movement at the door. Someone's coming. Wei Ling looked startled. The other two women also looked sideways. Is it Big Brother Wang? Su Haitang asked. However, the doorway didn't respond, but the lock cylinder started to turn. So someone should be outside messing with the lock. The situation is not good. Beware of danger. Wei Ling reminded, picking up the slate from the floor. Su Haitang and Yu Yanxiao also panicked and willfully picked up things from the ground to use as weapons. Wait a moment. The door was finally opened. The three women looked toward the door. Didn't see anyone. Instead, I saw a black and white cow cat. The three women looked at the cat. The cat also looked at the three women and made a meow 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 sound. What's going on here? Wei Ling was confused on the spot, a look of surprise on her face. The cow cat walked straight in and surrounded Su Haitang's feet, gently rubbing its head against her pants leg. Su Haitang's beautiful eyes rounded, and she blurted out, Morning Biao? The cow cat immediately responded by meowing a few more times. This next, Su Haitang could be 100% sure. This cow cat is the very pet that you have. She immediately picked him up and cried out in surprise and joy. Morning Biao, why did you come over? It's just a shame. Suheido doesn't know how to communicate telepathically. Cow cats can't communicate with them and can only respond through purring or eyes to them. Su Haitang was incredulous at the same time, also touched to the core. How she didn't expect it. In her own time of distress, the family pet actually runs out to save her. How did the other side know she was kidnapped, and knew where she was located, and looked all the way up? These doubts. It can hardly be called a miracle, but rather a miracle. The cowcat broke free from Su Haitang's embrace and leaped to the ground. It didn't have time to talk to its owner, to each other, meowed twice. Just turn and run toward the door. Run to the door and stop. Turning his head to Su Haitang, he made a head-shaking motion, gesturing. The other followed him quickly. Su Haitang froze for a moment. Immediate heartfelt understanding. As she wiped her tears, she said, Yan Xiao, Linger, Morning Biao told us to follow it. Let's follow it. Wei Ling and Yu Yanxiao, both of them, were equally dumbfounded. Question marks were written all over my brain. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm sure they couldn't believe the scene they saw before them. Su Haitang's pet cat actually ran out to save her. Who can believe this? Plots that only appear inside sci-fi movies, but it's playing out in reality. I'm sure it's incredible to anyone who has experienced this firsthand. The three women didn't delay. As opposed to trusting a stranger who doesn't know his roots, they preferred to believe the cat, and the cow cat lived up to its name. Because, when it came in, it had long ago surveyed the terrain of this neighborhood. All of it. Where's the back door? Where's the cul-de-sac? Where's the shortcut to the bottom of the hill? I know it all by heart. I know it all by heart. Under the guidance of the cow cat, the three women got out of the abandoned warehouse without any problems, and, in the meantime, didn't alert anyone. So, by the time Su Yujo came in with his men, the room was long gone. Nothing left. The husky turned his head to take a look, almost scared out of my mind. These black tiger guards on their high horses moved extremely fast. Even though it exerted all its strength and ran wildly, it still failed to shake it off. I see that I'm about to be caught up. Huskies no longer travel in a straight line. Instead, he launched into a snakeskin walk. That's all. It took the group of black tiger guards behind it and went deeper into the mountains, drawing towards the mountain's hinterland continuously. Run and run, the husky's mind muttered. The old man has brought in the people. Why hasn't that guy shown up yet? You're not leaving me behind and running off on your own, are you? It's happening right now. A call rang out from the side. Sourdough, get over here. The husky turned his head to look and instantly saw Wen Quan. Once he saw that his opponent did not leave him behind to escape, the husky could not help but feel a surge of ecstasy. Wagging his tail, he rushed over and shouted, "Those people have been lured over by me. Okay, I've seen it all," Wen Quan said, very pleased with the performance of the huskies. "What else do you need me to do next?" Husky asked. Wen Quan laughed, his eyes flashing with essence. "No need. Stay by my side and watch the show." Wen Quan stood still and didn't move. The eyes looked toward the front. It was as if they were waiting for the group of black tiger guards to come after them. About a minute later, it was accompanied by a rush of hooves. A dozen or so black tiger guards, led by Mengyu, rode fast horses and killed in front of Wen Quan. When they saw Wen Quan, no one is surprised by it. As for Mengyu, he even pulled the rope and strangled his horse, stopping at a position 10 meters away from Wen Quan. "Who are you?" Mengyu asked in a deep voice as his face chilled. Fumizumi didn't answer. Looking up at Mengyu, the grim look on his face grew more and more intense. Mengyu saw that the wolf that had attacked them was standing by Wen Quan's side in a regular manner. The heart was in a state of flux. Frowning, he said, "Did you let this wolf out?" Wen Quan sneered and said frankly, "Yes, it is true that I sent it to lure you here. However, it is not a wolf, but a dog." "Dogs?" Mengyu froze, took a closer look. It was discovered that the wolf-looking creature was really a dog. "Commander, this beast seems to be a husky," the subordinate next to him whispered. Mengyu's face changed in shock. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Obviously, learning of this result surprised him. The invincible black tiger guard. "I can't believe I was attacked by a husky." Although that person who was attacked was not in fear of his life, he was bitten off a leg. "Shit!" Mengyu cursed angrily, pulling out his steel blade and pointing it straight at Wen Quan. "If I'm not mistaken, the one who sabotaged our plan. It's you, isn't it?" Fumizumi gave a soft and admitted it decisively. "Who the hell are you? Why are you doing this?" Mengyu drank, killing intent growing in his eyes. Wen Quan paused his voice and patted the dust on his body. "I'm sorry, I'm not in the habit of explaining the causes and consequences to the dead." "Dead people?" Mengyu was stunned at first. After reacting, he became furious. "Humph. Listening to you, do you want to put us all to death here? Of course, you'll have a good look at the graves I've picked out for you to see if they're to your liking or not." Wen Quan opened his arms and said eloquently, "Nestled in the mountains with a beautiful view, it's the perfect place to bury your bones." This statement was made. Mengyu couldn't help but glance around towards the surroundings. Noticed that around, there was no one else, other than this guy of unknown origin. Only their group of black tiger guards were left. Mengyu snorted, "Unknowing fool, don't you recognize who we are?" "Black tiger guard," Wen Quan said directly. Mengyu said coldly, "If you know that, why do you still dare to mouth off here? A mere black tiger guard. In my eyes it's nothing more than dirt, so what is there to fear?" Wen Quan shook his head, disdaining this. The words, completely enraging Mengyu. His eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth and said, "I'd like to see how many kilograms you have." Mengyu didn't do it himself. Instead, he gave the two black tiger guards at his side a winking hint. The other person understood. With his steel sword drawn, he drove his horse towards Wen Quan. It was too late. A dozen meters away, with the added weight of a fast horse, it was almost instantaneous. It was only when he saw that the steel blade he was wielding was about to cut into Wen Quan's head that he finally reacted. Instead of retreating, his figure rushed in between the two horses with a sliding shovel. Very casually, he dodged the fatal blow. Mengyu was quite surprised to see this. Mindfulness. This guy's got some skills. No wonder it's so rampant. But, if that was all, then he could hardly escape death today. The two black tiger guards failed to win with one strike and immediately returned to attack again. Wen Quan, however, stood straight and raised his arms. "Wait." This statement was made. Those two black tiger guards stopped their attack. Mengyu's gaze also focused towards Wen Quan once again. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Now why are you calling for a halt? Do you want to kneel down and beg for forgiveness? Asking me to forgive you a dog's life?" Nonetheless, when Quan shook his head, his eyes looking straight at Mengyu, the reason why I shouted to stop, that's because, out of humanitarianism, I want to give you guys a chance to explain your last words. Otherwise, when I give the order, you guys, I'm afraid that you all will have to die on the spot. Manyu's expression froze, took a deep breath, and the anger in his heart burst out completely. I've seen arrogance, never seen such arrogance, dare to provoke the majesty of the Black Tiger Guard. If I don't cut off his head, it will be hard to vent my heart's hatred. When Quan's complexion stared as he shouted, come out all of them. Hear that? The crowd subconsciously assumed that there was an ambush in the vicinity. But, the grass was silent, still unmoving. Just when they thought that it was this guy who was making a fool of himself again, there was a dense buzzing sound from the sky. Follows. Countless hornets whistled and hovered over the heads of the crowd. See this scene. Mengyu's eyebrows jumped as he shouted at Wen Quan. So this swarm of wasps is also manipulated by you? Wen Quan nodded. Mengyu looked at the wasps and said, you're not thinking of destroying us with this stink bug, are you? Wen Quan smirked. What do you think? Mengyu was unimpressed and said coldly, this swarm of hornets attacked us just now, although the attack is fierce, but for us, it is like a mayfly shaking a tree. Wanting to use a swarm of hornets to kill the Black Tiger Guards, I think you're simply delusional and foolish. Wen Quan said indifferently, Mengyu, you are still as empty-eyed and self-righteous as before, and since you think it's impossible, I'm going to make it possible on the contrary. Wait for the last word to drop. Wen Quan's face showed ferocity as he shouted in a stern voice, kill for me, the one who wants you dead. Wen Quan walked up to Mengyu and said with a murderous air. Mengyu's mind was stunned. He scrutinized Fumizumi. To be sure, never seen this guy before, but, yet there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if it were déjà vu. Do you know who I am? Mengyu asked. Wen Quan said expressionlessly, the son of Black Tiger Guard General Meng Tian. Mengyu is also. Mengyu frowned. Since you know who I am and actually dare to attack me, are you not afraid of my father taking revenge on you? Hear that? Wen Quan's silent expression instantly became maniacal as he threw his head back and laughed. I'm not just going to kill you, even that old bastard Mango. I'll kill him as well. Mengyu's eyes were violently enlarged and his face was filled with horror. He was in the middle of the other man's words. Not only did he feel the creepy killing intent, more than that, it was a monstrous grudge that was hard to suppress. Who the hell are you? Mengyu asked once again. Wen Quan still didn't answer positively. Instead, he aimed the blade at Manyu's neck. Mengyu, do you remember what someone told you? What? Mengyu asked subconsciously. Wen Quan looked ruthless and said with fierce eyes, you guys exterminated my entire family this morning. In the coming day, even if I turn into a severe ghost, I will return the favor as it were. Mengyu looked confused. He thought hard about it. Out of the blue. Seems to remember who said that. Next, his pupils suddenly contracted, looking at Wen Quan incredulously. You? Those two words just came out. He then shook his head furiously. It can't be. You're obviously dead. Broken and bruised. How? Are you a human or a ghost? Wen Quan had a large sword in his hand and swung it down. Directly cut off Mengyu's head. Son of the Black Tiger King. Former commander of the Black Tiger Guard. One of the accomplices in the destruction of the Wen family. Mengyu. And so it fell. Wen Quan's eyes were indifferent as he watched all of this, and there was no pleasure in his heart of having his revenge avenged. In the deep eyes, there was more, an increasingly hot flame of vengeance. Father, mother, little sister, more than 100 relatives of the Man family. I, Wen Quan, have finally killed my first enemy. You can rest assured, but all the enemies who were involved in the extermination of the clan 3 years ago, I will not spare a single one of them, and will surely kill them all to console the souls of all of you in heaven. After the kill, Wen Quan didn't just leave, but did the finishing touches. With his current power, it's not enough to fight against the Black Tiger King, Meng Tian. So, he still needs to hide his identity and develop obscenely. Once the other son is dead, it will surely be thunderous. And, using all the resources at hand, investigate the whole thing, to prevent yourself from being exposed early. Wen Quan is going to clean up the entire scene. All traces of it. All of it. Sourdough, help me move the body along. The husky walked over and asked in disbelief. Why don't we use these bodies as rations for the wasps? Wen Quan said. The person who died this time is not ordinary. His father is the Black Tiger King Manhwa. If the hornets can't eat cleanly and leave any clues, it's very likely that they will find me along the way. As a veteran old cunt, Wen Quan absolutely did not allow himself to show any cracks. If you're going to do it, you're going to have to do it. Without saying anything more, the husky helped Wen Quan, dragging all the bodies scattered around and piling them into a small mountain. Wen Quan opened his palms. The words were recited in his mouth, and he urged his aura in his hands. There was a loud clatter. A bright flame that appeared in the palm of his hand, and coalesced into a ball of fire. This was a spell that Wen Quan had just learned called Fireball. This flame is not ordinary. It can burn everything, not to mention a few bones in the area. Even if it's steel and concrete, it just melts. When fireballs were thrown at these bodies, it was instantly ablaze. The fire was so intense that it even scorched the vegetation on this side. The husky backed up in fear and exclaimed out, "This fire is fierce." Wen Quan reminded, "You'd better stay away. If you're slightly tainted by this flame, your soul will be scattered." The husky decisively backed off 7 or 8 meters. Turning to Wen Quan, he asked, "There's still a group of people there in the abandoned warehouse. Should we rush over and kill them all?" Wen Quan's gaze stared and pondered for a while before finally giving up on such an intention. For one thing, there's not enough time. Secondly, it's too risky. With such a big commotion here at the abandoned warehouse, Su Wanjun at the bottom of the mountain must have already brought people up. And there's the patrol battalion. If Wen Quan continued to attack, it would be hard to ensure that they didn't find out. He avenged this thing. Can't be bright. It can only be done on the sly. When all is said and done, his enemies are the most powerful group of people in the Dragon Kingdom. If you engage them prematurely, that's like hitting a stone with an egg. Wen Quan wasn't confident that after failing, he could do it again. Wen Quan turned his head to look in a certain direction, muttering and chanting, "There will be a long time to come, and none of the damned will be able to escape. Damn, how can we not find them? Have they already escaped in advance?" Su Yujo opened up the black tiger guards and surrounded the abandoned warehouse, launching a carpet search. However, searched for half an hour and found nothing. This time, the black tiger guards involved in this operation were 30 in total. Manhwa took 15 people including himself. 15 remain here. They couldn't help but be perplexed when they saw the tops of the mountains in the distance, smoking violently. There seems to be a fire there. One of them said with a bad feeling in his heart. Commander Meng and the others went after that wolf. Why haven't they returned for so long? No good. Something big must have happened. Another man shouted. Immediately, the rest of these black tiger guards immediately rushed towards the direction where the fire had started, at a fast pace. In the meantime, Su Wanjun also rushed towards the mountain with her people. When the monitor placed on Su Yujo was destroyed, she had an instant premonition. As the car drove halfway up the hill, a few panicked figures suddenly rushed out from the nearby bushes. The car immediately hit the emergency brake. Su Wanjun fixed her eyes towards the outside of the car. Yutong? This nearly hit the trio. It was Su Haitang, Wei Ling, and Yu Yanxiao who followed the cow cat to escape. Su Wanjun rushed out of the car to check. As soon as Su Haitang saw her mother, unable to help his nose, he flung himself into the other man's arms and bawled, "Ooh-hoo, Mom, I thought I'd never see you again." Su Wanjun hugged Su Haitang tightly, similarly sobbing uncontrollably. Crying for a while, Su Wanjun wiped her tears and asked, "Yutong, how did you escape?" Su Haitang pointed to the cow cat on one side and said, "It was Morning Biao who saved us." "Morning Bill?" Su Wanjun turned her head and looked around, only to realize that her own cow cat was squatting to the side, licking its fur. Su Wanjun saw this scene. Immediately, he froze. As if she thought of something, she asked right after, "So have you seen Dr. Wang? Are you talking about Wang Fan?" Su Haitang asked. "Yes," Su Wanjun said. "He's the one who rushed to your rescue with Tang Yuan as well as Morning Biao." Su Haitang said. "See, then where is he?" Su Wanjun asked again. Su Haitang shook his head. "I don't know. He met with us and then left again," saying that he wanted to uncover what was behind. "It's..." Su Wanjun's gaze was fixed in thought. "So have you seen your uncle Yujo?" Su Haitang still shook her head. "No." Hear that? Su Wanjun couldn't help but frown. The mind flew like lightning, pondering, what the hell happened? As she was gazing, the phone in her pocket rang. "Take it out." It was Wen Quan who called. She stepped aside and answered the phone. "Hello, Dr. Wang." Wen Quan on the other end of the phone said, "Ms. Su, has Miss Yutong already rejoined you?" "Yes, I just ran into them on the road." Su Haitang said. "That's good." Wen Quan paused for a moment and said in a graceful manner, "Miss Su, the kidnapping of Miss Yutong hides a huge conspiracy, and for the time being, it has been confirmed that Su Yujo is precisely one of the murderers who plotted against your mother and daughter. But there is also a bigger force behind him." Su Wanjun was startled, and walked out another distance towards the front, whispering, "Who is the other party?" "The Black Tiger King Manhwa," Wen Quan said. "Here it's this guy." Su Wanjun's face changed in shock, her eyes filled with fear. However, Wen Quan's next words almost didn't scare her to death on the spot. "Originally, I was going to use the kidnapper's hand to finish off Su Yucho, but this guy called in the Black Tiger guards, and in order to protect the safety of Miss Yutong and the other two girls, I had no choice but to kill them, and the leader of them was none other than Meng Qua's son, Meng Yu. Su Wanjuan's beautiful eyes opened roundly and she sucked in a breath of cool air. What? When Quan said in a low voice, Miss Su Yujo doesn't know of my existence, so please keep my secret, and don't disclose any information about me regarding the rescue of the 3 Yutong girls. Su Wanjun had been confused. It's one message after another. It's like a thunderbolt, frying her entire being to the outside and blackening her eyes. It was thought to be a simple kidnapping, but I didn't expect it. It is amazing that there is such a great conspiracy and trap hidden in it, and the people involved. It's one that's hidden deeper than the other. Su Wanjun knew that this matter was not trivial. It was too late for her to be happy that her daughter was saved. Immediately, Su Haitang and Wei Ling, as well as Yu Yanxiao, shouted to the side. The matter of hiding Wen Xuan's identity was explained to them. Su Haitang was puzzled. Mom, why? Brother Wang saved us, shouldn't we thank him properly? Su Wanjun said. It's natural to be thankful. This matter can be done secretly. The current situation is very complicated. If it is revealed that it was Dr. One who saved you guys, he himself may be in danger. Oh, Su Haitang responded, nodding her head in a hurry. And Wei Ling and Yu Yanxiao responded that they would absolutely keep the matter a secret. If anyone asks how you were rescued, then tell him that it was my cat at home that rescued you. Su Wanjun said. This thing, as esoteric as it sounds, but it's the truth. As a matter of fact, it is reasonable and unjustifiable. Not much longer. The roar of a motor came from down the hill. Turn your head and look. Just a row of patrol battalion SUVs, whizzing by. As soon as the car stopped, a tall, well-built, imposing man stepped right out of the car, followed by a group of catchers from the patrol battalion. This person was none other than the Grand Master of the North Sea Patrol Battalion, Wei Yang. Behind Wei Yang, another middle-aged man in a suit and glasses got out of the car with him. He had an elegant demeanor, but there was a hidden edge in his eyes. This person is none other than the high-powered Justice of the Peace, Yu Bing. Seeing that it's his father, Wei Ling and Yu Yanxiao were instantly excited and immediately rushed over. Dad, Wei Ling shouted. Wei Yang, who had always shown himself as a cross-eyed and cold-faced person, couldn't help but be moved by his face the moment he saw his daughter. Are you okay? Wei Ling shook her head. It's fine. Wei Yang reached out his hand and touched Wei Ling's head with a face full of favor, murmuring, it's good that everything is fine. Yu Bin was equally ecstatic to see his daughter safe and sound. Pity the world's parents. Ever since he received word yesterday that his daughter had been kidnapped by a mysterious group of kidnappers, like a madman, he called on all the resources he could muster and searched the world for his daughter. Searched for a whole day without any news, until about an hour ago. Su Wanjun called him and said that she had the whereabouts of his daughter. He then immediately found Wei Yang, and then, escorted by the other party, rushed over in a hurry. This way, he was frightened and terrified, lest his heart's desire, something goes wrong. Nowadays, seeing Yu Yanxiao unharmed and jumping into her arms, she looked adorable as she begged for mercy. The stone hanging in his heart instantly fell to the ground. Where are those kidnappers? Wei Yang asked. A low voice with a murderous aura. Su Wanjun said. I'm not sure. Yutong and the 2 millennials. It was only under the guidance of a cat that they escaped from life and made it safe. Wei Yang raised his head towards the mountain and immediately ordered. Yi Wushuang. At this point, the criminal investigation commander, Yi Wushuang, led the order to come forward. What are the chief's orders? Wei Yang said. Take a group of people with you right now. Rush to the mountain and take control of that kidnapper. If they dare to resist, kill them without pardon. Yi Wushuang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, he led the criminal investigation team and the security guards, spreading out in an encircling formation and heading towards the mountain. Su Wanjun also said to Duan Koan next to her, Koan, you also bring your brothers over to help. Duan Koan gave a light hymn and greeted the manpower, going up together, black and white, launching a joint operation. This is truly an extremely rare image from ancient times. Wei Yang and Su Wanjun were not friends, quite the opposite. They used to go toe-to-toe with each other, a bit of an arch-enemy. Because the Green Dragon Gang controlled by Su Wanjun was not a legitimate organization in the past, and often had friction with official forces. Although no major clashes have broken out, small-scale fires have, nevertheless, occurred from time to time, nowadays. And yet they are on the same side because of the same thing. Su Wanjun looked at Wei Yang, her eyes flashing. Chief Wei, can I borrow a step to speak? Wei Yang looked as if he had sensed something. After a moment's reflection, he nodded. Subsequently, he followed Su Wanjun to the side. Ms. Su, Thank you very much for helping to save my daughter. Wei Yang expressed his gratitude to Su Wanjun. Su Wanjun said, whether it's my daughter or your daughter, to be able to escape from life. In fact, the one who should really be thankful is someone else. Oh, Wei Yang's eyes narrowed slightly and he subconsciously asked, Ms. Su, what do you mean by that? Su Wanjun's expression moved as she slowly said, this is not a simple kidnapping, but a huge conspiracy. This statement was made. Wei Yang's face, which was forced to be calm, became even more surprised. He didn't pursue it further. Instead, he looked at Su Wanjun and waited for her to follow. Su Wanjun said, according to reliable sources, the person who planned all of this is Black Tiger King Manhwa. Wei Yang was shocked. How is this possible? Su Wanjun said in a graceful manner. I also just learned of this matter. My late husband's younger brother Su Yujo. I don't know when he colluded with the Black Tiger King. He attempted to replace me. So he secretly arranged for kidnappers to kidnap my daughter. Su Wanjun told Wei Yang what she knew. One by one, Wei Yang instantly fell silent after hearing this. Eyes flickered. After a while, he asked, Ms. Su, why are you telling me this? Su Wanjun froze and did not answer directly. Actually, she also didn't want to tell Wei Yang about these things. When all is said and done, the two used to be bitter rivals, treating each other as thorns in their side, and hating to get rid of them. If it had been in the past, even if this matter rotted in her stomach, Su Wanjun would not reveal half a word. However, the current situation, compelled her to do so, because she got the shocking news from Wenquan. Manhwa is dead. As the only son of the Black Tiger King Mango, if the other party knew about this, they would definitely not let go of their son's killer. To hide Wenquan, and for not getting caught up in it myself, she had to pull on Wei Yang, not only because the other party is one of the parties. More to the point, the other party, as the Grand Master of the patrol battalion, was in charge of all criminal cases in the land of the North Sea. If he didn't know, investigate to the death. Pulled out Wenquan. Su Wanjun dare not imagine how crazy the Black Tiger King will do after his thunderous anger. One thought in this. Su Wanjun was about to inform Wei Yang of Mangyu's death. Instead, his phone rang at that moment. Ms. Su, I'm sorry, I'll take a call first, Wei Yang said to Su Wanjun. Su Wanjun nodded slightly and took the initiative to evade. This call was from Yi Wushuang. Wei Yang just answered and instantly his face suddenly changed. What? 10 minutes later, Wei Yang personally rushed to the scene. As far as the eye could see, it was a mess. In the front sight, the very center area, trees and soil, all burned up. All that was left was an ebony scorched earth. Even if the flames have gone out, standing in the perimeter, one could still feel a scorching heat. Around them stood the patrol battalion as well as the Black Tiger Guards. Wei Yang asked Yi Wushuang, who was surveying the scene, Little Yi, what exactly happened? Yi Wushuang said, after my subordinate's investigation, a vicious battle just took place here, and many people died, but the strange thing is that we couldn't find any corpses at the scene. Wei Yang said, was it incinerated? Yi Wushuang said, even if it was burned, there will always be some limbs left behind, but at the scene, we didn't find anything but a cloud of ashes. Normal. It takes a fresh corpse to burn to a crisp. It needs to be at least 1,000 plus degrees, and to dissolve a metal like armor. Instead, it needs to be 3,000 degrees or more. Without the use of special containers as well as fuel, it would be impossible to trigger such intense heat in its natural state. Yi Wushuang knew that a vicious fight had taken place here. Also know that a lot of people died. More than that, I know that there's a fire that's just gone out. However, unbeknownst to her, the fire had destroyed the bodies. The answer in plain sight. And yet she was puzzled by it. It's not because she's not brainy. Rather, she subconsciously assumed there could be no flame in the world, except a steel furnace, that could, in a moment, take a body in metal, and dissolve it. And there was no trace to be found. What's with this group of Black Tiger Guards? Wei Yang's gaze noticed the Black Tiger Guard next to him. Yi Wushuang said, my subordinate doesn't know. They were here as soon as we came over, and when we sent people up to ask, they ignored them. Wei Yang froze. In his mind, he remembered what Su Wanjun had just said to him. Wei Yang asked, who was the person who died? The probability is that it is the Black Tiger Guards. As for the person who killed them, I don't have any clue for the time being. Yi Wushuang muttered. Wei Yang was greatly shocked and said in a shocked voice, someone actually dared to make a move against the Black Tiger Guards and killed them? To know, the Black Tiger Guards can each be elite soldiers. The patrol battalion under his command is considered an official force, though, but compared to the Black Tiger Guards, it was a heaven and a hell. Wei Yang asked in a low voice. Regarding the content of the site survey, Did you reveal it to the Black Tiger guards? The other party ignored us, so naturally I didn't say anything. Yi Wuxuang said. Great, Wei Yang instructed. Just pretend you don't know about this matter, and don't say anything if anyone asks. Yi Wuxuang was puzzled, but seeing that Wei Yang didn't have any intention of explaining, she didn't ask any further questions, just nodded her head and said, subordinate understands. About half an hour later, the Black Tiger King, Manhwa, also came to the scene. He didn't come alone. Instead, he took 3 battalions of Black Tiger guards, a full 1,000. The sound is like thunder, waving flags all over the sky. Come up here and close the mountain and the road. And the entire area, all of it, is under armed lockdown. Take this place as the center. Everyone within a 10-kilometer radius, and arrest them all. Not a single mosquito can be let go. The Black Tiger King made an appearance. Just bossy and give the first command. The Black Tiger Guard immediately caught wind of the situation and took control of the entire field. Where's your? Montague asked. The vice commander of the Black Tiger Guards, who was previously involved in the operation with Mengyu, quickly stepped forward. General, the young lord is missing. Meng Bracket learned of this matter. His face sank. A big living person. How can disappear out of thin air? Give me a good look. Even if digging the ground 3 feet, but also have to find out the person to me. The vice commander sweated coldly and said with a trembling voice, General, before you came over, we have searched several times and found nothing. The young lord is afraid that he has met with an untimely death. This statement was made. It's like a thunderclap on the ground. Menqua's tiger eyes glared, grabbed the vice commander's collar, and roared. What are you talking about? Can't find it. Can't find it. Still can't find it. Under the personal seat of Montague, the Black Tiger Guards searched around the entire mountain. Not only did he not find Manhwa, even the Black Tiger Guards that followed him were all gone. It's like they've evaporated. There is no trace of. Keep looking for me. If you can't find anyone, you'll all carry your heads. Menghwa's tiger body shook with exposure. General Meng, what exactly happened and why did the Black Tiger Guards appear here? And why is Lord Meng missing? Can you tell me? Perhaps, having grasped the ins and outs, I can send a patrol battalion to help the general. Wei Yang went up and greeted Menghwa. Meng Qiu coldly glanced at Wei Yang and said in a low voice, Scram to the side. Lao Zi is not interested in taking care of you at this time. This statement was made. The smile on Wei Yang's face instantly froze. There was an unmarked flash of sternness in his eyes. Only, on the surface, he pretended to be fine, and slowly said, Since General Meng is unwilling to disclose, then I will not disturb you, and have to take my leave first. Slow down. Menghwa droned. No one can leave until my son is found. Wei Yang froze, his brows slightly furrowed. General Meng, although you are in a high position of power, you don't have the right to order me around. If I, Wei Yang, want to leave, who dares to stop me? Menghwa snorted coldly and said disdainfully, If you dare to leave, I guarantee that you won't see the sun tomorrow. The words were not yet spoken. The surrounding Black Tiger Guards had then drawn their swords. The patrol battalion, which looked up to Wei Yang, also pulled out their weapons and took a stance against the enemy. Wei Yang's facial muscles twitched viciously. Patiently, he said, General Meng, there seems to be something wrong with your behavior, doesn't it? Menghwa simply didn't look at Wei Yang with a straight face. One is a great general with a heavy hand and a commanding presence. One is the local magistrate of the 9th rank. The former would be damned if they could take the latter seriously. Stay honestly, you are not qualified to have a conversation with me. Menghwa said nonchalantly. As the saying goes, reach for the stars. Menghwa's move can be considered to have completely offended Wei Yang. However, arrogant and domineering, Menghwa, even if he knew so, did not take it at all to heart. Wei Yang and these people, in the eyes of ordinary people, it may be high and powerful, yet in his eyes, nothing more than a bunch of humble, begging ants. Chief Wei is not qualified. I wonder if you, am qualified. It was accompanied by a soft drink. Yu Bin came slowly from the side. Menghwa turned his head to look, and when he saw Yu Bin, his icy eyes couldn't help but change. Sir Yu, why are you here too? Menghwa was quite surprised. Yu Bin said, My daughter was captured by a group of kidnappers and has just been rescued. So as a father, I naturally had to rush to the scene to pick her up. Obviously, when Menghwa saw Yu Bin, his attitude immediately became much better. Not only is the other party a justice of the peace who monitors the official North Sea, it was even the spokesperson of a certain power in Kyoto in the North Sea. Even if he doesn't give Yu Bin face, you also have to give the other side of the big man behind the curtain a few moments. Under the good offices of Yu Bin, Montague agreed to release the man. That's all. The patrol battalion led by Wei Yang, as well as the Green Dragon Gang led by Su Wanjun, were able to get away from the heavy siege? The vice commander asked in disbelief. General, why are you letting them go? The young lord hasn't been found yet. Manhwa's face was gloomy, and the fierce light in his eyes revealed. These people are all later. They didn't have the chance to make a move on you much less the ability to make a move on him. The vice commander didn't say anything. Manhwa said, you were before she disappeared. What exactly happened? You tell me one by one. There can't be any hint of omission. The vice commander nodded his head in a hurry. Immediately, the whole thing was told to Manhwa. Montague's face began to cloud over as he listened. You're saying that Feather took a group of people into the mountains to hunt down a wolf and then couldn't find anyone? Yes. The vice commander pointed to the ruins that had been turned into charcoal in front of him and said, by the time we rushed over here, all that was left was a huge fire. Halfway through, he was about to say something, but the point to be made, however, is clear enough. One moment. Manhwa's forehead veins rippled and his face twisted. The eyes were even as wide as brass bells. He couldn't believe that something bad had really happened to his son. What could have killed him? And who dares to kill him? And after you kill him, you clean everything up. Let's not even be sure. Is Manhwa dead or missing? A wolf? A swarm of hornets? Other than that, didn't you see anything else? Montague asked again. The vice commander looked up. Montague's face was gray to the core. Couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Back to the general. We really didn't see anyone. In the meantime, somewhere on a hill in the distance, Fumizumi, who had escaped long ago, was watching it all. He saw the Black Tiger King leading a large group of people and rushing to the scene, and roamed the hills looking for his son. When Quan put a cigarette into his mouth without slowing down, rubbed his fingers together, and a small fireball appeared out of thin air. Light the cigarette. Quan took a deep breath. Both eyes narrowed slightly as he said with a cold smile on his face, Manhwa, don't be in a hurry. I will soon send you to hell as well to meet your son. Husky lay on the ground, scratching his head with his hind legs, while spitting out his tongue. He said, dude, why don't we take advantage of the situation and take them all out in one fell swoop? You stepped on a horse and bragged about bringing me along. When Quan rolled his eyes, although he was eager to take revenge, he was also self-aware. With the power he has accumulated so far, there was no way to match the Black Tiger King. The Black Tiger Guards under the other party's command had an entire army of 100,000 men. As for himself, he was an expert in the great circle of the innate astral deities. Its physical qualities. It's already made it to the point where it's invulnerable to swords, guns, and all poisons. Unless the hornets driven by Quan are updated for several more iterations. Otherwise, trying to kill each other. It still needs some time to develop. Your master has left, so you should hurry home as well. When Quan said to the husky. Oh, the husky answered and rose from the ground. It was about to walk away when it suddenly turned its head again and asked, dude, what are you going to do later? When Quan's eyes flickered as he muttered, killing people is fun for a while, but it leaves behind a lousy ass. If I don't wipe it clean, my old man's life will be in danger. The husky stared at the dog in disbelief. Wipe your ass. The surest means of preventing secrets from leaking. It is to kill all those who know about it. Obviously, Quan couldn't do that. If the person who knew the secret was an enemy, then he would be absolutely merciless. But the point is, the ones who knew the secret were his friends. That he should do now. It's about going straight to them and then building a solid alliance with them. Fumizumi is well aware of that. In his own power, there's no way to accomplish the great plan of revenge. Even if one was as strong as the Dragon Kingdom's god of war, Yi Fan, the other party was by no means a single fighter. The forces behind it are disjointed. And in his hands, he holds the Dragon Kingdom's most elite million-strong army. These, all of them are cards that the other side uses as leverage. The reason why, Quan should, correspondingly, establish its own power. In addition to raising an army of beasts, human allies, likewise, are indispensable. Think about it. When Quan no longer hesitated, turned around and disappeared into the mountains. When he reappears, had come to a cafe in the center of town. He picked a window seat and ordered a latte. Savor it quietly while waiting for someone to arrive. About half an hour later, a familiar figure appeared in the doorway. The person who came was none other than Su Wanjun. As soon as Su Wanjun saw Quan, the look on her face became quite complicated. She picked up her wraparound skirt and took her seat gracefully. Miss Su, want to drink something? Feel free to order. My treat. Quan said with a smile on his face, a mouthful of bright large white teeth, overflowing with a sunny aura. Su Wanjun said, a cup of plain water. Quan called out to the waiter and asked for a glass of plain water. Starting at the door, Su Wanjun's gaze then landed on Quan's body. The pupils kept contracting. The ogling in his eyes became more and more detailed. When Quan touched his face and opened his mouth to ask, "Miss Su, are there flowers on my face?" Su Wanjun withdrew her gaze, stretching out her luxuriant jade finger. She picked up the white water on the table and gently took a sip. As she drank the water, she said, "Dr. Wang, thank you for helping me save my daughter. This is a small token of my appreciation. It's not a tribute." Speaking of which, she took a bank card out of her bag and put it on the table. This bank card is a black card. I don't know the amount of money involved, but it's definitely not a small amount. When Quan glanced at the black card and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, "Ms. Su, your way of thanking people. That's really simple and rough, but I like it." Fumizumi wasn't polite about it. Straight away, he picked up the black card and shoved it into his pocket. He's poor as hell right now. It's not easy to make some money these days. Since someone was giving away money for nothing, there was certainly no reason for him to refuse. Seeing Wen Quan accept the money, Su Wanjun finally chatted about business. "Dr. Wang, what kind of person are you? Why can't I see through you more and more?" Wen Quan said, "Ms. Su, if I'm not mistaken, you've already investigated me. You shouldn't still ask such words. It is precisely because I have investigated you that I am in such doubt." Su Wanjun admitted it decisively, and the eyes became deeper and deeper. With her resources and connections, trying to investigate someone is a breeze. Wang Fan, the original owner of this body of Wen Quan, not exactly a classified person. Su Wanjun made a call out. In only half a day's time, detailed information about this person, Wang Fan, was made into an electronic file and sent to her cell phone. The date of birth of the other party, place of origin, family background, relatives and friends. Where did you read the book? Know anyone? What have you done? Every piece of information is recorded in detail. When Su Wanjun finished reading Wang Fan's personal file, in the midst of deep contemplation, for this file, she summed it up in 2 words, ordinary, common to the core, common to the point of being featureless. The only thing I can claim for it, that is, the other party joined the Chu family and married Chu Chinga. Otherwise, the life of this Dr. Wang, it can be described as a very complete failure. However, it is such an ordinary to the core person, rescued her and her daughter from danger many times, and it was also a keen analysis of the situation she was facing and those who were secretly out to get her. These things, even she herself didn't notice, but the other side was made aware of it. Su Yuanjun really couldn't figure out what this Dr. Wang in front of her, in the end, was relying on to do all this. Most outrageous of all, he actually killed the son of the Black Tiger King, Manhwa, Meng Yu, and a dozen Black Tiger guards under his command. Dare to do such a thing. It's no longer a question of boldness. Rather, it's a matter of being competent enough. Seeing Wen Quan smile without saying anything, he intentionally avoided the topic. Su Wanjun pursed her lips and said in a graceful manner, "Dr. Wang, from the first moment I saw you, I felt that you were extremely uncomplicated. And now, this pile of events has further confirmed the judgment in my heart." Fumizumi was still smiling, but this time, he still gave an answer. "Ms. Su, I'm nothing more than an obscure little veterinarian, with little ability or ambition, just wanting to live a life of cradling my wife and children in a hotbed. However, it is unfortunate to be wrapped up in fate, and so, it is only then that you do something you can't help but do." Su Wanjuan's expression moved. Looking around in all directions, he saw that no one was paying attention. Only then did he come up to Wen Quan and carefully asked, "Meng Yu, is he really dead?" "Yes," Wen Quan nodded. Su Wanjun asked again, "Then why can't we find any traces at the scene?" Wen Quan said, "It was burned clean by me in a fire." Su Wanjun paused her voice. The body leaned back. With a serious expression, he asked, "What the hell is going on here?" Wen Quan did not hide it. The whole thing was told to Su Wanjun as much as possible. After Su Wanjun heard it, couldn't help but blossom. Eyes flickered with it. Although she couldn't hear her heart, by looking at her expression, one should be able to guess just how shocked the other party was at this moment. "I originally thought it was just a simple kidnapping case, but I didn't realize that so many things were actually involved," Su Wanjun murmured. Wen Quan said in a serious manner, "Ms. Su, what we have seen so far is only the tip of the iceberg. Although your daughter has been rescued, the crisis still hasn't been lifted, and it's even more treacherous than before." Su Wanjun took a deep breath, eyes brimming at Wen Quan. "Dr. Wang, plain speaking, what exactly is your so-called business for asking me out alone in such a hurry?" Fumizumi's hands clasped together. The smile on his face, too, was gradually replaced by a deep one. A short pause. He spoke slowly, "Ms. Su, I want to work with you. Cooperation?" Su Wanjun froze, a look of doubt spreading across her brows. Wen Quan said softly with a gaze, The person who wants to put you to death is Su Yujo. And behind Su Yujo is the Black Tiger King. And behind the Black Tiger King is the power from Kyoto. Ms. Su, if you are willing to reach a united front with me, from now on, your business is my business. Not only will I remove all obstacles for you, but I will also help you to reign over the world and sweep the 8 directions, where the green dragon hovers. Not only the North Sea, but also the whole world should be included. Wonkwon spoke in a small voice though, but it is wordy and overbearing. When Su Wanjun heard this, she couldn't help but change her face abruptly. She gazed at Fumizumi. For this boy who is several years younger than himself, it is actually more and more strange. Dr. 1. Do you know what you're talking about? Su Wanjun asked. Wonkwon nodded his head. Of course I know. This doesn't seem like something an ordinary person could say. Su Wanjun whispered. Wonkwon looked solemn. Even a mole cricket has the will to swallow the sky. If she hadn't seen what Wonkwon could do, then she definitely thought, this is a fool who does not know what he is talking about, and he is talking out of his ass here. But today, when she learned of these things that Wonkwon had done, the mind, even though it felt outrageous, had to be moved by it. Su Wanjun didn't directly agree, nor did she directly refuse. Instead, he asked in a calm tone, so what should you do next? Wonkwon said, first, kill off Su Yujo and take the Green Dragon Group completely into your hands. Su Wanjun's heart fluttered. You want to assassinate Su Yujo? Wonkwon shook his head. No, 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 no. Killing is the most clumsy means, and it will lead to a lot of trouble. When I say finish off, I mean kicking him out of the leadership of the Green Dragon Group, as long as there are no more resources from the Green Dragon Group to help. Su Yujo is a rootless grass that can't become much of a climate. Su Wanjun said without moving. This is impossible. Although I am the legal successor of the Green Dragon Group, the company has always been under Su Yujo's control, and the group's top and bottom are all looking up to him. It's as if I'm putting in all my efforts, but it's also difficult to shake his position. Fumizumi said without thinking. Miss Su, I'll give you a military order. You give me 3 days. Within 3 days, if I can't dismantle Su Yujo's interest group, I'll never mention the cooperation again. Of course, if I accomplish it, you must promise to cooperate with me and we'll work together for hegemony. Su Wanjun was silent. The mind was in a state of flux. When Quan made this military order, simply an impossible task. Don't say 3 days. Even if he was given 3 months, it would be difficult to do so. Su Yujo's prestige and position among the group was unrivaled. And the board of directors, all of them listened to him. He has a close personal relationship with the major shareholders, and years of interest have long established an unbreakable community. Even if Su Wanjun racked her brain, she couldn't think of anything. What method should I use for Wonkwon? Break Su Yujo's hold on the Green Dragon Group. One thought in this. Su Wanjun's eyes flashed. Yes, then I'll give you 3 days. If you really mean what you say, I'll do whatever you want from now on. Wonkwon said. Ms. Su, you prepare for me the details of the senior staff as well as the shareholders of the Green Dragon Group. And, after 3 days, convene the board of directors to re-elect the chairman. Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes were rounded, and she said with a face full of consternation. Dr. 1. If you really do this, it's equivalent to a direct declaration of war, and there's no way back if I lose. When Quan smiled faintly and said confidently, don't worry, we will win without a doubt. Su Wanjun was well aware of how crazy this action was. One careless move. Full plate. She was currently trying her best to avoid clashing head-on with Su Yujo. It's the fear of being swept away by the other side after losing a fight. But, Wonkwon, however, wants to go head-to-head and re-elect the chairman of the board. Su Yujo can be said to have all the wind and rain in the Green Dragon Group, and Su Wanjun was just a transparent person hiding behind the curtain that no one knew about. She couldn't imagine. The board meeting, 3 days later, goes to a vote. How many people would vote for her? Estimate. Not even 1 in 10. I think. It's clearly a battle with a huge difference in strength. She's scared. She hesitated. She was at a loss. However, when she saw the biting sharpness in Wonkwon's eyes, which was unrelenting, a heartbeat later, this fight, knowing that you will lose. And yet, the ghost made the choice. Dr. 1. I'm willing to bet with you. If I do lose, the big deal is that I'll be able to spend the rest of my life as a nurse at your pet hospital. Wonkwon laughed. No, I will definitely do what I say, and will definitely not let you down. The two had a long conversation in the cafe. Wait until it comes out again. It's already evening. Su Wanjun's special car was parked at the door. Fumizumi waved goodbye to her. Su Wanjun said, Dr. 1. Do you want me to send you back? When Quan shook his head. I'm not going back. The situation is urgent. There's no time to lose. I have to scramble to dismantle Su Yujo's community of interest. Su Wanjun asked. Then what method do you want to use? Money, women, or something else? Wonkwon put his finger to his mouth and made a shushing gesture. Secret. Words. Su Wanjun didn't ask any more questions and only said, good luck then. Subsequently, just got straight into the car and left the area. Fumizumi said the secret, both literally and on a deeper level. Because, the weapon he was going to use. It's the secret. Everyone has secrets in their hearts, or dirty, or darkness, or fabulous. As long as they are mastered, then there is no one in this world who will not be crushed. In this day and age, why are so many people being telecommunication scammed by fraud groups? The reason is simple. This is because fraud groups have basic information about their targets through big data. From there, location bombing was implemented. Even if the target, how smart, learned 5 cars, still inevitably be cut leaks end. So to speak, secrets are every man's weakness. And the thing about secrets is that they happen to be the most solid of all. Because smart people keep their secrets to themselves. It's hard for outsiders to know. The more deadly a secret like that, the deeper it is hidden. But, no matter what kind of people, what kind of secrets they're hiding, Wonkwon was all but certain enough to dig it out. Currently, his legion of beasts already has members. Dog, cat, rats, horse, bees. Each animal has a different role to play. Some are good at fighting, some are good at attacking, and some are good at stealing. It is Wen Xuan's frequent use of these animals that has allowed him to gain some valuable experience. And since he's going to dig up the secrets of a certain number of people, that requires an airtight intelligence network. Wonkwon was using hornets before. Just be impressed by the unparalleled scouting ability of the other side. Flying over there will not only identify the opponent's troop deployment, and you can also know the other person's identity information, as well as all kinds of secrets. In that moment, Fumizumi mentally searched for it, going to focus on developing the bug army a bit. For the utilization of a particular type of bug, it doesn't need to be much of a fighter, as long as it provides the strategic value it deserves. It's the perfect biological weapon, the highest art of war. It's not about destroying as many enemies as possible. Instead, it's a no-win situation. Therefore, the upper soldiers attacked the strategy, the lower soldiers attacked the traffic, and the lower soldiers attacked the city. Beyond that, there's an even more classic quote, know your enemy and know yourself. Exactly. For the composition of the intelligence network, Wonkwon has to be taken into account, how pervasive and how quiet it should be, and how it should be spread out and have nothing to hide. Ding dong. It was while Wonkwon was thinking. His cell phone picked up an email. Tap on it. It was Su Wanjun who sent it over. The content of the email recorded the basic information of all the shareholders and executives of the Green Dragon Group. What's the name? Where do you live? What position do you hold in the company? And what is the percentage of shares? Nothing is too big or too small. A detailed list of each. With this information, then Wen Xuan's next move will have a clear and definite goal. Check out this profile. Wonkwon put his hand to his chin and muttered the words. What animal should I choose? It's plentiful and unobtrusive. And, with an extremely wide range of movement, it can be quickly replenished even if it's wiped out. A girl with white skin. Suddenly, running in the direction of Wonkwon, taking his cell phone, he said to him, handsome, can you add a WeChat? Words. Fumizumi turned his head to look at the other man, 17 or 18 years old. Although good-looking, the dress was revealing, with tattoos emblazoned on the shoulders as well as the collarbone. A spiritual little sister at first glance. And, no longer a virgin. Virgin? As those two words flashed through the middle of his mind, as if he had thought of something, Wonkwon slapped his forehead and laughed ecstatically. There it is. Ha ha ha. Spirit's little sister saw this and was confused. Wonkwon said to her, little sister, thank you. Having said that, he pulled up his legs and ran, and in a puff of smoke, he was gone. This directly puts the spiritual little sisters in a daze. Suddenly, her companion came over and asked, why did the handsome man run away? Spirit little sister shook her head. I don't know. It should be a crime. I didn't expect to look so handsome, but actually the brain is not good. A few moments later, Fumizumi appeared in a grove of trees in the park. As soon as he mentioned virgins, just can't help but associate it with mosquitoes. Because, he spent the last 3 years of his hibernation as a mosquito. If I have to say, humanity's most hated creature. Mosquitoes come second. No one comes first. It is both the most murderous creature. Another bug with the widest distribution. It says it kills the most people. That's because it carries a wide range of germs in its body. And in the event of a plague outbreak in a tropical region, the culprit is usually a mosquito. And as soon as it's summer, Mosquitoes are even flying all over the world in search of fresh and tasty treats. No matter how tightly mankind defends itself, developed a variety of insecticidal sharpshooters. Yet it is still difficult to resist mosquito infiltration. It's almost everywhere and no one gets tired of it. Even if all humans are already so powerful. Extinction of one creature after another that dominated the earth. But, with mosquitoes, there is never anything that can be done. So, using mosquitoes as a key component of the intelligence network would definitely be a well-deserved choice. Wonkwon has done mosquitoes himself. He was more than aware of the mosquito's strengths and advantages. If it were any other kind of creature sucking blood, then he'd be dead a million times over. And only mosquitoes. It will allow him to complete the blood collection of 999 virgins in 3 years, though there were close calls in that as well. But with the mosquito's sharp perception, as well as flexible stance, every time, the danger has been turned into a safe. Okay, just go with the mosquito. Wonkwon made a good decision in his mind. Then he began to activate his telepathy. With the mosquitoes in the middle of the park, a connection was made. Sis, are we gonna do this? How can I mumble when my belly is all deflated? You haven't eaten yet? There are a lot of people dancing in the square to the east. You can definitely have a full meal if you rush over there. Come on, those guys are jumping and bouncing. I can't even get intubated in time before they throw me off. There's a house on the 38th floor with the screen window open so we can rush in and get our fill. Don't mention it. The water shortage has been so bad lately that I don't know where to lay my pups. Sister, your belly is so big. You've sucked a lot of blood again, haven't you? I'm dying of envy. Ran into a drunken fool, lying motionless on the ground, just in time for me and a bunch of my sisters to meet and eat our fill. Originally quiet all around. The moment when Kwon unleashed his telepathy, densely packed voices came roaring in like a flood. The whole park, almost 100,000 mosquitoes. There are males and females among them. Male mosquitoes do not suck blood and generally feed only on nectar or plant juice and dew. And it's the female mosquitoes that are the main bloodsuckers. They gather in groups to gossip. It's like an older woman at a country party. Socialize while analyzing the information you get from each other. Yes. Then they mate directly and fulfill the great plan of reproduction. Hearing so many disorganized voices, Fumizumi's brain was on the verge of exploding. Immediately, he cut off his telepathy and focused his aim on a particular group of mosquitoes. Even mosquitoes in the same area. There are also varieties. The kind that comes to your house and stares at you is called Culex. Flexibility, 5 stars. Degree of cunning, 5 stars. Attack, 3 stars. And activities in the wild, black and white. Smaller mosquitoes. The name is called Aedes aegypti. It is more common in the mountains. The bites hurt. It's almost as if the bite is a riotous tickle. Flexibility, 4 stars. Degree of cunning, 2 stars. Attack, 5 stars. There is also the Anopheles mosquito, which is found both at home and in the wild, with characteristics between the 2 mosquito characters mentioned above, and does not have a strong presence. These 3 mosquitoes. It is the most prevalent mosquito species in the south, the most comprehensive of them all. Undoubtedly Culex mosquitoes. The mosquito that Fumizumi turned into before was this one. It is because of its average attack. Therefore, the target will not notice the bite at the first opportunity. The person who may have been bitten is only an afterthought when it's done sucking blood and flying off on its ass. Also, it is also the smartest of these mosquitoes. Both the infiltration ability and the concealment ability have pretty much pulled the attribute full circle. It generally goes after the target. It's all about waiting until the target is asleep before making a move. Unlike the Aedes aegypti, which, like a big idiot, swarms up to the prey as soon as it sees it coming, regardless of whether it is dead or not, and sucks the blood first, and it won't go away until the belly is sucked to bursting. Culex mosquitoes, on the other hand, are much wiser. Regardless of whether or not they sucked blood, as soon as they sensed danger, they immediately withdrew and never hesitated. The reason why, among the 3 kinds of mosquitoes, the answer to which one to choose, as one's own intelligence gatherer, is already obvious. After excluding other mosquitoes, Wonkwon went straight for the Culex mosquito. Mosquitoes are solitary creatures. Although they sometimes converge in swarms, they are not racially social, like wasps and ants. Even if sometimes, they are seen hunting the same target together. That wasn't for concerted action either. Rather, it was just a coincidence. When Kwon was nearby, and found a bench to sit on. Then, lift up your sleeve, exposing your entire arm, and wait for the mosquitoes to come and feed. Not a moment too soon. Mosquitoes that smell the scent of food immediately whistled. Charge, sisters, a delicacy is coming to the door. My stomach is all flattened with hunger. Just in time for me to feast. A swarm of mosquitoes, you and me. They landed separately on Wonkwon's body, in different locations, as soon as I saw them take the bait. When Quan's aura surged on his body surface like glue, wrapping those mosquitoes to death so that they couldn't get away. Oops, what's going on? Why can't I fly? I can't fly either. My feet seem to be stuck. Oh shit, pull back. This one's poisoned. The mosquito, which sensed that it was not good, began to struggle desperately, constantly waving its wings in an attempt to break free from Wen Quan. Seeing this, Wen Quan smiled faintly and spoke like a male mosquito. Sisters, be at ease. I won't kill you. Listen to me well. This statement was made. The mosquitoes were confused. Uncharacteristically, they looked in the same direction. Who's talking? It seems to be this human. How is this possible? He can actually communicate with us. The mosquitoes were terrified and horrified. Wen Quan, on the other hand, patiently explained to them, and it took a good deal of calming to finally make them calm down. One of the bold female mosquitoes asked, "What are you doing?" Wen Quan said, "The purpose of my approaching you all is just to ask you to do me a small favor, and after it's done, I'm willing to take out my own blood and offer it to you all for your enjoyment. No matter for what kind of creature. Having enough to eat is always the first rule. People die for money, birds die for food, and it has never changed throughout the ages, and mosquitoes are likewise no exception. The mosquitoes can't say no to this. Naturally, if they dare to say no, that ushered in an absolutely brutal slap from this human. What do you want us to do? The mosquitoes asked. When Quan slowly said, "It's very simple. I have a list here. You guys follow the information I gave you later, sneak into their homes, eavesdrop on each other's secrets for me, and after you get your way, immediately fly to me." For mosquitoes, it's not exactly a daunting task. There wasn't even any danger. Because, as long as mosquitoes don't actively attack people, people don't usually fight mosquitoes. When Wen Quan made this request, the mosquitoes agreed straight away, almost without thinking, and Wen Quan for insurance purposes. The decision was made to transform the swarm of mosquitoes that clung to his body. After all, ordinary mosquitoes are just too poorly equipped to deal with risk. In case he encountered danger on his way to carry out the mission and couldn't come back, it would affect his plan to a great extent. So, for the sake of infallibility, he decided to upgrade and remodel these ordinary mosquitoes. From version 1.0 to version 2.0, the beast god Yuan Chi moved with the intention, drill into those mosquitoes. In an instant, these mosquitoes have undergone a sea change. They have not changed in size. What changes is the body color. The original dark gray body actually gradually became transparent. In the midst of the dark night, it was even directly invisible. No trace could be seen anymore, and the speed at which they fly, evasive abilities, and the ability to hear and localize sounds, all of them have been enhanced in epic proportions. The most outrageous thing is the ability to draw blood. While sucking blood, the mosquito injects into the target's body an anti-blood clotting agent. Exactly this thing. It will cause the target to itch. After an upgrade, this biochemical agent possesses a stronger effect. That's just straight up paralyzing. Causes the target to be bitten in an area that disconnects the neural connection to the subject. Although such an attack is not fatal, however, it can incapacitate the target for a short period of time. For mosquitoes, it's already a very impressive treasure. These rapidly getting stronger mosquitoes. Noticing the change in himself, he was in ecstasy. He was even more obedient to the orders given by Wen Quan. Wen Quan said in a low voice with a stony expression, "You have a total of 40 mosquitoes and I have 10 people on my list. So you'll be working in groups of 4 in a joint operation. Make sure to gather all the information and secrets in place for the target in charge. Within 3 days' time." The words fell. The mosquitoes shouted in unison, "Promise to get the job done." Wen Quan gave a soft His heart was very pleasant. Just manipulating a few mosquitoes though, but it gave him the feeling of maneuvering 1,000 armies. On the matter of spying, 1,000 armies may not be as good as these mosquitoes. Subsequently, he distributed the task specifically to each mosquito, and when they received the order, they immediately lifted their wings and flew, whistling towards the direction where the target was. Holy shit, I can't believe it's that fast. Fumizumi saw the speed of the mosquitoes as they flew away. Can't help but be amazed by it all. The average mosquito doesn't fly very fast. Those with good reflexes can even shoot them in the air. But this batch of version 2.0 mosquitoes, it has gone completely beyond the species of mosquito. Flight speed is comparable to that of a fly. And there's no sound. It truly comes and goes without a trace. With this batch of mosquitoes gathering intelligence for themselves, Wen Quan already had absolute control over the Green Dragon Group's board meeting in 3 days. It's 11 p.m. I thought I was going to be working all night, but I didn't expect to get the job done now. Come on, go home and get some sleep. Wen Quan hasn't slept for almost a day and a night. Now it's yawning and exhausted. Leave the park. He stopped a cab at the curb. Half an hour later, he went back to the pet hospital at the flower and bird market. It was supposed to go home. But think about it. The relationship between himself and Chu Chinga existed in name only. Maybe one day we'll get a divorce. The other guy looked at him the wrong way. He looked at the other man even more unfavorably. Solely, out of sight, out of mind, he simply hid away. When Quan opened the door of the pet hospital in the dark, wait until the person walks in. The roller shutter, again, was gently lowered. He didn't turn on the lights. Instead, he headed straight for the inner room. On the night before, he stole the Sun family's heirloom, the human-shaped Hisho Wu, through the rats. And this thing, it happens to be placed in a glass jar soaked with water at this time. When Quan took the glass jar out from under the cabinet, immediately, eyes gathered. Seriously, he surveyed the human-sized hexagrams in it. He was getting more and more joyful the more he looked at it. Although he didn't understand the situation on the Sun family's side at this time. But think on your toes. The other side lost such a heartbreaker. That will definitely be crazy, like looking for this thing all over the world. And probably even opened a high price reward. However, let the Sun family be as smart as they are. I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought of it. The mastermind behind the theft of the human-shaped hexagram. It would actually be the Chu family flunky they had taunted that night. Wealth does not reveal itself. Such a shallow reasoning. The Sun family actually doesn't understand it. And it's no wonder that I've taken such a superb herb and kept it for myself. When Quan hemmed and hawed and said shamelessly, in this way, it will be able to maximize its effect. Just as when Quan was enjoying himself, the lights in the house suddenly turned on. When Quan was instantly startled and his face suddenly changed, and, offhandedly, shouted, "Who?" Suddenly, wait until he looks up, only to see Chu Chinga appear here at some point, was sitting on a sofa chair, looking carefully at Wen Quan with an intriguing gaze. Even when you see it's your own wife. Fumizumi was still in a state of shock. He swallowed hard. When did you get here? Chu Chinga's face was expressionless, and she likewise didn't say a word, looking straight at Wen Quan. Those eyes were extremely penetrating. It was as if they had stripped Wen Quan bare. Wen Quan's heart trembled. Cursing myself for being so careless? There's a living person sitting in the room, and he doesn't even realize it? Luckily, the other side is not the enemy. If an assassin ambushes you here, won't you be dead? Don't look at Chu Chinga's surface immobility. However, the heart has set off 10,000 waves. She had just heard it. Fumizumi was talking to himself there. And, it also brought out the stolen human-shaped Hisho Wu from the Sun family. This thing, it's been a big deal since yesterday. The Sun family had used almost all the resources at their disposal to launch a thief-catching and treasure-seeking operation in this part of the North Sea. Everyone knows that. The Sun family has a superb herb. The name is human-sized hebdomad. Long as a human. The vintage is 1,000 years old. The medicine is so potent that it can bring people back from the dead and keep them young forever. The 80-year-old, but still as healthy as the strong Sun Wuza, is the best illustration for this valuable treasure. I don't know how many people, secretly coveting and salivating. Even Chu Chinga, the night before, had almost remarried the Sun family because of this object. These are visible enough. The value of this human-sized Huchera. So, when such treasures are stolen, the underground black market in the North Sea went crazy. Those who are powerful inverts are waiting with bated breath for the first appearance of this treasure. Even Chu Chinga couldn't help but pay a little attention. After all, if she was fortunate enough to be able to obtain this item, then her grandfather's illness would be completely worry-free. Chu Chinga was never expecting it. This thief from the Sun family, who stole the human-shaped Hishawu, is actually his own husband, Wang Fan. If Chu Chinga doesn't come here, hinges. Never bumping into the secret. She gazed at Wen Quan, secretly shocked. Wang Fan, how many other things are you hiding from me? Seeing things crashed and burned, Wen Quan simply didn't hide it anymore. The big square poses. Then, found a chair and sat down. While crossing his legs, he lit a cigarette. Tell me what you came to see me about. Chu Chinga remained silent. It was not her own intention to come to Wen Quan. Instead, they were coerced into coming here by their families. Because, since the party yesterday, when Quan had been called away by Su Wanjun, stayed out all night that night, if it was put before, the Chu family wouldn't care at all. This humble status flunky, can't wait for him to die out there. But times are different now. When they saw the human resources displayed by Wen Quan, they were instantly deeply shocked, and the inherent notions in the mind change. One of the biggest changes, none more so than her mother, Shen Min. She called him Xiaofan affectionately, as if he was her own son. Even his father, who had always disliked Wen Quan, changed his name and called Wen Quan virtuous son-in-law. That sympathetic look, it really made Chu Chinga sick to her stomach. but think of the other person as your family, and it was only possible to hold back this nausea. Sure, her own state of mind, she couldn't help but feel the ground shake. The question mark in my head is popping up one after the other. It is because the confusion in the mind is so deep, plus family urges. It was only then that she had to lower her stance and run here to keep watch, ready to find Wen Quan and ask for clarification. Who knows? Previous doubts have not been answered. Now, yet unexpectedly, he knew another secret of the other side. There was a long silence. Chu Chinga finally spoke. Her eyes narrowed and she said in a low voice, "You've eaten bear's heart and leopard's gall. How dare you go and steal the Sun family's humanoid He Shou Wu?" Wen Quan hemmed and hawed. "Didn't you say I was a coward before? No, I'm going to do something earth-shattering, so you can see how big my guts are." This statement was made. Chu Chinga immediately remembered. That night, when he came across someone hijacking the road, Wen Quan left himself behind and escaped alone. If this matter is known to the Sun family, do you understand what consequences you will face? Chu Chinga asked. Wen Quan raised an eyebrow. If you don't tell me, if I don't tell you, who can know? Speaking of which, he bristled. Besides, that disease of the old man's, how am I going to cure him if I don't steal this? Chu Chinga's beautiful eyes rounded. You went to steal this in order to save Grandpa. So, that's why. Otherwise, what do you think? Wen Quan asked rhetorically. Chu Chinga was silent again. Shocked, he couldn't help but have mixed feelings in his heart. Always, she felt it all. Grandpa's treatment of Wen Quan was too good to be true, knowing full well that the other side sucks, and insisted on marrying her off to the other side. Try asking, what can the other guy do? What are the qualifications? And what are the honors? But now, when she learns of Wen Xuan's motive for the theft, it was as if the mind already had an answer. Chu Chinga's expression changed. After taking a deep breath, she murmured a question. Aren't you afraid of failing in your actions and being caught by the Sun family? Realize that stealing such a treasure, once sentenced, you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. Wen Quan shook the ashes of the cigarette in his hand and said lightly, since I dare to do it, I don't carry fear. The reason Wen Quan is so emboldened, not that he could put life and death at risk. Instead, the thief who stole it is someone else. Even if he gets caught, he can stay out of it. So, he's not afraid of anything. But, Chu Chinga, who was not aware of the truth, was touched in a good way by Wen Quan's boldness and behavior. Although it is illegal for the other side to do so, but it was to cure Grandpa. This is an act that dares to risk universal condemnation. How can she still have the nerve to be accusatory? Grandpa didn't hurt you all these years for nothing, Chu Chinga said softly. The attitude towards Wen Quan was obviously much more moderate. You don't need to say this. If it weren't for the old man, I would have repudiated you long ago, Wen Quan said as he exhaled a smoke ring. This statement was made. Pissed off, Chu Chinga stormed out. Copying the ashtray on the table, he smashed it at Wen Quan. You're just an asshole. Just complimented him twice, and he got carried away. Never seen such an obnoxious guy. Wen Quan raised his hand and grabbed the flying ashtray firmly in his hand. You step on the horse and want to murder your own husband? He rose from his chair, walking straight towards Chu Chinga. Don't hold it here. Hurry up and take it out. Chu Chinga was confused by him and asked with a frown. What? Divorce papers. Wen Quan reached out to ask for it while saying offhandedly, could it be that you didn't come to me just for this matter? I'll sign it now to save myself from being looked at in vain by you every day. Chu Chinga froze. Clasping his hands to his chest, he tilted his head to the side. I didn't bring it. She came to see Wen Quan this time, not to get a divorce from him, but to inquire about the situation. So, naturally, you don't carry divorce papers with you. Then what did you come to see me for? Wen Quan rolled his eyes and asked. Don't say you came to me because you missed me. Ha, a weasel paying homage to a chicken. Uneasy with good intentions, he knew Chu Chinga's character too well. Cool by nature and exquisitely self-interested. If there was nothing important, the other party would never come to him. Typical of not having anything to do. Hearing Wen Quan between words, that pinch of tone, Chu Chinga had originally thought to talk to him calmly. At this point, it was completely out of the question. Heart's disgust plus 100,000. The urge to slap this guy to death plus 100,000. I came to you because I was sick. Chu Chinga grabbed the cup on the table and splashed it towards Wen Quan's face. Nay. Wen Quan reacted too quickly and dodged with a flash. He also put on a ghost face. Spitting his tongue out at Chu Chinga, he said, slightly, splashing not. Are you damn angry? Chu Chinga was still really pissed off. She felt like she was all over the place for one more moment here. Solely, grabbing his bag, he headed straight for the outside. Before leaving the house, he did not forget to give a harsh word. Don't you ever go home again. Live here for the rest of your life. Wen Quan shouted. Please. Clunk. Exasperated, Chu Chinga kicked at the iron door. It is also this kick. Kicked her heels right off and twisted her foot. Ouch. She couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Wen Quan saw it and immediately mocked. Serves you right, don't expect me to pity you. Chu Chinga twisted her head and gave him a hateful look. If eyes could kill, then Wen Quan was definitely killed by 1,000 cuts. She forced herself to endure the excruciating pain, limping toward the door. Several times in the middle, almost fell to the ground because he lost his balance. Bastard. Animal. Oaf. Disgusting. Obnoxious. Brazen. Big stupid pig. Chu Chinga cursed as she walked. It seemed as if he was going to use every swear word he had ever known in his life on Wen Quan. But, she cursed, and instead of being relieved by it, she cried in aggravation. Unintelligible. Elfin. It's amazing that a fool like that can find a wife. And his wife is still me. The more Chu Chinga cursed, the more angry she became. And the more angry she became, the more she cried. Despite her strong character, she was a girl after all. Injuries. The same desire to be comforted and protected. Just as Chu Chinga had just walked out of the entrance of the pet hospital, a large hand, however, suddenly took her arm. Chu Chinga hadn't reacted yet. The whole thing went up in the air. She was alarmed and turned her head, only to see Wen Quan appear behind her at some point. Without a second thought, he picked her up by the waist. What are you doing? Put me down. Wen Quan looked serious as he coldly shouted. If you keep whining, I'll directly throw you in the trash. Chu Chinga really didn't dare to say anything, because according to her judgment, this guy, there's a real possibility that he'll do what he says he's going to do. Wen Quan hugged Chu Chinga and re-entered the house again. Don't think too much. I am seeing you cry and cry. Let others see the influence is not good. So why not help you deal with it first? When it's done, you go back wherever you are cool. Chu Chinga had a stern face and didn't appreciate it. I don't need your cat crying and fake mercy. Wen Quan also shot back nonchalantly. You're soft all over, but you're the toughest with this mouth. That's all. The two go back and forth with each other. Nevertheless, Chu Chinga was, after all, a lady of the house. Never been much of a cuss. The brain is an extremely limited store of nationalism. So, she couldn't scold Wen Quan at all. Soon, another scolding and crying. Tears were falling like pearls on a broken string. Wen Quan, however, did not show any mercy and continued to say in a conspiratorial manner, You're crying. Where did your previous complacency go? I'll just cry. It's none of your business, Chu Chinga yelled. Toughness doesn't last 3 seconds. The expression just completely collapsed. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Original. Wen Quan had already taken off her high heels and held that crystal clear, white and delicate jade foot with one hand. Chu Chinga is beautiful in person and even more beautiful in feet. Her pair of feet are a work of art of ingenuity, as she is tall. So, a pair of jade feet are long and thin, slightly small, with skin like cream, and toes like tender lotus buds. High heels, a little force, connected to the toes of the tendons, will be stretched out on the instep. Wen Quan was a bit in love with this grip. Only, on the surface, but pretending to be unmoved, he said in a rough voice, Don't move. I'll give you a rub so that you won't be able to get out of bed tomorrow. If it wasn't for you, how could I have twisted my foot? Chu Chinga said indignantly. Yeah, it's my fault. This time, Fumizumi surprisingly didn't retort. As the saying goes, the hand that takes the hand is short, and the mouth that eats the hand is short. Touching people's feet and shortening their mouths. Wen Quan was touching Chu Chinga's small feet, drooling. Suddenly, he sensed a touch of murder. Look up, noticing that Chu Chinga was looking at him with an unfriendly face, as if she had sensed something. Wen Quan, who was a thief, couldn't help but cough. Then, while frowning, he rolled his eyes and shouted, Do you have foot odor? This statement was made. Chu Chinga really blushed. You're the one with foot odor. It's not the smell of your feet. Then why are my eyes sore and aching? Wen Quan used the back of his hand and wiped his eyes in a fake manner. This next. It made Chu Chinga a little less confident. She made a point of going over and sniffing it and whispered, I don't smell a stench. Usually people with foot odor can't smell that they have it. Wen Quan said fervently. Chu Chinga pursed her lips and willed it. Immediately. Was about to take my foot back. What are you doing? Wen Quan asked. The old man hadn't touched it yet. Chu Chinga weakly said. Didn't you say I have foot odor? Wait, don't stink you up. Wen Quan looked puzzled, putting on a righteous face. It's fine. Big deal. I'll wash up properly after I'm done helping you. Oh, Chu Chinga answered and didn't say anything more. Possibly. Wen Quan lied to her about having foot odor, causing her stubborn self-confidence to take a definite hit. As soon as she saw that Chu Chinga was unhappy, Wen Quan oohed and awed. You really believe what I say? How could a great beauty like you have foot odor? You lied to me? Chu Chinga's eyes widened. Just kidding, liven up the atmosphere. Wen Quan laughed. What an asshole. Chu Qingge was furious and started to look for things from all around again, ready to smash Wen Quan. Typical and vegetable and fun-loving. However, as she moved too much, she tore her hamstring at once and shivered in pain. Wen Quan said, okay, don't toss and turn for now. After I finish pressing you, can you be unreasonable again? Who's being unreasonable? Chu Qingge was furious, and even the soft jade in front of her chest rose and fell violently. Wen Quan hurriedly confessed, it's me, it's all me. Chu Qingge snorted coldly and said that she wouldn't let Wen Quan touch anything. Who knows? Just as the thought crossed his mind, his body paused uncontrollably. There are no two reasons for this. Wen Quan pressed it really well. The ankle, which had been in excruciating pain, stopped hurting all of a sudden. The joints were warm, as if they were dense with warm fire, comfortable to the core. She even stifled a moan. What's your wave name? Vinquan asked. Chu Qingge's cheeks turned red and she said delicately, don't talk nonsense. I didn't make any noise. Then it was a dog barking just now, Wen Quan said. Chu Qingge's cheeks bulged with anger. Again, he tossed his head to the side, unwilling to pay any more attention to Fumizumi. Heart, cursed the bastard. Hard. World, how can you be such a pain in the ass? Is your mouth switched with your asshole? It's always full of shit. Just don't know how to say something nice. He wasn't like this before. Obsequious and contrary. Never daring to talk back. Today he is. The mold is getting better. But this mouth, it really stinks. Wen Quan didn't know about Chu Qingge's mental changes. He was still concentrating on pressing Chu Qingge's feet. You can't make money without earning it. If you have a bargain, you're just as much of an ass. A chance to whore yourself out like this. It was a once-in-a-lifetime event, and he said he couldn't miss it for anything. Chu Qingge frowned and opened her mouth to ask, Wang Fan, why are you pressing my paws? Wen Quan said righteously, seeing as you're my wife, I'll give you another foot massage. No. Chu Qingge had just finished saying these two words when she suddenly wailed in pain. Her tears were about to come out in pain. What are you doing? Wen Quan's expression was grave, and he said in a serious manner, this point is connected to your kidneys, and the fact that you suffered pain just now means that your kidneys are too weak. You're the one with weak kidneys. Chu Qingge rolled her eyes. It hadn't eased up for more than a moment before she started screaming again. Wen Quan said solemnly, lungs aren't good either. I'm not going to press it anymore. So hurry up and let go of. Aha. Hey, bad heart too. Roll, don't talk nonsense. I'm not afflicted. Ouch. Where did you press me again? Chrysanthemums are no good either. I guess they're always constipated. Chu Qingge was speechless. Her head full of black lines. She could sort of see it. This asshole is deliberately screwing himself. Don't you Pua? I don't eat that at all. Wen Quan was about to continue molesting Chu Qingge to come, but when he carefully touched the pulse in the center of Chu Qingge's feet, he detected something different. Suddenly, his eyes widened and a look of dismay crossed his face. Ha! This pulse is clearly complete to have. Chu Qingge is still a virgin? Wen Quan's heart was shaken and he couldn't help but be puzzled by it. He came home that day, obviously bumped into Chu Qingge in the room, cheating with her lover. How could she still be a virgin? Did the woman in the room wasn't Chu Qingge? If it wasn't for her, and who is that again? Fumizumi really couldn't even think of anyone else who could freely enter and exit the house of the two of them. What's wrong with you? Seeing Fumizumi fidgeting there, Chu Qingge couldn't help but ask. Wen Quan slowed down and opened the door. I went home the other day and heard a man and woman flirting in our house. Who are they? Chu Qingge blurted out. Chu Qingfeng. I don't know where to bring a chick back. At that time was bumped into by me, and I even repaired him properly. So it is. Wen Quan suddenly came to a realization. Instantly, he realized that he was wrong about Chu Qingge. Turns out the other guy didn't cuckold him. This is all a misunderstanding. Chu Qingge's heart fluttered as she followed the conversation and asked, you seem to have said that I had cuckolded you before. It couldn't be because of this matter, right? I didn't say anything like that, did I? You must have misheard me. Wen Quan's expression stiffened, his skin smiling. Humph. Chu Qingge kicked away Wen Quan and stood up from the table, saying indignantly, so I'm a red herring, watery woman in your mind? I didn't. Wen Quan was still trying to argue, but it's hopeless. Chu Qingge was not a stupid woman, and happened to be very smart. After a bit of extraction, she quickly guessed the reason for the sudden change in Wen Quan's attitude towards herself. One thought, the other side suspects itself, and badmouth yourself. And, before that, he left himself behind in a time of crisis. The heart was just furious. You don't have to explain. Anyway, our marriage is famous but not real. In the end, we will always get divorced. It doesn't matter whether I have a good or bad image in your mind anymore. Having said that, Chuchinga then turned around and left. Wonquan saw the situation. Standing still, frozen in place, he scratched his head, his mind in turmoil. Somehow, he's on to this woman. There seems to be so much sense. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Wonquan didn't do anything, just working on the humanoid Hectorite. Although this thing is a treasure, leaving it in one piece like this is ultimately a scourge. So, he directly dismantled this humanoid Hishawu. In a big way. Part of it, take and eat it yourself. The other part, stay behind and prepare to give it to Elder Chu to take. As for the last part, it is used in the Reap What You Sow program. This facade that Chuchinga had rented him in the first place had a small indoor area, but there was an open space outside. It can be used to grow some flowers and plants. The original owner of this body, on the other hand, did not have such leisure, but mainly took that piece of land and used it to grow crops like leeks or garlic. Crumble the processed Hishawu into a pot. Take it outside. Then, the leeks as well as the garlic were pulled out of the ground one by one and planted with Huchera. After doing that, he stood still, glancing around in all directions. He saw that no one was paying attention. That's when the spell was cast. Spiritual planting. As the name suggests, a spell that grows crops with aura. When Quan activated the spell while running his body's aura, not a moment too soon, a dark cloud that was only as big as a foot basin suddenly coalesced and took shape above Wen Quan's head. Among the dark clouds, lightning flashes and storms surge. Wen Quan remotely controlled the dark clouds above his head above the land, and then, in a low voice, he shouted, "Rain comes!" The words fell. All that was heard was a roar of thunder. The rain fell fast, wet the dry soil quickly. Not a moment too soon, the magic happens. The Hishawu that had just been planted, surprisingly, took root and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing bright green sprouts. See this scene. Even when Quan himself couldn't help but have his pupils clench in awe. This spirit plant technique is actually so powerful? With a human-sized Hishawu as a guide, Quan is irrigated daily with spiritual planting techniques. Not a month out, a batch of superb herbs that were rare to find in 100 years would probably grow on this flat piece of dirt. Ha 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 ha, I'm getting rich on my horse. I can eat this unattainable elixir as a snack in the future. Thinking about thinking, the cranial orgasm of Fumizumi had his mouth agape, since he had also eaten a portion of the humanoid hexagram just now. At this point the medicine ferments. A surge of power flowed to all the bones around his body. The first level of chi refining. The second level of chi refining. The third level of chi refining. The realm rocketed upward. It was only after it was finally raised to the sixth level of chi refining that it finally lay down. Fumizumi opened his eyes. A biting light instantly erupted from those ink-colored pupils. In the meantime, his entire aura once again ushered in a transformative shift. Clench your fists. He felt a sense of power like substance. Grass. I didn't expect this humanoid Hishawu. The medicinal effect is so perverse. Actually in just a few moments, let my cultivation rise to such a realm. Although Wen Quan had inherited the beast god inheritance, but the path taken is one of cultivation. And cultivation is divided into several realms. From low to high are chi refining, foundation building, dan conjugation, yuanying, and god transformation. According to the hints of the beast god's inheritance, in today's world, the aura is depleted. The cultivation of a cultivator can be said to be difficult, even for some gifted people. If they didn't meet any strange encounters, they can only wander in the chi refining stage for the rest of their lives. Originally, when Quan was all ready to fight for a long time at the chi refining stage, who knew that man's plans were not as good as God's? A strange encounter has saved him a dozen years. According to Wen Xuan's judgment, there aren't many cultivators in this world, hinged, perhaps, on extinction. Instead, martial artists, psychics, and biochemical modifiers were born and flourished. The power these people wielded was actually extremely powerful. Only, compared to the path of cultivation, that's still quite a bit worse, Wen Quan estimated. If he himself is able to ascend to the Jidan stage, let's not talk about revenge. Even if it is to dominate the world and be proud of the globe, it is not a bad idea. Sure, such a vision seemed more or less a fool's errand for him at the moment. The Black Tiger King is trying to find his son. Thousands more Black Tiger guards were mobilized and began searching the mountain. However, digging 3 feet into the ground, still nothing. In response, the Black Tiger King was instantly enraged. Even if he didn't want to believe it anymore, he still had to face the fact that his son had most likely been killed. Ah! The Black Tiger King looked up to the sky and roared. The incomparably strong innate astral deities, accompanied by monstrous fury, surged out. Boom boom boom. The surrounding grass, rocks and trees, as if hit by a grenade, directly exploded in place. The surrounding crowd saw this, hurriedly backed away so that he wouldn't be caught in the wave. The realm of the innate astral deities could actually shatter rocks through the air, terrifying as it was. The Black Tiger King was cloaked and had a maniacal appearance. What kind of person would dare to be so bold? How dare you kill my son? I must find him out and break him into pieces. Those who witnessed the scene, all of them were frightened and hid far away. Seeing this, Su Yujo had the same palpitations as he muttered. I'm afraid this North Sea is about to set off a bloody storm. The words just came out. Montague's stern eyes then swept over. What are you talking about? Su Yujo's eyebrows jumped as he said with forced composure, reporting back to the general. I will definitely mobilize all the forces I can to find that murderer of Youngyu. The Black Tiger King said. You don't need to be in charge of this matter. On the side of the Green Dragon Group, you hasten to speed up the tempo and complete the predetermined plan. Su Yujo looked embarrassed. General, this time the plan failed. I'm afraid Su Wanjuan's side has already noticed. Meng Tian's tiger eyes glared. Snapped. Why bother to play tricks? With the power you've accumulated from years of operation in the Green Dragon Group, you can completely replace Su Wanjun without a second thought. I was afraid of, with me to back you up. What are you afraid of? Manhwa drank. Su Yujo's face changed slightly, and he didn't dare to continue speaking more. Nodding his head repeatedly, he said, Yes, General. I will follow your instructions and take control of the Green Dragon Group as early as possible. It was while the two were exchanging words. Suddenly a voice rang out from a short distance away. Found it. Montague looked up and asked, What did you find? The man who had shouted, clutching a dark orb, ran over trembling. Fix your eyes. It was a plastic bag that seemed to hold something. Montague's eyes flashed. What's inside? The man fell to his knees and opened the plastic bag while saying, General, we found the young master's head. Montague's eyes snapped open and he stumbled backward. Just see the plastic bag. The head of his own son is here. Next to the head, there is a piece of bamboo strip. The bamboo strips are engraved with words. Montague picked it up and looked at it, and his face changed in shock. Today, we will slaughter the puppies first. We'll chop up the old dog again in the coming day. Manhwa, wait for me to come and take your heads. Montague knew that something bad had happened to his son, but there was still a hint of a fluke in his heart. However, when he saw Man Yu's severed head, the last glimmer of hope in his heart was also completely dashed in this instant. A mixture of grief and anger raged within his chest. He clearly wanted to yell, but his mouth was open, but he couldn't make any sound. Original. In the midst of intense grief, people can be so upset that they lose their voices. When Quan had indeed packed and burned Meng Yu along with the bodies of the dozen or so Black Tiger guards, but it favored leaving the other guy's head behind. The reason why the bodies were burned, it is to confuse the public in case the other side, through the corpse, traces certain traces against them. As for leaving this head, on the one hand, it is about retaliation and declaration of war. On the other hand, it's also meant to influence the judgment of Mongoose. Sure enough, that was a very effective move on Wen Quan's part. Munkle saw his son's head and the words written on the bamboo piece. Instant thought, this matter must be the work of an enemy. Dare to kill his son, also capable of killing his son, and to do it all with thunder and silence. Among his enemies, there are only a handful. In the middle of his mind, he immediately thought of certain people, while his gaze began to gradually become harsh. Wouldn't have occurred to anyone. This incident was done by Wen Quan, because of who he is now. It's just a little veterinarian named Wang Fan, powerless and ordinary. How is it possible to kill the powerful Black Tiger guards? After a while, it was only then that Montague finally slowed down, and holding his own son's head in hot tears, gnashing his teeth. Damn thing. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to touch my son, then I'll absolutely have to find you out and make sure you don't die a good death. Oh. Fumizumi sneezed violently. As he wiped his nose, he muttered, Grandma's leg? Who the hell is talking bad about me? See, the sun is out. The sun is scattered over the land. Fumizumi opened the roll-up door and began a new day. There hasn't been much business all morning. He simply took his toolbox and fixed the sign with the LED lights outside. Wang Fan XX Hospital has finally changed back to Wang Fan Pet Hospital. Look at your masterpiece. When Quan stood at the gate and watched for a while, then nodded with satisfaction. Master, it's happening right now. There was a call from behind him. Turning his head, he saw none other than the Black Hyena. You're back. Wen Quan was just about to reach into his pocket for a cigarette when he realized that he had already smoked the previous one. And so, he took out 100 yen and gave it to the Black Hyena. Go, get me a pack of cigarettes. What kind of cigarettes to buy? Yellow Crane 1916, Wen Quan said. Before that, I smoked some cheap cigarettes like Red Double Happiness to Chenmen, and my voice was hoarse. Now that you have money, you have to replace it with good cigarettes. The Black Hyena sniffed and immediately complied. Immediately, with the 100 bucks in his mouth. He turned and ran in the direction of the kiosk. Kiosk nearby about 100 meters. Also just opened for business. The owner stretched and yawned and was taking a seat at the front desk. Just heard the doorway beep. Welcome. He looked up. And yet, no customers were found to have entered the store. Why is there no one there? The owner scratched his head, rather puzzled. Yet the next second, he then saw an unbelievable scene. Only a large, well-fed black dog, wagging its tail, walked in. It stomped on its hind limbs, straight up from the floor. Forelegs flopped down on the glass case at the front desk and spit the 100 bucks in his mouth onto the table. Crap! The owner thought he hadn't woken up and was seeing hallucinations. But when he wiped his eyes and looked again, everything was incredibly real. The black hyena had no way to explain it to him. All you can do is shake your head and hint with your eyes that I need to buy cigarettes. The boss was confused. It took a while before the black hyena's intentions finally dawned on him. Are you buying cigarettes? The black hyena nodded. The boss was even more shocked. Holy shit, this dog actually understands human language. What kind of cigarettes do you want to buy? The black hyena's eyes flicked around the shelves, then locked on a certain direction. The boss followed the other's gaze and picked up the cigarettes on the shelf. Yellow Crane Tower? The black hyena nodded again. After removing his cigarettes, the owner handed them to the black hyena. After the other guy grabbed it in his mouth, he ran off without looking back. The owner stood dumbfounded, muttering, really living hell. A few moments later, the black hyena returned with a cigarette in its mouth. When Quan took the cigarettes and tore the package while saying, "Didn't Chuchinga feed you well? How could you come back?" The black earth dog said in a resigned voice, "Master, I only have you in my heart. You are the love of my life." When Quan kicked over, goosebumps rising all over his body. "Fuck you, you dead slut dog. Where did you learn such meaty words?" The black earth dog, after being kicked, not only didn't get angry, but instead very cheerfully surrounded when Quan and circled around. When Quan cried and laughed at the sight. "That's probably licking the dog. Do you smoke?" When Quan asked. I thought the black hyena would refuse, but it said, "You can have one. Can you step on a horse and suck no?" One Quan was dumbfounded. "I'm just being polite. Are you serious?" Next, the black hyena then proves in action that not only can he suck, but he sucks hard. The whole body was on the ground, forelimbs crossed, between swallowing clouds, a dog's face, full of melancholy. When Quan was dumbfounded, and in his heart, he couldn't help but be amazed by it. This beast god Yuan Chi was just too terrifying. Not only did it enhance the dog's physical fitness, but it also made him behave, more and more, like a human being. The huskies before that too. Now the black hyena is more than ever. The black hyena smoked a cigarette while giving Wen Quan a report on the situation. "Master, I've been by your wife's side for 2 days as you instructed, and I've already inquired about her recent situation." Wen Quan raised an eyebrow. "I've never given such an order before," the black earth dog said. "As a qualified guard dog, saddling up for my master, solving problems, this is my due diligence. Come on, I know you're loyal, let's get down to business." When Quan waved his hand, the black earth dog said, "Master, your wife hasn't been doing too well lately." "What do you mean?" Wen Quan asked. The black hyena said, "Her company is currently facing a huge financial crisis, and moreover, there are people in the company who are plotting against her." Hear that? When Quan's eyes flickered, regarding the recent situation of the Chu group, although he didn't know much about it, he had gotten some news by ear. It's true that business hasn't been great lately. It is precarious both internally and externally. It is because of this matter. The family's living expenses were drastically reduced, and much of the real estate was sold for cash flow. Chu Qingfeng's pocket money, too, was stopped, and the reason why he had gone to great lengths to help Sun Zilong, to deal with Wen Quan, his unlucky brother-in-law, and to help him pursue Chu Qingga, was because he wanted to obtain financial assistance from the Sun family. Not only does he have that intention, Chu and Shen Min, presumably, are the same, original. Wen Quan was not going to care about this mess in the Chu family. He can't wait for the other guy to go bankrupt. But, as soon as he considered Elder Chu, he was indeed treating himself very well. Moreover, although Chu Qingga was high-minded and arrogant, she treated him very poorly, but always abided by her principles as a wife and did not cuckold him. Based on these 2 points, Wen Quan could try to help. Plus what happened last night, he found out. One didn't seem to hate Chu Qingga. "What have you inquired about?" Wen Quan asked. The black earth dog did not answer directly, but asked, "Master, do you know that your wife has another man besides you?" Hear that? Wen Quan, who had just had a lively mind, instantly stiffened his expression. "She has a man outside?" The black hyena didn't notice Wen Quan's strange behavior, reported methodically. "Yes, The other party is both her high school classmate and her first love. I have specially investigated. This person's name is Liang Ziyuan, 25 years old this year. A local from Beihai, but from an ordinary family. He's currently serving in Chu's group, and with his qualifications, he's at most a team leader. Yet in a very short period of time, he's mixed his way up to a high-level position in the company. It is the master your wife's promotion that the other party can successfully rise to the top. I have not found out for the time being. There is an adulterous relationship between the two. However, the ambiguity is definitely there. If you hadn't come out halfway in the first place, master, perhaps, the person who married your wife would have been this Liang Ziyuan. The black hyena got more and more excited. Wen Quan, on the other hand, was getting darker and darker in the face the more he listened. Fucking hell, I will truly illuminate the moon, but I can't help the moon shining in the gutter. Master, this Liang Ziyuan is not a good bird. He is secretly colluding with a group of the company's patriarchs, and is constantly obtaining confidential information about the company from your wife. It is precisely because of this that Chu's group was seized by its competitors' weaknesses, and under the combination of internal and external, the company suffered a series of strikes, and its business situation took a sharp turn as follows. The key is that your wife has a lot of trust in this Liang Ziyuan, and didn't realize that he was the culprit that caused all of this. When Quan snuffed out the cigarette in his hand, anger burning in his eyes, this stupid woman is really stupid, being sold and still helping to count the money. The Black Earth Dog said, Master, Liang Ziyuan has already started secretly plotting with the Chu Group's patriarchs on how to divide up the entire company, and I also investigated that Sun Zilong is also one of the people involved in this matter. Ha! Fumizumi froze. A brief trance was followed by a quick reaction. It seems that it's not only Chu Chinga who's stupid, but also Chu Qingfeng. These two siblings are really the same kind of seed that came out of their mother's womb. Business struggle. Nothing but big fish eating small fish. If all the small fish on the surface of the water are eaten, and a large fish with an insatiable appetite will set its sights on a fish of its own size or slightly smaller. Obviously, the Chu family had become a target in the eyes of those big fish. Master, do you need me to stop this? A dash of killing intent flashed in the Black Earth Dog's eyes. How do you stop it? Wen Quan asked. The Black Earth Dog said, I'm going to kill this Liang Ziyuan. Stupid dog. Wen Quan cursed. Other people use their brains to deal with us, but you want to use violence to solve problems. It's really stupid. The scolded black hyena drooped its head and weakly asked, then what should we do now? We can't just sit back and wait to see death, right? Hey, it's a real fucking mess. Wen Quan sighed helplessly. Just finished solving my own problem. Now the Chu family, which had joined the family, was in a huge crisis of unprecedented proportions. As Chu's son-in-law, even if he had no more eyes for this family, there was no way he could watch outsiders come to carve it up. Who made me too kind? Always repaying kindness with kindness. That's just it. Just think of it as what I owe her in my past life. One thought to this. When Quan immediately instructed the Black Earth Dog, don't act rashly for now. Continue to stay by Chu Chinga's side and protect her secretly. I will find out about this matter as soon as possible, and see who actually hatched this conspiracy, and who are the people involved. At that time, I'll strike again with a heavy blow. One by one. Wait for the last word to land. When Quan clenched his fists, his icy eyes quick as flying daggers. Alright I know what to do. The black hyena nodded. When Quan said, this Liang Ziyuan, you pay close attention to me. If he has any unorthodox thoughts or unauthorized actions towards Chu Chinga, you can strike with a thunderbolt and severely punish the other party. The black hyena assured him repeatedly that he would deliver on his mission. When Quan still had the utmost trust in the Black Earth Dog's abilities, it's a different breed in the end. After remodeling out, intelligence is not a tiny bit stronger compared to that husky. Didn't even assign it a task myself. It actually finds tasks for itself, with life in its eyes at all times. When Quan asked with a sense of humor, by the way, other than that, do you have anything else to report to me? The Black Earth Dog said, Master, I've taken some time out and have almost integrated a third of the forces in the North Sea. As long as I give it time, I'll soon be able to rule the entire North Sea. What do you mean? Tell me more clearly. When Quan frowned, the black hyena woofed twice toward the outside. Next, a pack of stray dogs, hulking out of the alley. The sheer volume. There were hundreds of them. Among them was another group, the very same gang of rogue dogs that had previously bullied the black hyenas. The forces you're talking about are them? When Quan asked with a face full of consternation. The black hyena said, yes. When Quan's heart was shaken and he couldn't help but praise it. The more prosperous the city, the greater the number of stray animals. They have formed an ecosystem of their own among the skyscrapers made of steel and concrete. These animals, for others, it may not be of much use, but for one Quan, it's a big deal. Approximately how many stray dogs are there in the entire North Sea? Wen Quan asked. The black hyena replied, according to my preliminary count, there should be 40, 000 to 50, 000 of them. 40 or 50,000? Get this number. Wen Quan couldn't help but feel a tingle in his head as well. If only so many stray dogs could be put to use, and formed into an army of capable malamutes, then he won't be stretched and cowering when he has to deal with some outnumbered foe. And so, Wen Quan gave the black hyena orders on the spot. Great! Hurry up and unify the dog middle kingdom in the North Sea. And for these partners of yours, I'll have another wonderful use for them later. The day passed quickly. Wen Quan had been guarding the store all day and had hardly caught a single door-to-door business. If it was put before, that Jedi have been too anxious to eat, but now he is. The identity of the veterinarian is just a front. So, there's no business. It had little or no effect on him. He deliberately went to check the black card that Su Wanjun had given him. Nice guy. It's a shock not to find out there's actually 20 million yen in there. Although Wen Quan was well prepared mentally, he was still taken aback hard when he saw this number. But on second thought, with Su Wanjun's status, even if she puts up $20 million as a reward for thanking Wen Quan, it is just a drop in the bucket. With so much money in hand, Wen Quan wondered if it was time for him to start some industry. This pet hospital. There is no income at all from the press right now. Even if business is bursting at the seams every day, it's only a couple $1,000s a day. For someone like Wen Quan who had seen big money in his previous life, if you don't make tens of millions of dollars a month, it's all just a little bit of work. And the economic base, the essential construction of all superstructures. No money in hand. You can't get far doing anything. Sure, you can hold off on the money-making thing for a while. We'll find a good program later. The immediate priority is to settle these matters in hand first. Wen Quan had just returned from the bank, and before he reached the entrance of the pet hospital, he heard someone calling him brother-in-law. Wen Quan turned his head to see an unexpected person. It was that beast of a brother-in-law of his, Chu Qingfeng. As soon as he heard the other person was calling his brother-in-law, Fumizumi thought he had misheard. Chu Qingfeng looked unusually excited after seeing Wen Quan. While running, he shouted, brother-in-law, I finally waited for you to come back. This time, Fumizumi was sure he hadn't misheard. Eyes narrowed slightly, rather surprised. This guy is off his meds, isn't he? He was called Dirt Dog before, but now he changed his name and called him brother-in-law? This is really unexpected and shocking to Wen Quan. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Chu Qingfeng ran to Wen Quan and asked as if nothing had happened. Wen Quan looked at him for a long time without words. Chu Qingfeng asked, brother-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? Are you Chu Qingfeng? Of course I am, Chu Qingfeng shouted. Although Wen Quan felt odd in his heart, he didn't inquire about it, but asked without moving, what are you doing here looking for me? Brother-in-law, I came to see you and send you something on the way. Chu Qingfeng laughed. Bring the basket of fruit that was ready to go, and bring it over. Wen Quan was confused on the spot. Are you that kind? It couldn't be that the weasel is paying homage to the chicken and has other plans, right? Chu Qingfeng smiled with an embarrassed expression on his face. Brother-in-law, I was rude to you before. I've already deeply realized my mistake. So, today I came over specifically to apologize to you. I hope you'll be kind enough to forgive me. It's easy to change rivers and mountains, but you can't change your nature. Wen Quan didn't believe this statement from Chu Qingfeng. This guy is not holding back any good farts. Don't give me this whole falsehood. Just tell me what you have. Chu Qingfeng hemmed and hawed and hurriedly said, brother-in-law, you are really fiery-eyed. I can't hide anything I have in mind from you. Wen Quan stood with his arms folded and walked straight toward the pet door. Chu Qingfeng followed closely behind, and while following, he fawned and said, brother-in-law, we break bones and are forever family. Any conflicts we had in the past, it was all unintentional. Wen Quan said impatiently, if you keep talking nonsense to me, then just get the hell out of here. Okay, I won't talk about that. Chu Qingfeng laughed dryly and finally got down to business. Brother-in-law, you have to save me. Save you? Wen Quan looked at Chu Qingfeng. What's wrong with you? Chu Qingfeng said, I gambled before and owed others nearly $50 million with interest. They are now looking for me to pay back. I simply don't have that much money in my pocket. I can't pay it back. You're not going to ask me for a loan, are you? The corner of Wen Quan's mouth twitched twice, pointing at the door-open pet hospital. See if it's worth $50 million to sell this store. Fumizumi's guess was right. He took one look at the guy. The way his temperament had changed, knowing that nothing good can come of it. Didn't realize the other guy actually owes $50 million for playing poker. That's an astronomical amount out of reach for the average family. Even for the Chu family, the burden was likewise not small. Not to mention, Chu's group is in a critical situation, like walking on thin ice. Cash flow is on the verge of collapse at all times, and it's even more impossible to come up with $50 million. Chu Qingfeng's eyes turned, whispered, "Brother-in-law, don't you know Fu Tianxiong, the richest man in Beihai? At that time, I saw that he valued you quite highly. If you ask him to borrow money, he will definitely lend it to you. $50 million is not worth mentioning to him at all." As soon as I heard that, Fumizumi's expression was like a black charcoal. He knew that Chu Qingfeng was no good, but it was never expected. This guy can reach this level of being a man with no boundaries. Fu Tianxiong and I are just Ping Shui Xiang, simple ordinary friends, not to mention that if I ask him to borrow money, will he lend it? Even if he will lend it, I won't ask him for it. When Quan coldly snorted, Chu Qingfeng's expression collapsed at once, and he said in an aggrieved manner, "Brother-in-law, if you don't save me, I'll be completely finished, and those debt collectors will have to dismantle me. Go ask your parents for it." One Quan said. Chu Qingfeng was anxious. "If this matter is known to my family, then I will die even faster." When Quan added, "Don't you have a good brother named Sun Zilong? You desperately wanted to marry your sister to him, and now that you're in trouble, he can't see death to save you, right?" At the mention of Sun Zilong, Chu Qingfeng was then furious, only to see his veins rippling. He said furiously, "Stop it. If it weren't for this fellow, how could I possibly end up here?" When Quan froze for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, "What do you mean?" Chu Qingfeng said, "The reason why I will gamble is that this guy took me to play, then did win a lot of money, but later, bad hand, has been losing. At first asked him to borrow money. He did not hesitate to ask how much to borrow, how much. Borrowed a few times. He said that he also has no money. Let me go to borrow loan sharks. It has touched this loan sharks. I completely collapsed. The more I lose more and more on the gambling table. The arrears their interest. Borrowing 20,000 to pay back 50,000. I am really no way out. So, only to come to find brother-in-law Yuna." After hearing Chu Qingfeng describe it like that, Fumizumi probably knew exactly what was going on. Chu Qingfeng, this stupid fork, is estimated to have encountered Sun Zilong, a killing disc tailored for him. He did it for a purpose. It wasn't to destroy Chu Qingfeng, because this guy is rotten from head to toe, ruined or not. His true purpose. I'm afraid that they want to use Chu Qingfeng as a breakthrough to deal with the entire Chu family. This matter of Chu Qingfeng, it didn't blow up early, it didn't blow up late, and it blew up at this juncture. Obviously, it was all specially arranged by Sun Zilong, because the overburdened Chu's group just needed the last straw to crush the camel. It will come crashing down like mercury, and that last straw, it was none other than Chu Qingfeng. If the black hyena hadn't reported this matter to him just now, then Wen Quan wouldn't have associated to think of this, precisely because he already knows Chu's group's financial situation. There is a huge crisis. Moreover, certain people with evil intentions had already collaborated with each other and were ready to launch a fatal strike against Chu Qingga. With this message, the huge gambling debt that Chu Qingfeng was carrying was likewise an important part of this conspiracy. This one is like dominoes. The formation was all set, just one card to fall and, well, set off the whole butterfly effect. Originally, Wen Quan was not going to save Chu Qingfeng. This guy is so stupid. Don't look at the past, bossy and reckless. But in fact, it is a pig brain. People like this live in the world. It's a complete waste of food. But, if he doesn't save, then before it was too late to make deployments, Chu Qingga's side would definitely be dragged down by his brother and would directly collapse. So, to save Chu Qingga, he had to save Chu Qingfeng first. After making a decision in your mind, Wen Quan looked at Chu Qingfeng with a condensed expression, full of seriousness. "I can help you this time. However, I won't give you money to pay off your debt. Instead, I will help you complete a self-redemption." The first half of the sentence, Chu Qingfeng just wanted to smile, but listen to the second half of the sentence. Instead, he froze outright with a stunned look on his face. "Brother-in-law, can you make it clearer? I can't understand some of it." Wen Quan did not give any explanation. Instead, he held out his hand and begged, "How much money do you have left on you now? Give it all to me." "Ha?" Chu Qingfeng was dumbstruck. "Ah shit, hurry up," Wen Quan snapped. Chu Qingfeng didn't dare to be slow, and touched his body all over, then took out $370 and stuffed it into Wen Quan's hand. "That's all?" Wen Quan frowned. Chu Qingfeng said, "There was $500 left, but I spent $130 on fruit just now. What about your designer watches, and cars, and stuff?" Wen Quan asked. Chu Qingfeng's expression was as if he had lost his life, and he said with a sad face, "Just now, that group of debt collectors had already looked for me. and I offset those things to them before they were willing to give me half a day's time to raise the money, or else, they would take the IOUs and go up to my house to look for my parents. When Kwan's eyes rolled back in his head, completely speechless, according to you, you only have this $370 left in your pocket? Yes, all of the family's belongings. Chu Qingfeng nodded. Fumizumi doesn't know what to say. Look at this guy's usual manly, rich young man's line. Who knows? I can't believe I'm so poor that I can't even come up with $1,000. Forget it then. 370 is 370. It's a little less money, but it's better than nothing. When Quan skimmed his lips, Chu Qingfeng asked curiously, brother-in-law, what are you asking me for this money for? How did you come to owe $50 million? When Quan asked, Chu Qingfeng said, gambling money lost. When Quan shook the money in his hand, then I'll gamble and help you win back the 50 million. This statement was made. Chu Qingfeng was petrified on the spot. The expression is as ugly as it needs to be. He looked at Wen Quan as if he was looking at a dork. Brother-in-law, you're not kidding me, are you? Do I look like I'm joking with this look? Wen Quan said in a serious manner. This next. It was Chu Qingfeng's turn to twitch the corners of his mouth. Brother-in-law, it's not that I don't trust you, but the water in here is just too deep. Using a few $100s to win tens of millions of dollars. This sounds like a pie in the sky. It can be seen. The tone in which Chu Qingfeng spoke was already restrained. If you put it in the past, then he definitely cursed at Wen Quan, and I'm afraid the genealogy of his family has been greeted hundreds of times. But now, he had a request, after all, and the only thing he could rely on was the other side. So, even if you are confused and speechless, you have to be nice. Where there's a will, there's a way. And this is something we can definitely accomplish with our hearts and horses if we put our minds to it. This instant, when Quan transformed into a success lecturer and passionately boiled up chicken soup, Chu Qingfeng's eyebrows jumped wildly and he lowered his voice. What if we lose these 370 pieces as well? When Quan said, then there's nothing I can do. You can only pray for yourself and the Bodhisattva's blessing. Wang Fan, you dirt dog, teasing me? Chu Qingfeng was enraged and was about to point at Wen Quan and yell at him. However, he shut his mouth before the words in his mind could leave his mouth. The finger that was broken by Wen Quan earlier had not yet healed. It was definitely not wise for him to provoke Wen Quan any further at this time. So, even though his heart was burning with anger, he could only hold back his temper and call out to his brother-in-law with a smile on his face. Wen Quan did not give Chu Qingfeng a chance to speak. Fast-talking commands. You only have half a day. It's not too late. Hurry up and take me to the casino where you lost money before. Let's have a big game. As long as we win $50 million, enough to pay off our gambling debts, we won't gamble anymore. Chu Qingfeng still wanted to struggle a bit, but he was glared back by an icy look from Wen Quan. Do you still want me to save you or not? Think. Then don't dawdle and lead the way forward. Chu Qingfeng wanted to cry and was unable to live. There were even 10,000 grass mud horses racing in his heart. I should have known that was the case. Then he won't come. Money did not borrow. Actually have to suffer this kind of insult. Really bad luck. In Chu Qingfeng's opinion, Wen Quan said he was going to win $50 million with $370, not to genuinely help him, but to insult him in such a way. For being a person of normal intelligence, neither can be trusted. You can win tens of millions with a few $100s. Seeing Chu Qingfeng's lack of interest, Wen Quan said in a domineering manner, back then, Chen Dagger Boy could win $37 million with $20. Now today, I, Wang Fan, will use $370 to win $50 million? And it's not impossible. Chu Qingfeng didn't say anything. In his mind, however, he had already cursed. You're just a little veterinarian with no name. $370 to win 50 million. You really think you're the god of gamblers, don't you? Chu Qingfeng's purpose in finding Wen Quan. The main reason was to get on Fu Tianxian's line through him. Who knows? This guy doesn't know what's wrong in his head, either. I can't believe I want to go out and pay off my gambling debts by gambling this way. If you have a few $1,000,000 to bet, it's more or less believable to say something like that. How dare you talk so much with a few $100s? It's so fucking bleeped. The key to this several $100s, or out of their own pockets. This guy is simply not a dime a dozen. Chu Qingfeng could sort of see it. Fumizumi didn't want to help him, without doubt. Seeing that Wen Quan was so convinced, Chu Qingfeng's heart was still holding a little bit of luck. He asked in a low voice, brother-in-law, have you ever gambled on a game before? Although it was a knowing question, he couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and purposely asked again. Wen Quan shook his head. No, never? Chu Qingfeng pursued. Wen Quan looked puzzled and asked in a fervent manner, does fighting landlord count? Chu Qingfeng's expression froze. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. the last glimmer of hope in his heart went completely up in smoke with the other party's reply. Okay, don't ask questions, just take me there. In a stern tone, Fumizumi urged again. Brother-in-law, my car has been mortgaged. I'm at the point where I don't have a car. Shu Qingfeng still wanted to find an excuse to shrug it off. Wen Quan, however, said, it's fine, I have a car. Shu Qingfeng's eyes lit up and was quite surprised. You bought a car? Wen Quan took out the car keys and pressed the on-off button. Subsequently, a small electric donkey parked in the doorway made a dripping sound. Shu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. I wanted to give Wen Quan a big earful, but once he thought that he couldn't beat his opponent, he could only hold his breath and be silent. Brother-in-law, why don't we just take a cab? Take a farting car. You only have a total of $370 to gamble. Spend a few $dozen to take a car. In case you are halfway through the gamble, what if the money is less? Wen Quan didn't have the good sense to count. A little bit of saving is a little bit of saving, and wealth needs to be earned as much as it needs to be accumulated. Shu Qingfeng was speechless to the extreme. He's a rich young man. I can't believe I'm reduced to riding a battery car. If word of this gets out, it's going to ruin our reputation. He was 10,000,000% reluctant, but it couldn't withstand a fierce look from Wen Quan. Stop dawdling and get in the car. Well, Lu. Shu Qingfeng's heart trembled, and like an aggrieved little daughter-in-law, she pouted her big buttocks and sat in the back seat of the battery car. As this electric car is just too small, two big men weighing a total of more than 300 pounds, sitting in a piece, is really a little calf pulling a big car. Sense of immediacy. Put on your helmets, obey the rules of the road, and let's go. That's all. Wen Quan rode a small electric battery with his brother-in-law, wobbling toward the casino at an even 50 yards. About an hour later, outside the door of the Royal One Casino, Fumizumi stopped the car. Shu Qingfeng looked like his butt was on fire, and with just a sound of miso, he quickly left the battery car seat. Stay 3 meters away from Wen Quan and the electric bike. That panicked, looking around from side to side, as if they were afraid of being seen by others. In the casino parking lot, all of them are million-dollar luxury cars, and even if they're the least, that's the top of the BBA. And electric bikes, if you look around, you can't find one. Excuse me sir, the parking lot here is exclusive to casino guests and is not available to the public. Wen Quan just parked his car. The casino security guards then ran over and still spoke politely. But there was a touch of contempt in his eyes, as if to say, you're riding a small donkey and you're parking here, so don't be a pussy. Wen Quan straightened his lapel and spoke. I just came to the casino to gamble. The security guard was stunned and frowned. Sir, you're still in good humor. You may not be too clear about the market positioning of our casino. Cough cough. Shu Qingfeng, who was standing on the side pretending to be transparent, couldn't help but cough twice. As soon as the security guard saw him, he immediately looked familiar. After a few seconds of scrutiny, it became clear that the other man was a regular at the casino. Feng Xiao. Seeing that the other party recognized him, Shu Qingfeng was quite pleased. I haven't been here for the past few days. You don't even recognize me. The security guard was full of embarrassment and said repeatedly, Where? I just didn't expect Windy Youngster to be so witty. Not driving a sports car, but actually taking a small electric donkey. Shu Qingfeng's expression obviously became a little less natural as he said in a deep voice, the happiness of the rich, what do you know about it? Immediately, Shu Qingfeng said to Wen Quan, brother-in-law, don't pay any attention to these dog-eyed scum, let's just hurry in. He just wanted to get the hell out of there, to save what little face he had left. The words just fell. Someone right next to him shouted, Yo, isn't this Mr. Shu? Shu Qingfeng turned his head to look. When he saw the visitor, his face became even more ugly. The opponents were two of his own drinking buddies. One is called Zhao Yuntian and the other is called Zhou Yuan. When Shu Qingfeng had money in his pocket, he didn't follow them around. Now it's fallen on hard times. When he asked them for help, they not only shrugged it off with various excuses, but also sneered at him. Shu Qingfeng swore at that time that he would sever his ties with them and die an old man. Mr. Shu, you came to play again? Zhao Yuntian asked. Shu Qingfeng snorted coldly. None of your business. Mr. Shu, what's wrong with you? Isn't it just that you didn't lend you any money? Why are you talking with such a big fire? Zhou Yuan next to him said with a smile. Zhao Yuntian said, not right Shu Gongzi, you have not already lost everything. How do you still have money to gamble? It turns out that the excuses that you said before looking for us to borrow money were all fake Shu Qingfeng didn't want to pay attention to them. Straight away you are about to enter the casino. But these two men would not relent. Zhao Yuntian's eyes narrowed and he asked as if nothing had happened. Mr. Shu, I did just see that you came in on a battery car. He, Where's your Audi R8? This statement was made. Chu Qingfeng died a direct social death. He tried to avoid this scene at all costs. Nevertheless, the more you fear something, the more it comes. Now, it's probably a disgrace. Even so, Chu Qingfeng's mouth is also very hard. The traffic jam on the road delayed me to come to gamble, so I took the battery car to come. How? Do you guys have a problem with that? No. How dare we have a problem with that? Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan looked at each other and laughed, the sneer on their faces becoming more and more intense. Obviously, they had already seen Chu Qingfeng's dilemma, and Chu Qingfeng realized that the other party saw his dilemma. The heart became more and more like a needle in a pinch, and there was no place for it. Seeing this, Wen Quan patted Chu Qingfeng's shoulder. Brother-in-law, are these two your friends? Chu Qingfeng just wanted to hurry up and take Wen Quan away, but he opened his mouth. Immediately, it attracted the attention of both men. Zhao Yuntian turned his gaze and looked at Wen Quan and said, Duke Chu, is this the Earth Dog brother-in-law you mentioned to us earlier? Listen to you, he looks like a toad. How do I think he is a talented and good-looking? But instead, you are more like, in contrast to him. Speaking here, Zhou Yuan's voice came to an abrupt end. But, the point he was trying to make behind him was crying out for attention. Listen to his tone. It seems to be complimenting Wen Quan. Actually, but in such a way, he deliberately belittled Chu Qingfeng. The tiger falls down and is bullied by the dog. Times are different now. Chu Qingfeng profoundly understood the meaning of these words. Just 2 days. He then went from the high and mighty Chu family's broad young man to a street rat that everyone could step on. Snap, snap. The two were obliviously mocking Chu Qingfeng. Wen Quan backhanded them with 2 slaps, hitting them hard in the face. Due to the intensity, more than that, it slapped their front teeth out. The whole thing hit like a gyroscope, spinning in place. Dizzy, Chu Qingfeng saw this scene. Straight away, he froze, wide-eyed. He looked at Wen Quan, his face full of horror. As for the 2 men who were beaten, the same is true. Zhao Yuntian covered his mouth, which was bleeding straight out, and snapped, How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? Snap. Wen Quan brushed his hand over his ear. I didn't hear you clearly. Say that again? Zhao Yuntian couldn't speak well, but, nevertheless, he habitually burst out a mouthful of nationalism. Crouching. Trough. Snap. Wen Quan slapped again, hard enough to whip Zhao Yuntian into a pig's head. Zhou Yuan, who was next to him, was about to have a fit as well, but once he saw that Wen Quan was slapping people up so violently, the profanity that was just about to come out of his mouth was swallowed back hard. In the future, keep your mouth clean and don't curse without moving. After all, I have a bad temper too. Wen Quan shook his numb hands and said forcefully. The 2 dared to be angry and drooped their heads, neither daring to meet Wen Quan's eyes. With a wave of his hand, Wen Quan took the dazed Chu Qingfeng and headed inside the casino. Wait for Wen Quan to go in. Zhao Yuntian was enraged. Grass. This son of a bitch actually dared to hit me? I must not fail to get him killed. Zhou Yuan said. Young Yun, didn't Chu Qingfeng say before that this Earth Dog brother-in-law of his was useless, like a wimp? How come he fought so powerfully just now? He doesn't say. Zhao Yuntian hadn't realized it yet. When he finished, Zhao Yuntian's face suddenly changed, and he said in horror, Right, although we are not supreme experts, we have practiced martial arts for a few years, and our reflexes are still there. Just now when this son of a bitch hit us, we actually couldn't even dodge. It looks like this guy is a practiced fighter, Zhou Yuan concluded. Zhao Yuntian clenched his fists and said coldly, I don't care if he's a practitioner or not. If he dares to hit me, then I'll absolutely make him pay the price. Just in time to clean up Chu Qingfeng along with him. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement. If we put it in the past, we really have to weigh it, but now the Chu family is already thinning out, and Sun Shao is about to launch a fatal strike on their family. This guy dares to cause trouble at this time, purely looking for death. Subsequently, Zhao Yuntian took out his phone and dialed a number. Begin to mobilize your troops and prepare to launch your retaliation. In the meantime, the security guard at the door, too, walked back to the security booth and dialed the exclusive number of the casino's leader on his landline. Brother Chicken, Chu Qingfeng has come to gamble with us again. Oh, he still has money? I don't think there's any money left. I watched him come in a little electric donkey. The man on the other side laughed out loud. No way. It's that bad? Looks like the brothers who collect debts are pushing hard enough. The security guard continued. In addition to himself, he seems to have brought another person with him. Should be his brother-in-law. His hands are quite good, and he beat up Yin Xiao and Zhou Xiao at the door. Brother-in-law? Chicken on the other end of the phone froze. For this one, nothing seemed to ring a bell in his mind. While doing a home study on Chu Qingfeng, the other person does have a sister and is married. But, It doesn't seem to be a marriage, or a son-in-law to a family. The other guy appears to be a veterinarian. At the time it even made the local news because it was so outrageous. Okay. Chicken hung up as soon as the words were out of his mouth. He craned his neck. Pressing on this is not a big deal. In Chu Qingfeng's situation, let alone calling his brother-in-law here, even if he invited the great Luo Golden Immortals, I'm afraid that there was nothing he could do. And again, a brother-in-law who is a veterinarian. And what can you do? In the territory of the Black Tiger sect, could it be that he could still make any waves? After entering the casino, Fumizumi crouched down to tie his shoes. Chu Qingfeng said, "Brother-in-law, thank you." "Thank me for what?" "Thanks for standing up for me earlier." "Don't flatter yourself. I didn't stand up for you. If it wasn't for those two idiots calling me a toad, I wouldn't have made a move." When Quan said in disbelief, Chu Qingfeng pursed her lips and said with a worried heart, "Brother-in-law, those two people don't come from a small background, although their family is a thug, but they are very powerful, in case they want to retaliate against us. Afraid of shit. Soldiers come to stop. Water to cover the earth? I even dare to beat you, but still afraid of a mere two bedbugs." When Quan straightened his back, Chu Qingfeng's bandaged fingers were starting to hurt vaguely again. Only, this time, he didn't have any negative feelings towards Wen Quan. Instead, it was very much appreciated. Nothing else, at least when he was in distress. The other party did not dislike him, but instead gave him a helping hand, even if this helps in a way, more or less insulting, but it's better than nothing. $370 to win 50 million. Think of it as a snowball in the sky. Brother-in-law, what are you picking this up for? When Chu Qingfeng felt something in his heart, he saw that when Quan tied his shoelace just now, he didn't know what he had picked up from the ground and put it in his hand. Fix your eyes. Hers was none other than an ant. Whether we can win or not depends on this gadget. Quan looked at the ant as if he were looking at a beautiful woman with a bare ass, and his eyes instantly became radiant. Chu Qingfeng's head was filled with black lines, and the tide of his heart that had just surged up was instantly doused by a pot of cold water. Got it. Hurry up and lose the $370. Then, go home and sleep. Quan in his last life. It is also good at eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. His gambling skills weren't exactly impressive, but they were by no means bad. But, if he came here to gamble with the ability he had in his last life, it was clearly impossible to achieve the ambitious goal of winning 50 million oceans with a mere 370 pieces. So, he wasn't even trying to gamble properly. Instead, we're going to just hang out. After entering the casino, first, I went to the front desk to change my chips, 3 $100 chips, and 7 $10 chips. After getting the chips, Fumizumi glanced around in all directions. It's quite lively in there. There was a card game, a spinning wheel, and a dice game. All kinds of gambling equipment, everything. And the people who come here to gamble are varied. There is no shortage of famous families. There are also some high-powered officials, and the professional gamblers who make a living out of it. Sure, more of them are fat sheep who are fresh and want to see the world. Quan asked, which is the easiest way to play? Actually, for that matter, he had the answer in his mind. But in order to fit his current status as a rookie white boy, he had deliberately asked more questions. Chu Qingfeng said without thinking, of course it's playing dice. It doesn't require any fancy maneuvers at all. Just betting on the size or guessing the number of points based on luck. Alright, then pick this one. When Quan said on the spot. At this point, Chu Qingfeng's face no longer had any extra expressions. He could almost completely conclude. When Quan had definitely never been to a casino before and had never played any of these things at all. I really don't know. He's a newbie who hasn't played anything. How dare you say something so arrogant? Hey, I guess it's a firstborn. Subsequently, Chu Qingfeng was like a walking corpse as he brought Quan to the gambling table where he played dice. There are quite a few people who play this. A very large majority are newbies, because this thing has the simplest rules. Anyone in their right mind would look at it. Quan didn't make the first bet. Instead, he stood and watched, chips in his hand, rolling up and down. The gaze in his eyes flickered in thought. Seeing this, Chu Qingfeng couldn't help but straighten his head. You're not playing any fucking games here. A look of superiority. I'm going to lose your ass in a bet. Brother-in-law, why don't you place a bet? Vinquan paused his voice. I'm counting. Beside the lotter, there was an electronic screen that showed the winning and losing hands of the previous bets as well as the number of points experienced. It will be based on the data presented above to determine the betting goals for the next game. Gambling is nothing but probability, and probability is about math. People who are good at math can definitely get twice as much out of a bet. But, whether you lose or win is ultimately a matter of luck. Chu Qingfeng was quite surprised and asked, Brother-in-law, didn't you say you've never played before? Vin Quan said. I've never played. Can't I count? Chu Qingfeng's expression froze, mentally cursing. You're a real poser. Ro. You're counting on you. Stay a while. I'll see how good you are. The Dutchman opened several games in a row after that. By the time the 6th game is played, the motions are over and the betting has begun. When Quan's gaze froze and he no longer hesitated. Place all the chips in your hand. All of them in the square compartment of the betting points. Chu Qingfeng was taken aback. He originally thought Fumizumi had never played before and would definitely start with betting on the size. Although the odds are only 1:1, the probabilities are each 50%, making it the most secure of these options. Who knows? One Quan came up with a point bet and a straight prongha. Chu Qingfeng took a closer look. The number of points chosen by One Quan, 666, is large. Crap. Chu Qingfeng couldn't help but burst out a foul mouth. Rushing to One Quan, he shouted, "Brother-in-law, are you crazy? Just this kind of 1 in a million points. You also dare to choose." One Quan said calmly, "Can't you see that the odds are 50 times? If we win, we'll directly become $18,500. Hear that?" Chu Qingfeng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Leopard numbers like this one, probably not even once a night. Even if they did, most people wouldn't be able to chance winning unless it was the kind of luck that goes against the grain. Done. It's completely over. 370 all thrown away. Waiting to lose and go home. Chu Qingfeng slapped his forehead and no longer wanted to speak. It's only a couple $100 anyway. Winning is congratulatory. Losing is irrelevant. The others were surprised to see the number of points that Wen Quan had bet on, but they did not care, because he doesn't have a lot of money to throw around. And operations like this one are not uncommon. There will always be delusional people, trying to wrestle with the idea of turning a bicycle into a motorcycle, knowing full well that to do so is to throw money in the water. And yet it remains joyful and whimsical. Obviously, they were treating Wen Quan as this kind of person. Not only do these onlookers think so, even Chu Qingfeng was not like that. Seeing that everyone at the table has already bought and settled, the Dutchman looked around, and then picked up the dice cup with one hand. The crowd looked up. Next, someone shouted, "Holy shit, 666 Panther." Chu Qingfeng was all set to go home. Didn't even look, but when he heard someone shout out such a phrase, he immediately squeezed into the crowd. Sure enough, I saw the points of the 3 dice, all 6s. He was outright dumbfounded, dumb as a board, with one mouth open and closed. He shouted, "How is this? How is this possible?" Wen Quan was very calm. It seems to have been expected to end this way. Oblivious to the stunned stares of the crowd, he took back the winning chips from the dealer. 18,500 blocks, plus the original 370 blocks. That's 18,870 bucks. Wen Quan got 8 chips in his hand. A 15,000, a 3,000, a 500, 3 100s and a 50, and a 20. The chips are not yet warm in your hands. And he placed his bet. It's still 666 leopard. The move. Immediately, it attracted the attention of everyone present. A look of horror spread across all of their faces. The eyes were as wide as brass bells. Eater? Lotus? Chu Qingfeng was also. Who is this dude? He's got too much guts. What bold I feel is crazy. Good luck to win once. Actually also placed the same bet before. This is not pure send money? The other lotter hasn't even shaken the dice yet. And he's already placing his bets. That's a little too eager. Hey, money earned by luck will always be lost by losing luck. Young people are still too young. The crowd was talking. Stunned. More mockery of Wen Quan. It is not that the crowd has any prejudice against him, but his behavior is really outrageous. His mother opened the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the home. But anyone with a bit of a brain, neither could have done such a stupid thing. Brother-in-law. What are you doing? Chu Qingfeng shouted dazedly. Wen Quan said expressionlessly, "Gambling You can't gamble like this even if you gamble money. It's just a matter of placing a bet in advance, and actually betting on 666. I'd bet 888, but there's no such number," Wen Quan said. Chu Qingfeng's head was filled with black lines. "Brother-in-law, hurry up and get the chips back. It's not easy to win once. Let's play slowly over a long period of time." "Okay," Wen Quan, however, said, "Play slowly. When will you win $50 million? Chu Qingfeng was speechless. The more I feel that Fumizumi is a brain circuit, more or less a big disease. It's happening right now. The two of them, Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan, who had just been violently beaten up by Wen Quan at the entrance, also walked in. Zhao Yuntian has already contacted the fighters. When Wen Quan and Chu Qingfeng went out after gambling, they would teach them a hard lesson. If I don't beat him half to death, It will be hard to get rid of my hatred. But, to avoid each other escaping through the back door, they had run over on purpose to monitor the two of them in real time. Although they hadn't seen Wen Quan's performance just now, they still understood some details from the conversations of the bystanders. Young Yun, it seems that Chu Qingfeng's brother-in-law really has some ability, Zhou Yuan whispered. A cold light flashed in Zhao Yuntian's eyes. There's no such thing as ability, it's just luck. If he was truly capable, he wouldn't have been able to do something as stupid as placing a bet in advance. Seeing that Chu Qingfeng was persuading Wen Quan to take back his chips and place a new bet, Zhao Yuntian hurriedly said, "Yo, it's really a high art, and you dare to bet on points like the leopard. But this time, the odds are that you guys won't win." "What if I win?" Wen Quan asked. Zhao Yuntian laughed. "If you win, I'll kneel down and kowtow to you and call out to my father." The reason he did it. It is mainly a way of provoking the opponent to lose the money quickly. In this way, the other side has no money in their pockets and will definitely leave the casino sessions. He'll be able to lead a shouting fight and get his revenge. As for, will Wen Quan win? He pressed on, winning the same points a second time? That's less likely than getting struck by lightning in the desert. And, play like betting on dice. It's almost impossible for an idler to cheat, because all the tools, as well as the people, are arranged by the casino. Unless this craps shaker, the dealer, is on the other side. Otherwise, he really couldn't think of a situation where the same number of points would come up in both bets. Since it's impossible to cheat, then it's all about luck. And the luck thing, it can be cold, but not evil. Fine, then as you wish. I'll choose this one, Wen Quan said in a serious manner. Chu Qingfeng was anxious on the spot and tried to dissuade him. Brother-in-law, he's clearly provoking you. You mustn't fall for his tricks. It doesn't matter. No matter what they do, I will win, Wen Quan said confidently, with a domineering aura of surrender. Chu Qingfeng was not infected. The mind even couldn't help but curse. Stupid. Never mind. Do whatever you want. You wouldn't listen to me anyway. You know you're going to lose, but you still have no choice. Hey. The dealer starts shaking the dice. The crowd had placed their bets. There was no one following Wen Quan, so he was the only one who picked 666 points. Obviously, people don't believe it. He can still win this time. Buying fixed. The Dutchman shouted. Seeing that there was no one left on the table to place a bet, he took away the dice cup. The moment the dice points are revealed, time seemed to be silent for just a moment. Previously, someone smiling. Someone is at full attention. Others shook their heads. Different expressions, different emotions. But at this second, all those present who witnessed the scene, none of them were stunned, and their eyes were about to fly out of their heads. Hiss. The sound of pouring cool air followed. Crap, crap, crap. An emotional dude at the table took the lead. He grabbed his hair as he shouted hysterically. This, tread, horse, too, can, be, close behind. It was the sound of other people screaming in disbelief. God damn it, yeah. Am I hallucinating? Someone tell me this isn't real. Twice 666. What the hell? This is too weird. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe my own eyes. It's outrageous. If I had followed the bet just now, I might have been able to follow the soup. Some people are shocked. Some people are staggered. Someone questioned. Of course, more people are retroactive. Chu Qingfeng was double dumbfounded again. Scalp numb and mind even more blank. He stared blankly at the points in the dice cup. The frozen expression as if he had pressed the pause button, without the slightest change. It's not that he's numb. Rather, his entire being was numbed with shock. $943,500. Wen Quan mumbled. Chu Qingfeng asked soulfully. What? Wen Quan added. I'd say this win is $943,500. And with one more win, it'll be $47,175,000. And we're getting closer and closer to our goal of $50 million. Chu Qingfeng's facial muscles twitched viciously. He swallowed as he did so, while trying hard to suppress the waves inside. Before walking into the casino, he couldn't believe it. Wen Quan can win money. $370 to win 50 million. It's a nifty thing that even novels don't dare to write like that. But, 10 minutes after Wen Quan stepped up to the gambling table, it relies on just 2 sets. Just won $370 to over $900,000. It's more than a miracle. It was a miracle. Chu Qingfeng hugged Wen Quan and shouted ecstatically. Brother-in-law, you are really awesome. I apologize for you for my short-sightedness just now. You are simply the god of gambling, possessed and invincible. Wen Quan didn't have much of a change in demeanor and said faintly, base fuck thing 6, to be the most shocked. It's still not Chu Qingfeng. Instead, it was the two people, Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan, who had just taunted at Wen Quan. They both waited for Wen Quan to finish losing the money. And then, gray. Who knows? It was 100% going to happen. But the moment the results were revealed, there was such an exaggerated and shocking reversal. After eliminating all impossibilities, what's left of it? Even if it's hard to believe, that's the truth of the matter. Did you cheat? Zhao Yuntian pointed at Wen Quan's nose and shouted. Originally, Wen Quan all but ignored him, but the other party was able to jump out at this time, which, now, forced his attention towards the other party. You're saying I cheated? Wen Quan asked. Zhao Yuntian shouted. If you weren't cheating, how could you have won the 666 leopard bet both times? Can't I just be lucky? Wen Quan said, immediately, spreading his arms and spinning in place. I haven't touched this table from start to finish except when I was placing my bets, and I'm still betting early, so I'd like to beg you to tell me what kind of method I'm using to cheat? With a single sentence, he disliked Zhao Yuntian to the point of being speechless. He had just been staring at Wen Quan to death. Every move the other party made was in full view. If there is any suspicion of cheating, must have just found out the first time. However, he didn't see anything, but even so, his intuition still told him that his opponent must have cheated. If not cheating, there is no way this outrageous thing could have happened. The Dutchman was equally confused. He looked incredulously at the dice he had shaken out, his eyes filled with horror. Every lotter who hangs out in a casino, those are professional gamblers. There's no one cheating at their own table. He could tell at a glance. So, he concluded that Fumizumi hadn't cheated. Yet that's exactly what happened. It was only then that he felt more and more that the matter was too bizarre. Luck should be too much luck for the other side. Beyond that, can't really think of any other reason. That would explain all this beyond reason. A senior gambler in the neighborhood expressed his opinion. If the bet was placed after the dice were rolled, there is indeed a possibility of cheating. But the person placed the bet before the dice were rolled. Could it be that the casino's lotter intentionally played a match with him? The Dutchman's face turned sour. It wasn't that he was mad at Fumizumi for winning. Rather, it was because what Zhao Yuntian had just said had invariably turned him into an accomplice to Wen Quan's cheating. Sir, if you don't believe in my professionalism, you can request a different dealer. The words. It was the Dutchman who told Zhao Yuntian. Zhao Yuntian naturally knew that the casino's lotter couldn't possibly have a problem, so he had to cough twice and lay down. He stopped pestering, but Wen Quan did not intend to let him go and said bluntly, who was it that said just now that after I win, he would kneel down and kowtow to me and call me father? This statement was made. Zhao Yuntian's face became like a pig's liver, scooting to get out of the way, but it was blocked by the gamblers watching from the perimeter. A promise is a promise. And boy did you say something like that just now. Be a man of your word and say what you mean. Although there is gold in a man's knees, we will not laugh at you if you can fulfill your promise. The crowd spoke their words and stood on the moral high ground, launching a righteous critique against Zhao Yuntian. Zhao Yuntian's face sank, and his face grimaced as he shouted, it's none of your business whether or not I kneel on my horse. Chu Qingfeng swung up his sleeve and cursed, damn it, Zhao Yuntian, are you unable to lose? I won't kneel. What can you do to me? Zhao Yuntian shouted angrily. Wen Quan's hands kneaded, moving the muscles, and then made a crackling sound. Zhao Yuntian was startled. 2 words. Straight away he flopped down on his knees. I can't do it without kneeling. Now kneel by yourself, then at least you'll have some face. If you wait until the other side does it, then not only will you have to kneel, but you'll also be beaten half to death. He had just received a few slaps to the face from Wen Quan. It's still hurting at this point. Seeing the other party kneeling, Wen Quan withdrew his hand and said with a faint smile, counting on you to still recognize the time. Otherwise, I would not have to have a set of great healthcare to serve you well. Chu Qingfeng beat up the fallen dog. Just kneeling won't do. Hurry up and call out for your father. Zhao Yuntian's heart was dying. Now that's just smart. Lifting a rock and stoning your own foot. Half a day of hesitation. As he got high, he cried out 2 words full of shame. Dad. Dad. Didn't hear it clearly. Chu Qingfeng said condescendingly. Zhao Yuntian glared at him with a death glare and shouted, Dad. Chu Qingfeng skimmed his mouth. Don't shout at me. I'm not your father. Your father is my brother-in-law. If you want to shout, it's also at him. Zhao Yuntian's anger value plus 100,000. Determination to kill Chu Qingfeng plus 99,999. Daddy. 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 Bang. 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 A few porcelain thumps of the head hummed the floor. Wen Quan watched all of this with an expression that remained very calm. Well, good son, stop here. In the future, do not pretend to be a pussy, lest you make a fool of yourself. Zhao Yuntian's face darkened and the corners of his mouth twitched. Mentally, he muttered, let's let you guys have your fun for a while. Wait till you guys get out. If I don't chop you up and feed you to the fish in the river, I'll have to write the word Zhao backwards. Zhou Yuan, who was watching from the side, was furious but also secretly happy. It's a good thing I didn't say more. Otherwise, Jedi would have followed along on his knees and cried out for his father. After teaching Zhao Yuntian a lesson, Fumizumi returned his attention to the gambling table. Brother-in-law, what are we betting on this time? Wen Quan didn't say anything, but just told the other party his answer with his actual actions. This time, Wen Quan had all the won-back chips again, all pushed back to the same place. 666. Panther. Boom. When the people present saw this scene, the shock on their faces had reached a point of no return. It's even harder to find adjectives in my head to describe the emotions that rolled through the heart. Bet the same number of points 3 times in a row. Don't say newcomers. Even veterans who have been playing in casinos for decades admit to themselves that they have never seen such a headstrong operation, but it's biased. The other team even won the first 2 times. Crazy, crazy, absolutely crazy. Again and again. Not again and again. This dude is crazy. How dare he screw up like this? All that winnings are probably going to go down the drain now. Luck can't be so just right every time. This time, not taunting. Rather, it's a pity. Can win with 370 to the size of $90-something million. It's been great. If you close in time at this point, or change your style of play, you might be able to keep winning. But if, dead on 666 like a dorky goose, what is this if not a death wish? Brother-in-law, don't be impulsive. I've got hope, but I can't lose it all in a poker game like this. Chu Qingfeng was on the verge of crying. He wasn't supposed to have a heart attack, but there are always ups and downs. No one can stand it. Wen Quan looked calm and steady as an old dog, like a ruthless swordsman. There wasn't a trace of extra impurity in the eyes. All right, shut the fuck up. I know what to do. Take it back 20 minutes. Fumizumi is tying his shoes on the ground and has picked up an ant. When he saw the ant, I had no idea how to win. But in this moment, the plan was on. Help, 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 dying, dying. The ant that was grabbed by Wen Quan struggled wildly. Wen Quan's complexion moved and immediately unleashed telepathy on him. Don't scream, little one. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will oblige you. The tone and expression with which he spoke was like a lewd man who was about to extend his claws on a wonderful young girl. Hearing that strange sound, the ant turned his head to look at Wen Quan and was instantly horrified. Were you the one talking just now? Wen Quan laughed. Yes. What do you want? The ant timidly said. I'm too small to eat. And you humans don't eat ants. Who said that? I'm good for it. Wen Quan laughed strangely. The ants panicked, hurriedly begging for mercy. Master, don't eat me, please. Ooh. Seeing that this ant was about to be stunned, Wen Quan turned his words around. It's fine if I don't eat you, but you have to do one thing for me. What is it? The ant lifted its head as if it had seen hope. Wen Quan said, I'm going to gamble here later, so you'll act as my inside man and help me cheat. What do I do? Ant looked confused. In the middle of its life, there are only 3 things in this life. Doing things, fighting, looking for food. Wen Quan said, it's easy, I'll show you how it works. Speaking of which, he hesitated slightly and muttered, although it is true that you are just the right size, right now you are too weak and must be properly enhanced. Fumizumi grabbed this ant. The volume isn't great, a little smaller than a grain of rice, red and black on the body, not the local native ants. Rather, it's an invasive species. The scientific name is red fire ant. Don't look at this thing quite so small, but a very difficult master. It is highly aggressive, reproduces well, and is extremely toxic. One bite from this little thing and the body was immediately covered in bags, and it hurts and itches. Symptoms can last from a week to a month. It is claimed to be one of the world's top 3 poisonous insects, are among the most representative invasive species. Wherever it went, it was nothing short of infamous. These ants are a nightmare disaster for the local ecosystem. But for Wen Quan, it was a good thing. Creatures with sick base values like this one, once remodeled, then it can be turned into an unbeatable superkiller. Sure, Wen Quan wouldn't be using this ant on a large scale for a while. Instead, he was prepared to use this red fire ant in his hand first, to try it out in a small way. It's well known. Hercules on Earth. The ants are second. No one dares to be first. It can lift objects tens of times heavier than itself, even if the power is so strong. Wen Quan didn't think it was enough. And so, with just a thought, a dash of beast god Yuan Qi was injected into the ants through his fingers. Shasta. This red fire ant, changed forever. The body is directly transparent. Red fire ants are already small. It's hard to notice with the naked eye if you're not paying attention. Nowadays it becomes transparent. You can't see any shape at all without using a magnifying glass to look at it. Beyond that, Other attributes have been substantially enhanced. Athletic limbs that become thicker. The front jaws become sharper. Most outrageous of all, it actually evolved wings. Ants are usually only in the wedding flight, before they become flying ants. And it is the male and female ants that have the ability to reproduce that have the prerequisites to transform into flying ants. Worker mosquitoes such as these, which have no reproductive ability, can only crawl on the ground for the rest of their lives. Have to say, the power of the beast god Yuan Chi was truly perverse. It is actually possible for genetically defective worker ants to evolve a body structure that was never their own in the first place. In this way, instead, it was a big surprise to Wen Quan. If this ant has the ability to fly, its flexibility, then, has simply increased exponentially. Only, what Wen Quan valued most was his opponent's stealth as well as his power. Master, what have you done to me? The red fire ants looked at this sudden change in their body with shock and fear. I made you the strongest ant, Wen Quan said. The red fire ants soon realized that their physical qualities had become incredibly strong. Thank you for your renewed kindness, my lord, Wen Quan said with a cold expression. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. Let's do a test first. If you don't pass the physical fitness test, I'll slap you to death. The red fire ant's heart was shocked as if it was on the verge of an attack. Subsequently, Fumizumi pulled a coin out of his pocket and placed it on his palm. If you can cock this coin, then you're qualified to be my partner. If not, you know the consequences. Wen Quan seemed to smile, and between his benevolent eyebrows, he carried a hint of murderous ruthlessness. The red fire ants didn't dare to slack off and hurriedly did as they were told. The coin, a regular dollar coin. The weight is around 6 grams. For humans, that kind of weight is hardly worth mentioning, but for an ant that weighs only a fraction of a percent of its own weight, it's no different than asking a man to lift a big iron car that weighs 60 tons. I'm afraid that it would be hard to shake even the slightest bit of it even if it crumbled the shit out of it. But, such an exaggerated weight comparison, compared to the innate qualities of ants. Although there are difficulties, it is not impossible to realize them. The red fire ants exerted all their strength. Under Wen Quan's watchful eye, he actually lifted the coin, which weighed 6 grams, with a hard hand. And, it reaches a 45-degree oblique angle. Holy shit. This power is simply terrifying. When Wen Quan saw this, his pupils suddenly contracted. Couldn't help but let out a gasp. If this ant was enlarged to the size of a human, I'm afraid that one of the other's punches could blow up a building. I had thought that lifting the coin would be outrageous enough. However, even more outrageous is yet to come. This red fire ant, through this oblique angle, burrows right through the edge of the coin and underneath it. And then, by himself, like a bully lifting a tripod, he lifted the entire coin. Wen Quan was completely dumbfounded. Scalps are starting to gradually tingle. Grandpa, is that enough? The red fire ant's voice came. Enough is enough, Wen Quan hurriedly said. The mind marveled. No wonder this ant can be one of the most headache-invasive species of our time. Its own attributes were, indeed, too perverse. Since the other side can hold up a coin, then moving the dice, naturally, is a no-brainer. And there's the next scene. Wen Quan made a wild $90-something million at the craps table for $370. The reason he was able to bet 666 on the leopard both times, it wasn't luck that made it happen. Rather, it's by virtue of the red fire ant's backstabbing. Why did Wen Quan not place a bet the first time he approached the table? His answer to Chu Qingfeng was that he was calculating the probability. Actually, it's just an excuse. The real reason, it was he who was waiting for the red fire ants to find a perfect moment to fly into the dice cup operated by the latter. Wait for all the preparations to be made. He then collaborated with the red fire ants and unfolded an astonishing magic show for the people present. Don't say 666. Wen Quan can hit whatever number he wants. Just give a command to the red fire ants inside the dice cup, and the other side will do as they are told. Only, the odds on the other points are too low. He didn't want to waste time. That's why it's crazy to order 666. As a hustler, by the way, keeping a low profile is the smart thing to do to keep your head above water. But Wen Quan did the opposite. He knew full well he was cheating, but he was loud and reckless. Because, he's very clear. Except for himself, no one could detect his cheating maneuvers. No one would have thought. The world. I can't believe someone can manipulate dice with ants. To say who was the most nervous in the scene, that's definitely not a Hofer. By the way, he should be the least nervous person on the scene. But, just hit the leopard twice in a row. It had already turned his perception upside down. Because, this is all really weird. It was so weird that he was a little unsure of himself. For the first time, he didn't even care much. If the other side is hit, they're hit. After all, it's not common, but it's by no means rare. To run into great luck like this, as for the second time, again, he didn't care. Mental note. Luck is something that is outrageous enough once. Again, how is this possible? It is with this in mind. He watched as his opponent hit $2 in a row. As for this third time, he couldn't have cared less, no matter what, because the stakes have expanded to the 10 million level. If the other side wins, then the casino will have to pay him over $40 million. So, whether it's for yourself, or for the benefit of the casino, there was no way he was even going to let the other guy win again. Twice before, he didn't even care. That's why the other side can win. And this time, he's ready to step in. It's the same line as before. Can work in a casino as a bordello. All professional gamblers. They can tell when people are cheating. And his own ability to cheat is out of this world. What this Horcrux specializes in. It's all about listening to the sound. As long as he's going to listen carefully, you will be able to tell what points the rolled dice are. If the dice points are unfavorable to the player, then he won't move. If it is not in favor of the banker, then he'll do a little work and go from loss to gain. The Dutchman looked up at Wunquan. The originally calm eyes gradually became stern. Dared to keep betting on leopards. It seems to leave me out of the picture. Row. Since you're so bold, then I'll make you spit out all the money you won. When Quan detected the unkind gaze of the Dutchman, he locked eyes with it, and chimed in with a smile. Obviously, he had sensed that his opponent was about to make a move against him, but pressed on. No matter what the other side does, none of it changes the outcome he wants. Unless the opponent had already discovered the red fire ants within the dice cup and shot them dead on the spot. Otherwise, the third hand, still 666 leopard. Nowadays, dice cups are not shaken by hand. Instead, it's driven electronically. After the dealer presses the switch, the dice will be inside the dice cup and roll automatically. Wait until all the loafers have finished placing their bets. He would then open the hood and reveal the results. Thanks to Wenshuan's second consecutive solo leopard win, it caused a big stir. The gamblers at the surrounding tables, all of them, came to hear about it. Want to catch a glimpse of the anticlimactic maneuvers of this ruthless man in Wunquan? Another early bet. Another 666 leopard. Do we want to follow along? 50 times the odds are, we buy 10. 000 can earn 500. 000. The first two times I missed. This time, say nothing can be missed. A buddy was about to place a bet, but the person next to him was kindly discouraged. Don't buy it. If you have won twice, how can you win a third time? Even if God is willing, the casino side will not be willing. If you buy this, the money will definitely go down the drain. There were about a dozen people who would have liked to follow the bet. One can hear such a well-reasoned analysis from this person. The stupid heart immediately calmed down. Yeah, winning 3 times in a row is no longer possible to explain by luck. The casino will never let him win. And if he wins again, the prize money will reach more than $47 million. It's a good thing you talked me out of it, or else I would have been really confused. So much pulling from side to side. The group of people who had previously sworn that they would follow Wunquan in placing their bets were all of a sudden voiceless. Obviously, none of them look good. Fumizumi can continue to win. But, even so, there are still bold ones. Took out a couple hundred or a couple $1,000s in chips and decided to gamble. A few of these followers. I have placed my bets, but I don't have any expectations in my mind. If they think Wenshuan's third hand is a sure win, then the pitch is in hundreds or thousands of dollars. Instead, you dump your family and just pike it. Brother-in-law, why don't you go play something else? Don't mess with this. If you keep it up, you'll have to lose it all. That's even if you take the risk of being called out on it. Chu Qingfeng was still sparing no effort to persuade. $900,000 or so. There was a drop in the bucket to his $50 million debt, but at least it gave him a glimmer of hope. But if even the 900,000 is lost, that would really be total despair. The Dutchman had a good chance of changing his mind once he saw that Wunquan was likely to change his mind. 2 words. Immediately the dice were shaken. After the motions, you yell, buy it and leave it. When Chu Qingfeng saw this, he knew that the momentum was gone and could only look on, and said with feeling, right into the circle of 10,000 mountains. 1 mountain spared and 1 mountain stopped. Wunquan, however, said, how is it not that there is no way out of the mountain and a village in the dark? Chu Qingfeng was too raw and powerless to spit. The Dutchman is in the middle of shaking the dice. Total concentration. Into oblivion. And the ears twitched slightly. Immediately, I heard the points. 3, 5, 6. It's a relief to finally not be 666. I told you. How can a person be so lucky? 3 bets in a row hit 666. Unless he had saved the galaxy in a previous life, there was really no argument to explain all this outrageousness. The Dutchman dropped the heart hanging in his throat back into his stomach, waiting for the moment to open the cup. This time, he looked at Won again. The corners of his mouth rose slightly with a hint of contempt and sarcasm. The heart laughed even more coldly. Greed is the snake that swallows the elephant. If you win more than $900,000, you should have the good sense to leave. I can't believe I want to win more. It's not like I'm letting you die. You're the one who got yourself killed. To avoid a long night, the Dutchman shortened the bet. Wait until the gamblers have finished placing their bets. He didn't move on the surface. Instead, his hand picked up the dice cup with quickened movements. 3, 5, 6, come out. With a silent roar, the 3 dice under the dice cup were presented to the crowd. The whole scene was quiet, quieter than before. It was as if the center of this gambling table, 3 meters away, was frozen in time and space. The noise and bustle of the neighborhood, with the serenity and solidity of the place. A stark contrast. Zhao Yuntian, who had suffered a strange humiliation, did not leave this place. Instead, they stayed on. There was nothing else on his mind. It was because he wanted to wait for the moment when the results were revealed to properly mock both Wen Quan and Xu Qingfeng. But, his gradually ecstatic expression came to an abrupt end. Motherfucker, how is this treadmill possible? 666. Panther. After a short silence, the room erupted in an uproar. The crowd was completely stunned. They couldn't believe, no matter what, that it would be the same number of points 3 times in a row. Can't even think straight. What the hell is going on? That's what makes it so outrageous. Holy crap, it's the leopard again. Dreaming, must be dreaming. Mom, yeah, I can't even dream of winning the leopard 3 times in a row. It's so fake that it's almost hard to describe. I don't want to say anything more about this. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were more exaggerated than one another. Mouth wide open, eyes wide. It was as if they were seeing something so incredible. Most of them have been in the casino for years. By the way, no matter how outrageous, they've seen it all before, but as outrageous as this, definitely the only time in their lives. The Dutchman bowed his head, his eyes nearly bursting, dead on 666 points. That moment, he felt his heart stop beating. The first can be attributed to luck. The second one can still be attributed to luck. If, on the third occasion, it is said to be luck, that is simply unconscionable. What's more, he heard the number of points in it by listening to the sound of the dice right after he rolled it. It's clearly 356. At this point it becomes 666. No need to be skeptical. The other guy definitely cheated. The Dutchman looked up, his eyes glowing coldly at Wen Quan, who wasn't yelling. Because, although he knew that his opponent must have cheated, he had not found any evidence of cheating. Until the moment the results are revealed, he realized he had lost. Obviously, the level of the opponent's cheating had reached the point of being out of this world and reaching the peak. Even he couldn't detect it. All of this is enough to say, between him and the other party, he was simply not on the same level. In the meantime, inside the casino's manager's office, what happened over here reached Chicken's ears. Chicken was originally crossing his legs, where he was leisurely smoking a cigar, holding a beautiful woman with white skin and long legs in his arms. But after hearing the news, he mischievously jumped up from his office chair. Clap shouted. What? Win over $40 million? The casino's eyewitness nodded his head and said with a shocked face, yes, this guy started with $370 and bet on 3 consecutive games of leopard, and all of them won. Without thinking, Chicken said, this guy is definitely cheating. I said, Chicken brother, the other side out of this matter undoubtedly, but, we looked at the surveillance, and the entire video, frame by frame, paragraph by paragraph playback. Frozen did not find out how the other side out of 1,000. Useless things, thanks to you all calling yourselves gambling experts. You actually can't even see the techniques of a hustler. Chicken scolded with hatred. Eyeliner dropped his head, not daring to say another word. Such a big deal happened at the casino. Naturally, Chicken couldn't sit on his hands any longer. I didn't expect that Xu Qingfeng, this kid's brother-in-law, really does have a few brushes. The other party is actually a gambling expert. Why was there no mention of this matter at all in the previous investigation? However, no matter how skillful the other party's gambling skills are, if he dares to come to my territory to spread his wildness, I will make him come in standing and go out sideways. There was a cold flash in his eyes. Chicken ran straight to the surveillance room and pulled up the video footage from earlier. Just find out how your opponent cheats. Without saying a word, he would have rushed out with his men and cut off both of the kid's hands and feet. Chicken is not just a casino steward. It's more of a long-established gambling master. He is nicknamed the King of Gamblers of the North Sea. I don't know how many unbelieving hustlers ran to the Royal One Casino to kick the bucket before. In the end it's all invariably the same. All cleaned up by the chickens. So, he had absolute confidence. Will definitely make this guy, who doesn't know the sky and the earth, pay a heavy price. However, Chicken checked out the video footage for himself. Watched it over and over again. Slow the speed down. And then slow it down again. Zoom in on the details and zoom out again. And yet nothing was visible. He also deliberately studied Kwan's micro-expressions as well as psychological changes when he was gambling. Still haven't found any breaks. The other person remains natural and relaxed at all times. It was as if everything was under control. Impossible. Obviously cheating. Why can't we find the slightest trace? Could he have supernormal capabilities? What points he wants? What points he can change? Chicken's heart shook with consternation. But on second thought, again, I feel that my guess is, in truth, outrageous. How can there be supernatural powers in this world? If the other party really has such a skill, then it will not run to the casino to gamble money. Why not directly to the bank card balance to operate? Is not it as much as you want? Since it wasn't a special ability, what kind of tactics did the other side use? The Dutchman is one of our own and is completely trustworthy. As for the gambling tables as well as the gambling equipment, they are also proprietary to the casino and are closely inspected every day and will never be utilized by outsiders. The surrounding gamblers, too, were not suspicious in any way. Neither is this. That's not it either. Chicken's CPU is about to spin smoke. There was also no research on how Kwan cheats. After a few moments, with a condensed expression, he made an immediate decision. Go, tell this guy that I'm going to bet with him. In the video, it is not possible to see the other side's cheating techniques. Then touch face to face. Chicken really didn't believe that the other side could continue to win under his personal presence. Brother-in-law, you're so damn awesome. I just love you. At this very moment, Chu Qingfeng was simply in awe and admiration of Kwan. He couldn't wait to kneel down and kowtow to him 3 times right now to show the excitement in his heart. Kwan, however, looked at him with disgust and said without a trace of humor, "Don't give me these meaty words. Brother-in-law, you're really deep. I realized that I was really blind and foolish before." Chu Qingfeng looked like he had shot chicken blood. With green light in his eyes, his mouth was full of words. If I had brought you here to gamble earlier, why would I have ended up here? Our Chu family would have been rich and famous and ranked as one of the top families in the North Sea. Kwan rolled his eyes. Stop. I have previously declared in advance. Win a 50 million will not bet. You do not move what crooked mind. Chu Qingfeng heatedly smiled. I did not move crooked mind. This is not yet won a 50 million it. Let's bet a big one. Just now how much Chu Qingfeng resisted. Now how much he was looking forward to it. It's still so far from the 50 million goal, though. But Fumizumi really did what he said he would do. Won over $40 million for $370. Such a huge amount. The opponent only used 3 of them. From the beginning to now, it takes no more than half an hour. That's 10 minutes a hand. A win of $15 million. This Nima, it's faster than the world's richest man. At this point, an errand boy came to Kwan and said respectfully, "This sir, our casino's third leader, Chicken, would like to invite you to the VIP room on the 2nd floor to spar." Chicken man? Fumizumi froze. Mindfulness. What a dickish name for a guy. Was hesitating whether he should go or not. Chu Qingfeng spoke. Brother-in-law, you can't go. Why? Kwan asked. Chu Qingfeng said with a wink, the chicken brother, but our North Sea well-known king of the 1,000 tricks, since his debut, never lost. Lost in his hands of the gamblers and cheats. Countless. We won so much money with great difficulty. Cannot be sent back. It's better if Chu Qingfeng doesn't advise. It was he who was so persuasive. Fumizumi immediately moved. With that, he waved his hand and shouted in a domineering manner. I live by luck. What am I afraid of? Luck is here. God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. Whatever he is, brother chicken, or several brothers, Chu Qingfeng and anxious brother-in-law. You listen to me. You and who can compare? Just cannot compare with him. People Royal One Casino. The reason why you can do more and more big, enduring, is because there is a mountain chicken brother sitting here. Kwan coughed and said to the errand boy, you tell that several handfuls of brothers that I won't go up there. Hear the first half of the sentence. Chu Qingfeng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Brother-in-law. Or listen to the words. But hear the second half of the sentence. The whole thing was completely dumbfounded. I only heard Kwan say, you let him come down to me. If you want to gamble, you can gamble here. I'm a person who likes to be lively. The errand boy said, yes, I will now convey your meaning to Brother Chicken. Having said that, the other then turned away. Chu Qingfeng shouted at Kwan, brother-in-law, do you really want to bet with him? Wasn't it you who told me to get a big one at the end? Even the most powerful person in the casino has come out. Isn't this one not big enough? Wen Quan asked with vigor. Chu Qingfeng's expression froze and the corners of his mouth twitched. You're a fucking logic genius. See that it's done. There is no turning back from the bow. Chu Qingfeng retreated and said, brother-in-law, you have to gamble. Then I won't stop you. Wait, you don't gamble too much. Just bet a few $100,000. Just mean it. Looking at you, it seems like you think I can't win? Wen Quan frowned and said with a displeased expression. Chu Qingfeng laughed dryly and said bluntly, brother-in-law, you win by luck. While others rely on gambling and millinery, the two are simply incomparable. If he really lets you lose, then you really don't even have the slightest chance of winning. Oh, got it. Wen Quan nodded slightly, outwardly seemingly submissive. In his heart, he couldn't help but let out a sneer. Luck my ass. The old me also relied on cheating. Since this chicken man, too, is a master cheater, then stay a while. Dueling Tennesseans. It's all about who's cheating and who's better at it. Not a moment too soon. Chicken man then came down the stairs, surrounded by beautiful women. Bodyguards opened the way. Full of row. Brother Chicken walked straight to Wen Quan and opened his mouth to ask. You're the one who just opened 3 leopards in a row and won from $370 to over 40 million? Vinquan hummed softly. Yeah, it's me. What's your name? Chicken man asked. Wang Fan. What for? Veterinarian. Brother Chicken raised an eyebrow. Still just as the information from the investigation. Strange. A dry vet. How come even he can't see through the 1,000 tricks? Did the other guy work as a hustler before he became a vet? Hello, Brother Chicken. Chu Qingfeng greeted the mountain chicken. Chicken gave him a look and did not react. His attention, it's always on Wen Quan. Wen Quan paused for a moment, slowly said, Brother Chicken, my brother-in-law in your casino lost a lot of money. Even with the interest added up to a total of 50 million owed, or so. Today I won the money, not to take away a penny, all to you, and my brother-in-law and you between the debt, but also from this write-off. Do you see how? Chicken's eyes narrowed, and his face asked, so, you're here to make a scene for him today? You could think so, Wen Quan said. Chicken laughed, his grim face chilling. There has never been anyone who can get away unscathed after pretending under my nose. Let's put it this way, the two of us will make a bet. If you win the bet, you can leave. If you lose the bet, you'll still have to do what you have to do. And, you'll have to leave one of your hands behind. Wen Quan hadn't wanted to cause any trouble. After all, his purpose of coming here was only to wipe Chu Qingfeng's ass, not to ask for trouble. If the other party could accept his request in a peaceful manner, then everything would be happy. If not, then there was no need for him to spoil the other. Are you chopping off your hands even if you lose? Wen Quan asked with a slant of his eyes. Chicken man said, I'm not going to lose. I'm not asking if you lose. I'm asking if you chop. Wen Quan's voice increased by a few points, and in his sharply contracted pupils, sharpness erupted like a sword unsheathing. Chicken was so shocked that he actually felt a twinge of awe. But, in an instant, he looked as normal. Looking in all directions, he softly sneered. I've never lost before. If you can defeat me, then these hands of mine will be yours. Say this. He also made a point of holding up one of his hands. Wen Quan said, what's the bet? Chicken said, aren't you good at dice? So let's keep betting on dice. What's the bet? Wen Quan asked again. Chicken said, one of us will take a dice cup, and then we'll MOT the size and decide the winner in one game. Yes. Fumizumi agreed in a single breath, without bringing a second to think about it. The corners of Chicken's mouth rose slightly in an intriguing smile. Hey, brother-in-law, you're simply beating a lantern in the toilet, looking for death. Chu Qingfeng had a million thoughts. The original greatness. It all went up in smoke the moment when Quan agreed to bet on the dice with his opponent. He is the king of gamblers in the North Sea. Playing with dice. That's tantamount to the Monkey King fiddling with a gold band. You can be as big as you want to be and as small as you want to be. You're even lucky. What's the difference between pretending to be a bully in someone's strong field and giving away your head? The entire casino was instantly abuzz. When Quan's feat of winning tens of millions of dollars with 370 blocks just now would have caused an uproar. And now it's time for a topsy-turvy showdown with Chicken. And it's still the kind of thing you have to chop up. All of a sudden, the crowd's anticipation was full. So many people don't gamble anymore. I've come all the way over here to see what's going on. Who do you think will win? Needless to say, it must be Chicken. He is the king of gamblers in the North Sea. His gambling skills are the best in the world. Who can beat him? This dude is too impulsive, picking such a perverted opponent. So I guess there's no longer any suspense in the next bet. Hearing the lopsided comments, one couldn't help but ask, doesn't this dude have any chance of winning? Thinking about farts and eating them, if he wins, I'll chop my head off and use it as a stool for him. Count me in. Count me in too. It's a shame. It's a real shame. Zhao Yuntian shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Yuan, who was next to him, was filled with confusion after hearing this. What pity, Zhao Yuntian said in a serious manner. This guy is bound to lose, and those hands of his will definitely be chopped off by Brother Chicken. Originally I was thinking of chopping off his hands myself. Now, I'm afraid it's hard to get what I want, Zhou Yuan said with a slight smile. In fact, this is also a good thing. This guy's hands are very good. The group of fighters that we called in may not necessarily be able to clean him up. If he gets a pair of hands chopped off, then when he goes out later, won't he become the meat on our plate and be at our mercy to be slaughtered? Zhao Yuntian followed suit and laughed, a cold aura flickering in his eyes. That's a good point. Since I can't cut his hands anymore, I'll just cut off those 2 legs of his. Listen to this. The two seem to have decided. In a bet between Wen Quan and Chicken, the former is sure to lose. It wasn't just the 2 of them. Rather, it was the vast majority of people in the room. It also included Wen Quan's brother-in-law, Chu Qingfeng. From the moment you walk into this casino, there wasn't a moment of peace in him. Big ups and downs. Another big fall and rise. In the meantime, he used both the world's most vile words to spit on Wen Quan, and again, using the nicest words in the world, to praise each other. When Wen Quan won over 40 million chips just now, it was definitely the happiest moment of his life. But, that sentiment didn't last long. Soon, he then had the most desperate moment of his life. Wen Quan the idiot is actually going to bet against Chicken. Chu Qingfeng's eyes closed, tilted his head inside. Now, it's really going to be this dirt dog's death. If he gets cleaned up, then I'm sure I'm finished as well. Think about it. He no longer hesitated. Taking a bathroom break, ran off to the side and called for help. And this call, it was to his sister Chu Qingga. Sister, 100,000 times, help. As soon as the phone was connected, Chu Qingfeng shouted in an extremely urgent tone. What's wrong? Chu Qingga, on the other end of the phone, asked offhandedly. Immediately afterward, Chu Qingfeng told Chu Qingga what was happening right now in a long story. After Chu Qingga heard this, she said in a shocked voice, You guys went to the casino? Sister, I don't want to go, but Wang Fan the dirt dog hard pulled me to go. I can't argue with him before he was brought here. Now he wants to with the casino inside the most powerful king of gamblers. 4PK, will soon lose. If you lose, not only do you have to lose all your previous winnings, but you also have to have your hands chopped off. Chu Qingfeng added more fuel to the fire. Take the blame off yourself. But they dumped all the pot on Wen Quan, as if the other side is the one to blame for all of this. Chu Qingga panicked and quickly said, Send me the address. I'll be right over. Sister, don't come here empty-handed. Make sure you bring enough money. Chu Qingfeng reminded emphatically. Chu Qingga's heart fluttered and she subconsciously asked, How much money is needed? It has to be at least 50 million, Chu Qingfeng said. Chu Qingga was taken aback. How could it take so much? Who let the surname Wang bet so big? Cannot stop. Sister, anyway, you hurry over as soon as possible. If you do not come to save us, then the 2 of us will definitely die. Fumizumi won the flying start. Chu Qingga took one mouthful of brother-in-law and didn't know how cheerfully she called him. Now, seeing that Wen Quan is in a great position, all of a sudden, it's Wang Fan's dog or Wang's name. On the quickness of the change of face, I'm afraid that Sichuan opera face changing would be difficult to match compared to Chu Qingfeng. While Chu Qingfeng was hiding in the toilet and making a distress call, the bet between Wen Quan and Chicken has begun. The 2 men stood at the left and right ends of the table. One held a dice cup. Chicken said, You can check the betting equipment before you start, and if you have any objections, you can raise them now. Wen Quan looked down at what was in front of him was the gambling cup, and the 3 dice of the same size. Without moving, he said, Mine need not be examined, but yours, I'm afraid, must be looked at. Chicken sneered and shook his head. This guy talks like a brainiac. The stuff is mine. Do I need to check shit? It's not so bad. I'm harming myself. After making sure that the betting equipment was correct, Chicken added, I'm the host. In order to do my duty as a landlord, you set the rules. Bet big or small. Wen Quan froze for a moment and said absently, I'm casual. Then bet big. Chicken's eyes stared as he muttered, Whoever shakes out the larger number of points is the winner of this game. Fumizumi nodded, indicating that it was fine. A ferocious light appeared in Chicken's eyes and he snapped, Then let's begin. The words fell. It was just that he copied the gambling cup on the table with one hand and shook it in the air at a fast speed. A flurry of stumps. The sound of the dice rolling inside the cup crackled to life. Wen Quan saw the situation. It was also done at the same time. But, he didn't have any fancy moves. Just take the dice cup and shake it on the table. Then, it let go. with his arms wrapped around him. He stood at attention. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all stunned. I think the dude only shook it once just now if I'm not mistaken, right? Indeed only once. On this maneuver, at best, the dice will be disrupted, and I'm afraid I'll have to leave it up to fate to shake out the larger points, although he knew that he was bound to lose. But such a lack of fighting spirit is really puzzling. Why did he gamble everything as well as his own pair of hands when he couldn't win by himself? It's over. It's over. There's no suspense at all. With Brother Chicken's skill, he can shake out whatever points he wants. Chicken likewise saw Wonkwon in action. Question marks popped up in his head. Is this a voluntary admission of defeat? Though that one was extremely simple and quick, he was able to hear the other's points. 1, 1, 2. That's literally the penultimate number of points. There is no smaller number of points than this except 111. Chicken didn't need to use any strength at all. Even just a casual shake. He could easily win. Chicken was in a daze. The mind boggles at the thought. His position on Wonkwon. Just a deep-seated master of the 1,000 tricks. And possessed a high level of 1,000 techniques that even he himself could not see through. Exactly. It was only after Chicken, who never took it easy, jumped out to compete with his opponent. Face to face. Its purpose. Both to save face for the casino. Again, trying to see the other side's cheating maneuvers. It was in order to get his opponent to square up and put his best foot forward that he purposely said he'd bet a pair of hands on it. Original. Under high pressure. The other party would definitely go all out and use their own underhanded skills. However, facts as seen, but it left Chicken outright confused. The other side is neither cheating, nor did they make any out-of-this-world bets. What the hell is he up to? Deliberately throwing smoke bombs? Or are you just trying to play pig in a poke? The other party was trying to paralyze himself with such a clumsy technique first. Next, take advantage of yourself. And then, by some means, change the number of points established in the dice cup to complete the Jedi's comeback? When the thought popped up, Chicken's eyes narrowed slightly as he thoughtfully launched into a brainstorming session. It's like this. That must be it. Otherwise, there's no way the other side could have committed such a mindless act. What a great trick to get out of the way plus an empty city. It's just a shame. If the other party had come across an uninitiated youngster, it would have been possible for the trick to succeed. But unfortunately, I ran into the strongest person ever. Chicken, who thought he had seen through everything, had nothing but disdain and mockery in his heart for Wonkwon. Right under my nose. I'd like to see that. How do you take 112 points and make changes? If you dare to do it, then I'll expose you on the spot, to make you lose your name and drink your heart out. If you don't do it, then you'll be waiting for a full plate, losing money and chopping off your hands. After juggling a dazzling dice-shaking routine, Chicken heaved the dice cup onto the table. It is also at this moment, the gazes of the people present quickly focused towards the two. Chicken asked with a smirk, "Did you drive first, or did I?" Wonkwon said faintly, "I'll drive." "Okay, you drive then." Chicken made a polite gesture of false invitation. His eyes began to contract rapidly. Binoculars plus magnifying glass, and the power of the ears, they were running at full capacity. Watch and listen at the same time. With total concentration and perception, he monitored Wonkwon's every move. In his opinion, the other side must be cheating. The other side can't win without 1,000. The only way to have a chance of survival is to get out of the thousands. And if you cheat, you will be caught. Chicken has absolute confidence in surveying everything. Just when he thought that Wonkwon would cheat 100% of the time, the other party cleanly picked up the dice cup. When it is seen to be the number of points inside the dice cup, everything was exactly the same as the result of his eavesdropping, exactly 1 or 2. How is that possible? I can't believe the other guy didn't cheat. What was the original number is now the number. Chicken was dumbfounded. Can't understand Wen Xuan's operation at all. He struggled to make a half-assed guess there. But guess what? And the other side didn't move a muscle? The crowd of onlookers. Again. See this point. One time. The whole room roared and was in an uproar. Holy shit. Why 112? This point is also too small. If he was betting on small, then he would have one half of it. It's just a pity that he just said he was betting on big. Just now see him so calm. Thought he must have a high trick. Did not think it was such a result. Cause me to look forward to a game in vain too. I don't think this guy knows how to gamble at all. It was all luck before, and now that his luck has run out, he's naturally been knocked back. With those kind of points, I'm going to win him even if I'm on. As soon as Chu Qingfeng came out of the restroom, after seeing the number of points shaken out by Wonkwon, he almost fainted on the spot as his eyes went black. Originally, he's still got that much left in the tank. After all, Wonkwon has subverted the imagination by performing miracles so many times. Show up again. Even how outrageous. It's not impossible. But when the results are all over the place, obviously, what's in front of you is no longer a miracle. Instead, it's like the sky is falling in despair. Ha 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 ha. 112. Laugh me to death. How does this Tama shake it out? Even if I shake it with my feet, it's still better than him. When Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan both saw this, they couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Before the results are known, they were both actually quite nervous. Can't be sure that Chicken will definitely win. After all, this guy is just too evil. And right now, they no longer have any scruples. One by one. That's pretty much the minimum number of points. The opponent's only chance of winning. That's the Chicken shaking out 111. Try asking, is such a thing possible? Not to mention Chicken, the so-called king of the North Sea gamblers. Even a newcomer who has never played dice before can't shake such points with a casual shake. Brother-in-law, I have nothing more to say. You're on your own. Chu Qingfeng resisted the urge to curse and patted Wen Quan's shoulder. Wen Quan laughed. Hurry up and prepare a sack. What's the point of preparing the sacks? Chu Qingfeng asked. Sit back and wait to collect the money, Wen Quan said. Chu Qingfeng was confused, with a stunned look on his face. Brother-in-law, you're crazy. Look at the points you shook out. What's going on? 1-2, it's a bet on big, not small. I know. Wen Quan nodded. Since you know that, what the hell is the point of winning? Chu Qingfeng burst out, completely speechless. However, Wen Quan, was as steady as an old dog, smiling lightly. Do as I tell you. If I say I've won, I've definitely won. No need to doubt it. The corners of Chu Qingfeng's mouth twitched as he looked at Wen Quan like he was looking at an idiot. He didn't say anything more. Instead, he silently turned and walked away. Arguing with an idiot. Never a wise move. 371 to over $40 million. Now it's gone from over 40 million to nothing. And take a handful of your own. It's all too fantastic to believe. Chicken couldn't help but let out a snort when he heard Wen Quan say he was bound to win. It's all been done. I also wonder on what basis the other party said such a ridiculous thing. This is a really boring bet. I have sparred with many gambling masters, but it's the first time I've seen a guy as trashy as you. Mountain Chicken said with a heartfelt sigh. I originally thought that you were also a peaked expert. Even if you weren't as powerful as me, you wouldn't be as bad. But who knows? I've looked away. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Hurry up and reveal the results. Wen Quan pulled out his ears and said impatiently. It doesn't matter if it's revealed or not. But since you're not seeing the coffin, I'll do as you wish. Before, you won over $40 million from the casino with 666 leopards. Now I'm going to make you lose everything with 666 leopards. With the last sentence falling to the ground, Chicken took the dice cup in a dominating manner. In the meantime, the 3 dice at the bottom were then presented to the crowd. The crowd looked on. When they see the points in it, boom! In that instant, the entire casino shook. The numbers presented by each of the 3 dice are 111. But anyone who saw this scene, no one was dumbfounded and jaw-dropped. The expression on his face was even more windy and wildly changing. What's going on here? Is it possible that I'm looking at this wrong? Someone slap me. 111? That adds up to 3? And I don't know who shouted. The original crowd that was still unsure. It's finally possible to believe. There is nothing false about what one sees with one's own eyes. One by one indeed. One moment. The murmurs were instantly like a tsunami. A mountain of them swept through the casino, sweeping away. What's this for? I don't know. How Chicken Man shook out the 3 points. Totally unreadable. They can't be messing with the direction. Turning a bet on big into a bet on small. I don't think so. Both sides have just reconfirmed that it's a big bet. If you're betting big, then why are the points shaken out one smaller than the other? The person who just said that Chicken is a sure winner. All were silent in this moment. They were dumbfounded and puzzled. Even after racking his brain, he couldn't figure out why Chicken did what he did. Is it a deliberate admission of defeat? Or it's a mistake? Either reason, none of it seems to hold up. Chicken lowered his head as he looked at the points presented in the dice cup. That stunned look. It's like it's solidified by cement. And you can't move at all. 3 bright red dots. It was also like 3 sharp arrows that pierced through the heart of the mountain chicken. How is this possible? The one you shake out yourself is clearly 666. Why did you open the hood? What appears to be 111? It's not realistic. It's not scientific either. What the hell is going on here? Chicken shouted furiously in his mind. However, no one responded to him. Wen Quan seemed to have known this was the outcome, and the smile on his face became wider and wider. Hey, giving you a chance doesn't help. I've let you go so far, and you still can't win against me. You're such a vegetable. I don't know where you got the guts to call yourself the king of gamblers of the North Sea. Chicken jerked his head up. angrily looking at Wen Quan. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "It's you!" "What is me?" Wen Quan asked. "You're the one who's cheating," Chicken shouted hysterically. Wen Quan laughed out loud and pointed at himself. "I'm cheating? Please, don't make excuses if you're not as skilled as you are. You make the play. You make the rules. You own the stuff. You own the venue." I shook out a 112. "Do I need to cheat too? All of you present, don't you just have a hand?" Just a few words, directly disliked Chicken to death. It left him instantly dumbfounded and difficult to retaliate. On gambling, Wen Quan really can't beat Chicken. After all, people do this for a living. Taking your hobby and challenging someone else's job is, obviously, not a wise choice, but the reason he agreed to bet against the other side, that's because he believed his brain was superior to the others. Wen Quan put up several smoke bombs in a row, and it's a deliberate sign of weakness. Ringing in the rings. Step-by-step seduction. Leave it to Chicken to focus all his attention on Wen Quan. More than that, it makes a subconscious in its mind. That is, the other team will definitely cheat if they want to win. Fumizumi did cheat, but he changed not his points. Instead, it's the other side's points. By the book. Normal. Chicken won't make such a cheap mistake. The reason he was hit. Wen Quan has done nothing but make a lustful and empty show, and a handful of tweaks shifted his focus. A person's attention span is limited, always trying to see what's broken in others, lose sight of the other, but unintentionally revealing his brokenness. And against such a master of gambling for a living, that's the only way Wen Quan can win. He's very clear. Change your own points and you can't win at all, because by the time you get to a level like Chicken, you can change your points almost at will. You can be as big as you want to be, or as small as you want to be, no matter how it compares. At best, it ends in nothing more than a draw. So, only make the other team play out of position. It's the only way he'll be able to pull off a surprise. Okay, everything was advancing according to his plan. Until the last moment when the results are revealed. None of it went wrong. He backstabbed Chicken. More than that, it fooled everyone in the room. Holy shit, this tamale actually won it all. To say that these people, who couldn't believe this the most, it would definitely be Chu Qingfeng. He's all set to run, blessed together. If there is a problem, Wang Fan's dirt dog is one person to take care of it. Who knows? Not yet having put his escape into action, he performs a mind-boggling and shocking reversal. Wen Quan won. 1 versus 1 and 1 versus 1 and 1. It's only 1 point bigger. And it was this that turned the tide and locked up the win. Brother-in-law, you are simply a heavenly god who is invincible. Ha ha ha, I am so damned in love with you. Come on, give me a kiss. Chu Qingfeng hugged Wen Quan without saying a word and kissed him vigorously towards his face. Wen Quan rolled his eyes and kicked it away. Fuck you. Lick my face. Beating and cursing. Not only was Chu Qingfeng not angry, he was instead incredibly happy and ecstatic. As for Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan on the other side, their expressions were dumber than one another. They were completely dumbfounded. The bet that seemed impossible to lose no matter what. I can't believe I lost. The genius subverted what they had known for the last 20 years or so. Several brothers. Wen Quan shouted. Chicken said with a black face. I'm Chicken. Oh. Brother Chicken. Didn't you just say that I cheated? Then show me the proof of my cheating. If you can't, then you can't afford to lose and are spitting blood here, Wen Quan said in a serious manner. Chicken's mouth twitched, his face blacker than charcoal. If he knew how Wen Quan cheated, then you won't get hit yourself. The other party dared to confront him so emboldened. Must have recognized that he couldn't find any evidence. Playing with eagles all the time. I never thought that I would be pecked blind by an eagle. Chicken thought to himself that he had not been gullible and careless. Instead, they are always wary of each other's movements. But it was still shaded by the other side. It's not that he's too good. Rather, the other side is too cunning. I only have myself to blame for being so self-righteous. A focus on offense while neglecting their own defense. Keep an extra eye out at the time. Listen to your own dice. Then at this moment, and you won't be in the gutter. I lost. Even if he didn't want to admit it anymore, he had to. So many eyes on the scene watching. He couldn't find any evidence that Wen Quan had cheated. And it was hard to convince people just by a mouthful of words. It might even get a reputation and tarnish the casino's name. Since you've lost, cut the crap and take the money to chop your hands off. A cold light flickered in Wen Quan's eyes as he said in a salty manner. Until you hear Chicken himself admit defeat. The crowd dared to believe it. The bet, which was a close one, was settled by a shocking cold streak. Isn't it funny that 112 won 111? With this kind of outrageous maneuvering, I feel like I'm on my way. I've thought of a million endings, but the only thing I didn't think of was that Brother Chicken would lose the bet in such a way. Yeah, if I didn't have to bet a pair of hands, I would have even thought that he was playing a fake match. It shouldn't be. Even if it's not the king of gamblers, any random person on the field can't shake such a small number of points. Hearing the crowd murmur, Chicken could be said to have a heart of gold. All his life. Never planted such a big head, let alone lost such a big face. If there's a seam in the floor, then he would have no hesitation in drilling it. He looked coldly at Wen Quan. The mind wondered, what the hell is this guy? How could it be so weird? Even he himself couldn't solve it, and he was even posed by the other side. By the book. Such a powerful character. How come you've been so quiet in the Chu family? Why are you looking at me? Why don't you hurry up and do as you're told? Wen Quan and Chicken exchanged a glance and whispered. With a wave of his hand, Chicken said to the bodyguard beside him, go and draw $50 million on the account to him. Besides giving money, don't you forget these hands of yours. Wen Quan reminded emphatically. Chicken's face became even more ugly. Chop this advice, but he brought it up himself. It was originally intended to teach the other side a hard lesson. Who became thought, and he himself became this unlucky man. He naturally did not want to chop off his hand. Without those hands, then he'll be a loser for the rest of his life. But not chopping. Previously in full view of the public, an agreement was made with the other side. Blatant breach of contract. Although you can save your own hand, but your own reputation as well as the casino signboard that will be completely smashed. Either outcome. Chickens are hard to handle. There was silence for a while, as if he had made some shameful decision. Chicken spoke up in style. Can you not chop? You want to break the contract? Wen Quan asked. I'm not trying to break the contract, but I'd like to replace it with something else. After all, these hands are just too important to me. Chicken said. He has never bowed his high head to anyone, nowadays. But they had to beg each other in a lowly manner. Wen Quan sneered. Just now I told you. I'll return all the money I won from this to you. The debt between you and my brother-in-law. A write-off. But you just don't believe in evil. Insisted on comparing with me. And now that you've lost, not only did you not get back any face, but instead you're still humiliated and slapped in the face. Hearing Wen Quan's cynicism, Chicken dared to be angry, but could only suffer in silence. Chu Qingfeng acted as a peacemaker and said, brother-in-law, where there is forgiveness, why don't you agree to Brother Chicken's proposal and let him off the hook? The reason he's pleading for Chicken isn't because he's so compassionate. Instead, they are so aggressive that they want to drive each other out of business. The two of them are still in their own territory, and I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to get out of it if they do anything wrong. Wen Quan naturally took this into consideration. He oohed and awed. His tone slowed down. Since my brother-in-law has pleaded for you, then for his sake, I'll give you a high hand. You get money for your hands. 50 million for one hand. You give me 100 million. You don't have to chop up these two hands of yours. This statement was made. The whole room was in a state of shock. The mountain chicken glared angrily at Wen Quan, with a fierce look as if it wanted to rattle him. $100 million for a pair of hands. That's too expensive. It's really a bit expensive. And with the 90 million he won before, that's like taking almost 200 million from the casino. Gosh, how long has it been? It's been less than an hour. I've seen casinos eat people. I've never seen anyone eat a casino. This guy has made such a big fuss. Even if he gets the money, I'm afraid he won't be able to get out of here. Seeing that Chicken did not respond, Wen Quan's attitude became even more forceful. No second price. If you are willing to pay. If you are not willing to chop off your hand. Chu Qingfeng stood to the side. It only felt like a heart attack. My goodness. Wang Fan, this earth dog, is afraid that he has eaten ambition. He actually dared to openly coerce Brother Chicken, the third leader of the Royal One Casino, in front of so many people. Doesn't he know? Brother Chicken just has to give the order. Then the two of them will be hacked to pieces by a bunch of thugs in the middle of the casino? Brother-in-law, we've already won $90 million. More than double our previous goal. Why don't we just forget about it? Let's spare the others and leave ourselves a way out. Chu Qingfeng said carefully. At this very moment, he had thoroughly looked up to Wen Quan. But, this words of persuasion, he said only the first half of the sentence, but not the last. It's not that I don't want to talk about it. Rather, I'm afraid to say it. Old me has already given you face. Otherwise, I would have chopped off his hands, Wen Quan said with an icy expression. Chu Qingfeng coughed and didn't dare to beat more. Losing is feared, and rightfully so. But this win, and I'm actually afraid of it. After weighing the pros and cons, Chicken didn't tear his face off after all. $100 million is a high price to pay though, but it's not unacceptable. The money, nothing more than half the net profit of the casino. Lost, it'll be a quick win back, but if you lose your hand, you won't be able to pick it up, and even if you do, you'll be half crippled. The lesser of two evils. This is something he still understands. Fine, I'll agree to your conditions, 100 million is 100 million, Chicken said in a deep voice. His face no longer had any extra emotions, only creepy coldness remained. Fumizumi was oblivious to this. He's a man who does things. It's taking one step at a time. No matter what the other side did, he had a response. Look at that dark look in the other guy's eyes. When Quan knew it in his heart. This is not good money, but spare me. He decided to take it anyway. It's not $2. Instead, it's 200 million. For him right now, it's a huge amount of money that's hard to turn down. The crowd. Zhou Yuan said to Zhao Yuntian, Yun Xiao, this guy is really crazy. After winning so much money, he doesn't know to take it as it comes. He actually dares to extort the casino. Doesn't he know who owns this casino? Zhao Yuntian's face sank and he was furious. It's over. I was thinking that after this guy goes out, we can return blood for blood and teeth for teeth. But now that he's pissed off Brother Chicken, people definitely won't stop. By then, it won't even be our turn to make a move. He'll be cleaned up by the casino side. When Quan converted the 200 million in chips into cash, subsequently, another 50 million of that was returned to Chicken on the spot. Brother Chicken, this is the $50 million my brother-in-law owes you. After taking this money, the debt between him and you will be cancelled. When Quan said to Chicken, Chicken grimaced and nodded slightly. His mood at this moment could be said to be depressed to the extreme. The other guy won money from him and then took his money and paid off his previous debt. Turned around. Instead of earning a dime himself, he lost over $100 million. It's a matter of whoever it is. Think it would all blow up on the spot. However, as the casino steward, he eventually relented. He's going to do it now. It's not about getting back at the guy. Instead, it's about preserving the casino's signage. As long as the signage is preserved, you can still make money day in and day out after this matter. And the money lost will soon be made back. Chu Qingfeng saw this. It was a moving mess. Before he approached Wan Quan, it never occurred to him that the other party would help him pay off all his debts in such a way and in such a short period of time. $370 in principal, only for an hour. He made $200 million. That kind of thing. Don't even dare to write a novel. But in reality it really happened. And he, himself, was a participant and party to it. But, after a short period of excitement, Chu Qingfeng, however, was worried. Won so much money from the casino. Can two people still get out of this unscathed? Look at Chicken's eyes. It seemed as if he couldn't wait to dismantle the two of them and break them into pieces. After settling everything, when Quan didn't continue to stay in the casino for long, and with Chu Qingfeng in tow, he headed towards the door. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up! When Quan immediately lost his temper when he saw Chu Qingfeng cowering behind him, a picture of a man who was going to leave or not. Chu Qingfeng said with fear on his face, Brother-in-law, I'm a bit scared. Afraid of what? We won so much money. Can we still go back alive? Chu Qingfeng said with a trembling voice. It's possible that just as soon as you step out of the casino door, you'll be grabbed by a group of people, then hacked to death and thrown into the river to feed the fish. Hear that? When Quan said righteously without changing his color. Afraid of nothing. Now is a legal society. Our money is clear. If someone dares to do something wrong in broad daylight, they will be punished by the law. Chu Qingfeng's facial muscles twitched viciously. Ha! Only a fool would believe such a thing. The law can only restrict ordinary people, but it doesn't limit the powerful big shots. They wanted to kill a man. It's as easy as crushing an ant. Brother-in-law, do you know who the boss behind the Royal One Casino is? Wen Quan asked. Who? Black Tiger Gate. Oh, Wen Quan answered faintly. Chu Qingfeng then added. Then do you know who established the Black Tiger sect? Wen Quan asked. Who? The nephew of the Black Tiger King Menhwa. Meng Badian, Chu Qingfeng said. Wen Quan was originally quite calm. However, as soon as he heard the Black Tiger King Mongkut, his expression instantly changed. Chu Qingfeng thought he was afraid. Taking advantage of the night to strike the iron said. Meng Badian black and white. With his uncle Black Tiger King as a backer, the entire North Sea, almost no one dares to fight against him. We won so much money from his casino tonight. I'm afraid that there will be a disaster of killing. Not to mention the nephew of the Black Tiger King, even the son of the Black Tiger King. When Quan even killed as usual. A mere Meng Badian. He didn't put it in his eyes at all. Just these things. Chu Qingfeng didn't know that. Otherwise, if this matter was revealed to him, then he would definitely be scared to death on the spot. A glimpse of the whole. Wen Quan thought earlier. Chu Qingfeng fell into the pig-killing tray, which was done by his good brother Sun Zilong. Its purpose is to take the Chu's group for itself. And now look again. The doorway here is far more complicated than one might think. He wasn't sure if the Black Tiger sect was involved, but the third leader of the Black Tiger sect, Chicken, was definitely involved. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relentless in dealing with Chu Qingfeng, regardless of the involvement of the chickens. Is it individual behavior, or team behavior? This Black Tiger Gate, Wenquan is non-extinguishable. One to come. It was well known that the Green Dragon Gang's biggest nemesis in the North Sea was the Black Tiger sect. Nowadays, Wenquan had already made an alliance with Su Wanjun. Since the two were now grasshoppers on a rope, the other's enemies were naturally his enemies as well. Two to come. He had offended Wang Mang, the second leader of the Black Tiger sect, before because of dogfighting. With the other party's vindictive character, sooner or later he would come after him. Three to come. He had now messed with the Black Tiger sect's third leader, Chicken, and had not only disgraced the other party, but had also won so much money from them. I'll be damned if the other side is going to let it go. Four to come. The Black Tiger sect's Grand Master was the Black Tiger King's nephew, Meng Badian. Wenquan wants to take revenge. Tiger and mosquito fight together. Eggs were raised for him, and ant nests were flushed with his urine. Strain the 9 families and drive them to extinction. It is all of these factors. There will be a battle between Wenquan and the Black Tiger sect. And, still, an irreconcilable battle to the death. Lice are not ticklish. So, this happened today. Even if he were to go back in time and let Wenquan choose 10,000 times more, he would still do so without hesitation. It doesn't matter. I can offend the whole world for you. Wenquan patted Chu Qingfeng's shoulder and said with strong words. This statement was made. Chu Qingfeng froze on the spot. Brother-in-law, you're doing this for me? Nonsense. If it wasn't for you, how could I come here to gamble? Wenquan said decisively. Chu Qingfeng instantly burst into hot tears and was filled with emotion. Brother-in-law, why are you so nice to me? Wenquan said. Because your sister is my wife and you are my brother-in-law. If I don't treat you guys well, who will I treat well? Chu Qingfeng cried uncontrollably. He wildly slapped his own ears and sincerely confessed. I'm really not a human being. I'm an oaf. At the expense of me treating you so well in the past. But brother-in-law, you don't hold grudges. You even repay grudges with kindness. Compared to you, I'm simply a nasty villain. Wenquan smiled faintly and said in a gentle manner. Knowing one's mistakes and being able to change them is a good thing. Don't fool around in the future. Be a useful person. In fact, your sister is quite difficult. Aha, aha. Chu Qingfeng nodded his head furiously and said, Brother-in-law, in the future I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you want me to do. And whoever dares to say something bad about you again, then I'll rush over and beat the hell out of him. This deep emotion from Fumizumi is not true. Instead, it's an act. In fact, he had it in his heart. He couldn't wait to get Chu Qingfeng, this stupid and bad fool, killed. However, he was in the way of Chu Qingge's younger brother, so even though he hated him with a passion, he could only endure it. What's the saying? It's easy to change rivers and mountains, but you can't change your nature. This dog thing is never going to change its ways. He didn't even think about sensitizing Chu Qingfeng. Saying these things was just a way to appease him and not let the other guy give himself a hard time later. But, what caught Wenquan off guard? After what happened tonight, Chu Qingfeng already respected Wenquan like a god and did not dare to take the slightest offense. At the same time, he was also determined to listen to Wenquan, change his ways and return to the prodigal son. Even Wenquan himself didn't expect it. It was just something he said off the top of his head, allowing Chu Qingfeng to complete a true metamorphosis. The near future. There will be a great demon king in the North Sea who will rule the world. This demon king was naturally Wenquan, and he will be accompanied by a thief, a few bad lapdogs. Ruthless and ruthless. It has made many forces afraid of the wind. This lapdog was none other than Chu Qingfeng. Sure, all of this is just an afterthought. Pull the perspective back to the front of your eyes. Wenquan and Chu Qingfeng walked out of the door of the casino. Fruity. As soon as they came out, a group of people rushed over aggressively and surrounded the two. Chu Qingfeng was startled and shouted, Brother-in-law, Brother Chicken really made a move on us. Wenquan's complexion stared as he whispered, It's not the casino people. What makes it so? Wenquan slowly said, They're not that stupid. If they do it in front of their own house, wouldn't it be like lifting a stone to smash the casino signboard? Who would dare to come here to gamble in the future? If it's not someone from the casino, then who is it? Chu Qingfeng asked. Just as he asked the question, a familiar voice came from far and near. Look up. Only Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan, smiling, walked over. Zhao Yuntian is you. Chu Qingfeng was shocked. Zhao Yuntian's face was gloomy as he snapped. Of course it's me. Just now, you two made me lose face inside the casino. Do you still want to leave unharmed? That's all because you asked for it. Chu Qingfeng scolded. Zhao Yuntian's eyes narrowed slightly and lowered his voice. Humph, I admit that your brother-in-law has a bit of strength. Actually able to win $200 million with a capital of a few $100. This is not something an ordinary person can do. His hands are also very good, quite capable of fighting. However, he did something extremely stupid today. That is, he offended me. The words fell. These black-clothed men who surrounded Wen Quan and Chu Qingfeng took a step forward. Their aura was like a rainbow. Look at their dress code. Not a bunch of loose cannons. Instead, they are members from a certain martial arts school. Black dress. It wasn't a night suit either, but a martial arts school do-rag. Only its chest was made of fine gold threads, penned and woven into 5 small characters in block letters. Xingyi Taiji sect. Zhao Yuntian looked at Wen Quan and said with a cold smile, I know you're also a practitioner, and with my strength, I definitely can't beat you, but I've invited the head of the Xingyi Taiji sect, Master Ma Baogua. Zhao Yuntian took a step back. A middle-aged man in a white tang suit then appeared, in the midst of a group of black-clad men. This white dress is really bright. When Chu Qingfeng saw this, his face changed drastically. It's really Master Ma Baogua. Wen Quan froze for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, is this person very powerful? Chu Qingfeng said, of course it's very powerful. People are the vice president of the North Sea Martial Arts Association. A hand of lightning 5 consecutive whips, has already ascended to the level of the realm of the gods. Casually a push hand, can be able to fly a dozen or so strong men. Once when Quan heard this, he couldn't help but take a closer look at this Master Ma. Master Ma is very ordinary looking, medium build, and the body doesn't look strong. Yet there was a sense of immortality about it. Look at his demeanor, as if the word master was already written on his face. Young man, it's not a good thing to be vicious and fight. I advise you to change your ways before it's too late. Don't go astray. Yun Tian is my disciple. If you hit him, it's the same as hitting me. And if you hit me, it's the same as hitting the entire Xingyi Taiji sect. Today, I, Ma, have to find you to make a claim. Master Ma spoke, and as soon as he did, he was neutral and powerful. Wen Quan looked around. It was discovered that the other party was indeed a master. The strength should have reached the inner strength stage. It's more than a tiny bit stronger than those who win with their fists and feet. What do you want? Wen Quan asked. Ma Baogua said, young man, I know that you are not my opponent, and I don't want to bully the small with the big and bully the weak. If you have a repentant heart, then at this time, you should sincerely admit your mistake to my disciple Yun Tian. Otherwise, today, this pain of flesh and blood, you are afraid that you will have difficulty to be spared. When Quan looked at Zhao Yuntian, Zhao Yuntian said, since Master Ma is pleading for you, I can consider letting you off the hook. All you have to do is disable yourself and eat a pile of dog shit in front of the video footage, and I can let you off the hook for your previous offense. Actually, according to Zhao Yuntian's truest thoughts, he was going to get the other guy killed and then rob him of all his money. But, considering the fact that people haven't made a move on the casino side, he'd take all the benefits if he went through with it. Then, on the part of the casino, won't the target shift to deal with him? So, it is on this basis. Zhao Yun genius didn't take things too hard. It allows for his own revenge and gives the casino side room to continue to maneuver. What if I don't want to? Wen Quan asked. Zhao Yuntian's face turned cold. Don't do this the hard way. There's a saying that it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. You don't think that with just one of you, you can beat so many of us. Besides, there's Master Ma here. He can slap you to death. Ma Baogua chimed in. Young man, I advise you to rat tail juice. In the meantime, the casino's 4th floor location, Chicken was standing against the window, overlooking the scene taking place in front of the casino. Shit, what are you guys doing? I told you guys to do it. Not in front of your own house. If the guests see this, people will think our casino is a shady store. Chicken cursed under his breath. The subordinate beside him said with his head in a cold sweat, Brother Chicken, the ones below are not our people. If it's not one of ours, then who is it? Chicken asked. The people sent by Zhao Yuntian. He seemed to have had some friction with those 2 guys before, so he specifically found a group of fighters and came over to get some face. The subordinate said truthfully. So it is. Chicken nodded, but there was a cold flash in his eyes. So does he count this as a cutoff? The subordinate reported back. Zhao Yuntian has already greeted us. He won't go too far. Chicken took a deep, murderous breath. Order the brothers to stay away before they do anything. I don't want these 2 guys to see tomorrow's sun again. Speaking of which, Chicken clenched his fists, his expression growing grim. Humph, dare to offend our Black Tiger sect. I will teach them both how to write the word death. Set the clock back 30 minutes. At the time, when Quan knew he was going to win, and win a lot of money, no matter how the situation at the table changes, he had all the certainty of victory. So, after confirming that he would win in the end, he began to plot how he should get out of it, winning so much money from the casino in one fell swoop. This casino, no matter how generous and atmospheric it may be. Neither could just let them both go. Even a fool like Chu Qingfeng knew that the casino side would definitely settle the score in the fall. How could Wen Quan not calculate it? Exactly. He was already operating on how to get out of here unscathed after winning. Actually, with Wen Chuan's ability and means, if he wants to go, there's really no one who can stop him yet. But, if it was to open with his fists, that would be the next best thing. After all, and not in line with his style of doing things, after much deliberation, he quickly thought of someone. This one. It was the criminal investigation commander, Yi Wushuang, who he had met before. The Black Tiger sect belongs to the forces of the jungle. Yi Wushuang, on the other hand, was an official force. No matter how strong the Jianghu forces were, it was impossible to compare them with the official forces. Just invite Yi Wushuang here. There she was standing toward her side. Then these cowards and demons won't dare to approach. When Quan and Yi Wushuang first met because of one of the other's dogs, the dog was seriously injured at the time and was about to hiccup, but the murderer who wounded it has escaped and is nowhere to be seen. Through telepathy, Fumizumi learns, from the dog, the identity and characteristics of the murderer and his escape route. And so, then he reported the matter to Yi Wushuang. Who knows? Yi Wushuang was a very smart woman and instantly sensed the end. On the spot, he asked Wen Quan why he knew so much about it. It happened suddenly. Wen Quan couldn't answer at all. So in order not to reveal himself, he could only confess to Yi Wushuang, thus diverting the other party's attention. The trick worked. Yi Wushuang really believed it. Wen Quan sent a text message to Yi Wushuang, Commander Yi, are you free now? Not long after, Yi Wushuang replied, what's wrong? Wen Quan edited the text message again and said, didn't you say before that I could ask you out to dinner? Now, Yi Wushuang asked. Yes, but can you come and pick me up? I've got some impromptu stuff going on over here that I can't get out of. After the text, a smiley face was sent. Yi Wushuang quickly replied, no problem. Send me your current address. I'll be right there. Bringing time back to the present. When Quan looked at his watch and thought that Yi Wushuang should be coming soon as well. Seeing this, Zhao Yuntian seemed to notice that Wen Quan had also shouted for someone. At that moment, he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Don't waste your effort. Hurry up and tie your hands. Not only am I going to deal with you, Brother Chicken won't let you go either. So no matter who you call over, both of you will have no escape today. Shu Qingfeng's heart stirred as he opened his mouth and asked, brother-in-law, you called out for someone? Wen Quan nodded. Yes. Who is it? Shu Qingfeng asked curiously. A very powerful person. Basically in the North Sea, no one would not fail to give her face. Wen Quan said bluntly. Shu Qingfeng's eyes instantly lit up, and he instantly had a feeling that there was another village in the darkness. Really? That's great. Master Ma, don't dawdle with the two of them. Let them see how powerful our Xingyi Taiji sect is. Zhao Yuntian shouted. Ma Bugwa's complexion stared, and he immediately took up a stance. The black-clothed men in the periphery, too, were also stupid and ready to pounce on the two at any time to give them a little color. Chu Qingfeng was scared to death and grabbed Wen Quan's clothes. Brother-in-law, when will the person you mentioned come? Wen Quan settled down and said lightly. What's your hurry? It's coming soon. Young man, I don't want to make things difficult for you. If you can take 3 slaps from me, I'll let you go. Ma Bugwa spoke. Wen Quan raised his eyebrows. What's wrong with me to let you hit me? How about you take 3 slaps from me? Seeing that Wen Quan is not on board, Ma Bugwa instantly became angry. With a glare in his eyes, he said furiously, toast to toast. Since you're so obstinate, I'll just have to make you suffer some pain. The words fell. Ma Bugwa was about to make a move. In the meantime, the roar of a high-powered motorcycle was heard in the distance. The crowd's faces changed as they turned their heads to look. Subsequently, only a woman on a Harley motorcycle came roaring in like a gust of wind. With a sharp brake, the motorcycle body changes from a straight line to a diagonal swing. The woman had 1 foot on the ground and 1 on the motorcycle. Valiantly, the beast of steel was parked 3 meters away from the crowd. The woman removed her helmet, shook off the head, a short, flowing head of hair that danced in the wind, and underneath the short hair, the cold and moving face was presented to the crowd. This woman, no one else. It is the patrol battalion. Criminal Investigation Commander Yi Wushuang. Commander Yi, you're finally here. I've waited so hard for you. Wen Quan walked over smilingly. Yi Wushuang looked at the scene in front of him and frowned slightly. What's going on here? Wen Quan turned his head to look at Zhao Yuntian's people and opened his mouth to smile. These people are all my friends, and I happened to meet them just now, so I temporarily caught up on old times. Speaking of which, Wen Quan introduced Zhao Yuntian and the others. Young Yun, this is the friend I told you about. The Patrol Battalion Criminal Investigation Commander. Yi Wushuang. What? Zhao Yuntian's face was filled with question marks as he looked at Wen Quan with a stunned expression. The other side just said they found someone. He didn't give a shit earlier. Mindfulness. Regardless of who the other side brought in, this revenge was definitely avenged today. However, it was never expected. The ones who got it were actually from the patrol battalion. This next. Straight up. He won't be able to straighten him out. Yi Wushuan's great name. He had naturally heard of it. This sister is a tough one. He solved countless cases at a young age. Even those vicious gangsters on the wanted list were afraid of them. A rich man like them, with no official background, naturally wouldn't have the guts to touch the other side. If the other side finds a charge of disturbing the public peace and arrests them all to squat for a few days, then they will really be mute and unable to speak of their sufferings. Chu Qingfeng was dumbfounded. He probably didn't guess. The rescuer that Wen Quan moved in was actually an official, and the head of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Patrol Battalion. Young Yun, didn't you have something to find me just now? Hurry up and tell me. It just so happens that Commander Yi is here as well, so I might be able to help a little. Wen Quan smiled like a spring breeze. Zhao Yuntian's face changed from joy to sadness. Like a dead parent, he gave Wen Quan a death glare. The heart has long been cursing. Motherfucker. It's amazing how brazen this guy is. It's clearly a jungle feud. And yet, the officials were brought into the picture. Do you have any more shame? Obviously. Yi Wushuang appeared here. Zhao Yuntian's imperative revenge plan could only be put on hold for the time being. He's got more guts than that. It was also impossible to waste Wen Quan and Chu Qingfeng in front of Yi Wushuang. There's nothing more to it, Zhao Yuntian said with a leathery smile. Wen Quan turned his gaze to Ma Baogui again. Master Ma, so do you have anything else? Ma Baogui grimaced and said reluctantly. There's nothing more for me to do. If you're all fine, then I'll go with Commander Yi? Wen Quan asked in a bitchy manner. Zhao Yunweather was half dead, but there was nothing he could do. It was as if it was like a punch in the cotton. Still had to smile and say, go go go. Be careful on the road. Aha, aha, I'll keep an eye out. Wen Quan gave Chu Qingfeng a wink, and the other party immediately understood the scene. Naturally, it was also seen by the chickens upstairs. What's with the patrol battalion? I don't know. Maybe the kid called it in. Chicken smashed his fist on the glass and cursed furiously. Shit, this guy is really a chicken thief. Knowing that there is danger, he actually reported it to the officials in advance. The subordinate asked in a low voice, Brother Chicken, the patrol battalion has only come with one person. Should we follow the original plan? What's the point of taking action? This woman is Yi Wushuang. She's always been on the wrong side of us. We've been avoiding her for a long time now. And now we're going straight for the gun? Are you out of your mind? Chicken scolded. The subordinate drooped his head and said resentfully, could it be that we just let this matter go? Chicken took a deep breath, his violent emotions gradually calming down, only to see a cold flash in his eyes. Coldly said, what's the hurry? You can't run away from the monk. We already know who he is. If we can't move today, then we'll come back another day. Zhao Yuntian came with great vigor, in the end, but only to leave in disgrace. A lot of fuss, but no shit. Wen Quan was very satisfied with his fox and tiger move. Original. This can be the end of the day. A happy ending. However, man's plan is not as good as God's plan. Wen Quan had just had a couple of words with Yi Wushuang. A white Bentley. It stopped right at the curb. Wen Quan turned his head to look and realized that the car looked quite familiar. Fruity. The person who got out of the car looked even more familiar to him. It was his wife, Chu Qingji. See the other side coming. Wen Quan was surprised. One moment. He then skimmed his gaze to Chu Qingfeng on the side if he felt something. The other side saw it. Immediately, he lowered his head as a thief. No need to guess. Chu Qingga must have been shouted at by Chu Qingfeng. Suddenly, Wen Quan couldn't help but crack up in his mind. He had called Yi Wushuang here as a suitor. The other side doesn't know. He already has a family of his own. Originally, Wen Quan still wanted to find an excuse to send Chu Qingfeng away. Then, he himself would then conceal himself from the world to deal with Yi Wushuang. But now it seems, such an operation is no longer possible. Both in time, still on space. He couldn't even avoid the fact that the two women, Chu Qingga and Yi Wushuang, had met face to face here. Chu Qingga hurried over and gave Wen Quan a stern rebuke. Wang Fan, are you crazy? You don't know how many kilograms you are. How dare you bring my brother and come here to gamble, and lost a whole $50 million. Do you know how much money $50 million is? Chu Qingfeng's eyebrows jumped straight up, scared half to death, rushing up to pull Chu Qingga. Sister, don't say anything. Don't you try to persuade me. It's none of your business. Chu Qingga shook off Chu Qingfeng's hand and continued to frantically output at Wen Quan. I just thought you were useless as a wimp before, but you are precious in being diligent and honest. I didn't expect that this one remaining merit would be gone. Before, when you were looking for women outside, I had not yet been able to turn a blind eye, but now you actually dare to run to the casino to gamble. You've got all the food, drink, whoring and gambling. As she cursed, Chu Chinga trembled. Wang Fan, you are simply incorrigible. Too much of a disappointment to me. Wen Quan stood still for a moment. Brains were buzzing with curses from the other side. Mindfulness. Is Chu Chinga on gunpowder? Why do you come up here and curse indiscriminately? Is this my idea of gambling for the sake of gambling? It's still not about cleaning up your mess. For your dude brother. For you guys as a family, the old man has pulled full operation. After you manage the old man, you manage your wife. After you control your wife, you still have to control your brother-in-law. This pile of shit. Since Wen Quan was reborn, he never stopped. Sure, Wen Quan didn't mean to whine. After all, having inherited this body, it's only right to clean up these incidental troubles. Only, it would be a bit of a playful mindset for him to clean up his troubles and not be understood at the same time. Chu Qingfeng couldn't even look at it anymore, without being told. He continued to pull Chu Qingga and shouted, "Sister, you're really wrong about brother-in-law. He's not what you think." "So you say, which is he?" Chu Qingga questioned. If it had been in the past, Chu Qingfeng saw such a cauldron flying down. That's definitely as far as you can hide. Stay clear and stay out of it. But today, when he saw what Wen Quan was capable of, and the other guy returned the favor by pulling out his heart and being nice to him, he would be so inhuman if he still pitched the other side one way or the other. So, as soon as he saw Chu Qingga giving account to Wen Quan, he decided to take the pot and hold it over his head. "Brother-in-law, it was actually to save me that I came here to gamble." Chu Qingga froze and turned her head to look at Chu Qingfeng. "That's not what you said on the phone before? Sis, that was all me lying to you." Chu Qingfeng took the initiative to tell the truth. "The person who really owes money is me. Brother-in-law in order to help me clean up the mess. That's why he came here to gamble. He is trying to your money after that, for me to pay off the gambling debt." "Ha?" Chu Qingga was shocked and filled with consternation. Slap. With a crisp slap, she fiercely slapped Chu Qingfeng and, with hatred, scolded, "You're really pissed off at me." "I just scolded Chu Qingfeng." Chu Qingga aimed her spear at Wen Quan again. "He owes a gambling debt, and you brought him back to gamble. Aren't you getting deeper and deeper into it? I really don't know what's going on in your head." Said. She took out a bank card from her body and handed it to Wen Quan. "There's 50 million in here. You two hurry up and pay off your gambling debts." "Where did you get so much money?" Wen Quan asked in surprise. Chu Qingga said coldly, "You don't need to be in charge of this. Originally, Fumizumi endured this unearned meal. The mind is positively furious, all ready to stop paying attention to the Chu family's shit. But when he saw Chu Qingga take out this bank card, instead, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. Listen to the accusations the other side just made. Chu Qingga seemed to think that he was the one who owed a debt of $50 million from gambling. With the other side's current situation, $50 million is not a small amount of money, but she took it out anyway. From this point, it's enough to see, one still has some status in the other's mind. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so generous. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take it. When Chu Qingga saw that Wen Quan hadn't moved in half a day, she frowned and couldn't help but urge him. Vinquan paused his voice. "Not anymore." "What do you mean?" Chu Qingga frowned even tighter. "If you don't take this money, how will you pay back the $50 million gambling debt?" At this point, Chu Qingfeng began to speak. "Sister, there's something I forgot to tell you. Just a moment ago, my brother-in-law has already paid off that $50 million gambling debt for me." Chu Qingga's face changed slightly and asked with a puzzled face. "Returned? How did you return it? Mention this." Chu Qingfeng instantly became excited and said with a fluttering brow, "I thought my brother-in-law was just a veterinarian before, but I never thought that he was actually a gambling god. Just an hour ago, he asked me for $370, and then, with that money, won $190 million, nearly $200 million, hard from the casino. Not only did it help me pay off all my gambling debts, but it also had a surplus of $140 million. This statement was made. Chu Qingga's eyes were round and her face was filled with dismay. "Are you sure you're not talking nonsense?" Chu Qingfeng said. "Sister, I can't lie to anyone but you. How did I get here? Don't you have any pussy in your heart?" Chu Qingga said coldly. Chu Qingfeng coughed first. Next, hold out 3 fingers. Swearing to the heavens, he said, "Let's leave other things aside for the moment. But in this case, I definitely haven't lied to you. Brother-in-law really won so much money." Chu Qingga's expression froze. She turned her head to Wen Quan. "Is he telling the truth?" Wen Quan nodded and hummed softly. "Just lucky. Get a definitive answer." Chu Qingga was completely stunned. A look of disbelief passed through his eyes. 370 to win $19 million? What kind of magic script is this? If it wasn't for these two, who replied to her with conviction, it would have killed her to believe it. Fumizumi would have it made. Winning tens of thousands of dollars can be considered luck. Winning hundreds of thousands of dollars can be equally described as luck. But if you get to the $1 million level and call it luck, it's a bit untenable. As for millions, billions, that's not humility. It's conceit. Chuchinga's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked Wen Quan up and down. Obviously. She was then shocked once again by the man. This was already the other party. I don't know how many times they had made such a shocking move. Originally, I thought that the last time was the limit for the other side, but not before she relieved herself. The other side, for once, just gave her another bigger shock. Chuchinga was thinking, this guy next time, is there going to be an even more shocking show of force? She couldn't see through it. It's becoming more and more impenetrable. The man's ability and competence. Far more than she could have imagined. This instant, she was doubting, somewhat, her judgment at first. She had always wondered, why did her own grandfather force her to marry Wang Fan, a three-less loser with no money, no skills, and no looks? This doubt, it's been bothering her for years. Until now, it was as if she had just finally found the answer. Did Grandpa had seen the unassuming potential in this guy a long time ago? Chu Qingfeng smiled and said, Sister, in the future, you can live your life with your brother-in-law. To be able to marry such a man, that's simply a blessing of 8 lifetimes. To hear something so outrageous, Chuchinga turned her head to look at her brother. It was on that phone call half an hour ago. The other party could still be calling Wen Quan a dirt dog one after another. At this very moment. And yet, there was such a drastic turnaround. She really doesn't know. Which words from your own brother's mouth are true? Which one is a lie? Chuchinga's face sank as she snapped. Shut up. Don't think that this matter is over. When I go back, let's see how I'll clean you up. Chu Qingfeng was dumbfounded, and the smile on his face became a bit far-fetched with it. Is this your wife? Suddenly, Yi Wushuang, who had been silent while standing next to him, asked this to Wen Quan. Fumizumi scratched the tip of his brow, embarrassed on the surface. This seamless plan of his, perfect to the extreme operational closure. It was because of Chu Qingfeng, the stupid behavior of this big idiot. It's all gone to waste. Facing Yi Wushuang's inquiry, Wen Quan didn't even know how to answer, and could only nod his head and give a light Since you have a wife, why are you still pursuing me? Yi Wushuang asked curiously. Instead of anger at being lied to, her face felt a little bewildered. When Chuchinga came over, she then took a good look at the woman. Good looking, driving a luxury car. It's not rich, it's rich, and it's classy. She had a hard time believing it. It's amazing that this little veterinarian who runs a pet hospital can have such a beautiful, attractive and rich wife. If it's an ordinary man, to have such a wonderful wife, then I guess I can wake up laughing in my dreams. But, look at the dialogue between these two. There didn't seem to be any sweet cordiality to be had. The words are all clipped and shady. It's as if there's an undying grudge. Chuchinga was confused. Listening to Yi Wushuang's words, the already restless heart couldn't help but surge with darkness. Could you Wang Fan? The two of us haven't even divorced yet, and you're so impatient to find your next family? Wen Quan was silent, not responding, because he knows it too. This current situation is the equivalent of yellow mud falling down your pants. Just relying on this mouth of his to make explanations, that would definitely get darker and darker. Just don't say anything and let the other person think whatever they want. Brother-in-law, this is your fault. My sister loves you so much. How can you pursue another girl in front of her now? Even though this girl is in excellent condition and is a rare and great beauty, Chu Qingfeng said with vigor. Wen Quan's head was full of black lines. I want to kick the shit out of this guy. If it wasn't for you damned calling this number and calling Chuchinga over, is the old man as passive as this now? It's just as well you don't cover for me. How dare you take the moral high ground and condemn me? If I hadn't called Yi Wushuang here, you're about to be dismantled by Zhao Yuntian and the casino's people and thrown into the river to feed the fish. It's come to this. Wen Quan couldn't help but sigh a little too. Not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. Things catch up. Wen Quan was indignant in his heart and said with feeling, Chuchinga, what kind of relationship is between us? You know it by heart. For so many years, you haven't seen the obligation of being a wife, so there's no need for me to report to you on everything. If you don't see me as a good person, then the two of us should just divorce before it's too late. Chuchinga was also stubborn. How could she stand this kind of stimulation? It's clear that the other party was in the wrong in the first place. Instead, they dumped the pot on her? How in the world can there be such unreasonable people? One thought in this. She shouted angrily, divorce is divorce. Divorce tomorrow. Whoever doesn't divorce is a son of a bitch. Having said that, Chu Chinga then left without looking back. Chu Qingfeng was startled and shouted, "You can't leave." Seeing Chu Chinga getting into the car, he said to Wen Quan, "Brother-in-law, my sister is talking in anger. You must not take it to heart. Our family looks up to you. It's absolutely impossible for her to get divorced. I'm going to persuade my sister now, so calm down." Having said that, Chu Qingfeng then went after Chu Chinga. Wen Quan stood still and watched the Bentley on the side of the road, and sailed away. "You're not going after it?" Yi Wushuang asked. Wen Quan shook his head inside. "There's no need to chase after them. They're all finished in the end anyway, so why bother with this kind of pointless entanglement?" Yi Wushuang's complexion moved as he murmured, "When I saw your wife, she felt quite familiar, like I've seen her somewhere." "Her name is Chu Chinga," Wen Quan said. "The legendary #1 beauty of the North Sea?" Yi Wushuang asked. Wen Quan nodded. "Yes." Yi Wushuang was greatly different, while her eyes quickly locked onto Wen Quan. "So you're the door-to-door son-in-law from the mountains who looks like a toad?" Wen Quan's old face was dark. "Don't bring such a way to bury people, right?" Yi Wushuang realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly explained. "This is not what I said, but I was reading the newspaper back then, and that's how it was described." "Oh," Wen Quan responded, feeling even more humiliated. He didn't expect it. This marriage between the original owner of his own body and Chu Chinga was actually so famous. Anyone who runs into a random person knows that. Yi Wushuang said righteously. Sure enough, nothing the media says can be trusted. It's all catch-all, empty hole nonsense. However, what Wen Quan is trying to say is that the media is not wrong. Before he was born again, the original owner of this body, that's really no different from a toad. Commander Yi, I'm sorry. Wen Quan apologized to Yi Wushuang. Yi Wushuang froze for a moment and expressed his confusion as he asked, "Why did you say sorry?" "I lied to you and didn't tell you at the time that I had a wife," Wen Quan replied. "I didn't put it in my heart," Yi Wushuang said indifferently. "The reason she came over. For one thing, he did have a crush on Wen Quan, but it was far from a favorite. Secondly, it is because the other person saved her dog and provided a clue to solve the case. It was the other side that provided the clue at the time. It was only after they followed the trail that they caught the criminal who escaped. By the way, this thing is for you." Yi Wushuang took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Wen Quan. When Wen Quan saw this, he was confused. "What is this?" Yi Wushuang said. "The clues you provided earlier to solve the case allowed us to catch the suspect. This is the reward for you. There is a total of 200,000 in it." Wen Quan came to a realization and smiled. "So that's how it is, but I can't ask for this money. Why can't we have it?" "Because." Fumizumi had just said 2 words, and there was no more to follow. "Take it. This is what you deserve." Yi Wushuang shoved the bank card into Wen Quan's arms without a second thought. Wen Quan felt more or less hot with the money. And so, the spirit proposed. "Commander Yi, how about this? This money will be used as our dating fund. Every time I ask you out for spending money, it will come out of this." Yi Wushuang froze. "You have a wife. Why are you still chasing me?" Wen Quan shrugged his shoulders and said with his hands spread out. "Commander Yi, I'm sure you've seen it all just now. Between me and her, there's no feelings at all. The reason why we got married was entirely the arrangement of the elders in the family. And the divorce is also something that will happen sooner or later." Yi Wushuang did notice this as well. Wen Quan continued. "In fact, my union with her was originally a mistake. Not only her, even her family disliked me, disliked that I was not born well, disliked that I was not capable, disliked that I was a wimp. To say it out loud, you may not believe it. After 3 years of marriage, I didn't even sleep with her." Speaking of which, Wen Quan couldn't help but smile to himself. Yi Wushuang's eyes swirled when he saw this. One couldn't help but sympathize with Wen Quan for what he had gone through. Wen Quan looked at Yi Wushuang and said with deep emotion, "Commander Yi, you are the only light in the middle of my boring life, playing the whole game." The emotions are all rendered here. Then, naturally, Wen Quan had to work harder to completely situate his persona of the infatuated seed. Yi Wushuang was greatly touched. The originally calm heart couldn't help but feel a deer in the headlights. Wen Quan held Yi Wushuang's hand as he said with affection, "When I first saw you, I couldn't help falling in love with you. At that time, I was too weak and inferior. I haven't dared to see you face to face. I could only peep secretly in the dark like a thief. If it was someone else, who dared to take advantage of Yi Wushuang so blatantly, then she would definitely show the other side. What was a criminal mother Tyrannosaurus?" But, in response to Wen Quan's irrational move, Yi Wushuang's body however froze, her eyes wide open, both terrified and excited. Try asking, what young girl isn't pregnant? What teenage girl doesn't want sweet love? Being single for so many years, Yi Wuxiang actually longed for a man to be able to see through her pretense of being strong. Just all the time. None of them were able to get what they wanted. It doesn't. The man in front of me, Wen Quan, happens to be this person. Commander Yi. Let's go, Wen Quan said. Where to? Yi Wuxiang asked. To a good place, Wen Quan smiled mysteriously. Subsequently, Yi Wuxiang remounted the Harley motorcycle while Wen Quan sat on the back seat. Hold me tight, Yi Wuxiang said. Yeah. Wen Quan begged to differ, and immediately complied obediently. Yi Wuxiang wore a leather jacket and pants, compact clothes that outlined her concave and convex figure to the fullest. Casually touching it, you can feel that dash of warmth and softness and delicacy. Boom! Blast the gas. Harley motorcycles are like a roaring beast. With a swing of the head, it drove off into the road and whizzed off into the distance. In the meantime, Chicken, who was observing the scene from the shadows, withdrew his gaze and cursed viciously. Grass. Originally he had sought it out. The other side can hide from the first day, but certainly can't hide from the 15th. Once Yi Wuxiang left, he would find someone to deal with Wen Quan. But look at the situation. The other party seemed to have an emotional entanglement with Yi Wuxiang that could not be cut, but could still be messed up. If he still makes a move on Wen Quan, that was highly likely to be retaliated by Yi Wuxiang. What exactly is the relationship between this guy and Yi Wuxiang? Holding hands and hugging again. It seems like a couple, the subordinate next to him said. Chicken shouted, but his wife just came. This guy is also too bullish. In front of the face of the queen mother of the main palace, but also dared to provoke the patrol battalion of Yi Wuxiang. The key is that these two people have not blown up. Is really? The subordinate was about to make a complimentary remark, but he saw Chicken's grim to the core expression. He could only force the words, which had not yet been spoken. Back down. Just now, when Quan confessed to Yi Wuxiang again, it wasn't emotional. It was intentional. It's still part of his repertoire. Its purpose. It was to perform for Chicken, so that the other side would throw in the towel and not dare to make a move on himself. Sure enough, he played this one successfully. Chicken was really bluffed. The opponent, besides being impotent and raging in place, has already discounted the next step in the deployment. 3 o'clock in the morning. After playing outside for a while, Yi Wuxiang sent Wen Quan back to the pet hospital. This is where you live? Wen Quan nodded. Yes. Not going home to live? Yi Wuxiang asked. That situation just now. Can I still go back? Besides, there's no point in going back. Wen Quan spread his hands and said with a bitter smile. Your wife is the #1 beauty in North Sea. I don't know how many men dream of wanting to be under her skirt. You have such a blessing. You should cherish it. Is it? Do you really want to divorce her? Yi Wuxiang asked, not realizing that the other side was testing the waters. Still curious from the bottom of my heart. For either reason, Wen Quan can't even be truthful. One can only say gently, all things are fate. Half of them are not by man, divided and united. Fate seems to have arranged it. Okay. Yi Wuxiang didn't continue to pursue the matter. She only said with a dimpled smile, tonight, I had a great time. We'll meet again later. Yes, I'm always free and happy to oblige. Fumizumi clasped one hand to his chest and bowed in a knight's salute. Go to bed early then. I'm off. The words fell. Yi Wuxiang then drove his Harley motorcycle and took off. When she's gone, Wen Quan then opened the door and went inside to sleep. There was no talk all night. In a flash it was the next morning. As soon as the door opens, Wen Quan then saw a ball of black flesh lying in the doorway. Take a closer look. It was the black hyena. Why are you here again? Wen Quan said. The black hyena yawned as he stretched and rose from the ground. Master, I've done what you arranged for me. The black earth dog invited credit. Which is? Wen Quan raised an eyebrow. It's for me to unify the underdog kingdoms of the North Sea. I spent a whole day and night to subdue all the large and small stray dog gangs in the North Sea. The black earth dog said with a furrowed brow. Learn this. Wen Quan was taken aback. That fast? Only 20 hours actually, and for the remaining 4 I lay here and slept. The black hyena said, with words that were more or less Versailles literature. Wen Quan couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Bullish, bullish, bullish. Worthy of being my fancy dog. Master is being overpraised. My next move is to prepare all the pet dogs in the North Sea to join my dog empire as well. In this way, I will be able to follow the trend and become the first founding emperor of the dog empire. The black earth dog said eloquently. This scared Fumizumi to death. Kudos to you. I didn't realize you could be such a fucking pussy. Being a dog and thinking of being an emperor. Wen Quan moistened his throat and said solemnly. Hey, being a dog or being down to earth. Having ambition is a good thing, but ambition without the ability to realize it is nothing more than delusion. Master, don't worry about it. I, Big Black, will do what I say. I will never do nothing. When I become the dog emperor, you will be the supreme emperor. Let's join forces and be invincible, Big Black Dog said with great pride. This statement was made when Quan was directly confused. He finally understood why the Big Black Dog can quickly unify the stray dog packs in the North Sea in such a short period of time now. Because it is not only immensely powerful, and the ability to make chicken soup and paint a big picture is top-notch. The old man was just admonishing. Without saying a word, it flung a large piece of pie. If I'm not a man, but a dog, then I'm really going to believe it. Come on. I don't want to be some kind of Taishang emperor. This dog emperor, you can just play by yourself. When Quan skimmed his mouth, the Big Black Dog showed his teeth and grinned. That look was as obscene as it could be. By the way, how many dogs does your dog empire currently net? One Quan said. It's 30,000 heads more than expected, the Big Black Dog said. When Quan's face suddenly changed. How can there be so many? The Big Black Dog said with righteous indignation. The reason there are so many more of them is because a bunch of them are being held captive by the dog meat market. Seeing that my compatriots were suffering, I made an immediate decision to start the dog revolution, leading a group of teams to rescue these fallen compatriots. Talking about talking, it all gave it a whole surfeit, only to see the Big Black Dog swallow the mountains and said, I not only want to be the emperor, but also want to liberate all the dogs in the whole world. We want a revolution. We want dog rights, and hope that everyone in the world doesn't eat dog meat, and hope that dogs are all equal, and hope that the descendants of the dog family live with dignity. Fumizumi scratched his brow, not even knowing what to say, mentally muttering, this Big Black Dog, in the end, awakened on its own? Or did you learn this from somewhere? It's happening right now. A morning news story was playing on the television that was on in the house. Late last night, a strange thing happened in Wangcheng District, Beihai City. A group of stray dogs attacked the local meat dog breeding base. Not only will be responsible for guarding the management personnel all bites, the base of 30,000 dogs, but also were released. The patrol battalion is currently involved in the investigation. And below that is last night's surveillance, the video footage that was captured. After the hostess finished her script, she relayed the footage. Subsequently, One Quan was right there on the TV, seeing the hordes of dogs that stormed the high-walled breeding facility. The leader of them was none other than the Big Black Dog beside himself. My goodness, you're making too much of a scene. When Quan's scalp went numb and he shouted in shock, the Big Black Dog said, I don't have the whole army. This is only 1/5 of the force. And the whole army? Tens of thousands of dogs out together. Those who know, think you're having a revolution. Those who don't, think you've mutated. When Quan rolled his eyes and cursed, push the humans over the edge. They have to not take a machine gun and blitz you all. Master, isn't this what you told me to do? The Big Black Dog looked at Wen Quan with innocent eyes. Wen Quan said, you do things a little bit, according to you so engaged. May cause what big mess. The Big Black Dog lowered his head. Oh, I know, Wen Quan said in a serious manner. If the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. There should be a limit to pretending. You can't be as bold as you are. Seconds of heaven and seconds of earth and seconds of air. The Big Black Dog nodded, apparently realized his mistake as well. Master, don't worry about it. In the future when I act again, I will definitely destroy all the surveillance first and won't let them film anything. When Quan slapped his forehead, speechless. Done. I just said it all for nothing. Sure, there are pros and cons to the Big Black Dog making such a scene. The bad points need no elaboration. And one of the benefits is, he had truly seen the power of a dog pack fighting en masse. Tens of thousands of dogs together. That scene, it was a blast. If these dogs were upgraded and remodeled throughout, imagine how terrifying an armed force it would be. The bottom line is this, they are also easy to hide. Together, they are strong and invincible. The points are full of stars. Its footprints can be found in every corner of the city, and it has truly achieved 360 degrees of checking and fighting integration. How did you place so many dogs? Wen Quan asked. The Big Black Dog replied, there is no need to resettle them. They are all stray dogs and originally had their own territory. If I have no transfer, then they will do everything as usual and live as they should. Oh, that's not much of a logistical problem, Wen Quan said. Yes, just the scraps that the city of the North Sea produces every day can be enough to feed them. Moreover, I unified them so that there will be no more internal fights. And sometimes, even when one side is in trouble, all 8 sides will support them, which is more conducive to the development and growth of the entire pack. The Big Black Dog said. Wen Quan nodded slightly. More and more, he felt that this Big Black Dog was not good as a dog, but as a leader, he was absolutely qualified. The Big Black Dog's gaze flickered, and he said worriedly, currently, our biggest threat is still human beings, especially those who steal and hunt dogs. as well as the vigilantes in the urban areas, all of which will have a certain impact on our power. No harm done. You just focus on developing your forces. I'll take care of these aspects for you. In addition, you'll draw a batch of dogs with good physical qualities from amongst your team again. The number shouldn't be too high. About 100 or so will do. I'll be upgrading and remodeling them. The big black dog was extremely excited. Thank you, Master. In the future, I will absolutely lead the entire dog clan to open up the frontier and sweep the 8 wastelands for you. Out of the blue, when Quan suddenly remembered a science fiction movie, Rise of the Apes. A baby gorilla born in a lab is modified by humans, thus gaining a super high IQ. Then, at the onset of the end times, it led its own pack, breaking through the bonds of mankind and running into the boundless nature. What is depicted inside the movie, with this scene in front of us, and how similar it has been. Only, inside the movie is Rise of the Apes. Instead, what's playing out at this point is the rise of the dogs. Hey, I was really hasty in giving you this name, when Quan said with a sense of humor. The big black dog raised its head. Master, why do you say that? I should call you Satan. One Quan said meaningfully. The main character in Rise of the Apes is an ape named Satan. Satan is also the demon king in Western mythology. The big black dog said. Then I'll be called Satan from now on. Okay. Pioneer of the dog race, great liberator of the dog race, courageous and unrivaled Chinese field dog. Satan. I guess the big black dog just talked too hot. The whole thing brought out Wen Chuan's accent. Have to say. The big black dog is very efficient. When Quan had just said on the front foot that it should greet 100 strong and fierce dogs to come over, it took care of this on the back foot, a twinkle in the eye. The original door to the front of the court. Hundreds of fierce dogs, sitting on their ends. It drew frequent sideways glances from the neighboring passers-by. When Quan saw this, he was so scared that his eyes were about to fly out. He cursed, "You're crazy. You don't have any brains. You're bringing so many dogs to me. What will people think when they see you? Master, wasn't it you who told me to call them over?" The big black dog said weakly. When Quan was speechless, really pissed off by this dog. "I asked you to bring it here. I didn't ask you to bring it here so blatantly. Don't you know to find a secluded place in advance? In order not to cause unnecessary trouble." One Quan hurriedly closed down his business. "Take the hundreds of dogs and get out of here." 10 minutes later, inside an unfinished building, One Quan had brought in these 100 dogs to the big black dog and started upgrading them. As a result of this operation, it's been practiced many times. So, when he cast it again, it could be said that it was a breeze and a perfect fire. The whole process was done in one go, but it had consumed a full 3 hours of Wen Quan's time. These dogs are no better than hornets. They are simply too big, and there are a lot of them. The beast god Yuan Qi that had accumulated in Wen Quan's body was almost completely digested in the midst of this increase. Wen Quan for their transformation. It's not a first-class remodel. Rather, it's a slightly lesser level of secondary remodeling. A level 1 transformation consumes more beast god Yuan Qi and also makes the target being transformed stronger. Big black dog, queen hornet, husky sourdough and creamy cat bereavement puma. It's all first-class remodeling. Other than that, it's all secondary remodeling. So operate. Both take the pressure off yourself. Again, the rule of the big black dog and the queen hornet can be better maintained. If their subordinates become as strong as they are, it will inevitably threaten their position among the population, even if it's a secondary remodel. And yet it still gives these dogs an epic level of enhancement. Both combat power and intelligence are increased exponentially, and the physical aspect is transformed and turned upside down. Grandma's leg. I'm exhausted. One Quan sat on his butt, sweating and panting. The big black dog came forward and said, "Master, you have worked hard. Don't talk about these useless things. Hurry up and go get me a whole bottle of water." When Quan greeted with a dry mouth, the big black dog himself didn't move. Instead, he gave the dog at his side a look, and the other instantly understood. It's out the door in a flash. Not a moment too soon. It then came back with a bottle of water and put it at the foot of One Quan. One Quan was shocked. "Crap, your men's IQs are pretty high," the big black dog said triumphantly. "Routine operation, not worth mentioning." One Quan opened his water bottle and gulped it down. Halfway through the drink, he smacked his lips and said, "How does this taste feel wrong? Where did this water come from?" The big black dog asked the dog that carried the water. The other replied, "I picked up a water bottle outside, and then found a watering hole and pumped it up, screwed on the lid and brought it to me." Hear that? When Quan's expression immediately froze. Grass. Dare I say the old man drank a whole bottle of sewage? I said, "Why does it smell like dead fish?" The big black dog comforted. "Master, it's not dry. It's not sick if you eat it." "Fuck you." When Quan threw a slap across his face, the The big black dog shifted and nimbly dodged. Fumizumi was furious. So much for the big black dog being unreliable. I didn't realize that the pack of dogs under it were equally unreliable. It's simply more pitiful than that idiot Chu Qingfeng. You come over here and let me kick your ass. Wen Quan shouted hysterically. Master, calm down. The big black dog ducked even further. I have something even more important to report to you. Wen Quan's expression shifted as he frowned and asked, what is it? Master, didn't you ask me to spy on your wife? And last night, I found out that she did something outrageous. The big black dog said in a dignified manner. Once I heard that it was about Chu Qingya, Wen Quan immediately came into the spirit, impatiently urging, speak quickly, don't dawdle. Big black dog said. She answered someone's phone call yesterday and found someone to borrow a loan shark, totaling 50 million. Hear that? Wen Quan froze instantly. He had wondered before. Chu's group's capital chain is already near the edge of collapse. How can it still take out so much money over to pay off the debt? Fucked up. It turned out to be a loan shark borrowed by Chu Qingya. That loan shark is for me, Wen Quan said. The big black dog was shocked and asked right after. Master, you already know about this? Wen Quan said. I don't know about the money. She borrowed it from a loan shark, but I didn't use the money. By the way, did she ever return this money? The big black dog said. I don't know about that. Anyway, she left in a hurry after she borrowed from the loan shark and didn't take me with her. So I went off to do something else. Okay. Wen Quan paused his voice and spoke. You continue to go and protect her. Monitor all her movements. And if there are any changes, come and report to me immediately. Yes, the big black dog nodded. Chu Qingya originally rejected having pets. But since the big black dog saved her last time, she had a 360-degree turnaround in her attitude toward her pets, treating the big black dog like she loved her baby boy. All kinds of good food and drink were served. So, the big black dog is suffering by staying with Wen Quan, whereas at Chu Qingya's place, it was enjoying happiness. It was naturally very happy to accept the task. Besides, you run your dog empire well, and in a few days I will drive you to do something amazing. Wen Quan's eyes flashed with essence as he commanded in a serious manner. Okay, master. I will definitely not dishonor my mission, the big black dog said. In the aspect of showing loyalty, it was indeed a bar. Time rushes. The day passed quickly. Toward the end of the evening, Chu Qingfeng is here again. Brother-in-law. The other smiled and walked into the vet hospital like a pug. As soon as Wen Quan saw him, it was like seeing the plague, and he frowned without any good humor. What are you doing here again? Brother-in-law. I came to call you home for dinner, Chu Qingfeng said. Wen Quan froze for a moment. Dinner? What kind of dinner? Chu Qingfeng said. Today is your birthday. My parents have specially prepared a table of good food at home, just waiting for you to go back, and our family will give you a birthday. As soon as I heard that, Wen Quan froze on the spot. Think about it. Today was indeed the birthday of this body of his. Since he joined the Chu family, every year, I spend my birthday alone. Grandma and Grandpa's not going to love you. For a long time. Even the present body itself had forgotten this important day. Are you guys that kind to make a special birthday for me? Wen Quan asked skeptically. Brother-in-law, look at you say this. We are a family breaking bones and connecting tendons. Although in the past there were many offenses, but now, we have long regarded you as a part of the family. Chu Qingfeng said eloquently, completely forgetting how he had bullied Wang Fan in the past. Last night, after my 3-inch tongue, I finally convinced my sister that she won't divorce you for the time being. And besides, she'll be back for your birthday. Oh, Wen Quan responded faintly. Originally he didn't want to go back. After all, he knew exactly what the Chu family was selling. It is not just to see their own Nofu Tianxiong and Su Wanjun two big brother. Think profitable. So, only to bother to pull this out of it. But consider this. Still have to cure Master Chu. The things are ready. And if you can delay yourself, you can't delay the other person's condition. After some weighing in, this home still has to be returned to. And so, Wen Quan then agreed to Chu Qingfeng's invitation. On the way back, Chu Qingfeng gave a crazy output to Wen Quan. All kinds of fancy ass. The shot made Wen Quan dizzy and speechless. What people in the Dragon and Phoenix? The capital of the great emperor. The golden scale is not a thing in the pool. 100 years hard to see the wizards. All trampled out of the hole. Come on, drive your car in peace, don't exaggerate. Wen Quan shouted as he rolled his eyes. Brother-in-law, my admiration for you is as great as a river. Unceasing, even if I talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights, it's still too much to write. Wen Quan threw a slap over and hit Chu Qingfeng on the head. You're damn illiterate is this how exhausted books are used? Chu Qingfeng wasn't annoyed either, and vainly admitted his mistake. A slip of the tongue. It should be beyond words. Half an hour later, The two returned to the Chu family villa. Not yet in the door. Just get out of the car. Wenquan was then treated like an honored guest. The entrance is decorated with lights and colors. Chu Jiangwo and Mr. and Mrs. Shen Min even brought a group of servants to personally line up to greet them. See this scene. Wenquan, who had originally prepared himself mentally, couldn't help but be shocked. Grass. This Chu family is really shameless. You can do anything, but still have to admire people for that. Worthy of being one of the local powerhouses? In the end, it can stretch and bend. In the past, the Chu family's son-in-law, who was like a street rat that everyone shouted at, nowadays, shake it off, has become a dragon son-in-law in the eyes of the Chu family. Chu Jiangwo quickly stepped forward and greeted him with a smile as he shouted, Xian's son-in-law, you're here. Quickly please come in. Seeing this positive energy from Chu Jiangwo, Fumizumi was dazed for a moment. Is this what the other person is calling himself? Shen Min shouted with a dimpled smile. Xiaofan, Mom knows that it's your birthday today. She specially invited the head chef of a 5-star hotel to cook you a big table of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. This family, it's full of fucking actors. One by one, their acting skills have reached the peak. Even if it's not business, it's time to step into the movie and TV industry and make a name for yourself just the same. Fumizumi was expressionless at this. It didn't give them a good look because of the other party's warm welcome. After being flanked by the crowd into the villa, Wenquan was indeed in the hall and saw a table full of dishes. All of them are great value and delicious. Even the red wine. It's also a $100, 000 level world-class wine. Sailor, you're back. Elder Chu was sitting at the main seat of the dining table, and as soon as he saw Wenquan come in, he beckoned toward him and shouted, come over here. Sit here with me. Wenquan did not refuse, and obeyed Elder Chu's arrangement. The other side is him in this house. The only person I respect. Elder Chu felt strange about today's situation. Among his impressions, his son and daughter-in-law, as well as his granddaughter and grandson, did not take kindly to this granddaughter-in-law he had recruited. The weekdays can be a lot of disliking and all kinds of difficulties. Sometimes even he couldn't look away. But somehow, these descendants of the family suddenly changed their attitude towards Wang Fan. No more badgering as before, and it was praised. What surprised him even more was this. The daughter-in-law who disliked Wang Fan the most, but also took the initiative to give Wang Fan, organized this powerful birthday banquet today. He was puzzled by this, but his heart was glad. Seeing a family at peace and loving each other, the only trace of regret in his heart was annihilated. Even if we let him die now, he can die in peace, not a moment too soon. Chu Chinga is back. She had a birthday cake in her hand. But, when he saw Wenquan, he was full of frost, and after taking a look, he walked over with a stern face. It seems that last night's conflict did not dissolve. For you. Chu Chinga put the birthday cake in front of Wenquan. Wenquan's complexion stared as he politely said, thank you. Chu Chinga did not respond and purposely separated a seat and sat down next to Chu Qingfeng. Seeing that the scene was a bit awkward, Chu Qingfeng, who was the young prince of the nightclub, hurriedly came out to control the scene. Come on, let's wish our brother-in-law a happy birthday together. Let's light up the candles first, and then, we'll sing the happy birthday song in chorus. Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min echoed each other, more positive than their own parents. Wenquan saw the situation. Naturally, it was not possible to keep this face black, and the corners of his mouth showed a slight smile. Actually, he didn't hate the Chu family, because that's the way the world is supposed to be. The underdog. If the positions were reversed and set up, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been too kind to his former life in this body. It comes down to this. Everything is based on strength. In the eyes of the powerful families, it is even more so that only interests are important. Strong enough, then the father can be kind and the son can be happy. No strength. Oh, then it's just to be a cow. Just as Chu's family was celebrating Wenquan's birthday, a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived outside the door. Yo, quite lively. Looks like I've come at the right time. It was accompanied by a loud cry. A burly, tall, bald man with a gang of fierce-looking strong men barged into the Chu family. Chu Jiangwo quickly got up and asked with an unkind face, who are you people and why are you here uninvited? The bald head touched his bald head and said with a hefty smile, everyone, I'll introduce myself. My name is Song Wei, and I'm nicknamed Flying Worm by the people of Jianghu. I don't care what your name is, you're not welcome here. Get the hell out of here, or else, don't blame me for not being polite. Chu Jiangwo shouted. Old Huang, see off the guests. Huang Woji, who was standing to the side, rushed to the bald man with an arrow step, glaring at the other party with a stern look. Don't get out yet. The bald man sniffed and laughed harshly while craning his thick neck. I spoke to you nicely, but you have such an attitude. It seems that if I don't show some ability, You won't listen obediently. Huang Wuji saw that his opponent was about to make a move. Immediately, they made the first move. A pair of iron palms, like lightning, flew out. It is among the Bagua palms, a wide-open killing move. White ape offering fruit. When the bald man saw this, he immediately sneered. Self-important thing, get down for me. Boom. He presses on and doesn't hide. A punch against his opponent's killing move. It was a seemingly flat punch, yet it was so powerful that it even set off a wind of punches. It blew Huang Wuji's facial muscles, rolling like waves. No good. This man is a master. Huang Wuji's heart trembled and he was alarmed. It was too late. Huang Wuji knew it was bad, and before he could dodge, he was hit squarely in the chest by this punch. Immediately, the whole person was like a broken sack, flying backwards, directly hitting the wall behind him, spitting out blood furiously. That punch alone, Huang Wuji, a Bagua palm expert, was easily knocked down by the uninvited guest in front of him. When the crowd saw this scene, all of their faces changed drastically. Chu Jiangwo was even more filled with horror. Huang Wuji is the personal bodyguard he hired with $1 million a year. After all these years, it has always done its duty and has never failed to do so. However, never in a million years. Such a powerful expert. Yet he was killed by this bald man in a single move. Are there any others? If there are, let's go together. It saves me from having to fight one by one. The bald man's eyes were fierce as he scanned the room. Seeing that no one answered, he then said slowly, since no one is there, you should be able to listen to me speak properly, right? Chu Jiangwo said in a calm manner. Your Excellency, you broke into a private residence and injured my bodyguard in full view of the public. I'm afraid such behavior is a bit irregular. That is, don't think that having a hard fist is so great. Nowadays it's a legalized society. Everyone has to speak the law. If we report to the officials, I'm afraid that you all will have to suffer. Chu Qingfeng also shouted boldly. The bald head shook his head and laughed softly, muttering, since you guys say that, then I'll say it with you guys. Debt repayment, heaven and earth. Chu Jiangwo frowned. Are you mistaken? We have never owed you any money. Just because you don't owe, doesn't mean your daughter doesn't. The bald man's stern gaze swept towards Chu Chinga. With that, an IOU was produced from his person. Chu Chinga's face suddenly changed and she instantly stood up from her seat. How did you get this IOU? I was commissioned by Mr. Long and came here specifically to collect the money. The bald head replied. Mr. Long? Who's this again? When Quan turned his head to look at Chu Chinga with a hint of doubt between his brows. Which Mr. Long? Chu asked. The bald head said. The big boss of Hong Luck Money Store. Mr. Long Gu. This statement was made. The crowd was once again in a state of shock. Regarding the person Long Gu, ordinary people may not be familiar with it, but for people in the upstream circle of the North Sea, no one knows it. No one knows it. The richest man in Beihai is Fu Tianxiong, the most assets and the most famous. But if we were to talk about who had the most cash in their hands, it was definitely not Long Gu of Hong Luck Money Store. He has up to $1 billion in cash in his hand that he can call upon at any time. Sometimes, even the banks have to borrow money from him. Only, Hong Luck Money is not a legal organization, but an underground money changer with a yakuza nature. Chinga, did you really borrow money from Hong Yun Money Bank? Chu Jiangwo asked it. Chu Chinga. Chu Chinga nodded and instantly acknowledged it. Why did you borrow the money? Chu Chinga did not explain, but walked straight to the bald man and took out the bank card prepared in advance. In here is the $50 million that Mr. Long lent me. I haven't taken a penny of it. I'll pay you back now. The bald man skimmed the bank card and sneered. Ms. Chu, I think you should be mistaken. It's not 50 million. It's 100 million. Chu Chinga's showy eyes rounded and shouted. How is this possible? What I borrowed was clearly $50 million. The bald man said with a slight smile. If you don't believe me, you can take a close look at this note, which can be written in black and white. The interest rate you borrowed money. Chu Chinga took a closer look at the IOU, and suddenly her face changed drastically as she cried out in shock. This can't be possible. This IOU is a fake. The bald head laughed. Miss Chu, you do not talk nonsense. The lower right corner can have your autograph. Is it when you borrow money? Did not carefully read the above terms? I've seen it, and the interest rate isn't that high, Chu Chinga said. The bald head put away the note and said with a cold face. Then I don't care. Anyway, I did what I was told to do, and with interest. You owe us Hong Luck Wealth Bank a total of $100 million. See the scene. Chu Jiangwo immediately walked over and asked Chu Chinga. Chinga, what the hell is going on? Chu Chinga hadn't had time to reply. Chu Qingfeng in turn exploded. He pointed at the bald nose and shouted. You guys, this is also too pitiful. My sister, even if I borrowed your money, but only for a day. 50 million again. How the interest rolled. but also impossible to directly double. The bald man's eyes flashed and he muttered, "When we borrowed the money, we said in advance that this is usury, not a charity organization, without this ability to cut the hand. Now, I come over to collect the debt. Do you want to renege on the debt?" When Quan watched the scene, although he wasn't sure what was going on in it, but looking at Chu Chinga's reaction, she should have fallen for the other side's killing disc. Loan sharks are known for their high interest rates, but it is rare to see a direct doubling in one day. But anyone who wasn't one of those mountainous outlaws would never borrow that kind of money. With Chu Chinga's intelligence, obviously, she wouldn't do such a foolish thing either. "I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Anyway, I'll give you two ways. Either pay back the money or mortgage the assets. If you can't settle within today, this money will double again tomorrow, day after day, endlessly." The bald man snapped. If it's a regular loan shark, then the Chu family naturally has nothing to fear. After all, it is also one of the local powerhouses. Even if it is now deep in the mire, that thin dead camel is still bigger than a horse. But if the loan shark is the Hong Yun money changer, then everything is another story. With the energy of the dragon barge in the North Sea, he wanted to stomp on a medium-sized family as if it was a breeze. And the reason he amassed $100 billion so quickly, it is to seize the wealth of small and medium-sized families by all sorts of unseemly means. People are unlucky. Drink a mouthful of cold water. With the Chu family's current situation, it was already in trouble both internally and externally. Unexpectedly, Chu Chinga's one decision had invited even more trouble. When Elder Chu learned of this, he was so angry that he spat out blood. Drumming loudly, he said, "Outrageous! Is there any king's law?" The bald man said, "How are we not speaking the law? It's only right to pay what you owe, and we're all following the rules. So even if we take it to court, we have the upper hand. Hooligans are not to be feared. It is to be feared that hooligans are cultured." Baldhead had obviously come prepared for this visit. "Of course, there is another way besides these two. Say this." The bald man's gaze looked toward Chu Chinga and said softly, "Miss Chu, Mr. Long has admired you for a long time. If you are willing to have dinner with him, this money may still be eased for a few days." "Hey, redheads, a woman shouldn't look this good." When Quan pondered in his mind, this Long Gu of Han Luck Chambers, like Sun Zilong, is a money-grubbing and womanizer. The other party was afraid that they had long been salivating over Chu Chinga's beauty, only that they had not been able to find the opportunity before. Coincidentally, last night, she was in dire need of money, so she fell into the middle of the other party's trap. It's said that boobs don't matter. Chu Chinga, this woman breasts are not big. Why is the brain so inflexible? Chu Chinga was so angry that she was trembling. Frowns were furrowed and frosty. She should have sensed something fishy even if she was stupid. No wonder when he called Long Gu to borrow money, the other party agreed without saying a word. Originally thought he was a good person. Who knows? A sheep in wolf's clothing. Actually, signature on the IOU. She wrote it all right. However, all kinds of clauses in the IOUs were added later by the other party. It was an emergency situation. Chu Chinga took the money and left. The person told her in a nice voice that she just had to sign and he would fill in the back at the lowest rate. It wasn't the first time Chu Chinga had asked Long Gu to borrow money, and each time the other party had done it legally and in compliance. So, for once, she didn't think much of it. It was only when the other side sent for her that it dawned on her. This so-called minimum rate, and yet it doubles in one day. After being deceived, Chu Chinga burst into a rage and said with her silver teeth clenched, "You go back and tell him that I will never agree." See failure of negotiations. The bald face instantly became extremely gloomy. "Do not agree also. Then pay back the money. This 100 million although more. But for your Chu family, it is not impossible to take out. I see this villa is quite good. Pay back this debt should be more than enough. You guys are bullying people too much." Chu Qingfeng shouted angrily, copied the chair, and charged towards the bald man. But halfway through the rush, it came to an abrupt stop, because a single murderous look from the bald man scared his legs. "I advise you guys not to make a move, or else, this guy I knocked down just now will be your downfall." A ferocious light flashed in the bald man's eyes as he pointed at Huang Wuji, who was unconscious on the ground, and drank. In the meantime, the group of burly men behind the bald man were also in a fierce, fist-pumping stance. Chu Qingfeng wimped out, had to put the chair down. As for Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min, they were even more panicked. The couple are typical bullies. The weaker the opponent, the fiercer they are, and vice versa. Pust. Elder Chu spat blood again. Both eyes rolled back in his head and he fainted right back in his seat. Chu's family was shocked and rushed forward to check. Seeing this, Fumizumi felt that he could no longer stand by and do nothing. And so, he took out a bottle from his arms and handed it to Chu Chinga. "This is my secret medicinal soup. You first take grandpa back to the house first and give it to him to take. Leave the matters here to me. Chu Chinga turned her head to look at Wen Quan. Can you do it? If you don't believe me, then I'll just leave. It's not me they're looking for anyway. Wen Quan bristled. Holy shit. Still don't trust the old man. You think I want to help you? Chu Chinga didn't say anything more and took the medicine bottle from Wen Quan's hand, then called out for someone to carry Elder Chu back to his room. The medicine bottle contains the tonic. It is precisely made of humanoid hectorite. After Master Chu took it, not only would the medicine be able to cure him, but it would also prolong his life. Chu Chinga was aware of this matter. So, that's why he obeyed Wen Quan's arrangement. Dent! Chu Qingfeng shouted to Wen Quan. Brother-in-law, let's report to the police. We mustn't let these extra-legal maniacs do whatever they want. Report an officer. My ass. And shut the fuck up. Wen Quan glared at Chu Qingfeng and directly drank him back. The one who screams the most is you. You're also the fastest to wimp out. You boys are simply a total old six. Wen Quan came straight to the bald man and locked eyes with him. The bald man looked Wen Quan up and down and opened his mouth to ask, "And who are you?" "I'm Chu Chinga's husband," Wen Quan said. The bald man's complexion moved as he spoke out and sneered. "Oh, so you're that Chu family flunky? Outside rumors say that your kid is as thin as a bone and ugly. At this time, it seems to be somewhat inconsistent with the rumors." Wen Quan raised an eyebrow and said expressionlessly, "It is also rumored that you gave birth to a son without an asshole." This statement was made, instantly enraging the bald man, only to see him burst into a rage. "Oh, no, he has no hair, so it's a rage. You kid looking for death?" Wen Quan stood with his arms folded, pushing his luck. He said, "Many people want me dead, but no one can kill me, and those who want to kill me end up finished. Do you want to be one of them?" The bald man snorted coldly and said with a snort, "You're nothing but a dog raised by the Chu family. How dare you have such a big mouth? Row, since you want to seek death, then I will do as you wish." Boom! It was accompanied by a bellowing cry. The bald head suddenly struck out with an iron fist that looked like a missile launched towards Wen Quan's head. This punch, if it's solid, then Wen Quan's head would definitely burst open like a watermelon run over by a car. "Brother-in-law, be careful," Chu Qingfeng shouted. Seeing this, Wen Quan reached out and made such a grab. He's moving slowly, slow enough for the naked eye to catch all the bits and pieces of his entire set. Two extremes compared to the fast punches of the bald head. By the way, so slow moving, it was simply impossible to block his opponent's quick punches. But, only a muffled bang was heard. But when Quan caught the bald man's iron fist impartially, the bald man was stunned, and an incredulous look appeared in his eyes. He was well aware of the power of his punch. In a fit of rage, this punch had reached 80% if not 10% of its power. Just now, he had only used 50% of it to dry over Huang Wuji. Outside rumors, the Chu family flunky is a mediocre, weak, ordinary man, often humiliated and without the ability to fight back. Crap like this. If he received an iron fist with 80% of his power, would he not be torn apart on the spot? But, what he saw in front of him turned his imagination upside down. Not only did his opponent catch his punch, and unharmed, not even a tremor in his arm. "Didn't you eat so little strength?" When Quan's eyes flickered as he said carelessly, "How is this possible?" The bald man was dumbfounded on the spot. He was not the only one who was dumbfounded. Chu Jiangwo, Shen Min, and Chu Qingfeng were all dumbfounded. The reason they changed their attitude towards Wen Quan, it wasn't because the other guy was so good. Rather, it was because the other party knew Fu Tianxiong and Su Wanjun, the two big shots at the top of the North Sea Pyramid, in their eyes. Same with baldness. Actually, Fumizumi is a useless piece of shit with no hands. Everyone can step on it. Although he had broken Chu Qingfeng's fingers in public before, no one thought, at that time, how powerful he was. It's nothing more than winning by stealth. But today, Wen Quan's performance, however, shocked everyone present. This Chu family flunky that no one looked down on was actually hiding such unfathomable strength. The scene in front of me originally thought it was shocking enough. However, what happened below completely overturned the crowd's imagination and cognition. After catching the bald man's punch, Wen Quan didn't choose to multiply his victory, but instead released his palm without slowing down, just as the bald head wanted to attack again. To make sure that what he saw in front of him was true, Wen Quan, however, shouted, "Wait a minute." The bald figure gave a lurch and opened his mouth to ask, "Are you afraid?" Wen Quan shook his head and said in a cloudy manner, "You're too weak to be qualified to be my enemy. Just now when I made a move, it's already the greatest honor in your life." A series of question marks instantly popped up in the bald head. He glared at Wen Quan with a deadly glare and drank angrily. "I, Song Wei, the flying insect, have been in the Jianghu for 20 years, and no one has ever dared to speak to me like this. And for you to spout such crazy words, It would be hard to vent my hatred if I don't blow your dog's head off today. When Quan pulled out his ears and said in disbelief, is this considered to be giving last words? Flying stinker Song Wei? I'll remember you. Seek death. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Being provoked like this, all Claymen have 3 points of fire. Not to mention a hostile and ruthless man like the bald head. He threw up his fists and was about to go 300 rounds with Wen Quan. Wen Quan, however, stepped back and shouted as his breath surged like a mountain. Where is De Hei? The sound was as deafening as the thunder rolling from the sky. The crowd was dumbfounded. This also includes baldness. Who's Big Black? Could it be a supreme expert hidden in the Chu family? However, Wen Quan's loud cry did not receive any response. Wen Quan oohed and awed and shouted again. Where is Da Hei? The aftermath echoed in the empty hall. But still no one answered. Chu Qingfeng asked with a puzzled face. Brother-in-law, who are you calling? Wen Quan didn't answer and shouted again that Da Hei was still there. The figure that should have appeared did not. See this scene. Wen Quan was quite surprised. Strange. Why doesn't this hyena show up? I'm about to lose my voice. He had sensed early on that the big black dog had followed Chu Chinga back. Only, Chu Chinga, however, didn't bring it in, so it should be staying outside at this time. Now that the big black dog has arrived, why don't you rush out and retreat from the enemy when you hear your call? Just as Wen Quan was puzzled, it dawned on him. One has renamed the big black dog. The other side is now called Satan instead of Big Black. Grass. This earth dog is so damn straight. One thought in this. Wen Quan changed his address and shouted, where is Satan? The crowd was all confused. And who is this Satan? The words just fell. A black figure, then rushed in from the doorway, and with a swift momentum, it went straight to the bald head. What is it? Before the bald man could react, he was pounced on by the black figure. Suddenly, a bloody mouth, whistling toward his head. This moment, he saw what the black figure was. Surprisingly, it was a big, fat, black dog. It was black with a metallic sheen on its fur. The limbs are thick and powerful, comparable to a tiger. Fast as lightning, powerful as a landslide. The bald man was instantly panicked and rushed to fend it off. But he was bitten by the big black dog's bite on his arm. There was a click. The bald man's arm, which was as hard as steel, was actually bitten off by the big black dog. It all happened in a flash of lightning. Wait for the crowd to respond. The bald guy's arm had been bitten off. He fought and struggled, trying to topple the big black dog out of the way. But as soon as he exerted himself, he snapped to attention. The dog was surprisingly strong, and when its thick body pressed down on his body, it was like smashing down a huge mountain. The bald head hurts like hell. Using all his strength, he tried to break free. The big black dog, however, didn't give him that chance. The thick head swung hard, and the bald man's arm disconnected from his shoulder. The previous bite off only broke the bone. The bite off at this point is a separation of tendons and bones, with bloodshot eyes and pupils that wanted to slit. The bald man once again let out a heartbreaking scream. The scene took everyone in the room by surprise. It all happened so suddenly. Suddenly to the point where the brain was having some trouble keeping up with the speed at which the eyes were capturing the image. What are you guys waiting for? Want to see me bitten alive? Come up and help. The bald man ripped his throat out and cursed. Hear that? It was only then that the burly man next to him finally woke up as if from a dream. Woof woof. The big black dog bared its teeth and let out a roar, instantly scaring off the crowd. By the way, professional hitters like them. What kind of bloodshed haven't you seen before? Sometimes you don't even blink when a gun is held to your head. Much less should they be afraid of a dog. However, the fighting strength displayed by this dog was truly too terrifying, and it simply subverted their perceptions. Flying Bug Song Wei, although he wasn't considered a first-class expert, his strength had been cultivated to the late stage of body tempering, whether it's various attributes of their own. Still, all kinds of combat skills have reached this realm, the level of the ceiling. Otherwise, just now it is not possible to solve the problem in one move. Chu Jiangwo spent millions of annual salary to invite the gossip palm master Huang Wuji. Spare a thought. Such an awesome one. I can't believe I got fucked over by a dog. It's not even that kind of an even matchup. Instead, it's a one-sided crush. Even when this big black dog attacked, it used a surprise attack and had a head start. But if the strength is not equal, stealing or not, there is no way such an outrageous outcome could have happened. It's just a dog. There are so many of us. Let's go together. I don't believe that it can still bite us all to death. As the crowd cringed, one of the bold and strong men saw this. His heart was moved, and he immediately raised his arms and shouted. When the others heard this, they instantly felt that the words made sense. And so, and no longer afraid, he immediately pulled out the weapon he was carrying. There were knives, sticks, and even pistols. When Wen Quan saw this scene, Not only did he not panic, instead he said in a fervent manner, "If you fight alone, you still have a little chance of winning. If you are more powerful than the crowd, then you are purely looking for death. What are you babbling about? Believe it or not, I'll shoot you." The burly man with the pistol aimed his gun at Wen Quan. Wen Quan raised an eyebrow, a hint of biting sharpness flashing in his eyes. "If you dare to shoot, then I'll make sure that you won't be able to leave here alive. Damn you for bragging. Isn't it just a dog? Can you really hold back these dozen of us?" Wen Quan grinned. "A dog?" He took a deep breath and said in a nonchalant voice, "Please turn around and look behind you to see how many dogs it is." The group of burly men were about to make their move when they heard a rumbling sound that shook the ground. It was thought to be an earthquake, but when they turned their heads to look, they were so shocked by what they saw that their eyes were about to fly out. Countless dogs. It came raging like a flood at the end of a dike. The whole scene. It was like dark clouds rolling in snow. Vast and powerful. What's this? What's going on? The group of fighters were all terrified and stood dazedly in place for a moment. Terrified and at a loss for words. They're not the only ones who are freaked out. And a bunch of other people including Chu Jinghua. Actually, when they saw Wen Quan step forward just now, they were kinda confused. After living together for so many years, they still had a certain understanding of this son-in-law. The other side stepped forward so boldly. It's courageous, but it definitely won't solve the problem. Just as the thought popped up, Wen Quan then answered the crowd's skepticism with a practical action. First, there was a big black heave. It just pulled the crowd from questioning to confusion. This confusion remains unanswered. Another cry of "Where is Satan?" A second confusion ensued. Subsequently, the big black dog makes an appearance, drawing out the incredibly strong bald head on the spot. The fighters work in unison, looking to regain control of the situation. Countless fierce dogs shine again. With a spreading formation, the whole villa is surrounded. Shocking and killing, just like a million troops besieging a lonely city. But anyone who witnessed this, the CPU is going up in smoke and I can't figure out what the hell is going on. It's one confusion after another. Another shock after another. No matter how much you've seen a big scene, I'm afraid, in the face of this situation, it is difficult to be at ease. At this very moment, the group of fighters all dared not move. Even the bald guy who was whimpering just a moment ago turned mute in seconds and didn't dare to push more. Even with one hand bitten off, he could only grit his teeth and hold back as well. Grandma's leg. It's too scary. A dog is already so powerful. So many dogs came out at once. They don't say counterattack, just stand here without wetting their pants. Even if it is heroic and fearless. Big Black. Oh wrong. Satan. Let go of this guy. Don't bite him to death. In a lawful society, we can't kill people. Wen Quan said to Big Black Dog who was still holding bald head down on the ground. If he doesn't speak out to stop it, guess the next one. The bald guy's other arm was about to be bitten off. Wen Quan walked straight to the bald man, then crouched down and took out the note from the other man's pocket. After looking at it, just tear it to shreds in front of the other person. You. The bald man's face twitched and his forehead was bruised. Wen Quan looked directly at him and asked, "What? You have a problem with that?" The bald head didn't dare to say anything anymore, and the words he was about to say were swallowed back hard. He knew exactly where he stood. If one dares to openly resist, then not only is he going down, along with the dozen or so brethren who had come with him, it was absolutely difficult to get away. Wise move at this point. Just don't say anything. Don't do anything. What the other side says is what the other side says. This Chu family flunky in front of me. It had been far beyond his imagination, the way the other party solves the problem. It's not a call for a fight. It's a call for a dog fight. The key is the dog. And so ridiculously strong. Go back and tell your master. Don't think about my wife. Although I, Wang Fan, am only a commoner, but when I launch my rage, the rage of a piker can cause millions of corpses and rivers of blood. Wen Quan's eyes looked straight at the bald man, and he said in a domineering manner, "Of course, if he doesn't believe me, feel free to come and try. I'm always ready to accompany him." The bald man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and dared to say something. There was nothing else left in his head. Right now, he only wanted to take his broken hand and hurriedly slip away to save his dog's life. Think about it. With a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw the severed hand that was falling to the ground 3 meters away. "I'm going to give you 10 seconds to get out of my sight right now, and after the 10 seconds are up, if there's anyone left here, there's so hands." It was accompanied by a loud roar from Wen Quan. The severed hand that the big black dog spat off was kicked away by Wen Quan, drawing a parabola in the air and falling into the midst of the dogs outside the court. The bald man looked up, watching his hand as a pack of dogs fight over it and then swallow it. This instant, Bald Head's mood, no doubt, was devastated, but he was too late to grieve. He was picked up from the ground by the brothers next to him, and like a rabbit being chased by a hound, he fled the place as fast as he could. See, the crisis lifted when Quan craned his neck a bit and said to the big black dog, "Good job. You first take your men out of here. Today is my birthday, and you guys have made a big achievement for me, so I'm going to reward you for your achievement. Go and wait under the footbridge, and later, I'll reward each of you with a big elbow to eat." Good grin. "Thank you, master." The big black dog wagged his tail and left happily. The yard, clouded with hundreds of dogs, followed it out of the area. Looking at the burly, thick black figure, Chu Qingfeng's pupils began to contract dramatically, and in his mind, a familiar scene emerged with it. Before, he collaborated with Sun Zilong, prepare for a heroic rescue. For one thing, it was for Sun Zilong to embrace the beauty. Secondly, he wanted to take this opportunity to retaliate against Wen Quan. Originally this was moving forward in an organized manner, but the appearance of a black hyena hardens and destroys it. Even though it's been days since this happened, Chu Qingfeng still had a vivid memory of what happened that night. He was kinda wondering at the time, how can you kill a dog somehow? Nowadays, when he saw the big black dog again, all the doubts in his heart were answered at this moment. Turns out this dog, it didn't come about by accident. Instead, it was sent by Wen Quan, brother-in-law. "Did you raise these dogs?" Chu Qingfeng went forward and asked. Fumizumi loosens his body as he walked to the table. Then he picked up an apple from the table and crunched it in his mouth. "What do you think?" Chu Qingfeng said in shock. "Why is this dog so powerful? And so many of them appeared all at once. I just roughly counted them. There are at least hundreds of them." Hear that? Wen Quan only felt a pang of amusement. It's only so many dogs, not enough for a tenth of the mighty dogs. If all of those tens of thousands of dogs were there, it is estimated that all of the people in the room, one or the other, would have been scared to the point of incontinence. "What is your brother-in-law's occupation?" "Veterinarian," Chu Qingfeng said offhandedly. Wen Quan said, "So what do I usually deal with?" "With animals, of course." Halfway through speaking, Chu Qingfeng suddenly came to a realization. However, it was still shocked by it. Wen Quan is not the only veterinarian in the world, but like him, he casually called over 100 dogs to rush to the scene to do battle. Chu Qingfeng was unheard of. Before, he also greatly despises Wen Xuan's profession. Day in and day out with the beasts. It doesn't make much. It's not like there's any prestigious status. Completely at the bottom of the social pyramid. He felt ashamed of his face when people mentioned that his brother-in-law was a veterinarian. Exactly. He thought for a moment. Wen Quan is unlikely to get anywhere in his life. You can only be a loser who is waiting to die. However, today, it dawned on him. Turns out veterinarians are so awesome. Raise a big black dog. God stops God. Buddha stops Buddha. Simply comparable to a first-class master. As for the group of dogs, it was like 1,000 armies and heavenly soldiers. "Brother-in-law, are you still hiring at your pet hospital? What do you want?" "I also want to be a veterinarian." Chu Qingfeng's eyes glistened and said stupidly. His biggest dream used to be a general. One for all. One for all. The army opens up and points the way. Now it seems, being a veterinarian also seems to fulfill one's dream of commanding an army. "You're not worthy." Wen Quan rolled his white eyes and instantly poured a pot of cold water over him. Chu Qingfeng. At this point, Chu Jiangwo ran over with an excited face and said with a big smile, "Xian's son-in-law, forgive me for my short-sightedness and misjudging you before. I specially apologize to you for my previous sightlessness. You are simply, compared to those fancy fops." "Just what?" Wen Quan asked. Chu froze. His brain didn't follow his mouth, and he hadn't yet come up with an apt adjective. It was in the midst of his embarrassment. Chu Qingge came out from inside, and she looked up at the door. When he saw that those debt collectors had long disappeared, he couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. "Where are those people?" Wen Quan was about to reply, but Chu Qingfeng jumped ahead and said, "It's already been driven away by brother-in-law." Chu Qingge was taken aback, her eyes swirling as she looked at Wen Quan. "How did you do that? Sis, what a shame. If you had been there just now, you would have definitely been able to witness a great show that is as exciting as a Hollywood sci-fi movie." Wen Quan didn't even have to speak. Chu Qingfeng then raised his eyebrows and colorfully told Chu Qingge what had just happened. One by one, there are some artistic touches added to it, and it even comes with a variety of sound effects. Wen Quan listened. The heart murmured, "This guy Chu Qingfeng not only has the potential to be the oldest six, being a storyteller is a gift, too." If Wen Quan is not a party, then after hearing Chu Qingfeng's description, he still thought that he had saved the world. Chu Qingge's face suddenly changed, and with a face full of consternation, she asked, Phone, is all that you said true?" "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mom and Dad, as well as those servants at home," Chu Qingfeng said with conviction. Chu Chinga looked toward Chu Jiangwo and Shen Min. The other party nodded and said solemnly, Chinga, Feng isn't talking nonsense. Everything that happened just now was indeed as he said. Their brains were buzzing too. Isn't a veterinarian just a doctor for animals? How can you still drive them to fuck? I'm afraid no one would want to believe this if they didn't see it with their own eyes. It's like a sci-fi movie. What about the dog? Chu Chinga asked. Wen Quan said, I'm afraid they're going to poop and pee here. So, let them roll. The man was ousted though. But the crisis was not lifted. And, moreover, another powerful big shot was incurred. Chu Jiangwo worriedly said, Hong Yun Moneybank's Long Gidge is a 1/8 of a cent person. This time door-to-door debt collection. He not only did not achieve the purpose he wanted, but instead of losing his wife and soldiers, to the other party's temperament, certainly will not swallow this breath. May be the day, and will make a comeback. This statement was made. The expressions of the people present all changed from joy to sadness and became very heavy. Chu Chinga's complexion condensed as she said softly, I started this matter. I will go and fix it. You solved nothing. If you could solve it, you wouldn't be stupid enough to be taken by the other side. Wen Quan bristled. Chu Chinga glared with almond eyes and said with a sulky face, This is my business. No need for you to care. If I don't care, who can help your family clean up the mess? Wen Quan said without a trace of humor. If you're afraid, then we'll divorce right away and go our separate ways. Chu Chinga said, her stubborn nature. Do not allow yourself to bow down before this man. Wen Quan couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw this. This woman is soft all over. Just this mouth is the hardest. Would it kill you to say a soft word? For Chu Chinga as a person, Wen Xuan's attitude is actually quite complicated. Before that, I felt that the other person had cuckolded me. So, he was disgusted. Later, when I learned the truth, I realized it was a misunderstanding. But, the relationship between the two did not get any relief either, but rather intensified due to sexual incompatibility. He knew it in his heart. The culprit for all this, it wasn't Chu Chinga. Instead, it's Chu Qingfeng. He wouldn't have had to take the other guy to the casino to turn over his money if the guy hadn't gotten so far in debt from gambling. In the middle of a book flip, if Chu Qingfeng didn't distrust himself, then he wouldn't have made that call for help. There wasn't that call for help. Chu Chinga naturally wouldn't borrow money. No borrowing. Nor will it have any involvement with Long Gu, of the Hong Luck money store. It comes down to this. It was all Chu Qingfeng's fault. Slap. Wen Quan backhanded Chu Qingfeng and slapped him in the face, causing the guy to spin in place. The crowd was dumbfounded, and Chu Qingfeng was even more dumbfounded. Brother-in-law, why did you hit me? It's all because of you, Wen Quan shouted. What's it to do with me? Chu Qingfeng was confused. The heart is aggravated. I didn't say a word just now. Seeing the scene gradually freeze, Chu Jiangwo hurriedly came out to speak. Xian's son-in-law, you calm down. Chinga and Qingfeng's siblings don't know too much about things. You're an adult. Don't be general with them. Shen Min also saw the wind to make the rudder and agreed, yes, we are all close to each other as a family. We should share the same blessings and difficulties. And now that a great disaster is approaching, we absolutely cannot shirk our responsibilities, but rather, we should be united as one and be united against the outside world. Before, when Quan hit Chu Qingfeng, the Chu family members collectively exploded. Nowadays, when Quan hit Chu Qingfeng again, none of them dared to have a temper anymore. And not only did they not blame Wen Quan, they even gave him a good talking to. It was as if the one who was beaten was Fumizumi. Even Chu Qingfeng himself, even though he couldn't think of a reason for being beaten, he said with a sincere attitude, Brother-in-law, I know I'm wrong, don't blame my sister. If you have any fire, just come at me. I'll stand here and let you beat me up. Beat me up until you don't get angry. Speaking of emotion, Chu Qingfeng directly raised his head and chest, brave and fearless. He put on a posture of I will laugh at the sky with my sword and leave my liver and guts in the two kunluns. When Quan jerked his hand up, a second slap poised to strike. When Chu Qingfeng saw this, he broke in a second and quickly backed away. Brother-in-law, I'm just talking, are you really fighting? When Quan skimmed the guy, and seeing his comical appearance, the fire in his heart subsided for the most part. All born of the same mom, Chu Chinga and Chu Qingfeng were completely two extremes. If Chu Chinga could be as conciliatory as her brother, then Wen Quan wouldn't be so clipped and gloomy every time he spoke. He just couldn't look away. The arrogance of this woman who clearly can't hold it together, but wants to die. The reason this family is so accommodating to Fumizumi. The reason is simple, and they kind of see it. The situation at hand. If they didn't cling to the other party's thighs, then the entire Chu family, I'm afraid, would be in dire straits. When Quan didn't continue to delve deeper into this matter, his tone slowed down and he asked Chu Chinga, how is Grandpa doing? Chu Chinga said, after drinking the potion you gave me, I've already fallen asleep. Drink it all? Wen Quan asked. Only drank a third of it, Chu Chinga said. Wen Quan paused his voice and instructed. The latter 2/3, take it in 2 days. If there are no accidents, the old man's condition will soon recover. Hear that? The Chu family members were stunned. Chu Jiangmo took the lead and asked, Xian's son-in-law, is this true? Wen Quan said, whether it's true or not, we'll see later. Shen Min patted Chu Jiangmo's shoulder and said with a smile, it must be true. Our Xiaofan has outstanding ability and excellent medical skills. How can there be a disease that he can't cure? Wen Quan glanced at Shen Min and only felt a pang of amusement in his heart. The mother-in-law who had treated her the least before. Nowadays, it's like a pug dog that brags about whatever it catches. Even if it's a subplot, it has to be blown hard. Could it be that Chu Qingfeng is so capable of stretching and bending? What goes around comes around. Suddenly, he even found the family kinda cute. Chu Jiangmo casually found an excuse and greeted Wen Quan and went to the living room to chat and take advantage of it. Shan Min also pulled Chu Qingga aside. Qingga, come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you. Chu Qingga followed in her footsteps and waited until the mother and daughter entered a closed guest room before she opened her mouth and asked, Mom, what are you looking for me for? Shen Min held Chu Qingga's hand and sat down on the edge of the bed. Qingga, what exactly do you think? Chu Qingga's eyes flickered and she asked uncertainly, how do you think? Shen Min said, don't pretend to understand. I'm talking about what happened between you and Xiaofan. Left one sail, then another. Mom, are you disgusting? A few days ago. That's not how you called him, Chu Qingga said with a frown. She was disgusted by Shen Min's wind blowing both ways. Shen Min was not ashamed of this, but rather honored. Vibrantly. Times are different now. Wang Fan used to be just a small yakuza from the countryside, marrying my beautiful daughter, not to mention making our Chu family the laughingstock of the entire North Sea. How could I possibly give him a good look? But times are different today. Not only have people become stronger, they've also befriended so many celebrities in society. And today, they even solved a big problem for us. An awesome young talent like this is qualified to be my son-in-law. Speaking of which, Shen Min instantly smiled. When Chu Qingga heard this, she was naturally aware of the changes in Wen Quan these days, and one's own attitude toward him. It's also subtly changing. Only, this guy is just so hateful, going against her every time. The perennial saying is that a good man is not a good woman. This guy is good. Not only do they fight women, even though this woman is his wife, he doesn't budge and instead gets aggressive. She really couldn't see that smug look on her opponent's face. Qingga, in the past, I was itching for you to divorce Wang Fan, and then, find a family match, or even better, to join in marriage. But now, I don't have such thoughts at all anymore, and only think that you can firmly tie him to your side, and use him for my Chu family. The magnificent family. It's always about profit before kinship. Shen Min was sober-minded, and her perspective on the problem was more thorough than Chu Qingga's. Qingga, listen to Mom. Don't think about anything in the future. Just live a good life with Wang Fan. Although your mom doesn't have any other skills, but she is a good judge of character. At this time, Wang Fan is no longer in the pool. Sooner or later, he will leap over the Dragon Gate and build a great career. Chu Qingga was speechless. Mom, how can you say such a mysterious thing? No matter how powerful he is, isn't he still just a veterinarian? You girl, how can you look at people so superficially? Shen Min rolled her eyes. Dare I say it all for nothing? Chu Qingga's expression stiffened. Previously, I don't know who swore that Wang Fan, a loser, would never be able to achieve anything in his life. Shen Min didn't want to waste her words and asked bluntly, by the way, have you slept with Wang Fan yet? Mom, what are you talking about? Chu Qingga's face instantly turned red. Just tell me if I slept or not, Shen Min pursued. Chu Qingga pursed her lips and didn't say anything, seemingly unwilling to answer this question. One look at the situation. Shen Min knew what was going on. It's been 3 years since we got married. Why don't you sleep with him? Hear that? Chu Qingga instantly became furious over this and muttered. Mom, wasn't it you who told me not to let him take advantage of me? Did I say something like that? Shen Min froze. Chu Qingga's head was filled with black lines. She could sort of see it. The right ones are each other. The fault is all their own. Shen Min said. We don't care about what happened before. Now we only talk about the moment. You hurry to sleep with him. Cook the raw rice. It's best to get pregnant with a child. In this way, then the two of you are completely a grasshopper on the rope. He wants to run away, can't run away. Chu Qingga didn't even know what to say. Her cheeks became redder as well, her eyes sparkling and delicate. For this sensitive topic, still a virgin, she was more than a little embarrassed. Shen Min immediately became anxious. You girl, how can you ask a question and not answer it? What Mom said to you can be serious. He's divorcing me, so why sleep? Chu Chinga skimmed her mouth. I can see that what he said must be angry words. Like you, such a beautiful woman. Who is not confused. He's still in love with you. How could he divorce you? If you just change your attitude a little bit and don't always antagonize him, he'll definitely become your skirt. Chinga, you have to remember that a woman's greatest weapon against men is not strength, but gentleness. Shin Min in the end is a person who has been here before, and this speech is actually said in a reasonable and justified manner. The point is that she's not even making it up, because the facts are as they say. Are you still sleeping in separate rooms? Aha. Chu Chinga nodded. From today onwards, sleep in one room. Shin Min acted as a military teacher and began to teach hand in hand. How is he going to sleep together if he's not even home right now? It's not his reason he doesn't come home. It's yours, and he can't come home when you yell at him nicely? I can't open this mouth. Chu Chinga said softly. Shin Min said, you can't open your mouth. Then I'll go and say it for you. Really can't. I'll go and drug him later. The drug for cattle breeding. The effect of the drug is quacking fierce. Let him be unable to stop to you in a minute. Chu Chinga pinched the corner of her coat tightly. Her cheeks rolled, and even her ears were red. What is this talk of tigers and wolves? Her head was buried up to her chest. Shen Min, however, got more and more excited. Chinga, with your charm, there's no man under the sky that can resist. You just listen to Mom's arrangement. As long as you sleep with him, to ensure that he will be like a dog in the future, obediently listen to you. If you are pregnant with his child, it is even more able to take him by the hand. Let him go east, he would not dare to go west. Chu Chinga was completely silent. Shen Min said this. She pressed on. Because of her heart. There was another man. The other person was her first love. The two fell in love at first sight. It's even been agreed upon. After she divorces Wang Fan, she marries the other side. Now that such an agreement has been made, then it was categorically impossible for her to break her promise and continue living with Wang Fan again. There is no one who knows a daughter like her mother. Shin Min instantly saw that Chu Chinga had something on her mind, and immediately asked, Chinga, are you hiding something else in your heart? No. Chu Chinga hurriedly denied it. Since there isn't, we have a deal. Settle on what? Hurry up and cook the rice. Shun Min reiterated. Oh, Chu Chinga neither refused nor agreed, but only said faintly, look again. Seeing this, Shin Min felt more and more that there was something wrong with her daughter. The mind wondered. It seemed obvious that getting this girl to take the initiative on her own was out of the question, and trying to implement a marriage between these two, it's going to have to come out on its own, to avoid a long night. Better get this done today, lest you two get all wheedling and matronly. One thought in this, Shin Min instantly had a plan in mind. No, precisely. When she called Chu Chinga into the house, she had already made all the preparations. Earlier it was thinking of taking down Wen Quan in a hurry with inside and outside cooperation, but looking at Chu Chinga's reaction, the other party didn't seem too willing. Then she'd have to go it alone and force the dust to settle. Suddenly, Shen Min gazed at the preoccupied Chu Chinga. The mind reads, Kyoko, don't you blame Mom for going AWOL? I'm doing this all for your own good. In our family's current situation, if we don't pull Wang Fan on board, then sooner or later one day it will be over. What are the two of them talking about in there? Why haven't you come out after all this time talking? When Quan sat on the sofa in the living room, drinking tea face to face with Chu Jiangwo, but his gaze couldn't help but look in a certain direction. Xian's son-in-law, this is this year's new superb dragon well, pure taste, fragrant. Usually I do not spare to take out to treat guests. Today is to see you come, so, this is to take out to taste one or two, Chu Jiangwo said with a teacup in his hand. Smilingly, when Quan nodded and said perfunctorily, the tea is good. As soon as I heard that, Chu Jiangwo immediately came to his feet and hurriedly said, I still have some stock there, so I can take it all to you if you want it. When Quan said, just taste it, I'm not much of a tea drinker. Too pretentious. Chu Jiangwo face smile, immediately stiffened. Dry cough. In fact, I don't really like to drink tea. Are attached. It was at a time when the two sons-in-law were talking awkwardly to each other. Chu Chinga finally walked out of the room. She said to Wen Quan, I'm ready to go home. Are you going? Wen Quan put down the teacup in his hand and said as if nothing had happened. All right, just a ride. One mention of the car. Chu Jiangwo's gaze flickered, and he immediately asked, Xian's son-in-law, you haven't bought a car yet? Fumizumi rolled his eyes. You're damned if you don't know what you're talking about. If I had bought a car, why would I have taken a cab? Chu Jiangwo, without saying a word, directly to their car keys, slapped on the table. Xian's son-in-law, I have a Mercedes-Benz Maybach here, open some years, if you do not mind, take it to try your hand, and so on which day to drive accustomed to, and then we change the good. See this scene. Fumizumi froze for a moment. Search Wang Fan's memory. Since he joined the Chu family, he had never sat in his own father-in-law's car, and when he saw it on weekdays and wanted to get close to observe it, he would be scolded. Had threatened to say, "You can't afford to pay for it if you touch it." At that time, it did not let the inferiority complex in cowardly Wang Fan, for which he was grieved. Only now, when Quan replaced Wang Fan's identity and saw all of this from a third person's perspective, instead looking cloudy. "Forget it, I'm afraid I can't afford to pay for it if I touch it." Having said that, Wen Quan then turned around and walked away without looking back. Chu Jiangwo froze in place as if he were a wooden chicken, his face rather complicated. "Xiaofan, wait a moment," Shen Min shouted. Wen Quan asked, "Anything else?" Shen Min brought a thermos jar from the kitchen and said softly, "This is the 10 complete complimentary soup that I purposely boiled for you, in which all kinds of valuable herbs are put. There are ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, caterpillar fungus and the like, and it's very beneficial to the body if you drink it." "Oh." Wen Quan took it, his face not rising or falling. "After you take it home, drink it with Chu Chinga." Shen Min laughed. Wen Quan didn't respond again and headed straight for the door, and Chu Chinga followed closely behind. Shen Min stood in the doorway and watched the two of them leave. Chu Qingfeng walked over at this time. "Mom, that 10 perfect soup, is there any left in the pot? What do you want?" Chu Qingfeng said. "Of course it is to drink. You give brother-in-law sister are prepared. Can't favor one over the other. There is indeed some left in the pot. However, you can't drink it. It's reserved for your father." Shen Min murmured. Chu Qingfeng asked uncertainly, "Why? You're not married. It's not for you to drink." Shen Min didn't explain and left with these words. Chu Qingfeng was confused on the spot. He scratched his head, puzzled. "What do you have to be married to drink? You've been drinking?" "No. No alcohol. Why are your cheeks red?" Wen Quan asked. "Ha?" Chu Qinga, who was driving, subconsciously touched her face. "Sure enough, a rolling piece. It's probably too hot. Turn up the air conditioning if it's hot. A few $1,000,000 Bentley. It's not like you're going to save this much on gas." When Quan skimmed his lips, Chu Chinga silently turned on the air conditioner. Only her eyes were brimming and she was blushing. Just now in the room, the things Shin Min had explained to her still echoed in her mind and lingered. "Here." When Quan pulled out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Chu Chinga. Chu Chinga froze for a moment. "What is this?" "Inside is $140 million won at the casino yesterday," Wen Quan said. "I don't want it," Chu Chinga said decisively. "Why don't you want it? You're so poor now that you're going to borrow money. And you're still pretending to be a big-tailed wolf to me here," Wen Quan said without curiosity, really wanting to give this deadly stubborn woman a big pussy pocket. "I don't want to take your money," Chu Chinga said bluntly. Wen Quan's complexion moved. His gaze squinted and said, "I'm not really giving it to you. I'm lending it to you. And this money you're taking is subject to interest. Since you are willing to let the loan sharks make money, why don't you give me this opportunity to make money? At least we are still a couple now. Don't worry. I won't be as shady as a loan shark. Just pay me the regular rate for interest." Originally, when Wen Quan took out this card and gave it to Chu Chinga, she was still quite moved. Just the surface of the strong calm, for the time being, cannot pass the heart. Who knows? The moving hadn't lasted 3 seconds. She was offended when the other party said that it was a loan to her and that there was going to be interest. As soon as he took the card, he said with a single word, "Okay, if you want to earn my money so much, then I'll do as you wish, but I'll also make it clear in advance that in case I can't pay it back, you're on your own. There's no money to pay it back. So let's pay with meat. Although I don't like you much, I can barely sleep." When Quan sized up Chu Chinga's bumpy body with interest and said eloquently. Such frivolous words infuriated Chu Chinga. "Wang Fan, you're really a no-nonsense asshole. Get out of the car right now. Right now." Chu Chinga slammed on the emergency brake and shouted hysterically at Wen Quan in the passenger seat. 10 seconds passed. Fumizumi managed to toss himself out of the car and onto the curb. Then, eyes wide open, he watched as Chu Chinga kicked the gas and took off. It's just a joke. Why are you still serious? This woman really can't stand being teased." Fumizumi shook his head and put his hands in his pockets. "I'm afraid I won't be able to get home again today." So he didn't go back. He stopped a cab on the side of the road and went straight to the food market. In greeting the dogs as they leave, he had told the dogs that he would treat them to a big pork knuckle. It doesn't. Things had been settled. So naturally he was going to fulfill his promise. About an hour later, Fumizumi came under the overpass. The big black dog, with its gang of henchmen, had been waiting here for a long time. So, as soon as he saw Wen Quan coming from a long distance away, he rushed over gleefully. "Master, you're here." Wen Quan lit a cigarette and said slowly while swallowing clouds, "Good job today." Big Black Brother shook his head and said, "Thank you for the compliment. Master, It's my honor to help you out. Look at the excitement. That wild tail in the back was about to rival a helicopter's wings at full horsepower. Well, I'm not going to come to falsehoods with you guys. Just now I went to the food market. Originally I wanted to buy a few £100 of big elbows to treat you guys well. However, there wasn't so much stock there, so I contacted the slaughterhouse again, and specially booked a batch of them, and they'll be delivered in about the evening. Quan slowly said, as a successful leader, grace and mercy are the least of these. In this regard, Quan thought to himself that he was still doing extremely well, whether it's the pack of dogs that are now charging for him, or the legion of hornets that had eliminated the black tiger guards for him earlier in the mountains. He never even whored himself out. As long as the other party completes the task, they will immediately discuss the merits and rewards without any delay, and these dogs are easily satisfied. I was instantly excited to hear that there were big elbows to eat. Each one's eyes glistened and wailed. If there were another batch of little bitches to serve you, you would definitely be at the peak of dog life in minutes, and be as happy as a god. Time rushes. It was evening in a flash. When the slaughterhouse car drove under the overpass, it just dumped the car full of big elbows all over the ground. The head of the slaughterhouse was originally confused when he saw this, but when he saw a large group of stray dogs in front of him, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wang, you bought these pork elbows from our factory just to feed the stray dogs? Fumizumi hummed softly. Yes. When the head of the slaughterhouse heard this, he instantly stood in awe, said with feeling, you're really a great benefactor. I've seen people feeding stray dogs, but I've never seen people buying tons of pig's elbows and using trucks to do it. Quan smiled without saying anything and numbly finished paying the other party the final payment. Mr. Wang, our factory still has a lot of pig offal at a very cheap price. If you need it, just order it. After all, feeding elbows to dogs is just too extravagant. Quan's complexion stared, and he said in a serious manner, in other people's eyes they are dogs, but in my eyes, they are all my brothers, and I can't be ambiguous about my brothers. The man in charge froze outright. Ever seen a dog as a son? But those who worship with dogs are very rare. Mr. Wang, the big elbows are all down already. Why don't these dogs eat them? The person in charge just asked this. Next, something that left him dumbfounded happened. Quan stood up straight and yelled, stand in formation. Hundreds of stray dogs sniffing around. Like a well-trained army, they formed several long lines in a matter of seconds. Attention! At ease! Look right! The dogs followed Quan's orders and did so in turn. These moves are specifically designed for people. When a pack of dogs does it, their behavior is more or less comical and odd. One for each dog. Line up to get it. First team first, then next. The second team goes on, and so on. No one gets more than one. If there are any unruly people, once found, they will be severely punished. Dent. The dogs began to follow the instructions and methodically collect the large elbows. They are still true to what Quan arranged. The whole thing was regular and honest, and none of the dogs ran amok. Seeing the scene in front of me, the person in charge of the slaughterhouse and the driver who followed the car, none of them stared in disbelief and sucked in a breath of cold air. Illusion. This shit must be a hallucination. Green Dragon Group, Chief Financial Officer, Mingcheng Wang, was living in his own big villa, hugging the female college student he spent $200,000 a month to adopt. Lying on the soft big sheep bed, the two appear to have just completed an unprecedentedly intense experiment in embryo fusion, was sweating profusely and panting. The female college student kissed Wang Mingcheng's face full of horizontal meat, and then ran naked into the bathroom to take a shower. He himself was content to light a cigar and enjoy the aftertaste of that warmth. It's happening right now. The phone sitting on the nightstand rang. Wang Mingcheng looked away. With that, it was taken and the answer button pressed. Hello, Chairman? Old Wang. Su Wanjun is going to hold a board meeting tomorrow. Have you been notified about this? The person who made the call was no other than Su Yuzhou. As soon as I heard that, Wang Mingcheng laughed and said without thinking, don't worry, Chairman. You know me well. No matter what happens, I will always stand on your side. If Su Wanjun doesn't know how to behave tomorrow, and is determined to make things difficult for you, then I will definitely be the first one to jump out and make her look good. It was answered so. Su Yuzhou was very satisfied, and immediately said, Lao Wang, we have been working together for so many years. You are not only my subordinate, but also my beloved friend and brother. When I have complete control of the company, you will be the founding father, and I will definitely reward you. Wang Mingcheng was delighted and swore, Chairman, even if you don't give me anything, I will still charge and die for you. Su Yuzhou, on the other end of the phone, laughed with a spring in his step. Okay, with words like yours, then I have nothing to worry about. The two men were already in the same boat, working together. Su Yuzhou, even if he doesn't make this call, Wang Mingcheng will also act closely to the other side. As a senior member of the Green Dragon Group, the reason he was able to climb to this position, it relies on a mind that recognizes the times and pinpoints the problems. Within the Green Dragon Group, Su Yuzhou was the real Thai, and Su Wanjun has long been polarized and hollowed out. Not only does she not have any say in the matter, but she also does not have a trusted advisor in the company who can protect her. If she dares to get tough with Su Yuzhou, the result is absolutely certain defeat. It is the realization of this. Wang Mingcheng knows very well what his next move should be. Just got off the phone with Su Yuzhou. Wang Mingcheng was about to put his cell phone back. But, just in time, another call came in. But it was an unfamiliar number. When Wang Mingcheng saw this, he hung up directly and did not answer. Ding dong. Next, the unfamiliar number, which had been hung up on, sent a text message with a picture attached. Mr. Wang, the scenery is very beautiful tonight. Why don't you take out your longtime collection of flying mutai in front of the flowers and under the moon, and have a drink with me? See the words. Wang Mingcheng didn't feel anything. However, when he saw the picture below the text, his pupils couldn't help but contract dramatically. Shown among the pictures, it is a spacious and light balcony. A variety of luxurious decor comes to mind. One of the most eye-catching. It's the crystal light at the top of the picture that is glorious and sparkling. It is a century-old European lamps and lanterns brand, calling on hundreds of craftsmen, handmade limited edition products. The market price of 5 million. The reason why Wang Mingcheng can be recognized at a glance. The reason is simple. Because this crystal lamp, he bought it himself. And everything presented among the pictures was the third-floor balcony of this villa where he was, and the bottle the other guy was holding. It's also a top-shelf white wine that he's been saving for years. No good. There's been a break-in at the house. Wang Mingcheng's eyes snapped open. A bolt of electricity flashed through his mind. He hurriedly got dressed and grabbed a baseball bat that was sitting by the door. Honey, what are you doing? A lover's call came from the bathroom. Wang Mingcheng explained. Stay in the house and don't go out. I'll go and return. Having said that, Wang Mingcheng opened the door to his room and went out softly and slowly. Walked to the stairway. Look upwards. The third floor was found to be really illuminated with lights. His facial muscles twitched viciously. The mind was appalled. Whether it's the villa he's in. Still, the neighborhood where this villa was located had one of the highest security levels in the entire North Sea. How could someone sneak in unnoticed? What's the security guard at the gate for? Cameras all over the area. Why didn't the alarm go off? Wang Mingcheng was puzzled. He was about to call for someone. The other party sent another text message. Mr. Wang, don't act rashly. I came here without any malice. If I wanted to plot against you, then I wouldn't have notified you. Hurry up and come up. Don't stand at the stairway on the second floor. See this text message. Wang Mingcheng was even more surprised. Turning his head, he looked around to see if the man was just around to keep an eye on him. However, poked around in the darkness, and he didn't see anything. How did this guy know I was on the second floor? Also, it's like he knew I was going to call out to someone. Wang Mingcheng muttered in his heart, and a cold sweat couldn't help but break out on his forehead. For insurance purposes, he set the baseball bat aside, and with that, walked straight to the nearby TV stand, pressed the mechanism, opened the mezzanine. A pistol was pulled out of it. Pin the pistol to your belt. He then had the presence of mind to head for the third floor. He'd like to see it. Who is this mysterious man who rushed in, all the way up to the third floor? In the position of the balcony, the figure of a young man was seen, and the other was turning his back to him, sitting at a table, eating and drinking at the same time. There was also a barfing sound coming from his mouth, which seemed very pleasant. Mr. Wang, you finally came up, the youth said without looking back. Come, I've already poured the wine for you. We're meeting for the first time. We absolutely must have a good drink. Wang Mingcheng walked out onto the balcony and looked down towards the youth. The other party looked unfamiliar. He can be sure. Definitely haven't seen it before. What are you? There's no rush. Sit down and take your time. The youth twisted his head and smiled. There was also a mostly gnawed chicken leg in his hand. Wang Mingcheng is kind of a character. Even when he stumbled upon something like this, he remained calm. There was no yelling, nor did they engage in any aggressive behavior, for he also perceived the youth in front of him was not hostile to him. Wang Mingcheng slowly sat down, his eyes never leaving the youth. Mr. Wang, I didn't expect you to be in really good health. You are 56 years old, but you still have a dragon spirit and might. I just counted. From steering the horse to lifting the gun and dismounting the horse, you used a full 3 minutes, and you even didn't rest in the middle of it. Awesome. We are impressed. This statement was made. Wang Mingcheng's face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but be creeped out. How does the other side know such things? Did The other side came in a long time ago. And have surveillance in the room? Think about it. Wang Mingcheng couldn't help but look around again to see if there was any hidden surveillance equipment in the dark. Looked up around. Still nothing. The youth across from him, as if he had seen through his psyche, put down the chicken leg in his hand, sucking on his fingers as he did so, while picking up the red wine on the table. He shook it gently. Mr. Wang, this is your home. Is there any high technology installed? Are you not even sure? Wang Mingcheng's face was grim as he asked. Kid, don't play God. Who the hell are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Fan. I'm a veterinarian. You may not have heard of my name, but you definitely know my wife. The youth said nonchalantly. Your wife? My wife's name is Chu Chinga. She's currently the CEO of Chu's Group, and you should have dealt with each other in the business world. Wen Quan said. Wang Mingcheng was shocked. You're that Chu family flunky? Yes, that's what everyone else calls me. Wen Quan nodded. Wang Mingcheng frowned and said in an icy tone. I don't really know you. What exactly do you intend to do by sneaking into my house? I'm here to ask for your cooperation. Wen Quan opened the door. What can I work with you for? Did Chu Chinga ask you to come? Or did you want to come yourself? Wang Mingcheng asked. Wen Quan shook his head. Neither. I'm here on behalf of another person. Who? Wen Quan paused. Su Wanjun. Mentioned the name. Wang Mingcheng directly froze, and between his eyebrows, a dash of doubt appeared. How does this guy know Su Wanjun? MS. Su is going to hold a board meeting at Green Dragon tomorrow to re-elect the chairman. She asked me to be the lobbyist and ask you to vote for her tomorrow. If you are willing to do so, she will be grateful. Wen Quan said. Wang Mingcheng's eyes flashed with essence. It's amazing that the other side knows about such a confidential matter. It seems. He really knows Su Wanjun. Fumitsugu drank half a glass of red wine. It wasn't swallowed straight down. Instead, he grunted and gargled, before swallowing it in one gulp. Seeing Wang Mingcheng pondering, he did not answer. His eyes slanted and he spoke bluntly. Mr. Wang, as Su Yuzhou's loyal lapdog, I know that you definitely won't agree to the request that I've put forward, so I've purposely prepared something that I want to threaten you into agreeing to. The corner of Wang Mingcheng's eyes danced slightly. Threatening me? Your breath is really not small. Do you want to kill me directly if I don't agree? No. Solving problems with violence is always the next best thing. I'm a person who likes to use my brain. Wen Quan pointed to his temple and said with a sincere face. Humph. Wang Mingcheng said with a sneer. Then I'd like to see what you can come up with to threaten me? Wen Quan raised an eyebrow and whispered. Account number 578622451. Password 644486. This string of numbers. For others it may not feel like much, but for Wang Mingcheng, it caused him to be shocked, his eyeballs glaring nearly bursting. Immediately, in a voice full of shock and horror, he shouted, How did you know? Wen Quan said in a cloudy manner. This is the account you opened in a foreign colorful bank with a deposit balance of $170 million, part of which is the proceeds from your work in the Qinglong Group through making false accounts, and the other part is the reward for you laundering money for someone? According to our criminal law, the sentence for an economic crime of such a large amount is at least 10 years to start with, and all of the family assets are to be forfeited. Wang Mingcheng sucked in a breath of cool air. The eyes looked straight at Wen Quan, as if looking at a devil. How does the other guy know everything about this private account? He had left no record of it, and it was by no means known to any second person in the world but himself. But it's biased. Instead, the other party reported the component numbers of the account with precision and accuracy, even gave him the password. This instant, Wang Mingcheng felt that he was like a stripped clown without any secrets in front of the other party. Anger is born from the heart, and evil is born from the heart. This guy is too dangerous. One's most important secrets were discovered by it. If you don't kill each other, if he waited for it to leak out, then he would surely be doomed. So, this man must not be kept. Either way, shut the other guy up for good. And in this world, only the dead don't talk. Wang Mingcheng's eyes grew cold. One of the hands, slowly, reached behind his waist. There's a way to heaven if you don't go, and there's no door to hell to break in. It was accompanied by a low drink. Wang Mingcheng directly stormed up and took out the pistol hidden in his waist, condescendingly aiming it at Wen Quan's head. The distance between the two sides was only a short meter. Shooting at such a short range, Wang Mingcheng had absolute confidence in blowing his opponent's head off. Facing the blackened muzzle of a gun, Wen Quan's face didn't show any ups and downs. Instead he was very relaxed and lay back. Cross your arms. Cross your legs. Mr. Wang, what are you doing? Knowingly, Wang Mingcheng snapped. How did you get my Colorado bank account and password? I'm sorry, that's my personal secret. No comment, Wen Quan said. If you don't say it, then I'll shoot you to death. Wang Mingcheng roared with rage. When Quan's shoulders spread and he spread his hands and said, then you can shoot. Let's see if it's your bullets that are hard or my head that's hard. You're looking for death. Wang Ming adult ruthless words not much, but also really shot. Only, as soon as the trigger was pulled, the expected sound of a gunshot did not ring out. He pressed it several times in a row. Click, click, click. The pistol was continuously empty. What's going on here? Wang Mingcheng was directly confused. At this point, Fumizumi gave the answer as he reached into his pocket and pulled out something before placing it on the table. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. One by one, golden-colored bullets fell onto the table. A full magazine for this pistol is 7 bullets, and the bullets that fell on the table were exactly 7. Wang Mingcheng looked at the bullets on the table, and the shock in his heart was beyond words. He hid the gun in an extremely concealed location. There is also a special organ. Not even his own lover, the other side actually knew. And all the bullets in this gun were taken by the other guy before he took the gun himself. This instant, Wang Mingcheng finally realized what a scary guy he was facing. All your own secrets, all thoughts, all the arrangements. The other side already knows all about it. It even predicted what he would do next. When Quan flirted, Mr. Wang, just finished playing with guns in bed, and now you're playing with guns in front of me. You can't build it like this even if you're in good health. Wang Mingli looked like a frosted eggplant, completely wilted, eyes unmistakably bleak. He sat back in his chair and asked with a drooping head, what do you want? When Quan pursed his lips and said solemnly, what I want, I've made it clear to you just now. Tomorrow's board meeting will be firmly on Miss Su's side. As long as you're honest and obedient, I'll make sure that your secret won't be known by a third person. Really? Wang Mingcheng's eyes glowed. When Quan said, of course it's true. I'm a person who never lies. Wang Mingcheng looked puzzled and muttered, I'm the only one who supports Su Wanjun. That won't help. Because, basically, all the members of the board of directors are inextricably linked with Su Yucho. The iron rope linking the ships. One glory for all. One loss for all. When Quan laughed loudly, there is no unbreakable alliance in this world. As long as you find the weaknesses, the right medicine, then there is no one I cannot convince. Just like Mr. Wang Yu. Just now the heart is not also full of disdain and resistance it? At this time is not still by my pinch. Can only be obedient? Wang Mingcheng was silent. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Wang, can I take the liberty of asking you a question? When Quan said, Mr. Wang, are you asking how I know these things about you? Wang Mingcheng softly hummed. Yes. He racked his brain and couldn't figure it out. Own these secrets. It was never revealed to outsiders. Even when you act privately on your own, you are prepared to take every precaution. It's unlikely to be discovered by anyone else. Unless this guy sitting across the table can read minds. Otherwise, how does the other person have precise insight into all their secrets and plans? People are doing it. The sky is watching. And if you want people to not know, unless you do it yourself. When Quan pointed to the ceiling and said meaningfully, Wang Mingcheng coughed, rather disappointed. This answer from Wan Quan was tantamount to nothing. Actually, Fumizumi was already answering him. It's just that he doesn't pay attention to details and doesn't notice. Because, Fumizumi raised his hand in the direction. There's a mosquito right on the ceiling. And Wang Mingcheng's every move is under this mosquito's tight surveillance. Well, since Mr. Wang is willing to cooperate, I'll leave first. By the way, as a sign of sincerity, I'm going to tell you a secret that even you don't know. Wan Quan took a drink from his glass of white wine and got up from his chair. What secret? Wang Mingcheng asked. When Quan said, that female college student is indeed quite tender and good-looking. I'd like her if I were you. But she's a spy Su Yujo has planted by your side. How is this possible? Wang Mingcheng asked. If you don't believe me, when she falls asleep at night, check her cell phone. The password is 7489. Having said that, when Quan patted Wang Mingcheng's shoulder, although women are good, but playing too much also hurt the body especially this kind of vixen disguised as a little sheep. 2 days ago, when Quan transformed a batch of mosquitoes through beast god Yuan Qi, and he has made this group of mosquitoes an intelligence sting squad, according to what Su Wanjun had sent him, the details of the various executives and shareholders of the Green Dragon Group. He then arranged for these mosquitoes to keep a one-on-one eye on them and steal their secrets. Tonight, it is the night of his closing. Originally, it was just an experiment. If it works, it's good. If it doesn't, it's a way to gain experience. However, when he saw these mosquitoes again and saw the results of their battle, it was an instant shock. The ability of these mosquitoes to pry for information is just too strong. But any target that is in their sights is under surveillance 24 hours a day, almost all the time. And it's on God's view, nothing to hide. No dead ends. What have they done? What was said? With whom was contact made? It's all recorded in real time by the mosquitoes. It doesn't. Wang Mingchang is a stark example. From the moment when Quan walked into the villa, he knew all the information about this person, Wang Mingchang, like the back of his hand. So, what does Wang Mingchang have in mind? What's going on? It was all preempted by Wen Quan, and Wang Mingchang was like a stripped pig in Wen Quan's eyes, a bare piece with no secrets to tell. 11:30. After leaving from Wang Mingchang's place, Wen Quan hoofed it to the next place, the largest investment and financial company in the Dragon Kingdom, Yunxin Investment Bank. Its headquarters is located in the tallest office building in the busiest business district of Beihai, even though it was nearly midnight. Inside the building, however, the lights remained on. Look in through the bright glass windows. Inside the large office, you can see many company employees dressed in formal attire, busy at their posts. Can work here. None of them are social elites. In this day and age, there are no more secure professions than doctors and lawyers. And when it comes to the most lucrative careers, it is not the financial industry. Even if it is a handyman, the annual salary is at the level of millions. And the work done by these all-night, busy market analysts, stock traders, it's about giving small companies with potential a snowball's chance in hell, putting the icing on the cake of becoming a giant unicorn in the industry. Every transaction, there is a risk of losing your money. It is also possible to receive thousands of times the return. To put it bluntly, it's nothing but 4 words. Money for money. They're not banks, but are in a business that makes more money than the banks. No exaggeration. As long as the company is listed in the Dragon Kingdom, basically Yunxin Investment Bank has participated in the investment, with traces of its capital operation. The major shareholder of Qinglong Group is none other than Yunxin Investment Bank, occupying approximately 12% of the original stock. Although Yunxin Investment Bank only cares about earning money and not about operations, he will also have some voice if he participates in the board of directors. Inside the president's office, the secretary knocked on the door. Turning to LV Yenliang, the executive president of Yunxin Investment Bank, he said respectfully, "Mr. LV, there's someone outside who wants to come see you." "Who is he?" He said that he is the representative of the Green Dragon Group and would like to discuss with you about the specific matters regarding the Green Dragon Group's board meeting tomorrow. The secretary said. Hear that? Lu Yenliang couldn't help but frown. The mind muttered. Weird. A representative from the Green Dragon Group just came by. And it's all been talked out for tomorrow. How come there's another one now? After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yenliang said, "Let him come in." Yes, the secretary led the way out. Not a moment too soon. When the door to the office opened again, a handsome-looking young man slowly walked in. Lu Yenliang looked up at the visitor, and after a brief survey, he said, "Please have a seat." Wen Quan wasn't polite either, and sat down directly across from the other party. "Sir, I don't know your name?" Lu Yenliang asked politely. Wen Quan said, "Wang Fan." Lu Yenliang froze for a moment, both for the youth in front of him and for the taboo the other party had signed up for. He felt extremely unfamiliar. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "Just now, Mr. Su has already sent his secretary over to greet him. I wonder if Mr. Wang is coming over this time to add to certain matters?" Wen Quan said, "Mr. Lu, you've misunderstood. I'm not here on behalf of Su Yuzhou, but on behalf of Miss Su Wanjun." "Oh," Lu Yenliang pretended to be surprised. In fact, he'd guessed that was the case. "So it's someone from MS. Su's side." I said, "Why is it so unfamiliar? The one who has been dealing with us before is Mr. Su." Wen Quan pursed his lips and said, "Starting tomorrow, the person in charge of the Green Dragon Group will no longer be surnamed Su, but Su." "Mr. Wang, what does that mean?" Lu Yenliang asked. Wen Quan didn't beat around the bush and asked bluntly, "Mr. Lu, since Su Yucho has already sent someone here, he must have talked to you about the voting matter for tomorrow's board meeting." Lu Yenliang nodded and admitted decisively, "Mr. Su's secretary is indeed here for this matter. So you agree to vote for him?" Vin Quan asked. Lu Yenliang leaned his elbows on the desk, crossed his arms, and said with a smile on his face, "Yes." Wen Quan said, "Can you change it? Instead of voting for Su Yuzhou tomorrow, you can switch to MS. Su." Lu Yenliang shook his head and said with a serious expression, "No way. I promised Mr. Su that I would definitely support him with my full support tomorrow. And I'm a person who always pays attention to promises and will never go back on my word easily." When Quan paused his voice and slowly asked, "Mr. Lu, what kind of benefits did Su Yuzhou give you?" "Mr. Wang, you're overthinking it. Mr. Su didn't give me any benefits," Lu Yenliang said without thinking. "Then why are you supporting him?" Lu Yenliang explained. The reason why I support Mr. Su is purely out of consideration for the long-term interests of the investment bank. Mr. Su has been at the helm of Qinglong Group for many years, and during his tenure as chairman, the company's performance has steadily improved, and the stock market is even better, and I support his re-election. This is definitely the wisest choice at the moment. If there is a change of command on the verge, then the Green Dragon Group is bound to cause chaos, and the stock is bound to plummet with it, and what is lost in the end is the interests of the investment bank after all. Any decision I make as a senior member of Yunqin Investment Bank must uphold the interests and development of the investment bank. Speaking of which, he gazed at Wen Quan and said in a serious tone, Mr. Wang, with all due respect, Miss Su doesn't have much of a chance of winning. She's been out of the core of the group for too long. She's already incapable of leading the company any longer. And the cards in her hand are even more stretched to the limit. She simply doesn't have the strength to fight against Mr. Su. Instead of being pushed to the brink of extinction, and being defeated in one fell swoop, she might as well know better, and concede defeat in advance. It's also good to retain some face. Lu Yenliang is a very sensible person. Every word and action is about the word interest. Instead of saying he's a person, it would be better to say that he is, like, a money-making machine so cold that he has no feelings whatsoever. When Quan picked up a fountain pen from the table and twirled it in his fingertips. Mr. Lu, what if I were to favor you to vote for MS Su? Lu Yenliang smiled faintly. I'm sorry, forgive me, my education does not allow me to do something so stupid. When Quan's eyes flashed with a brilliant aura as he said decisively, you have no room to refuse. Lu Yenliang's expression was slightly frozen. Mr. Wang, buying and selling is something that you and I are willing to do. If I'm not willing to do it, then I'm not willing to do it. And it's pointless for you to bother with more words. Do it for someone else. If he heard Wen Quan say that, he would definitely burst into a rage. But Lu Yenliang didn't. A good upbringing, coupled with a steady, introspective nature, had long kept him from being joyful. The two men looked at each other. Neither of them are talking. A quiet fell over the office. Lu Yenliang smiled warmly. Wen Quan, however, was expressionless, the pen in his hand turning faster and faster. This staggering of fronts in the midst of silence was like the calm before a storm. About a minute later, Fumizumi is finally starting to zoom in. Mr. Lu, your company in the past 10 years, the total profit of 870 billion, while the amount of tax evasion is as high as 47.1 billion. If this matter, let the Securities and Exchange Commission to find out. Will trigger what consequences? A cloudy phrase, but it was nothing less than a thunderclap on the ground. The muscles at the corners of Lu Yenliang's eyes twitched violently. He still maintained his calm as water demeanor. Mr. Wang, what are you saying? Why can't I understand? When Quan snorted coldly and said with sharp eyes, Mr. Lu, the bright people don't talk in the dark. Since I opened my mouth, there is no need for you to pretend to be confused. If you wait for me to make everything clear, I'm afraid that you won't have much face on your face either. Lu Yenliang shook his head. I really don't understand. Mr. Lu, you're also a smart person. Like this kind of luck and pretense trick, it's better not to get it, so as not to make me look down on you. When Quan said indifferently. Lu Yenliang was silent, eyes twinkling in thought. How did this guy know about this? And specific numbers were reported, like the amount of profit versus the amount of tax evasion. Usually two earnings reports are made. One copy is put on the surface and publicized. The other share is secretly hidden for private coordination and dividends. Only a small group of people from the inner core of the company would know about it. All materials are also kept strictly confidential and stored in a very secure place and cannot be accessed individually without the permission of the major shareholders. The further you think about it, the more Lu Yenliang was puzzled. Looking at the other side, it doesn't look like they're singing an empty song. Instead, they have a sure thing. If the other person just blurts it out, that Lu Yenliang naturally wouldn't believe it. But the other side exploded with specific numbers. Without having read the classified information, how is it possible to be so precise? Seeing Lu Yenliang there to start a brainstorming session, Wen Quan said lightly, Mr. Lu, don't think about it. You can't imagine how I learned about this. The only thing you can do now is to obediently listen to me, and vote for MS Su in the board meeting tomorrow. In this way, I will naturally keep the secret for you. If not, then I'm sorry. I will submit the specific materials about your company's illegal and criminal behavior to the relevant departments, and at that time, what kind of turmoil will be triggered will be none of my business. Having said that, when Quan got up straight away and was about to walk towards the door, just got halfway there, but Lu Yenliang called out to him, Mr. Wang, please stay. The corners of Wen Quan's mouth rose slightly. The heart was ecstatic. Hey, took another one. Wen Quan stood still and didn't move, turning his head and asking, Mr. Lu, have you thought it over? Lu Yenliang coughed. Mr. Wang, it's true that our investment bank hasn't done anything illegal. If that's the case, then what's there to say? Wen Quan droned in a cold voice. Wait, LV Yenliang hurriedly said. I know Mr. Wang as soon as we met, and I'm happy to make you a friend. Since my friend needs help, then I, LV, will be obliged to do so. Hear that? Wen Quan burst out laughing. Immediately, he stated, Mr. Lu, from now on, you are my hand and foot brother and beloved family friend. Zhang Shengshi had just finished socializing, walking out of the hotel smelling of booze. May I ask if this is Mr. Zhang? It was at this point that a young man walked up to him. Zhang Shengshi gave the other a drunken look and whispered, It's a chauffeur, right? The young man hesitated for a second, then nodded. Yes. Zhang Shengshi pulled out the keys to the Land Rover from his pocket and handed them to the young man. Times Public House. The other party took the key and said with a smile, Great, please get in the car. I'll send you there. A few moments later, the young man was driving in front of the car, and Zhang Shengshi lay back on all fours, huffing and puffing. Not a moment's sleep. He was then awakened by a sharp ringing. Who? Zhang Shengshi shouted without any good humor. Squinting, he glanced at the caller ID. With that, the entire group was refreshed. Hey, Su, elder brother Zhang. I didn't disturb your sleep when I called so late, did I? Su Yuzhou's voice came from the other end of the phone. No. I just came back from drinking outside too. Zhang Shengshi laughed. The two men exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Su Yuzhou spoke of business. Elder brother Zhang, I'm going to have to ask you to take care of things tomorrow. Zhang Shengshi laughed and said with full assurance. Brother Su, we've worked together for so many years. When have I ever let you down? Don't worry about it. I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow. And we'll be invincible as brothers. Thank you so much. If I can kick Su Wanjun out, then I'll just make the call and give you that piece of land in the north of the city. Su Yuzhou said. Zhang Shengshi was instantly ecstatic. And then, one after another, he patted Su Yuzhou's ass. The conversation between the two didn't last long. It was also over in 2 or 3 minutes. Just got off the phone. Zhang Shengshi then shouted, Roll down the window and stop the car. The car stopped. Zhang Shengshi then slumped on the car window and whimpered, vomiting all the alcohol in his stomach. After the vomit, he wiped his mouth as he looked up toward the outside. This is not to be seen. One look at it was a shock. It was pitch black all around, with no semblance of light. A cold wind suddenly blew through the empty wilderness, sending shivers down his spine. Zhang Shengshi was shocked and cursed. Grandma's leg? Where the hell did you take the car? I don't know. It's just a random drive. You work as a chauffeur. You don't know? Zhang Shengshi became furious. There's no rule that says chauffeurs aren't allowed to get lost. The man driving the car turned his head and said to Zhang Shengshi with a smile on his face. The grin revealed a brilliant mouthful of large white teeth. Zhang Shengshi cursed at the top of his voice. Grass. Hurry up and drive back to me. Mr. Zhang, I'm actually not of LA, but someone sent by MS. Su to negotiate with you. At this point, it was only then that Wen Quan finally revealed his identity. Zhang Shengshi froze for a moment, presumably because he drank too much wine. His brain is still a little bit not sober. Miss Su. Which Miss Su? Su Wanjun? Yes. Fumizumi admitted of his own accord. This next. Zhang Shengshi's wine instantly sobered up. He squinted his eyes and said, Good boy. You're playing infernal affairs on me. Wen Quan's gaze flickered as he muttered, Mr. Zhang, I have limited time. After I finish talking to you, I still have to go talk to the next one. So just give me a quick word on whether or not you're willing to stand on MS. Su's side. Zhang Shengshi said with a sneer. When I called just now, I'm sure you heard it. Su Cheng is my hand and foot brother. Do you think that it's possible for me to betray him? Wen Quan said, It's definitely possible. A two-faced, unprincipled fellow like you. There's nothing you can't do. This statement was made. Zhang Shengshi changed his face and lowered his voice. Kid, how many times do you mean? Wen Quan said, It's just the truth. Don't take it personally, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Shengshi swung up his sleeve and snapped, Grass, the tiger is not powerful. You think I'm a sick cat? Get out of the car for me and see how I'll beat you up. Wen Quan is still really obedient. People told him to get out of the car. So he did. Zhang Shengshi pressed down on the joints of his hands. A cold aura flashed in his eyes. There is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell to barge in. To actually dare to negotiate with in such a way, you're afraid that you haven't heard of my Thunderbolt Hand's mighty name. Actually, according to Zhang Shengshi's rank, traveling is all about bringing bodyguards. However, he's traditionally been a loner and a loner. In the Jianghu, No one dares to hit him. The reason is simple. He himself is a master of martial arts. Strength reached the realm of body tempering great perfection. A thunderbolt hand move is not only as fast as lightning, it can break rocks. Moreover, there is also a horizontal training skill practiced. Swords and spears are invulnerable, and all poisons are invulnerable. Previously, a hairy thief had tried to kidnap him, and instead of succeeding, he was killed on the spot by Zhang Shengshi. Since then, both in the jungle and in the business world, the name Zhang Shengshi was completely infamous, not to mention the most profitable boss, definitely the most capable boss. Looked at Zhang Shengshi's open stance. When Quan is not panicked, he stood in place, quietly looking at the other side. Paragraph opening, Zhang Shengshi, formerly known as Li Erdog, from a remote village in Nanling, since childhood and an old monk to learn martial arts, 16 years old, because of the fights and assaults and manslaughter, was arrested and sentenced to life imprisonment in prison. After 6 months of service, you killed your jailer and escaped, smuggled yourself out of the country, had plastic surgery, and changed your name to Huan. As a result, in less than 3 years, you killed your partner again because of a financial dispute and were hunted down by the patrol battalion. So you once again fled abroad, first changing your face and name, and returned to the Dragon Kingdom for the second time under the identity of Zhang Shengshi. Hear that? Zhang Shengshi's face changed drastically. How do you know these things? When Quan said without moving, Mr. Zhang, if you cooperate with me, about these past events of yours, I will not disclose a word to the outside. You can still rest easy to do your Zhang boss. If you are not willing to, then sorry, the second half of your life will be greeted with a glance will not be able to see the head of the disaster of prison. Maybe, there will be a death sentence. The anger on Zhang Shengshi's face plummeted, but chills stirred. Obviously, he had moved to kill. When Quan naturally saw through the other party's mentality. It's really a good place to kill someone in the dark, with no one around. When Quan laughed and pointed forward, Mr. Zhang, if you take a look towards that side, don't you think it looks a bit familiar? Zhang Shengshi subconsciously skimmed. It was also the skimming that made him unable to stop his eyes from widening. His face filled with horror. In front of you is a mass grave. You will separately bring Peng Xiaofei, Yuan Jia, and your lover Gui Xiaoli and a total of 8 people here to be killed and then buried here. One Quan said. Every time he opens his mouth, none of them is a flat-out thunderbolt. Zhang Shengshi's face was grim as he coldly looked at Wen Quan. Who the hell are you and why do you know so much about me? Wen Quan moistened his throat and said in a calm tone, Mr. Zhang, I don't want to say any unnecessary words. Still, as long as you're willing to stand on Miss Su's side, everything will be fine. Compared to the brotherhood between you and Su Yucho, I think these secrets are the things you should maintain more, right? It was these calm words that set off 10,000 waves in Zhang Shengshi's heart. His mind flew like lightning. Calculating what to do next? Think about it. There is only one way to solve the dilemma at hand. That's killing this guy. The only people in the world who don't reveal secrets are the dead, as long as they are killed on the spot. And then, find a place to dig a hole and bury it. Then they can go home and sleep peacefully. Anyway, in the past, when he encountered things and people he couldn't handle, it's all about solving the trouble once and for all in this way. Mr. Zhang, I see that you're also a smart person. If you want to deal with me by killing and exterminating me, then I'd advise you to put that idea to rest, because not only will you not succeed, but it's also highly likely that you'll get yourself involved. Since I know about your past and your character, and I still dare to come to see you alone, it's enough to say that I'm 100% sure that I can ensure my own safety. When Quan remained calm, not even moving his legs by half a step, it was as if he was an inscrutable and brilliant chess player. Life is like chess, and every step of the change was in his calculations. The thing I hate the most is when someone threatens me, and those guys I killed off before were exactly like that. Zhang Shengshi said, the flickering light in his eyes gradually going crazy. When Quan said, I won't let you do it. That's for your own good. If you're so inclined, then whatever. After I kill you, I'll just go to your wife. It's the same thing if she comes to vote or if you do. Anyway, the end. He also asked emphatically. So, Mr. Zhang, are you sure you want to make a move on me? Zhang Shengshi didn't open his mouth to speak, but replied to Wen Quan with a practical action. Zhang Shengshi's figure was like a sharp vector off the string as he rushed towards Wen Quan. In the meantime, clenching his hand into a fist, he hit Wen Quan's head with a heavenly blast. This punch if it's solid. Zhang Shengshi had absolute confidence that he could make the other party die on the spot. Seeing this, Wen Quan shook his head. I gave you a chance. It's you who didn't cherish it. In that case, go to hell. The words fell. He did not meet Zhang Shengshi. Instead, he turned around in style and pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket. It was too late. Zhang Shengshi rushed to his heels, and the powerful fist was only a stone's throw away from Wen Quan's head. However, it is this less than 3 centimeters at hand, but it became a chasm that Zhang Shengshi had difficulty crossing in his life. Dent! Only a black shadow suddenly flashed by. Zhang Shengshi was knocked straight away. What a guy! Zhang Shengshi shouted, then looked up, realizing that the black shadow that had just knocked himself away was not a person, but a black dog. The other side stood in the middle of the darkness. It was as if he was one with the darkness. Those green pupils emitted a weird glow, as if they were ghostly flames floating in hell. These green pupils were originally only a pair, but it was only a blink of an eye. The second pair showed up. Third pair, fourth pair, fifth pair. At the end of the day, countless green pupils surrounded them all in all directions. If each pair of pupils represented a dog, there would be at least 100 dogs around. Zhang Shengshi's eyebrows jumped in alarm. What's with all the dogs all of a sudden? Where did they come from? And what's the point of running here? One question after another puzzled Zhang Shengshi. In the middle of the darkness, the dogs were closing in on him. The big black dog that appeared at the very beginning was even more powerful. On this dog, Zhang Shengshi felt, like a substance, a dash of death. Wen Quan lit his cigarette. While swallowing clouds and fog, he gave orders, don't bite your head off. Later I have to take pictures and send them to his wife, who agreed to cooperate with me on condition that she kills him. When the last word landed, the dog pack, led by the big black dog, launched a tidal wave-like attack on Zhang Shengshi. Woof woof woof. These dogs are upgraded and modified version 2.0. Whether it was running speed, attack or defense, it was far beyond the dog species. Plus there are so many of them. Even if Zhang Shengshi's martial arts skills were high and his strength was not bad, he was likewise unable to resist this kind of dog sea tactics. Just a charge. His whole body was then bitten all over, except for the head. There's not a piece of good flesh on his body. As the pain tore through him, he clenched his teeth and looked down. You don't know until you see it. One look at it was a shock. Originally a 180-pound body, only 120 pounds left. As for the other 40 pounds that disappeared out of thin air, it had been turned into mincemeat and chewed off by the pack of dogs. Zhang Shengshi had never seen the punishment of lynching, but seeing it in such a state, I'm sure the ancient punishment of lynching is no match for this. Slowly looking up, look at the surrounding packs of dogs eyeing the tiger. His heart went cold. This moment, he was already remorseful. Immediately, he turned to Wen Quan and begged for mercy. Your Excellency, I'll listen to you in everything. Please let me go. As long as you're willing to let me off the hook, I'll be a slave and a maidservant for the rest of my life, and I'll repay you for not killing me. Wen Quan spat out a smoke ring, lightly said, cannot be released. If I let you go, then your wife is in danger, because your son is not your biological, but your wife cheated on you with someone else to match the seed. You want to know this matter? Will certainly kill, in order to prevent the tragedy. I can only take your life, in exchange for your wife's happiness of the whole family. Zhang Shengshi was like a thunderbolt and cried out in shock. What are you saying? My son is not my biological son? Yes, it's your good brother's seed. Wen Quan added again. What does it mean to kill and kill? That's killing people to kill them. Not only did he want Zhang Shengshi to die, but he also wanted him to die in peace and die of gas. Ha! How dare you not cooperate with me, and try to kill me to silence me? Then I'll let you enjoy the old cunt's cruel and sadistic methods. Sure enough, being stimulated by Wen Quan like this, Zhang Shengshi directly went crazy and let out a burst of angry roar. Ah! I'll kill you all. Only, the big picture is set. His madness has been impotent rage. The dogs once again launched a tidal wave attack, and in a short while, Zhang Shengshi's sturdy body collapsed with a loud bang and was completely overwhelmed by the group of dogs. Wen Quan extinguished the cigarette in his hand and pulled out his cell phone from his pocket. Enough is enough. Let's leave it at that. The person is dead through and through. I'm afraid there won't even be any bones left if he bites down further. Walk over and take a look. Only the head of Zhang Shengshi was left intact. All other parts were chewed up by the dogs. Some of the dogs were still full of blood and intent. Wen Quan turned on the video function of his cell phone and recorded a 30-second video of Zhang Shengshi's enraged corpse. Subsequently, sent to an account. About a minute later, an unfamiliar phone call came in. A woman's voice. MS. Phone, you saw your husband's death, didn't you? Just finished reading it. I have done what I promised you, and as for what you promised me, I hope I can fulfill it truthfully. Wen Quan laughed. The woman said softly, that's natural. Not only will I support Mr. Su tomorrow, but I will also transfer 3% of the shares in Zhang Shengshi's hands, all of them free of charge, to Mr. Su. Wen Quan let out a loud laugh and praised from the bottom of his heart. Miss Feng, you are really a smart woman. Hang up. Wen Quan rubbed a fireball in his hands. The remaining bodies of Zhang Shangshi, along with his Land Rover, were burned to the ground. Look at the fire that's rushing through the sky. Wen Quan stopped to watch, and after staying for a moment, he turned around and disappeared into the darkness of the night. It's 5 in the morning, 2 hours to dawn. The board meeting will be held at approximately 10 a.m. So, Wen Quan has 5 hours to interview those remaining on the list, one by one. Sure, this interview is in quotes. Intelligence gathered through the Mosquito Squad. He knew every person on the list like an omniscient vision of God. Facing Wen Quan's undisguised threat, most people choose to give in. There's nothing you can do without giving in. Because the secrets held in Wen Quan's hands were enough to make them lose their names and die without a burial place, there was also a small group of people, like Zhang Shangshi, who took a chance and preferred to die. Results: none of it ended well. Wen Quan did a double take before he approached them, whether it's staying cooperative, or kill them off and arrange for the next replacement. Just for one night, Su Yuzhou's unbreakable alliance of interests was directly dismantled by Wen Quan in such a way. The situation of offense and defense, but also instantly changed shape. Next, just waiting for the good stuff to start tomorrow. Time rushes by in the blink of an eye, and it was 9 in the morning. Wen Quan had just about finished his work when a call came to his cell phone. He took it out and was taking a look at it. On the caller ID, it was none other than Su Wanjun. Hey, MS. Su, Wen Quan greeted moodily. Su Wanjun on the other end of the phone, no nonsense, opened the door and asked, Dr. Wang, how are things done? Wen Quan said, it's already 8 or 9. Really? What's gotten into you? Su Wanjun subconsciously asked. It's been 3 days. She was unable to eat or sleep, worried and sad. Ever since Wen Quan had asked her to call a board meeting, it had been clear to her that she had stepped onto a path from which there was no turning back. Success. Then he could get control of the Green Dragon Group and completely get rid of Su Yuzhou's control. Failed. Then there is a high probability that she will lose everything she has today, and even her personal safety will be difficult to guarantee. However, even so, she still chose to believe in Fumizumi and carry the water. Wen Quan took a moment to think and opened his mouth to say, MS. Su, this matter is a long story. I can't tell you in a moment, inside the phone, but if you believe me, then you don't have to care about anything. Just hold the board meeting according to the original plan, and the surprise will naturally appear inadvertently. Su Wanjun froze. She had no idea about the Wen Quan operation. From start to finish, she didn't even know what the other was up to. If the one who said these words was replaced by someone else, then Su Wanjun would have never believed it. But the person in question was Wen Quan, the man who had saved her from danger so many times. For this man, Su Wanjun had an inexplicable sense of trust. Even if the other person writes a blank check and gives her a pie in the sky over and over again, she still chooses to believe in them unwaveringly. The board meeting will start in an hour, and the various top executives as well as shareholders of the Green Dragon Group have already arrived one after another. Su Wanjun slowly said, at this very moment, she's at the headquarters of the Green Dragon Group. Believe it or not, to say you're not worried or not questioning it is surely bullshit. After all, Wen Quan is going to do this thing. The genus is outrageous. This is even more outrageous than a chicken paying homage to a weasel. So much so that it gave Su Wanjun a dreaming trance. Wen Quan swore, Miss Su, I do the fastest speed to your side to rush. I hope to be able to before the board of directors held to arrive at the scene. If it really cannot catch up, that does not affect anything. Anyway, already everything is ready. All we need is the east wind. Su Wanjun softly hummed and asked a crucial question in a low voice. How many shareholders are willing to take my side? How much do you need? It's going to take at least 3/5 of that for me to make sure I take back control of the Green Dragon Group. MS. Su, the answer I'm going to tell you is 90%, Wen Quan said with a bang. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line at first. Immediately, only to hear Su Wanjun giggle, Dr. Wang, you're really humorous. 90% of this, how can it be? There are some neutral factions that you can fight for, but there are some die-hard loyalists, and Su Yuzhou is completely wearing the same pants. It is impossible for them to come to my side. According to Su Wanjun's own estimation, that's even if Wen Quan Sky God came down and operated pulling full. At best, they're fighting for 60% support. Even so, that too had been the limit of her imagination. Because it's clear to everyone, Su Yuzhou's control of the company has long been entrenched. Is it not true that 3 feet of ice can't be frozen in a single day? It was only Su Wanjun who was willing to believe that Wen Quan could perform a miracle. Change it to any random person. Hear about it. There were only 4 words in that brain. Never. Don't say 3 days. Even if it's for 3 years. There's no way to nibble on Su Yuzhou's coalition of interests. It's come to this. when Quan still maintained the mystery of the incident and did not reveal the truth to Su Wanjun. Wait until this call is over. Instead of relaxing, Su Wanjun became more apprehensive. Knock knock. It was at this moment that a knock sounded at the door. Miss Su. Mr. Ruan is coming over, the bodyguard Zi Long informed. Let her in. When the door to the reception room was opened, a woman of great charm and grace walked in with quick steps. The other party's name was Ruan Lingyu, who was both Su Wanjuan's good friend and one of the shareholders of Qinglong Group. Yuan Jun, are you going to take back control of the company? Yes, Ruan Lingyu asked. Why didn't you greet me before? This decision is too sudden. I also just decided on it a few days ago, Su Wanjun said. Ah, Ruan Lingyu was startled. It seems the rumors are true. What really? Su Wanjun asked uncertainly. Ruan Lingyu said truthfully. They said that you had a falling out with Su Yucho and were grabbing control of the Green Dragon Group. Originally I didn't believe it, but looking at your gesture, I guess it's really the same thing. Su Wanjun laughed, picking up the coffee on the table and taking a sip. What do you think my chances of winning are? Do you want to hear the truth, or do you want to hear a lie? Ruan Lingyu asked. Nonsense. Of course it's the truth. Su Wanjun gave her a blank look. Ruan Lingyu's middle finger and thumb, fingertips together, made a zero-egg gesture. No chance of winning. What makes you say that? Isn't this a plain fact? Apart from me and a few shareholders, who can support you unconditionally? The vast majority of the shareholders are bound to side with Su Yujo. Is there a possibility that they are willing to betray Su Yujo and switch to among my camp? Su Wanjun asked softly as her eyes swirled. Yes, Ruan Lingyu said decisively. Unless you can offer a more lucrative bargaining chip than Su Yucho. However, none of the Qinglong Group is in your hands, and to compare it to buying people's hearts, the benefits you can come up with are simply not comparable to Su Yucho's. Hojo, those old foxes, every one of them is like a human savant, playing up the tendency to avoid profit and greed to the extreme. If there is no actual benefit, just relying on verbal promises, they won't support you. Su Wanjuan's heart fluttered, her face complex as she asked, could it be that I really have no chance of winning at all? Unless a miracle happens. No, I should say a miracle. Otherwise, you can't win against Su Yujo, Ruan Lingyu said. Suddenly, the light in Su Wanjuan's eyes instantly dimmed. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to admit that what Ruan Lingyu said was indeed a fact that was hard to change. Ruan Lingyu came to Su Wanjuan's ear and said softly, just yesterday, I've already probed for you. About 90% of the shareholders will be on Su Yucho's side. 90%? Hearing this figure again, Su Wanjun was filled with surprise and asked offhandedly, is it reliable? It's absolutely reliable, and it's already a nail in the coffin, Ruan Lingyu said. Su Wanjuan's heart was instantly cold. Ruan Lingyu's energy is not small. Since she dares to say so, then after all, there is some basis for it, and it is definitely not an empty claim. This next, Su Wanjun gradually began to be upset and fell into a daze. Fumizumi told her verbally, 90% will support her. Now, Ruan Lingyu told her the exact opposite. For a moment, she doesn't even know who to trust anymore, compared to Su Wanjuan's indecision on her side. On the contrary, Su Yujo was springy and happy. After all his maneuvering, this has now been finalized. About 90% or more of the shareholders or executives were willing to support him for a second term as chairman of Green Dragon Group. The last mission failed. He was worried about what to do next. Who knows? Su Wanjun, however, took the initiative to come to the door. The other side actually dared to convene a board of directors to fight with him? This is really an old granny into the nest. To the master of the whole laugh, Su Yujo looked down at the time. It was 9:30, half an hour before the board meeting was to begin. But, one by one, people are already arriving one after another. Su Yujo rushed forward to greet him. Before he had time to greet this human being, Su Yujo saw Su Wanjun with her people, walking over in great numbers. Sister-in-law, you're here. Su Yujo immediately stepped forward and took the initiative to greet her. Su Wanjun nodded slightly towards him. Yujo, it's been hard on you these days. It's not hard work. Bowing and scraping for the company is supposed to be my part. Su Yujo laughed. Su Wanjun's eyes flashed as she said in a low voice, I'm convening the board of directors today with no other intention than to seek the opinions of all the shareholders to see what they have to say about the future development of Qinglong Group. I understand and will fully support you. Sister-in-law, Su Yujo said with conviction. As the saying goes, a master's move is a deadly move. Even by this time, the two didn't tear themselves apart in the open either. Words were exchanged, constantly tried and pulled wildly. People who don't know. It was thought that the relationship between them was still intact and not broken. Go about your business. Don't worry about me, Su Wanjun said. Su Yujo nodded. Sister-in-law, then I'll go over first. A few more old friends have come. I have to treat them well. The words fell. Su Yujo then left straight away. As the two main protagonists of today's board meeting, on Su Yujo's side, it was a lively and crowded place. Su Wanjuan's side, on the other hand, was so cold that there weren't even a few people who came over to greet her. Even if someone saw her, they wouldn't know who she was if they weren't introduced. Seeing such a situation, the ominous premonition in Su Wanjuan's heart became stronger and stronger. And Ruan Lingyu stood beside Su Wanjun and asked tentatively, Wanjun, I don't think you are an impulsive person. You won't fight this kind of battle without certainty. Have you prepared any secret weapon? Su Wanjun pursed her lips. Where do I have any secret weapons? Ruan Lingyu was astonished. If not, then how do you dare to rival Su Yujo? Look at those who greeted him. All of them are his supporters. At that time, at the board meeting, it will definitely be a lopsided situation. Su Wanjun didn't say another word as she silently looked at her cell phone, waiting for Wen Quan to call. But, wait a while. Seeing that the board meeting was about to start, she still hadn't waited for Wen Quan to show up. Miss Su, time has come. It's time to go in, Zi Long reminded. Su Wanjun nodded and glanced towards the end of the corridor. She was about to enter when the phone finally rang. Ms. Su, I'm afraid I can't make it. Su Wanjuan's face changed slightly. What's wrong? Traffic jam on the road. It will take at least another half an hour, Wen Quan said. Oh. Su Wanjun was obviously a bit lost. Wen Quan hurriedly gave her a shot in the arm. Ms. Su, actually it doesn't matter if I get there or not. You're sure to win. Dr. Wang. I see that the situation seems to be a bit ominous. Those weighty shareholders seem to still be fans of Su Yucho. Su Wanjun said. That's all an illusion. When it comes time to actually vote, they'll definitely vote for you, Wen Quan said. Su Wanjun was speechless. Fumizumi spoke in a tone of voice. It's too much like a scumbag's words when he's dealing with a woman. The facts are all in front of us. And yet, they are still dead set in their ways, turning black and white upside down. Wait, when I enter the conference room, is there anything I need to pay attention to, such as whether there are any slogans or gestures that carry out hints? Su Wanjun asked. Wen Quan said. No, it would have been a simple thing. I didn't make it that complicated. Simple? This is a major meeting that will determine the future course of the $100 billion group. The complexity of it. It's just hard to put into words. However, in Wen Quan's mouth, the word simple comes out. In Su Wanjuan's heart, the trust that was originally as stable as a rock could not help but be shaken a little. I must be crazy. Otherwise, nor would you trust a vet unconditionally. Even if he had saved me once, that wasn't a bargaining chip he could use to turn things around in the middle of this deep, murky water. Hey, it's done. The arrow is in the air. That even though Su Wanjun had come to her senses at this time, she had to walk down the road with a hard head. Entered the conference room. Su Wanjun and Su Yujo sat on the front and back seats respectively. The major shareholders and executives who occupied the corresponding shares of the Green Dragon Group were also present in full. The large conference room was filled with people. Seats are arranged in order of position or shareholding, except for on-site hospitality as well as minutes. There were more than 70 people involved in the decision. The spectacle is not insignificant. Su Yujo, as chairman of the board, took the lead. First, he gave a polite greeting, and then, focused on Su Wanjuan's identity. Although the words were moderate, they kept insinuating that Su Wanjun was a vase that only knew how to cling to men and didn't have much ability. In response, Su Wanjun frowned and was instantly displeased. But, she was not having a seizure, just smiled back at the crowds that looked at her. The purpose of this invitation to come here must be clear to all of you. So let's cut the small talk and get right to the point. My sister-in-law, Su Wanjun, and I have a major disagreement over the company's development philosophy, and we need to ask you to decide whether it's her, or me, who will take control of the Green Dragon Group and move into the future. This statement was made. The official horn of the head-to-head battle between the two sides was sounded, and the atmosphere of the conference room, also in this moment, became windy, dark current. Those in favor of her, please raise your left hand. While those in favor of me, please raise your right hand. And if the number of either side is more than half, the decision will be made as to who will be in charge of the company. Having said that, Su Yujo then looked at the crowd with a big smile. Look at his spring-like, relaxed demeanor. It's as if it's a sure thing. I'm just waiting for the final results to come out with a sense of intent and pointing. For today's board meeting, he doesn't say it's 100% taken, but it's at least a tenor. He has put in a lot of effort over the past 3 days to ensure his re-election success rate. Running around various promises. When it comes to some stubborn people, they even resort to coercion. Even Su Wanjuan's most trusted sidekicks were turned by him. So, A show of hands is nothing more than a formality. And the end result. The dust settled when Su Wanjun made that decision. The first to raise her hand was Ling Nguyen. Su Wanjun glanced at her, but her face suddenly changed. Because it wasn't the left hand that the other guy raised, it was the right hand. Ling Yu. You. Su Wanjun's beautiful eyes were round and full of dismay. Ruan Lingyu looked as usual and said lightly, Yuan Jun. I'm really sorry. There's a saying that a man who knows what's right is a man who knows what's right. And in my opinion, Mr. Su is indeed more suitable for the position of chairman than you are. This moment, Su Wanjun couldn't believe her eyes and ears. To say that among these people, the one she believed in the most was none other than Ruan Lingyu. But the other party was the first to vote and acted in a way that betrayed her. What kind of favors did Su Yujo give you? So that you could actually disregard our sisterhood for so many years? There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. Su Wanjuan's originally shocked face gradually became somewhat grim. Ruan Lingyu paused and said softly, You didn't have much of a chance of winning. It doesn't make any sense whether I vote for you or not. Yuan Jun, there is no father and son in the shopping mall. And a blood brother has to settle his accounts. Not to mention, you and I don't have this kind of deep blood relationship. The word is out. Su Wanjun didn't have the need to pursue this any further. It will be betrayed. She was prepared for this early on. Only this betrayal. The genius was beyond her expectations. Su Wanjun pursed her lips and said with forced composure, Okay, everyone has their own choices. You want to choose so, that is your freedom. I hope that you will not regret for your own choice. Ruan Lingyu hooked her lips in a smile and said firmly, Don't worry, I won't regret it. See this scene. Su Yujo appeared as if nothing had happened. In his heart, he was happy. Su Wanjun. Ah Su Wanjun, what are you fighting me for? Now you're a lightweight. Even the people you trust the most betray you. In time, wait for the full vote to come down. You don't even have a single supporter. Not only will you lose control of your company, but you will also lose a lot of face. The second vote came up. It was none other than Su Yujo's confidant, Wang Mingcheng, the financial director of the Qinglong Group. Mr. Wang, thank you for being so supportive. The smile on Su Yujo's face, before it had a chance to blossom, froze in an instant. Mr. Wang, did you raise the wrong hand? Wang Mingcheng didn't pay any attention to Su Yujo, but said to the crowd, I support Ms. Su Wanjun. This statement was made. Like a thunderbolt, it exploded in the conference room. Su Yujo was dumbfounded and shouted out of turn, Old Wang, you're not mistaken, are you? Not only was Su Yujo confused, even Su Wanjun was at a loss. Hearing the words Wang Mingcheng had just said, she was both incredulous and even more disbelieving. She knew Wang Mingcheng's bottom line very well. Between the other party and Su Yujo, it's as good as wearing the same pants. Plain Day is complicit in the situation. It's like a hand-to-hand relationship. The other party, however, didn't vote for Su Yujo, but voted for her. Even Su Wanjun wanted to ask at Wang Mingcheng, Are you damn sick in the head? After the vote, Wang Mingcheng didn't answer anyone's questions. His face was expressionless, and he directly entered the state of meditation. Su Yujo was dumbfounded. A heartbeat later, it instantly made a million waves. Motherfucker, is this Wang Mingcheng out of his mind? Instead of voting for Lousy, he voted for Su Wanjun. Doesn't he know who's a teammate and who's an enemy? Grass. Could it be that Su Wanjun privately promised Wang Mingcheng favors and bribed him? Think about it. Su Yujo was instantly enraged. It's hard to prevent home invasions day and night. He was so focused on stealing Su Wanjuan's tower that he didn't realize that his own tower, too, had been stolen by his opponent. But, gas to gas, Su Yujo didn't lose his head. Wang Mingcheng is just one person. It's irrelevant and won't determine the final direction of this meeting. The third one voted. It was a woman wearing sunglasses. Her name is Feng Ying and she is Zhang Xingshir's wife. Instead of voting, I'm going to announce something. On behalf of my husband, I'm going to transfer all the shares of the Green Dragon Group to Ms. Su Wanjun. Boom! The conference room was in an uproar. The crowd looked at each other and murmured. Feng Ying uttering these words was even more shocking than Wang Mingcheng backstabbing Su Yujo just now. Su Wanjun and Su Yujo were once again confused once again. Neither one knew what was happening. Question marks bubbled in Su Yujo's mind. I said why didn't young Sung Sane come? But his wife did. This guy actually transferred his shares? What's he up to? No one who has money is earning it. And suddenly they're doing charity work. Sister-in-law, you're really good at this. Quietly, but you've actually made such a big scene? Hearing this conspiratorial flirtation from Su Yujo, Su Wanjun was silent, but her heart was appalled. Her shock wasn't any less than Su Yujo's, and was even more intense. It's one reversal after another. It made her brain spin. Wang Ningqing's fanboy operation. It was already puzzling her. Nowadays, Zheng Shengshi's wife has gotten into an even more fascinating operation. She hadn't dealt with Zheng Shengshi. There is no reason for the other party to give away hundreds of millions of dollars worth of shares. Handing them over. One thing leads to another. The representative of Yunxin Investment Bank stood up and spoke. Mr. Liu had an important meeting that he couldn't come to, so I'll convey his wishes, and he decided to support Ms. Su Wanjun to take charge of the Qinglong Group after a lot of careful consideration. Boom, boom, boom. Su Yuzhou's entire body went numb on the spot. The eyes were about to fly out. What's going on? Why is that? Wasn't it clear that we had a deal before? Said I'd be supported, but once the meeting was held, all of them were in favor of Su Wanjun. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Su Wanjun next to him. The disdain and contempt on his face instantly disappeared. In its place, there was unmistakable shock and horror. From start to finish, he didn't even think the woman could win, nor do they think the other side has the capital and leverage to be able to win. However, it was this arrogance and prejudice that made him overlook the potential hidden in this woman. Su Wanjun, I really underestimated you. Didn't realize. You're so good. Without my noticing, I actually bought out 3 major shareholders one after another. Su Yuzhou thought. This was Su Wanjun's limit. But what happened next made his scalp tingle and he sucked in a breath of cold air. I support Mr. Su. I also support Mr. Su. I think Mr. Su is better suited for the future of Qinglong Group than Mr. Su. I second that. Mr. Su is too rigid. How can he be compared to Mr. Su? Those shareholders and executives in the conference room. Start expressing your opinions one by one. One by one they raised their left hand. At a glance, those who supported Su Wanjun actually occupied more than 90% of the conference room. Su Yuzhou's body stiffens. Pupils are dilated. Brain goes blank. Straight down. No way. This can't be. Why did you vote for her and not me? Su Wanjun felt like she was dreaming as she watched this. She was mentally prepared to be swept off her feet, but God had played such an unexpected joke on her. So much so that she couldn't believe if it was real or not. Out of the blue, a person flashed through her mind. The eyes that had been confused instantly contracted and burst into a bright light. Dr. 1. Yeah, it's gotta be him. Except for him. Su Wanjun also couldn't think of what exactly was the reason that led to everything so outrageous. Dr. 1. It turns out, isn't talking nonsense and taking things at face value. All those things he said came true at this moment. Geez, that's incredible too. By what means did the other party make it this far? Su Wanjun was all too aware of how deep the interests of these people who voted were intertwined with Su Yuzhou. They were both friends and confidants, and it would not be an exaggeration to call them brothers, if at all. But it's biased. Such an unbreakable bond. Saying betrayal is betrayal. Even Su Yuzhou himself was caught off guard. Su Wanjun knew that Wang Fan was very powerful. Even the Black Tiger King's son dared to kill. And yet how it was not expected. The other side would be so powerful that it would be so unbelievable. No matter how she unfolded her imagination, she couldn't imagine how Dr. Wang had helped her turn the tide in defeat into victory without God knowing it. Su Yuzhou didn't know what was in Su Wanjun's mind, and he was even less aware of the man behind this woman. He thought, all of this is the personal work of Su Wanjun. Sister-in-law, I really have to admire you. This trick of making a secret passage is really too well played. Su Yuzhou bitterly laughed and shook his head. Even I, an old geezer, have overturned the boat in the gutter. Su Wanjun snorted coldly. Those who gain the way have a lot of help. Those who lose the way have little help. Instead of praising me for being great, why don't you think about why you're a crowd pleaser? Su Yuzhou's eyes were filled with blood as he muttered. Sister-in-law, what you said makes sense. The king has become the loser. I really have no qualifications to argue with you anymore. There was clearly thunder in his heart, but he pretended to be on cloud 9 and asked in a low voice. Sister-in-law, there is only one question in my heart, and I hope you can answer it. What doubt? What kind of tactics did you use to make these people betray me? Su Yuzhou asked bluntly. Su Wanjun said truthfully, I didn't do anything. Su Yuzhou said, oh, I've already conceded defeat. Even if you tell me the result, it's impossible for me to fight with you for the control of the group anymore. Su Wanjun said indifferently, I really didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, then I can't do anything about it. Su Yuzhou's eyelids fluttered and the corners of his mouth twitched. I believe you, motherfucker. If it's true that nothing was done, who are they to betray me? It must have been you, a woman, who offered a higher bargaining chip than I did. So, they're the ones who are on the brink. Before the start of the meeting, Su Yuzhou was still searching. Let Su Wanjun raise her eyes and become a bare-knuckle commander. That ending happened instead. but never expected. The main character, however, becomes himself. This treadmill is simply strange shame, makes a fool of himself. Su Yujo, who didn't get the desired result, had a gloomy face and immediately flung his hands away, and Su Wanjun, with a 90% approval rate, smoothly became the new chairman of Green Dragon Group. In the midst of a round of applause, she launched into a passionate speech. First, she thanked those who supported her, promising a generous thank you. As for the lack of support, it was only natural for her to clean house. Ruan Lingyu blushed and hurriedly said something nice. Su Wanjun, however, laughed coldly. Once unfaithful, not for life. Lingyu, if you don't want to be decent yourself, then I can only be decent for you. Ruan Lingyu wheeled limply in her chair, her eyes dead. Think must. She is in addition to Su Yujo, the second person who's having trouble accepting the result now. Su Wanjun, who was bound to lose, unexpectedly defeated Su Yujo by an absolute margin? This is more mysterious than a sci-fi movie. After the conclusion of the meeting, Su Wanjun invited Wen Quan, who had arrived late, into her office. Ms. Su, looking at your smiling face, everything should have fallen into place perfectly as I said, right? Su Wanjun's eyes brimmed with a smile. Dr. Wang, you've impressed me once again. A small matter, not worth mentioning, Wen Quan said indifferently. He's not being modest. Instead, they are invisibly pretending. It may be a small matter to you, but to me, it's a pivotal matter. Su Wanjun said solemnly. Wen Quan said, Miss Su, although you became the chairman, but the crisis has not been lifted. 100 feet of the insect, die hard. Su Yujo lost such a nuisance. He will not rest easily. Will certainly still wait for the opportunity to make a comeback. This is something I had anticipated. That's not it. That's why I made a special trip to invite you over to discuss our future cooperation. Su Wanjun said. With this one experience, Wen Quan thought to himself that the relationship between him and Su Wanjun was one step closer. A lifesaver turned revolutionary comrade in arms. There was the behemoth that was the Green Dragon Group, escorting his revenge plan. He felt it more and more. The day of great revenge is just around the corner. Dr. Wang, Su Yujo just asked me a question in the conference room, and that question is something I'm desperately trying to figure out. Wen Quan knew what Su Wanjun was going to ask and immediately said, secret. There's that answer again. Su Wanjun's eyebrows stared as she said with an odd expression on her face. Dr. Wang, before you were unwilling to answer, and still have extenuating circumstances. Now that the dust has settled, why are you still unwilling to tell me your means? Could it be that, don't think of me as one of their own? Wen Quan cried and laughed as he spoke. Ms. Su, the reason why I said secret is not to hide anything, but my answer, it's these two words. Secret? Su Wanjun froze, whispering these two words in her mouth. Wen Quan said, Ms. Su, I asked you earlier for the information on the various top executives as well as shareholders of the Green Dragon Group. Su Wanjun nodded and waited for Wen Quan's next words. Wen Quan paused briefly and continued. It was with this information you gave me that I conducted real-time surveillance on these people, and then, obtained some unknown secrets from them. Through these secrets, I managed to hold them so that they had to listen to me. This statement was made. Su Wanjun's face suddenly changed, and she subconsciously asked, you secretly sent someone to spy on them? One could argue that. Fumizumi hummed softly. It's not the people he's sending. Instead, it's a swarm of mosquitoes. Su Wanjun frowned and said in a low voice, this is unlikely. These people of theirs, they are all old foxes who have been in the battlefield for a long time. Although it's not to say that everything can be done without a drop of water, but it's not so stupid as to the point where they are being watched and still don't know it. Wen Quan laughed. Miss Su, is there a possibility that perhaps it's not that they are too stupid, but that my methods are too clever? Su Wanjun's expression stared as she fell into deep thought. About surveillance. There was no limit Su Wanjun could comprehend than sending someone to tail the other party, installing a bug on them, or planting pawns around the target. Either way, none of it can be done in 2 or 3 days. It has to be laid out and operated over a long period of time to have access to the core secrets of the other side. Su Wanjun had done this kind of thing to business rivals before and knew the difficulties involved. What's more, there are about 70 or 80 members attending the board meeting today, to monitor so many people in real time, and have the leverage to make them have to give in. How much work does that take? I am afraid that the cost in terms of manpower, material resources and time will be astronomical. Think about it. Su Wanjun still seemed to be unwilling to believe this rhetoric from Wen Quan. Sure, Wen Quan this, also did not want to continue to explain the meaning. If the bottom of their own cards all out, the other side, not to mention do not believe it, probably will also take him as a madman. and Su Wanjun also maintained some sort of tacit understanding, no longer pursuing the question, but only asked with a different meaning, Dr. Wang, then about my secret, did you learn about it? Fumizumi shook his head in the negative. Really? Su Wanjun's head tilted slightly. Wen Quan's expression shifted as he said bluntly, if you are willing, then within 3 days, I can inquire about everything about you, including what people you met with, what words you said, and what color clothes you wore. Su Wanjun was also the type of woman who was rather stubborn. She, who was already skeptical of Wen Quan's words, was even more disbelieving in her heart. Fine, then feel free to come. If everything is really as you say, then I have no further objections. If the results of the test are different from what you say. Su Wanjun hadn't finished speaking. Wen Quan then jumped the gun and said, if I can't do it, then I'll do whatever you want me to do. Miss Su, it's a deal, Su Wanjun said. Wen Quan responded without thinking, a team of horses. The reason why Su Wanjun wanted to engage in this pact with Wen Quan. The reason is simple. On the one hand, I want to test whether or not what the other side is saying is true. On the other hand, what's more, I want to see how much more the other side has to offer that hasn't been revealed yet. Ms. Su, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first. When Quan got up to take his leave, Su Wanjun said, Dr. Wang, you've done me such a big favor. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. When Quan smiled faintly, there's no rush. After 3 days, it's not too late for us to talk about this. Having said that, and he turned away. Wen Quan had just left on the front foot. Su Wanjun shouted her personal bodyguard in on the back foot. Purple Dragon, I'll explain something to you. Zi Long said, Mr. Su, please feel free to order. You pay close attention to all the movements around me, especially at home, as well as at my office, and beware of people installing eavesdropping devices, or secretly tailing. Su Wanjun said solemnly. Yes, the Purple Dragon responded. Not only is he a senior bodyguard, but he's also a retired Special Forces soldier with excellent counter-surveillance skills. As long as there were people around him who were plotting against Su Wanjun, he was basically able to detect it in advance, and that's exactly what happened. It was only because he was able to act as Su Wanjun's protector for so long. Right. Regarding my residence as well as my special car, all of them were checked to see if anyone had tampered with them. Questioning is questioning. Su Wanjun didn't dare to be sloppy at all. She wanted to block all room for Wen Quan to maneuver in such a tight manner. However, what she doesn't know is this. A mosquito had flown through the window, into the office, and was hovering in the middle of mid-air, watching the two Su Wanjun and Purple Dragon who were conversing. Wen Quan didn't walk away after leaving the Green Dragon group. Instead, he stood on the side of the road with his back to the streetlight, pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket. Not much longer. Su Yuzhou, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, walked through the gate and got into the special car waiting at the entrance. See this old thing? Wen Quan's eyes narrowed slightly. As he lit the fire, he gave instructions to a nearby mosquito. Keep an eye on him for me, and as soon as he makes arrangements, fly back to me at the first opportunity. Mosquito, who had gotten the order, said at once, good grin. Wen Quan, through the Mosquito Scout Squad, spied on the various executives and shareholders of the Green Dragon Group, but only spared Su Yuzhou. Nowadays, all existence falls into place. Although Su Wanjun had successfully regained the power of the Green Dragon Group under his covert manipulation, the crisis had not been lifted. Ko Yuchao lost this time. There is bound to be a bigger plot brewing to try to make a comeback. To get rid of it once and for all, he had to keep an eye on his opponent and then find the right moment to kill him in one blow. Su Yuzhou took a car and left. When Quan looked up toward the office building next to him and muttered softly, is the underwear Miss Su is wearing black or white? I don't know. Why don't I go check it out? Mosquito, who was standing by his side, said. When Quan raised an eyebrow. Having a single mosquito to watch over her is enough. If there are too many, it will instead be a mistake. Oh, well then, the other mosquitoes that didn't get the arrangement were more or less lost. When Quan seemed to have read their minds and spoke, I have another task here that I need to give you guys to accomplish. These mosquitoes were instantly excited. Spinning around Wen Quan, he buzzed and shouted, great, we'll be useful again. They are the reason why they have been so eager for the Wen Quan assignment. That's because, after completing the mission, you will be rewarded with a certain amount of money. Take this 3-day surveillance mission. For example, each completed mosquito was rewarded with a drop of Wen Quan's blood. A drop of blood from an ordinary man. There's not much point to it other than to fill your stomach. A drop of Wen Quan's blood, however, contained extremely pure spiritual power, with the strange effect of taking over the creation of heaven and earth. Mosquitoes eat it. That's more raw than chicken blood. Not only can you reap unparalleled joy and it could usher in an even sicker evolution. It is for this reason. Each of them waited with bated breath for Wen Quan to delegate the task. A short pause. Wen Quan said to the mosquitoes, "My wife, Chu Chinga's company, is currently facing a huge crisis. There are some internal things that are eating out of the palm of their hand and are secretly wreaking havoc. You guys go and find those people and start real-time monitoring on them. I'm going to grab them by their fatal grips and wipe them out." Su Wanjuan's matter, for the time being, was considered to have come to an end. Now, Wen Quan could also finally free up his hands to clear the way for Chu Chinga. Compared to Su Wanjuan's Green Dragon Group, the family business run by Chu Chinga, the genus is not in the same order of magnitude. It's like, one is a masterful professional league, the other one is a rookie village where rookies and chickens are fighting each other. Wen Quan coped with it? Naturally, with little effort. Original. He had a much simpler and rougher way of fixing it all. Only, he didn't choose to do that. Instead, a more cumbersome approach was chosen. It wasn't that he had nothing better to do, nor is the author intentionally trying to be hydrological. The main thing was that this situation with Chu Chinga was really complicated. Wen Quan not only want to save the Chu group, but also want to let Chu Chinga see clearly, the first love that she longed for. In the end, what kind of Sven scum, clothes and animals? If this problem is not solved, then there would always be a disconnect between his marriage to Chu Chinga. For this woman, he still has some feelings, although the other party's temper is not very good, but at least it is also considered red-face scourge level of excellent beauty. Never even been on it myself. If you just give it away, it's not fun for anyone. So, whether for emotional reasons, it's still out of lower body considerations. He was all for decimating the demons and monsters that surrounded Chu Chinga. Wen Quan exhaled a big, round smoke ring. With a despondent look, he said, "If a house is not swept, how can the world be swept? Brother Wang Fan?" Suddenly a call came from the side. Wen Quan turned his head to look, only to see a familiar figure walking towards him. "It's really you. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. Why are you here?" The visitor was no one else. It was Duan Kuan, who had a previous encounter. "Boss Duan, I haven't seen you for a few days, so don't worry." Wen Quan laughed. Duan Kuan looked Wen Quan up and down and said, "I almost didn't recognize you just now. You seem to have grown taller and better looking compared to before." "Yes?" Wen Quan asked in mock surprise. Duan Kuan nodded his head in a serious manner. "Yes, others are women who have changed. You're like a different person after not seeing you for a week." Wen Quan laughed and shook his head. "Boss Duan, you really know how to joke. Brother Wang, you still haven't told me what brought you here?" Duan Kuan asked. Wen Quan said, "I just made a trip to my friend's place, and only came down a short time ago when I happened to run into you. Speaking of which," he subconsciously asked, "Boss Duan, what about you?" Duan Kuan pointed to the office building behind him. "I just finished a meeting." Wen Quan looked up and exclaimed in astonishment. "Green Dragon Group? Yeah, you're the owner of the Green Dragon Group?" Wen Quan asked. Duan Kuan whispered, "How can that be? I'm just a part-timer, and the Green Dragon gang that I'm in charge of is affiliated with the Green Dragon Group." For Duan Kuan's identity, Wen Quan knew it by heart. The only reason he pretended to be shocked was because he didn't want to reveal that relationship between him and Su Wanjun. The fewer people who knew about the relationship between the two, then the safer he would be and the better for future actions. Wen Quan flattered. To be able to come to the Green Dragon Group for a meeting, Boss Duan must be one of the higher-ups. Pretty much. A bit of shares in hand. Considered half a shareholder. Duan Kuan laughed. For Wen Quan, a man who had helped him, he was an instant favorite. Now meet again. It can be said that there are endless words. Wang brother, or you that pet hospital don't open. Follow the brother mix well. I give you $100,000 a month. Car house ticket sister all for you to arrange on. Duan Kuan said in a domineering manner. At these words, Wen Quan was moved to tears. If it was the old him, when he came across such a good thing, then he would definitely agree without even thinking about it. Just for now, he had bigger ambitions and goals. $100,000 for a job he can't see anymore. Brother Duan, I appreciate your feelings. Brother, my ability is limited. All my life I will only know this one craft. I feel weak in my heart when I do other things. Only when I do this can I be down to earth. Wen Quan shrugged it off. Duan Kuan also did not force this. But the brow fluttered and talked to him about healthcare massage. "Did you have fun last time? I've got another batch of young girls on my side. Want to go to my brother's field again?" Duan Kuan doesn't say. Fumizumi had almost forgotten. Earlier, at the bath center, he hooked up with a girl named Li Shuyu. Since things have been so busy lately, he didn't even have time to pay attention to the other side. Nor did he know what the other side, at this point, was doing. Has her brother's condition stabilized? Hey, I'll be damned. chatting about health massage. I can't believe I remembered something else. Ba. Sin. And so it was. At Duan Kuan's warm invitation, when Quan revisited his hometown. But, when Quan didn't come over this time to relax and have fun, but to talk to Duan Kuan about an important matter. Brother Duan, who is your Green Dragon Gang's biggest nemesis? Duan Kuan said without thinking. Who else could there be? It's that guy you've seen in the Colosseum before. Wang Mang? Wen Quan asked. He's just a minion. The key is the character behind him. Duan Kuan mused. The head of the Black Tiger sect. Meng Badian? Wen Quan said slowly. Right, that's the man. Duan Kuan said indignantly. Not only is this guy highly powerful, he is an inner strength stage expert, but he also has the Black Tiger King as a backer. And over the years, he hasn't done much against my Green Dragon Gang. Wen Quan's gaze flickered as he tentatively asked. Brother Duan, then have you ever thought of getting rid of him and then replacing him? Why don't you want to? I've dreamed of it. This guy has been riding on old me's neck for so many years, shitting and pissing. I've long since had enough of it. The first half of the sentence is furious. The second half of the sentence was outright deflating. Full of helplessness, he lamented. But he is, after all, the nephew of the Black Tiger King. Even if I have the heart to kill the thief, I am powerless to return to heaven. Brother Duan, if I say that I have a way to help you destroy the Black Tiger sect, would you dare to do it? Wen Quan raised his eyebrows and said softly. This statement was made. Duan Kuan immediately looked sideways as he carefully scrutinized Wen Quan, his eyes narrowing slightly. Seeing the other party's serious expression, it seemed that he was not joking, so he asked, Brother Wang, do you know what you are talking about? Of course I know, Wen Quan said without thinking. Duan Kuan said, the Black Tiger sect has the backing of the Black Tiger King, and even if I had the chance to destroy him, I wouldn't dare to do so because, once the Black Tiger King makes his move, it would be tantamount to doom for us. There is a saying that the people do not fight against the government. Although the forces held by the Black Tiger King were not official forces, they were military forces that were even more powerful than official forces. The army opens the way and is invincible. Who can beat the 100,000 Black Tiger guards under the Black Tiger King? When Quan's complexion condensed as he slowly said, Brother Duan, truth be told, I've already offended two of the Black Tiger sect's hallmasters, a Sher Jindong and a Mountain Chicken, and with their heart of hearts, they definitely won't let me off the hook. So instead of waiting for them to come looking for me to get me in trouble, I'd rather make the first move and take them both out directly. Duan Kuan looked at Wen Quan, and a flash of color flashed in his eyes. Brother Wang, as the saying goes, when a scholar parted for 3 days, he should be impressed. These few days of work have not seen. You not only have a great change in appearance, you even behavior and demeanor, compared to the previous, is also like two people. Wen Quan laughed. Brother Duan, rabbits bite when they're cornered. I was also forced to discuss this matter with you. Of course, if you're not willing, then I won't force myself. Duan Kuan's heart moved. Brother Wang, it's not that my brother doesn't want to help you, but I'm in this position, which involves one hair and affects the whole body, and every step needs to be thoughtfully deliberated before I dare to act. Wen Quan knew the other party's scruples and immediately said, Brother Duan, why don't we do this? I don't need you to step in either. I'll act alone, and if I need someone to cover for me, then I'll ask you to come and help. You're fighting against the entire Black Tiger sect by yourself? Duan Kuan was directly confused and looked at Wen Quan incredulously. His impression of Wen Quan still remains on, the image of a veterinarian who is good at dogfighting. However, the words that Wen Quan said at this time were one more powerful than the other, totally inconsistent with its identity. He would have made sure the other guy wasn't drinking if he hadn't. Kinda thought the dude was on top of his game and was bullshitting. Brother Duan, where there's a will, there's a way. Today's ambition may be tomorrow's reality, Wen Quan said with a deeper meaning. Duan Kuan's face stared, only to feel deafened in his heart. Immediately, he patted himself on the back. Brother Wang, then let it go. Brother can't promise anything else, but if something happens to you, then I can save your life no matter what. Wen Quan wants to seek Dwayne Gon's help. Actually, there wasn't any well thought out plan, just a whim, seeing the other party's concerns and uncertainty, and he didn't go any deeper on the subject. After all, Duan Kuan didn't know much about him, and would hesitate, and even question. It all makes sense. Even Duan Kuan's top boss, Su Wanjun, hadn't she gone through such a process? Finally, Wen Quan, however, took practical action and told the other side, there's nothing in this world that he can't do. The district is a Black Tiger sect. Honestly, Wen Quan hadn't really put much thought into it. A week tops. He was going to make this super gang that had dominated the North Sea evaporate from this world. Everyone is afraid of the Black Tiger King, Everyone talks about it. Only Wen Quan does not believe in this evil. Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain, I will go to the tiger's mountain. Because of the blood feud he carries, he was not allowed to know what to do. The wine is over. People are getting slightly drunk. Duan Cohen started to greet the special service again. The man was afraid of slowing down Wen Quan, and introduced the new tea that had just arrived at the store. Sure, this new tea is not literal, but has another layer of meaning. Look at Duan Cohen's frowny face. It really got to Wen Quan. I was going to play it last time, but I moved sideways and didn't get to play anything and did a charity wave. This time, the host is so gracious. How could he refuse? So, if I don't go to hell, who will? One thought in this. Wen Quan was about to gladly smile when he realized that a wave of urine was coming from his abdomen. Duan, I'm going to go to the convenience first. I'll come back to drink later. Okay, you go ahead. I'll call the girls to come in, and we'll sing and drink while we get the girls again, Duan Cohen said. Fumizumi ran into the restroom to relieve himself. Just found out as soon as I left the house. A man who brushed against him actually smelled strange. The smell was still familiar. Seems like I've smelled it somewhere. Ha, it's like a doggy odor from a big black dog. It should have marked this person. Hence, the smell. Wen Quan looked at the man's departing back, pondering in his heart. Subsequently, he didn't go straight back to the box, but turned toward the door. When he walked out of the door of the Kaesong foot, he immediately saw a groundhog squatting there. Did Satan send you? That earth dog faced Wen Quan's question and walked over with its tail wagging. Back to the Supreme Emperor. It was indeed His Majesty the Dog King who called me. The Taishang Emperor? His Majesty, the King of Dogs? What the fuck is this? Wen Quan was directly confused. At first, the big black dog told him to build a dog empire in the North Sea. He thought the other man was just talking for fun. Didn't realize the other side is actually coming for real. I can't believe that even the name calling was boarded up and arranged. What did it call you for? Wen Quan asked. This earth dog replied. Spying on a guy named Liang Ziyuan. He just went inside here. Liang Ziyuan? Wen Quan looked puzzled. Isn't this Chu Chinga's first love? Could it be that the guy we just met in the restroom was him? I said, why did he smell like a dog? So that's why. What is he doing here? Wen Quan asked. Just asked. And he regretted it. This is an absolutely stupid question. Men come here. What else is there to do but have fun? Fighting in bed with a woman. And every time I do, I get a weird smell on me. Dirt dog switched to a more euphemistic way of saying it. Wen Quan asked again. Does he come often? The earth dog said in a serious voice. Basically, I come over whenever I'm free. At least 7 times a week. Wouldn't that be every day? Wen Quan skimmed his lips, coming so diligently. This guy isn't afraid of drying out his waste. A man's nature is a man's nature. That kind of thing. There's really no excuse. Even Wen Quan himself was no slouch. Naturally, he would not stand on the moral high ground to attack Liang Ziyuan's behavior of visiting a kiln. Only, the other party took Chu Chinga's money and cheated her feelings. Even did with the oath of marriage is inconsistent with the things. Is really a little bit of the table, the clothes of the beasts. Chu Chinga's vision isn't good either. The man she likes is actually a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wen Quan shook his head and didn't gloat. Instead, he felt sorry for Chu Chinga's misplaced love. Grandma's leg. If you, Liang Ziyuan, are a decent person, then it's not really good for me to lay hands on you. After all, I don't want to do the bad thing of crossing the line and dash shit on people, but if it's your boy's crotch itself that's not clean, then don't blame me for taking advantage of the situation. Huff, I was looking for a way to clean you up, and you came to the door on your own. So if I let you off the hook for this, my own conscience would agree, and God wouldn't either. Soon, a retaliation plan against Liang Ziyuan instantly surfaced in his mind. Next, he re-entered the middle of the box, turning to Duan Kuan, who was hugging his sister and nibbling vigorously. He said, Brother Duan, I have something to ask. Duan Kuan let go of his mouth and looked up at Wen Quan. What is it? Wen Quan said, there's a guy who touches dogs and seduces my wife. I've been trying to find a chance to fix him. This is not it. He ran to your store to spend money today. This statement was made. Duan Kuan's eyes flashed. There's still this? What's that guy's name? Tell me now and I'll bring my men to break his legs. Wen Quan didn't move and said, Brother Duan, stay calm. Beating him up is too much of a relief. I have a better way to teach him a lesson. I guarantee that I can make his life worse than death. Oh, tell me about it. Duan Kuan said. Wen Quan came up to the other's ear and told his plan. One by one. After Duan Kuan heard this, he laughed out loud. Wonderful, Brother Wang. It's still you who has a smart mind. Wen Quan said, Brother Duan, I can't do this alone. I still need your help. Don't worry about it. This matter is wrapped up in my brother. Duan Kuan said with full assurance. The two men looked at each other and smiled. That progressively sinister expression was as sick as it was going to get. In the meantime, inside the other box, Liang Ziyuan was drinking flowery wine with some youth. Both of them had their arms around an escort princess with a revealing dress and sexy body. Young son, I've already done everything you've arranged. This is about Chu's company's recent financial accounts, Liang Ziyuan said while placing a USB flash drive on the table. The youth sitting next to him, it was none other than Sun Zilong, who had been salivating over Chu Chinga for a long time. Gun, I really wasn't wrong about you. When I eat Chu's company, you'll come to my family business as the general manager, and I'll offer you an annual salary of $10 million, and I'll also equip you with a car and a room. Hear that? Liang Ziyuan's eyes glowed with gratitude. Grabbing the beer on the table, he took a swig. Sun Zilong threw in the towel and took out a bank card from his pocket. There's $5 million in here. You take it first, and after it's accomplished, I won't lose any of the benefits I'm supposed to give you. Thank you, Xiao Sun. It's my honor to serve you, Liang Ziyuan said as he mouthed his tail and begged for mercy. Just like a pug. Originally, the plan could have been accelerated earlier, but it was ruined by that surnamed Wang. This Chu family flunky for so many years has been unassuming. I thought that he was an unthreatening piece of trash, but who knows, the moment he strikes, it's a big battle, Sun Zilong said in annoyance, the things that came out of his mouth. It is precisely for Chu Qingfeng to lay a killing disc, attempting to use this as a breakthrough to destroy the cash flow of Chu's group. Sun Zilong thought to himself that this move was an unsolvable poisonous trick. It will surely be able to destroy and capsize Chu's company. Chu Qingga wants to save her brother. It would have to empty the company's books of all its money. If she's going to keep the company, then her brother would be in dire straits with debt collection. Either way, it's all desperate. Sun Zilong had already calculated that as long as Chu Qingga was caught up in it, she would definitely not be able to go up to heaven or down to earth. Never in a million years. Wang Fan, however, stepped forward at this critical juncture. Taking Chu Qingfeng, he rushed to the casino. Won $200 million in one fell swoop. Not only did it pay off all its debts, but it was left with a surplus of more than $100 million. Sun Zilong got the news at the time. Brains are buzzing. Straight up busting a gut. Treadmill. Can you still play like this? Sun Xiao. I heard Qingga say that this husband of hers is worthless. A loser to the extreme. She just despises this guy. So, never let the other party touch her. She is still intact. How come all of a sudden, this loser is so powerful? Liang Ziyuan whispered. Sun Zilong snorted coldly and said in disbelief. Even better, he won so much money, but casino people won't let him go for sure. I've also heard that he offended Mr. Long of the Hongyun Wealth Bank afterwards. Both the former and the latter. In the North Sea, that's a big shot who calls the shots. Before we can clean him up, I'm afraid this guy is going to die without a burial. Liang Ziyuan once again raised his glass and patted Sun Zilong's ass. What young Sun said is very true. Chu Qingga doesn't know our plan for the time being. Nowadays, the whole company, but anyone who has weight, is involved in this plan. Even if she has monstrous ability, she will not be able to escape. Sun Zilong laughed cheerfully. His eyes flashed a dash of darkness. This bitch Chu Qingga is usually noble as hell. When I get her proud industry in my pocket, I will definitely make her kneel in front of me and sing conquest to me. Liang Ziyuan took the microphone at the right time and shouted in agreement. Just like this. I was conquered by you and cut off all the retreats. My mood is sturdy. My decision is confused. The two of them were drinking and playing with the girls. It's not fun. It's forgettable. Sun Zilong held his head. Ha, it feels like today's wine. The strength is a bit too strong. After drinking not 2 cups, I'm dizzy. Liang Ziyuan also had heavy, staggering. Sun Xiao, you do not say. This wine is really quite on the head. I cannot stand some. The words were not finished. He flopped onto the couch. Sun Zilong was dazed and confused. His eyes went black, and he also lay down on his back. A few minutes later, the door to the box opened from the outside. A group of people fishtailed in. Walking at the front were 2 men with bad smiles on their faces. One of them said, Brother Wang, both of these guys have been drugged. Within 8 hours, they'll sleep like dead pigs and definitely won't wake up. The other said, this surname Liang, strip him naked and throw him on the bed. Then find a fat woman and make a love action movie for him. As for this Sun guy, likewise strip naked, throw him in the garbage in the backstreet, and get a bunch of little bitches to serve him for a human dog love action movie. The crowd that heard this, it only felt a tingle of scalp and creepiness. I'll be damned. This dude is so hardcore. He's practically playing people to death. Not the old cunt. Couldn't think of such an insidious method. Luckily, he was in league with him. If one became his enemy, it would definitely be the greatest misfortune in this life. Amit Ba. Goodness gracious. An exasperated Chuchinga, after throwing Wen out of the car halfway across the country, returned home alone. All night long. She didn't even sleep. Even the next day, there was still lingering anger. At this point, I just got back from the office and am physically and mentally exhausted. But there was no desire to sleep. And so, sitting barefoot on the couch, watching TV while eating chips, instead of putting one chip in her mouth, she puts a big handful in her mouth. The bite was crunchy. Eat a fifth. Drop a fifth. Look at her ranting expression and the icy look in her eyes. It seemed to still be angry with Fumizumi. Dumbass. Asshole. Ove. Divorce. Divorce. Divorce it has to be. One more day with this guy is a year less to live. While Chuchinga was cursing, a phone call came over. She picked up her cell phone and saw that it was a call from her mother. Shen Min. Hey. Mom. Chinga. How was last night? How about what? You didn't have sex with Sailor? Which one is that one? You this girl figure to pretend to be confused is not it. It is that slap 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 slap. Shen Min on the other end of the phone whispered. Chuchinga instantly understood the other party's implication, and her stunningly beautiful face instantly turned red. Mom, this is the kind of thing you should not ask about in the future. How can I not ask? If you have that with Xiaofan earlier, our family will have peace of mind. Shen Min has already taken Wen as the future rise of the Chu family's galactic battleship. Before it was eager to sweep it out of the door, but now it is rushing to try to tie it down firmly. Alright, Chuchinga said perfunctorily. As soon as I heard that, Shen Min then noticed the abnormality and asked offhandedly, didn't you two sleep together last night? No. Ha, how is this possible? Shen Min was shocked. That's not true. Inside the 10 perfect soup, all of them have been drugged with aphrodisiacs. As long as you eat it, whether you are a decent man or a fair lady, you will instantly become an obsessed man or woman. And then dry fire. A night of lingering, omit 10,000 words here. Buy the book. The state of my daughter at this point should be evocative and pouty. Why do you talk like you've been eating gunpowder? And talk like you've got a gun in your hand? Is the medicine not working? It shouldn't be. I gave it to my husband yesterday and tested it at bedtime and it worked pretty well. Chuchinga skimmed her mouth. That guy pissed me off yesterday and I threw him halfway across the country. Hear that? Shen Min was speechless to the core. No wonder nothing happened. So it didn't even start. Shen Min said bitterly, why do you need to be angry with him? Men are quite cheap. Eat soft food, but not hard. You are always so strong. More pinch him. Chuchinga was angry. How could she listen to this? She oohed and awed and spoke. Mom, do you have anything else? If not, then I'll hang up. Shen Min said. Wait, let me ask you another question. What's the problem? Shen Min asked. Did you drink the 10 perfect soup I asked you to bring back yesterday? How can I still drink it? Threw it in the fridge. Chuchinga said. Don't ever drink. No, to be exact, don't drink it alone. If you want to drink it, you should follow Wang Fan. Shen Min explained. A string of question marks popped up in Chuchinga's head, for which she asked in disbelief. Why? There's no reason. Anyway, just listen to me, Shen Min emphasized in an undeniable tone. Oh, Chuchinga answered and hung up. Drink shit, pour it out later. Piss me off. I'll make him not even be able to drink the northwest wind. Ha! Chuchinga muttered under her breath and threw up her pink fist and smashed it on the plush bear waifu next to her. Beat you to death. One side of the fight. He also used his long, snow-white legs to clamp down on the plush bear cub's head, and nod vigorously at its head on the top. If a man who is bloodthirsty and has a strong sense of justice sees such a fragrant scene, that would definitely be a roadkill. Pulling out a sword and shouting, Woman, let go of that bear. Take me instead. The last call had just been made, no more than 10 seconds ago. The second call came back. Chuchinga thought it was Shen Min calling again, and instantly became impatient, picking up the phone and shouting, Mom, I know everything you said, don't be endless. However, instead, a woman's voice rang out on the other end of the phone. Excuse me, is this MS Chuchinga? Chuchinga froze and looked at the caller ID, realizing that it was an unfamiliar number. You are? Hello? The manager of the Imperial Bath Center. The other party took the initiative to introduce himself. Imperial Bath Center? As soon as I heard the name, Chuchinga then frowned. What are you looking for me for? How did you get my number? It's like this. Your husband just consumed in this store, and accidentally had an accident. The situation is very serious. So, I want to contact you to come over to solve it. The other party said with a slight hint of embarrassment. This statement was made. It was like a bolt from the blue. It blasted Chuchinga on the outside, and her whole body sat on the couch, frozen. What? Tell me again what he did. The woman on the other end of the phone said with a dry smile. Your husband had some accidents in our store. What accident? It was difficult to speak across the room and whispered something. What? Chu Chinga was directly confused. The already choppy heart was once again in turmoil. Good for you, Wang Fan. It's really not a thing. Caught in the act last time I visited a kiln. It was only a few days ago that I didn't realize that I was repeating the same mistake again. It's so easy to change your nature. Thanks to me. I was looking for a chance to give you one. Give a hair. You've got to be disgusting to be allowed to stay one more day with this dog's attitude of not eating shit. Chu Chinga was on fire and stormed out. With one kick, he kicked the stuffed bear cub out of his arms. Miss Chu, you'd better hurry over. Your husband's current condition is very serious. Although we've already called 120, but we're ultimately outsiders, and can't sign if we have to perform an operation. The person in charge of the bath center urged. Don't come. Let him die. Chu Chinga shouted angrily. The person in charge continued to ask. Are you really not coming? Alright, please provide me with the phone number of your husband Liang Ziyuan's parents. Chu Chinga was all set to hang up, but a familiar name whizzed through the middle of her mind like lightning. Slow down. Who did you say it was? The person in charge replied in a serious manner. Liang Ziyuan, isn't he your husband? I see that it says dear in the phone book. Chu Chinga's entire body was dumbfounded, eyes dulled with consternation. She thought the other party was talking about Wen Quan, but she didn't realize that it was actually Liang Ziyuan. Chu Chinga's heart thumped and cooled halfway. How is that possible? How did he get to that place? No. Fake. Must be fake. He's so clean and virtuous. How could he go to a place like a bath center that's not clean? Ding dong. Chu Chinga's cell phone. Someone sent a text message. The person in charge said, MS. Chu, we've already videotaped and photographed the scene. If you don't believe me, we'll send it to your cell phone, so you can check it out on your own. Chu Chinga immediately opened the text message. A flurry of photos came out like a tidal wave. Next, Chu Chinga saw one unsettling image after another, and a man's face came into view. It's none other than her high school classmate in White Moonlight, Liang Ziyuan. The person in charge started to make up again. This Mr. Liang is a regular customer in our store, coming 7 times a week. Chu Chinga's brain buzzed. Out of the blue, it felt like a clean slate and his heart was completely defiled. In the meantime, Duan Cohen put his arm around Wen Quan's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Wang, I've already sent someone to call my wife and sent the corresponding pictures and videos over, the content of which is gaga fierce and guarantees that your wife will not be able to eat for 3 days after watching it. Wen Quan also laughed along with him and said jokingly, Brother Duan, you've gone too far, just let him make a fool of himself. Why do you want to do him to death? Duan Cohen said rather helplessly, Wang brother, I do not want to. You did not say to serve you well. I did as you arranged. I do not know that he is so not made. Wen Quan laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. That's cruel. I also think it's quite cruel. Duan Cohen replied. Come on. Not only will this dude not be happy in the future, he'll probably have to live in diapers for the rest of his life. Wen Quan shook his head and the smile on his face gradually perverted. By the way, there's another guy. I also threw him into the trash pile in the back as you instructed. Duan Cohen said. Okay. Wen Quan nodded. It's really hard to find some roles this late at night. How about something else instead? Halfway through Duan Cohen's words, he was interrupted by Wen Quan waving his hand. Brother Duan, you don't need to worry about the rest. There are arrangements. Duan Cohen said. Sun Zilong's encounter was no better than Liang Ziyuan's, and accompanied by Wen Quan's order, a good show had begun. Half an hour later, Wen Quan arrived at the designated spot and glanced up towards the alley, then withdrew his eyes with a wildly darting brow and hurriedly pulled out a cigarette from his body and lit it. Grandma's leg. It's too scary. Get a quick smoke to calm your nerves. Master, you're here. The big black dog ran over. Wen Quan looked puzzled and opened his mouth to ask, by the way, have all the cell phone recordings been turned on yet? It's on. Not only is it videotaping, but it's also live, logged into a late-night live streaming platform. Big Black Dog said. Holy shit, you're so awesome that you even know about live streaming? Wen Quan shouted with a face full of surprise. The Big Black Dog hemmed and hawed. A little bit. I have to say, the Big Black Dog is really quite smart. It was explained a random thing and it actually knew how to learn by example. When it's over, reward them for their work. Each dog receives 10 pounds of pork. That much? Of course I need more. It's not a good idea to do this kind of thing. Fumizumi said expressing pity. Sure, this mercy is not for Sun Zilong. With all the bad things this guy has done, no amount of fixing him would be too much. The Big Black Dog nodded. I know. Master. Master, who are you waiting for? Wen Quan held a cigarette in his mouth and carried on looking toward one end of the road. Wait for Chu Chinga. You weren't the one in trouble. Why would she come? The Big Black Dog said. Wen Quan, however, said firmly, no, She's definitely coming and is already on her way. The big black dog looked on blearily. Master, you're almost out of this cigarette. When Quan flicked his fingers and the cigarette fell to the ground, subconsciously preparing to lift his foot and stomp it out, but it was stopped by the big black dog. Master, give me 2 puffs. Subsequently, only to see the big black dog quickly pick up the cigarette with only the tip left and take 2 puffs. With that, an expression of great enjoyment was revealed. As far as? Pick up cigarette butts to smoke. Don't trample on the shame. I'll give you $100. You go to buy a pack of cigarettes. Said, when Quan then took out his wallet, pulled out $100 bill, and threw it to the big black dog. After the big black dog picked it up, it wagged its tail and ran off to buy cigarettes. About 10 minutes later, the big black dog is back from buying cigarettes. Master, give me one. Haven't you already ascended to the throne as king? How come you can't even mix a cigarette? When Quan opened the package, one in his mouth, one thrown to the big black dog. The big black dog said, I've actually stocked up on some, only it's not good to carry them around, so I can only ask you for them. What kind of cigarettes have been stockpiled? One Quan asked casually. And the world, China, the yellow crane, said the big black dog, as if he were counting. When Quan looked puzzled, yo, all good cigarettes you're smoking better than me here. Big black brother said in a pandering manner. In addition to cigarettes, I've also stocked up on some wine. One day when I have time, I'll carry it over for you. Come on, keep it for yourself and enjoy it. When Quan bristled, more and more, the big black dog feels like a human being, and there's a strong bureaucratic style to this racket of greed. And so, he knocked it good and proper. Don't just enjoy yourself. You can't fall behind in the business you should be doing. Don't worry, master. I am following in your footsteps and am already developing my power as fast as I can. The big black dog said solemnly. When Quan's eyes slanted, curiously asked, you got yourself a dog emperor title. Have you opened a harem? Get what dog consort dog concubine what? The big black dog righteously said. Master, what kind of dog do you take me for? Am I the kind of dog that craves for beauty? I only have my mind on getting my career going. I have no other thoughts. A bitch will only affect the speed at which I draw my sword. When Quan's eyes rolled, the cigarette in his hand tasteless, this pussy let you pretend. It's happening right now. A familiar Bentley Timothy appeared from the intersection and entered the middle of one Quan's line of sight. Ha! Chuchinga chuchinga. You've really come. As soon as the words fell, when Quan immediately ran over to stop the car, Chuchinga immediately stepped on the brakes in fear when she saw someone suddenly rush out in front of her. When she looked up, she realized that the man was actually one Quan. When Quan moved from the center of the road to the side of Chuchinga's car and knocked on the glass, Chuchinga lowered the window and said in shock, you want to die? Do you know that just now? If I stepped on the brakes a little bit later, you would have been directly knocked off. When Quan laid his hands on the edge of the car window and said with a hefty smile, I trust your driving skills. Why are you here? Chuchinga asked without any good humor. When Quan said, I just went to the bath center to press a mojo, and I didn't expect that I would see you just as soon as I came out. Chuchinga frowned in anger. She didn't think this guy would be so shameless anymore. It's only a matter of going to the bathhouse. And to her face, such behavior is simply arrogant and domineering, with no one in sight. As soon as he saw Chuchinga's face become ugly, Wen Quan immediately explained, don't get me wrong. I went to the bath center to simply wash my feet and get a massage. I didn't do anything else. My loyalty to you is evident to the sun and the moon, to heaven and earth. I'm still a virgin now, saving my first time exclusively for you. It's okay if he doesn't explain. So explained. Anyway, it caused Chuchinga to be speechless. Why does that sound so diabolical? Can you talk without being so disgusting? Chuchinga said. When Quan's face changed drastically, and he said furiously, why is it disgusting? Can't I just tell the truth? To you I am so honest. I did not expect. Ushered in is your dislike and disgust. Is it? I want to be full of lies. Hypocrisy for people. You like it? Chuchinga was speechless. Bumping into this kind of person with a major brain disease as her husband, she only felt that she had fallen into bad luck. Tick-tock. Since her car was still parked in the middle of the street, the cars behind her couldn't get across and were already honking their horns to urge her on. Seeing this, Wen Quan immediately opened the door and got into the car. Chuchinga looked at him with round eyes. What are you doing? Wen Quan said as he fastened his seatbelt. Going home. Didn't you come over to pick me up? I'll get it. My ass. I'll get it. The flood of energy in Chuchinga's heart began to boil again, but she didn't flare up, suppressing her temper. I still have things to do right now. Take a taxi back yourself. What is it? A personal and private matter. None of your business. You're my wife. I'm your husband. Your business is my business. How can I not care? When Quan welded his butt to the seat and took a stance of never getting out of the car, how could he not know the purpose of Chu Chinga's trip over? It was the knowledge that made it even more unlikely that he would get out of the car. Seeing that she couldn't talk to him, Chu Chinga could only stare dryly. Are you getting off? No more. I'll hit you if you don't get out of the car. Hit it. Hitting is kissing. Scolding is loving. I beg for it. When Quan brought his face over, begging to be hit, to run into such a shameless scoundrel, Chu Chinga was so angry that she stomped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. When Quan's complexion condensed, his eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "You won't let me follow. Could it be that you have some secret that you can't see? It can't be to rendezvous with a wild man. Don't you spit blood?" Chu Chinga shouted. However, looking at the flickering eyes, it was obvious that there was some weakness. Since it's not, then why are you panicking? I'll just follow you around and do nothing. Can I still influence you? One Quan said. Chu Chinga saw that this guy was quite determined to follow himself hard. She could only tell the truth. I have an employee in my company. Something happened in the bathing center. I did it as the boss. Specially came over to take a look. What? When Quan was shocked, you are not his wife. You come over to do what? Can come to the bath center of the man. That are not good men. Except for me. Tick-tock. There was a long line of cars behind us. Hey, hey, hey. The car in front of you in the Antigua. A driver stretched out his head from the car and shouted at the front. Shit, driving a Bentley is great. Is the road repaired by your family? Chu Chinga had no choice but to step on the gas and keep driving. She became even more vain in the face of Fumizumi's questioning. Although between her and Liang Ziyuan, there is not any improper male-female relationship, but the spirit of cheating is also considered a kind of cheating. It is difficult for her to do without a guilty conscience. So, after an unexpected run-in with Fumizumi, panic is inevitable. After all, he is my employee. What's more, the people from the bath center have already called me. It's not good for me not to come, Chu Chinga said. The voice of his speech is no longer, just now, so bottomless. Obviously, she also knew that her behavior at this point was a bit untenable. Where when Quan didn't know the doorway. Only, he was pretending to be confused and was deliberately acting with Chu Chinga. Hey, you're just too soft-hearted. I can't believe you're getting involved in shit like this. If someone bumps into you and catches wind of who you're flirting with, won't that have an impact on your reputation? One Quan shook his head. Chu Chinga coughed. I've come all the way here. It's impossible to turn around and go back now, right? After all, we still need to solve his troubles for him before we can leave. When Quan said in a vigorous manner, like this style of misbehavior of the staff, you should hurry to dismiss him. Let the boss to fish for people. It is really slippery. Shit, I've seen shameless. I have not seen such a shameless. The more he cursed, the more he got excited. Spittle sprayed all over the front windshield. When Chu Chinga saw this, she directly fell silent. The heart is disappointed in Liang Ziyuan. Knowing people without knowing their faces. Originally thought that the other party was a person who could be entrusted with his life, but did not expect that it would be worse than Wang Fan. At least Wang Fan is a bright and open person. Even if you have done something untoward, you will be upfront about it. Unlike Liang Ziyuan, if it hadn't been for the call from the bathhouse, she might never have known. Among her impressions, a talented, well-mannered, white-faced scholar, to have such a nasty and unsavory behavior behind the scenes. Forget it. If it was me, I wouldn't have come fishing for him and would have swept him off his feet the next day and told him to get lost. Only a stupid woman like you could be so kind-hearted. Go on, go on. We'll go home after fishing for people. Fumizumi waved his hand in a compromising manner. Have to say, Wen Quan is definitely an actor. Seeing his acting skills that were so fake, Chu Chinga was really fooled by him and didn't have any doubts at all. Her heart fluttered with mixed feelings and emotions. However, it still didn't say anything and drove the car in the direction of the Imperial Bath Center. Not a moment too soon, the car arrived at the place and stopped at the door. At this point, the female manager, who was waiting specifically at the door, immediately stepped forward and asked with a smile on her face, "May I ask if it's Miss Chu Chinga?" "It's me," Chu Chinga said. "Your husband, Liang Ziyuan, is lying in the hall. The ambulance is already on its way," the female manager said. This statement was made. Not only was Chu Chinga dumbfounded, even when Quan's face changed in shock as he blurted out, "What? Husband?" Fumizumi knew exactly what was going on, but still pretending to be unaware of the situation. She frowned and asked, "What did she just say about Liang Ziyuan being your husband?" Chu Chinga's face suddenly changed and hurriedly said, "She misunderstood. How can people misunderstand you for good reason? If there wasn't any other triggers, what gives her the right to say that your employee is your husband?" When Quan analyzed clearly, this could put Chu Chinga at a loss. About the appellation. This manageress had mentioned it when she called her. At that time, when she got the news of Liang Ziyuan's kiln shopping, she only felt a thunderous blast and did not have time to explain. Nowadays, she happened to bring Wenquan with her. When the other party heard people shouting like that, as a man of blood and vigor, he naturally exploded on the spot. Seeing that Chu Chinga had a mouth to feed, Wenquan's eyes flashed and he slapped his head in anger. I know, it must be this guy, who is deliberately trying to discredit you, before he tells people that you are his wife. Grass. I just thought before that this guy was a kilngoer and belonged to misbehavior at best, but I didn't think that he wasn't good in character either. Chu Chinga raised her eyebrows, unable to say a word in the face of Wenquan's self-justification. Beauty. I need to explain to you, that Liang Ziyuan lying inside is not my wife's husband. I'm her husband. Do you understand? Wenquan said to the female manager. The manageress nodded and said with a face full of embarrassment, I'm sorry, I was the one who misunderstood. Subsequently, under the other side, the two walked into the lobby of the bathhouse. Liang Ziyuan was lying on the sofa covered in blood and wrapped in a bath towel. His face was pale and dying. This guy is Liang Ziyuan? Wenquan asked. The manageress said, yes, honey, is he the employee you were talking about? Wenquan asked Chu Chinga again. Chu Chinga was silent and nodded slightly. At this very moment, her expression had become very hard to read. Before she met Liang Ziyuan, she still held a trace of luck in her heart. Perhaps it was a mistake. However, after seeing it in person, even if you don't want to believe this fact, you have to choose to believe it. Wenquan skimmed his mouth and asked with a puzzled expression, is this bathing center of yours a black store? Sir, how can you say that? The manageress was in a hurry. If it's not a black store, how come people come to you to spend money and get this half-dead look? Wenquan asked. And so, the manageress told Wenquan exactly why Liang Ziyuan had hemorrhaged. When he heard it, it dawned on him. Cannot help but to the coma in the middle of Liang Ziyuan, cast a contemptuous look. No on the diamond drill. Do not take the porcelain work. Others are 100 pounds. You damn on 300 pounds. Your waist is not exploded, that is a ghost it. A couple of curses. Wenquan said to Chu Chinga, wife, you see this employee of yours looks like a human being. Who knows, behind the scenes actually so dirty and vile. You have to be careful in the future. Like this kind of social scum, don't ever recruit into the company again. Chu Chinga stood still, not moving a muscle. She watched for a few moments, her eyes reddening slightly as she raised her head and fought to keep her tears from falling. It wasn't that she was heartbroken for Liang Ziyuan. Rather, I feel that a piece of my heart has been misplaced. At this point, the manageress walked over with the bill. Ms. Chu, please help settle the bill. Settle what? Wenquan asked. The female manager smiled and said, this is the list of this Mr. Liang, who spent a total of $45,000 in this store. This statement was made. Wenquan was shocked. How can it be so expensive? The manageress slowly said, because, Mr. Liang ordered all the services in our restaurant. The original price was actually 65,000. We discounted it and only charged 45,000. Grass. Wenquan opened his mouth and cursed. A beastly thing with a human face. Whoever is blind enough to fall for him is simply out of luck. The manageress said with a frozen expression. Look at this. Wenquan pulled out a bank card from his body and handed it to the other party. Settle the bill. Remember to invoice. Okay. The manageress took the card with a smile, and then walked quickly towards the front desk to check out. Wenquan was like a chicken blood. Crazy patch. Wife, I've paid the money. You now notify the company's personnel. Resign this guy, grandma's leg, to have this kind of scum in, and then the promising company must be screwed yellow by him. In the meantime, the ambulance is finally here. A group of paramedics, carrying a stretcher, came in. On the way to carry Liang Ziyuan towards the car, the manageress who had finished checking out ran over again, and while returning the card to Wenquan, she put a USB flash drive into his hand. What is it? The manageress explained. I don't know what it is. It fell off, Mr. Liang. I guess what's in there isn't good. Do you have a laptop here I'd like to plug in and take a look? Wenquan said as he took the USB drive. Yes. Without saying a word, the manageress immediately brought a laptop. Didn't know it was prepared in advance. Or is it really just the right time? Wenquan plugged in the USB flash drive and read the files on it. I thought it was a romantic action movie. I can't believe they're all numbers that I can't read. Honey, help me see what they are. Wenquan said with great disappointment and turned his head to call out to Chu Chinga, who was in the middle of a daze. Chu Chinga, who was struck by lightning, didn't have the heart to care about this. She casually glanced at it and was about to gloss over it, but when the corner of her eye touched the computer screen, it stuck straight away. Immediately, her eyes widened and she examined it carefully. That originally stiff expression was also replaced by a variety of complex emotions in this instant. Shocker, astonished, anger, and incredulous horror. When Quan noticed the change in Chu Chinga's expression, a wry look flashed across his careless face. Obviously, it's still all about him directing himself. Its purpose, it is to tear down Liang Ziyuan's last piece of cloth of shame, so that Chu Chinga can take a good look at this guy in the end. How much to eat? Heartless. Honey, what's all this? Accounts. What accounts? Chu's company's operating accounts for this year, Chu Chinga added, when Quan asked with a bewildered look on his face. Is it important? Chu Chinga was silent and didn't answer. This instant, she was chilled from the soles of her feet right up to the sky. Before, when Quan needed to give a hint, the female manager lightly threw down the last straw that crushed the camel. With Mr. Liang to consume together, there is another gentleman. Mr. Liang called him Sun Xiao. This thing was originally going to give him only Mr. Sun temporarily have something, so he left early, even if Chu Chinga was a fool. At this moment, she understood what was going on. She was betrayed. This person is none other than her first love, Liang Ziyuan. If the evidence wasn't right in front of her, then she couldn't believe that what was in front of her was real anyway. She and Liang Ziyuan met in high school. The other party did not come from a good background. His father was paralyzed due to a work injury and his mother was the sole breadwinner. And he's hardworking and motivated. Top of the grade every year. In addition to his good grades, he's a great person, happy to help, good-hearted. He was the first one to step up to the plate when anything happened in class. When you see stray cats and dogs by the side of the road, you will even take out 2 of the 3 steamed buns you had for breakfast and feed these little animals. And he would also use his spare time to go out and do part-time jobs to pay for his tuition and supplement his family's income. Chu Chinga was then infected by the other party's resilience and perseverance, and her heart was secretly in love. Only, high school is busy with studying. Add to that strict tutelage. They know each other's feelings, but they don't poke through that window. 3 years rushed by. Senior year, the two met to go to the same university. Then, the water is in the right place and develops into a relationship. Chu Chinga was full of joy and looked forward to that day. However, Liang Ziyuan failed the college entrance exam. He didn't get into his dream college like he wanted to. He then broke all contact with Chu Chinga and disappeared into the middle of the sea. Chu Chinga tried to try and find him, but came up empty-handed. She thought that the other party could not bear such a blow and chose to give up on herself and escape from reality. 4 years have passed. Chu Chinga graduated from college and joined the family business. And this time, Liang Ziyuan, who had disappeared for a long time, jumped out. At this point in his life, compared to before, there are a few more vicissitudes and dryness. With a kind of mature man's charm, Chu Chinga was happy. I had thought I could renew my relationship with him. But, heaven forbid, Elder Chu forced her to marry Wang Fan. And after that, there was the story of today. Chu Chinga will arrange Liang Ziyuan into the middle of the company, getting him in 3 short years. From an ordinary clerk, he climbed to the top position. Due to special feelings for him, Chu Chinga trusted him so much that she would basically communicate with him on both private and public matters. Even the most confidential things within the company never avoided him. Chu Chinga had even made an agreement with him. After she divorces Wang Fan, she'll marry him. Just, all of this, it's all gone to hell tonight. She gave the other person so much credit. Never in a million years, the opponent would actually backstab her? Why? What had he done wrong to make him treat him like that? Chu Chinga stood still, frozen in place, only felt a black eye. The whole body then staggered backward. Fortunately, when Quan quick hands and eyes to support him, so as not to fall to the ground. Honey, are you alright? When Quan asked with concern, but in his heart, he was happy. Hey, stupid woman, you really don't see a coffin. With your IQ, why did the old man trust you with the company in the first place? Being sold and counting the money. If I hadn't realized it in time, I guess your whole family would have to lose all their money and their family would be ruined. Chu Chinga shook her head, but her stunningly beautiful face turned as white as paper. This thing, it was an absolute bolt of lightning and thunder for her. Even when she was forced to marry Wen Quan in addition to her master, she had never been so heartbroken. 3 years of high school, 4 years of college, 3 years for the company, 9 whole years. She treated Liang Ziyuan so generously, but the other party was kind enough to return the favor. Honey, are the accounts a company secret? Wen Quan asked. Chu Chinga didn't say a word. She was suffocating even her breath. Seeing this opportunity, how could Wen Quan not add fuel to the fire? At that moment, pretending to be furious, he sternly shouted, outrageous, this guy is not only shameless, simply heartless. We give him a salary, let him be a white collar. He does not work properly as just actually collude with outsiders want to betray the company. Like this kind of dog who eats his own food. He should be left to fend for himself, thanks to the fact that I just paid his bill. Speaking of which, he gripped Chu Chinga's hand tightly and said compassionately, "Wife, in the end, it's still you who are too kind." Always blinded by such despicable and shameless hypocrites, Chu Chinga was trembling, her body shaking. There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. When she was angry with Fumizumi, the two of them would still bicker, but at this point, all the emotions in her mind were gone. All that was left was a blank slate. This decade. Wrong payment after all. Aftermath. Chu Chinga didn't even know how she got home. The journey was muddled and double-minded. When Quan changed her shoes, carried her to the sofa and sat down, made hot water and helped her wash her face. The whole process, Chu Chinga was all like a puppet on strings, not moving a muscle. This scared Fumizumi. Crap, it's not that bad, is it? Just exposing the true colors of the scum. How come you're still a walking corpse? Didn't you used to be quite cold and arrogant? I thought how well you could take a hit. Fucked up. You're not strong enough, are you? If he had known that the truth would have such a violent impact on Chu Chinga, then Quan would not have gotten so involved when he laid out the plan before. Calling again, posting pictures again, also explode the waste and put the accounts. Quan panicked. Mindfulness. Chu Chinga, don't become a fool. After all, it's her own wife, so if her head doesn't work out, she'll have to take care of it herself in the future. Honey, don't scare me. It's just a small clerk. Don't gloat over his faults. It's not worth it, and he doesn't deserve it. Chu Chinga remained motionless, dumbfounded, and froze, as if her yuan shen had gone out of her body. Even when Quan reached out his hand and waved it in front of her eyes, she didn't give any reaction. This is really playing off. Fumizumi was speechless. Lao Zi was initially exterminated. The whole family was killed cleanly, even if his own body was chopped into meat paste by his fiancée and fed to the dog. Such a heavenly betrayal. I guess you can't find anyone worse off than him in this world. Spara thought, when Quan hadn't been so disoriented like Chu Chinga either. Honey, just soak your feet and relax. I'll see what's good in the fridge and heat it up for you. Eat something, get a good night's sleep. The night's over. It's a brand new day. When Quan picked up Chu Chinga's jade foot and put it into the hot water, when he was fetching the water, he intentionally turned up the temperature of the water by quite a bit, the purpose of which was to scald Chu Chinga and make her come to her senses. But, her small, originally white feet were put into the water and were scalded a bit red, and she didn't even bounce a bit. Hey! Quan shook his head and could only stand up and head for the kitchen. Open the fridge and take a look. It was found to be empty, with nothing inside. There is only one holding tank. This thing seemed to be yesterday. Before the two of them left, Shin Min had specially prepared a 10% tonic soup for him. When Quan took a bowl and poured it into it, bringing it to his nose and smelling it, his eyes glowed and said, "Well, the medicinal fragrance is strong. Ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, and deer antler seem to have put down a fierce material." And so, he took a sip and slurped his mouth a few times, feeling the flavor was very fresh. Next, dazzled the whole bowl with a lick. After finishing it, I still couldn't get enough and was ready for another bowl. But turn your head. Chu Chinga hadn't drunk it yet, so she poured a bowl for her as well and carefully brought it over. Honey, the soup's here. Not to mention, your mom is really good at making soup. I'm afraid Chu Chinga won't drink. Fumitsugu purposely took a soup ladle. One hand held the bowl. One hand held the soup. Come on, open your mouth. Take a sip. It tastes beautiful. He brought the soup spoon to Chu Chinga's mouth and coaxed it like feeding a small child. At this point, the petrified Chu Chinga finally made a move. Turning his head, he looked at Quan. The calm eyes shimmered. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Quan looked confused, as if it was written on his face. What's going on? What's going on? Why are you looking at me? Old man with flowers on his face? Chu Chinga, on the other hand, looked on silently and suddenly hugged Quan and bawled her eyes out, crying like a pear. So sad. This next, it made Quan afraid to move. The body is stiff, hard as a sculpture. Chu Chinga just hugged him and cried one after another, and I don't know how long I cried. There were a lot of tears. It wet Yuan's back, probably tired of crying. It was also possible that the misplaced emotions in her heart were released, and she slowly let go of Quan, while wiping tears from his eyes, while whispering, "Wang Fan, I'm sorry, what's wrong?" Quan asked, puzzled. Chu Chinga murmured, "Between Liang Ziyuan and I, it's actually not a simple superior-subordinate relationship. So what's the relationship?" Quan asked nonchalantly. Chu Chinga lightly bit her lips, reorganizing her mind and organizing her words in her mind. Then, felicitously, He was my high school classmate and the first boy I ever liked. Chu Chinga told the whole story between herself and Liang Ziyuan. It took a whole hour. It took her a moment to finish the story. End. She let out a long, relieved breath. Originally thought, Wen Quan was informed of this, it would surely be stormy and broken. But, instead of doing so, the other man cocked his head and asked, that's it? Chu Chinga froze, rather surprised. You're not angry? She's got it all figured out. After finishing this story, if Fumizumi minded this, then she would divorce the other man and let him find his own life. If he doesn't mind, choose to forgive, then she'll never think of anything else. Live your life honestly with this man and be a good wife and mother. Even though this guy, who was always pissing her off, making her sad, and sometimes was so unreliable that he even did some shockingly stupid things, never hurt her. It's been 3 years, always working hard and being a cowboy. There was also a response to her requests, even if it's a bad thing to do. He never hid anything. He told the truth about everything. In comparison, Liang Ziyuan, whom she had previously favored, had in turn become unappealing and worthless. Wen Quan gazed for a moment, skimmed his mouth. It's okay, after all, it's the two of you who knew each other first, and I'm the one who took my love from you. Of course, you still have to admire the old man's vision, choosing me from amongst the sea of people to be your husband. And if you really married that Liang Ziyuan, then this life would really be ruined. The first half of the sentence is kinda like that. In the second half of the sentence, he was in his original form. Chu Chinga's complexion moved and said in a low voice, all these years, I never gave you a good face, disliked you for being a wimp, scolded you for being useless, and also made every effort to want to divorce you. However, not only do you not hate me, but you repay me with kindness. Over these days, I have seen the changes in you, and I also know that you are good to me. I am actually very touched, but I am just too strong in my heart to show it in front of you. Wen Quan coughed twice. He was used to quarreling with Chu Chinga. For the first time, I saw her speak so softly and truly, more or less feel out of place. Wen Quan said blandly, knowing one's mistake and being able to change it is a good thing. Well, I forgive you for me. Anyway, the one who suffered before was that stinking unlucky bastard Wang Fan. It's not like he's Wen Quan. As for how much he had suffered before, he hadn't empathized with the experience. So, it's as easy as farting for him to get over it. Chu Chinga's eyes swirled, her face showed apprehension, and she hesitated for dozens of seconds before summoning up the courage to ask, are you still willing to continue living with me? Come on, you're the one who's been clamoring for a divorce before, Fumizumi said, rolling his eyes. Isn't that why you're always mad at me? You've never spoken human words either. Wen Quan rolled his eyes even harder. Alright, don't mention what happened before to anyone. Everything ends here. I'm just asking you if we can still continue, Chu Chinga said. Wen Quan paused his voice and asked in a serious manner. Wait, let me take the liberty of asking a few questions first. Chu Chinga nodded slightly. Aha, have you kissed that Liang Ziyuan yet? No. And hold hands with him yet? Neither. Sleeping through the night? No. Chu Chinga's face, visible to the naked eye, darkened. No. If you mind, then I won't ask. The divorce papers are ready to be signed. Wen Quan asked loudly. One last question. Ask it and leave it at that. Say what you have to say and fart what you have to say. So you're still a virgin now, Wen Quan said. To be bitchy, Wen Quan recognizes the second. Absolutely no one dares to recognize the first one. He has always played a steady game in the area of making people sick and unpleasant. Actually, these questions, he didn't even need to ask. The heart is as clear as a mirror. But he's just being redundant, not having any purpose, just having a brain fart and screwing around. Get out! Accompanied by a chorus of chants, Chu Chinga raised her foot and kicked Wen Quan in the face, sending his entire body sprawling. After being kicked over, Wen Quan not only didn't get angry, but smiled and said, it's so strong. It's a pity you don't go to play soccer. Chu Chinga said, Humph, cut the crap. I remember how you buried me before. Hey, just this little shit. Why do you always hold a grudge? Wen Quan numbly climbed up and came over to Chu Chinga's side again. For the woman Chu Chinga, his heart has grown to accept it. Although in some trivial matters, the other party was always catty and irritated him. But in matters of great right and wrong, the other man never let him down. Especially the thing about the other party borrowing a loan shark to help him pay off his debt. It broke all the preconceived notions in his mind. Chu Chinga wrapped her arms around herself and pouted. Wang Fan, can you stop being so disgusting? Wen Quan's complexion was correct and said righteously, how am I disgusting? Look at my thick eyebrows and imposing appearance. Which one doesn't say that I am a talented and good-looking man? Evil or not has nothing to do with looks, Chu Chinga said, and she wondered. The old Wang fan was lewd and cowardly. Today's Wang fan is disgusting and brain-dead. It either pissed her off or fazed her. She found that even if she was healthy, sooner or later she would have a heart attack from being angry with the other person. Sometimes, she seriously wondered if this guy had a split personality disorder. Temperament is unpredictable. One of these days, I'm going to have to take him to the hospital and get him checked out. Alright, let's not talk about all this nonsense. Hurry up and drink the soup. Don't waste the 10 perfect soup that your mom personally cooked for you. When Quan picked up the bowl with the soup spoon again and sent it to Chu Chinga's mouth. No need for you to feed me. I'll drink it myself, Chu Chinga said. She wasn't used to being fed by others. When Quan said fussily, you don't get it. Drinking by yourself is called being limber, while me feeding you, it's called being romantic. Be a good boy. Just open your mouth. Chu Chinga's head was filled with black lines and she was speechless. Here we go again. Who the hell did this guy learn to be so smooth talking? Although her heart resisted, her body was honest, and she slowly opened her mouth and drank the soup when Quan fed her. Is it good? Not bad. Would you like another bowl? Forget it. It's not advisable to have a full stomach at night. Go to the bathroom and get a towel. Come wipe my feet for me, Chu Chinga said softly. Oh. Fumizumi put down the spoon bowl and headed straight for the bathroom. It's happening right now. Boom! There was a sudden clap of thunder outside the house. The starry sky, which was still dotted with stars, was suddenly swept by dark clouds and torrential rain. At the same time, also at the moment when this thunder rang out, the brightly lit room was plunged into darkness. Summer weather is so changeable without warning. The circuit tripped, the thunder rang all night long, and the rain followed all night. Wind and rain, lightning and thunder. Wait until the first light of the second day. The sun was shining again outside the window and the sky was clear. The brilliant sunlight made a rainbow bridge between the skyscrapers, which was very beautiful. As the early morning sunlight shines into the room, Fumizumi woke up in a ghostly state. Yawning as he did so, he opened his eyes. Damn, why are you so tired? It feels like the body is falling apart. He muttered under his breath and was about to get up from the bed when he realized that his arms were pinned down by something and he couldn't move them. Turn your head. One moment. His entire body froze in place. A woman was resting on his arm, quietly asleep. Long hair fell lazily like a waterfall, and that blown-out face. In the midst of a silence, it was as beautiful as a snow lotus blooming on the top of Tianshan Mountain. Especially when the soft sunlight fell on her face, there was actually a sense of holiness that came out of the mud. Long black eyelashes, fluttering slightly as they breathe evenly and steadily. In terms of how many of this earthly beauty there are, I'm afraid it's not even a fraction of what this woman has in front of her. The first beauty of the North Sea. Sure enough, true to its name, it's by no means a waste of time. Crap. How did this woman get into my bed? When Quan slapped his head vigorously, in the middle of the brain, memories, like fragments, swept in. A wild and wonderful night that gradually coalesced and brought it all back to him. To this, when Quan, who had reacted, was dumbfounded. Hey, if I don't go to hell, who will? This is finished, completely on this woman's thief ship. He remembers getting the towel after coming out. The woman then said she had a headache and seemed to have a fever, yelling to go to the hospital. When Quan sneered in his heart, I'm a veterinarian myself. Wouldn't I be able to handle a minor illness like a fever or a cold? And so, he was then ready to take matters into his own hands and heal the other man. But the cure is on. He also began to get dizzy and his temperature skyrocketed. Fumizumi was shocked. Grandma's leg. Is this disease so terrible? Infected in minutes? Later, Fumizumi sensed that there should be something wrong with what the two were drinking. But, the drug kicked in. Even if he had noticed, it wouldn't have helped. And then, instead of going to the hospital, both of them had indescribable things happen. One eye open. And there you have it. Fumizumi scratched his head vigorously, shouting out loud in his mind. What to do? If this woman woke up from her nap, she would have to come after him. With her temper, there's no telling what she'll whip up again. How about just slipping out now without a word, when none of this has happened? No way. This method is not reliable. The other party is not a 3-year-old child. Once he wakes up, he will know what happened in minutes. If not run, that would inevitably lead to a storm of accusations from her. Although this hadn't happened yet, in Fumizumi's mind, there were already images. Suddenly, he was frightened. He had to hurry up and think about the best way to get out of the situation. Time rushes. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Woo-woo, the room resounded with sobs, torn and painful. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. In a daze, Chu Chinga heard someone crying. She had a headache so bad she didn't want to pay attention to it. But the crying got louder and louder and louder. This next, Getting her upset, she instantly shouted out of the blue, "Cry for me again or get out." The words fell. The voice butted in, shaking her head like a swarm of flies buzzing in her ears. "Chuchinga, wake up, wake up, don't play dead." Chuchinga opened her eyes with difficulty and woke up from her sleep. Immediately, into the reach of the eye, it was Wen Quan's grief-stricken face. "What are you doing early in the morning?" Chuchinga asked in a good-natured manner. Wen Quan pouted and said with teary eyes while sobbing, "Look at what you did. I have no face to see anyone. Oh. What's gotten into you?" Chuchinga was speechless. Her eyebrows knitted slightly as she climbed up from the bed. "It doesn't matter if you don't catch it. One scratch scares me." She realized she had a cool chill on her, her entire torso wrapped up amongst the covers. "Look up." The same is true of Wen Quan. The other man was naked, clutching a pillow, tears in his eyes. "Watch this scene." A bolt of electricity instantly struck through her head. 5 thunderbolts. The sky is falling. Subsequently, only her almond eyes were round and full of astonishment, and her mouth dully asked, "What happened yesterday?" Wen Quan grunted softly, tearfully accusing. "And you have the nerve to ask me? Yesterday you drank the soup your mom made for you, and then you got animalistic and turned on me. I resisted. I struggled. I would rather die than give in, but you say it with a scowl on your face. Scream and scream. No one will answer even if you scream your throat out. And then, it took me that. Woo. Speaking of the end." He sobbed outright. Chuchinga was dumbfounded and dazed on the spot. It was like being hit with a stick by someone, and the whole brain was dizzy. "I don't know. Look at this scene in front of you." Thought Wen Quan had the wrong script. He's male. Chuchinga is female. The person who had sex with the two of them and made a big fuss and sought death should be Chuchinga. But, instead, he preempted Chuchinga's moves, going the way of others. Straight up, people have no way out. It's this wave of unexpected countersets. Hardly will Chuchinga be able to straighten it out. For a moment, I don't know how to react, and I don't know what to say. Wen Quan squinted and glanced at Chuchinga, squeezing her tears as hard as she could. "Woo, how can I live? My virginity is all gone. 25 years of virginity, and it's all in your hands. I'm not living. I have no face. Let me die. I'm not afraid to break my bones. I want to leave my innocence on earth." Chuchinga was already confused, being skeptical, being so Wen Quan. His mind was even more broken. "That's enough of you. What's all the noise about? No crying. Hold your tears back. A big man. Why are you grinding like a woman?" She reached out and pointed at Wen Quan, who was shedding tears, and sternly scolded, "Men don't shed tears. What's decent about your appearance?" Wen Quan put on a pearly, pathetic look. "You're actually mean to me? Taking someone's body and turning the other cheek. God, open your eyes. Why is my life so bitter?" Chuchinga's head was filled with black lines. It happened. She should be the one who was the most shocked, the most angry, the one who should be furious. But, having been robbed of her script, she had to forcefully substitute herself into Wen Quan's original role. She was even asking, "Is it really my fault? Wasn't it this guy who took advantage? He's a guy. Either way, he doesn't lose out. What's he crying about here? Your family is unsuspecting and drugged me in the soup, and I'm such a pure and decent person that I'm unclean from this day forward. You will answer to me or I will die for you." Have to say, Wen Quan is definitely an actor. Once again, the old cunt's characteristics are put to good use. Obviously, half an hour of thinking still worked. From the moment I woke up, the mind went into a frenzy as to how to defuse such an awkward and tricky situation at hand. It's a way for him to maintain the initiative and for the other guy to not be able to blame him. It wasn't his fault in the first place, but there was no stopping someone who would be unreasonable. And so, he thought of the big black dog fighting with the spotted hyena during the dogfight earlier. It was the spotted hyena's famous stunt that the big black dog had learned to kill with a thunderbolt. One thought in this, he immediately captured Chuchinga's stubborn, proud, and unbowed nature, tailored the move to her, subsequently, putting ideas into action again. Look again at this point. This move was used extremely successfully. Chuchinga was completely led by the nose by him, completely forgetting the role she should play the most. "Wang Fan, I'm your wife. You're my husband. This kind of thing has to happen sooner or later. Where did you get such a big reaction?" Wen Quan said weakly. "Then you can't force people." Chuchinga said with a speechless face. "Who forced you? How did I know my mom would drug the soup? So what you said last night was true?" "No," Wen Quan asked. "What words?" Chuchinga subconsciously asked. Wen Quan said in his words, "You said that you would love me forever, that I was your heart and soul, that you would listen to me in everything, and that you would serve me as an ox in the future. Saddle me with your heart and soul." "I said such things?" Chuchinga's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling more and more that something was wrong with the situation. Wen Quan nodded his head vigorously and said with conviction, "Yes, you said it yourself. Impossible. There's absolutely no way I could say such a thing," Chu Chinga said firmly. "It's a shame. It's fucking disgusting. It didn't even sound like her, much less something she could do." Seeing the skepticism on Chu Chinga's face, it grew stronger. Wen Quan knew he had played it off and rushed to say, "Forget it, you've got me anyway and I'm already yours. There's no point in counting that much. I'll forgive you if you kiss me and hug me now." Chu Chinga copied a pillow and smashed it onto Wen Quan's head, shouting with curses, "I'll kiss your big head. Don't take advantage of it. Hurry up and get out of here. You've been exposed? You don't think so?" Lao Tzu's acting is so good that he even fooled himself. How did the other side detect it? A series of question marks popped up in Fumizumi's head, and he wrapped the sheet around him and ran away. Chu Chinga held her forehead, trying to remember what happened last night. But nothing comes to mind. But one thing is certain. That is, she did have sex with Wen Quan, and the two of them are considered to be completely seated as husband and wife. Pissed off. How did I get into such a mess? Forget it, there's nothing more to say after what happened. Wen Quan runs like a thief. Not just running from the room. After getting dressed, it was more of a straight run from the house. Run as fast as you can. As far as you can. In the midst of nature. Certain species of spiders, the females will have the habit of eating the males. The male spider is trying to stay alive. When it's done, make sure you get your feet wet and slip away before the mother spider can react. Otherwise, life is over. Wen Xuan's side is cool to take off. On the other hand, Liang Ziyuan and Sun Zilong's side were miserable. The two of them were put on the spot by Wen Quan, and they ended up, without fail, being sent to the hospital in unison. A loin popped. The other chrysanthemum is broken and full of wounds. It's really hard to be a brother, sharing the same blessings and difficulties. The Sun family rushed to the hospital at a rapid pace to see Sun Zilong, who had just been pushed out of the operating room. "Doctor, how is the situation?" Sun Zilong's father walked up quickly. The main surgeon removed the mask and expressed his regret. The life was saved, but the situation is very serious. "I'm afraid that in the future." Halfway through, the desire to speak is over. Father Sun pursued, "What's wrong?" "I'm afraid I'll have to wear diapers for the rest of my life." It was a little hard for the lead surgeon to say. He's been a doctor for so many years, have done so many surgeries. Never before have I seen a patient with such outrageous injuries. The other party is still the famous Sun family's youngest. I heard it was a metamorphosis with a bunch of bitches that led to this fiasco. And it's all over the internet. Hey, have to say, young people nowadays play really wild. A wave of blood attacked his head, and Sun's father stumbled backward. And if it wasn't for the support of someone behind him, he would have definitely fallen down. That beast. It's just heartless and blameworthy. The face of our Sun family has been disgraced by him. Sun's father, anxious and angry, cursed, regarding the video circulating on the internet. He had already watched it and almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood at that time. In the meantime, Sun Yuanlu also rushed to the scene. "How is Zilong's situation?" Sun's father's face was unglossed as he said, "Second uncle, this rebellious son has done a good job. Just let him fend for himself. Why do you old man need to come all the way here?" Sun Yuanlu frowned and said slowly, "I watched the video. I think Zilong should have been framed by someone. A person's fetish, no matter how eccentric. It's impossible to do that kind of dehumanizing thing. Who dares to frame a member of my Sun family?" Sun's father was shocked. Sun Yuanlu's face sank as he murmured, "Before the theft of the humanoid he Shou, and now Zilong has suffered such a calamity. It seems that someone is secretly targeting my Sun family." This statement was made. Sun's father was shocked. When it comes to the human-shaped he Shou, the entire Sun family is distressed. It's a family heirloom. It is valuable and famous. Every time you use it, it's stingy. It's the idea of a fine line that will be passed down through the ages. Who knows? It was actually stolen whole by a mouse. The Sun family mobilized all their resources and contacts and launched a citywide search. A whole week went by and nothing. And so, pouring all his anger out on the rats. All the rats in a dozen kilometers radius of Sun's manor have suffered. And not even a rat's nest is left. 10 minutes after the procedure was done, Sun Zilong woke up from his coma, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he kept shouting in pain. When he saw that his family was all there, his face couldn't help but show a look of dismay. "Dad, Uncle and Grandpa, why are you all here?" Sun's father looked at his son, both speechless and helpless. Subsequently, told what had happened to him, one by one. Sun Zilong's eyes were as wide as bronze bells after hearing this. "What? How? No, it can't be. You guys must be lying to me." Sun Zilong struggled to get up from the bed, but as soon as he exerted himself, his lower half of his body felt like it was rotting away, and he couldn't give any support at all. Only a fluttering sound was heard. Fell back into the hospital bed again. The pain that tore through his heart came like a tidal wave. The pain caused Sun Zilong to grimace and pass out several times. Sun's father asked, "Last night, who exactly were you with and what did you get into conflict with?" Sun Zilong's brain was in a daze. "I can't remember a lot of things. I only know that before I passed out, I was drinking with Liang Ziyuan. Drinking. Just blacked out and fell unconscious." Liang Ziyuan? Father Sun's eyes flashed, and without saying a word, he immediately arranged for his manpower to search for this person. 10 minutes later, Sun's father appeared in Liang Ziyuan's hospital room. He looked at the young man in the hospital bed, who was dying, half dead. A hint of surprise passed between his eyebrows. The attending doctor next to him said, "This man was brought in the middle of the night, and I heard that he was having too much fun with the flowery wine and popped his back sitting down." This next, Sun's father was more certain. It wasn't an accident. It was a calculated setup by some people. Who's really dealing with the Sun family? And who has the guts and ability to do so? Sun's father was seething with anger as he launched into a brainstorming session. Slamming his fist on the wall, he roared in a low voice, "Don't let me find out who this person is, or else, I'll have to break him into pieces." Sun Yuanlu walked with his hands in the air and said softly, "Fu Qiang, I've seen that child Zilong. After the rescue there is still a possibility of healing, however, a certain aspect of function will still be affected." Sun Fuqian's eyelids were cracking as he shouted, "Second uncle, you guessed right. Someone is really messing with our Sun family." Sun Yuanlu took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with essence. "Do you have any skeptical targets in mind? There aren't many with this kind of guts and ability in the North Sea, and there are only a few who have been feuding with us for a long time, so I think it should be them who are retaliating." Sun Fuxiang said thoughtfully, "Examine them one by one and find the murderer. Although our Sun family is not considered a first-class power in the North Sea, we will not allow others to be so offended." Sun Yuanlu snapped. In the meantime, the one who started it all was at the breakfast place down the street, eating noodles and drinking soy milk. "How much for the boss?" "8 pieces total." "Okay, scan the code and send it to you. Take care, boss." After eating and drinking his fill, Wen Quan, who had finished paying, took a tissue and wiped his mouth while walking toward the road. Half an hour later, he arrived at the downstairs of Chu's company. Although Sun Zilong and Liang Ziyuan were cleaned up by him, the crisis of Chu's company was still not lifted. There are still a lot of assholes in the company, and the cash flow problem is long overdue. One little storm, and this seemingly huge family business would go up in smoke in no time. One day, just one day, Wen Quan is going to solve all the problems through today. It may sound unbelievable, but, prepared as he was, he had 100% certainty. After a night of tossing and turning yesterday, Chu Chinga definitely couldn't come to the office today. The state is back in good shape, so I guess I'll have to wait until tomorrow. So, taking advantage of the other party's absence, Wen Quan was in a good position to make a big show of his skills and clean up all the things that had been eating away at him. Wen Quan took out Chu Chinga's work license from his pocket and walked straight to the Chu's company office building. "Sir, may I ask who you are looking for?" The receptionist saw an unfamiliar face walking head-on and immediately went forward to ask. Wen Quan pulled out the code 001 work badge and asked at her, "Do you recognize this?" The receptionist took a look and said with a face full of surprise, "Isn't this the president's work badge?" "Yes, I'm Chu Chinga's husband." Wen Quan took the initiative to introduce himself. This statement was made. The receptionist lady was taken aback, and after carefully examining Wen Quan, a look of consternation appeared on her face. "What? You don't believe me?" Wen Quan raised an eyebrow. The receptionist hurriedly waved her hand and explained, "No, it's just that I didn't expect you to actually look so handsome. I heard others say that you are not tall, full of hemp, earthy, talking about talking." The receptionist realized she had said the wrong thing and immediately covered her mouth. Expressing his apology, he said, "Don't get me wrong, I'm not this. It's okay, it's just hearsay. It's all nonsense." Wen Quan said graciously. The receptionist was instantly relieved, and her favorable impression of Wen Quan instantly skyrocketed. The mind wondered. Outside rumors are really all falsehoods. The president's husband is so good looking that he actually called him ugly. I don't know if those people are blind or not. Wen Quan looked at his watch. It was already 10 in the morning. "Is everyone from the company here yet?" "All here," the receptionist said. "Very well, interview all the managers of the company for me. I want to receive them one by one," Wen Quan said. "Yes," the receptionist nodded her head obediently. Wen Quan asked, "Where is my wife's office?" "Follow this road in and it's at the far end." The receptionist pointed out the way. "That's all." Fumizumi went in blatantly, walked through the work area and opened the door to the president's office with his work badge under the prying eyes. The company's employees were dumbfounded by the situation. Who is this guy? Not to mention quite handsome. I don't know. I've never seen it before. Why does he have the president's work badge? You guys don't know. Right. I heard from Xiao Zhao at the front desk that this is our president's husband. This statement was made. It was a stone's throw away. What? Really? Of course it's true. How can you fake something like this? Can't you see that people are going into the office? How can the president's husband be so handsome? It's not scientific. Have you met the president's husband? Hearing you say that, it seems like you know him quite well, although I've never seen it, but the internet about the marriage of the two of them, but the buzz in the North Sea lived for a period of time, basically know about this matter. At that time, people also jokingly said that the toad ate the swan meat. Ha ha ha, how can you be a toad with such a handsome face? I should say a frog prince. As soon as Wen Quan entered the office, he surveyed the furnishings inside. Have to say, Chu Chinga still has good taste. Minimalist style, clean and simple. Wen Quan sat down on the soft sofa chair, then, crossing his legs, casually picked up the documents on the table and flipped through them twice. Suddenly, a mosquito flew in through the window and landed on the table. It rubbed its tentacles while reporting up to Wen Quan the information it had scouted. It's all been inquired about, hasn't it? Reporting back to the master. What we should know or what we shouldn't know, we've already collected. Just waiting for you to check. Good job. After this matter, I will heavily reward you, Wen Quan said with a smile on his face. Next, this mosquito then told Wen Quan the information he had gathered. One by one, same as last time. All personal secrets about the management of Chu's company. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in, Wen Quan shouted. A middle-aged man pushed his way in. The other man was suited and booted, wearing a pair of sunglasses. Fumizumi took one look at him and had a good idea of who he was. As soon as the other guy comes in, instead of any respectful gesture, he questioned, "You said you are the president's husband. What are your credentials?" Wen Quan laughed and said unhurriedly, "Wu Jianshou, 48 years old this year, joined Chu's company for 12 years now, and is currently the manager of the personnel department." "What are you talking about?" the other asked. Wen Quan hooked his lips and smiled. "Don't be in a hurry. Listen to my unfolding story. In your first year as HR manager, you suborned a female subordinate, causing the other to become pregnant, and you spent $500,000 to settle the matter and promised to give the other a promotion and pay raise. 7 years ago, you had sold information to a competing company who gave you $3 million, causing the company's carefully laid out bidding plan for 078 to be aborted. 3 years ago, you killed a man with your DUI car and paid $1 million for the driver to take the fall for you. 2 years ago, Fumizumi's tone grew more relaxed the further he spoke. The smile on his face became even more brilliant and charming. But Wu Jianshou, who was listening on the opposite side, broke out in a cold sweat, and his entire body couldn't help but shiver like sifting chaff. "You're being bloodthirsty. There's no such thing." Wen Quan fiddled with his fingers. "Mr. Wu, I'm so matter-of-fact about all of this. Do you think I'm just making things up out of thin air? Every single thing you've done is enough to send you to jail." Last words. Frightened, Wu Jianshou's legs went limp and he directly knelt down. How would he dare to doubt Wen Quan's identity? His mind was preoccupied with only wanting to save himself. "What do you want?" Wen Quan saw the other side of the goat, also no nonsense, opened the door and said, "You so many years from the company, all the illegal income, all surrendered. The stock fund cannot stay. In addition, limited to you within 3 hours. Submit your resignation. Of course, you can refuse, but I'll tell you what awaits you as soon as you walk out that door." Wu Jianshou kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic, and hurriedly cried out, "I don't dare to dare. I'll do everything as I'm told. I beg you to be magnanimous and let me go. Don't be slick. I know everything about your situation. As long as what you hand over doesn't match the accounts, I'll get you killed in a minute," Wen Quan reminded. As Wu Jianshou walked out of this office, the whole thing was deflated. Sweating and trembling, the people outside the office were all dumbfounded at the sight. "What's the matter with you, Wu?" asked a co-worker who was equal in rank to Wu Jianshou, the next person who was about to enter the office. Wu Jianshou shook his head and said nothing, directly falling away. The crowd couldn't help but look at each other when they saw this. From each other's eyes, they saw a dash of astonishment. Seeing Wu Jianshou like this, those who hadn't gotten in yet were starting to panic. Originally, Wen Quan asked the receptionist to notify them to come over for an interview, and they were kinda dismissive in their minds. Even Chu Chinga couldn't help them. What can her husband, a little flunky, be capable of? "See you later." Nan had to give him a hard time. Let the other side see it. What is the order of honor and social danger? So, among the group, the burden of striking the front falls naturally. Among the companies, the most senior and prestigious on Wu Jianshou. Just, no matter how much they planned ahead, they never expected that Wu Jianshou would leave the president's office in such a way. Manager Li, what's going on here? If you ask me, who do I ask? Manager Li rolled his eyes and said without a good mood. Look at old Wu's face. I'm afraid this guy is not a good guy. How should we deal with it? Someone asked in a whisper. No wonder Chu Chinga suddenly sent him over. So he came prepared. But even so, there's no need for us to be afraid. Manager Li rolled up his sleeves and said aggressively, if he talks to us nicely, then I'll give him a few points. If he doesn't know how to behave, then we'll go on a collective strike. I don't believe it. He's alone, but he still dares to fight against the whole company's management? This statement was made. Immediately, the crowd responded. Manager Li is right. No matter what the other side intends to do, as long as we cooperate sincerely and screw together, no one can do anything about us. Not only are we in a high position, but we also have shares in the company in our hands, so he doesn't have such teeth if he wants to take us on. That's right. If we're pushed to the edge, then we'll turn against him. Chu's company is already this pushy. As long as we're gone, it'll be like a grasshopper in the fall. It won't be able to pop up for long. The more the crowd talked, the more energized they became, and the timidity and trepidation in their hearts dissipated in this instant. Manager Li's eyes flickered with essence, and he coldly snorted. I'm going to meet him now, to see whether he knows the 3 heads and 6 arms of Naja, or the 72 changes of the Monkey King. Having said that, he then pushed open the door of the president's office with an air of vigor and walked straight in. Fumizumi has one foot on the table. He was holding Chu Chinga's expensive silk scarf and polishing his leather shoes. Heard someone open the door and enter. He glanced up and asked absently, what are you guys yakking about outside the house? Manager Li, with a haughty look on his face, loosened his tie and looked at Wen Quan and asked, you're that Chu family flunky? Not bad. It's me, Wen Quan admitted decisively. What are you doing here? To clean up my wife's mess for her, Wen Quan said bluntly. Manager Li frowned and said without thinking, the mess you're talking about is us, right? I didn't expect you to be aware. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. Let's get to the point. Wen Quan blew a breath into his leather shoes and put his feet down, still deliberately stomping on the ground. What do you want to say? Wen Quan slowly said, my request to you is the same as that of Mr. Wu just now. Resign immediately and hand over all the illegal gains you have made in the company over the years. Hear that? Manager Li's eyes widened. You're kidding me, right? No, I'm giving you official notice. Manager Li said with contempt. Humph, why should I listen to you? You had to listen to me. Wen Quan said confidently. I won't listen to you. What can you do to me? Manager Li was also a proud leg. Looking at his arrogant and domineering stance, he didn't put Wen Quan in his eyes at all. Tick-tock. The printer, which was working, beeped. Wen Quan turned his head to see that the documents he needed to print had already been printed. So, he reached out and picked up one of them and passed it in Manager Li's direction. Take a look at it. What is this? A thing to keep you in line. The look on Manager Li's face became even more disdainful. He wasn't even afraid of people. He would still be afraid of this mere piece of paper? Next, he walked straight over and, from Wen Chuan's hand, turned the printed A4 paper around. Looked down. He, who had originally had no one in sight, was immediately dumbfounded. At top speed, skimmed through everything on this A4 sheet of paper. After reading it, without saying a word, he tore the whole paper to shreds and cried out, a load of nonsense. Made up. Fake, fake, fake. All fake. When Quan unhurriedly picked up another stack of printed A4 paper and said with a big smile, it's fine. Go ahead and tear it up. I still have plenty here. As much as I want. And if that's not enough, there's a backup inside the computer. Manager Li was so scared that his face turned pale and the corners of his eyes twitched. Desperately trying to contain his inner trepidation, he lowered his voice and asked, how do you know all this? When Quan said without moving, don't ask me how I know. You only need to tell me if you agree with the request I just gave you. Out of the blue, Manager Li finally understood. Why was Wu Jianshou's expression so ugly when he walked out of the office just now? Original. He was threatened by someone else. The point is, it was a threat he couldn't refute, much less argue with. Just get it out in the open. That will surely lead to ruin and death. When Quan oohed and awed and said with a smile, Wu is always a smart person. For all of my requirements, have a request, so I choose to let him off the hook. As for Mr. Li, you really do not want to, then I will not be forced on you. You go. Where did Manager Li dare to go? How awesome it was to come in just now. Then how humble he is now. It was close to kneeling down for Wen Quan. After a short reflection, he quickly made the most sensible decision. A few minutes later, Manager Li also left the office. The people guarding the outside saw this and immediately gathered around to inquire about the situation. Manager Lee was horrified and lifeless. Nothing superfluous was said, just a word of caution to those behind him. Behave yourself and help yourself. Having said that, he then followed the same path as Wu Jianqiu before him and ran away in ashes. This next. Those who hadn't gone in yet were all confused. A question mark was written all over his face. I Lu ago. This son-in-law so means of it. Mr. Wu and Mr. Lee, this two pieces of hardcore. All was he ruled obediently. Two people go in to talk about the time. Seem to add up to not more than 10 minutes, right? You can't judge a person by his appearance. You can't measure seawater by a bucket of water. For this guy to be able to become Chu Chinga's husband, he's definitely not a generalist. It seems like we're still underestimating him. Enough of this nonsense. What do we do next? What can we do? The first two didn't reveal anything, so we can only save Grandpa one by one, and see who's tougher and can last until the end. Chu Chinga at this time. It was just as Wen Quan had guessed. It was completely too painful to get out of bed. While she knew what happened last night, she knew nothing about the details of what happened then. This guy is more than an asshole. He's an animal. Without saying a word, he actually ran away. Chu Chinga forced herself to endure the pain and got out of bed, pouring herself a cup of water. She had just taken a sip when someone called her. She picked it up and it was her secretary calling. The other party should have seen that she didn't go to work. Therefore, she made this call to make inquiries. As soon as the call is connected, the secretary then panicked. President, where are you now? At home. Something happened temporarily. I can't go to work today, Chu Chinga said breathlessly. The secretary followed up by asking, and did you arrange for your husband to take your place in the position today and have an interview with the company management? Hear that? Chu Chinga's complexion stared, greatly surprised. No, but your husband has already come to the company, with your work badge, under your name, and is talking to those old bosses, the secretary said. Hiss. Chu Chinga's beautiful eyes rounded and she sucked in a breath of cool air. She knows this guy's gone, but it was never expected. This guy actually ran into her company. What's he up to? What does he want? Know nothing about the company and have no experience in management. Without a word of greeting, he went straight for it. It's just a brainwashed and crazy person. On the state of the company, no one knew better than Chu Chinga. Shaky and precarious. A little toss and this seemingly impregnable ship would fall apart in minutes. She was already doing her best to maintain the current situation. Just hope there are no accidents. Smooth out the tough times. However, it's hard to prevent home invasions day and night. No one else has yet to strike a blow against the company. But instead, my own husband has run over and tossed it first. This guy is really going to piss me off. I used to just think he was disgusting, but now I realize he's even more stupid. Chu Chinga was so angry that she wanted to curse. Even though it hurt like hell, she had to change her clothes and head straight to the office. Before these guys screw up too much, she had to get there in time. Stop the expansion of the situation. None of those old farts in the company are to be messed with, and they are worried about not having a chance to turn on themselves. Isn't this fool Wang Fan's operation to create opportunities for the other side? God forbid. Hopefully, by the time he got there would still be room for everything to maneuver. Tighten up. Chu Chinga, who had never driven a fast car before, held her breath and rushed to the company in less than half an hour after spending less than an hour on a journey that originally took an hour. She had changed her clothes, but hadn't had time to change her shoes, and still had a pair of slippers on her feet. From this, one could see just how anxious she was at that moment. Chu Chinga killed the company. The secretary is waiting at the door. Where is that guy? Chu Chinga said with a murderous look in her eyes. The secretary carefully pointed towards the inside, but Chu Chinga heard a mountain of cheers. What are they screaming about? President, your husband just announced that all the bottom and middle level employees, their salaries are doubled and shares are issued according to their years of service, the secretary said. Boom! Chu Chinga's face changed drastically, only to feel a burst of 5 thunderbolts. Is this guy crazy? It's hard enough for me to support so many people, and he's raising wages. Where's the money coming from on the books? The secretary lowered her head, not daring to say anything. Immediately, Chu Chinga quickly walked in. Due to her frosty face and stern gaze, all those who saw her stopped cheering and lowered their heads in silence. Chu Chinga swept a glance at them. That's as powerful as machine gun fire. The earth was shaking in the deafening commotion just now, but in an instant, they all subsided and quieted down. Chu Chinga didn't say anything and walked towards the president's office. Wen Quan was in the middle of organizing his papers, and as soon as he heard someone come in at the door, he spoke. I'm busy with something, so you can come back later. If I wait any longer, are you going to sell all of my company? Chu Chinga shouted with an icy voice. Wen Quan looked up and saw that it was Chu Chinga who had arrived, and a hint of surprise couldn't help but spread across his face. Crap, what's this woman doing here? Wife, what are you doing here if you're not resting at home? When Quan put down the work at hand and greeted as if nothing had happened, Chu Chinga's gaze froze and she said in a fiery voice, Wang Fan, do you know what you're doing? When Quan didn't panic at all, and even said with words, Wife, truth be told, I'm preparing a surprise for you, and I'll tell you about it after I get things done. But you're here now, and I'm afraid this surprise won't be able to be done. Surprise? Chu Chinga laughed coldly. I think it's more like shock. When Quan hurriedly made way for Chu Chinga to sit down, after Chu Chinga sat down, she asked sternly, Let me ask you, what did you do before I came over? When Quan said, I retired all of the company's management, in addition to giving the bottom and middle layers all promotions and raises. This statement was made. A rush of blood drove straight to his head. Chu Chinga almost fainted. She thought to herself, just half a day. Quan tossed as much gusto as he could. Who knows? What she never expected was this. It's amazing that the power of this guy to wreak havoc can be so terrifying. It was close to tearing down her company. No anger, no anger. Hold your horses. As much of an asshole as this guy was, he was his husband after all. Yesterday we agreed to have a good time with him. If you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Hold back for a while, and take a step back. Chu Chinga closed her eyes, her body shivering wildly. To avoid storming out on your own, she asked through clenched teeth. The management of the company is partly shareholders and they will agree with your proposal? A promotion and a raise. She had nothing to fear. It wasn't a directive from her personally, after all, and there was a lot of room for maneuver. But, sacking management is like dropping a nuclear bomb on the company. Kill 800 enemies and lose 10,000 of your own. That's okay when it's done. If it hadn't been made, it would have been heavenly and doomed. When Quan slammed a thick stack of resignations on the table, all of them are quite cognizant, and have already obediently left. What? Chu Chinga's eyes were as wide as bronze bells as she looked at the sheet of resignations on the table, a look of disbelief on her shocked face. However, the shock, which was like a shock wave, did not end here, because Wen Chuan's next sentence was even more powerful than this news. Not only did they submit their resignations, but they contributed all the extra money they had earned over the years. This statement was made. Chu Chinga turned her head with a face full of consternation. What did you just say? Tell me again? When Quan paused his voice and repeated, I'd say that they turned over the money they earned in the company as well. This also includes various shares and funds. The total value added together should be more than $200 or $300 million. Chu Chinga sucked in a mouthful of cool air, her brain buzzing. How is this possible? What's impossible? If you don't believe me, you can completely go to the finance to check the accounts. Of course, due to the huge amount and the large number of people, it's also not possible to transfer all of them at the same time. You need to wait for a few days. When Quan slowly said, Chu Chinga's entire body was dumbfounded. I don't know what to say. Not to mention I don't know what kind of expression to make. She looked at Quan, her heart mixed feelings, all kinds of emotions like shocking waves, wave after wave of impact, wildly trembling heart. Are you dreaming? Or am I? When Quan's expression shifted and he skimmed his lips, it's not a big deal. Is there a need to make it so exaggerated? It's as if you've never seen any big scenes. Lean. This isn't a big deal yet? Chu Chinga's eyes went straight. On her way over, she knew that when Quan had been running amok in the company, and her whole body was about to collapse, who became thought. What this guy had done was even more horrifying than she could have imagined. But, it's not about bringing the company to ruin. Instead, it took the company in a direction that even she was dismayed by. It is shocking enough that those executives or shareholders who are as cunning as foxes are willing to resign voluntarily. However, they've gone to all this trouble to extract profits from the company for so many years, and they're willing to hand them over for free? This Nima, is it an operation that people can perform? Wang Fan, what exactly did you do to them that they could make such an outrageous decision? Chu Chinga asked in a serious manner. Fumizumi looked at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle with a melancholic face. It's probably my personality infecting them. When I know to love, move to reason with their interview. They one and all are not crying, sobbing, about so many years. The company for their generous treatment and courtesy. People are not grass and trees. How can they not have feelings? There is true love everywhere on earth. There is true love everywhere on earth. Putting heart to heart, they will naturally be touched by the love that I release. And it is only normal that they will do such sensible and reasonable things. Chu Chinga's head was filled with black lines and she was speechless. There was no way she was going to believe Fumizumi's bullshit. If those people really had such a conscience, then the company would not be in the difficult situation it is in today. While she, the leader, took a large part of the blame. Management's responsibility, likewise, could not be shirked. In her opinion, Wen Quan must have used some special means to force the management to make such a decision that violated human nature. Otherwise, she really couldn't have imagined it. What other methods could the other side use? It is possible to get everyone to behave in just half a day to the benefit of the company. Seeing that his claim was untenable, Wen Quan pursed his lips and said with a twist of words, "These people actually aren't good birds either, and have done a lot of bad things behind your back." "Like what?" Chu Qing's eyes stared. Wen Quan said, "I can't tell you because I've already made an agreement with them that if they agree to my conditions, then I will keep the secret for them." Fruity. Chu Qing's heart stirred, and in an instant, a brainstorming session unfolded. 3 feet of ice is never cold. This guy pretends to be harmless and do nothing on the surface. It turns out that ages ago, it got into my company's business. His layout. It's been unfolding for at least 6 months, maybe even longer. Because there was only enough time for him to be able to plan such a large program in such a short period of time, and to accomplish it all with unstoppable execution. Wang Fan, how many other secrets do you have that I don't know about? And how many shocking things have you done behind my back? Chu Qingga looked at the smiling Wen Quan, out of the blue, thinking that this man is so scary, so horrible, so urban. It's amazing that he's so capable of stoicism, so capable of disguise, so capable of layout. Fooled everyone, including her as a wife. Was it possible that his proximity to himself was all part of the plan? Thinking about thinking, Chu Qingga felt a growing creepiness and the soles of her feet were cold. Wen Quan didn't know what Chu Qingga had in mind. Otherwise, he would absolutely hoot and laugh, teasing that the woman's ability to brainstorm was simply out of this world and impossible. "Why are you staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face?" Wen Quan subconsciously touched his face. Chu Qingga whispered, "How many more secrets are you hiding from me?" "What secret?" Wen Quan asked rhetorically. "Knowingly, you know what I'm talking about." Chu Qingga stared at Wen Quan with a torch-like gaze. It was as if it was like a sharp sword trying to pierce the rock-solid disguise of the other party. Fumizumi's heart thumped. Dark thought. Did this woman find something horsey? It shouldn't be. With a brain like hers, how could she possibly detect her old man's maneuvers when such a big company almost collapsed? "I guess it's here to make a blackmail and knock the mountain down." One thought in this. Wen Quan smiled faintly. "Wife, what secrets do I have for my husband? Didn't you make it all clear last night?" As soon as I heard that, Chu Qingga's face instantly reddened and she spat in a deep voice. "Shameless." Wen Quan raised an eyebrow and spoke. "Things are all done for you. What to do next is all up to you to play." Having said that, he was then ready to leave straight away. Just after walking out not 2 steps, he was shouted at by Chu Qingga. "Anything else?" Wen Quan asked, turning his head. Chu Qingga said in an accusatory manner, "You tossed my company into such a mess, and you just patted yourself on the back and left? Crap. You woman can really turn black and white and spit blood. Can't you see that I'm helping you?" Wen Quan rolled his white eyes, really wanting to yank off his belt to teach the other party to behave properly. Chu Qingga said with vigor, "The management has all been driven away by you, and there isn't even anyone to be a coordinator. How can a company as big as mine run on those ordinary employees alone?" "Ha!" Fumizumi froze. The temper that was just about to flare instantly retracted. This, indeed, he hadn't expected it. "I was so focused on cleaning up after those guys that I didn't think about the role they played in the company, even if they are a bunch of assholes, but also one of the parts of the company to maintain the operation of the company. All at once all empty, is really not a smart approach." When Quan thought about it and gave a proposal. "Why don't I call them back? Let them work for free for a few months, and then kick them out when you find a replacement." Chu Qingga said breathlessly, "Come on, a good horse doesn't eat back grass. I'm already thankful to be able to send these ancestors away. If you invite them back, then, it'll be even more difficult for me." When Quan retraced his steps and said to Chu Qingga, "If you ask me, take advantage of this opportunity and the company can just transform directly. Chu's doesn't specialize in one area. Instead, multiple areas run parallel together. Real estate, e-commerce, internet, cosmetic manufacturing, all sorts of nickel and diming. It's also because the plate is made too big. Resilience to risk is extremely low. If not for Wen Quan here crazy operation, to save the day, that this company is absolutely forced in this year, was swallowed up and eaten. Completely bankrupt. Transformation for what?" Chu Qingga's eyes flashed. Wen Quan put his hands in his pockets and said slowly, "Do something light asset? Like finance or investment or something like that." Chu Qingga was unimpressed and grunted coldly. "That's easy to say. If it's really that good to do, who's still struggling to do industry? For the business piece, Wen Quan doesn't know much about the business either. So, he was also unable to give Chu Qingga guidance. Is it that hard? I think it's quite simple." Wen Quan skimmed his mouth strong king online. Wang Fan, you haven't done the trade. You don't know the depths of it. If you had truly experienced it, you wouldn't have said such brainless words. Chu Chinga said coldly. I think it's because you're not capable enough. That's why. You find it hard. Wen Quan said with a straight face. The words. Sure enough, it pissed Chu Chinga off again. She burst into a rage, slammed the table and said, Alright, you're so bullish. Then I'll give you a mission. If you make this work, whatever you say in the future will be what you say. I'll never say anything. Wen Quan hadn't wanted to get involved, but words drive people to push. He also got on top of it and said bluntly, Who's afraid of who? Go ahead and make your move. I'm afraid you'll deny it after you lose. I'd be a puppy if I didn't recognize it. Chu Chinga's eyes flashed with essence. What if you lose? Do what you want. Wen Quan was also very skittish. The mind sneered. I'll lose? What a joke. The old man is on the hook. If I want to do it, then there's nothing I can't do. One more second of hesitation and it would be rude to my hangers-on. If you lose, then you have to tell me all the secrets you're harboring. Not one of them can be hidden. Chu Chinga said. Obviously. She had come prepared for her bet with Wen Quan. Wen Quan said without thinking, No problem. Go ahead. What exactly do you want me to do? Chu Chinga paused briefly and said slowly, There's a cosmetics company under the company's name that's on the verge of bankruptcy, and if it wasn't for the blood transfusions from headquarters all the time, it would have closed down last year. I'll give you this company for 3 months, and if you can save this company, then I'll believe that you have the talent, the ability to be better than me in this aspect of business. Hear that? Fumizumi hesitated. It was just said. Business is not his strong suit. His forte is eating, drinking, whoring and gambling as an old cunt. If he's asked to get someone killed, there are 1,000 ways he can do it. He also has countless avenues for earning money if left to his own devices. But if he is asked to run a company, it touches on the shortcomings of his attributes. What's the matter? Don't dare? Seeing that Wen Quan didn't immediately pick up the fight, Chu Chinga immediately used the provocation method to provoke. Standing and talking doesn't hurt. In the future, if you don't have the ability to do so, don't tell me what to do. Grass. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. In order to show off his majesty, Wen Quan's head was iron. What wouldn't I dare to do? I just hesitated just now. I just think that the request you mentioned is really too low. What? Chu Chinga glared roundly. Will you die if you don't brag? The word is out. Wen Quan directly let himself go and said with conviction, Saving a company is too undifficult for me. It doesn't take 3 months. Just give me a month's time and I'll let this company take off where it is. Halfway through, he asked Chu Chinga, By the way, how much does this company earn a month now? Not making money, losing money. How much do you mentally expect to make? Just break even. $10 million. Okay, just on top of 10 million. 100 times. 1 billion. I'll earn you 1 billion a month, Wen Quan said in a domineering manner. Chu Chinga was directly confused. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch wildly. Her expression stiffened as she mocked. Wang Fan, if it weren't for gravity tugging at you, I'm afraid you'd be taken up to the sky by your bragging bull, shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Whether it's bragging or not, in a month's time, we'll naturally see. I'm just wasting my breath arguing with you at this time. Wen Quan stood with his hands behind his back and assumed an inscrutable stance. Are you talking about $1 billion in turnover? Or net profit? Nonsense. Net profit of course. Just to be clear in advance, you can only earn this money with a cosmetics company, not using other crooked methods. The reason Chu Chinga mentioned this was because she was afraid that Wen Quan would go gambling. Before, it took the other guy an hour to win $200 million at the casino. So, she had to be defensive. Wen Quan said conclusively, What are you thinking about? Since I took over this company, I must be relying on this company to earn money. If there is a dime of money from an unknown source, it is all counted as my loss. At this point, Chu Chinga didn't want to talk to Wen Quan anymore. This guy neither drank fake alcohol nor had any serious brain disease, so where on earth did he get the strength? Let him say such heartless words. 1 month. Make a cosmetics company on the verge of bankruptcy. Rise from the dead. And it's going to be $1 billion windfall. Is that possible? Not even a sci-fi movie would dare to pull off such an outrageous plot. Half an hour later, Wen Quan took the lead and left the president's office. Just walked out, and he slapped himself. Grass. You pretend to be Anima's pussy. This is good. Cowhide blowing big. I have never done business. How do you start a company? How to make money? I don't know anything about it. So I don't know how to make $1 billion. Regret the finish. Wen Quan shook his head and sighed. Forget it. What's done is done. So we'll have to charge hard. No matter what. There's no way I'll let this woman win. Fumizumi just came down from upstairs. He was about to take a cab out of here when a mosquito flew over and hovered in his ear. Master, something big is wrong. What's wrong? Wonquan asked, turning his head. Mosquito said, someone is ambushing you. What man? Mosquito replied, I heard the two of them communicate as if they came from Mr. Long's men. Mr. Long? Fumizumi froze. Mindfulness. Could it be the dragon barge of Hong Luck Money? After all, among his enemies that he had offended, it was the other party whose surname was Dragon and who had the most motivation to make a move against him. He, coming to the door so quickly. When Quan hooked his lips in a smile, his eyes flashing with essence. How many people are on the other side? 2. Upon hearing that it was 2, when Quan was confused on the spot. This surname Dragon, he has looked down on me too much, right? He sent so many people over before and they were all cleaned up by me. And now, instead of learning his lesson and sending more people, he only sent 2? Originally, Wonquan is ready to call the dogs again, but when he learned that there were only 2 on the other side, he instantly lost his guard. Where are they now? It's already coming. Oh, being this moment, when Quan detected a biting murderous aura, he looked up and saw 2 killer-style men and women, shoulder to shoulder, walking towards this side. His pupils contracted violently. Immediately, the 2 were locked up. No wonder they only sent 2. Turns out it's masterful. Although these 2 did not show their strength, just based on the aura they emitted, their martial arts cultivation had at least reached the inner strength stage. The 2 killjoys walked up to Wonquan. With the eye that wasn't covered by his bangs, the male slayer looked at Wonquan and opened his mouth to ask, "You're Wang Fan?" As they scrutinized Wonquan, Fumizumi was also scrutinizing them. After all, popular elements like Killmonger have been around for over a decade. Nowadays, young people basically no longer use this kind of wacky dress to show off their newness. Men-eye shadow, female nose studs, the proper funeral family reincarnated. Sure, even if they are killjoys, when Quan didn't take it lightly either. To be able to possess the cultivation of the inner strength stage, that was definitely considered a first-class expert at that time, even at their age to reach such a realm. No exaggeration, all of them could be counted as exceptionally gifted and supreme geniuses. What is it that you want from me? Wonquan asked. We were sent by Mr. Long, the male slayer said. Wonquan said bluntly, looking for a favor for the last group that came? No, Mr. Long is very interested in you and would like to meet you. So the 2 of us were specially sent to personally invite you, the male slayer said. What if I don't want to go? Wonquan asked. The female slayer could have chewed bubblegum and smirked. Then I'm going to stab you in the ass with this baseball bat in my hand. Forgot to mention, in addition to being odd in terms of stylized dress, these 2 men were holding weapons in their hands. The man is holding a pair of hammers. The woman had a baseball bat in her hand. I thought this was some kind of magic weapon, but on closer inspection, it was just an ordinary object bought from a building materials store. When Quan, expressionless, in front of the face of the 2, lit a cigarette, said with a smile, before that came to my home to collect debts of the guy, more arrogant than you 2, but in the end, I was screwed off a hand. The female slayer snorted coldly and said in disbelief, how does that kind of trash deserve to be compared to the 2 of us? Since you don't want to, there's nothing we can say, we'll just knock you out and then drag you over by one leg, said. She then swung the baseball bat in her hand, ready for the big show. Seeing this, when Quan hurriedly said, forget it, I'm a more civilized person. I don't like to move my hands and feet. Your boss Long's hospitality is hard to refuse. If I reject it again and again, it would also appear that I'm not much of a pattern. So why don't I just go with you guys for a while? This statement was made. The female slayer immediately put down the baseball bat in her hand and sneered. I'll count on you to know what you're doing. When Quan didn't agree to go with these 2 men just because they were strong in martial arts. Instead, he did want to see how awesome this Mr. Long, who had the most cash flow and the most mysterious identity in the North Sea, really was. Put it on. Before getting into the car, the male slayer brought a black hood and handed it to Wonquan. Wonquan looked at it, and without saying anything more, took it over and put it on his head. That kind of stuff, it might work for the average person, but for an open-minded person like him, it was like nothing. Even if he couldn't see it, the mosquitoes that followed him around would have the route of the trip. Spied out, get in the car, traveled for about half an hour. The car didn't go to a villa or a club, but to the beach. The ship's whistle, from a distance, was dull and muffled. See this situation. When Quan thought to himself, you're not going to throw me in the river and feed me to the fish if we don't get a deal, are you? Nope, it should be the sea. This is the largest shipping terminal in Beihai, where passenger ships as well as cargo ships come and go every day, leading to all corners of the world. The car drove straight to one of the warehouses at the docks. and it was only when he got to the door that he was escorted out of the car by the female killmonger. At this point, the hood was also removed from his head, one eye open. Wen Quan then saw a familiar face. That's the bald guy, Song Wei, who went to Chu's house a few days ago to collect a debt. The guy's broken arm, which he hadn't been able to get back after all, was in a bandage, hanging from that arm. As soon as he saw Wen Quan, his eyes were fierce and murderous. Damn thing, I didn't think you'd have your day, the bald man cursed. Wen Quan said, if I knew your mouth was so foul, I would have just let the dog bite you to death in the first place. The words, it instantly irritated the bald head. He swung his fist and was about to blast towards Wen Quan's head, but was blocked by the male slayer. He's a guest invited by Mr. Long. You can't kill him until you get permission. The bald man gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at Wen Quan. Humph, cherish what's left of this time. Stay here, and I'll definitely send you to hell myself. Facing the threat, Wen Quan laughed and shouted, don't dream. You can't kill me. All of you are not qualified to kill me. And if I want to kill you, it's as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. The male slayer raised his hammer and roared, one more word of nonsense from you, or I'll crack your head. Fumizumi looked at him sideways for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. Death stare. There's no point in trying to play lip service with these people. After meeting Long Gu, see what the other side wants to say. If it was a matter of making peace, then he would not retaliate with the intention of doing more harm than good. But if the talk falls apart, that's embarrassing. All the people here, he's going to kill them all. After entering the warehouse, Wen Quan met the legendary Mr. Dragon. The other man was sitting on a small bench with a small table in front of him with fondue on it. Fatty sheep rolls, lamb rolls, tripe, green vegetables, vermicelli, all kinds of ingredients under the hot pot. Set up a full house, and he ate with extra vigor. I guess the stuff was too hot and I ate it too fast, and my mouth burned. Fumizumi stepped closer to take a look. The heart is in darkness. Is this a dragon barge? How it's not like that at all. The other party actually didn't have the aura of a big brother at all, and looked like an ordinary person who couldn't be any more ordinary. There you are. Long Gu looked up at Wen Quan and hurriedly greeted the other party as he sat down. Quickly, come and sit down. The hot pot has just been cooked. Fumizumi froze. Listen to the tone of the other person's voice. Not like haters. Instead, it's like a longtime best friend. Immediately, someone moved a stool and placed it on the seat opposite Long Gij. Sit. Don't just stand. Long Gu invited again. Fumizumi paused briefly and took a seat on that stool. Don't be nervous, treat this place like your own home. I didn't seek you out for any other purpose than to meet you and have a hot pot and a beer with you on the way, Long Gu said as he used his teeth to open the beer bottle cap and put it in front of Wen Quan. Honestly, Fumizumi's brain is quite confused. What he had originally thought in his mind was that after the two met, they would surely cross swords and yell at each other. Then, a big fight broke out. Either you fuck the other guy up yourself, or you get fucked up by the other guy. Who knows? Instead of following the normal course of the plot, this planned scenario took place in a way that was not expected. Hot pot on a hot day. You're quite the lover. Wen Quan picked up his chopsticks and added a piece of beef into the pot. Long Gij grinned. I'm a person who has no rules and regulations for doing things. I do whatever I want to do, and other people call me Long Crazy. The words fell. He then raised his beer bottle and shouted at Wen Quan. Come on. Cheers. Fumizumi also picked up his beer bottle and clinked it with the other. Grunt. Ryuger tilted his head back, mouth to mouth. Straight away, the whole bottle of beer clattered down. I couldn't get enough of it and spat it out after drinking it. It took Fumizumi by surprise. Drinking has a way of doing that. Shallow feelings, lick them. Feelings run deep, one bite at a time. People a bottle of beer to mouth blowing. That one cannot show weakness. Suddenly as a bottle of beer. That's all. The two of them ate hot pot, drank wine, and chatted for hours about any topic they could find. Chatting from Qin Huang Hanwu to the moon landing. Another chat from the Big Four to a bath and shower dragon. When the fondue is almost done, people are getting slightly drunk. When Quan put down his chopsticks and said frankly, Doggy, I heard you were thinking about my wife before? The word Gij in Dragon Barge is a rare word. People who speak Mandarin well are naturally able to bite into the pronunciation, but if you don't speak it well, it will sound like dog. When Quan drank too much wine and his mouth drifted, and he directly called the other person a dog. And in response, Long Gu was not annoyed, but instead recognized the nickname the other party had given himself. Yes, for liking Chu Chinga. Long Gij decisively admitted it, and said with glittering eyes, your wife is indeed the ultimate color on earth. A man would love to see it. It's actually pretty average and sleeps just fine. Wen Quan waved his hand. Hey, it's a waste of time. I think it's pretty average too. So I found another one that looks even better than your wife. Really? Of course it's true. I don't believe it unless you show me. When Quan bristled, Long Gu beckoned toward his back. Mirror, come over here for a moment and let the old king enjoy your flavor. Suddenly, a big, burly man walked up to Wen Quan. See this scene. Wen Quan's wine almost woke up in fear, staring at him and said, Dog, did you call the wrong person? This troper is a man. Long Gu face red, drunken eyes said, male rabbit feet fluttering, female rabbit eyes confused, two rabbits walking along the ground. How can I recognize me as male and female? Wen Quan was confused, the corners of his mouth twitching madly. How can you tell if I'm a man or a woman? This Nima is as strong as an ox. Who can't tell it's a man? As for the 4 words, all kinds of flavor, when placed on this strong man, it was not to say it was appropriate. It was simply irrelevant. However, just as Wen Quan spat, a scene that shocked him for a moment occurred. The 6'9" strong man just covered his mouth with a smile, swayed, and spun in place. Next, when he presented himself to Wen Quan once more, a familiar face that could not be more familiar appeared in front of him. Frightened, Wen Quan sat up in shock and exclaimed crap. Fierce, burly men. All of a sudden, he turned into his wife Chu Chinga's appearance. A frown, a smile, a move. Simply with Chu Chinga is simply no different. Wen Quan wasn't done being shocked. The other man swung his head violently. The faces have changed again. A young woman of great charm came into view. It was his mother-in-law, Shen Min. The other looked down and then up. Another never-before-seen and gorgeous face, changing into shape. This, what kind of demonic magic is this? Wen Quan pointed at the person in front of him who kept switching faces and shouted with a face full of horror. The other side becomes more than just a face. The body transforms along with the other person. This instant, couldn't he just not see his opponent's true colors? Can't even figure out if the other person is a man or a woman. Old Wang, haven't you ever seen a face change? Long Gu asked. See is to have seen, but face change is a mask. This is simply a great change of life. Then the Monkey King's 72 changes is even more outrageous. Wen Quan shouted in shock. Ha 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 ha, a little carving skill, not enough to worry about. Long Gu laughed. The man's last changing face was not a woman, but a man. Crap, he turned into me? Wen Quan shouted almost out of breath. If the clothes on the other party hadn't changed, in that instant, he was wondering if he was looking in the mirror. It's too similar, exactly the same, can't see any difference. Long Gu beckoned, and the other party turned back into Chu Chinga's appearance and burrowed into his arms. Long Gich kissed towards the other party's face and said with a joyful smile, Old Wang, with her, do I have all the beautiful women in the world? Wen Quan was stunned, dumbfounded. He looked at the scene and said slowly, is he a man or a woman? If you want him to be male he is male. If you want him to be female he is female. Long Gu said an answer that wasn't really an answer. It's not sorcery, nor is it a barrier. Rather, it's superpowers, also commonly known as psychic powers. 3 major forces in the world. One is seeking the way with martial arts and becoming a saint in the flesh. The other is psychic powers. In superhero movies, Spider-Man, Hulk, X-Men, all of them are psychics. The person in front of him, the supernatural ability he had mastered, should be transfiguration. He can copy and paste it into, well, every character he's ever seen. Since Wen Quan was reborn, it was the first time he had seen a shifter. I've seen it in my previous life, but not too many times. Because, after all, the Dragon Kingdom was founded on martial arts, and there were not many exalts, but they were more common abroad instead. The reason for this phenomenon. The reason is simple. It is related to the context of the times and technology. Almost everyone is qualified to be a martial artist. Even if one did not possess a root bone, one could still cultivate to the body tempering stage with their acquired efforts. There is a very small percentage of people. It can even break its own limitations and change its destiny against the heavens. Very much in line with the idea of the struggle of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, where people are determined to win, and kings and generals would rather have their own kind. On the contrary, the alter ego, purely eating the bowl of talent. From the moment you croak, your identity is predetermined, and you can't change it in this lifetime. To summarize, martial artists can be innate or acquired, and there are only innate abilities, not acquired ones. Also, psychic abilities and technology go hand in hand. Backward and underdeveloped countries do not possess advanced biotechnology, and even if there are psychics, it is difficult to develop them properly. The founding strategy of the Dragon Kingdom, it is focused on developing martial artists, and the alien side of things, again, has not given up. Resources have always been invested in continuous follow-up. Sure, 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. Although the Dragon Kingdom has been working hard for many years, Its establishment in this area is far from being comparable to that of foreign countries. Take the most superficial example. While foreign armies are generally equipped with copper bullets, steel bullets are used at home. Is it steel bullets that work better than copper bullets? No, no, no. It was because of the lack of copper in the country, and steel bullets had to be used instead. The national context is different. Development strategies will naturally vary. No one is the best, and no one is the worst. The advantage of martial artists over psychics is that they are plentiful and can be mass-produced. It is undoubtedly the wisest choice for a superpower with a large population like the Dragon Kingdom. A group that dies can be quickly replenished. Under full horsepower, thousands and thousands of martial artists can be created. When foreign enemies invaded, it was by virtue of its strategic depth and vastness that the Dragon Kingdom was able to cut down its incoming enemies. A martial artist's strengths are exactly the shortcomings of a psychic, and the advantages of a psychic are hard for a martial artist to match. The numbers are small, but the fighting is extremely tough, and often prone to the kind of hanging that is invincible. World War 100 years ago, the 5-star admiral of the White Eagle Empire was a ninth-order psychic, mastered the special ability for the flame, evolved to the stage of great success, even with a move solar nuclear explosion. One person to destroy a country. At that time, the world was in shock and everyone was in danger. Fortunately, this kind of skill could only be used once in a lifetime, and after that 5-star admiral used it, he entered an infinite CD period, and could not use it a second time until he died. Sure, whether it's a martial artist or a psychic, in this world, all are only a tiny fraction of the total population. Under the age of peace, they're basically invisible people with little presence. It's not even well known to the general public, but in the event of war, then they are the national weapon. The invincible war machine. Back to the main topic. When Quan saw this infinitely changing alien beside Longage, he couldn't help but be filled with astonishment and how he didn't expect it. A guy who is a lone shark, under his hand, actually has so many strange people. Luckily the two didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, when Quan, in the case of complete ignorance of the other side of the bottom of the situation, rushed to have a fight, the deer who died, it is difficult to predict. Doggy, what exactly is this alien beside you? When Quan asked, unable to hide his curiosity, Long Gu released the beautiful woman in his arms and said to her, "Mirror, show your true form." The beautiful woman nodded. Subsequently, stand up straight. The skin on his body began to alienate, and countless small mirrors that looked like scales appeared from head to toe. These mirrors, reflecting the light around it. It looked eerie. Intense phobics see this scene. That will absolutely be scared even goosebumps out. Crap. Is this a human or a ghost? When Quan exclaimed. Long Gu said, anyone who is illuminated by the mirror on Mirror's body, he will be able to capture information about that person's appearance, and then, copy and paste a clone 1-to-1. Does it become just appearance? Does that ability get copied as well? Fumizumi raised a question. Long Gu shook his head and laughed. How is this possible? If a mirror becomes Buddha Rulai in the Western Heaven, wouldn't he be invincible? There was no need for Long Gu to explain. Fumizumi, but anyone with a brain, not a foot, could surmise that the vision was impossible. Dog, it's lucky that you invited me over for hot pot. If you were trying to get me killed, then I'm afraid I'll have to explain myself here today. When Quan said with a palpitating heart, Long Gu laughed. It won't. Just see him put down his chopsticks. Essence lingered in his eyes as he said in a serious manner, first of all, I won't make a move on you, and secondly, with your skills, it would be very difficult for me to kill you. Or else, why would I have to go through all the trouble of inviting you over for a hot pot? Fumizumi gazed across the room at the dragon barge. On the surface, look at the other side of the ordinary. Harmless. In reality, they are unfathomable and their means are heavenly. While when Quan was looking at Long Gu was also sizing him up and murmured, I've investigated you. You were originally just an ordinary child born from an ordinary family. And the biggest miracle in your life was because your grandfather saved Master Chu, who was so grateful that he married his granddaughter to you. Before half a month ago, you were ugly, runt and broke, running a pet hospital on the verge of bankruptcy, with no friends, no confidants, and no family in Beihai, because the Chu family treated you like a dog, and you're alone, deep and shallow, being retaliated against by Chu Chinga's brother as well as his suitors, in various ways, by all accounts. Such a rotten card, in your hands, should never be turned over, but for some reason, you suddenly rose to prominence, and overnight, you were transformed, not only possessing powerful abilities, but also a drastic change in temperament. Done one astounding feat after another. Hearing Long Ji's narration, Wen Quan's face sank, and a trace of gravity passed between his brows. Obviously, the other side investigated themselves. And it's well investigated. It's almost as if the bottoms are coming out. The only uncertainty in the mind. That is, how much does the other person know about themselves? Really? It's all known. Or only part of it. Longa stared closely at Wen Quan and asked with a smile. Give the truth. Are you Wang Fan or not? The words fell. Wen Quan's heart shook, and his eyebrows couldn't help but jump a little. Wen Quan panicked. The first time someone asked such a question to him. Even the intimate Chu Chinga had never suspected his identity after seeing such unbelievable changes in him. Instead, it feels, he is the one who is very deep in the city and good at holding back. But this Long Gidge had only just met, and the other party had such speculations, had to make Wen Quan nervous for it. After a short pause, Wen Quan let out a loud laugh, hiding his emotions while picking up an unopened bottle of beer. Wang Fan died a long time ago. From the moment he was cracked on the head by Sun Zilong, his soul was already gone. And who are you? Long Go asked right after him. Wen Quan's complexion was stark, and he said in a domineering manner, Me? Ha! A true villain who is ruthless and unscrupulous. Whoever becomes my friend, I will share my liver and my honor with him. And whoever becomes my enemy, then I will make him beg for his life and beg for his death. Speaking of which, Fumizumi blows his beer furiously and sets up a big horse, shouted out loud. I'm no longer the cowardly and ungrateful Wang Fan of yesteryear, but a stripped-down version 2.0. On top of the immortal, proud of the world. With me, Wang Fan, there is heaven. One person fighting 3,000 emperors alone, and 2 hands pushing across the 13 continents, holding the sun and moon in my hands and picking the stars. There is no one like me in the world. Long Go was confused. You've been drinking fake wine, haven't you? 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't kid yourself. Golden scales are not the stuff of the pool. Once they meet the wind and rain, they turn into dragons. Heaven did not give birth to my Wang Fan, forcing the road to be as long as the night. Long Gu hurriedly stopped Wen Quan from continuing to brag. Enough is enough. Old Wang, you're drunk. Wen Quan waved his hand. I'm not drunk. Raising the bottle of wine, he looked up to the sky and whistled. I'm all but invincible on earth. So if I don't fight with the sky, who will I fight with? Long Ji's head was full of black lines. I want the sky to no longer be able to cover my eyes. I want this earth to no longer be able to bury my heart. I want all beings to understand what I want. And I want the Buddhas in the sky to vanish into thin air. Lunge doesn't care. Ran Wen Quan is talking crazy here. When he runs out of words, he'll naturally stop. Fruity. After a dozen or so sentences of arm twisting, in Wen Quan's stomach, he could no longer search for any ink. He then scratched his head and sat down resentfully. Long Ge raised his head to glance at Wen Quan and said in a serious tone, Old Wang, how long has this disease been going on? Wen Quan rolled his white eyes. What do you mean? I'm not sick. Don't worry. Since I've decided to make you a friend, then I won't harm you. Although I'm very curious about your secret, but if you're unwilling to tell me truthfully, then I'll never force myself. Long Ge said slowly. This statement was made. Wen Quan's face changed slightly. I've been acting for nothing. Originally, he was still trying to muddle through by pretending to be crazy in this way. Who knows? The other side doesn't eat it at all. Think again. Hold on to the idea that you can't shed the child, but you can't lasso the wolf. He decided to take out a little of his secret and test how much the other man really knew about him. I did get some strange encounters and have the ability to manipulate animals. You mean, the dogs you control? Right. No wonder. Song Wei told me that when they went to the Chu family to collect a debt that day, they were fucked over by a pack of dogs. I can control not only dogs, but other creatures as well. Wen Quan added. Such as, mosquitoes, spiders, ants, chickens, ducks, but any animal you can think of, I can control, Wen Quan said. The reason he was willing to confess his core secrets. On the one hand, it's about gaining Long Ge's trust. The other side of the coin is that these are things that simply can't be hidden. Because, he's shown it before in person. The other side only has to do a little digging to figure out what he's capable of. Instead of having someone else say it. Might as well be honest. For Wen Quan, his most important secret, it wasn't the beast god's legacy that gave him the ability to do so. Rather, it's who he really is. In this world, there were many strange people, and this ability of his was not considered to be much of an exaggeration when compared to those extraordinary people. But, the matter of him borrowing a body and returning to his soul would definitely usher in doom if others knew about it. With his current power and ability, he was completely unqualified to take revenge with this pair of dogs, Lin Nuolin and Yi Fan. The world is crowded and vast, and we still have to live. You're a shifter? Long Gu asked. Fumizumi froze. It's a fart shifter. Lousy is a cultivator, who is many times more advanced than a psychic. I'll wait until I've reached the end of my training, moving mountains and shifting seas, calling the wind and calling the rain. It was simply a matter of probing and taking things with ease. Sort of. So that's how it is. However, you awakened rather late. I'm afraid that there isn't much room for development in the future. Long Gu murmured. Wen Quan's heart stirred as he asked curiously, there are other sayings in this? Long Gu nodded and began to expand on Wen Quan's worldview about the shifter. Even though aliens were innate, there were extremely clear divisions of attributes. There are 3 main families in total. One of its function-enhancing faculties, examples of which are Spider-Man, the Hulk, and the Motherlanders, such physical, over-the-top superheroes. The Mirror Man who changed in 1,000 different ways just now was exactly this kind. Its second physical empowerment line, mastering, but not encompassing, all kinds of natural or supernatural forces such as fire, lightning, gale, and so on. Its third mind control faculty, as the name suggests, is a psychic ability that extends by the brain, idea control, mind reading, spacing out. In Lunge's opinion, this ability of Wen Quan to communicate with animals should be the mind control faculty of psychic abilities. The earlier a psychic is awakened, the more powerful their abilities are, and even if it's the same psychic ability, those who are gifted are far ahead of those who are gifted with ordinary abilities in terms of harnessing and evolving. You're 25 years old this year, and you've only just awakened your supernormal abilities. So according to normal logic, the genetic chain is already set, so it's hard to continue upgrading upwards. Long Gu explained. Wen Quan let out a soft eep from his mouth and asked with an open mind, what are the laws that govern the birth of an alien? Long Gu shook his head. There's no law. Ordinary people may give birth to an alien, and an alien will give birth to an ordinary child. This thing, it purely depends on fate. There are a lot of potential Xenos. If they can't find the right opportunity, maybe in this lifetime, they can only be an ordinary person. You're lucky that you happen to awaken your innate psychic abilities at a low point in your life. Wen Quan asked again. What was that gene chain you were talking about? A realm concept uniquely belonging to the exalted. The genetic chain is divided into a total of 9 orders, and with each evolutionary order, unparalleled increases and enhancements can be obtained. This is just like martial artists cultivating their physical bodies. Along with the elevation of their realm, their strength will also become stronger. Except that martial artists cultivate their physical bodies, whereas psychics cultivate their genetic chains. Instead of cultivation, it's more accurately described as evolution. Wen Quan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Long Gu. How do you know so much about this? Long Gu laughed softly and said with a straight face, because Lao Zi is also a shifter. So what are your powers? Wen Quan asked offhandedly. Fumizumi froze. Eyes quickly focused on Long Gu, unable to help himself. He asked, you're a shifter? Long Gu raised an eyebrow and asked rhetorically, what's wrong? Doesn't look like it. Wen Quan coughed and didn't make a positive reply, but inquired, what kind of psychic ability do you have? Long Gu said, you can guess. Which way? Wen Quan asked. Long Gu pointed to his brain. Here. Wen Quan's eyes narrowed slightly. According to the theory the other side just said, the hints given by the other party, that should be the mind control department. Wen Quan had known very little about this aspect of psychic abilities. As for the mind control department, if Long Gu did not make an introduction, he probably had never even heard of it. After feigning thought, Sojourner casually chimed in, you can read minds? Long Gidge laughed, if I have this ability, then there is still a need to ask you here. Directly look at you. Is not already insight into all the secrets of your heart? Fair enough. Vin Quan nodded thoughtfully and pondered a bit more. You can control things? Long Gu shook his head. That's the ability to emit brainwaves that react with objects around you. Neither. Wen Quan made several consecutive guesses. He scoured his knowledge points and couldn't guess what Long Ji's special ability was. Dog. I can't really guess anymore. So why don't you tell me yourself? Long Gu sat with his arms crossed and arched his back. Then, looking at the opposite side of Wen Quan in a serious manner, he slowly said, Old Wang, do you know why I invited you to this hot pot? Thinking about my wife. A friend's wife. Not letting go? Wen Quan said. Long Gu was filled with black lines and pointed at his brain. My psychic ability is sensing. What for? Predicting bad luck and misfortune. Long Gu said. Oh. Hearing such a sentence, Wen Quan instantly came into the spirit and put on a look of listening with all ears. Long Gu said, this ability doesn't manifest during normal times, and only comes out to remind me when I'm in the middle of making a big decision. He looked at Wen Quan and said bluntly, originally, after you injured my men, swallowed my money, and made me lose face, I was prepared to have you killed, but the thought just crossed my mind and my powers reminded me not to do it. This reminder is very violent. so violent that my head is going to explode. I have never been so violent before, even when I encountered the disaster of life and death. It is enough to see how dangerous it would be if I were to kill you, Longu said with a bitter smile. I've carefully investigated you. Although you've obtained a miraculous encounter, you're not qualified to be my enemy. If I want to kill you, it should be as easy as crushing an ant, but on the contrary, my senses prevented me from doing so. When Kwan's expression stared, while understanding each other's motives, the heart couldn't help but make waves as well. No wonder. The other party invited himself for dinner, and he said he wanted to be friends with himself, and take the initiative to show your secrets. The reason behind all this perverse behavior is because of this. You know it. One of the most surprising things is that I dismissed the idea of killing you, and instead wanted to make things right with you. My psychic powers immediately reminded me that this was a good thing, a heavenly good thing, good enough to change my life for the better. Talking about talking, Long Go looked at Wen Quan's eyes with a glint of essence, like a hungry wolf staring at a lamb. Wen Quan's heart fluttered, more or less. Lao Wang, in my experience, you are absolutely my life, can be met but not to be sought after, nobleman. I will follow you in the future as long as you mix with you as the head of the look forward to. Absolutely can take off in situ, to achieve a great career, and you're definitely among the novels, the kind of son of Chi who pushes across the world and is invincible and omnipotent. The more Long Gu said, the more excited he became. The whole face started to frown. When Wen Quan saw this, his facial muscles couldn't help but twitch. Just now the other guy said he drank fake wine. Looking at the other person, I guess he had dumped quite a bit as well. He also muttered in his mind, usually it's all about filling people's pockets with chicken soup and painting a big picture yourself. Nowadays it's good. Others have instead filled him with chicken soup and painted a big picture. And it's kind of like that. Long Gij slapped the table and said, Old Wang, you this friend I made, wait, we will worship. In the future your is my is your, how we do not share, life and death together. Dog, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. Long Go waved his hand and shouted at the top of his voice, top of the immortal, proud of the world. Only with you Wang Fan will there be heaven. When Quan's old face reddened with embarrassment and hated to use his toenails and gouge out a 3-room on the ground. That's all. Fueled by alcohol, the two men, hand in hand, walked down to the beach and, facing heaven and earth, worshipped the handle. When Quan didn't want to pay homage, who would still want to do that in this day and age? But Long Gij couldn't resist. He could only reluctantly do as he was told. After all, it's on someone else's turf. I, Long Gu, and brother Wang Fan, having met at first sight, hereby pledge ourselves as brothers of the opposite sex, with the heavens above and the thick earth as proof. When Quan paused his voice and followed suit, I, Wang Fan, having met brother Long Gij at first sight, blah 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 blah, and also at first sight, hereby pledge myself as a brother of the opposite sex, with the heavens above and the thick earth as proof. Both hands clasped, for eyes and face to face, in unison, blessed with the same, difficult with the same. Do not seek the same year and the same day to live, only seek the same year and the same day to die. Brother, good brother. With that, the two embraced. The scene, but it made the people next to me look silly, especially Bald Song Wei, who was still waiting for his boss to avenge his death. The knives are sharpened, but the two of them had a little drink and hot pot inside, and when they came out, they actually stepped out and tied the knot? What kind of operation is this? Good brother, if you have any use for your brother in the future, just give me orders. I will be obliged to serve my dog and horse. Long Gij patted Wen Quan's arm and said, Wen Xuan's surface was touched to the core. In his heart, however, he secretly gave Long Gij a thumbs up. Aha! Have an eye for it. It's a guy who goes to the big score. He was a little confused. Was this a search for a worshipper or a sitter? Actually, Dragon Gij the alien. Call it bull and call it chicken. There was no increase to him per se. But, this prediction of bad luck is really quite counterintuitive. It doesn't. Catching Wen Quan, who has a protagonist's aura added to his body, would be better than all the cockamamie supernatural powers in this world. Although the two men were said to be worshippers, they both knew only a little about each other's secrets. Long Gu did not know Wen Quan's true identity. I didn't know he killed the Black Tiger King's son. I also didn't know that he had offended the Black Tiger sect. What's more, he didn't know that Lin Noran and Yifan were both his enemies. Moreover, he wasn't a psychic, but an extremely rare cultivator. Likewise, Wen Quan didn't know much about Long Ji's bottom line. Look at this vigor and pattern on the other side. Doesn't look like a jungle character who only knows how to loan shark. He should have another layer of identity. Wen Quan was able to use some special methods to dig out all the secrets of the Dragon Gij. Only, such a thought was just a flash. Then, in the middle of his mind, he was reduced to nothing. The two of them will have plenty of time to get to know each other. The bottom line is this. Long Gu is not a simple man. And some of Wen Quan's methods don't always work when applied to him. Half an hour later, Fumizumi left the dock. Long Gu was supposed to drive him himself, but he declined. He said to Lunge, hopefully, the relationship between the two can be kept secret from outsiders for the time being. Long Gu instantly understood Wen Quan's intentions and immediately stated that it would be business as usual. The bald guy walked over and groveled. Mr. Long, this guy is so unscrupulous. Why don't you kill him and instead befriend him? Long Gidge didn't say anything, just coldly glanced at him. Next, a sharp blade reflecting a cold light. It went straight through the bald man's back and through to his forehead. The bald man's eyes snapped wide open, his mouth wide open, trying to inhale fresh air, but the choking sensation that came with such ferocity instantly snuffed out his vitality. Puff! Finally, he fell to the ground and died. Long Gu looked at this scene without a hint of pity in his eyes and said to the people behind him, throw them into the sea and feed them to the fish. Holy shit, that's mean. I saw the shifter. Who can change forms? Click that bald guy with my own eyes. Just by saying a bad word about me. You killed someone? Wen Quan asked rhetorically. Mosquito nodded furiously. Yes. Wen Quan stroked his chin and mused. Really is a ruthless master. He knows that it is a heavenly good thing to be affiliated with me. But I don't know. Is it a good thing to be affiliated with him? Master, should I continue to monitor him? Mosquito asked. Wen Quan waved his hand. Forget it. This dude is very smart. If what he said is true, then it will definitely not be dangerous to me. Instead it can become one of my forces. After leaving from the dock, Fumizumi returned to the pet hospital. However, as soon as I got back, I ran into a group of uninvited guests. The pet hospital was trashed by them. Even the sign on the front door was torn to pieces. As for what's inside, it's even harder to escape the poison. After the group smashed the store, they didn't leave, but sat in front of the entrance with big horses, waiting for Wen Quan's return. As soon as he appeared in the middle of the site, the group immediately surrounded them in an aggressive manner. See this scene. Wen Quan frowned and glanced around towards the surroundings. It was no one else who came. It was none other than Zhao Yuntian and Zhou Yuan, who had had a conflict back in the casino. These two minions are really shady. The last field didn't get the field back, and today it's back. And that master Ma Baohua, who also came to the scene, still looked like a Taoist and inscrutable. Surnamed Wang, I've finally waited for you to come back. Zhao Yuntian walked up, arrogantly shouting at Wen Quan. The monk can't run away from the temple. I let you off the hook when someone from the patrol battalion saved you, but today, no one can save you. Wen Quan pulled out his ears and said in disbelief, it wasn't me the patrol camp saved. It was you idiots. Who are you cursing? Zhao Yuntian burst into a rage. Wen Quan bristled. I'll scold whoever is in front of me. Grass. Really arrogant. Dead to the end. Still put on this pretense? Zhao Yuntian glared angrily, pointing at Wen Quan's nose, cursing, if you had just kneeled down and begged for forgiveness, I'd still be looking to keep you half alive. Based on the words you just said, if I didn't get you killed, I'd be a son of a bitch. The words fell. Zhao Yuntian then beckoned for the disciples of the formal Taiji sect to swarm Wen Quan. Why doesn't he go on his own? The reason is simple. I've been beaten up before and couldn't beat them, so I yelled at them, slow down. Just as the crowd came in like a tidal wave, Wen Quan shouted, do you have any last words to give? Wen Quan locked his gaze on Ma Baohua and said indifferently, you people don't deserve to fight me. If I want to fight, I'll fight this old thing. When Ma Baohua heard this, he was instantly displeased. Young man, if my disciple makes a move, you still have a way to live. If you wait for me to make a move, then you will surely die. That is, something that doesn't know the sky and the earth. Don't you know how terrifying my master's lightning 5 consecutive whips are? A random point at you and you'll be hiccuped in minutes. I can kill a chicken with a knife. I can clean you up by myself. So why bother with my master's hands? Humph. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Just wait. This guy will know how to write the word death. The crowd of disciples chimed in. All of you get out of the way. Let me meet him. With a wave of his hand, Ma Baohua dispersed the crowd and came straight to Wen Quan. Young man, don't blame the old man for bullying you. I'll let you have one hand. If you can last me for 3 moves, it'll be counted as your win, Ma Baohua said with a haughty and proud face. However, the words had not yet fallen. Wen Quan stepped forward with an arrow and made a powerful cannon fist. Boom! Ma Baohua was so shocked that he couldn't react well enough and was blown away by a punch, retreating a dozen steps. Young man, you do not speak of martial virtues. I'll fuck you up. Wen Quan cursed and wrote out the attack, his fists blasting out like rain. Ma Baohua immediately postures up to meet the attack with full force. Bang! 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 their hands interlocked with each other, transforming into a gust of residual shadows. Have to say, this Mr. Ma really has some skills. When Quan was trying to win with speed, didn't realize it was actually caught by the other side. Master Ma, didn't you say you'd let me have one hand? Ma Bagwa's eyes glared. I'll make your grandmother's leg. 3 moves have passed. You've lost. When Quan shouted, Ma Bagwa was furious, bullying the elderly. I'll whack you to death. You Yakuza. A left square stomp. A right leg. A left jab. When Quan is killing it and it's all being defended by Ma Bagwa. Grass. Careless. This Master Ma's name is true. Whether it is speed, strength, or reflexes, it is considered a first-class expert. Master Ma. Follow the rules of traditional kung fu. Point blank. Boo. Ma Bagwa lands a swinging punch that sends When Quan flying several meters away. Holy shit. I was careless not to flash. Stop, no more fighting. Master Ma, I don't know the rules. Wen Xuan's physical fitness, though enhanced, was superior to his. It's not about fighting people, running into ordinary people, or people of average strength. Naturally, you can vigorously work miracles to bring down the other side. But, if one were to run into a first-rate expert, it would be a bit overwhelming. This Ma Bagwa, definitely pretending to be a pig in a poke. He wasn't at the body hardening stage, but at the inner strength stage. A punch to the body hurts like a thief. See, when Quan was beaten back and forth, Zhao Yuntian and the others immediately began waving their flags in support. Go Master Ma. Beat this bastard Wang Fan to death. Master Ma is so strong. Xingyi Taijiquan really lives up to its name. Master hasn't even come up with his masterstroke yet. Once his lightning 5 consecutive whips are offered, this guy will definitely kneel down and beg for forgiveness. As the crowd murmurs, Master Ma made his obligatory move. I only heard him yell, lightning 5 consecutive whips. Boom, 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 boom. Only 5 thunders were heard. Master Ma's lightning fast fist blasted When Quan's chest, knocking him back. Last punch, even more so. It hit him so hard that his entire body rose up in the air and almost flew backwards. Crap. Poof. When Quan covered his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood furiously. Before he had fought Grandmaster Ma, he had thought that his opponent would be nothing more than a claptrap joke. Wait for him to actually engage. It just dawned on me that I was the joke. He was both the head of the Xingyi Taiji sect and the vice president of the North Sea Martial Arts Association. With so many titles on him, how could he be a generalist? No way. Keep fighting like that. Nan must be beaten to death alive by Master Ma. It's not easy for me to relive. I've been catching and fucking everyone, and I've never missed a beat. Can't afford to be in the gutter right now. The reason why When Quan couldn't beat Master Ma, not a surprise at all. He was, after all, a cultivator, and with a purely reckless person like a martial artist, comparing physical qualities was, obviously, taking one's shortcomings and stiffening the other party's strengths. He's awesome. It's the use of spells with the manipulation of animals. In terms of punching and kicking, it can only be described as stronger than average. When he first fucked up Manhwa, it is also a constant drain on the other side through the hornets. Wait until the other person is so poisoned that they can't move. He rushed forward carrying a large sword and cut off the other's head. Young man, you finally know I'm good. Seeing When Quan spitting out blood from his own beating, a haughty look appeared on Master Ma's face. Eyes slanted, valiant and spirited. When Quan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed dryly. Master Ma, it's really powerful. I admire you. The surface is flattering the other side. Behind his back, he shouted to the mosquito next to him. Motherfucker, hurry up and go greet the manpower for me. I'm going to fuck them up. When Quan, who had calmed down, quickly resumed his old cunt persona and began to maneuver around the other party, and to posture low and make false pretenses. If you had that attitude in the first place, I wouldn't have to do it myself. And now you're trying to talk nice to me, so I'll forgive you. Ha, too late. Master Ma's complexion was cold. When Quan's eyebrow jumped and laughed softly. Master Ma, you overstated it. We are not fighting. If I had known that you were so powerful, I would not have been stupid enough to fight you. At this time I can't regret it enough, and I feel ashamed for my previous ignorance. Seeing this, Zhao Yuntian hurriedly said, Master Ma, don't listen to his nonsense, and beat him to the point where he can't take care of himself. Seeing that Master Ma was about to do it again, When Quan retreated 2 steps in a row and shouted, Master Ma, I'll triple how much he's paying you, and I also want to worship you as my master. Can't fight Master Ma. Grandma's leg. This old thing is so fierce. A few more punches from him and I'll die here. This statement was made. Master Ma really hesitated, and the eyes that looked at When Quan were no longer as cold and bone-chilling as they were a moment ago. Master Ma, don't listen to his demonic words. He's saying this on purpose to lower your guard. Zhao Yuntian shouted. Zhou Yuan on one side also said, "Yeah, this guy is too cunning. He set us up last time. And he definitely didn't hold back any good farts this time." Fumizumi glanced at the douchebag who was fanning the flames. Mentally, he swore, "Treadmill, when my wild dog army arrives, I'll absolutely mutilate you both." Being so reminded by the two, the sharpness in Master Ma's eyes rose again, only to see him drink in a deep voice. "You actually want to use money to buy me? What do you take me ma someone as? I am the kind of person who sees money and goes against his principles." Before the other party could finish his righteous words, Wen Quan stretched out a finger and shouted, "I'll offer $10 million. I'll transfer the money now as soon as you agree." Master Ma sneered, "Let alone 10 million. Even if you give me 50 million, I can't." Wen Quan interrupted again. "Then I'll give you $50 million. This. Master Ma fell silent, his fierce eyes once again becoming gentle. When Quan saw this scene, the mind wondered. It's true that money talks. There's really nothing in this world that money can't do. If there is, that's not giving enough. Zhao Yuntian also didn't expect Wen Quan to be so despicable. Seeing that he couldn't beat him, he actually used his banknote ability. It's often the people who can stretch like that who are the scariest. If we don't fuck him up now, then when he catches his breath, he'll surely be madly retaliated by him later. Don't ask Zhao Yuntian why he knows so well, because that's what he is himself. Master Ma, there's no way he's going to give you that much money. Don't listen to him. Hurry up and break his arms and legs. Wen Quan pulled out his cell phone from his body. Who says I can't? I'll transfer the money now. Zhao Yuntian's head was filled with black lines as he gritted his teeth and looked at Wen Quan. You son of a bitch actually don't even want your modesty in order to survive? What modesty? I've admired Master Ma for a long time, and I want to worship him as my teacher. What's wrong with that? Wen Quan said with a face full of piety. The mind was in a different light. Lean, why isn't my army of wild dogs here yet? I'm about to go numb from licking my tongue. With a wave of his hand, Master Ma interrupted Zhao Yuntian's speech and looked at Wen Quan in a pretense of calm. Are you really sincere and willing to worship me? Of course, heaven and earth can be judged. Sun and moon can be shown, Wen Quan said without thinking. Master Ma oohed and awed and said in a serious voice, alright, seeing as you're sincere and ready, and have the qualifications to learn martial arts, then I'll be lenient and accept you as my disciple. I'm not looking at the money, I'm looking at your character, and if you're not of good character, I'm not likely to go against my principles even if I have to pay more money. Wen Quan nodded his head furiously. Yes. Thank you Master Ma for forgiving me. Master Ma was in high spirits while unhurriedly pulling out his cell phone from his body and said to Wen Quan, WeChat or Alipay, any of them. It is at the point where Wen Quan is about to make a payment. All that could be heard was the sound of a dog barking in the distance. Master, Satan is coming. Upon hearing these words, Wen Quan instantly went from a humble posture to standing tall and imposing. Doggy, you're shouting this. The old man can finally get back on his feet again. Why haven't you paid yet? Master Ma prodded. Wen Quan holographically turned off the phone and put it back in his pocket, resuming his previous sightless arrogance. I'll pay a chicken. I'm teasing you. Master Ma's eyes glazed over in confusion. After a short hesitation, he was immediately enraged. Young man, you're asking for death. This sudden change of face by Wen Quan. Not only was Ma Baoguo in a daze, Zhao Yuntian was as well. Originally, he saw that Wen Quan was going to break the bank. He sighed in his mind. Done. Failure to achieve success and release the tiger to the mountain. Who knows? This brain has not yet turned a corner, and the other party continues to make a death wish and start provoking Ma Baoguo. This instant, he was wondering if the guy was a psychopath. He was the one who was pretending just now. It was him again who begged for mercy. And now it's pretending. It said that you forget the pain when you get a good wound. And this scar hasn't healed yet, so it's actually popping up again. But, that's good. If the other side escapes this, then he's screwed. Good thing he was given the chance. He's no good at it. Zhao Yuntian's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought in his heart. Master Ma was so teased by Wang Fan that he was absolutely enraged to the extreme. And once again, I am afraid that he would not be seriously injured, but would most likely directly beat him to death. If God makes a mistake, you can live, but if you make a mistake, you can't live. Wen Quan pointed at Ma Baoguo's nose and scolded. Surname Ma, you don't really think that I want to worship you as my teacher, right? With your three-legged kung fu, you're not even worthy of my shoes. Would I care to learn it? To be shameless. Wen Quan, that is really a proper generation of heavenly pride. Crazy waves with full blood, desperate licks with broken blood. Pretending and being a lickspittle are two things that kind of play into his hands. Ma Baoguo, who was once again enraged, exploded on the spot. If I don't kill you, it's simply unbearable. The words fell. This pissed off old man struck out brazenly. This time the fist wind was like electricity, and it was clear that he was laying down a deadly blow. Actually, Mapagwa isn't exactly a pure bad guy. Be polite and civilized. Know your place and have integrity. Unable to do anything about it, he ran into Wen Quan, a hobbler who didn't talk about rules, and his heavenly aura was so angry that it smoked. Wen Quan stood still for a moment, still posing, and wiped the blood that flowed out of the corner of his mouth in a very dashingly written manner. Seeing Mapagwa's sandbag-sized fist, about to hit the head, only a loud cry was heard. "Don't hurt my master." The big black dog killed from the rear and attacked straight at Mapagwa's back. Mapagwa sensed the danger and immediately closed his fist in defense. Compared to Wen Quan, the big black dog is a much better fighter than that. Wen Quan was not good at close combat, while the big black dog was good at it. Whether it was speed or power, that was explosive level. Hiss. Although the sneak attack of the big black dog was swift, it didn't win, and a bite hit Mapagwa's clothes, pulling the other party's tang suit straight down. One moment, Mapagwa bares his chest and shows off all his white flesh. As a first-class expert, he did not have that kind of extremely exaggerated Jianzi meat, but instead, sparse and usual, qua scattered. I don't know. Thought he was a lazy, white-skinned pig. Exactly. He didn't look like a ruthless character, which was why it was easy to be paralyzed and thus overlook his true strength. Fucking animal. Mapagwa bellowed and swung his fist towards the big black dog. The big black dog doesn't give in, and chooses to fight head-on. Where did the dog come from? I don't know. It actually dared to take the initiative to attack Master Ma. I think it's mostly tired of living. Fumizumi lit a cigarette leisurely, just about to enjoy a mandog fight, only to find out the big black dog wasn't able to overwhelm Mabogu by a landslide. Instead, they fought back and forth with each other. Mapagwa was also secretly shocked and greatly shocked. Living hell. How can a dirt dog be so ferocious? Old Me's lightning 5 consecutive whips actually had trouble killing it, and it even bit it. Satan, can you do it or not? Wen Quan asked. Master, this old thing is a bit hard to chew on. It's so strong, the big black dog replied while frantically pulling with Mapagwa. Useless thing. Just this kind of trash can't be beaten. What's the use of raising you? Wen Quan was furious. He really takes shamelessness to the extreme, completely forgetting who had just been beaten to the point of begging for mercy. Master, this person is definitely the strongest human I've ever stumbled upon. With my current strength, it is indeed difficult to subdue him. The big black dog was still quite honest and did not forcefully pretend to be a bully. Why are you the only dog? Where's your big army? I thought it was just some shrimp soldiers and crab generals that I could handle with one dog. Who knew this old thing was so strong? The big black dog screamed in agony. Wen Quan slapped his head, speechless to the core, and uttered a classic quote with feeling. It's not ignorance that destroys us, but arrogance. Okay, the big black dog had thick skin and flesh, and after several versions of evolution, its strength was already extremely terrifying. Even if you can't beat Mapagwa, and it won't be taken out by the other side. And so, the two of them were caught in the middle of a fierce battle, which was exceptionally intense. This time, Mapagwa also began to speak without martial virtues, shouting, "Don't stand there watching the show. Hurry up and copy something. Come together to surround this beast." The crowd was surprised to see this. In their minds, Master Ma, who was as powerful as a heavenly god, actually couldn't help a dog, but was instead made to suffer greatly. Geez, did I read that wrong? This dog can't be a snarling dog descending to earth. It actually ate Master's lightning 5 consecutive whips hard. This is too outrageous. Stop whining. Didn't you hear Master tell us to go? The formal intent Taiji Sek's eldest senior brother bellowed, instantly waking up the crowd who were still in a daze. Wen Quan naturally could not possibly sit idly by and immediately jumped out, standing on the moral high ground, righteously accusing a group of people surrounding a dog. What kind of heroes and heroines are you guys? To be a human being to this extent is simply shameless and brazen. He can't beat Mapagwa. Can't we still beat this bunch of mongrels? He spat away the half-smoked cigarette he hadn't finished in his mouth in one gulp, picked up a slab from the ground, and charged toward the crowd. Obviously hundreds of dogs fighting a dozen people. Hardly a man and a dog fighting a group of people made by a big black dog. Fumizumi was angry. And yet, he didn't leave the big black dog behind at the critical moment. Kill, 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 kill this bunch of 250. Dry, dry, dry. Fuck these sons of bitches. One man, one dog, side by side, fighting through the crowd for 10 minutes or so. Wait until the dust settles. What was once a tidy street became a mess. The crowd of onlookers around the perimeter grew larger and larger, pointing and talking. Wen Quan and the big black dog, sitting in the doorway. This master and servant were bruised and panting. both had a cigarette in their mouths, and a group of people, led by manhwa, helped each other and limped toward the road. This big fight. No one won. No one lost. Both lose. Even as strong as manhwa. He was bitten off several pieces of flesh by the big black dog and convulsed in pain. Before leaving, manhwa also put down a cruel word, little brat. I, Xingyi Taiji sect and Beihai Martial Arts Association are at loggerheads with you. When Quan exhaled a smoke ring and slapped the big black dog on the head. The lion must fight the hare with all his might. Laozi asked you to cultivate your own forces, not to let you single-handedly a dog to pretend to be a pussy. In future fights, scale at least 100 dogs. The big black brother wooed and muffled. Yes, master. I know I'm wrong. No wonder Fumizumi was so angry. When they first dealt with the black tiger guard, he was not hurt at all. Now, it was nearly fucked by a bunch of stray fish. Who wouldn't be cursing at this? It was supposed to be a cheerful day. But something like this happened. Wan Chuan's good mood for the day was gone. After scolding the dog, he started walking into the vet hospital to clean up the mess. The big black dog also walked in to help with the fight. No. This injury is too heavy. I can't stand it. You help me clean up. I'll go into the house to heal. When Quan covered his chest and said with a pained face, Go master. Leave this place to me, the big black dog said. When Quan waved his hand and went into the inner room to meditate on his knees. Then, an outrageous scene happened. The big black dog didn't work, but ran off nimbly. After 10 minutes or so came a pack of well-fed wild dogs. It showed pain on its face and said to the group of dogs, No, I'm too injured. I can't hold it anymore. I have to find a place to rest. You guys help me clean up this place. As soon as I heard that, the dogs nodded. The mission that Wen Quan had sent to the big black dog, he just let it send to his men. People passing by were dumbfounded at the sight. That moment, they even thought their eyes were hallucinating. Holy shit, is there a bunch of dogs sanitizing in there? It seems so. No way. This dog, he actually lifted the refrigerator that fell on the floor and swept the floor with a broom in his mouth? Holy shit, this nasty dog has become a spirit. I guess the scene was too shocking. The crowd of onlookers grew. They couldn't get enough of looking at it themselves and took their cell phones out of their pockets to take pictures or videos. Some even turned on the live stream on the spot. Families, discover something new. At a vet hospital, I actually saw a bunch of dogs doing hygiene. Come on. Follow my camera. Fumizumi had to admit it. Manhwa's lightning 5 consecutive whips are so damn powerful. If his physique wasn't evolved, then he would have absolutely been killed by the other party at that time. It seems that an expert of the inner strength stage is still as terrifying as ever. It's not something I can easily deal with. Of course, it is not very wise of me to use my own shortcomings to attack his strengths. While healing, Wen Quan is also taking stock of the experience. In the future when he bumped into this kind of reckless person, if he wasn't suppressed by his strength, he would try not to make a move if he could. Actually, Fumizumi if he plays to his strengths, it's easy to take out manhwa. Let's not mention the use of animals as helpers. Take the spells he practiced. A fireball spell, as long as it could successfully hit the opponent, in a moment's time, it could cause them to go up in smoke. Sure, this is a method that can only be used surreptitiously. It can't be cast in plain sight, because he couldn't expose his identity as a cultivator. It would be troublesome if he caused prying eyes of people with good intentions, except for the fireball spell. Wen Quan also practiced recovery-type spells. This technique is called rejuvenation. Once cast, the spiritual chi in the body would then pour into the injured part in a steady stream, nourishing and repairing it with a mountainous force. So, Wen Quan's seemingly fatal injury had only been recovered in just an hour. It's better to practice, if replaced by a martial artist, without the help of any external force, relying solely on their own body to recuperate. Without a year and a half, can't recover, and if the injury is too serious, it will even affect the foundation. Fumizumi stood up from the bed while loosening his muscles. A flick of the ear. Instead, he heard a mishmash of voices coming from outside the house. What's going on? He pushed the door open and walked out. You won't know it until you see it. The doorway was filled with onlookers. They all had cell phones in their hands and were taking pictures of the inside. Fumizumi had been kinda confused, but the realization dawned on me when I saw the pack of dogs inside the house. Grass. I let the big black dog a dog to work. I did not expect this guy actually play a slippery trick, shouted his own little brother. It was while Wen Quan was cursing. The big black dog came wagging his tail and bumbling over. Master, the house is all cleaned up, and the garbage that was disposed of has been thrown in the trash can outside. Wen Quan looked up and glanced at the crowds outside the house. Are all these people you're inviting over? The big black dog complained. Master, this can be wronged me. We can be buried in the work. Is clearly these people that have nothing to do? only to run here to spectate. Just about all individuals have a sense of wonder. Saw a dog eating shit. It's not uncommon, but it would be outrageous to see a dog moving things around and doing hygiene. At this point, a clean-looking girl, who had the guts to walk in, turned to Wen Quan and asked, "Handsome man, are you selling these dogs?" Wen Quan raised an eyebrow as he looked at her and asked, "I'm a pet hospital, not a pet store." The girl was full of excitement and said with glittering eyes, "But these dogs are so understanding. They actually know how to work, so you can just sell me one, as long as you say how much it costs. I'll never pay back the price. I want it too. Count me in. I'll have help picking up deliveries and getting takeout later. I'll take 2. No, 3. The people outside also got up to the action and competed for bids. Seeing that the situation was about to become uncontrollable, Wen Quan said firmly, "Sorry, I'm not for sale, motherfucker. These dogs will be my handlers from now on. It will be of great use in the future. How can a fierce general who charges into battle be sold as a servant to you ignorant humans? Please sell me one." The pretty girl hugged Wen Quan's arm and said in a petulant manner, launching a gentle offense, "Master, why don't you promise her?" The big black dog said, "Where's your backbone?" Wen Quan glared angrily. The big black dog skimmed his lips. "When we are licking dogs, how can we have a backbone? Having milk is like a mother." Wen Quan was speechless and kicked the big black dog in the head. "Get lost, you bastard." The big black dog, however, perked up. "Master, you misunderstand me. We dogs are all stray dogs, living in all directions, without a place to settle down. If you sell them to these people, then we'll have a place to live and something to eat, which can reduce a large part of the logistical pressure. In addition, if we develop well, we can infiltrate millions of families in the North Sea, and do whatever you want as long as you give the order." The big black dog is still thinking strategically. It's a way to get yourself a long-term meal ticket and continue to grow your power in an invisible way. Why not? As for the backbone, other animals may have, but the dog didn't. There's not much else we dogs are good at, but we can stretch and bend. What a crooked shit. In case I have to summon you guys, do I have to go door to door and shout? Wen Quan rolled his eyes. Even though he knew that the big black dog had a point, he still dismissed the other party's proposal without thinking. Truthfully, these dogs of mine have rabies and are extremely dangerous. How can that be? I think these dogs are quite well behaved. The pretty girl seemed unwilling to believe what Wen Quan said. Wen Quan coughed and unleashed telepathy on the dogs in the room. "I don't need to teach you what to do I?" This statement was made. The dogs instantly understood. Even the big black dog is quickly getting into the swing of things. Originally well behaved and understanding, they bared their teeth and assumed a menacing stance in an instant. Woof woof woof. While roaring wildly, drool flowed out of his mouth. The eyes also instantly became red, as if they wanted to eat people. The crowd of onlookers were shocked at the sight and backed away in fear. Some couldn't react fast enough, stumbled and fell, rolling and running toward the outside, led by the big black dog. And these dogs went out in a brainstorm. The crowd scattered and fled. The pet hospital, which had been bustling with activity, was suddenly empty and quiet again. Wen Quan shook his head and closed the door. Not a moment too soon, the big black dog came back. "Master, did I act like a mad dog just now?" "Like for like, but you have to be wary of the city police. In case what you just did is reported, you'll definitely be in trouble." Wen Quan couldn't help but remind as he complimented. The big black dog, however, was unimpressed. "As far as the forces I've established so far, it's no exaggeration to say that even if a regular army comes, I won't be afraid of it, not to mention a few city police in the district." Wen Quan rolled his eyes. "Will you die if you don't brag? Can you keep a low profile as a dog? Where did you learn this stink?" The big black dog paused, not daring to squeak again. Mentally, he muttered, "Isn't this all from you?" Seeing that the path Wen Quan took was not to go home, it immediately asked, "Master, what are you doing to go?" Wen Quan said, "Do great things." Half an hour later, Wen Quan came to Su Wanjuan's luxurious villa. The 3-day appointment has expired, and he's come to pretend. He just came in. The husky, named Sourdough, smelled his scent and ran out quickly. "Iron, long time no see." The husky greeted while looking at Wen Quan with arrogant eyes. Wen Quan scratched his brow. "It hasn't been long, just a week." The husky wailed. "For me, every day I don't see you is like a year." The big black dog that had followed Wen Quan over was immediately jealous when he saw this silly dog actually pampering his master. The tiger's body shook. Oh, no, I should say a dog's body shook. A powerful aura instantly exploded out of his body. The husky dog's face changed slightly, his blue pupils focusing quickly. "Tai Z, where did you get this dirt dog next to you? Satan, introduce yourself." Wen Quan looked at the big black dog. The big black dog, however, treated the husky poorly. with a dash of murder in his eyes. And Husky is not a wimp. Well, at least it was upgraded by 1 Quan. In terms of combat power, although it was no match for the big black dog, when it came to brainless mangaka, it had never been afraid of anyone. Just as these two dogs were looking at each other and were about to do battle, a clear and pleasant voice came from the front. Big brother, what are you doing here? When Quan looked up, and the person who spoke was none other than Su Haitang. A faint smile surfaced on her fair cheeks. It seemed to be pleased to see Fumizumi's arrival. A hint of shyness couldn't help but show between her eyebrows. She was wearing a plain skirt, barefoot, with a pair of long, snow-white legs that were visible. There was also a sprinkler in his hand, so he should have just been in the garden, watering. The sunlight fell on her body, fresh with a hint of beauty, even for an old colorful lot like Wen Quan who had read countless women. At this moment, his gaze couldn't help but look a little dull. Your mom wanted to see me about something, Wen Quan said. Su Haitang slightly cocked her head and asked curiously, what is it? Fumizumi didn't have time to answer. Su Haitang then saw the big black dog beside Wen Quan, and so, with an excited face, he ran over, squatted down and stroked the big black dog's head. This dog is so cute. Did you raise it, big brother? Fumizumi let out a soft What's its name? Satan. Dumbass? Quite a smart dog. Why such a name? Su Haitang expressed her disbelief and directly hugged the big black dog's head, rubbing it vigorously. Wen Chuan's gaze slanted, mentally cursing. Stupid dog. You're so lucky. Just let go of the girl and let me do it. The big black dog seemed to have heard Wen Quan's heartfelt voice, and said with a cry of pain, Master, there is no meat on this sister's chest, and it hurts me so much to rest on it. Wen Quan silently clenched his fists and said viciously, don't tread on Versailles. Get a bargain. Master, I mean it. It's not like it's a little bitch. It's just a human girl. I don't feel anything at all. The big black dog said honestly. While Su Haitang was frolicking with the big black dog, Su Wanjun walked out from inside. That moment, Wen Quan's eyes, already slightly rippled, once again became tumbled. As the saying goes, what goes around comes around. The daughter looks so beautiful. Mother Nature isn't far behind. At home, Su Wanjun wore a very casual, a red halter dress. Will be her 10,000 kinds of flavor, show just right. It should be fine where it is fine. It should be big where it's big. It's just right and perfect. A move, a frown, a smile, all with a dash of mature womanhood. Ms. Su, Wen Quan took the initiative to greet her. Su Wanjun nodded slightly towards him. You're here, come inside and sit down. Okay. Wen Quan responded readily and walked quickly towards Su Wanjun. There was a cat at Su Wanjun's feet that was traveling back and forth. Wen Quan was secretly sighing that this cat was also very lustful when he realized that it was the cow cat that had fought alongside him. The dude also has a pretty awesome name. Bereavement Biao. Brother Morning Biao. Long time no see. Wen Quan greeted privately. Instead, the cow cat glanced at him lazily. It's only been a week, and not that long. Go inside and sit down. Su Wanjun greeted the servants with tea and water. What are you drinking? Anything. Tea it is then. Aha, aha. It wasn't the first time Wen Quan had been here, so it was quite easy to behave. A sit down, just stretched out and bragged about how soft the couch was. Su Wanjun smiled charmingly, crossing her legs in the lady's style is charming and sexy. Zhu lips lightly opened, revealing 2 rows of neat snow-white shell teeth. Dr. 1. For my secret, are you already aware of it at this time? This extremely magnetic and increasingly seductive voice, coupled with this white and red face of hers, out of the blue, can't help but make Wen Chuan's mind wander and his heart flutter. As a veteran old cunt, Wen Quan never fought battles he was not sure of. If he did not grasp Su Wanjun's secret, then he would not have come to her at this moment. And Su Wanjun wasn't idle these days either. All sorts of tight security. Even a mosquito flying by has to be scrutinized. She just couldn't believe it. In the midst of such a tight defense, the other party was still able to probe her privacy. So, the two met at this time. 4 eyes met, but there was a bit of a tit for tat. Each other has absolute certainty about what they can do. After pausing for a moment, Wen Quan slowly said, Ms. Su, I've grasped everything about you. Is this true? Su Wanjun's eyes swirled. I have never lied to anyone, Wen Quan said confidently. How to prove it? Su Wanjun pursued. Wen Quan laughed and said, I can prove it however you want. Su Wanjun ruffled her hair, and that seemingly casual movement was flirtatious and attractive. To verify that what the other side is saying is true, she tentatively asked, Dr. 1. What did I have for breakfast today? Fumizumi froze, frowning slightly. Seeing this, Su Wanjun's complexion moved. No way. Such a simple question put you off? If you don't even know what I ate this morning, How much credibility does what you just said still have? Sandwiches, milk, stomachic tablets, coffee, Wonkwon said nonchalantly. He opened this mouth. The smile that had originally bloomed on Su Wanjuan's face instantly froze, and her pupils couldn't help but continue to contract. In a moment of panic, she even subconsciously looked in the direction of the kitchen. Wonkwon looked at Su Wanjun and said indifferently, "Not only do I know what you ate in the morning, I also know what you wore." Su Wanjun lowered her head and swept her halter dress. "Isn't it obvious what I'm wearing? I'm not talking about the outside. I'm talking about the inside," Wonkwon said with an expressionless face. "Oh, red on top and black underneath. Originally you were wearing red on top and black underneath. And after turning around in front of the mirror, you didn't think this was a good match again. So, that's why you switched to the front kind," Wonkwon said. This statement was made. Su Wanjun was immediately nonplussed. Heads couldn't help but look around. Wonkwon said, "Ms. Su, you don't have to look. There are no pinhole cameras or bugs installed in the head of the house. I think you should have launched a carpet cleaning after you came back that day." Su Wanjun didn't say anything. She originally wanted to see Wonkwon's joke, but at this time, her heart had already set off 10,000 waves, and that gorgeous face was changing color like crazy. "How did you do this?" Su Wanjun asked. Wonkwon first pointed to his eyes, and then pointed to his ears, and said with a smile, "Because I have 1,000-mile eyes and smooth wind ears. As long as the aptitude is open. All things in the world, as far as the eye can see." For such an outrageous statement, Su Wanjun definitely won't believe it, because every time she asked Wonkwon, the other person had a different answer. From this point it was enough to show that the means used by the other party were not within the normal realm at all. "You got up at 3:40 today, went to the restroom to relieve yourself, then took a shower, got that done, and then caught up on your sleep at 4:20 and slept until 6:30. Wonkwon began to continue to add up Su Wanjuan's life and living today. In describing the whole process, he didn't pause for a second, and among other things, he danced and drew pictures as if he was there and witnessed it with his own eyes. Su Wanjun was completely confused, eyes wide. She didn't dare ask any further questions. What time did she get up? What did she do? The other side can describe everything in detail. There were even some details that even she herself hadn't noticed that were caught by the other side. Out of the blue, she really just assumed that Wonkwon had clairvoyance and smooth ears. Otherwise, in what way, if at all, did the other side monitor her life? "Then if I take a shower and go to the toilet, won't you watch?" All of them? Su Wanjuan's cheeks flushed, and she wanted to say something. Wonkwon said righteously, "Ms. Su, you can rest assured that I am definitely not that kind of person. Even if I have the opportunity to do so, I will not do it, because I always keep in mind the words, do not take the good for the small, do not take the evil for the small." It's okay that Fumizumi doesn't explain. So explained. Rather, it's a little bit of a cover-up, here and there. Su Wanjun, heart-shocked, murmured Red, "No wonder those shareholders and senior management of the Qinglong Group will change the decision overnight. If I am also one of them, by you so exposed privacy, I'm afraid I cannot be," Wonkwon said. "Enemies fear me like a tiger, but to my friends, I can give care like a spring breeze. Then should I feel grateful?" Su Wanjun asked with squinted eyes. Wonkwon smiled faintly and said, "In any case, like Miss Su, you are a person of noble character, has always been the object of admiration in my heart, and every time I see it, I can't help but stand in awe of it. And how could I possibly give birth to half a bit of blasphemy? Okay, lying doesn't get you struck by lightning in this world. Otherwise, Wonkwon also cannot live to be so old. Open eyes, full of words. This series of skills, it is considered to be played by him all. There, regarding your skills, Dr. 1, I've had an eye-opening experience, and I'm a man of my word. What I promised you before will be done as promised." Su Wanjun took a deep breath and said softly, "Hear that? Wonkwon is as steady as an old dog on the surface." The heart was overjoyed. To be able to pull in Su Wanjun as one's ally, then one's Avengers alliance would undoubtedly have another heavyweight. Dr. 1, what do you need me to do for now? Su Wanjun asked. Wonkwon oohed and awed. Can you help me contact Grand Master Wei of the patrol battalion? If I have you as an introduction, I will be able to communicate with him at that time, and I think I will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. You want to work with him? Su Wanjun was quite surprised. Wonkwon hummed softly. There is that aspect. If we can get hold of the patrol battalion card, then to start an operation in the North Sea in the future would be tantamount to turning on the undefeated golden body. The ability to avoid risk for yourself and throw smoke bombs at your enemies is an absolute no-brainer for killing people and getting away with it, regardless of the country. The first step for a black power to get stronger and bigger is always to buy out the local security organizations. Why is that? The reason is also simple. The army does not go directly into people's livelihoods, whereas the patrol battalions do. Say you're guilty and you're guilty. Say you broke the law. You broke the law. Say you're good. You're good. Although the chief of the patrol battalion was not considered much of an official, the power held in his hands was definitely the most useful. Thinking for a moment, Su Wanjun directly agreed to Wen Quan's request. Okay, when do you want to see him? The sooner the better. Preferably today, Wen Quan said. Su Wanjun picked up her cell phone from the table. Then I'll call him now. However, this call went through. The person who answered, however, was not Wei Yang, but his daughter Wei Ling. Auntie Su, help, come, to save us, Wei Ling shouted in panic, her voice filled with fear. Su Wanjun was startled and quickly asked, what's wrong? My father and I have been attacked by a group of mysterious people. The situation is currently very dangerous. Come and save us, Wei Ling shouted. Where are you guys? Su Wanjun asked. We're here, Dad. Before the words were out of his mouth, there was no sound on the other side. Su Wanjun wanted to call back again but couldn't get through. What the hell? Wen Quan was dumbfounded. Su Wanjun was similarly confused. Something seems to have happened to Chief Wei and his daughter. Lean. It's a bit of a coincidence, isn't it? It's not designed for me, is it? Wen Quan raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but spit out a comment. He glanced up at the ceiling and wondered if there was a guy with God's vision on, too, who was secretly manipulating all this. Laozi was just about to find Wei Yang. Wei Yang was then fucked. There is no more than a 1-minute gap between making a decision and making a phone call. It's really hard to believe that this wasn't intentionally designed. Dr. Wang, what should we do? Su Wanjun asked. Wen Quan spat and spat, but didn't mess up. Who in the North Sea would dare to attack the Grand Master of the patrol battalion? This group of people are either tired of eating arsenic, or there is some big power that wants to wipe Wei Yang out. It's pointless to make this kind of speculation now. The current priority is to hurry up and rescue General Manager Wei. Su Wanjun said in an urgent tone. Not yet. I'm going to make a phone call. Fumizumi got up and headed out the door. While pulling out his cell phone from his pocket, he issued his own instructions to the mosquitoes standing by overhead. Use all resources to search the entire patrol battalion for Grand Master Wei. Master, we haven't seen him before. We don't know where to start looking, Mosquito said. When Quan opened his cell phone and searched for Wei Yang online, soon information about him was looked up. It includes a biography as well as several official photos. Then, he held it in front of Mosquito's eyes. You have 10 seconds to record all of this information. Master, I remember. Then hurry up and get it for me. Yes, the mosquito lifted its wings and flew. When Quan immediately dialed Yi Wuxuan's number. Commander Yi, where are you? I'm at the patrol battalion headquarters. Is there something wrong? Yi Wuxuan asked, his tone appearing calm. You haven't gotten wind of anything? Wen Quan asked. What's the rumor? Is there another murder somewhere? Yi Wuxuan asked rather blankly. Okay, that's fine. Having said that, Wen Quan then hung up. Among the calm eyes, a flash of biting sharpness flashed. It seems he was right in his guess. Sure enough, someone was dealing with Wei Yang, and it's still an official force. By the way, if Wei Ling had the time to make a phone call, then his first call would definitely be to the patrol battalion, asking for help. However, he called Yi Wuxuan, but the other party had no knowledge of this matter. Among them, someone must have blocked the message, causing Wei Ling's plea for help to go straight to stone. Otherwise, why did Wei Ling not even think twice about launching a plea for help to Su Wanjun when Su Wanjun called over? The tone of voice was urgent and fearful. It must have been the unanswered pleas for help that made them call out to anyone they could. A blessing in misfortune. The person she asked for help thanks to was Su Wanjun. Incidentally, Wen Quan was informed of this. If it were anyone else, I guess she and her dad. This wave is in the bag. Sure, until proven otherwise. These are also just Wen Xuan's own guesses, not the truth. So, to validate that he is godly and clever, he's going to have to launch his own extremely fast rescue right away. Suddenly, Wen Quan turned around and walked back into the house, saying to Su Wanjun, Miss Su, you don't need to do anything, just wait for news at home. I'll go ahead and go over to save the people. You're going alone? Yes, Wen Quan nodded and added emphatically, never call the patrol battalion. Why? Su Wanjun asked offhandedly. Wen Quan didn't say anything, just gave her a meaningful look. Su Wanjun instantly understood for a second and said with a face full of horror, is it someone within the patrol battalion who is trying to usurp power? The North Sea is so big, trying to find someone in a short period of time is never easy. Fumizumi judged based on common sense. The gang wouldn't dare to attack Wei Yang in the city, so the most likely place to be attacked would be in the middle of nowhere, far away from people. One, to facilitate the attack. Secondly, It is difficult to ask for help. 3 to nowhere. One thought in this. When Quan immediately gave orders to the big black dog, hurry over and inform your wild dog army that the whole army will attack, taking the northern overseas ring as the starting point, and start searching in all directions. Yes, master. The big black dog ran away without the dog's shadow in a puff of smoke. Grand Master Wei, even though you and I met in passing, I don't want you to lose your life over this. After instructing the big black dog, when Quan stood at the intersection and muttered with feeling, he can't do anything now. One can only stand still and wait for news. After a half hour or so, still no one had come to give him a report on the situation, and it was obvious that the intelligence search team was in trouble. For this result, Quan had actually expected this. The mosquito's ability to gather intelligence, while second to none, is not a large detection range, limited by its size as well as its mobility. As for the army of wild dogs under the big black dog, the main power is in the middle of the city. If you want to extend your tentacles into the wild, it will take some slowing down time. After this incident, it seems necessary for me to develop other animals to fill in the gaps in certain areas. When Quan pondered in his mind, it's already planned in your head. This animal must be flying in the sky, and there are a lot of thieves, with an extremely wide range of activities. It's best to have some offense, as well as flexibility. It can be done both collectively and individually. Birds are great for this. Only, the option had just popped up when Vinquin vetoed it. In terms of range of motion as well as flexibility, birds are really the obvious choice. But when it comes to offense and teamwork, they are far from being up to par. Besides, most birds don't have night vision, and at night, they all become blind. And most of Wen Xuan's operations are meant to take place when the wind is dark and the night is high. The thought of the night, a certain creature, suddenly flashed through the middle of his mind like a bolt of electricity. It can hide in the darkness, but also has the speed to come and go without a trace, and a natural scout, with its own GPS location, and ultrasonic scanning. It can be done individually or in groups. In terms of stealth, it is even far superior to birds. That's right, this creature is none other than the infamous bat. If I can take in a group of bats for my use, then the situation I'm facing now won't be so tricky. When this is over, I'm going to have to get a bunch of bats high and low to be my imperial guards. Quan clenched his fist and slammed his palm, already determined to put this plan into action. Those conditions he spoke of earlier, it's basically tailor-made for bats. The south has a subtropical climate and the entire region is within the range of bats. Whether it's a bustling city, still nowhere in the countryside, anytime you raise your head slightly to the sky at night, you can see bats out and about. Master, there's news. While When Quan was thinking alone, the big black dog came back. When Quan turned his head to look at it and didn't open his mouth to speak. Instead, he signaled with his eyes for the other party to speak down. Big Black Brother hurriedly said, I have a few underlings that are active around Wei Yang's house. Their father and daughter went out early this morning, and listening to their conversation, they were going to the White Cloud Temple in the south to pray for blessings, and when they went over, they had a group of bodyguards with them. When Quan glanced toward the south, what's the point of going there? The big black dog said, because there is a cemetery next to the White Cloud Temple. Wei Yang's wife died in childbirth when she gave birth to her daughter. It was the senior monk of the White Cloud Temple, who chanted sutras for her to surpass her, and after doing the puja, she was buried in that cemetery, and today is the day of its sacrifice, and their father and daughter go to offer incense and pay homage to each other every year. When Quan's pupils shrunk slightly, and he had a preliminary understanding of the entire conspiracy in its infancy. Sure enough, it was an acquaintance who did it. It's all about timing, location, and people. If it's under normal circumstances, Wei Yang's father and daughter were caught in the middle of such a well-thought-out trap, and it was definitely impossible to escape. But, he was fortunate that the news of the other's accident, and the location of the accident, was quickly grasped by Izumi, even when Quan himself didn't expect it. Would have spied on Wei Yang's whereabouts so quickly. Satan, the dogs under your command are really something. Overjoyed, when Quan couldn't help but praise the big black dog, the big black dog said complacently, Master, without bragging, the entire North Sea is under my surveillance. If you want to inquire about anyone's whereabouts, I can help you in a minute. Alright, don't get all pretentious, you're just lucky. Wei Yang must not be living in a high-class villa area. Otherwise, you wild dogs wouldn't have been able to penetrate it at all. One Quan guessed. The big black dog, however, perked up and said, My dog empire, again, is not just inclusive of wild dogs, even pet dogs are within the scope of my summoning, and in the future, all the dogs in the city will be driven for me. This statement was made. When Quan muttered in his heart as his eyebrows danced furiously, the efficiency of this big black dog's errands was as peaked as its ability to pretend. Although every time it seems like a leap of faith, but in the end, it all brings the goal to fruition. Satan at your service. Mobilize the troops. Full speed to White Cloud Temple. The big black dog stood straight and quickly said, Master, before I came over to find you. This has already greeted a group of fierce dog squads and headed in the direction of the White Cloud Temple. Finally, a reliable job. When Quan paused and was about to stop a cab at the curb, who knows, a red Ferrari, however, stopped next to it. Window down. A handsome and cute face instantly came into view. It was none other than Su Haitang. While when Quan was confused, Big brother, hurry up and get in the car. Go go go. Su Haitang flung her head toward him. Get in the car for what? Wen Quan asked. Of course it's to save Wei Ling. Su Haitang said. Fumizumi's eyes widened and he was even more confused. How did she know? I've heard everything you just talked to my mom about. Wei Ling is in danger now and is in dire need of rescue. Su Haitang shouted. When Quan coughed and spoke. Yutong, does your mom know if you drove your car out to find me? Of course she doesn't know. If she knew, would I still be able to get out? No? Su Haitang said without thinking. Fumizumi rolled his eyes. Shit, you didn't even say hello to your mom before you ran out. How dare you take me there, with or without an accident? Once this matter is known to Su Wanjun, then Laozi will be in big trouble. Yutong, I think it's better to forget about it. You wait for news at home, and I'll go save your friend. The situation over there is unknown. If you go there rashly, I can't be held responsible if anything happens. When Quan said with a serious expression, Big brother, you don't look down on people. Then such a dangerous thing, it's not like I haven't encountered it before. As a result, I didn't still escape with Wei Ling and the girls and turn the danger into peace? Su Haitong's small mouth pouted, very defiantly said. As soon as I heard that, Wen Quan only felt a pang of amusement. Did you have anything to do with yourselves to get out in the first place? If it wasn't for my crazy maneuvering in the background, you guys would have eaten the bad guy's peanuts. Big brother, don't be afraid. I've brought my family's soup dumplings with me. It fights fiercely. Once it rushes up, it's like a tiger coming down from the mountain. Unstoppable. Ow. Thieves are awesome. Su Haitang looked up to the sky and patted the husky sitting on the passenger side, describing it with a fluttering brow. However, that husky, was lifeless, and asked Wen Quan, Tai Zi, I didn't want to go at all. I was dragged by her to bring her to the car, and originally Morning Biao was almost captured by her as well, and when that cat saw the situation was not right, it had long since scurried away. With a twinkle in his eye, Wen Quan said to Su Haitang, then get off the car. Let's change seats. I'll drive. Holler. Once she saw Wen Quan agree, Su Haitang cheerfully unbuckled her seatbelt and opened the door to get out of the car. Just as she was changing seats, Fumizumi sprinted into the main driver's seat with a swift movement. Then, a foot on the gas, the Ferrari transformed into a red phantom, speeding towards the distance and raising dust. Su Haitang was dumbfounded, standing in the wind, froze for a few moments. It took her a moment to react that she was supposed to be abandoned. Angry, he stomped his feet in place and growled madly. Aha, Wang Fan, you're a big liar. The husky got anxious. I haven't gotten off yet. No need to get out of the car. You're more useful than your master. I'll take you to brush up your experience later, Wen Quan said while driving. Husky eyes a skim, dangerous or not? Need not need blood fight. I have not eaten today. Strength a little cannot keep up. Can be in the back to give you a flag shout. As for the charge, what? That or exempt it. Wen Quan frowned, rather surprised. The same are all dogs. Why are you so timid? Before you were not fierce like Ironhead Hwa. Times are different nowadays. A dog of my age can't always fight and kill anymore, but has to strategize and win. The husky exuded a look full of vicissitudes. Next, then he was greeted with a slap of affection from Fumizumi. Grass, with a brain like yours, you can also strategize? White Cloud Temple. It is a 1,000-year-old temple in Beihai which is known far and wide. On weekdays, the incense burns brightly, and people come here to pray for blessings and wishes. Compared to the bustling pomp and circumstance of the temple, the graveyard next to the temple, however, is extraordinarily calm. If it wasn't the Qingming festival, or the Ghost Festival, that particular period of time, very few people would normally come here. The sound of firecrackers was heard in the distance. Listen carefully. The discovery was not a firecracker, but a gunshot. There are just 3 things that people who worship at cemeteries usually like to do. That's incense and wax, burning paper money, and firecrackers. Naturally, it's easy for passers-by to mistake them for fireworks or firecrackers. The two groups are chasing each other through the mountains. Running at the front, there were only 4 or 5 figures. They were all bruised and panting. And the group of people chasing them behind them, 40 to 50 of them, were not only extremely accurate with their guns, but also extremely fast. A trained connoisseur at first glance. With a few gunshots, the 4 or 5 figures in front of them fell 2 more. The Dragon Kingdom was the country with the strictest gun ban in the world, and other than the official and military, ordinary people were not allowed to possess firearms. So to speak, if a person is good at kung fu and a good shot, then he must be from the official or military armed forces, either active duty or retired, or foreign mercenaries and assassins. Chief Steward, you and Miss go quickly. I'll stay and stall them. Xiao Huang, I've been shot in the leg. I can't run far. It's better for you to take my daughter and leave first. They are coming for me. As long as they catch me, they won't give you guys a hard time. Wei Yang was pale and limping. Looked down. A hole was punched in his right leg, and hot blood continued to soak out. Dad, hold on. I've already called for help. Someone will come to save us soon. Wei Ling's thin shoulders vigorously supported Wei Yang's faltering body. Even at such a life and death moment, she did not lose her will to live. Wei Yang shook his head and said with a bitter smile on his face, "There's no reinforcements for that. If they were to come, they would have come long ago. There's no way they would have delayed until now." Linger, wait. You and Little Yellow don't run down the mountain. The perimeter is definitely blocked off. You won't be able to escape. Go directly to the top of the mountain. There's a waterfall there. Although the current is so fast and treacherous that if you jump from it, there's an 80% probability that you'll fall to your death. But it's the only way of life for you to escape. Wei Ling cried with pear blossoms and rain, shaking her head vigorously. No, Dad. We have to go together. Good boy. Do as you're told. Wei Yang gritted his teeth and forcefully pushed Wei Ling out. Men don't shed tears. They just don't get to the sad part. On the occasion of such a life and death parting, the chief of the patrol battalion, who was a tough guy, couldn't help but burst into tears. Live well and run as far as you can. Having said that, Wei Yang then turned around, gripping the gun in his hand tightly and aiming at the incoming enemy chasing behind him. Boo! The sound of gunshots was just a whisper away. But it wasn't Wei Yang who fired the shot, but the catcher, Xiao Huang, who was standing behind him. The shot. It struck Wei Yang's back, instantly disabling him. Wei Yang turned his head in style and looked at Little Yellow dumbfounded, a touch of amazement flowing out from among his eyes. Xiao Huang changed his grief from earlier, and said with a cold expression, "Chief Manager, those who know what's good for them are good at what they do. I do this because I have no choice. I hope you won't be offended." Wei Ling was shocked and, apparently, confused at this sudden scene. "Commander Huang, why are you doing this? My father thinks so highly of you, treats you as one of his own, and even gives you full authority over his own security matters. So how can you?" Wei Ling hadn't finished her accusing words. Commander Huang then said with an expressionless face, "Miss, you're too young to know the depths of it. It's not that I want to kill the chief steward, but there's a big shot who wants to kill him, so he has to die." Wei Ling made a dive and clutched the legs of Commander Huang, attempting to use his fighting skills to put him down. However, Commander Huang was prepared for this, and as she rushed over, he kicked her in the chest, stomping her 7 or 8 meters. It hit the tree behind it with a bang. When he fell to the ground, he spat blood and coughed. "I'll kill you." Wei Ling was lying on the ground, looking up at Commander Huang, her hands gripping the soil on the ground as hard as she could. The yellow commander shook his head, unimpressed. "Miss, you cannot kill me. After today, both of you have to evaporate. On Earth, it's happening right now." The people who were chasing after him finally arrived. They were dressed in civilian clothes and wore black hoods, but the equipment held in their hands were all standardized weapons. Basically no one uses handguns. Rifles, submachine guns, shotguns, and sniper rifles were used. The firepower piece alone. Wei Yang with this group of people would be far better. See that the situation is under control. The leading mysterious man put away his gun and walked straight to Wei Yang. Wei Yang was leaning against the tree, having in breath, not out breath. That shot just now has made his life has declined to the extreme. "Chief Wei, you're really hard to kill. Our brothers have laid a dragnet here and actually let you toss and turn for so long." The mysterious man looked at his watch furiously and couldn't help but sigh. Wei Yang held on to his breath and muttered, "You guys are soldiers, right? Ordinary terrorists can't fight with your cooperation like this." The whole pursuit was flowing without any stagnation. "Oh, good eye." The mystic leader smiled. "Which troop?" Wei Yang asked. "I'm sorry, I can't tell you that one," the mystic leader said. Wei Yang laughed coldly. "Even if you don't say it, I have already guessed it. I just didn't expect that you guys would actually be so heartless." "Chief Wei, it's no one's fault. You were given the opportunity in the first place. It's you who didn't cherish it. Since you're not willing to cooperate with us, we'll have to kill you and let someone else take your place." The mystic leader's eyes flashed as he raised his gun and aimed it at Wei Yang's head. Go in peace. Next year on this day, I will come and offer incense to your family of 3. Boo! A dull gunshot echoed through the mountains. What's going on? Accompanied by a cry of surprise, a black shadow slammed into the leader of the mystics, knocking his entire body backward, and the shot he had just fired had just grazed Wei Yang's head. The bullet didn't blow his head off, but it grazed a bloodstain. When the leader of the mystics stood up and looked towards the dark figure, he realized that the other party was actually a dog, an earth dog of indeterminate breed. The fur is black and white and should be a string. Not too big. It's only 50 or 60 pounds. However, the impact it had just made by hitting someone was like a motorcycle speeding at high speed. If it wasn't for the mystic leader's thick skin and unusual body, he would have probably been knocked off his feet with that collision. Grass! Where did the beast come from? The leader of the Mysterons was about to bring his gun to bear and kill him, when a strange noise suddenly came from the surrounding grass. Turn your head. Everyone present changed color. Countless dogs poked their heads out of the bushes. They all bared their teeth and were fierce. It's like a pack of dire wolves rounding up lambs. The mystic leader's heart trembled and his face suddenly changed. There were even more question marks popping up in his head. Grandma's leg. What's with all the dogs all of a sudden? Have we fallen into the doghouse? Don't say these people are confused. How could Wei Yang's father and daughter be any different? The gun just went off. Wei Yang all thought that he was dead. But, when he opened his eyes, he was still in good shape. But the surrounding area had changed. Rescue coming through? The thought had just popped up. And when he saw that it was a pack of dogs, the hope that had arisen was dashed in an instant. Ouch! It was obvious that these dogs were coming for the group. Take a stance of attack. It was as if they were going to pounce on it and kill it at any moment. Clean up all these beasts. The mystic leader's eyes flashed and he gave the order to attack on the spot. The men immediately raised their guns and shot at the dogs, which were all around them. These dogs are not slow to react. As soon as he saw that they were in a position to shoot, he turned his head and fled without saying a word. Da 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 da. Snap. A shower of gunfire passed. The surrounding trees and stones were shattered and splattered. But those dogs, not a single one of them was injured, dodging the bullets that were like a raging storm of bullets with their nimble maneuvers. See this scene. The people present were all shocked, their eyes about to fly out of their sockets. How is this possible? These dogs actually know how to dodge bullets. They made an early evasive maneuver as soon as I fired. Shit, this nigga has become an elf. One wave of offense later. Shocked, they were about to change magazines. The wild dog army, however, did not give them this opportunity, and took advantage of this pause gap to immediately launch an attack like a tidal wave. These people who were chasing Wei Yang were only 30 to 40 in total, while the dogs that surrounded them numbered in the hundreds. The whole mountain. At a glance, the crowds were huge. It's vast and majestic. If it is in a flat square, then these dogs are moving targets, and before they can rush to the front, they will be shot on the spot by these well-trained mystics. But it's biased. The battlegrounds they've chosen are in the middle of thickly vegetated jungles. A variety of large, thick trees as well as hard rocks served as cover for them to avoid attacks. Once long-range weapons are useless, caught in the middle of a melee. Then these mysterious people were like fish and meat on a plate, and could only be slaughtered. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Before they could react, the dogs had already killed the crowd and were in swarm mode. 3 dogs to fight a man, or even 5 dogs together. Bite the calf, bite the thigh, bite the ass, bite the gear. Every part of the human body is targeted. Pouring. The screams were endless, as the hundreds of dogs surrounded the group. There are still armies of wild dogs at the foot of the mountain, coming in a steady stream. The dog empire established by the big black dog. The number of dogs in the organization is more than 50,000. Even if it's only 1/5 of it, rushing to the battlefield, it will be able to clean up these people hundreds of times. Don't spread out. Hurry up and surround one place. Let's find a weak point to break out. The mystic leader shouted. At this point, he had long since lost the spiritedness he had felt just now. Full of panic, anxious like ants on a hot pan. The ball is spinning. In such a chaotic situation, it had apparently become a luxury for him to try to command the troops. Only 1/3 of the total number of those who heard the command and drew close to him remained, and as for the rest, they had long since drowned in the steady tide of dogs. How come there's only this much left? Chief, the dogs that surrounded over were simply too many. A large portion of the brothers have already been bitten to death. The person next to him replied, his voice actually carrying a crying tone of extreme fear amongst his voice. It's outrageous. It's so weird. It's unbelievable. As soldiers, they had long been prepared to die on the battlefield, but never expected it. The day of death is ushered in, not by the enemy, but by a pack of wild dogs that eat them alive. Death at the hands of the enemy at least leaves the body intact, but death by the mouths of these dogs would be nothing but poop. Hurry up and signal for help. The man carrying the flare gun is gone. It's over. I'm out of bullets. I'm out of bullets too. These dogs are killing more and more. We can't hold out much longer. These men had no way to retreat in the face of the heavy siege, and could only temporarily hold back the attack of the wild dog hordes by firing wildly. Just wait until you run out of ammo. Then these dogs will pounce on them with a brain and break them into pieces. The mystic leader predicted this ending. His face was pale and he was shivering. In his more than 10 years of military career, he had fallen into traps many times, but none of them had been so desperate as today. A pack of wild dogs actively attacking people would have been outrageous. After seeing their companions killed, not only did they not run, but they launched a more violent onslaught. This unrelenting ferocity. Where does it look like a beast? It's like a monster crawling out of hell. Ever since mankind invented thermal weapons, no carbon-based creature on Earth can take more than one shot. No matter what lions and tigers are, they are all equal before the guns. Wild animals are no longer a threat to human safety. Quite the opposite. If humans don't protect them, then they will be slaughtered to extinction. Even nature's top predators have to tuck their tails and run away when they see a human with a gun. A pack of wild dogs. I can't believe they're not afraid of the guns and openly robbing them. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'm afraid the survivors here can't believe what they're seeing. Wei Ling struggled to get up from the ground and ran to the severely injured and paralyzed Wei Yang. Compared to the watery depths of that mysterious group, the pair, father and daughter, were unharmed and unscathed by the attack of the dogs. The dogs that had launched the charge had even intentionally avoided them by going around the road. And so, take an overhead view. Looking down from above, one could see, in the middle of the vast tide of dogs, two large and small open spaces. The large clearing was the very safe area where the mystics were negatively recalcitrant. As for the small piece of empty space, Wei Ling was holding Wei Yang, witnessing the spectacle before her that turned her imagination upside down. Dad, are you going to be okay? I'm okay. You run. It's impossible to run. The whole perimeter is full of dogs. Wei Ling looked around but didn't panic, but said slowly, these dogs don't seem to be hostile to me, but are rushing towards those bad guys. Wei Yan also noticed this, and he forced himself to ask in a puzzled manner, why are these dogs trying to save us? Wei Ling is also full of fog, straight shaking his head. I don't know if it will be possible that these dogs are not here to save us, but those bad people have violated some taboo. So, suffered from the siege, which led to our blessing due to the disaster. The reason Wei Ling had such a conjecture, totally in context. That's how a normal person should think. Otherwise, who can explain? Why would so many dogs come out of nowhere to rescue them when it was a matter of life and death? In the meantime, foothills, when Quan arrived at the scene in his Ferrari. Since the Ferrari's chassis was too low to go on mountain roads, he had to ride his dog to make the journey. The husky was full of black lines. Tai Z, I've seen those who ride pigs, but you're the first one who rides a dog, and you're not afraid of crushing me to death? Can't be crushed. With your body, I'll put on 100 pounds and you'll be able to run like hell. When Quan put his legs together and leaned forward. Giddy up. I'm a dog on a horse. What are you doing riding around here? The husky cursed. This guy on his back is more or less a bully dog. Cut the crap and rush, or I'll kick your butt. When Quan cursed, bumping into this unreasonable two-bit bastard. The husky, the king of the dog mongrels, can't do anything about it. It can only be listened to, and, with full horsepower, headed for the hills. While rushing, he was still muttering in his mind, drop dead you son of a bitch. That's true. Huskies are not ashamed to fuck sled dogs. Not only do the polars run fast, but so do the camels. It arrived in 7 or 8 minutes on what had been a half-hour hike up the mountain. You're in a hurry to get reincarnated, aren't you? If I hadn't been yanking on your head, people would have been thrown off. After Wen Quan rolled over and got off the dog, he kicked towards the husky's ass. The husky could not cry, and could only express his dissatisfaction by glancing at Wen Quan with the eyes of a great ingrate. As soon as Wen Quan came up, there was a fat dog that came running up to him in a frenzy. Fix your eyes. It was one of the great generals under the big black dog. When the 100 dogs were first remodeled, he was at the top of the list. You're here, Taishang Emperor. Well, how's it going? When Quan stood with his arms folded, his gaze far away, he was posing as a king in the world, pointing to the mountains. The dog general said, the situation has been brought under control, and the father and daughter surnamed Wei have survived. There are still a few hardcore people left, holding on for dear life. The brothers are launching a final charge. When Quan nodded slightly and asked in an official voice, you commanded this battle? Yes. What's your name? The dog emperor gave me the name Butcher. The dog general said truthfully. This statement was made when Quan raised his eyebrows and said in his heart, There are really a lot of talents among the dogs. Unawareness. The big black dog has established an army of wild dogs and has become one of the indispensable trump cards in his hand. That's quite a name. The dog general wagged his tail furiously and said with a lowered brow, "Many thanks to the Taishan Emperor for his compliments. We will definitely continue to work hard to create another brilliant future." When Quan rolled up his sleeves, looked at his watch, and urged, "You have 10 more minutes. Quick battle and quick decision. It won't take that long." 3 minutes, the dog general said confidently. This pretentious pie. It's almost like a big black dog. There is a saying. Soldiers bear one. Generals bear one. The big black dog is a pretentious dog. And the other dogs under his command are more or less tainted with this temperament. The dog general was about to give his orders. Then a dog came running to report. "General, the enemy's defense line has been penetrated. Should we wipe them all out? Or should we leave them alive?" When Quan said, "Leave two alive." A few moments later, when Quan walked towards the windy battlefield, seeing the mess all over the place, as well as the blood and flesh flying around, he frowned and said with much emotion, "Hey, that's cruel." The husky trailing behind, however, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The dogs moved out of the way so that Quan could pass. He was as calm and relaxed as a marshal reviewing his troops. "Dad, there seems to be someone in front." Wei Ling pointed ahead and said. Wei Yang looked up. "It's indeed a person. Strange. Why are those dogs wagging their heads and tails when they see him? This man looks so familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere. It can't be that he's the one who greeted these dogs to save us, right?" Suddenly, a crazy thought rose in Wei Ling's mind. She was clearly incredulous, but the facts before her eyes forced her to believe it. While the two were talking, Fumizumi had stepped forward from the distance, and Wei Ling finally recognized him, instantly losing her face in fear, covering her mouth and exclaiming, "How could it be you?" Quan smiled. "Classmate Wei, we meet again. You're the vet. What's his name again?" "Wang Fan." Wei Ling tried to recall. "You actually remember me. What an honor." Quan laughed. "How can you not remember?" When the two first met, Wei Ling was treating him like a bad guy. The other party, however, perked up and said that they were here to save them, but the back end, instead of taking them away, the other side continued to keep them in the dark room while they themselves sneaked away. If it wasn't for Su Haitong's cat arriving in time, I'm afraid that whether the three of them could have escaped with their lives or not would have been an unknown at this point. "What are you doing here?" Wei Ling asked, looking warily at Quan with an innate sense of distrust. Quan opened his hands and looked around. "Isn't it obvious? Of course I'm here to save you guys." Wei Ling asked. "Did you call out all these dogs?" Quan nodded slightly and forced himself to light a cigarette. "Everything is just as you see it. Why did you save us?" Wei Ling asked. Quan locked his gaze on Wei Yang and said slowly, "Because I want to make friends with your father." Wei Yang was about to open his mouth to speak. Suddenly, however, it triggered a violent cough and a mouthful of blood was spat out with it. Wei Ling's face suddenly changed as she hurriedly checked Wei Yang's condition. Seeing this, Quan walked straight over and touched Wei Yang's pulse. "Big deal. Your dad's hurt so bad he's probably going to diaphragm his ass. Hear that?" Wei Ling immediately panicked, pearly pleading, "Please save my father. If it was just a flesh wound, then Quan wouldn't have needed to bother with anything at all, and would have been able to heal it in place. But it was Wei Yang who had been pierced through the internal organs, and judging by the location, the one that was broken should still be the waist. Hurry to the hospital." Quan shouted. Wei Yang, however, shook his head and said to Quan, "Mr. Wang, I don't think it's necessary. I know what kind of condition my body is in. It's basically already a crippled body. It's impossible to save it." "Chief Wei, don't speak too absolutely. If you run into someone else, then you're really hopeless, and the person you ran into is me. Even if it's the king of hell himself who comes to collect you, I won't let him take you away." The words fell. Quan then instilled Wei Yang with an aura, and his originally pale as paper face instantly regained some redness. This. Wei Yang looked at Quan with a face full of surprise, and among his eyes, he couldn't help but feel a ripple. "I can only save your life for the time being. As for the follow-up treatment, you still have to go to the hospital for surgery," Quan said. Wei Yang gave a light him. He originally wanted to explain his last words, but when he realized that his body was getting better, he swallowed back the words he was about to say. Fumizumi called the emergency number, and it should take another half hour for an ambulance to get here. Take advantage of this hiatus. Fumizumi turned his head to look at the two survivors behind him. One of them was none other than the mysterious man leader. The other was the yellow commander who had shot and injured Wei Yang. These two people, although they were still alive, were in no better physical condition than Wei Yang. "There's only air coming in, not air going out." Fumizumi walked up to the two men and surveyed them both condescendingly. The leader of the mystics was horrified and said with a confused face, "Who the hell are you?" "A veterinarian," Won Quan said truthfully. "Veterinarian?" The leader of the mystics was dumbfounded, and as his eyes scanned the circle of the surrounding tigers, he couldn't help but feel a pang of clarity in his heart. "You've got a lot of nerve to greet a pack of dogs and attack us. Do you know what you're doing?" Wen Quan raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you asking knowingly? If I didn't know, why would I come here?" You are simply asking for death," the mystic leader said angrily, attempting to bluff Fumizumi with his own aura. Wen Quan, however, was unimpressed. Picking up a branch from the ground and plunging it into the wound on his opponent's chest, the mystic leader clenched his teeth in pain and cold sweat broke out. "Kill if you want to kill, cut if you want to cut. If I frown, then the old man is not." When Quan looked at the other party with interest, "You just asked me a question. Now it's my turn to ask you. What do you want to know?" the mystic leader asked. "Who are you and who ordered you to do this?" When Quan asked slowly. "There are some secrets that I would advise you not to know," the mystic leader said in a deep voice, clearly not wanting to answer this question. When Quan snorted coldly, "If you're going to say nothing, then there's no point in going straight to hell." This statement was made. Immediately, 2 dogs rushed over and bitten the mystic leader alive. It doesn't count after the bite. These dogs began to partake of the carcasses, eating blood and frothing meat from their mouths. However, anyone who saw this scene changed color. Commander Huang was shivering with fear, and before Wen Quan could torture him into confessing, he yelled at the top of his lungs, "I'll confess all, please don't kill me." Wen Quan skimmed him, "Then hurry up and be honest." Commander Huang's head nodded furiously as he opened his mouth. It was the Black Tiger King who secretly planned all of this, and these people who were killed just now were all Black Tiger Guards. Once Chief Wei dies, Deputy Chief Li of the Patrol Battalion will take his place and become the new Grand Chief. It's the Black Tiger Guards again? Wen Quan's complexion stared, a gleam of cold light flashing up among his eyes. For the real culprits behind the scenes and the truth of the matter, Wei Yang has long been guessing. Got 8 or 9. Nowadays, listening to Commander Huang's whole story, he couldn't help but feel a pang of shock. The Black Tiger King is really too heartless. In order to exclude dissidents, he actually sent people to assassinate court officials. Is he not afraid that this matter will be disclosed and cause an uproar? Is it true what you say? Wen Quan asked. Commander Huang said with conviction, "It is absolutely true. At this point in time, where else would I have the guts to dare to swindle you? Alright, since it's true, then you can go in peace." Wen Quan waved his hand and gave the order to the dog beside him to be put to death. Commander Huang's eyes widened as he shouted at the top of his voice, "I've explained everything. Why do you still want to kill me? If you don't die, then won't I be in danger?" Wen Quan skimmed his lips. "I dare you 2 big masters." Huang Commander broke out and cursed. Halfway through the curse, his voice came to an abrupt end. His neck was snapped directly by the dog, and then, he followed in the footsteps of the leader of the Mysterons. Wen Quan activated his telepathy and said to Butcher, "Clean up the scene and don't leave any clues." The Butcher nodded. Even if Wen Quan didn't explain, it would still follow the rules and regulations to get this done. "Tang Yuan, come here and carry someone." Wen Quan greeted the husky. It came reluctantly, rolling its eyes frantically. This time, it humped not Wen Quan. Instead, it was Wei Yang. Wei Ling recognized the husky with a glance. "Isn't this the husky that Yutong raised?" Wen Quan said. "You're quite an eye candy." Wei Ling asked, "Why is her dog here with you? Could it be that she came over as well?" Wen Quan explained, "I happened to be right next to you when you were on the phone with Ms. Su asking for help, and she was the one who asked me to come and save you guys." "I see." I said, "How could it be such a coincidence?" Wei Ling muttered. "Whatever. She had to thank Fumizumi for all of it. If the other party didn't bring this group of dogs over in time to save the day, then I'm sure that at this point, she and her own father would have already been in a different place." Wei Ling slightly sidestepped her head and glanced at Wen Quan. Found this guy to be quite handsome. Carefully scrutinize. It's not that obnoxious. If you want to see it openly, don't sneak around. Wen Quan teased. Wei Ling blushed and hurriedly shifted her gaze. "Who's looking at you? Don't flatter yourself." Okay. Under the Wen Quan operation, Wei Yang was successfully transported to the hospital. Outside the operating room, Wei Ling was pacing back and forth in the corridor and was waiting anxiously. Wen Quan sat down on the bench and oohed and awed. "Can you stop dangling in front of my eyes? Will my father be able to get out of a life-threatening situation?" Wei Ling inquired. "How am I supposed to know that?" "It depends on your father's will to live, and the level of the attending surgeon," Wen Quan said. Wei Ling was silent, her face worried. Seeing this, Wen Quan slowly said, "Your father's injuries are a bit troublesome. Even if he is saved, I'm afraid that he will become an invalid." "What does this say?" Wei Ling asked. Wen Quan said, "The waist is broken. Do you think it's ruined?" When Commander Huang sneak attacked Wei Yang, the angle was really tricky. Punching at someone's waist. Definitely an old cunt, no doubt. What should we do then? Wei Ling asked with a panicked face. Wen Quan raised an eyebrow and said offhandedly, "Of course it's a waist replacement." It was all true that Fumizumi had guessed correctly. By the time the door to the operating room was opened, the lead surgeon stepped out of it. Wei Ling immediately walked over and inquired about the situation. The main surgeon removed the mask while saying, "Vital signs are considered stable. Only, the patient's kidney is shattered. We have to arrange a kidney source for him as soon as possible for a kidney transplant. Is there no possibility of repair?" Wei Ling asked. The lead surgeon shook his head. "If it could be repaired, then I wouldn't have suggested a kidney transplant." As soon as the lead surgeon leaves, Wen Quan said to Wei Ling, "Am I right?" Wei Ling turned her head and looked straight at Wen Quan. "Do you have a channel to change my father's kidney? You think too highly of me. I'm a veterinarian. I can't get human kidneys. Do you want pork loins? The food market is $12 a pair." Wen Quan skimmed his mouth. Wei Ling was greatly disappointed, and tears instantly came out of her eyes. Wen Quan raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, Good end. What are you crying? Your father is at least an official. Slightly use a little relationship. Arrange a kidney source is not on the line?" Wei Ling pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Wen Quan looked at his watch and said softly, "Since both of you are already safe, I'll leave first. Remember, if anyone asks after who saved you, don't reveal me. I don't want to draw fire." Wei Ling's face suddenly changed, and she hurriedly said, "If you leave, what should we do in case someone comes to kill us again? I will arrange for a few dogs to stand guard at the entrance of the hospital, and if anyone does you any harm, they will strike in time," Wen Quan said. After putting everything in place, Wen Quan left the hospital in flames. In the meantime, Patrol Battalion Headquarters, in the office of the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, Li Xin is on the phone with someone. "Is the mission complete? Something's wrong." "What do you mean?" "The group of people responsible for assassinating Wei Yang are all out of contact, and those on the peripheral blockade entered the scene, but only saw a mess." "Wei Yang ran away?" "Don't know yet. Haven't found anyone else anyway." Li Xin's expression became unnatural, and a soft eep escaped from his mouth. Obviously a heavenly dragnet has been laid down. With Wei Yang's ability, once he is caught in it, it's absolutely certain that he will die. It's impossible for him to escape. He couldn't have been rescued by someone, could he? That's even more unlikely. I've cut off all his avenues for help, and unless someone we didn't expect has run to his rescue, I really can't guess in what way he could have survived. Make that call. Li Xin heard the chaos outside, so he opened the door and walked out. "What happened?" a certain employee said. "Deputy Chief Executive Li, something big has happened. Chief Executive Wei has been assassinated. Just now Miss Wei called from the hospital. Chief Executive Wei is currently in the middle of resuscitation." "Ha?" Li Xin was shocked. What kind of person is so bold as to assassinate the chief of the patrol battalion? On the surface he feigned shock. The backdrop is stunned by it. Wei Yang really didn't die. How come this guy's life is so big? The Black Tiger Guards personally attacked and actually failed to kill him. A group of leaders from the patrol battalion, after receiving the news, rushed to the hospital without stopping. At this point, Wei Yang had been released from the operating room and pushed into the intensive care unit, where no one was allowed to visit except the medical staff. When Li Xin saw Wei Ling, he first greeted him with some concern, and then, he asked about the cause of the incident. Wei Ling had known for a long time that Li Xin was not a good bird, seeing that the other party was a drama queen. Then she went along with it. "Little spirit, what attacked you?" "I don't know. Where are the others besides you and your father?" "All dead." "How did you escape?" "Commander Huang himself broke the back so that my father and I could escape." Li Xin froze. Wasn't Commander Huang the spy he arranged? By the book, the opponent should have given Wei Yang a fatal blow at the last moment. How could he cover their retreat? Li Xin didn't get much useful information from Wei Ling. He turned to the doctor and asked about Wei Yang. The attending doctor in charge of Wei Yang couldn't help but be shocked by Wei Yang's true identity after learning about it. He's actually the Grand Master of the patrol battalion? "Doctor, how is Chief Wei doing?" The attending physician said truthfully, "It's not good. The life is saved, but we have to arrange a kidney match immediately." "Oh, what's going on?" The kidneys were smashed and had been removed in the course of the resuscitation, and it was necessary to get him a new set of kidneys to replace them at once. "Does the hospital have one?" "There is, but it requires a successful match before it can be transplanted." "What happens if we can't find a suitable kidney?" The attending doctor paused his voice and did not answer. However, the look that passed across his face already informed Li Xin of the answer. In fact, he should have known better even if he hadn't asked. Each of the 5 organs of the human body is indispensable, and one less can be life-threatening. Li Xin's heart fluttered. Immediately there was a new plan. Although he didn't know how Wei Yang had survived, this fellow had to die. As long as the other guy is dead. It was only then that he was able to move from deputy to regular and take control of the entire patrol battalion. In a place like a hospital, it would be difficult for him to repeat his trick and arrange a second assassination. But, with Wei Yang's current situation, there was no need to assassinate him at all, and there were ways to put him to death. Isn't the other guy in a hurry to get a new kidney? If you can't find a suitable kidney source, in this physical condition, won't the other party still end up dead? Quan just got out of the hospital, then a dingo came running over to air it out. Emperor Taishang. Something big has happened. When Quan looked down and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" This wild dog said, "The dog emperor has been seized by a man that girl, and hard tugged at him to keep him from going. You hurry to save him." Hear that? Fumizumi instantly understood what was going on. And so, without saying a word, he drove the tricked-out Ferrari and took the husky back to its original location. "It's here." He saw Su Haitang was holding the big black dog with an indignant face, her legs clamped around its stomach, sitting on the side of the road, looking like the world owed her $10 million. And the big black dog was so raw that there was no light in his eyes. It was probably thinking in its mind, "Why did you bring me into your feud?" Woof woof woof. The car had stopped, so the husky leapt out of the seat and leapt to Su Haitong's side in a puff of smoke. "See this man and dog back." Su Haitong's face was delighted, and she was about to let go of the big black dog and stand up. But as soon as her heart moved, her expression immediately collapsed again, and she continued to put on the same cynical stance she had earlier, hugging the big black dog even tighter. "Why are you still coming back?" Su Haitang said without a trace of anger. When Quan laughed and threw the key to Su Haitang, "I'll try to see if your car is good to drive." In fact, didn't do anything else, just took a turn outside the 5th ring road. "Are you treating me like a 3-year-old? Su Haitang tilted her head and asked, a pair of watery eyes, glaring. "If you don't believe me, you can ask your dog." When Quan pointed to the husky that was hanging around next to him, Su Haitang became even more angry and shouted angrily, "Even if I ask it, it won't talk." "Who said it wouldn't talk?" When Quan paused his voice and said in a serious voice, "I'll let your dog talk now." "Nonsense." Su Haitang pressed on in disbelief. Quan didn't explain too much, but took actions to prove it. "Sourdough, sit your ass down." The husky was originally wiggling around, and as soon as he heard Quan's command, he immediately crouched down and sat on the ground. "I'm going to ask you a question now. All you have to do is answer yes or no. If it's yes you scream once, if it's no you scream twice." Quan continued. "Woof," the husky barked. "Are you a stupid dog? Woof woof. Are you a bitch? Woof woof. Have you eaten the poop yet? Woof, woof. Eaten or not? Not telling the truth. Woof." Quan asked several questions in succession, and the husky gave timely answers in the next second. Immediately, he said to Su Haitang, "Is this okay?" Su Haitang snorted coldly and threw her head to the side, not wanting to pay attention to Quan. Quan had no choice but to continue directing himself again. "Is your master ugly? Woof woof. So is she pretty? Woof woof. Not pretty? Woof. Have you ever slept together? Woof." Su Haitang angrily rebuked. "Are you done? What kind of stupid questions are you asking?" Wen Xuan's eyebrows were alive with flowers and he thought he had everything. "Okay, then I'll ask it a serious question." Squeezing his throat, he said, "Sourdough, did we just go for a drive?" Woof woof. The husky barked twice without thinking. Quan's face changed, squeezing his eyebrows and hinting, "Silly dog, you answered wrongly. Barking once is affirmative. Barking twice is negative ah." However, instead, the husky disconnected and pretended not to hear. It still knows the difference between a saturated meal and a full meal. Seeing this, Su Haitang immediately said, "The soup dumplings have said there are no more. What else do you have to say?" Quan's face stiffened, and he immediately had the feeling of lifting a rock and smashing his own leg. But, things have come to this point. He cannot continue to play sloppy, had to decisively admit that indeed is to save Wei's father and daughter to go. Su Haitang couldn't be bothered to get angry with Quan, and asked nervously, "Have the people been saved yet?" "Hey." Quan pounded his chest and let out a deliberate sigh, feigning a look of grief. "This can be." Su Haitang startled. She pursued, "You speak people in the end saved or not?" Quan muttered, "The reason why I didn't want you to go is because the scene was just too tragic. So many people died, limbs and corpses everywhere. Even I almost hiccuped myself." Su Haitang was more or less flustered, and among her eyes, a hint of fear subsequently flowed out. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, that Quan no longer continued to scare her. "It was also fortunate that I arrived in time and saved Chief Wei and his daughter in the nick of time. It's just that Chief Wei was a bit unlucky. He was attacked by a bad guy and fucked up 2 of his waists. He's still in the hospital. Wei Ling is nothing. Unharmed. Only the mind has been traumatized to a certain extent, and it will take some time to heal. And by the way, I don't recommend that you call her to ask about her recent situation. At the end of his words, Wen Quan made a point of reminding him. Why? Wen Quan said, because her phone is most likely tapped. If you accidentally reveal anything when you talk to her, you will most likely set yourself on fire. It's okay if you burn yourself. Don't drag the old man down. I'm so weak right now, and I can't afford to be an old cunt and keep stealing development and going up against a strong opponent early. Then is Uncle Wei's life in danger? Su Haitang asked. When Quan scratched his nose and said in a low voice, this I am not too sure. If there is a suitable waist to give a replacement, you should be able to live without worry. What if there isn't? Su Haitang asked again. Then wait for death. When Quan rolled his eyes, with his waist gone, living was useless. Then can I visit the hospital? Su Haitang asked carefully. As long as you don't say or do anything you shouldn't, then there's usually nothing wrong. Wen Quan said. Su Haitang pursed her lips and began to ponder in her heart. Wen Quan took this opportunity and immediately said to her, I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can you let go of my dog now? Although Su Haitang was a bit reluctant, there was no reason to hurt innocent people anymore, and after a short pause, she loosened the pedestrian shackle, allowing the big black dog to get out of the way. Master, you're too unrighteous. Taking someone else's dog and running away, leaving me here, the big black dog said in an aggrieved manner. You're so big, just struggle a little. She can lock you? I think you just want to take advantage of someone else's sister and are deliberately staying put. When Quan sneered, the big black brother exploded. Heaven and earth conscience, she is not a little bitch. I take advantage of a hair cheap. Your wife before insecurity, want to hug me to sleep. I did not pay attention to her. So a little girl, I will be raret. When Quan realized that a green light was coming out of his head, and a flying kick flew at the big black dog's ass. I'll fuck your grandma's leg. After dealing with Su Haitang, when Quan returned to the manor and told Su Wanjun about the news that Wei's father and daughter had been saved. After she heard it, she was shocked. The hospital side has already sent me news. Dr. Wang, how are you so fast? The manpower I arranged to go out didn't even find out any news, and you've already saved the person? Wen Chuan's demeanor was straight. I'm only durable in one area. I'm efficient in all others. Su Wanjun guffawed. I've never seen it either. I don't know if what you're saying is true. You can see it later. Alright, any time. Su Wanjun's smile became more and more charming and enchanting. Ms. Su, what I mean by lasting is doing push-ups lasting, not the other way around. Don't get me wrong. When Quan explained, Su Wanjun's eyes swirled as she said softly, really? That would be a shame, yo. Jokes are appropriate. Seeing that the situation was out of control, Wen Quan quickly cut to the chase. Ms. Su, do you know who was behind the attack on Wei Yang? Didn't you already tell me that it was the official people? Su Wanjun said without moving. Then guess deeper. There are no more than 5 fingers in the North Sea who have the ability, and the guts, to make a move against the Grand Master of the patrol battalion. And if I had to guess, then the Black Tiger King is the most suspected. Su Wanjun said. What makes it so? Su Wanjun organized her thoughts and narrated. The Black Tiger King and Wei Yang have long been at odds. Many years ago, Wei Yang just took office. The soldiers under the Black Tiger King's command forcibly captured the women of the people and killed them in the street. If they were anyone else, they wouldn't dare to take care of this matter. But Wei Yang took care of it. Not only did he kill the offender on the spot, but he also reported the matter to the imperial capital. And the Black Tiger King was blamed for it, and was slapped with the charge of incompetence in management and failure to control his subordinates. Since then, the beam between the two was completely knotted, and on formal occasions, the Black Tiger King basically never gave Wei Yang a good face. When Quan came to a realization, so there is still such an old grudge entanglement in it. Su Wanjun said, under normal circumstances, the Black Tiger King shouldn't make a move against Wei Yang. After all, the position of the patrol battalion's Grand Master is too compelling. Most likely, it's the political situation that's going to change. That's why the Black Tiger King will settle new grudges and old grudges together. Fumizumi didn't consider anything so deep. Now that Su Wanjun had pointed it out, she immediately had a feeling of enlightenment. Su Wanjun asked, I heard that Wei Yang was seriously injured when he was rescued and needed an organ transplant? Yes, the loins were cut. This could be an ambush. When Quan frowned and subconsciously said, Ms. Su, are you saying that they will use this as a breakthrough point and take advantage of the situation? Yes, if they can let Wei Yang die openly and honestly, it would be a better solution for them instead. Speaking of which, Su Wanjun made a wave of prediction on the spot. But I'm afraid that any kidney source that can be matched with Wei Yang will fall into a state of shortage, whether it's a proper official platform or the black market. Wen Quan was shocked and said, if we can't replace Wei Yang's kidney within a short period of time, then he will definitely die. Su Wanjun sighed and said slowly, hopefully, there can be a miracle. In the meantime, all sections of the patrol battalion, en masse, a large-scale campaign was launched to combat crime, focus on combating human organ trafficking organizations. The reason why the action was so sudden, that's because the leaders above issued a notice that Chief Wei had been attacked and was being retaliated against by this group of extra-legal maniacs, in order to maintain the sacrosanct authority of the patrol battalion. Within 12 hours, all the criminals engaged in the sale of human organs in the North Sea must be brought to justice, and the organs seized, all destroyed. It's only been 3 hours since this operation unfolded. Nearly 80% of the human organ trafficking organizations within the North Sea have been destroyed, and the entire black market, too, has been heavily overhauled. The strictness and efficiency of this enforcement is rare in history. There is absolutely no way that a fish that escapes the net can escape the net of justice, and there will not be a single redundant organ that appears on the market. The hospital end. Wei Ling was like an ant on a hot pan. Anxious. Why haven't you scheduled my dad's surgery yet? MS. Wei, we can't do the surgery without a kidney source. How come? Aren't they already being matched? It's being matched, but I can't find a suitable kidney source. Not in so many organ loss organizations? Unfortunately, no match does appear to exist at the moment. Wei Ling was confused. It was thought that by getting to the hospital and ending resuscitation, his father's life would be saved, but never expected it. Everything actually got stuck at the point where I couldn't replace my kidney. She was both helpless and saddened by this, and could only take out her cell phone and call for help, following the friends and family she knew in her call book. It is hoped that a matching kidney source can be found quickly through their resources and channels, but a phone call came down. Yet none of them can pat themselves on the back for underwriting this. All ambiguous answers. I'll try. Learn about it first. I'll call you later. I'll check it out for you. The list goes on and on. As he fought, Wei Ling directly despaired. Out of the blue, as if she thought of something, she rushed to the doctor. Can my kidney be replaced? The doctor said, theoretically, it is possible. However, it also needs to be confirmed after matching, and the fit rate between relatives is around 50%. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me a sample, Wei Ling said impatiently. She saw herself as her father's last straw. The hospital also sampled her for matching according to her wishes. If no one gets in the way of that, that will come to fruition soon enough. But Wei Ling waited left and right, all the way from day to night, and the results didn't come out. She ran to the office several times to follow up, but the doctor in charge of the matter said, it's still being tested, so please be patient. This next. Even if she had been slow to react, she should have realized that someone was making trouble out of it. Wei Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, his mind flying like electricity. I'm afraid the hospital is no longer safe either. Since I can't change my kidney, it's useless to stay here. I've got to get Dad out of there in a hurry. Go away. There's still some life left. If you don't leave, you're totally screwed. One thought in this, a crazy plan, rapidly taking shape in the middle of her mind. What? You want me to get your dad out of the hospital with you? Shoo, you keep your voice down so no one hears you. Wei Ling hurriedly covered Su Haitan's mouth and reminded him while looking around. Su Haitan's entire body was confused. She just ran to the hospital to check on Wei Ling and her dad. Who knows? As soon as we met, we were pulled into hiding and talked about it. Yutong, only you can help me now. I feel like I don't have a single good person around me, and they have every intention of getting us father and daughter killed. Wei Ling said with a grave expression on her face, her brows filled with insecurity. Woohoo! Su Haitan's mouth was blocked to death by Wei Ling, and even if she wanted to speak, she couldn't. As soon as Wei Ling let go, she immediately gasped and said, Linger, it's not as exaggerated as you make it out to be. You've all arrived at the hospital, and there are still people from the patrol battalion who are dedicated to protecting you, so there shouldn't be any more accidents. Mentioning something else is okay. A word about the patrol battalion. That Wei Ling's expression became even more ugly. She already knew the big boss hidden among the patrol camp. It's none other than Deputy Governor Li, who is second only to her father in position. After her dad had been injured and put into a coma, the other side had taken over full control of the patrol battalion's affairs. If this man is still a thief, what tricks will he play? Wei Ling, a little girl, was simply defenseless, in order not to arouse the suspicion of the other party. Sometimes, Wei Ling had to suppress the anger and trepidation in his heart and maneuver with the other party. She hasn't acted either. When you run into this kind of human spirit, you can be fooled once, But you can't be fooled every time. If the other party senses that something is wrong, at that time, not only would her father's life be difficult to protect, I'm afraid that even she herself would be unable to escape. Yutong, you don't understand at all. The safer the place, the more dangerous it is. I don't even dare to close my eyes right now. I'm afraid that the bad guys will come back with a vengeance, Wei Ling said carefully. Su Haitang pondered for a few seconds and said solemnly, well then, since you've already decided, I'll fully cooperate with you. What do you want me to do? We can't rely on the two of us alone. Go call Wang Fan over. He's very capable. As long as we have his help, we can definitely transfer my dad out quietly, Wei Ling said in an organized manner. This point was also recognized by Su Haitang. Indeed, if Dr. Wang is involved, this matter is basically stable. After the two reached a consensus, one person stayed at the hospital to continue preparations. The other ran off to find Wenquan. At this very moment, Wenquan, however, was not at the vet hospital, much less at home. Instead, they ran to a factory on the outskirts of town. Are you sure it's not here? Master, when did I lead the wrong way? The big black dog asked. Fair enough. Wenquan nodded and pulled out cigarettes from his body, putting one into his mouth first himself, and then coming back to throw one to the big black dog. Where exactly? The big black dog used his mouth and disliked in a certain direction. There's a drainage outlet over there. It's the sewage channel for half of the factories in the entire North Sea. Wenquan looked far and wide, and sure enough, in front of him, at the flat terrain, he saw a high rise of a building. Exactly a sewage channel. He took 2 puffs of his cigarette and led the big black dog straight over. It doesn't look like much from a distance. When I walked in to take a look, I realized the passageway, big as a yuppie. A person standing at the gate is as small as a mosquito on the palm of a hand. Compare the city to a person. The small drainage channels are the pores on a person's body. And big passages, just a daisy. Not only is it discharging sewage to the city, but it is also a place to hide dirt. The words dirty and dark, used in this context, it is both literal and deep. When Quan's gaze stared, his sight looking towards the inside. At first, it was pitch black, until the pupils adjusted to the surrounding light. With a big wave of his hand, when Quan led the big black dog inside. Holy shit, it really stinks. I'm going to throw up the meal I ate last night. Master, go to the side. Be careful of falling down. The big black dog reminded from the side. You can rest assured on this point. Your master isn't that bad. If he can even fall while walking, either there is something wrong with his brain or his cerebellum. When Quan had just finished saying this when his feet suddenly stumbled. Luckily he reacted quickly and made a split in time so that he didn't fall to the ground. Carelessness. It was not a smooth ride. The pipeline is not only big and deep, but also has huge branches. The city is well connected, just like the nerves and blood vessels in the human body, leading to all corners of the city. Dog, how much farther? It's already here. Since we're here, how come I don't see them? When Quan said without thinking. The big black dog's eyes flickered, but he said, but I can already smell them. When Quan pretended to sniff with his nose, only to smell a stomach-churning stench. It is estimated that only rats can survive in the midst of this environment. A word about rats. Fumizumi was then reminded of a childhood cartoon, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. A mouse and 4 turtles use the city sewers as a base to punish evil and deliver justice. One thought to this, when Quan raised his eyebrows and said with a feeling in his heart, Doggy, do you think the animals living here will mutate if they eat junk food for years and years and absorb heavy metals and whatnot? The big black dog shook his head. This has not been studied. Should be. Have you seen it? Seen a mouse with 2 heads, a fish with no mouth, and a toad with 3 feet. The big black dog said as if he were counting. While this man and dog were talking to each other, the dark surroundings actually lit up with a glow like a ghost fire. Initially it was only the first course. Then came the second, third, and fourth courses. A blink of an eye. Countless paths of ghostly flames surfaced from the entire upper edge of the wall of the sewer pipe. The whole scene was both spectacular and appalling. The owner of these ghost fires, exactly what Fumizumi was aiming for on this trip. It's been mentioned before. He was desperate to develop a stronger air force, and several options came to mind. After some thoughtful pondering, the bats were finally selected. Vampires incarnate, the dark killer, dogs flying in the sky, or rats. The first 2 nicknames sound pretty solid, but as for the last 2, it feels like a bit of a forced awkward hack. The truth is that it is not. If anyone has ever seen a bat up close, just know that this guy looks so déjà vu, like a miniature version of rhubarb or big black, especially fruit bats. It's almost like hanging a dog's head on it. Don't look at the bats as weird and scary looking. Actually, the temperament is quite tame. Most bats don't actively attack people. Even if a human enters the roost and startles them, They just stare at each other with rounded eyes and a droll look. Like right now. For example, being watched by thousands of bats. When Kwan's heart was as if it was still water, but he still asked in a fervent manner, dog. They look. Why are they so dull? Did they eat too much gutter oil and eat their brains out? As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake. In other people's territory, even the big black dog knew the rule of being a low-profile dog, only to see it whisper, "Master, bats eat meat. Besides, it's daytime. They haven't woken up yet." "Oh, I almost forgot." One Kwan grinned. Subsequently, he raised his head, oohed and awed, and shouted to the myriad of bats overhead, "Which one of you is the boss?" There was silence in the bat colony. No one answered Wen Xuan's question. When Kwan felt that he was ignored, and his voice became louder, "Which one of you is the boss? Hurry up and stand out. I want to find you something." The shout, which carried a trifle of air, had an immediate effect. The bats, who were still confused, instantly woke up as if they were dreaming, and their stupid eyes finally had a hint of essence. The big black dog is terrified. "Master, don't shout like that. What if they are driven to dislike us in case they fly towards us with a brain? There are tens of thousands of bats here. One wave of charge and we'll be accounted for here." When Kwan skimmed his lips and said in disbelief, "Look at you. You're a wimp. You're in charge of tens of thousands of dogs under your hand at least. You're afraid of a few small bats?" The big black dog wailed in fear and cried out with his eyes wide open, "Master, you can't say it. Look at the top of your head. I'll stand right here and see who dares to rush me." When Kwan had his hands in his pockets and was about to say that there was no opponent, but when he saw what was in front of him, the cigarette fell out of his mouth, and his eyebrows jumped wildly as he shouted, "Crouch! Crouch! Trough!" A dark shadow fell from the sky. The sky is covered like a dark cloud landing. Even a fierce wind blew, blowing the clothes on Wen Kwan's body. Hunting, and the turbid water rippled. When Kwan's eyes were about to fly out, mouth wide open, that frightened look was like seeing a ghost in the daytime. "Eagles? Nope. How did the eagle fly into the sewer? It's a nifty bat. My goodness. This bat is also too big." Right, the wingspan actually reached a shocking 2 meters. As soon as those wings closed, could have packed the old man on the spot. The black shadow flew in a circle, grazing Wen Kwan's scalp. Finally, landed on the chain above his head in an inverted hook fashion. "You're the one who wants me?" Suddenly, a thick and majestic voice rang in his ears. Wen Kwan slowly raised his head, only to see the behemoth that he had just seen wrapping itself into a large black meat dumpling. Only a head was left outside, with big round ears and eyes, and a dog's face in plain sight. "Holy shit, your brother!" Wen Kwan pointed at the giant bat and shouted in shock. The big black dog wanted to cry without tears. "Master, what time is it? Can you damn well stop joking? It really seems like you are." "I suspect it's the dog that changed," Wen Kwan said in a serious manner. "The big black dog is raw. The heart is completely broken." "Don't say anything like that. Although dogs are the noblest animals in this world, except for humans, no one wants to be a dog. You are an amazing human being. No one has ever been able to communicate with me in such a way. Even more outrageous is the fact that you can actually communicate with multiple creatures on the same frequency. It's unheard of and unheard of." The giant bat marveled, not blaming Wen Kwan for his rudeness. Wen Kwan followed the tone of the giant bat's speech and let out an exclamation as well. "You're really an exaggerated bat. I've never seen a bat as big as you, with your wings spreading out to cover the sky and the sun. For a moment there, I thought you were a pterodactyl reincarnated." The two sides launched a wave of commercial blowback afterward. Each felt the goodwill of the other, so it did not lead to any conflict. Quite the opposite. Although they were two species, Wen Kwan and the giant bat were very curious about each other's existence. "Why did you grow so big? As far as I know, the biggest bat in the world is the fruit bat, and its size is just as big as a chicken. But your size is comparable to this dog beside me. This is so unscientific and irrational." Facing Wen Kwan's doubts, the giant bat gave its own explanation. "But when it opens its mouth, it's just a blast of thunder. I don't come from the wild, I come from the lab." This statement was made. Wen Kwan was shocked and asked offhandedly, "According to you, you were artificially bred?" "Yes," the giant bat nodded. "Why did they breed you?" Wen Kwan asked. The giant bat pontificated. "To study viruses. Because I am a natural carrier of viruses and have hundreds of ancient viruses in my body. As a guinea pig for the experiment, it was reasonably impossible for me to get out of there alive. But who knows? During the research process, their program went wrong, causing me to grow insanely in physique and break free from my bonds." Wen Kwan's complexion stared as his pupils contracted dramatically. While feeling incredulous, he said to the big black dog, "Dog, bite me." The big black dog was dumbfounded. "Why?" Wen Kwan slapped his head and said, Let me see if I'm hallucinating. This big bat is actually created inside a human laboratory? It's too much like a plot inside a sci-fi movie. The big black dog, however, is as steady as an old dog. Art comes from life. Master, it seems that you have still seen too little of the world. Where is that lab? What kind of people run it? Wen Quan asked. The giant bat shook his head. I don't know. It's been years in the past. I started a fire when I left and the original site has been burned down. Fumizumi sucked in a sharp breath, his heart beating faster and faster. May I ask your honor how old you are? It must be 20 years since I can remember, the giant bat said. Bats are virus carriers but live quite a long time, usually around 30 or 40 years. In the human subconscious, there is a reverence for bats. It's not just that it's scary looking, it's that it's inherently scary. Before civilization was enlightened, the ancients said it was the embodiment of vampirism. But wait until civilization is enlightened. Instead of giving it a proper name, modern man has given it an even scarier nickname. The king of all poisons. Every super virus you can think of, inside your head, is related to this one. Rabies virus, Ebola, coronavirus. So to speak, the king of all poisons, as his name implies. Imagine that. Thousands of bats, carrying a deadly virus, launch an attack on a target. Even though this target was three-headed and thick-skinned, he survived the siege. But the virus that invaded his body will also kill him. It would be even more horrifying if some weird, strange, never-before-seen new type of virus evolved. No exaggeration. Creatures like bats. It fulfilled almost all of Wen Quan's fantasies of an all-powerful force that could truly do anything in the sky and on the ground. Sure, water combat is definitely not something you can mess with. This is a physiological defect that is difficult to remedy even through acquired modifications. Far from it. Back to the point. After hearing the story of the giant bat, Wen Quan's heart was moved and he immediately opened the door to his purpose. Tico. Ming people do not say dark words. As soon as I saw you, I thief rare you. Are you interested in following me to mix? The giant bat froze, and while scrutinizing Wen Quan, he asked, you want me to be one of your men? That's clever. Yes, Fumizumi nodded. The giant bat didn't directly refuse or agree, but said in a serious tone, to tell you the truth, don't look at me as strong now, but in fact, I won't be able to live for long. Not long after living for 20 years? Wen Quan secretly smacked his lips. The giant bat sighed and muttered, that lab tampered with my genes when they created me, making it so that my life would be greatly diminished. Originally I should have died a long time ago. It is because I do not succumb to fate, through a variety of ways to extend the life expectancy. So, only by chance to live until today. Only, I obviously feel that my control of their own body more and more force. I am afraid that it is going to be a great limit will come. Hear that? Wen Quan immediately laughed, thinking, isn't this opportunity coming to the door of his own accord? What are you laughing at? The giant bat asked. Wen Quan coughed. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you, but I feel that the heavens have treated me well, allowing me to harvest such a super explosive aerial bruiser in all attributes as you. I haven't said I'll submit to you. You will definitely submit to me, because in this world, other than me who can save you, you will never find another person. Essence lingered in Wen Quan's eyes as he said confidently, oh. The giant bat's eyes also contracted dramatically as it gazed at Wen Quan without looking away, seemingly having doubts in its mind about the human's words. Wen Quan beckoned. Fly to me. I'll give you an unparalleled creation right now. The giant bat hesitated for a moment. Then, spreading its wings, it flew in front of Wen Quan, with nowhere to borrow. It could only go from hanging upside down to standing. Bats are not naturally suited to standing, and even as strong as a giant bat, they look extremely comical when standing. Instead of standing, you could be lying on your back. In this case, the fighting ability is basically zero, and any cat or dog comes to bully it a bit. From this point, it's also clear enough that the giant bats are sincere about Wen Quan. What kind of trust is it to pose as your weakest before a human? Wen Quan reached out a hand and placed it on the giant bat's head. Through the ability of the beast god inheritance, he was going to channel aura to the other party, causing it to break through its own shackles and upgrade and evolve once again. Out of the blue, a pure energy, like a raging tide, surged into the giant bat. A look of disbelief instantly erupted from the giant bat's dark eyes. Shocker, rapture, soothing, as well as unmitigated excitement. The big black dog was watching from the side, a scene he knew well. Dude, how does it feel? It's amazing. I feel like every cell in my body has been nourished and strengthened. He. Follow my master to mix. 3 days of hunger. Ahem. Keep you eating and drinking. Concubines and wives. The big black dog started brainwashing. As a standard lapdog, sharing the Lord's worries is the minimum operation. Wen Quan's transformation of the giant bat lasted a full 10 minutes. Wait until the remodeling is complete. The dude's size hasn't changed much, but his overall image, however, has seen a sea change. The hairs become more colorful. The color becomes more muddy. The thin, cicada-like wing membrane, which was originally tattered and torn, had been fully repaired and possessed an extremely strong resistance. Not only are they invulnerable to knives and guns, but they can also fly against the sun. Bats are inactive during the day. One is afraid of the heat. The second is the fear of sunburning your wings, because it doesn't have wings like a bird. With only a skeleton plus a membrane, the resistance to risk is extremely low, and any bit of damage can render it incapable of flight. The enhancements in this area literally erase the flaws in the right way. These visible changes are stunning enough. And as for the unseen ones, think beyond imagination. Suddenly, the giant bat fell to its knees and actually made a bowing gesture to Wen Quan. Master, the slave girl serves, may you serve. Wen Quan was quite surprised by this, but in an instant, he was back to his normal self. Great, my dog is right. As long as you follow me, not only you, along with your entire race, can take off where you are and share the prosperity of the earth. The big black dog patted his ass at the right time. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, master. Another fierce general. One time, the bats throughout the sewer got excited and wowed. Reward, heavy rewards, all rewards. As soon as Wen Quan was happy, he went straight to full horsepower and came to see what he could do. Considering only that the number of bats was simply too great, it was impossible to target each and every one of them, so it was only possible to cast a wide net, so that every bat could have a little soup. Even if it's just a little bit of soup, it's a great way to get these regular bats to suffer. By the way, what species of bats are you? Wen Quan asked. The giant bat said, back to the master. We are vampire bats. Holy shit, what are vampires to you guys? It has nothing to do with us, except that our habits, which are primarily blood-sucking, is why humans gave us that scientific name, the giant bat said. What kind of blood was sucked? Wen Quan asked, subconsciously touching his smooth, delicate neck. Usually livestock, never actively attacking humans. Humans, as the Lord of the Earth, are sacred and unoffendable to other animals, and if they want to live a long life, they must never harm humans, the giant bat said, frantically making its position clear. Wen Quan waved his hand and said in a serious manner, in the past, you were right not to attack humans in order to survive. In the future, if you follow me, then you will suck with an open stomach, because my enemies, for the most part, are humans. This statement was made. The giant bat's eyes were glowing. Apparently, it is extremely hungry for human blood. Have you ever sucked human blood? The giant bat exuded a mesmerized look as it slowly said, I was fortunate enough to inhale it once before. It is indeed the most delicious thing in this world. The corners of Wen Quan's mouth rose slightly as he gave orders. Prepare yourself then. Straighten up the army. In the last few days, I have an operation, and at that time, I should be able to fill you all up. The giant bat nodded repeatedly, having gotten into this role of a loyal servant. About half an hour later, Fumizumi is back from the sewers. The big black dog wagged its tail and followed on the side. Master, should I go back to gather the troops as well? No. Won't our dog army participate? The big black dog said. Wen Quan skimmed the big black dog and said squarely, dogs, I generally don't want to greet you guys until it's a non-essential occasion, because, you guys are the most powerful and awesome card in my hand, and you'll only be sacrificed by me in times of life and death crisis. The big black dog's face was drawn out and said expressionlessly, Master, I'm not a 3-year-old puppy anymore. In fact, I'm also clear that you are just afraid that there are many of us, and with a big formation, it's not going to end well. Wen Quan hemmed and hawed and stroked the big black dog's head. Dog, with your IQ, I'll have to send you to college in the future. The big black dog wasn't wrong at all. Fumizumi really doesn't want to use the wild dog army too much. It's not that it doesn't work well. Rather, it is less applicable in most cases. If you are launching an operation in a city, the character to pick is still the kind of creature that is small and moves fast. That's exactly what it is. One of the reasons why Fumizumi developed the Batcore. It's getting dark. Go home and eat. Wen Quan looked up at the sky and was about to take the dog home when he realized that his cell phone had so many missed calls. Open it. They're all from Su Haitang. Why is this girl calling me so much? No signal in the sewers just now. Didn't get a single one. Muttering all the while, he called back Su Haitang's call as he did so. Big brother, 100,000 urgent requests for assistance. What's wrong? Uncle Wei is in danger in the hospital, and Wei Ling discussed with me to secretly free Uncle Wei. I don't recommend this. Wen Quan just spoke. We already did. The person has just been brought out from the hospital by the two of us and is on his way to the secret base, Su Haitang said complacently, seemingly still gloating over the success of her plan. Wen Quan's eyelids, however, jumped violently, and he hurriedly asked, "Didn't Wei Yang have people from the patrol battalion guarding him at the hospital? And how did you bring him out?" Su Haitang said with a smile, "Of course it's by this young lady's clever mind. These patrol battalion catchers are really too stupid. Even our two little girls can't defend ourselves. If we put Uncle Wei in their hands, then we can't get any protection at all." Wen Quan, however, sucked in a breath of cool air and cried out in alarm. "Oh no! You've been tricked. Anyone who can work in a patrol battalion is no slouch. People are committing all kinds of crimes. Anti-crime skill packs are all lit up, and can be taken away by you two little girls, under the watchful eyes of the dragnet, a seriously injured Wei Yang? If this thing, the two of them made it, then there's only one answer. The other guy did it on purpose. The hospital was not good at getting down to finish off Wei Yang, so that's why the trick was to get these two girls to take the person out of the hospital. Just leave the hospital. No more surveillance. No more full-time protection. What does the man in the dark want? It's just a matter of words." Wen Quan, who realized this, straight away scolded Su Haitang and Wei Ling. The two girls were pig brains. "I'm so convinced. I'd love to break open your heads and see what, if anything, is stuffed inside." "Wang Fan, why are you cursing?" Su Haitang shouted. Wen Quan had no time to explain, and could only shout, Immediately, send the person back to the hospital. Quickly, quickly, quickly. In addition, call Yu Wuxuang and ask her to send someone over to meet them." Su Haitang pressed on, unimpressed. "It was so hard to get the people out, and now you're making me send them back. Am I stupid or are you? Forget it, you can't help much anyway. I'm not talking to you, that's all." Having said that, the opposite party then hung up. Wen Quan was confused and full of shock. After a brief hesitation, trying to call again, he realized that the other person was no longer answering his calls. "It's over. I'm afraid something is going to happen now. The assassins arranged by the mastermind behind the scenes should have already launched an operation against them by now." "Who's calling?" In a speeding van, Wei Ling, who was driving, asked Su Haitang, who had just finished making a phone call. "Wang Fans, he actually called us all stupid and did a stupid thing that we shouldn't have done," Su Haitang said indignantly. Wei Ling said, "What else did he say?" "He said that we should send Uncle Wei back and contact Yi Wuxuang, or else we will be in big trouble." Speaking of which, Su Haitang snorted coldly and said furiously, "He doesn't know anything about the situation, so he's on the other end of the phone telling us what to do. Does he really think he's a Zhu Guoliang?" Wei Ling's gaze was fixed in thought. Su Haitang looked up towards the front and asked in a low voice, "Where are we sending Uncle Wei?" "In the early years, my dad bought a piece of vacant land in the urban and rural areas and built a small villa, so he can send people there for the time being," Wei Ling said. Su Haitang asked, "What about the transplanted kidney?" Without thinking, Wei Ling said, "I have a very reliable distant relative who has already helped me find a channel in this area, so as long as I send the person there, I can arrange for an operation." Su Haitang instantly cheered up as well. "That's great. Uncle Wei is finally saved." It was while the two were chatting. Wei Ling, however, suddenly stepped on a sharp break. Su Haitang was alarmed. "What's wrong?" Wei Ling's face was pale and she didn't reply while her eyes looked straight ahead. Su Haitang followed her gaze, only to see that on the road, there was a large truck parked horizontally, cutting off the entire road. In front of the big van, there stood a dozen men in black. They all looked cold and murderous. In his hand was the chilling steel blade. Even if you don't ask them who they are, just by looking at their stance, you know what they're here for. Wei Ling hurriedly backed up, only to find that the back road was also blocked. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. A black SUV that crashed into the rear bumper of the van. "It's over. Something's wrong." This instant, Wei Ling realized that it was not good. She tried to escape, but there was nothing more she could do, because both the front and the back were blocked, and even if you pressed the gas pedal to the bottom, it was impossible to rush out. Knock knock. While Wei Ling was at sixes and sevens, a knock came from the car window. Only a man's face, suddenly enlarged, said grimly, "Miss Wei, come out." Wei Ling glanced at him, and then, lowering her voice, she said without slanting her eyes, "Yu Tong, these people are here to kill my father. Later on, I'll get off the bus and will buy you a chance to escape, so you'll see what happens. If I run away, then what will you do?" Su Haitong's face changed in shock. Wei Ling said, "Can't care so much? If I can save one is one. This matter originally has nothing to do with you. I can't let you even get into trouble. Or else, even if I die, I will die in peace." Su Haitang was still about to say something, but Wei Ling didn't give her any more time to continue opening her mouth, and surreptitiously, under the seat, took out a pistol and put it on her waist. Then, pulling on his coat, he opened the door and got out. Su Haitang saw it, panicked as hell, but not losing his mind. She slipped her hand into her pocket and reached for her cell phone to make a blind call, editing a distress text message to Wenquan. The text message consisted of 4 words. Help! Quick! The text message had just been sent out, and it was too late to check it out. And on the passenger side, a fierce big man also came and said to Su Haitang, "You come down too." For such murderous extremists, Su Haitang didn't dare to play her own big lady temper, obediently obeyed the other party's command and opened the door to get off the car. Oops, this is definitely dead. It's the middle of nowhere and no one is around. The other party had more than 20 assassins. All of them were tall and carried weapons in their hands. On our side, we're just 2 weak girls with no arms. If this is resisted, it is expected to be beaten into a sieve by the opposite side in minutes. I'm still young. I'm only 18. Don't want to die like this. In a few short seconds, Su Haitang's mind replayed her entire life. After playing it, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Wei, there's a way to heaven you don't go. There's no door to hell to barge in. If you stayed honestly in the hospital, we really couldn't do anything about you. But you just wanted to play dead and brought people out. The lead assassin laughed, wiping the knife in his hand while saying with a sense of ambition. Wei Ling's heart trembled as she opened her mouth and asked, "I've been under your surveillance the whole time I brought my father out?" The other party nodded and admitted decisively, "Yes, when you guys came out of the hospital, we were following behind. Otherwise, you shouldn't think that just the 2 of you can bring a seriously ill patient out of a heavily guarded hospital without a word, right?" Wei Ling instantly woke up like a dream. But, even if she realized that she had jumped into a trap, it was too late to do anything about it. Being smart is a mistake. Wei, you'd better be a fool in your next life so that you can live a few more days. Having said that, the lead assassin then gave his men a hint to finish off Wei Yang in the car. The other man understood and opened the rear door with his gun in hand. The moment the door was opened, a figure rushed out, snatched the gun from the big man's hand, and kicked him to the ground. Nobody move. The crowd turned their heads to look. Only Wei Yang, who was supposed to be lying on the hospital bed, stood up like a divine warrior and shouted in a majestic manner, "Dad, why are you awake?" When Wei Ling saw this, her eyes filled with hot tears. The lead assassin frowned and said with interest, "Chief Wei, your vitality is really tenacious. It's all like this and you can still bounce around? Tell your men to get out of the way or I'll blow your brains out." Wei Yang had no interest in fighting with him, pointed his gun at his head and snapped, "Hurry, don't want to say it a second time." The lead assassin stood still for a moment. The corners of his mouth rose slightly and a playful smile spread out. "Chief Wei, it seems you can't tell the difference between occasions. You only have 1 gun. There are so many of us. So many guns. Even if you beat me to death, you guys won't survive. Speaking of which," he shouted, "all hands, take your places." All the killers raised their guns and aimed at Wei Yang in this instant, and with a single command, the other party would be shot into a sieve. Wei Ling was in a hurry. He also pulled out a gun from his body, pressed it against the head of the lead assassin, and said in a cold voice, "Don't move." The leading assassin was oblivious. He had long noticed Wei Ling's small movements. The reason why he didn't defend himself was because he simply didn't put the other party in his eyes. Phew! Only black shadows flashed. The lead assassin, in a second, shifted. From directly in front of Wei Ling, he shifted behind her, and in a swift move, snatched the gun from her hand. And, turning his gun around, he fired a shot at Wei Yang. The shot hit Wei Yang's shoulder, sending him flying 4 or 5 meters away, and also knocking the gun out of his hand in the process. Wei Ling was desperate. The assassin who came this time was more professional than the last. "Kill them all. Leave no one behind," the lead assassin shouted. The other killers immediately complied. However, at that moment, a strange change occurred. Crunch! With a strange cry, a black cloud swept above the sky. "What's that noise? Look overhead. It looks like a swarm of bats. No good. These bats are flying towards us." Before the crowd could figure out what was going on, the bats attacked at a high level, toward the people below. These bats fly extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into view. The attack is also frighteningly high, and a piece of meat is gone with a bite of the mouth and a scratch of the claws. Thousands of bats, like a flood that breaks the dike, it pours down, dense and countless. The scene was a hell on earth. "Oh no! These bats are coming for us. Shoot them!" Da 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 da. Gunshots were fired, one after the other. However, the number of bats not only didn't decrease after a sweeping shot, but instead, More and more bats gathered. Their attacks, moreover, had become more ferocious, pouring. Just 2 or 3 people were bitten alive by the bats, their bodies drenched in blood, without a single piece of good flesh left. When the others saw this, they were startled and rushed to find cover and take shelter. But this is the middle of nowhere. It's both an excellent place for them to kill and a slaughterhouse where they have nothing to hide. I'm out of bullets. Mine too. These beasts are really living hell. Why are they attacking us somehow? Did we poke the bat's nest? It shouldn't be. We obviously didn't do anything. Ah, help. I can't hold it much longer. Wei Ling raised her head to look at the bats flying in the sky, and couldn't help but be frightened by them inwardly. As those bats flew over, she also subconsciously dodged, but she soon realized that the bats didn't see her as a target, no matter how intensive the offense. None of the bats touched their bodies. It's not just her. Su Haitang, who was wailing in fear, did likewise. The 2 girls looked at each other for just a moment, knowing the answer from amongst their respective blank stares. It's all so weird. It's happened before. Only last time it was a dingo, this time it's a bat instead. Wei Ling, who was suddenly awakened, immediately shouted. Yes, it must be him who shouted. Who called out? Wang Fan. Su Haitang's face suddenly changed as she said incredulously. Linger, are you saying that these bats were called out by Wang Fan? Wei Ling softly hummed. It's unbelievable, but other than that fellow, I really can't think of anyone else who could have such amazing means. Su Haitang scared and did not question it, because she had also seen the wonders of Wen Quan and knew the man's power. Shocking as in shocking. Instead of standing still, Wei Ling took this opportunity to rush to Wei Yang's side and carry him off the ground. Wei Yang's mind was already a bit confused. Ben was GAGA'd for 2 loins. Now it's been shot at again. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they'd have hiccuped long ago. Thanks to the fact that he was a martial arts practitioner, his physical fitness was quite good, so he was able to barely hold on. Don't mind me. You guys go. Dad, come along if you want to go. Take me with you. You won't be able to go far. Wei Yang said with a pale and weak face. Wei Ling said, it's fine. Someone has come to save us. These killers are too self-protective to care about us anymore. Su Haitang also rushed over to help. One person carried an arm. Hard Wei Yang, dragged back to the car. In the middle of the process, surprisingly, no one came to stop it. It's not that these killers don't want to stop it. Rather, they simply can't stop it. Just like the words Wei Ling said just now. It was difficult for them to protect themselves. Countless bats separated several black curtains centered on the road. Even if they were close by, they might not be able to see the scene around them. Ah! Another brother fucked up. Run! This bat is poisonous. Withdraw. There is no fear of not having wood to burn when you leave a green hill. Seeing that the situation was not good, these killers sought to retreat. But the bats, however, had no intention of letting them go, increasing their attacks and taking out 4 or 5 more in a few breaths. Not a moment too soon. More than 20 assassins, all surrounded and exhausted. Even if someone managed to escape, they wouldn't be able to get far before they were halfway there, killed by a sneak attack. These bats are simply evil. No hole in the ground. Till death do us part. They tried everything in their power and it was useless. There are too many. More like rain. The bullets are gone. The knives are curled. I can't stop it. The more you fight, the more you fight. At the end of the fight, not a single bat was missing, and the brothers around him, on the contrary, were dead. Who doesn't have a broken heart when they're in this situation? All dead? It seems so. So are we still running? Wei Ling and Su Haitang both looked at each other in surprise. They had just thought that they would take this opportunity to run away. Otherwise, when these killers reacted, it would be a big deal. Now look again. The killer is dead and the danger is gone. The bats didn't leave and were milling around. As if they had searched for targets they could still attack. With a look of intent, Su Haitang and Wei Ling were terrified. Lest these bats make themselves a target. Okay, the bats didn't kill to the point of losing their minds, always keeping a safe distance from the 2 women. It's not a good place to stay. Let's hurry, Wei Ling shouted. Subsequently, quickly getting into the car, starting the engine, and with 1 foot on the gas, he was off in a blaze of glory. And I don't know how long I've been running. The road ahead was getting darker and darker. Passing cars are also getting fewer and fewer. It should have driven into the sparsely populated urban and rural areas. Su Haitang was lying on the window of the car, looking towards the outside from time to time. Spirit, those bats still seem to be following us. Well, it's supposed to be protecting us. It's so warm, helping us kill the bad guys to death, and also trailing each other all the way. More dutiful than a professional bodyguard. Su Haitang was touched to the core, her eyes sprouting little stars. Wei Ling said, if they take a bite out of you, I'll see if you can still say such words. Won't bite. They must be sent by Wang Fan to protect us, Su Haitang said with conviction. Wei Ling's heart fluttered. Hurry up and give Wang Fan a call so that our current location can be sent to him. Yes, Su Haitang immediately did as she was told. But who knows? A call was made, but no one answered. In the meantime, Wen Quan, with the big black dog in tow, had driven to the place where Wei Ling and the others had encountered the attack. Nice fight. I can't believe I took out more than 20 in one breath. Witnessing the scene of the massacre, Wen Quan was not only daunted by it, but instead wore an expression of great satisfaction. Just set up the Batcore today. I was thinking of waiting a couple of days and trying it out in a small way. It's just that plans don't add up. Wei Ling's accident had forced him to bring this matter forward. With what we have seen before us, it is truly amazing to see how well the Bat Legion actually fights. There were a total of 28 people involved in this attack. 25 died on the spot, and the other 3 drove away and escaped. However, they have also been killed halfway, the Vampire Bat King reported. Did you make a move? Wen Quan asked. The Vampire Bat King said, no, the target is too weak to kill a chicken. Ha ha ha, if there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely let you show off your power. Wen Quan gave the Vampire Bat King a thumbs up. Wen Quan craned his neck and said to the blood-sucking Bat King, clean up the scene. Suck blood if you can. And if you can't, burn it in a fire. Don't leave any traces. The big black dog is familiar with this. Immediately, he transformed into a corpse destruction expert and began to instruct the Bat Colony, cleaning up the messy slaughter site in front of him. It's all good meat. It's a shame to burn it. If I had led the army into battle, then none of these bodies would have gone to waste. Wen Quan patted the big black dog's head and murmured, why don't you eat here before you leave? No, no, no. I never eat human flesh. The big black dog's head shook like a wave drum. Lest Wen Quan misunderstood something, Wen Quan waved his hand and took a step toward the sky. So what the hell are you talking about? Let's go. Rush to the next stop. Wen Quan rushed in. Wei Yang was on the verge of diaphragmatic farting. Wei Ling led the way to the hospital again. This operation left Wen Quan dumbfounded, and with a confused look on his face, he asked, you're the one who brought your father out of the hospital. Why are you sending him back again? Wei Ling cried and said, but my father is like this. If he is not sent to the hospital to continue resuscitation, his life is definitely in danger. As soon as I heard that, Wen Quan rolled his eyes. Then what are you tossing around for? Su Haitang said from the sidelines. Big brother, don't be a horse's hindquarters and make snide remarks here. Hurry up and help and save Uncle Wei. I'm not helping enough, am I? Wen Quan skimmed his lips, and said in a bad mood, if I hadn't greeted a group of bats and come over to save you, not to mention Wei Yang, I guess even you two would have been clicked off. Finally, he made a face that wiped his neck and stuck his tongue out. That group of bats was indeed shouted by you, Su Haitang exclaimed. Wen Quan raised an eyebrow and said, it wasn't me who called out. Could it be that you were attracted by your charisma? Although you are pretty, in the eyes of the animals, you are just two scrawny and weak two-legged beasts, and you are too toothless to be food. Su Haitang didn't talk back to Wen Quan. Instead she wrapped her plump chest around the other party's arm and softly pouted. Big brother, you're so powerful and magical. You're simply the most powerful male god in the world. People love you and flowers bloom. I can't help but want to have monkeys with you, if not a strong-willed person. I'm afraid it's hard to withstand such a violent and gentle attack. Wen Quan was vaguely unable to cope and said, okay, let's talk about things. Don't play this game. Su Haitang instantly smiled with joy, playfully blinking her eyes and said, help Linger and save Uncle Wei. I'm convinced. Old me owes you guys from my previous life. Wen Quan shook his head, unable to cry. Wei Ling also initiated a request towards Wen Quan, obviously, and she knows it well. The only thing in front of him that could save his father was this man. Wei Ling's side had already contacted a good person and arranged for a kidney source with a suitable match. Only time was too short. Wei Yang's physical condition had already deteriorated on the way here, and he had to be fully transplanted immediately to save this life. If you wait until everything is ready, it will be too late. Besides, the second wave of assassin missions had failed, and there was no guarantee that it would, in a moment, make a comeback. Satan, let's go out first. Wen Quan greeted the big black dog. Before going out, turning to Wei Ling, he asked, do you have any medical equipment in this private villa of yours? Wei Ling shook her head. Does a first aid kit count? That thing can't do surgery. Wen Quan said. Doing surgery? Su Haitang froze for a moment and cried out with a startled expression. Big brother, you're not going to operate on Uncle Wei here, are you? Right, Wen Quan admitted straight away. Who's going to do it? Of course it's me. Could it be you? Wen Quan asked rhetorically. The corners of Su Haitang's mouth twitched violently as she turned her head to look at Wei Ling, and the other party's expression also became unnatural. Big brother, as far as I know, you seem to be a veterinarian, right? To operate on people. This is a bit too much. Speaking of the end, she straight away wanted to talk. I'm guessing the words that follow are either a little hard to say or a little offensive. Taking a step back, even if the operation can be done, there are no kidneys available here for transplantation. Big brother, even if you are Hua Tua, it's still a tricky thing to do. When Quan seemed to be smiling, showing a look of a sure victory, you don't have to worry about these things. Anyway, since I'm taking over, I'll definitely be able to save Chief Wei's life. After explaining some of the precautions, Wen Quan then led the big black dog away. A man and a dog. Once again in the middle of a vast night. Judging by the color of the sky, it should be 4 or 5 in the morning now. Fumizumi looked up at first, then, flipping through his watch. Sure enough, Master, where are we going now? The big black dog asked. Where is this area? Wen Quan asked rhetorically. Combined urban and rural areas. Near the countryside, where there are more farmhouses or BNBs for leisure and entertainment. Big black dog reported. Has your sphere of influence touched here? Wen Quan asked smilingly. The big black dog said in a domineering manner. The boundaries of my dog empire are everywhere. Alright, then, call out to your subjects to come out and lead the way. Originally just a joke used to flirt. Who knows? The big black dog also took it seriously. After a growl like a wolf whistle, on the road ahead, a pack of wild dogs ran. Wen Quan was astonished at the sight and had to admire Brother Dahe's efficiency. Lord Dog Emperor, Town and Country Plain Head reports to you. A string dog, after seeing the big black dog, immediately pounced over and said respectfully. The dogs that followed behind them all began to worship. The big black dog oohed and awed. This here beside me is my master. Your Teisho. Greetings, Supreme Emperor. The dogs greeted each other. Wen Quan raised his eyebrows, and without beating around the bush, he spoke out and asked, is there a slaughterhouse around here? Yes. When do you kill the pig? It is now. Is the Supreme Emperor hungry for pork? We'll find it for you right here. The skewered dog said solicitously. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just take me there directly. Wen Quan waved his hand. At his command, the string dog then led the way to the slaughterhouse. The big black dog asked in confusion. Master, are you really hungry? I'm hungry. Even if I'm hungry, it's to find a pavilion. What kind of a stepping stone comes to a slaughterhouse? Wen Quan said. Then what's the point of coming here? Wen Quan put his finger to his mouth and made a gesture of secrecy. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. The big black dog saw this and instantly knew what was going on. But, it didn't say anything and honestly followed Wen Quan's side. About half an hour later, the slaughterhouse has arrived. It is better to say that it is an abattoir than a small to medium-sized food market. Every day, there are butchers, who kill pigs and sell meat at this point, while some vendors selling vegetables and live fish will also hear about it and set up their own shelves or stalls. People who go to the morning market are the main consumers here. As Wen Quan was coming over, he heard a loud killing sound. It broke through the clouds and tore at the heart. Boss, how do you sell meat? $10 a pound. How do you sell that pork gel? Depending on which part you want. Intestines are 20 a pound. And pork liver and lungs are both 5. What about this pair of pork loins? Wen Quan stretched out 2 fingers and took a pair of fresh pork loins, off the counter. Took a good look around. Found intact and fresh to the core. So, it launched its own inquiry. The butcher grinned. I'll sell you for $10. Okay, I'll WeChat you then. Wen Quan said. Having said that, he then pays the checkout. Do you want the others? I'm afraid just a pair of pork loins won't be enough. The butcher asked enthusiastically. Wen Quan shook his head and was about to turn away. An old lady selling chili peppers next to him, however, pulled him back. Young man, are you going to make stir-fried pork loin for dinner? My big red chili peppers are freshly picked from the ground. They taste great and are just right for this. Do you want to buy some? No, no, no. This is not something I used to eat. Wen Quan hurriedly said. The old lady saw that he was followed by several dogs. Did you buy it to feed the dogs? Egu. This good thing is wasted. Finish buying the pork loin. Fumizumi started looking for a clinic. However, after wandering around the neighborhood, I couldn't find anything. String Dog replied. The nearest clinic is 10 kilometers from here. Without thinking, Wen Quan said. It's too far. Not going. Is there a cutlery store? I'll go buy some knives. In the meantime, the two of them, Su Haitang and Wei Ling, were not idle either, but were actively making preparations inside the villa. Wei Ling was worried and asked with her brows locked. Yu Tong, Wang Fan is going to personally operate on my father. Is this reliable? I don't think it's too reliable, but in this situation now, we can only rely on him. Su Haitang said truthfully. Wei Ling mumbled with an odd expression on his face. Transplanting a kidney. This is not a small operation. Even the main surgeon who can do this in a big hospital has no more than 5 fingers. Moreover, next to it, a professional and highly skilled medical team is needed to assist from the side. But here, we don't even have the conditions and bad conditions for surgery. The thing that's hardest for me to accept is that he's a veterinarian. I'm afraid the biggest operation I've ever done before was to neuter a cat or a dog. All of a sudden, I have to operate on my dad and replace a pair of waists. Holy crap, unbelievable and even more unimaginable. Some things may not feel right until you bring them out. However, it was only after she was organized and clear that it dawned on her just how outrageous this whole thing was. Su Haitang pursed her lips, thinking carefully, and couldn't help but feel a tingle in her scalp. I'm more curious about where he got the kidney source than whether he'll do it or can do it. Isn't this stuff controlled? You can't even find the stuff on the black market. Talking about talking. Su Haitang's face suddenly changed, and she cried out offhandedly. He's not going to take it locally, is he? Find a random person on the road to kill, and then, remove his waist. This crazy guess just popped up not more than 3 seconds ago. It was then vetoed by Wei Ling. That's unlikely. Anyone with a bit of common sense knows that organ transplants need to be adapted before they can be used. With just the imagination of the two of them. If the facts are not laid out in front of them, the two of them were unable to visualize Wen Quan's almost bizarre brainwave, as well as his astounding operations. And you want to change your waist? Oh, there's only a pair of $10 pig kidneys. Do you like them or not? Giving people pig kidneys. It may sound very outrageous. Actually, when Quan had such an idea, it was definitely not a pie in the sky, but rather the best plan to think out based on the facts of the situation. Not long ago, hasn't a real case of successful transplantation of animal organs into human beings been published abroad? It was from this news story that Wen Quan got his inspiration. Since it worked, it shouldn't be a problem for him to use it to operate. Others are good at complicating simple problems. Wen Quan, on the other hand, is good at simplifying complex issues. Animal organ transplants for human surgery abroad are indeed real, but to make this surgery, the laboratories and pharmaceutical companies involved in this matter have invested an unknown amount of time, labor and monetary costs. Its scale and formation are absolutely unprecedented. The money spent alone is in the billions. It is this unrelenting dedication that has led to the creation of such historic surgeries that have followed in the footsteps of the past. And Wen Quan is simply trying to replicate this surgery with one person? What is this if not demented and whimsical? Good on. No one but himself knew about this crazy plan of his. By the time he returned to the villa, with a fresh pork loin, it was 6 in the morning. Hearing movement at the door, the two men, who were waiting anxiously, immediately ran over at a fast pace. When Quan was holding a large bag of things in his hand, all of which he had procured from the bazaar for the necessities of the operation. How are the preparations going? When Quan asked this as the first thing he said when he opened the door. It's all screwed up, as you ordered. Has the room been poisoned yet? Kill it. Chief Wei has had alcohol applied to all of his body, hasn't he? It was applied 7 or 8 times repeatedly. Well, let's get started then. Wei Ling was greatly surprised and asked, is it starting now? Yes, your father is not doing well. I'll operate on him sooner and he'll be out of life-threatening danger sooner. Wen Quan said. Where are the kidneys? Wei Ling asked. Wen Quan took a clear plastic bag and lifted it upwards. Only a pair of fresh kidneys were visible. See this thing? Su Haitang and Wei Ling were both surprised and said with a face full of consternation. That's what you take to store your kidneys? A container is irrelevant. As long as it doesn't destroy organ activity, then it can be used. Fumizumi said perkily. But this method of yours, it's too perfunctory. Besides, I see this pair of kidneys of yours. Why is it so wrong? Su Haitang said with a frown. What's wrong? Is it like a pork loin? Said Su Haitang. When Quan laughed and said in a teasing tone. You have a rich imagination. How could I possibly take a pig's loin and give it to someone for transplantation? Even if I could do that. Mr. Wei wouldn't agree. Wei Ling's complexion moved, and her eyes tightened as she asked. This pair of kidneys, where exactly did you get them from? Have you done the matching yet? You don't need to ask any of these questions. Since I promised that I would save your father, then I will definitely do what I say. As for some side issues, you should wait until your father wakes up to talk about them in detail. With just one sentence, when Quan blocked Wei Ling's mouth, even though the other party had concerns, they had to listen honestly. After all, in this situation, she couldn't find a second person she could trust besides Wen Quan. Actually, I don't blame Fumizumi for keeping it mysterious. After all, if something like this was told to Wei Ling, then she wouldn't just blow up. Give someone a pork loin for a change. This man is still her dad. Whoever one encounters this with will find it unbelievable and incomprehensible. Since it was expected that truthfulness would meet with great obstacles, then why should one Quan make a fool of himself? Sometimes being a smart person can save you a lot of trouble. Doing an operation is a very strict matter. Even if I am a professional, it is still difficult for me to do it by myself. Therefore, when I am the main surgeon, I still need you two to assist from the side. When Quan said with a solemn expression, Wei Ling said, "We've never done this kind of thing before. We don't have any experience in this area at all." Right. It's naturally best if we can help, but if we can't help and instead add to the trouble, then it's a big deal. Su Haitang was also nervous. Grass. Who hasn't done it before? It's also my first time to do surgery. My first time to change someone's pork loin. Not even I, the lead cutter, am afraid. What are you two understudies afraid of? These words, it was just Wen Xuan's mental activity. He didn't say it out loud. Instead, in an extremely calm tone, he said softly, "There's no harm in it. I'll guide you. You just have to obediently follow what I say. Then there won't be any problems." With this statement, the two men looked at each other and immediately gained a few pounds. And so it was. Under Wen Xuan's lulling, the three new melon eggs began to replicate the history of mankind. The most outrageous, the most exaggerated, the most unimaginable, pig kidney transplantation surgery. Why 3? Because it actually includes Wen Quan himself. If he's just an ordinary person, then he's doing this, which is tantamount to murdering people for their money. There's absolutely no way that's even remotely possible. But he was a cultivator on the other hand. Mastered a spell that can turn stone into gold and transform decay into magic. Rejuvenation. One of the most difficult things about giving someone a new pork loin is not joining the two organs together. Because of the process, it's not as complicated as I thought. As long as tube to tube and wire to wire, interconnecting the nerves to the blood vessels, the surgery is mostly successful. One of the really hard ones, it is the exclusion between the two organs. It's hard for any human organ to fit 100%, not to mention the organs between humans and animals. A chasm is spanned between the two sides. When Quan performs the rejuvenation technique, which can greatly reduce rejection and fuse two organs of different species into one. Sure, he just felt sure. Can't say that it's absolutely doable. At present, Wei Yang's appearance of death, there is not much room for bargaining. So let's treat the dead horse as a living horse. The fact that the doctor died can only mean that he was unlucky. If given a rescue, then not only would he be able to verify his suspicions, he would also be considered to have performed a miracle. An airtight room, a simple bed, a veterinarian as the lead surgeon, 2 teenage girls, working as nurses to beat up on them. It's such a simple and odd combination that it would feel like a huge stretch to have it in a novel. Yet, it happened in the midst of reality. Have to say, reality is far more exciting than fiction. Wei Yang had fallen into a heavy coma. Fortunately, this old brother didn't know the beginning and end of this matter. Otherwise, he would definitely be scared to the point of convulsions. It's the morning of the 28th, 7:30. Fumizumi looked at his watch in a fake manner and reported the time. Then, from the toolbox he had prepared, he pulled out the things he needed to do the surgery. Fruit knife, razor, bone shaver, a saw, and a stationary knife for sharpening pencils. Wei Ling watched from the side. Her person was dumbfounded, and asked dumbfoundedly, "You're going to operate on my father with this?" "Well, I shopped around in the bazaar and didn't buy any medical equipment specifically for surgery, so I had to take this as a flat replacement," Wen Quan said in a perky manner. "But will this work?" "Why not? The key to doing a good surgery is not what knife is used, but the professionalism of the person," Wen Quan said seriously. He was all set to use a kitchen knife, but felt it was too outrageous, which is why he switched to these miscellaneous knives. Wei Ling's eyebrows danced furiously, feeling more and more that the Wen Quan thief was unreliable. Does this guy know how to do surgery or not? Why does it feel so amateurish? However, what Wei Ling didn't know was this. This was just the beginning, and everything that happened behind her completely overturned her perception and outlook. Do it halfway. Wen Quan held a blood vessel with a grave expression and asked, "Where is this blood vessel connected to?" "You cut it down, you don't know?" Wei Ling asked with a face full of shock. Wen Quan was really shocking. "When I cut, the blood spiked so high that I didn't pay attention to it." "You're not cutting it wrong, are you?" "I'm not too sure." "Yu Tong, go online and find a human angiogram and take a look for me." Wen Quan coughed twice. Su Haitang was dumbstruck. Mindfulness. Is this an operation or an open book exam? The do-it-now checks are coming. You've got this in the wrong spot, don't you? No, it's this place. Ha, something's wrong. Why don't you check again? This thin tube doesn't look like a blood vessel. That's nerves. Oh, and what is this flaky piece of meat? Ligaments. Wouldn't even know about that. Would you? Wei Ling was going to break down. The entire surgical scene is no different from a pig killing scene. Killing pigs is at least organized. Everything has to be done by the book. But Wen Quan, this one, is simply thinking out of the box, and even he doesn't know what he's going to do next. You're the doctor and we're the understudies. How come your expertise is even more lacking than ours? Wei Ling asked. Wen Quan said, I'm a veterinarian. I used to treat animals and people. This is the first time. It had come to this, and he had no choice but to tell the truth. What? Wei Lingxiu's eyes rounded up, alarmed. The first time you messed with this, you used my dad as a guinea pig? It's not me. It's the three of us together. Let's not talk about this. Let's just hurry up and carry out the following steps. Trust me, I will definitely be able to save General Manager Wei. Wen Quan was as tough as ever, and he didn't know where he got his confidence from. It's over. My dad is dead. Wei Ling's heart was in despair, and tears came to her eyes. Put an appendix on, that's considered major surgery. It's even harder to change someone's loins. What's more, the guy presses on with nothing and just gets right on with it. And the whole thing, too, is shocking and tragic. Several times, Wen Quan even mishandled it. To be professional without being professional. To have maneuvers without maneuvers. It's like a headless fly, banging around. Knew it. It's an operation. If you didn't know, you'd think they were splitting up the bodies. Despair returns to despair. After a short period of relief, Wei Ling had to reorganize her mind and continue to devote herself to this unfinished surgery. There are no two reasons for this. It was no one else but her dear father lying in bed. Anyone can choose to give it up. Only she can't. So, even if Wen Quan was fooling around to the point of being out of bounds, she could only follow one path. There's enough of a mess ahead. Surely it's smooth sailing back there? No. Here comes the more outrageous one. This waist, why does it feel a bit big? As if it can't be put in. And there is a huge difference between the blood vessels and nerves. 2. Wei Ling questioned. But when Quan's mouth is as hard as iron, it should be that the size of this donor is bigger, causing this kidney of his to be bigger as well. It's around bigger. Is this fit or not? Even Su Haitang couldn't help but speak up. Wen Quan oohed and awed and said, whether it's a good fit or not, we'll only know when it's fitted. It's too early to draw any conclusions. This surgery, it was done for 5 hours. By the time Wen Quan walked out of the makeshift operating room, it was already noon. Gollum. He bit open a bottle of glucose and slammed it mouth to mouth. Drink up. He wiped his mouth while muttering, Mama yeah, exhausted baby. In the future this kind of thing that has not been done, killed old me also do not do it. That saying is really right. Hear the way there is a sequence. The art of specialization. I'm only suitable for the animals to do surgery. Was the surgery a success? Even Wen Quan himself wasn't sure. Well, as much as he could determine anyway. All the blood vessels and nerves between this pair of pork loins and the human body are all connected. Springback is also at full horsepower. A massive amount of spiritual energy was poured in. All this spiritual energy can cause white bones to give birth to flesh. It wasn't until Wen Quan saw with his own eyes that the two had merged into one, and regained a certain level of activity, that he put an end to it. Given the circumstances, despite the bumps and bruises, the end result must be a success. But if anything, it's going to take a few days of validation period to see if it can be applied. After all, Wen Quan was also doing this kind of work for the first time, never having had any experience in this area. Since it is a road that has not been traveled, it is definitely necessary to summarize the rules of it through continuous groping. Let's hope it can work. And we can't waste the pork loin I bought for $10. Wen Quan said with a heartfelt sigh. It's happening right now. Su Haitang, who was so tired that she was nearly deflated, also came out from inside, similarly holding a bottle of glucose, where she was replenishing her energy. Big brother, from now on, if you don't take things in hand, don't force yourself to act like a bully, causing the two of us to wipe your ass. Wen Quan raised his eyebrows, turned his head and said, you say this? Then I don't like to listen to it. If not for the two of you dying to beg me to make a move, do you think I'm willing to meddle in this idle matter? We thought at that time that you were really capable. Who knows? You are also a know-nothing rookie chicken. Su Haitang rolled her eyes. A dash of remorse had already appeared on her face. Wen Quan responded to Su Haitang's whining with a famous person's words. There is no road on the road. And there is naturally a road when more people walk on it. Big brother, be honest with me. Where did that waist come from? Su Haitang asked. You don't have to worry about that. I felt strange at that time. It doesn't look like a human waist. You couldn't have really taken a pig's waist indiscriminately, right? Su Haitang asked with a burning gaze. Have you ever seen a pork loin? Never seen it, but I've eaten it. Don't talk nonsense if you haven't seen it. Wen Quan grunted sullenly. Actually, if I were to say what animals' organs most resemble those of humans, It would be basically impossible to find the second one. Except for pigs. The loin of a man is put together with the loin of a pig. If you don't specialize in this, you simply can't recognize the difference between the two with the naked eye. The reason why Su Haitang had such a suspicion, it's nothing more than the psychological effect of layers of suspicion piled on top of each other. And Wen Quan would panic because he was a thief. The surgery was a perfect success. Fumizumi would naturally recognize all of this. If it didn't work, Wei Yang hiccuped midway. That Wen Quan killed cannot be recognized. He will bite. He replaced the normal human kidney, not pig waste. If it is tested to be a pork loin, then he'll say, it's not possible. The old man clearly had a normal kidney replaced. Someone must have switched the bags. It's none of my business. I could never do something so heartless and dehumanizing. Master, you're so awesome. In the future, if I'm missing an arm or a leg, can you help me attach one as well? The big black dog's wagging tail walked over. When Quan skimmed the big black dog, habitually took out his cigarettes, took one in his own mouth, and shared one with it. Why wait for that time? If you feel that any of the organs are not useful now, I can give you a new one. Master, you're so good to me. I love you to death. The big black dog hemmed and hawed, revealing a lewd expression. Are you eating shit and talking so nicely? Wen Quan said. The big black dog said righteously. I've never eaten shit before. That stuff doesn't taste good. It's bitter and astringent. Well, I believe you. About an hour or so of anxious waiting, Wei Yang's condition had actually magically stabilized. Although the specifics are unclear for now, vital signs have stabilized and there should be no problem. Get this result. When Quan let out a sigh of relief in his heart, and slowly said, call the hospital, and do a detailed full-body examination. Is it safe? With me guarding this place, no one can hurt you guys. When Quan said forcefully while swallowing clouds and looking up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, Wei Ling gave a light and immediately expressed her gratitude to Wen Quan, and looking at her excited appearance, she was itching to give her body in return. Fumizumi waved his hand lightly and uttered his usual line. It's a small thing. It's not enough. It's unbelievable. Is this really your first surgery? Wei Ling asked. Wen Quan said, I can't help it. I'm just so gifted. Wei Ling scared and said, you can't have anything to do with the idiom of gifted. The reason why I find it unbelievable is because, without injections or medication, my father's wounds have, in fact, recovered most of the way. Crap. I'm about to drain the aura from my body. If this can't even reach a recovery speed visible to the naked eye, then there's no need for me to cultivate this truth anymore. The heart says so. On the surface is another set of words, you know nothing. This is my ancestral technique. If it is not this technique, on your father's this pussy, give him a year and a half, cannot recover to this extent. What? It failed again? How is this possible? None of the people sent out survived. They were all killed. There should be an extremely powerful and mysterious force beside Wei Yang, protecting him. Hearing reports from his men, Deputy Chief Executive Li's expression became somewhat cloudy and uncertain. Sometimes black and sometimes white. Twice in a row, he laid hands on Wei Yang, each time thinking that it was a sure thing and infallible. But unexpectedly, they were all escaped by the other side. And, still, it's a steal. It shouldn't be. I have investigated clearly about Wei Yang's details, and in his network of connections, there is simply no such godforsaken mysterious person. Deputy Chief Executive Li's brows were tightly locked as he mumbled his recitation. The henchman next to him paused and said cautiously, in fact, even if we don't make a move, given Wei Yang's current condition, he's bound to die. Deputy Chief Li nodded and muttered, that's right, without a suitable kidney for him to replace, it's guaranteed that he won't live for more than a week. We just need to guard the source tightly, not letting a single kidney escape. Even if the great golden immortal descends to the earth, that Wei Yang will not be able to escape. The sentence was just finished. Before the words left his mouth, Deputy Chief Executive Li received a phone call on his side. Have found Wei Yang. Oh, where is he in person now? Some hospital on the outskirts of town. What's the situation, dead or alive? The man seems to be fine. I don't know who got him a pair of kidneys from somewhere to replace them, and all his vital signs are now normalizing. This statement was made. Deputy Governor Li was shocked and said incredulously, how is it possible? The organs of the entire North Sea are watched to death. Not a single fish has escaped the net. Where did he get the kidneys from? And it's still a pair. I don't know about that, but he did have his kidney replaced, said the man on the other end of the line, equally puzzled. When Deputy Chief Executive Li learned of this, he was furious, so angry that he almost smashed the cell phone in the middle of the call on the ground. Outrageous. How is this guy's life so good? Sending out assassins 3 times couldn't dry him out, and now he's actually even had his kidneys replaced. So wouldn't all the previous scheming be a waste of money? Deputy chiefly dreamed of getting Wei Yang killed. Only this. The word vice was removed from his title, and he became the most powerful man in the guard battalion. However, heaven forbid, God was going against him. If he couldn't fuck Wei Yang, then he was in danger. The Black Tiger King would decide that he was not doing his job well and had no use for him, and then, he would choose another person to take his place. One thought in this. A layer of cold sweat broke out on Deputy Chief Li's forehead, and the light flickering in his eyes began to gradually become frantic. Must kill him. Only if you kill him will you be able to live. Wei Yang. Ah, Wei Yang. Must I be forced to fight to the death? Why so hardened? Wouldn't it be nice to just burp my ass into oblivion? It's happening right now. The Black Tiger King himself approached the door. Deputy Chief Executive Li was startled and immediately went out to greet him in a panic. Once the two sides met, the Black Tiger King then split his head and cursed. Li Shun, what are you doing? You were given such a simple task, but you actually screwed it up one after another. Deputy Chief Executive Li trembled and dared to speak in anger. One can only keep pleading. General, give me another chance. The Black Tiger King snorted coldly and said in a bad tone, I've already given 2 chances. Chances are for grasping, not for wasting. If you can't do it, then get out before it's too late. Don't occupy a latrine. Deputy Governor Li hurriedly reported. General, it's not that I'm not doing a good job, but Wei Yang, this guy hides too deep. In his hands, also hides the bottom card that we don't know. It's this bottom card that causes my assassination plan for him to fail consecutively. What bottom card? The Black Tiger King pursued. These are just Deputy Chief Executive Li's personal guesses, which have yet to be verified for the time being. So, he had trouble answering. One can only say stiffly, I'm grasping the investigation, and as soon as I have any news, I will definitely report to you at the first time. The Black Tiger King raised an eyebrow and said in an unimpressed manner, a mere governor of the patrol battalion. What can one do with more means? In the face of absolute strength, any plotting and scheming is just a piece of dirt that can't be defeated. Deputy Chief Li said yes repeatedly, meek as a dog. Forget it, counting on a waste like you. I don't know how long it will take to get rid of this thorn in Wei Yang's side. Tell you what, I'll take over for you. After killing Wei Yang, you immediately take his place and cooperate with my plan. The Black Tiger King slightly raised his hand and said in a domineering manner. Deputy Governor Li's heart was overjoyed, and he hurriedly thanked him. If you, General, have a hand in this, then this time will surely be a success. Where is Wei Yang currently? Someone has already reported his location to me just now, and he is currently inside some hospital on the outskirts of the city. Tai Hu, pick a team of elites from the army and make sure to kill Wei Yang before tomorrow morning at all costs. The Black Tiger King slightly tilted his head sideways and explained to his entourage behind him. The other party immediately took the order and cried out in a loud voice. Yes, General. My subordinate will absolutely live up to the expectations and fulfill the mission. After accounting for this, the Black Tiger King turned to Deputy Chief Li and continued to launch his inquiry. Are there any clues to my son's murderer? The slight smile that had just appeared on Deputy Chief Li's face instantly solidified. General, I'm afraid I'll need some more time. It's been so long, and you haven't found out a single thing for me? The Black Tiger King became furious and glared angrily. All that was heard was a flutter. Deputy Chief Li was so scared that he fell to his knees and said as if he was in danger. General, the clues collected at the scene are really too few, and the other party's method of killing the young master is also very skillful, so I really can't find out too many useful things. The Black Tiger King kicked him out, pointed to his nose, and cursed, if I didn't still have some use for keeping you, I would have slaughtered you long ago. Since the death of his son, the Black Tiger King's temper became extremely violent, and, mobilizing all the resources at hand, he searched the world for the murderer. But no matter how you look, it's as if this murderer has evaporated without a trace. Actually, the reason why the Black Tiger King couldn't find it, it also makes sense, because he got into a misunderstanding. The mind is firm. Someone who could kill his own son, the one who dared to go against the Black Tiger King. It must be a world enemy who is evenly matched and has a deep-seated grudge. The other side either has a deep background, either have the strength to turn your hand to the wind or the rain. It is following this line of thinking logic. The further he went, the darker and deeper he fell. It's also getting farther away from the right answer. He'll never think of it. His own son. It was actually taken out by a little-known vet. This kidney isn't right. What's wrong with it? Doesn't it work? Just because it works. That's what's wrong with it. Doctor, what do you mean by that? In the midst of this question and answer, the doctor who was responsible for treating Wei Yang exuded a look of horror. Little girl, I'll be honest with you, when your father was brought to the hospital, we did a sampling of his newly transplanted kidney, and do you know what kind of results we came up with? Wei Ling shook her head. indicating that she didn't know. The doctor held his eyes. While swallowing his saliva, he suppressed his inner shock. Slowly, he said, "That's an odd pair of kidneys." Wei Ling's face changed and she asked offhandedly, "What's odd? Everywhere it's weird. It's not even a pair of human kidneys." Even the doctor himself was confused when he said that. When he just got the examination report, he also couldn't believe the result for a while, writing the list continuously and double-checking it several times. But each time, the result is no different than the first time. One moment, decades of career, most of my life's cognizance. In a wave of swaying, it collapsed. Wei Ling was stunned. Her beautiful eyes rounded as she asked, "Doctor, can you say it in more detail? How come I can't understand some of it?" "Little girl, tell me the truth. What is the origin of the kidney your father transplanted?" the doctor asked in a serious manner. Wei Ling said, "I don't know." "Who transplanted your father?" "A friend of mine." "He's a doctor too?" "Sort of. It is true that a veterinarian is also a type of doctor. Except that a doctor treats people and a veterinarian treats animals. That's outrageous. This pair of kidneys is a pair of pig kidneys, not human kidneys." The doctor informed Wei Ling of the final answer. When she heard it, she first appeared to be in a trance for about 10 seconds. Then, shaking his head frantically, "Doctor, don't joke. How is this possible? A pig is a pig and a human is a human. How can the organs of two creatures be mixed?" The doctor laughed and said with a complex expression, "Little girl, I've lived such a big life, and it's the first time I've seen something so outrageous. At present, I've already reported this matter to the hospital leadership, and they've attracted a great deal of attention and are ready to carry out a special study on this matter, which is very likely to be a change in modern medical treatment's historic event." Wei Ling was instantly scared out of her wits. The reason why she took Wei Yang and ran here for a checkup was to escape from the bad guys. Nowadays, this hospital is making a big deal out of it, and it's going to put his father in danger again, isn't it? Should my dad be okay? It's fine, but that's the weirdest part. It's reasonable to say that with the current level of human medical care, it's not possible to replace a human kidney with a pig kidney. Wei Ling's gaze flowed in thought. A few moments later, she found Su Haitang and asked as soon as they met, "Yutong, have you seen that son of a bitch Wang Fan? After he followed us to the hospital, he disappeared. I couldn't get through to him on the phone. I don't know where he ran off to." Su Haitang said truthfully. Seeing Wei Ling on fire, she was quite surprised and asked, "Linger, what happened? Did Uncle Wei have another problem?" Wei Ling said, "Yutong, do you know what Wang Fan changed for my father?" "Waist," Su Haitang said. "Do you know what kind of loin?" Su Haitang shook her head. "Couldn't the waist be used?" Wei Ling took a sharp breath and said in a low voice, "This is not the key. The key is this pair of waists, cut from a pig. To put it bluntly, this is a pair of pig's waists." "Oh, I thought it was something. So it's a pig. Something." Su Haitang's eyes suddenly enlarged and she cried out in a lost voice, "Say that again. The change was pork loin?" "Yes." People's doctors are dumbfounded. There can't be any mistake. Can there? I also hope it is a mistake. But People Hospital side has been checked dozens of times. They even began to call on domestic experts, ready to launch a special study on my father. This, Su Haitang's mouth balding. Half a day cannot hold a sentence. No wonder he was so shocked. Anyone who comes across this kind of thing would be wide-eyed and confused, I'm sure. In the meantime, some convenience store. Quan has just finished buying cigarettes. He sneezed as he tore at the package. Mud. I wonder what pretty girl is thinking of me again. Master, did you feel it? The big black dog looked towards the outside, its dog face looking unusually grave. Sense what? Quan asked. The big black dog said, a kind of windy feeling. Quan also pretended to sense it, then said, no. Is it possible that you're overreacting? No. There is a danger approaching. I have already smelled it amongst the air. That touch of hidden killing aura. The big black dog said decisively. This next. Quan, who was still as if nothing had happened, had to be quoted as saying, has someone come to kill Wei Yang again? Most likely yes, the big black dog said. Quan slapped his head and was speechless. Grandma's leg. Are you still finished? Wave after wave has come. You guys aren't tired of killing, but I'm about to be numbed. Master, shall we do it? Big black dog asked. Quan said without thinking, definitely have to do it. If I don't make a move, then Wei Yang will definitely die ball. I have to pull this buddy into the gang later. I must not let him die just like that. Then I'll go arrange the men and horses now and prepare for a big fight. Big black dog shouted as he jumped into action. No. Quan lit a cigarette and said thoughtfully, let the Bat Legion come. How come it's them again? The big black dog was obviously a bit displeased, feeling like he was about to lose his centerpiece position. Wen Quan said. I'll investigate the details of this wave of killers first. If it's not that difficult to deal with, continue to let the Bat Legion practice. If it's difficult, the two of you will then start a joint battle. Master, I can do it with my Wild Dog Legion. The big black dog strongly requested to fight. Seeing this, Wen Quan had no choice but to assign another task to the big black dog, lest the other party be idle. I've been looking at the Black Tiger sect in a bad light for a long time. If I don't go to them, they'll come to me sooner or later. Or why don't you lead your legions of wild dogs and go and destroy them? In this way, it's also considered that I'm asking for interest in advance from the Black Tiger King. The big black dog was confused. Kind of confused about the Wen Quan brain circuits. With the crisis coming from this side, things are not even resolved yet, and they are thinking of going to destroy the Black Tiger sect which is far away. That's too much of a leap of faith. It was estimated that those thousands of gang members of the Black Tiger sect who were about to suffer extinction were also filled with confusion. What is this? People sitting at home, pots coming from the sky? Once the big black dog is gone, Wen Quan only felt that the surrounding area had cleared up. The reason why he didn't let Big Black Dog participate in this matter was actually because he had his own considerations. For one thing, it's a way to continue to hone the batting order. Secondly, the Wild Dog Legion's appearances were a bit too frequent to be appropriate in the downtown area, and in the event that they were noticed by someone with a heart of gold, it would be easy to follow the trail and find him, the mastermind behind it all. To ensure your safety, Fumizumi would only consider putting the Wild Dog Legion to use if he initiated the destruction program. The big black dog left shortly after. A bat then flew above his head. Normal. Bats are not able to be out in the daytime because they get sunburned. However, all of these bats, without exception, had all received an increase from Wen Quan. It already has the attribute of being in the sun and flying recklessly. Sir, my boss sent me to report. Little Bat said. Wen Quan looked up at it. Where's your boss? The little bat replied. It's in the woods up ahead. It's too big to be out in broad daylight. Wen Quan nodded. The vampire Bat King was quite thoughtful. Subsequently, he was led by the little bat to the grove of trees. This is the city's green park, and in the morning there will be many people running here for a morning walk. Once it was noon and the sun was hot, there was basically nothing left. Master, a danger is approaching. You sensed it too? It wasn't me who sensed it. It was my men who saw it. Oh. Wen Quan's eyes narrowed slightly as he waited for the vampire Bat King's next words. The vampire Bat King said truthfully, in the sky of the city, I have already set up a surveillance network, and at the first sign of movement, an alarm will immediately go off. Bats are nearsighted, can't see far into the target like an eagle, so, they rely on ultrasound to sense their surroundings. This works, similar to radar, and is more sensitive than the eye can see, because vision deceives the senses, but radar doesn't. Unless the target has a cloaking effect. Sure, this kind of stealth is not visual stealth, but is similar to that of a stealth fighter, which avoids radar monitoring. Just a few moments ago, on the roofs of the buildings surrounding the hospital, someone went up there carrying a gun. Wen Quan raised an eyebrow. Sniper? Yes. How many? There are 8 in total, with the hospital as the center. Each occupies 8 directions. It looks like the other side is coming from a bad place. The vampire Bat King continued. In addition to the snipers, there is also a group of strong, martial arts skilled professional soldiers on standby in the periphery, who are hiding in the car, waiting for an opportunity to move. Wen Quan paused his voice, shook his head and laughed. This pairing is quite good. Long-range attacks and melee combat, all of them are arranged properly. If it wasn't for the intelligence gathered by the vampire bats, I'm afraid Wen Quan is still having a hard time grasping such a comprehensive deployment of the enemy. Grandma's leg. These people's guts are too big. Aren't they? A squad with real guns and loaded bullets, openly assassinating imperial officials. Previous actions. It's also crazy enough, but at least it's restrained. Not daring to act in plain sight. Usually wait until the target is in the middle of nowhere before launching an attack. Nowadays, the snipers, along with the assassination squad, have moved into the city. So blatant, so unscrupulous, not even afraid of sparking public opinion and causing panic among the people. Obviously, the other side should be dogged and completely uncaring. How many in total? Wen Quan asked. According to the statistics, the number of people involved is around 30. 8 snipers and 22 melee soldiers. The vampire Bat King said. Is there any certainty that you can get rid of them in the middle of silence? Wen Quan asked. The vampire Bat King said. Killing them off will not be a problem, but if we want to do it without the knowledge of God, I'm afraid it will be difficult to realize. Fumizumi scratched his chin. It is also felt that this request is really too high. But, as a seasoned old cunt, he quickly thought of a countermeasure. Turning his head, He looked toward the distant heights. Don't move the people below. Take out the snipers above first. This is no problem. Those snipers are acting alone. If we launch a sneak attack from behind, they won't be able to warn us in time and will be taken out. The vampire Bat King said firmly. Okay, no time to lose. Let's get started then. Just after finishing this sentence, Wen Quan immediately picked up another sentence. By the way, be sure to hide your identity, and do not expose your whereabouts. The vampire Bat King nodded, and with a single movement of his body, he saw a huge black shadow shoot straight up into the sky and fly out of the woods. Dent! Wen Quan felt that the sun above his head was blocked out, and there was a trance of darkness for that moment. Last night, the bats have shown great teamwork as well as fight. With an overwhelming attack, he slaughtered all those killers who were chasing Wei Yan and the others. Although the whole scene was a bit dismal, the end result, however, was very satisfying to Wen Quan. He always flattered a principle. Kindness to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. So, to live a little longer, either you do or you don't. Either do absolutely. Fumizumi is tightening up the counter-kill plan here. Over at the hospital, however, there has been a furor. The hospital is secretive about Wei Yang's replacement of a pair of pork loins. Not that they are very professional. Rather, he wanted to take advantage of this amazing medical case to become famous and famous for the ages. Hospital specialists and professors, and a bunch of management, all of whom were startled, as this hospital is not considered a key hospital in the North Sea. It's just a very ordinary town hospital. Limited resources, limited background, and limited ability to do R&D. So, the leaders had to mobilize their own contacts and channels and started making calls to professors or medical celebrities from various medical universities. These calls, all in secret. Professor Lee, where are you now? Our hospital has come up with a case that is great enough to shock the world. And with our ability we can't cope with it at all. Requesting you to hurry over and set up a research program. What case? So exaggerated. Have you ever heard of pig kidneys being transplanted into humans? Isn't this a successful experiment that was just conducted abroad and is still in the research stage? Why? Someone in the country has already done it successfully, and that patient has been sent to our hospital. What? This can't be right. 1,000 times over. If you don't believe me, you can come over and take a look. Professor Lee, who had finished the phone call, was instantly soulful. He was supposed to go abroad to attend a medical summit, and after getting this news, he immediately shouted to his assistant, "Next stop. Change your ticket back to your country." Elder Lee, what happened? Don't ask so many questions. Do what I tell you to do. Fast, fast, fast. It has to be fast. In the meantime, another titan of the medical profession received the same call. A bunch of nonsense. Even foreign laboratories are still in their infancy. Which hospitals in China have such qualifications to accomplish such amazing surgeries? Elder Qian, how could we dare to lie to you with such a matter? The detailed information about this matter has already been sent to your mailbox, via email, so you'll understand after reading it. Qian Lao immediately went into his private office and checked his email. This is not to be seen. One look at it was a shock. His entire body froze on the spot, his face full of shock, and his mouth exploded with sentence after sentence of nationalism. Crap, this is outrageous even for a horse? Who's got it so good that they can actually set a historical precedent? Dragon State Research Institute, elderly Mr. Zhong, who is known as the world's best man, is leading the development of a national medical technology. The program is already in the clinical phase and is just a foot away from success. Dean Zhong, an old classmate of yours from North Sea called. Who's that? Joe Xin. Ha, this old brother hasn't contacted me for a long time. Why would he suddenly call? President Zhong was quite surprised and took the phone from his secretary. The two men began with some brief greetings, and then, quickly got down to business. Senior Zhong, put down everything you have at hand and come to the North Sea quickly. Old Joe, are you kidding me? I still have important things to do in my hands. I simply can't get out of it. There is no important matter more important than this matter. If you don't come, it will definitely be the biggest regret in this life. The person on the other end of the phone couldn't hide his excitement as he shouted. Dean Zhong was instantly energized and asked busily, "What is it? Pig kidney transplant for human success. What kind of news is this? Hasn't it been reported before? That's foreign. I'm talking about domestic." Ah, Dean Zhong's eyes glazed over in shock. Follow the location information provided by the Batcore. Fumizumi quickly found it. The cars that were hiding the killers. There are 5 of these vehicles, scattered around the hospital, and parked in a major travel lane with the windows closed. The clear black SUV is also bulletproof. Ordinary people are basically unable to see what's going on inside, with the naked eye. From the outside, even a bulletproof car came by. Big deal. Fumizumi muttered. leaning against the side of the pole and dumping the sand in his shoes. It was as he was preparing to get a closer look. An exasperated voice came from behind. Wang Fan, I've finally found you. When Quan turned his head to look, only to see Wei Ling charging over aggressively. What's wrong? Wen Quan asked uncertainly. Wei Ling said angrily, you actually have the face to ask me what's wrong? When Quan scratched his head, even more confused. What the hell did you change for my dad? Waist. What loins? Hearing Wei Ling's aggressive tone, Wen Quan instantly realized that the other party probably already knew the truth of the matter. For this result, he had expected this when he brought Wei Yang to the hospital. Medical technology is so advanced today, with a single order and a check, you can find out, in minutes, the past life of that pair of loincloths. It's good to know. Spare me the worry of the old man. Whatever it looks like, let me just ask you one thing. Is your dad ready yet? Wen Quan asked in a serious manner. And you really changed my dad's pork loin? Fumizumi non-committally skimmed his lips in a disguised acknowledgement. Wang Fan, you've gone too far. How could you do this? Fumizumi said reasonably. Why can't you do that? Didn't I do it to save your dad? You don't care what kind of loin it is, as long as it can restore your dad's health. It's a good loin. If you don't change your waist, your father will die. If you change your waist, you can live for a few more decades. I'll let you choose. What will you choose? One time, Wei Ling was actually speechless. Because, indeed, Fumizumi had a point. Then why didn't you tell me beforehand? I, as a daughter, should still have the right to know at least even the bare minimum. When Quan rolled his eyes, what's the point of you knowing? It might even stop me. So it's better to change it and get it over with. Can't you change it to something else besides pork loin? My Miss Wei, but if there's something else to change, I wouldn't have to run to the food market to buy a pair of pork loins. Wei Ling stared with wide eyes, biting her lip with an exasperated look on her face. It's not true that Wen Quan saved her dad, but it's also true that a pair of pork loins were exchanged for her dad. At this very moment, her heart was both complicated and struggling. I don't know if I should thank Wen Quan or hold a grudge against the other party. Are there any after effects of the pork loin? I don't know about that. It's the first time I've ever given a change. I dare you to use my dad as a guinea pig. Wen Quan didn't want to continue to delve deeper into this topic, lest there be no end to it, and asked instead, what did the hospital say? Temporarily normal. That's not it. Stay in the Green Mountain. Not afraid of no firewood. Perhaps. My pair of pig's loins. Then your father's previous original loins to return power. The next year to give you a younger brother. Bumping into an articulate person like Wen Quan, Wei Ling was doomed to fail to get justice. And again, Wen Quan was a veterinarian, and it would have been natural for him to perform the deeds of a beast. Giving someone a pork loin for a change sounds unthinkable, but when you think about it, it makes sense. Phew. It was while the two were bickering and mixing. The trash can next to Wen Quan suddenly sputtered with dust. No good. Someone's shooting. Phew. Another sound of breaking wind struck. Wen Quan hugged Wei Ling and rolled towards the ground. Wei Ling was startled and hurriedly shouted, what are you doing? Phew. A bullet hit the ground beside the two men, and a thumb-sized hole immediately surfaced. When Wei Ling saw the scene, even if Wen Quan didn't explain, she should have understood that she had been shot at. Wen Quan pulled Wei Ling and hid behind a car. Is there another killer coming? Well, there are snipers on the roof of the building, equipped with silencers, hitting people without sound. Wen Quan's face was grim, and he said without moving, then what now? Wei Ling asked with a panicked face. Phew. Fumizumi couldn't even observe as another bullet came through and hit the hood on the side of his head. In the meantime, the black SUV parked in front of them. Suddenly the doors opened, and four tightly wrapped black-clothed people jumped down from the car. Gargoyle's Nest carried two submachine guns and opened fire in the direction of Wen Quan and Wei Ling. Da-da-da-da! Grass! Duck! Wen Quan shouted loudly, grabbing Wei Ling's hand and rushing towards one side. As he ran, he also warned, bend your body and don't look up. Bullets, like a storm of bullets, grazed the ear. Wei Ling was so scared that he screamed miserably. Luckily, there were plenty of cars parked on the side of the road that could be used as cover to hide. If you are in the open and you come across a sniper and an attacker in a combined attack, that's basically just going to be used as a living target and shot on sight. Fuck you. Fumizumi kicks off a nearby fire hydrant. Raging jets of water erupted away, spraying a curtain of water across the roadway and blocking the charger's view. Take advantage of this. Wen Quan hurriedly took Wei Ling and continued to hold his head. Another bullet from the sky. This time, Fumizumi wasn't so lucky. He didn't avoid it and got hit in the shoulder. In fact, with his reflexes, he could have dodged it. However, in order to protect Wei Ling, he preferred to use himself as a meat shield and took the shot. Hit by a regular bullet. That's a hole in the head. Sniper bullets are even more terrifying. A normal person would probably lose this arm. Fortunately, Wen Quan had a strong physique and thick skin, and he managed to carry this. But, such a serious injury. I'm afraid that he won't be able to date the 5 girls for a long time. These guys are really crazy. Didn't they want to kill Wei Yang? Why did they even kill me? Could it be that they already know that it was me who was saving Wei Yang all along? Wen Quan's complexion was frozen, his heart turning like electricity. In an instant, however, he vetoed his idea. Because the sniper's first shot wasn't at him, it was at Wei Ling. The other party should have wanted to take out Wei Ling, and he himself sensed the crisis. So, he saved her. It was this move that made himself one of the sniper's targets. Wang Fan, what should we do? Wei Ling asked in a panicked manner. When he turned his head, he realized that Wen Quan had been shot. No good. You're hurt. A small injury. Not a problem. Wen Quan sweated profusely from the pain and said through clenched teeth. Wei Ling was so anxious that tears were about to flow out of her eyes. This is still a minor injury. Your arm is about to be broken. Between Wen Quan's eyebrows, a flash of gravity flashed. Forget about this sideshow bullshit for now. The most important thing is to save your life. Although Wei Ling had learned to fight, he wasn't a strong fighter. And even more so, he didn't have the ability to fly through walls like a martial arts expert. Trying to rely on her to get out of harm's way is basically impossible. The only thing he could rely on at the moment was Wen Quan himself. Wen Quan also didn't expect them to suddenly strike without warning. It was because of his own miscalculation that he had not deployed well at all, and had no weapon in his hand to take advantage of it. No matter how good a martial artist is, he's still afraid of a chopper. Not to mention, people are holding hot weapons. Da-da-da-da. As soon as I heard the shots, without saying a word, Wen Quan immediately led Wei Ling to switch cover. Looking back, the car, which had been used as a cover a moment ago, was already riddled with holes, like a hornet's nest. What's shown in the movies is not true. Car doors don't stop bullets. Wei Ling said. To stop a bullet, the thickness of the steel plate should be at least about 3 centimeters, like the iron shell of a car, which is usually less than even 1 centimeter. Missy, what time is it? And you're still putting it aside to give me science? Wen Quan was about to laugh in anger. Wei Ling was terrified and showed sadness. Are we dead? Die a ball. Even if they die all, there's no way I'll die. Wen Quan shouted. Immediately, he released his senses to locate dangerous targets in the vicinity, and, activating his telepathy, he shouted towards the surroundings. Help! Old me is about to be killed. Why don't you guys get on this call? Not a shout out to anyone else, but to the Legion of Bats. Before the group of assassins launched their attack, Wen Quan had actually prepared for a counter-kill. It's just that for some reason, the bats were a bit slow in their efficiency, and before they could take care of the sniper on the rooftop, they let the other side take the lead in attacking. Target ducked into the dead end of the alley. Left 1 curtsy. Left 2 advance. Point B. Point C keep sniping. The target is unarmed. No need to worry about counterattack. Quick battle. Quick decision. The men attacked while conversing on microphones with a level of professionalism not dissimilar to that of a special operations squad. There are also drones in the sky, looking down for shots. Send the situation on the ground, in real time, to the console. Then, the console people, again, will coordinate the attack. Under such a tight offense, Wen Quan and Wei Ling had absolutely nowhere to hide and nothing to hide from. Inside the combat vehicle disguised as an off-road vehicle, as the supreme commander of this operation and the Black Tiger King's behind-the-scenes escort, Iron Tiger, is directing operations through real-time video coming back from the drone. This guy beside Wei Ling is a bit of a stalwart. Being hit by a large-caliber sniper rifle, he actually didn't lose his life outright and managed to continue to maintain a high level of agility. However, no matter how powerful this fellow is, he has already become a turtle in a jar, and what awaits him will surely only be the result of death. Iron Tiger had just finished saying this when the scene changed. A frequency in the microphone suddenly disappears. What's going on? The sniper at point A is lost. Bad signal? Or something else? The sniper at point C is also lost. This next, Tihu realized the seriousness of the problem. If it is a particular unit that is experiencing a condition, it may be attributed to a bad signal. If 2 units in a row are wrong, something is definitely wrong. Send the drones over immediately to see what's going on. This command had just been given, but the information officer who was controlling the drone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Not good. The drone is under attack. What is it? I don't know. It looks like a bird. Get rid of it. Can't get rid of. Boom. Mud. The drone blew up. Iron Tiger's face suddenly changed, and the combat screen in front of him, all of a sudden, blackened by a third. Somebody tell me what's going on. Iron Commander. We should be under a targeted attack. Who did this? Not yet. Suddenly, one of the frequencies shouted, Point B requesting backup, experiencing bat attack. What? Bats? Yes, it's the bats, dense and countless. Before the words were finished, the signal at Point B cut out, and finally, all that was left was a string of intermittent murmurs. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Iron Commander. The 2 targets that were being cleared are missing, another person shouted. Tiha checked the screen and realized that the 2 targets had indeed disappeared from sight. So, hissing, he shouted, didn't we already block the 2 of them into the alley just now? Can't these 2 guys go up to heaven and down to earth? Finally made a move. Shit, I almost got fucked. Only after when Quan brought Wei Ling to a safe confined space did he slap his chest and gasp for air. Why aren't they beating the 2 of us anymore? Wei Ling asked curiously. When the 2 ran over just now, they didn't run into a hail of gunfire. Even the sniper, who was shady overhead, suddenly went mute. When Quan's eyes flashed, and he said in a stern voice, I can't always let them beat me. I have to fuck them too. I have to do it too. Shit. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do you really think I'm a sick cat? Wei Ling was startled and hurriedly asked. Oh no. Did something happen to my father? Perhaps. It has been karma'd. What do you mean? Karma'd? It's just getting killed. Wei Ling's face darkened as she turned around and ran outside. Hey, what are you doing? I'm going to save my dad. Save your ass, you damn clay bodhisattva. It's hard to protect yourself. Take care of yourself first. When Quan pulled him back with one hand. If I don't go and save my dad, then my dad is definitely dead. It won't die. I've arranged for someone to go over there. No, to be precise, it should be arranged for the bat to go over. Wei Ling's guess was pretty accurate. At the time of the attack on the 2 of them, a group of black-clad men have stormed the hospital. Their goal is clear. Find the ward where Wei Yang is, and then, finish him off. Anyone who dares to stand in their way, clean as a whistle. It's a barrage of bullets swept through. Su Haitang was scared half to death and ran to the hospital room ahead of time in an attempt to divert Wei Yang. However, unexpectedly, Wei Yang, who had finished changing the pork loin, had actually gotten up from the hospital bed, refreshed and full of blood. Uncle Wei, why are you awake? Wei Yang also felt amazing and clenched his fists and said, I now feel like I'm so full of power that I can kill a cow with one punch. Uncle Wei, this is not the time for us to brag. Someone wants to kill you and has come straight here. We'd better run for our lives. Wei Yang was as steady as an old dog and asked with a calm face, how many people are on the other side? I don't know. A lot anyway, at least a dozen. Are you armed? Didn't you hear the shots? Wei Yang unplugged the tubes inserted in his body and jumped down from the hospital bed, saying with a stern expression, Yu Tong, you hide first. I'll go out to meet them. Uncle Wei, don't be impulsive. They're outnumbered and have guns. If you rush out, you'll definitely be beaten into a sieve by them. Su Haitang was anxious and rushed to dissuade Wei Yang. Wei Yang, however, smiled faintly and said with equanimity, I am at least a martial arts expert, and in this situation, I am not so bad as to run away. It seems like you're only at the body tempering realm, right? It used to be, but now I am at the inner strength stage. The words fell. Wei Yang's body shook. A powerful air current, centered on it, hovered and flew. It blew Su Haitong's hair wildly, and she couldn't even open her eyes. I'll go. Uncle Wei, your realm has broken through? Wei Yang nodded and said smugly, yes, the bottleneck that has stuck me for years no longer exists. All of this is really too incredible. According to reason, I have just finished transplanting organs. The first time I recovered from a serious illness. I can save this life is already the blessing of God, but I did not expect that. Actually can also be broken and then stand up. Is really a great fortune in life. This pig's waste is so horrible? Su Haitang covered her small mouth in awe. What pork loin? Wei Yang asked. Su Haitang opened her eyes wide and said, Uncle Wei, don't you know that the kidney that Wang Fan replaced for you is not a human's, or a pig's? Wei Yang was taken aback and was about to continue pursuing, but in that moment, the instant approach of danger was perceived, and so, as he pushed Su Haitang away, his body's chi flow rapidly gathered. Boom! With a deafening thud, the door to the ward, blown open with a cannonball. A group of black-clothed men fishtailed into the room, holding submachine guns and aiming them at Wei Yang. Target sighted, the man on the scene reported. Direct hit. The command came over the microphone. Okay. The person in charge gave his companion a look, and with that, was about to set fire on Wei Yang. It was too late. Wei Yang started abruptly by his figure. The entire person instantly transformed into a residual shadow and rushed towards the dozen or so people outside the house. When the crowd saw this scene, they were immediately shocked. They subconsciously tried to shoot, but before the brain had a chance to convey this command to the fingers, the body flew uncontrollably. Original. A punch has been landed to the chest. Inner strength stage. Impossible. Wei Yang's information clearly shows that it's body tempering stage. The internal energy is externalized. He hid his strength. Boom, boom, boom. Inner strength stage experts are as terrifying as they are. In a short breath, all of the dozen or so people outside the house were knocked to the ground by Wei Yang. Some of those who resisted were trying to struggle to their feet and fight back. Wei Yang directly blew his head off with a slap in the air. The body tempering stage was the pinnacle of the human limit. Athletes like those who are bullies are basically at that level. However, if you enter the inner strength stage, then the human body is equivalent to completing the evolution, with extraordinary strength and speed. Wen Quan has already verified this once with his own personal experience. He could rely on the strength of his physical body to dislike someone at the body tempering stage, and beat the other party without the ability to fight back. However, as soon as he bumped into Ma Baobo of the inner strength stage, he was taught to be a human being by the other party in minutes. It's not that Fumizumi can't fight. Rather, they really can't fight. If he doesn't use spells or underhanded tricks, that inner strength stage expert could really kill him alive. Commander Tai, the intelligence is wrong. Wei Yang has stepped into the inner strength stage. Nonsense. Wasn't this guy's waist pierced and just replaced? How did he break through the realm? This subordinate isn't sure. Anyway, he's pushing hard right now. And just this bit of our configuration isn't enough for others to stuff their teeth. Where's the sniper? Snipers all lost. I'm afraid this is a trap. Iron Tiger's eyes glazed over, his face full of shock. I thought this mission was a sure thing, but I didn't expect it. In a matter of minutes, a great situation took a sharp turn for the worse. No, I've made a military order to kill Wei Yang, no matter what the cost. Today, only one can live between me and him. Iron Tiger's heart fluttered, and he completely went out of his way. Seeing that the people under his hand were being gradually digested by the other side, he simply stopped commanding remotely and decided to put his own armor on the battlefield himself. Wei Yang was at the inner strength stage. He is also at the inner strength stage. He wouldn't believe it. A soldier himself can't beat a vigilante. Your dad woke up, and it took out all those who assassinated him. How do you know? Guess. Wei Ling's head was filled with black lines and she was speechless to the extreme. What time is it? You still have the heart to joke with me. Who's kidding you? Wen Quan rolled up his eyes. Your father is now an expert of the inner strength stage. Ordinary people can't hurt him at all. Just now, the bat in charge of scouting the hospital had already informed Wen Quan as much as he could about what was happening inside. When he learned of this, he was shocked by it. The mind wondered. This Wei Yang dude is also too ruthless. Got two loins just mounted. It was already quite an effort to keep this life alive, and to actually break through the cultivation level in such a short period of time. This Nima, either they have a protagonist aura over them, or they're open. Wen Quan, who was a hungover man, twisted his head to look at his arm and couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that one's hanging is in arrears? Otherwise, how did you get this shot? Hearing Wen Quan say that, Wei Ling's heart shook as she said incredulously, my dad made a breakthrough? Yes. How is this possible? Don't say that you don't believe it. I also don't believe it when I hear it, thief. But this is the truth. Perhaps your father should be the chosen one. Wen Quan sighed. Wei Yan was actually able to make a breakthrough thanks in large part to Wen Quan. It was the other party who spared no effort in pouring in Reiki when they were changing Wei Yang's waist. Originally, 1/3 of the aura would have been enough to complete the operation. Just to make sure, Wen Quan continuously adds pounds. These overflows naturally became important energy for Wei Yang to break through his cultivation level. Are we safe now? Wei Ling asked. Wen Quan activated his telepathy and contacted the bat next to him, asking about the surrounding area. The other party was quick to reply. The threat is in the process of being cleared, with 1/3 remaining. Is there anyone else out there? No more. Wen Quan's expression slowed down and he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So he turned his head and said to Wei Ling, you can go out now. Without saying a word, Wei Ling immediately pushed open the door of the warehouse. Step outside and take a look, only to see a mess all over the ground, all of which were lying black-clothed men. It was these guys who had just charged at the two. Wei Ling scanned the circle and asked in a shocked voice, did the bats do it again? Why yes, last night, those who were attacked by the bats were also in this miserable state. Wei Ling replied. The speaker has no intention of listening. Wen Quan frowned slightly, his heart moved to kill. Sure, this killing idea is not killing Wei Ling. Instead, we're going to exterminate all those people who were attacked by the bats. As for the reason, it has been mentioned before and need not be repeated at this time. Either do nothing or do everything. Leave no one behind and kill them all. Wen Quan gave orders to the legions of bats hovering in the sky. The vampire bat king himself replied, Master, you don't have to worry about that. I have already considered this. Even if some people can survive our attacks, he won't live for more than half a quarter of an hour because, when we attack, we will release viruses. The toxicity of these viruses is extremely strong. Seeing blood seals the throat. When Quan's heart stabilized with a new concern, these viruses won't spread. Will they? No. It will dissolve in place after killing the first host, the vampire Bat King said. With this statement, Fumizumi could put his heart back in his stomach again. Boom! There was a violent explosion from the direction of the hospital. Wei Ling looked up and immediately darted over. When Quan shouldn't have delayed and quickly followed the other party's footsteps, entering the middle of the hospital building together. Hospital at this time. It's a mess, to say the least. The crowd fled outward like a raging flood. It took Wei Ling and Wen Quan a great deal of effort before they finally squeezed through the crowd and arrived at the designated floor. In an empty hallway, they both saw Wei Yang. The other party was wearing a hospital gown, and a majestic stream of air hovered around his body, powerful and incomparable. And opposite Wei Yang, there stood a tall black-robed man, and the other party was holding a steel knife with a chilling aura. The battle between the two had entered a white heat. Obviously, they had been fighting for quite a while before when Quan and Wei Ling rushed over. Both had some injuries on their bodies to varying degrees. The explosion just now should have been triggered when the two of them amplified their moves. Wei Yang's condition was not optimistic. The body was slashed several times, each cut going deep into the flesh. However, there was no blood coming out. And this was exactly the technique that martial arts experts customarily used to seal their points with chi. On the contrary, the man in black was similarly no better. His face was pale and his body swayed as if he had suffered some kind of heavy injury. That's really something. Your realm has obviously just broken through, yet your strength is so strong. This body of 13 Taba horizontal training is truly formidable. This man in black was the chief commander of this assassination operation, Iron Tiger. He rushed into the hospital with the intention of certain death and fought dozens of rounds with Wei Yang. Originally thought, with his own strength, he could destroy and defeat his opponent. However, it was only after actually exchanging hands that he suddenly realized that Wei Yang's strength was far beyond his imagination. Your hard Qigong, which is likewise not weak, is none other than an untold secret from the Black Tiger Guards. You are from the Black Tiger Guards. Wei Yang pointed out the identity of the other party by virtue of his martial arts path. Iron Tiger didn't deny it and nodded slightly. Yes, the person who killed me was the Black Tiger King? The answer is obvious, so you don't have to ask knowingly. Iron Tiger's gaze was disdainful. The real culprit behind the scene. I have guessed it a long time ago. I just don't want to believe it. After all, I have no hatred with the Black Tiger King from afar. No grudges in the recent days. Why did he, 3 times, want to put me to death? Wei Yang asked. Because you're in the way. Iron Tiger roared angrily, and then said with a cold smile, since you all already know that the general wants to kill you, then hurry up and tie your hands. In this acre of land in the North Sea, whoever the general wants to kill will have to die. No exceptions whatsoever. What a big mouth. I just don't believe it. Wen Quan stood out and shouted at Tai Hu. Iron Tiger's eyes rolled and locked onto Wen Quan. And who are you? Wen Quan laughed and said faintly, you know why you guys couldn't kill Wei Yang 3 times? Even though he only had half a life left, he could still put him to death. Iron Tiger's face changed in shock as he asked offhandedly, did you save him? Yes, it was exactly what I did. Wen Quan took the initiative to admit it. Iron Tiger snapped. Who are you? What a big guts. How dare you obstruct the Black Tiger King's plan? Don't you know that the general is the sky of the North Sea? Wen Quan plucked at his eyebrows and said an extremely powerful sentence. Meng Yu, that fool who doesn't know the sky and the earth, was killed by me, and it was with the same knife you're holding that I chopped off his head, and then, threw his body, into the fire, and set it on fire. This statement was made. It's like a thunderclap on the ground. Not only was Iron Tiger intimidated, even the father and daughter, Wei Yang and Wei Ling, who were next to him, were filled with shock, their eyes glaring like bronze bells. Did you kill the young lord? You have a problem with your ears. Did I not make myself clear enough? You simply don't know what you're doing. You know why I'm telling you the truth. It's because, you're about to be finished. I'll fucking kill you. Tai Hu instantly became furious and swung the steel blade in his hand, then rushed towards Wen Quan. Wen Quan waited for this moment. As the other rushed, with lightning speed, to within reach, the fireball condensed in his hand and instantly blasted out. Look out! Wei Yang shouted out loud and was about to step forward to block the blade for Wen Quan. However, his body hadn't even had time to launch. Wen Quan's fatal strike had blasted Iron Tiger, launching a surprise attack at such close range. Even an expert of the inner strength stage would have difficulty dodging it. What's more, Wen Quan deliberately uttered this news, which was truly too powerful, and instantly made the other party lose his mind. In anger, a person's nerves are paralyzed and their reflexes are slowed down. Iron Tiger's figure shook, wanting to use his outwardly released internal energy to shake the flames away. However, when it came to the body that the flames were staining, he realized with a jolt that the flames were bizarre and abnormal. Ah! Iron Tiger fell to the ground, rolled desperately, and let out a heartbreaking scream. The scream didn't last long. The flames then engulfed him completely. A few short breaths. A big living person was burned cleanly, without the slightest crumbs left, as if the earth had evaporated. Look at the scene in front of you. Wen Quan looked as normal, his eyes indifferent. Wei Yang, on the other hand, was shocked and wondered, what kind of fire is this? Why is it so terrifyingly powerful? An inner strength stage expert. Without even a struggle, he was dried out by the fire. Imagine if it was himself who had been tainted by this flame. He thought that he would have ended up with this corpse and bones. Chief Wei, you don't have to worry. I only strike out at my enemies and never perform this technique on my friends. Wen Quan waved his hand and said with a faint smile. The pupils in Wei Yang's eyes quickly focused, scrutinizing Wen Quan critically. Dr. Wang, who the hell are you? Could it be that Miss Wei didn't tell you all about my identity? Wen Quan's gaze flickered and swept the dazed Wei Ling next to him. For the identity of Wen Quan, Wei Yang had learned about it a long time ago. Wang Fan, the son-in-law of the Chu family, the husband of Chu Qingge, the #1 beauty in the North Sea, an ordinary man with no power or influence. Family origin, in a small third-tier city in the south. The entire resume, to say the least, is mediocre and unimpressive. But it's just such a person. But he has saved himself many times in times of danger, and has consecutively repelled powerful enemies, doing one amazing feat after another. This is not the handiwork of ordinary people. Ordinary people don't have that kind of power either. Wen Quan looked around, and said in a decisive manner, Chief Wei, this place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Let's find a safer place and talk about it again. Wei Yang was doing just that. So, there was not the slightest hesitation in agreeing to Wen Quan's proposal. Before leaving, Wen Quan gave the Bat Legion a final order. Don't let any fish slip through the net. All enemies involved in this matter must be exterminated. As a seasoned old cunt, the moment is never forgotten and the site is cleaned up. It's easy to kill a bunch of people, but to stay out of the way and remain mysterious after killing someone is a skill job. Wang Fan, your shoulder is still injured. Do you need to bandage it? Wen Quan glanced sideways at his arm and said with a grimace, Ouch cripes, if you didn't say it, I almost forgot. Half an hour later, Wen Quan and Wei Yang, the three of them, evacuated to a safe zone. As there are private matters to be discussed, Wei Ling and Su Haitang both tacitly chose to evade. Standing on the hill, overlooking the landscape in the distance, the two stood side by side. Wen Quan, whose arm was bandaged, pulled out 2 cigarettes. Smoke or not? I've quit smoking. However, I can have one. Wei Yang laughed and took the proffered cigarette from Wen Quan. After lighting the fire, the two of them gulped down the clouds. Wei Yang finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and couldn't help but ask, Dr. Wang, did you really kill the Black Tiger King's son? Wen Quan nodded non-committally, his eyes gradually deepening. Why, it's reasonable to say that between you and the Black Tiger King, there is no intersection, much less a grudge. Wei Yang asked, who says I don't have a grudge against him? The grudge between me and him is like a blood feud that does not share the same sky. Not only do I want to kill his son, but I also want to kill him and uproot and decimate his entire family. This sentence, Wen Quan practically gritted his teeth and shouted out in anger. Wei Yang's face suddenly changed when he saw this. He heard an unmistakable torrent of hatred from Wen Quan's tone. Chief Wei, plain speaking, the reason why I have saved you many times is because I think you are useful to me. And also the Black Tiger King wants to kill you. But anyone he wants to kill is my friend. If you're willing, we can form an alliance and fight side by side against a strong enemy. Of course if you don't want to, then I won't force myself, only that in the future. If you encounter any more danger, then I won't interfere. Because, I do everything for a purpose, and I don't want to waste my energy and time on someone who is useless. Wen Quan smoked a cigarette and eyed the front while speaking bluntly from the bottom of his heart. Wei Yang also didn't expect Wen Quan to be so direct, and after a brief moment of stagnation, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dr. Wang, I'd like to ask, if I work with you, what kind of benefits can I get? Wen Quan muttered, I've already given you so many benefits without you working with me, and when you truly become one of your own, what I'll make up to you again will be absolutely unimaginable. There is no way to return the favor of saving my life. I really shouldn't ask for anything more. However, before I promise you, I have one more condition. Wei Yang's eyes narrowed slightly and he took a deep breath. But there's no harm in saying it. Wei Yang opened the door and said, a cheap life of mine is not worth dying for. But my daughter is innocent. No matter what the circumstances are, you must keep her safe and not let anything happen to her. Also, there's a covenant. You can't kill the innocent. You can't break the law. You can't be a scourge to society. No doubt about it. Wei Yang is a decent person, thinking only of others, not of yourself. A selfish old cunt like Wen Quan could never reach such a state in his lifetime. He admired people like that, but definitely won't be one of those. It's so stupid. If I live a new life, I should be the one to burden the world, but not allow the world to burden me. The heart of a saintly mother. This kind of fucked up thing, neither in this life nor in the previous life, Wen Quan never possessed it, but he's definitely not really a bad guy either. Let's just say, it's a mixed bag, doing things by any means necessary, but also have their own principles and bottom line. Chief Wei, I am also a good person, Wen Quan said righteously, lying without blinking. Wei Yang gazed at Wen Quan and thought, after a dozen seconds or so, only then did he speak slowly. What is your plan? I'm going to be the only king of the North Sea, turning my hand to the clouds and my hand to the rain, and I'll cut down anyone and anything that stands in my way, leaving no one behind. Wen Quan changed his kind brows from earlier and said with a murderous outburst, then your first target to take out is the Black Tiger King. Wei Yang hit the nail on the head. Fumizumi hummed softly. Yes, if I don't kill him, then none of my so-called plans can be put into action. Wei Yang's expression was serious and he said without moving, the Black Tiger King is a supreme expert. He is armed with a world-class kung fu. He has 100,000 Black Tiger guards under his command. And, the Dragon Kingdom's god of war, Yi Fan, is his backer? So what do you have? Wen Quan's eyes narrowed slightly. Hegemonically, he said, although I don't have the strength to go head-to-head with the Black Tiger King right now, as long as I'm given the time to develop, it won't take long for me to turn the sky of this North Sea upside down. Wei Yang was silent, not saying a word. Chief Wei, you don't believe me? On you, I do feel a domineering aura of surrender, and I have also seen the strength you have displayed. Only that doing great things is by no means a matter of lip service, Wei Yang said with a heart like water. Wen Quan was not surprised to see this. The other man had seen it all, and his emotions had long since ceased to be as easily heartfelt and fervent as those of a young man. If you want the other side to believe, you have to show the appropriate things and prove them. Wei Yang added, Mr. Wang, since I have agreed to work with you, I am one with you, and I will assist you to the best of my ability with any arrangements or deployments you have, as long as they don't violate the principles. Wen Quan's expression moved. Chief Wei, how about I give you a meet and greet gift? What kind of meet and greet? Wen Quan said, don't you have a nemesis in the patrol camp? The name is Li Shun. He is the white glove of the Black Tiger King who does bad things. I will help you get rid of him so that you will have no more worries. Wei Yang froze, neither accepted nor rejected. Instead, he said solemnly, what do you want to do? I have my own means. I'll do it tonight, and when you return to the patrol camp tomorrow, you'll get the news of his death. Wen Quan said with conviction. Wei Yang pursed his lips and didn't say another word. Instead, he lifted his head and gazed toward the distance, his complexion gradually, except for the collaboration thing. There was another more important thing that Wei Yang had to ask about. Mr. Wang, I'm told that I was given a pair of pork loins in exchange? Yes, Wen Quan admitted cheerfully. Being so direct, in turn, caused Wei Yang to be a bit taken by surprise. How can a pig's loin be put on a man's body? Aren't you a perfect proof of that? Wei Yang subconsciously touched his own waist. Not only did not feel any discomfort, but also found that the surging power, than their own previous waist, there is no better. He can hardly believe it. It's a pair of pork loins. This is the first time I've heard of something so outrageous. And, myself, I become a party to it. Wei Yang shook his head and said with a heartfelt emotion. Wen Quan said, a human kidney may not be as good as a pig's waist. Chief Wei, if you're not satisfied with that, I'll get you another pair later. Wei Yang was directly confused. This is a waistband, not online shopping, and you can just say you're going to change it? How long will it last? Wen Quan carefully thought for a moment, said in a serious manner, this, I do not know. According to the normal situation, you can live for as long as you can use for as long as you can use. If one day is bad, do not be afraid of, at any time to replace. Lifetime warranty. Wei Yang didn't want to continue talking on this topic anymore, although he was curious. Wen Quan's answer gave him a strange feeling like a stalk in his throat. Chief Wei, not only the waist, but other parts that are broken can also be replaced. You can replace any animal you want. Wen Quan said. Dr. Wang, you're a veterinarian? Aha! You seem to be a little different from the veterinarian in my perception. Wei Yang said with a desire to speak. Aren't veterinarians doctors who treat animals? And this vet in front of me seems to be passionate about replacing animal parts on people. Is modern medicine so advanced that you can change anything you want? I don't know if modern medicine is developed or not. Anyway, with me, there is no such thing as impossible. When Quan patted his chest and said, having Wei Yang as a success story had invariably given him great confidence. He can't wait to start the other organ replacement surgeries. For example, heart, liver, eyes, arms, or certain fighting parts, tiger whips, bull whips, whatever. The two talked a lot. Although it was always a donkey's mouth, and the scene was dumbed down for a while, both sides got to know each other, to a certain extent. Chief Wei, my camp needs more aspirants like you. If you have any suitable candidates, you can take the initiative to recruit or introduce them to me. All hands on deck. There is strength in numbers. Wen Xuan's current power is still weak, and even with the Beast Legion in place, he will have to continue to build up his strength if he wants to take down a powerful opponent. Sure, 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. You can't get fat in one bite. Not only does he have a strong will to take revenge, but also, a decade of patience. Where there's a will, there's a way. 102 Qin passes belong to the Chu. Heaven will not be disappointed by your painstaking efforts. 3,000 Yuejia can swallow the Wu. Wei Yan left with Wei Ling, and when Quan was ready to drive Su Haitang back, homeward bound, Su Haitang launched an inquiry to Wen Quan. Big brother, what did you talk to Wei Ling's father about? At first sight, we have a good conversation. Wen Quan passed it off with a flourish. Can you go into more detail? Can't. Su Haitang clasped her hands on her chest and pouted. We are at least teammates who have fought side by side, and with such a lifelong friendship, what else can't we confide in each other? Yu Tong, I don't tell you that's for your own good. There are some things that are not for you to understand at your age, Wen Quan said in a serious tone. If you don't say it, I actually know it. What do you know? Su Haitang said chestily. I'm not a fool. I've been involved in the whole process of all these things you've done, and with a little bit of brain power, I can understand what you want to do. Wen Quan looked sideways and couldn't help but ask, oh, tell me more carefully. Last time we were hijacked, it was you who saved our lives. Later, my mom's company had a change of heart. It was also you who mediated from it and resolved the crisis. Now, Uncle Wei's accident, it was also you who gave a helping hand. With your temperament, the typical and profitable, absolutely have other plans. Hearing Su Haitang say that, Wen Quan instantly came to life and turned off the car music. Keep going. You're supposed to be doing something big and need a lot of assistance. And my mom and Uncle Wei are one of your bargaining chips. So that's why you're going out of your way to help them get through this. Wen Quan couldn't help but applaud Su Haitang if he wasn't driving. Unexpectedly, this girl looks quite beautiful. The brain is also a thief. Actually really let her deduce something. Did you come up with this yourself? Or did Wei Ling tell you? I discussed it with Wei Ling. No wonder. You're not supposed to be this smart. If it's with Wei Ling, then this all makes sense. Wen Quan only said the first 2 words, while the latter was only muttered quietly in his mind. Seeing that he had guessed what Wen Quan was thinking, Su Haitang smugly tilted her chin and asked with a slight smile, have you got your next target yet? What target? Uncle Wei has already become your lapdog, so you definitely need other bigger lapdogs. Su Haitang added, a dog's leg? Your analogy is really appropriate. Wen Quan laughed dryly. Su Haitang gave Wen Quan a clue, another classmate of mine. Yu Yanxiao. Her father is a justice of the peace, while her grandfather is a duke. Except that Master Yu, who is old, has lost sight of his eyes, so if you can cure his eyes, then you can pull the Yu family into the fold as well. Duke, Wen Quan's heart shook. There are 5 levels of titles, namely, Duke, Waiter, Burr, Son, and Man. Someone who can become a Duke. That is nothing less than one of the most powerful people in this country. Even if there was no power in his hands, he could accumulate deep connections and resources just by relying on this title. Throughout the ages, only the kind of founding ministers at the level of cracking the earth and sealing the king could have such a courtesy. You family usually do not show mountains, do not show water, but the real strength, absolutely champion of the North Sea. If it was not the you old man retreated in a hurry and returned to his hometown, perhaps, the imperial capital will add another big family. Su Haitang said, when Quan's complexion stared as thoughts raced through his mind. Have to say, this reminder from Su Haitang opened another line of thought for him. One person's brain is ultimately limited. There are still times when brainstorming is needed. How old is Master Yu now? 95. So big. Wouldn't that be the first generation of national leaders? Aha! People are the ones who fought against the true martial emperor in the world. When Quan's heart moved, he smiled. Yu Tong, you helped me to introduce. I like to venerate heroes in my life. Like Yu Guogong, such a great hero. I've long been eagerly looking forward to it, and have been friends with God for a long time. Chutzpah. It's simply a passive attribute of Wenquan. Su Haitang raised an eyebrow, naturally knowing exactly what medicine Wenquan had bought in his gourd. What's in it for me? I'll give you whatever favor you want. Su Haitang tilted her head, thought for a few seconds, and murmured, I haven't thought of it yet, or I'll owe it first. No problem. Without saying a word, Wenquan directly agreed. If he could get on Yu Guogon's lap, then Wenquan's road to revenge would undoubtedly have another big guarantee. It was already late at night when he sent Su Haitang back home. Taking out his cell phone, he found that Chuchinga had called several times. He immediately called back. Where are you? Something's come up. What is it? Didn't you give me a mission? And I'm working on this matter right now. Wenquan opened his eyes. I called over there, and you didn't report at all. Chuchinga immediately exposed Wenquan's lie. Wenquan said without the slightest hesitation. What's the point of going to the company? Treating the symptoms doesn't cure the root cause. I have to start at the source. The source? What source? You don't need to be in charge of these. I have my own plans. Since I promised you that I would bring that cosmetic company back from the dead, I will definitely do what I said. Wenquan said decisively. Chuchinga asked again. Are you going back home? Not available. Wait a couple days. The dog is gone. Oh, it's probably gone looking for a little bitch to mate with. So when it gets tired of playing, it'll come back on its own. Wenquan replied. Chuchinga was speechless and didn't want to talk to this guy anymore, lest he piss himself off and have a heart attack. Hang up the phone. Fumizumi then started summoning wild dogs. Not a moment too soon. A dog general came running quickly. Where is your dog, Emperor? Commanding the battle. The dog general replied. Wenquan froze for a moment, then realized, and asked, what is the current status of the battle? A force to be reckoned with and destroyed. The dog general replied. So powerful. Lead me there immediately. I want to watch the battle. Yes, Taishang. The dog general nodded and turned to lead the way. Wenquan swept a shared bike off the side of the road, stood up and pedaled furiously, following the dog general's lead and heading straight for the scene. He gave the big black dog a task. Eradicate the Black Tiger sect. This task is easier said than done. The Black Tiger sect, at least, is the #1 Jianghu sect in the North Sea, backed by the Black Tiger King, with strong strength and many disciples. Even the officials don't dare to mess with it easily. At that time, Wenquan didn't know what kind of tendon he had in his brain, but he gave such a command to the big black dog on a whim. Looking back at this point, he was feeling a little crazy about it all. So, it was only when the dog general gave him his report that he had a moment of dawning realization. But it's done. There is no turning back from the bow. Since this mission is all in process, then we'll just have to wipe it out in one fell swoop. The Black Tiger sect has been cultivating in the North Sea for a long time. Its forces are intricate and complex, and there are hundreds of industries under its name. Trying to wipe them out is not possible unless the officials or the military step in. Otherwise, civilian forces alone are no match for them. Big black dogs are smart. It didn't use the all-out, one-pike tactic, with tens of thousands of dogs out together. The scene was just too much. Sessions. Even if the Black Tiger sect was exterminated, one would still be in trouble with the fire. People who don't know thought the dogs had a virus and went crazy. In the aftermath, the army will surely be sent to suppress it forcefully. Then all the wild dogs in the North Sea will be driven to extinction. This result, it was never what Fumizumi wanted to see. In order to achieve the strategic goal and ensure their own safety, then we can only adopt the tactics of catching the thief first or breaking him down one by one. Wenquan rode a shared bicycle and slowly arrived at the place of the incident. He had just parked his car when the big black dog came sniffing around. How did it go? Wenquan asked. It's done. On my way over, I heard from your men that you were using the decapitation plan? Wenquan inquired with a raised eyebrow. The big black dog nodded. Yes, master. Not bad. Not bad. Child, who is your chosen target this time? Wenquan's expression stared. Third leader of the Black Tiger sect. The big black dog replied. Wenquan's eyes narrowed slightly and a soft eep escaped his lips. Is that the guy who runs the casino? Right, the big black dog said. In the meantime, Chicken followed a group of his own men and was in the middle of a desperate escape. However, a pack of wild dogs, like wolves and tigers, but they followed their asses and bit them to death. Seeing his brothers being taken out one by this group of wild dogs, Chicken was both enraged and shocked. He just got back from business. It was a surprise attack right in front of the house. And so, immediately, he greeted his men and prepared to meet them. Chicken is a very life-thirsty person, and when he travels on weekdays, he basically brings a dozen bodyguards with him. Even the car he rode in was a customized bulletproof vehicle, because he knows it well. The profession one is in. is licking blood from the head of a knife, and one might, one day, be killed by someone sneaking around. So, must be careful, 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 caution, caution, and more caution. It is this thundering principle. Let chicken in the bloody North Sea rivers and lakes, survived until now, and sat in the position of the third leader of the Black Tiger sect. Being careful is a good thing. However, even if he made it this far, there were still a number of hostile forces that attempted to put him to death every year. Every time, the chickens all survived. Even this one today. He also didn't panic at all, thinking it was just a sparse attack, but when he saw the object of the attack, he snapped out of it. This one is different from the previous ones. It seems, dog, 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 all dogs, big dogs, small dogs, crossbreeds, wolfhounds, hyenas, pet dogs. The number of them is so high that it reaches several hundred. In just one wave of the charge, Chicken's protective formation was broken up. His men fought to the death to save him. In a matter of 10 seconds or so, these scrupulous and loyal henchmen became poop in the mouths of these wild dogs. Thoughts pulled back. Chicken remained in disbelief, as if in a dream. Where's the dog? Why did the dog attack him? And why are these dogs so fierce? They're like wolves? Question after question swirled in the middle of his mind. When his thoughts pulled back, his mind was still buzzing. Third boss. I'll cover you. You run. The last henchman, with a push away from Chicken, shouted at the top of his voice. Woof woof woof. Before the dude could say anything, he was directly overwhelmed by the swarm of wild dogs that pounced on him. One hand was raised high in the air, trying to hold on to something, but can't hold on to anything. Finally, as his body went limp, he just collapsed. Ah! Chicken was dumbfounded and filled with horror. All that was heard was a flutter. The whole man planted his head and fell to the ground. Packs of wild dogs surrounded the area from all sides. Every dog's fierce and vicious, grimacing and killing. Chicken's back was against the wall, his face twitching as the fear festered inside him to the breaking point. What's going on? Why is that? Treadmill. What the hell is going on? It's done. Chicken still looked confused. He racked his brain, trying to remember. One doesn't seem to have offended stray dogs, much less mistreated them. Sometimes when they see a poor dog, they will even be so kind as to throw something for them to eat. By the book. In the eyes of a stray dog, he's not really considered a good person. And yet, they are not purely bad people. Tonight, why was it so inexplicably tragic? It was while he was puzzled. A footstep came from far away. After those wild dogs heard the commotion, they immediately parted a path and respectfully stood on both sides. When Quan and the big black dog, like the return of the king, walked side by side, walked through the dogs to the grouse. When Quan had a cigarette in his mouth, the big black dog also had a cigarette in his mouth. That untamed, eyeless expression, like a pair of no-good, rampaging street skaters. Brother Chicken, we meet again. Chicken stared at Wen Quan with rounded eyes, a look of disbelief spreading across his face. You? I wonder if you still recognize me. Chicken shouted. Chu family flunky. Wang Fan? Wen Quan nodded slightly and said with a smile on his face, it seems that you have a good memory and actually remember me. Did you send these dogs? Chicken asked. Well, yes, Wen Quan admitted decisively. Why are you doing this? Wen Quan was straight and honest. Because I'm going to kill you. Chicken was confused and shouted angrily. Why do you want to kill me? I have no enmity with you from afar. I have no grudges. I didn't seek to settle the score with you in the first place even though you won so much money from the casino. I don't have a vendetta against you for wanting to kill you. Chicken was even more dumbfounded. Wen Quan oohed and awed, patiently explaining. I want to overthrow the Black Tiger sect, but I don't have the ability to kill all of you. I can only click off a few of your heads first, and when you are leaderless, you will naturally turn into a scattered sand and be at my mercy. This statement was made. Stonebreaker. Mountain Chicken was stunned beyond words and shouted in shock. Are you crazy? The Black Tiger Gate is the #1 gang in the North Sea, and our gate master is even related to the Black Tiger King. Haven't you thought about the consequences of doing this? Wen Quan pulled out his ears, not wanting to bullshit with Chicken anymore. An eyebrow was raised in a flirtatious manner. Brother Chicken, thank you for letting me win more than 100 million before. I am a person who has always been avenging a grudge and complaining about a grudge, and the grace of a drop of water is repaid by a spring of water. I will leave you a whole body. Chicken still wanted to say something, but the big black dog didn't give him another chance to open his mouth, directly pounced over and bit his neck. Clean up the scene and get ready to move on to the next one. After killing the grouse, Wen Quan and big black dog begin to plot their next step. Who's the next target? Black Tiger sect talking head. Mang Batian. Okay, just fuck him. Wen Quan waved his hand with an order. The Wild Dog Legion roared towards Meng Batian's location. Half an hour later, Monk's Hill. It is located between the beautiful mountains of Beihai. The barrier is heavily guarded. The city is high and the walls are thick. There were also 800 soldiers, stationed in various areas of the lodge. At the first sign of trouble, must move like the wind and be swift as lightning, can support every position in a very short time. Here, once a military fortress, it was bought by Mang Batian at a high price and made into an easily defensible, solid bronze wall. At this point, under the cover of night, when Quan had already arrived at the outskirts of the lodge, he stood tall, overlooking the imposingly huge estate. One couldn't help but sigh over it. Worthy of being one of the mansions of the Black Tiger sex talkers, this foundation is really deep. Halfway through his speech, a biting sharpness flashed in his eyes. It's a pity for this North Sea underground overlord. As of tonight, it's going to go up in smoke. When Quan muttered the chant, a surging murderous aura instantly erupted from his body. Master, the mountain villa has a large number of people inside. A bronze wall that is easy to defend and hard to attack. If we carry out an attack, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to break through the other side's defenses, and it will be extremely easy to lose troops and soldiers. After observing the enemy situation, the big black dog immediately analyzed it. When Quan nodded slightly, he also saw the drawbacks. The Wild Dog Legion is suited to fighting on flat plains as well as in the jungle. An attack like this one where the walls are high and thick, they don't play much of a role. No harm done. You guys just take care of the flanking attack, and I'll move the Bat Legion in for the main attack. The words fell. Fumizumi then looked up into the sky. A chiming bat, hovering above the head. Go get your boss and lead a couple thousand bats over here. Gotcha. The announcing bat flew away. After about 10 minutes of waiting, a strange sound came from the otherwise silent sky. Countless bats whistling too, as great as a black cloud. The bats fluttered their wings. Bloodthirsty instincts flowed from the black, unseeing eyes. That hideous face was like a demon inside hell. When Quan shouted in a deep voice, Bat Legion, listen to the order. In, the bats shouted in unison. Kill me in, and wherever you go, no one will be left behind. Yes, countless bats chanted in unison. Boss, it's a big deal. Wang Mang took his cell phone and walked quickly. Mang Batian sat on the sofa, his face as usual. What happened? Panic. Chicken suffered a surprise attack from an unknown force. He just called me and asked me to rush forward to rescue him, Wang Mang said. Mang Batian's face suddenly changed as he roared. What kind of person is so bold as to dare to lay hands on my Black Tiger sex people? As the second leader of Black Tiger sect, Wang Mang said in an urgent tone. Boss, Chicken said very urgently on the phone. I'm afraid the situation is extremely bad. We'd better hurry to deploy troops and arrange for manpower to go there. Mang Batian stood up and was about to give orders. Instead, a noise was heard from outside the house. A flick of the ear. Turning his head toward the window, the otherwise quiet living room. But then he heard a sharp sound, coming from far away. It was as if it was like the roar of an airplane as it swept by. Quack quack quack. Wang Mang saw a huge black shadow outside the window, barreling towards here. He exclaimed, no good. Immediately after, there was a loud bang. All the windows in the living room, all burst open. Countless black figures shot into the living room like sharp arrows. Boom, boom, boom. The lights in the room burst under the onslaught. What is it? Mang Batian shouted. By the weak moonlight, Wang Mang could see the black shadows and immediately judged. Boss, it seems to be bats. The battling bishop's offense has begun. Once something enters its field of vision, it becomes the target of its attack. Not only was the living room under heavy attack, inside and outside the lodge, wherever there were people, all of them were attacked. There were bursts of gunfire, one after the other. However, the evolved bats were so fast that those bullets that were shot out couldn't even touch them. Instead, it provokes them to hunt even more intensely. One time, the entire lodge screamed miserably. Wang Mang was at the late stage of body tempering cultivation, with a horizontal training skill that was nearly invulnerable to swords and spears. But in the face of these bats, and yet, it was hard to resist. Boss, this is no ordinary bat, Wang Mang shouted, and retreated. Mang Batian frowned and skimmed the circumference. Qigong possession. I can't believe that these beasts have scratched out trails of blood. Some of the blood marks are even deep into the flesh. At this moment, Mang Batian had already realized that he should have been targeted, because in nature, bats will never actively attack humans, and a bat as fierce and tough as this one looks like it's been artificially bred. All attributes far exceed those of a normal bat. It was while Mang Batian was desperately trying to fight. Someone came to report. Boss, it's a big deal. The brothers outside the lodge were attacked by unknown creatures and suffered heavy losses. He hadn't slowed down. Another stumbling figure rushed into the living room. Boss, the south gate has been breached. A group of vicious dogs rushed in. What? Meng Batian's face suddenly changed, realizing more and more that this matter was critical. A little reflection. With that, he charged all the way to the middle of the courtyard. Sinking his chi into his dantian, he loudly shouted, "Under Meng Batian, I don't know what has offended Senior. I hope that Senior will show up to see. I would like to kowtow and admit my mistake, and I also ask Senior to be magnanimous and let me go," said. Meng Batian then flung himself to his knees and kowtowed towards the sky. It's true that he's a lord of the party, able to stretch and bend. As soon as he saw the situation, he immediately conceded. In the middle of reaching darkness, a round object, similar to a leather ball, rolled straight over. It rolled all the way to Meng Batian. He fixed his eyes popped up and he was filled with horror. This round object, not the other way around. It's exactly the head of a grouse. The other man's eyes were still wide and dead. Meng Batian was furious, slapping the floor and leaping up toward the front. He hissed, "Son of a bitch, actually killed my brother. Meng Batian, why don't you kowtow anymore? If you kowtow 2 more times, I might have mercy and leave your body intact." The darkness flirted. "I'll knock your grandma's leg off." Even the most bendable person could definitely not restrain his emotions when he stumbled upon such a thing. Dent! Meng Batian swung his fist and charged forward. In the darkness, a fierce fight passed. Meng Batian let out a miserable scream. Next, his entire body stumbled and stormed backward, landing on his butt on the floor. At this point in his life, covered in blood and gore, an arm, moreover, was bitten off directly. Meng Batian was scared and shouted with a wild gulp, "Who the hell are you?" As the footsteps approached, a man and a dog appeared in the middle of Meng Batian's field of vision. When he saw what the visitor looked like, a look of disbelief spread across the originally horrified face. "You're that Chu family flunky. What's it called? King? Sale?" When Quan laughed and said rather unexpectedly, "It's really unexpected that someone as high and mighty as you, Boss Meng, actually knows me." The reason why Meng Batian knew Wen Quan, that's because Wang Mang and Chicken, both of whom had reported to him. The former was due to the loss of hundreds of millions of dollars in land because of a dogfight. The latter was due to a gambling loss of more than $100 million. And the one that led to this, it's the Chu family's son-in-law, Wang Fan. After learning about this, Meng Batian immediately became furious and was already preparing to strike at him. Just not expected. His plan for revenge has yet to unfold. Instead, the other side came to the door first. In the middle of the whole process of capturing Monk's Hill, from start to finish, Wen Quan didn't even make a move. All of this, all the work of the Wild Dog Corps as well as the Bat Corps. Wen Quan condescendingly looked at Meng Batian and said in an icy tone, "The cycle of karma and retribution. Meng Batian, when you were doing so much evil before, did you think that you would have today?" Meng Batian's brows furrowed as he glared angrily. "I don't understand what you're talking about." The muscles in the corner of Wen Quan's eyes jumped hard. "In that case, die. You dare to kill me?" Meng Batian was not afraid but fierce. "I have the Black Tiger King behind me. A big shot like him, pinching you to death is as easy as pinching an ant." Wen Quan snorted coldly. "What wouldn't you dare?" The big black dog stormed in and rushed in front of Meng Batian. Swinging his claws, he slapped them right on the other's head. There was a thud. The opponent's head burst open like a watermelon run over by a wheel. "Still pretending when you're dead. I'm afraid you're in a hurry to reincarnate." Wen Quan skimmed his mouth. A scene in the courtyard. Wang Mang happened to witness the whole thing. He was shivering with fear and sweating coldly. Seeing that the other party was about to go on a killing spree against the remaining people in the manor, he rushed forward with an arrow. With a flutter, he gave a knee. "Mr. Wang, spare my life." When Quan looked at him, "Who are you?" He actually knew Wang Mang. It was said on purpose in order to scare the other side. "My name is Wang Mang. We've met before in the Colosseum." Wang Mang said with a trembling voice. "Oh, not a good person. Kill it," Wen Quan said. Wang Mang hurriedly kowtowed and shouted, "Mr. Wang, wait, I still have a use for it." Fumizumi froze for a moment. "What do you have for it?" "Meng Batian is dead. The huge Black Tiger sect, at this point, has been returned to you. Mr. Wang, you need an underling who is familiar with the doorways of it, to take over these industries for you," Wang Mang said with no fear. This statement was made. Fumizumi was deep in thought. This guy looks like a thief, and yet the words make sense. Although he had destroyed the Black Tiger sect in one breath, the Black Tiger sect was nothing more than a pawn of the Black Tiger King, irrelevant. With his current strength, for the time being, he was unable to compete with the Black Tiger King. So, he needs time to catch up on his development. In the meantime, it is not advisable to make too much noise. Otherwise, Drawing the attention of the Black Tiger King would definitely plunge himself and the entire Chu family into a situation of no return. Think about it. Wen Quan's heart moved and he spoke. Alright, then I'll leave you alive. You help me clean up all the traces and conceal the news of Meng Beishan's murder. Tomorrow's North Sea must be calm and wave-free. Otherwise, there's no time for harsh words. Wang Mang then kowtowed as if he were pounding garlic and said, otherwise my head will fall to the ground and I will die without a burial place. Well, it's good that you know. Wen Quan nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, a command. Then he told the dogs and the bat army to stop attacking as well as destroying the monk's manor. Wang Mang was relieved and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The mind boggles at the thought. What is this Chu family's son-in-law all about? The means are so skillful that they can actually drive flying birds and beasts to work for them? The point is these beasts, all of them are also fierce and battle-hardened. Sudden, he looked up across the room at the big, imposing black dog, out of the blue. Again, I thought of the fear I felt when I was dominated by my opponent when I was in the Colosseum. The big black dog also noticed Wang Mang's gaze. A disdainful look followed, sweeping away. Just this glance scared Wang Mang into trembling and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes again. This dog is horrible. It was thought that killing the spotted hyena in the Colosseum would be the high point for the other side. Never in a million years. That's just the tip of the iceberg on the other side. Nowadays, the other party actually led a pack of wild dogs and broke through the heavily guarded Meng's villa. And just now, in front of him, he killed the Black Tiger sect's leader, Meng Batian. The whole process, from the time it happened to the time it was over, it didn't take more than 10 minutes. Even though he had seen a lot of big storms in his life, he was still frightened to the point of almost splitting his liver by what he was experiencing right now. For a moment, Wang Mang thought if he was dreaming, because, when something like this happens in reality, it is really too unbelievable and beyond imagination. If you listen honestly, I can still leave you a dog's life. If, however, you want to have any rebellious intentions, then I will get you killed in a minute. Wen Quan condescendingly looked at Wang Mang and said in an icy tone, dare not dare not dare. Wang Mang prostrated himself on the ground and said yes repeatedly. Well, that's it, I'll leave the rest to you. I don't want anything to go wrong. Wen Quan paused his voice. Wang Mang forced a smile and groveled. No, I will definitely arrange it for you. That's all. Wen Quan came and went with great vigor. Before he left, he still left an eye out, ordering a mosquito to monitor Wang Mang 24 hours a day. As long as the other party dares to make a move, then he will immediately kill him. The big black dog followed Wen Quan around, licking the blood from the corner of his mouth while asking, Master, what are the next arrangements? Go kill another person for me, Wen Quan said in a low voice with a gaze. Who? Patrol Battalion, Li Shan. Wen Quan spoke the target's name. The big black dog furiously motions its tail and says excitedly, okay master, I'll do it right now. And make sure that this person won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Don't make too much noise, Wen Quan warned. I can accomplish that task with one dog, the big black dog said with conviction. Wen Quan knew the big black dog had it in him. However, to be on the safe side, it was still arranged for the vampire Bat King to work together in a coordinated battle. A dog and a bat, ground and air, to make sure nothing goes wrong. The big black dog seemed a little less than happy about this. It always felt like the presence of the Bat Legion had invariably pulled down their presence in Wen Xuan's eye. The plan to eliminate the Black Tiger sect. It was also supposed to be the sole responsibility of the Wild Dog Corps, but halfway through the kill, the Bat Legion entered the fray. Although the pace of the attack was accelerated, a portion of the credit was shared out, which made the big black dog quite unhappy. Obviously a dog could do the job. Why call someone else over? Is this a case of not believing in my abilities? Or do you think these flying rats are more reliable than my legions of wild dogs? Seeing that the big black dog didn't answer for half a day, Wen Quan asked, why? Is there a problem? The big black dog shook his head, indicating that there was no problem. However, the mournful eyes, intentionally or unintentionally, skimmed in the direction of the vampire Bat King. Wen Quan didn't know the little things in the big black dog's mind. So, after organizing the tasks, they were ready to hit the road and go home to bed. In the meantime, after the Wild Dog Corps and the Bat Corps withdrew from Monk's Hill, the ground was a mess of corpses. The soldiers responsible for Meng Batian's personal safety were basically slaughtered. Even if there were any survivors left, they were all crippled, either unconscious or crying out in a ghostly manner. Wang Mang slowly stood up from the ground, craning his head to survey the scene before him. Inside the waves, instantly swept up, a long time to comb. Holy shit, the largest Jianghu gang in the North Sea was just destroyed by a bunch of dogs. Who would believe it if it was told? While muttering under his breath, Wang Meng's heart turned like electricity. After making sure that this group of strong to perverted beasts, all of them had left, he couldn't help but mull over the next arrangement. Report the matter to the Black Tiger King or not? Or is it really changing flags and changing owners? Mangbatian died. The entire North Sea Jianghu will certainly cause an uproar. Multiple forces, but also the dark current will surge. As for Mangbatian, as the nephew of the Black Tiger King, he had created a lot of value over the years by saddling up for him and acting as an eagle and dog. Mangbatian also played the name of the Black Tiger King, but also made the Black Tiger sect jump to become the strongest underground force in the North Sea. It's a difficult choice to make. Mangbatian was kind to him, promote him to be the second leader of the Black Tiger sect. On weekdays, brothers call each other brothers and share honor and disgrace. Now, Mangbatian hiccuped. He should be loyal to the Lord both as a brother and as a subordinate. The Black Tiger King, in turn, is the Earth Emperor who controls the North Sea. 100,000 Black Tiger guards, dominating one side. No one dares to match them. Defect to the Black Tiger King. Informed the other party of Mangbatian's death. As soon as he thought of this, Wang Mang was ready to pull out his cell phone and make a call. But just as he took the phone out, his whole body froze, his eyes flickering as he began to think again. No way. Never do that. When the Black Tiger King learns of this, will the Chu family flunky die? I don't know, but I'm sure I'll die for sure. Even Mangbatian was killed by the other party like chopping up a melon. If you were in his place, how could you have stayed out of it? Unharmed? Not accurate. The other party was currently arranging certain surreptitious means to keep an eye on himself. Wang Ming's heart was shocked, instantly scared out of his wits. His neck turned subconsciously, surreptitiously surveying his surroundings. No wild dogs were found. No bats were found either. And even less of a mess. It was terribly quiet all around, with only the sound of the hunting wind. Forget it. It is better not to do this kind of risky thing. Obediently listen to the words of the surname of the king, at least can still survive. If let it know that I want to backstab him, I am afraid that I will not live through the night. Cranes and clams fight. The fisherman gets the benefit. Let him and the Black Tiger King go dog eat dog. I just need to be able to save my own life. After much internal struggle, reason eventually overcomes impulse. He put his cell phone back in style, eyes narrowed slightly, scrutinizing the huge Meng Manor. His heart already had a choice. In the midst of unnoticed darkness, a mosquito, watching the scene, seeing that Wang Mang didn't call, only then did it vibrate its wings and disappear. You seem to have a problem with me. The big black dog raised his head and looked towards the sky. It only saw the vampire Bat King hovering above its head, and opened up a mental exchange with it. Who told you that? Big black dog asked. The vampire Bat King hit the nail on the head when he said, "You're afraid I'll take your spot." The big black dog stopped and gazed at the blood-sucking Bat King. Ha ha, slippery. What are you? Can I be afraid of you? The vampire Bat King said bluntly. Isn't that so? I'm better and more efficient than you, and I have legions of men that can be called upon to support any part of the city in the shortest amount of time possible. Something you dogs can't hope to achieve. Have to say. The vampire Bat King's observation was really meticulous. The big black dog's psychological changes were not only seen by it, but also held by it. Seeing his thoughts in an insightful way, the big black dog instantly became furious. Dead rat. What are you babbling about? Believe it or not, I'll tear your mouth apart. The vampire Bat King taunted. Hey, you can't tear it. I'm in the sky and you're on the ground. You can't reach me even if I stand and let you hit me. If you have the ability, come down and fight me to the death. The big black dog turned towards the sky and barked furiously with all its might. The blood-sucking Bat King's wings revved up, and the wind whistled furiously. No more teasing. I'm going to go kill the one called Li Shin right now, so take your time and hurry on the ground. By the time you get there, the target will have already been taken out by me as well. The words fell, directly transforming into a black phantom. Bathing in the moonlight, he swept toward the far side. See this scene. The big black dog was so angry that he cursed in place. Grandma's leg. Surely not a good thing. Don't let me catch you, or I'll hammer your head in. After the scolding, the big black dog immediately realized that the blood-sucking Bat King was going to steal the credit from it. With the speed at which the other party was moving, it took a few minutes to arrive directly at the target location, while it took half an hour, or even longer. Wait for it to arrive on the scene. Probably couldn't eat shit in time to get it hot. Grass. Why doesn't the old man have a pair of wings? Otherwise, why be humiliated by a dead rat? The big black dog became even more furious, cursing all the way towards their destination. Wen Quan, who had been busy all day, had also finally returned home. He took out his key and opened the door. Found out it won't open. What's the situation? Wrong place. Wen Quan stepped back and looked at the door number. I didn't go the wrong way. How come I can't open the door? And so, he pounded on the door a few more times, only to realize that it was unlocked. No need to guess. It must be that Chu Chinga had returned early. When Quan took out his cell phone and dialed Chu Chinga's number, wanting her to come over and open the door. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is turned off. Please call again later. One Quan frowned. Sleeping? A living man cannot be suffocated by urine, since the door can't be opened by conventional means. Then Wen Quan would have to use some special means. Say it and do it. He ran downstairs, looking for his target. Soon, just saw a stray cat rummaging through a trash can. Teasy, do me a favor and I'll buy you some fish. The stray cat was a large orange, and he peeked halfway out of his head in a naive manner and glanced toward the outside. Who's calling me? It's me. Wen Quan stepped forward, taking a look at the human in front of him. The pupils of the big orange's round eyes went black screen for a moment, as if he was in some kind of shock. Don't GA me basket. Help! Help! Big Orange's burly body, bouncing out of the trash can, was trying to escape from here at lightning speed, but when Quan's quick eyes caught him on the spot, the Big Orange exploded all over, wailing in fear and struggling wildly. Iron! What's wrong with you? Don't gummy basket. I don't want to be a male cat. Ooh! Big Orange pleaded desperately as he blocked the vitals with his tail. When Quan was confused, question marks popping up on his head. What happened? Why can't I understand what you're saying? Aren't you the veterinarian named Wang? Yeah, it's you. It's all over our circle. You're the living Hades, the Blue Sun Terminator. Big Orange shouted. Wen Quan was even more confused. Search your memories vigorously. Not a moment too soon. He finally realized what was going on. Original. It was his former life in this body that always caught some stray cats for sterilization. For a long time, the stray cats in the area shunned it like a tiger. Seeing it from a distance, he immediately scattered and ran wildly, fearing that his blue son would be targeted. The reason for spaying and neutering cats. It's not about being charitable and giving. Rather, it was to hone his castration skills. The technology has improved, but at the cost of many male cats, forced to become male cats. This leads to, it's hard to get an intact male cat in this area. Think back on this. When Quan also cried and laughed. No wonder this Big Orange was more afraid of seeing him than seeing a ghost. Don't worry, I won't rattle your basket. Really? Big Orange asked as he stopped struggling and his eyes glistened. When Quan nodded and said in a serious manner, provided that you do one thing for me, as long as you don't rattle my basket, I'll promise you anything. Big Orange was positive as if he had grabbed a lifesaver. When Quan opened the door and said, I've been locked out by my wife, so follow the downspout outside, climb outside my window, drill in, and help me open the door. That's it? Yes. Well done. I'll reward you heavily. No problem. I'll take care of it. Don't look at the Big Orange chubby, but it is athletic. More than a dozen floors to climb up. Actually as light as a swallow. As fast as lightning. When Quan stood downstairs and watched, the man was dumbfounded. He couldn't help but sigh. This cat is exceptionally gifted. It's a moldable talent. Climbing tubes and flipping windows. Climbing into the room. The whole process. All in one go. By the time Fumizumi returned home, the door had been opened. Awesome. Awesome. I admire you to the core. When Quan shook his fist in salute, Big Orange raised his head and chest, both modest and very pretentious, said, Key fuck do not six. Like this kind of thing, it is a common household affair, such as a bag of tricks, easy. While pretending, he also did not forget to look back at the past. There was an ungrateful pet cat that provoked me before, and that night I climbed to the 30th floor and beat it up, and then, leaving a trail of cat hair behind, sailed away. When Quan immediately gave a thumbs up and gushed in praise. Bullish 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 bullish. Room. Chu Chinga was copying a baseball bat, her ears bent over the doorway, quietly listening to the movement outside. The door was unlocked on purpose by her. She also purposely left her phone on so that when Quan couldn't reach her, because she had no intention of letting this guy in today. Who let him get on the phone and misbehave with me? Since you don't respect me, don't go home and sleep today. Go ahead and fuck off back to the vet hospital and stay there. However, Chu Chinga had just gotten into bed and was ready to sleep. Instead, a clunking sound was heard coming from inside the house. Looks like someone's coming in, and it's still coming in through the window. Oops, the house is not supposed to be burglarized, is it? This is the 19th floor, a full 60 meters above the ground. If this falls, don't send it to the hospital, just pull it to the funeral parlor. These days, are all thieves so desperate? Chu Chinga was panicking in her heart. If the house was really burglarized, then I'm afraid it would be difficult for her to cope with it as a weak woman with no hands. She wanted to make a call for help, but then he heard, Outside. Footsteps coming closer. She didn't dare to have the slightest delay and immediately copied a baseball bat. She doesn't play baseball. The reason why there was this stick in the house was actually something she had bought on purpose. Just to guard against Wen Quan. That time. She never wanted to let the other man touch her. And the stick, too, just in case. At this point. But it just came in handy. Chu Chinga's heart was in her throat. The handle of the bedroom door, held outside, was being turned. Not good. The bad guys are coming in. Chu Chinga's face suddenly changed. The body retreated to the side. The stick clenched in his hand, poised and ready to give his opponent a head-on blow. Crunch! With the sound of the door to the room opening, one foot led the way into the bedroom. Without saying a word, Chu Chinga swung a stick over. However, the muffled sound of a blow to the head didn't come out. It was as if this stick was caught by something, and it could not be swung down or pulled out. Look up. All that could be seen was a tall man, gripping the end of a rod and stick with one hand, looking down at her. Fix your eyes. The man was no other than Wen Quan. Precisely. In Chu Chinga's eyes, it was none other than her husband Wang Fan. You want to murder your own husband? Why you? Wen Quan rolled his eyes and spat out. You wouldn't even open the door when I was pounding hard outside. And you didn't answer the phone when I called you. How did you get in? Chu Chinga asked in surprise. Fly up. Wen Quan said without a word of humor. Chu Chinga said in shock. I just heard a movement on the balcony, and thought it was a thief climbing over the window to enter the house. Wen Quan snatched the stick, and due to making too much effort, he pulled Chu Chinga over as well in the process. Flutter. Chu Chinga crashed into Wen Quan's arms. She hurriedly broke away, her face turning red all of a sudden. Are you still mad at me? Wen Quan asked. No. How dare I be angry with you? Chu Chinga said with a stiff upper lip, her expression still indignant. Go wash your hands. I'll pamper you later, and you won't be angry after a nap. Couples don't have overnight enmity. The head of the bed fights and the tail of the bed makes up. Wen Quan hemmed and hawed, exuding a meaningful smile. Roll roll roll, hooligans. Chu Chinga pushed Wen Quan out of the room and closed the door with a bang. What rascal? I'm your husband, Wen Quan shouted at the top of her voice, but Chu Chinga, inside the room door, was already ignoring her. A woman's heart is a needle under the sea. It's really hard to figure out. Wen Quan scratched his head, his heart helpless for it. At this point, Big Orange, who was nibbling on dried fish in the kitchen, spoke up. I'll open the door for you right now if you bag me. Wen Quan turned his head for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, what's the price for harboring you? Big Orange quoted, it's not expensive. 1 serving of dried fish, 1 bottle of canned fish, and 1 small female cat per day is enough. Wen Quan pondered slightly and said in a low voice, it really isn't expensive. Okay, I'll get the door for you now. Orange quickly finished the dried fish. Then, nimbly, he ran to the window. Before Wen Quan could yell, it dug out in a huff. The speed is smack in the face. About 20 seconds later, the bedroom door was opened. The Big Orange, with his head up and walking with the wind in his hair, raised his head and said, well, am I good at my job? Wen Quan all but stomped his head in disbelief. Heartbreak. If you open the door now, isn't that the same as not opening it? I'll turn it on when my wife's asleep. Only when she's asleep can I get under her covers. She's waking up. How can I drill? Fruity. As soon as the door to the room opened, Chu Chinga angrily walked out. Wang Fan, you've had enough. Wen Quan stood in place and hurriedly explained. It wasn't me. It was this cat that did it. Crap. Where is the cat? Dumbfounded. The Big Orange that was here just a moment ago has disappeared. Chu Chinga coldly grunted. Where did you learn the underhanded tactics? Fumizumi knew there was nothing he could say. For the sake of clarity, one can only be an ostrich and keep quiet. Let Chu Chinga count them. Come on. You men are all lower body thinking animals. Don't you want to sleep with me? Get the hell out of here after that so you don't have to hold your farts all day. Chu Chinga shouted at Wen Quan while undressing her clothes. Wen Quan brightened up and rubbed his hands together. There is such a good thing? Chu Chinga's beautiful eyes were round and full of astonishment. This guy, a spermatozoa? Can't you hear me talking back? If you'll just admit it and apologize, I'll forgive you. How could I have imagined that you would give an inch? Humph. You can get my body, but not my heart. Chu Chinga huffed. Wen Quan heatedly smiled. What do I need your heart for? I just want your body. Chu Chinga. She seemed to see it. This guy, he's just saving himself to be disgusted. Give him a little sunshine and he shines. Give him a little flood and he floods. Even if nothing is given, he can still pop up. Don't you know that a strong twisted melon is not sweet? It doesn't matter if it's sweet or not, as long as it quenches your thirst, Wen Quan said in a serious manner. Disliked Chu Chinga to death. Chu Chinga slapped her head and almost didn't vomit blood in anger. Honey, Are you still taking it off? If you don't take it off, I'll take it off for you, Wen Quan said impatiently, gradually becoming like a wolf. 1 minute later, boo! With a loud bang, the gate closed again, and then Quan was kicked out and swept off his feet again. A woman's mouth, a deceitful ghost. I thought you said you'd give me sleep. Why are you kicking me out again? Shit, how easy is it for me to get into the house? Wen Quan stood in the doorway cursing and had to take the loosened waistband of his pants and tie it back on. It's okay, she can close it. I can open it for you. Just wait. I'll open it for you again. The big orange voice came once more. Brother, you mustn't do it. Just now if you didn't operate without chaos, I wouldn't have been driven out. Wen Quan shouted, lest Big Orange disobeyed the command again and acted without authorization. Instead, Big Orange shook his head. You humans are weird. What's strange? Big Orange said with vigor. If I see a young female cat I like, I'll go up and pounce on her, whether she wants to or not. You're so strong and powerful, can't you beat a female? Wen Quan coughed and said in a serious manner, a strong twisted melon is not sweet. Who cares if it's sweet or not? Just quench your thirst. Big Bureau said in disbelief, wriggling his body. Why don't I find a little she-cat to show you how it's done? Wen Quan waved his hand. Lifeless, Tai Z. Come on, don't beep. If you operate like this, sooner or later I'll have to be homeless. What? The mission failed again. How is this possible? The Black Tiger Guards directly send out their elite squad to strike and this Wei Yang still managed to escape. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Li Xin was completely unable to sleep. When he got the call, he was absolutely devastated. Wei Yang is not only safe and sound, but he has also broken through his cultivation and has currently returned to the patrol battalion. As for the elite squad that assassinated him, it was a total wipeout with no survivors. Hearing the report from the other end of the phone, Li Xin's brain was buzzing. At the same time, a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. After the call, he slumped in his seat. With Wei Yang's intelligence, he would surely be able to guess that the multiple assassinations had come from him. Now, Wei Yang wasn't dead and had returned. Then he was bound to suffer the other side's furious retaliation. In addition to the pressure from Wei Yang's side, he couldn't deliver with the Black Tiger King. He had sworn to guarantee that he would definitely be able to cut Wei Yang down so that he wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. But what happened? 3 misses. Not only did it make him a waste in the eyes of the Black Tiger King, what's more, it compromised the bottom line he had worked so hard on over the years. The North Sea can't stay. If Wei Yang doesn't kill me, the Black Tiger King will kill me too. If you want to save your little life, you'll have to leave tonight. After a short period of thinking, Li Xin instantly decided to run away. And so, he began packing his bags, arranging his car, and booking a direct flight abroad. When he's done with that, just got out of the house. Several men in black were already waiting for him at the door. Vice Governor Li, what are you doing going in the middle of the night? Li Xin was horrified at the sight. No, why? I'm meeting a friend and I'm going to talk about business. What friend? The other asked. I'm sorry, but this is a matter of great concern, and I have no comment. Li Xin didn't think of an excuse, so he had to respond in an official manner. The man in black, however, smiled coldly. Get in the car. The general wants to see you. Li Xin's heart was shocked, and he had basically guessed that the purpose of these people coming to find him. What could the Black Tiger King want with me? It's nothing more than an attempt to kill in silence. Mission failed. I've become the son of nothing. Oh, when the birds fly, the good bough hides, and the hare dies, the dog cooks. Sure, even after guessing what would happen to him, Li Xin didn't want to appoint and tried to struggle. Could I have a call with the general? There's no need to fight. You can just come with us. Let's say what's going on face to face. The man in black said with an icy voice. The light that flashed up in his eyes was sharper than a sword. Li Xin knew very well that as long as he sat in the car parked on the side of the road, then this little life of his would be completely accounted for. I roll. He pretended to be submissive, but he was halfway there. Instead, he pulled the ready pistol from his pocket, shooting at these black men. However, these black-clothed men were prepared for him, and as soon as they saw him make a move, they instantly sent him flying to the ground. The pistol shot down with it. Vice Governor Li, what are you doing? Refusing to drink until you're done? Li Xin climbed up and desperately begged. I don't want to die. Please let me live. I have a lot of money. As long as you're willing to spare my life, I'm willing to give all this money. All of it, to you. The man in black raised his eyebrows and said with a murderous air, spare your life or not, the money is all ours. Deputy Chief Li, since you are in such a hurry to leave, then our brothers can only send you on your way ahead of time. The words fell. The man in black then prepared to finish off Li Xin. Phew! Li Xin, who was prostrate on the ground and in a sorry state like a dog, had a cold flash in his eyes and suddenly stormed up. He struck again. The whole thing looked like it had been transformed. The strike was as fast as lightning. With a sweeping leg, he kicked the closest black-clothed man to the ground. Then, with a carp, he got up quickly. Both fists came out in unison, like cannonballs being fired. The other two black-clothed men could not dodge in time and were hit in the vitals by a punch. And the chest that was hit by the punch was even directly sunken, with the liver cracked. "You know martial arts?" The last man in black cried out in alarm. Li Shin grimaced and said coldly, "Before I entered the patrol battalion, I had a pair of thunderbolt hands that spanned the Jianghu." Having said that, Li Shin instantly made a storming advance and tangled with the last black-clothed man. Although this black-clothed man was from the military and his strength was not bad, but compared to Li Shin, who was hiding his martial arts, he was a far cry. After only 2 moves, he was knocked to the ground. Spitting blood furiously, Li Shin stomped on his chest and said condescendingly, "I've done so much for the Black Tiger King, yet he wants me dead because of one of my mistakes. I won't serve anymore. You can't escape the North Sea." Boom! Li Shin stomped him out with one foot, spattering blood that drenched his face, making his face more and more hideous, just like a devil. After the kill, Li Shin picked up his traveling bag with an expressionless face and muttered, "Luckily, I left a hand. Otherwise, this life is over today." Just as he was about to leave, a dark shadow hovering in the sky whistled down. Li Shin's face changed drastically as he hurriedly dodged. Although he avoided the fatal blow, he was caught by his opponent's shoulder blade. One moment, flesh and blood were separated and bones were exposed. What the hell? Li Shin's eyes were as wide as bronze bells as he looked towards the black shadow. But the black shadow had burrowed into the night, blending into it. Li Shin smelled death. "I don't dare to confront them, let alone stay here for long." Jumping into a car on the side of the road, he was ready to take the road and run. Phew! The wind howled and the black shadow flew again. This time, Li Shin finally saw the true face of the other party's hut. It was actually a huge bat. "What's with the big bats? What's it doing here? Trying to kill me?" With a 2-meter wide wingspan, it can be described as a shade. Li Shin threw heavy punches, hitting his opponent but coming up empty. However, the giant bat's claws were incredibly sharp, and with a gentle pick, Li Shin's stomach was grabbed and burst, and in a moment, all the intestines and internal organs rolled out. Li Shin panicked and retreated. Nah, the strength gap is too great. Even though he had all the martial arts skills, he couldn't stop the onslaught of the giant bats. Li Shin fell to the ground and inadvertently picked up the pistol he had just dropped. Aiming at the dark shadows in the sky, a wave of consecutive shots was unleashed. Snap, snap, snap. A barrage of bullets all went off. The giant bat didn't dodge. Its wings quickly closed and wrapped itself into a dumpling. Those bullets hit its wings, and not only did they not pierce it, they all ejected. This next, Li Shin was confused and cried out in shock. What a living hell! The giant bat's wings fluttered, and a hostile aura washed over its scarlet eyes. It turned into a black lightning bolt and flew down. Like a tiger, he pounced Li Shin to the ground. Then, swinging his claws in a burst of output, he shredded his opponent. Late at night, somewhere in a nightstand, Fumizumi, who was swept off his feet, is having a barbecue here. He's not eating alone. There was also a large orange squatting on the table, jerking off with a cat. Ga beer. Something like this. It's the first time Wonquan has done it. Big Orange ate with gusto. After being a stray cat for so long, this was probably one of the few times in his cat life that he could eat at the table. Want a beer? Never had one. Have some. Wonquan took a beer cap and poured a small handful of beer into it. Big Orange licked it and immediately spat out his tongue furiously. So spicy. So hard to drink. Forget it. If you can't drink it, don't force it. Keep jerking your goat's waist. Wonquan laughed, directly grabbed the bottle and blew into his mouth. Gulp, 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 and the bottle was gone. Big Orange squeezed his eyebrows and said, "Man, seeing that you're so mean, why don't I introduce a girl to you?" Wonquan froze. "I have a wife. Your wife is so mean, she won't even let you go home, so why don't you stay out and get a little wife?" Big Orange egged on. Speaking of this place, it raised its head smugly, and said with great vigor, "Don't you see that I'm a stray cat, but I'm living a very dashing life, and I have so many little female cats for me to be wives." Fumizumi raised an eyebrow and examined the large orange's size. The image of a street skater in the middle of a cat is definitely well deserved. I guess I don't do much bullying on a regular basis. How did you grow so fat? It doesn't look like a stray cat. When Quan's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked the doubt in his heart. Big Orange licked his paw and said slowly, "There are so many human girls who feed me. All I have to do is to meow twice, and I don't have to do anything for a day, and someone will bring me food. And over time, I've strengthened my body." Wonquan said, You're living a more dashing life than I am. Hey, it's actually hard to get. You may not understand my sorrows. Big Orange put on a very melancholic and deep look. Wonkwon asked, "What's your name?" Big Orange said in a slightly thoughtful voice. "I don't know what my name is because you humans have given me so many names. Rhubarb, Curly, Shithead. There are indeed enough names, but what the hell is a shithead?" Wonkwon asked with a surprised face. Big Orange said, "I don't know the logic of you humans naming your cats either." Is right. Wonkwon said. "Right. Don't talk about such boring stuff. Want a girl?" Big Orange looked at Wonkwon thievishly, seemingly energized by the matter. Wonkwon picked up a bunch of leeks and abetted them while saying, "What sister?" Big Orange said, "White skin and long legs girl. You human men are not good at this?" Wonkwon coughed. "How this cat's mind feels as yellow as its skin color. How come you know everything?" "You did?" Fumizumi asked without looking away, putting on a careless look. "Of course there is. What type you want can be. This is not, to me, long-term feeding among the girls. There is a thief. Wow, look. Or, I introduce to you as a little wife." Big Orange said. Fumizumi binged on leeks and pounded beer. "Is it okay? Give me a quick word. Is it nice? Isn't that bullshit? I wouldn't introduce you if it wasn't pretty. How tall did it grow? A head shorter than you, I guess. So that's 5 feet 6 inches and how old? I don't know. Early 20s I think." After Orange's colorful description, Wonkwon's expression began to gradually become wonderful. "That's not good, is it? Mating is an animal instinct, and I sleep with a little she-cat every day." Big Orange exploded again with the words of a tiger and wolf. "I'm saying there's a chance I can't manage it." Wonkwon was relatively restrained. Big Orange, however, swore an assurance. "Afraid of nothing. With me as your wingman, I guarantee you'll get it in a week." "So dickish?" Between Big Orange's eyebrows, the smugness grew stronger. "If you can't manage it, you'll just rattle my basket." This statement was made. Wonkwon couldn't help but stand in awe and applaud frantically. "Bullshit, bullshit. I believe it." Big Orange said. "Okay, then you hurry up and deal with a few bites. Check out and go. I'll take you to the girls. Now." Yes. Wonkwon felt more and more that this Big Orange was a moldable talent. Your brain is more flexible than a big black dog. When the big black dog meets, all he knows is to ask if he has any cigarettes. On the contrary, Big Orange, it's really good for my heart. Totally know how to pitch a fit. Ahem. A word of caution beforehand. I'm a decent man. I don't do assholes. As for why he's interested in this, that's also entirely just, well, wanting to see Big Orange in action. But I'm afraid anyone with a hunting mind would make the same choice. Go, go, go. Big Orange jumped off the table, swinging his head and shouting, "Right, pack up the leftovers and take them with you. They'll be props when we get to the place." About half an hour later, Big Orange ran to a certain intersection. Wonkwon followed closely. As he looked around, he asked, "Where's the sister?" "Take it easy. There's still 10 minutes left." Wonkwon looked at his watch. It was now 11:30. "You hurry up and take what you've packed. Throw it on the floor and feed it to me. And then, put on your cat lover act. Pamper me, pet me, love me." Wonkwon had a wicked chill. Tai Z. This scale is getting bigger and bigger. No way. To pick up girls. Oh no. For the Big Orange show, you can only do what it says and look to it. Fruity. I had just gotten those steps in place, as Big Orange had instructed. When the girl arrived, Wonkwon was about to turn his head to look. Big Orange, however, shouted, "Keep your head on a swivel. Keep touching my head and acting like nothing happened." Once Yuan's neck stopped, out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but skim in a certain direction. The first thing that caught my eye was a pair of long, white, beautiful legs, white stockings, white sneakers. The line of sight shifted slightly upward. It was a pleated skirt with a chevron pattern. A very youthful and lively outfit. "She's coming over. Brought food. One of my favorite freeze-dried cat treats. TSK, 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 TISK. Fumizumi's body stiffened. A strange thought popped into his head. This Big Orange. It couldn't be a human being, could it? Human nature is captured with such precision. The nationalist is still talking so much. This old, smart, and capable look is so unlike a field cat. Although it was truly shocking for a human to turn into a cat, it was not impossible here in Wonkwon. After all, he was a mosquito before he was reincarnated. "What are you doing? How can you be distracted when the girls are coming over? Buck up and follow my lead." Seeing Fumizumi's lack of concentration, Orange shouted hysterically while burying his head in dry rice. "Grass! For you to pick up a girl, how easy is it for me?" hearing the big orange reminder. When Kwan's complexion stared as he immediately entered the middle of his state. With the sound of footsteps approaching, Fumizumi sensed that the sister was a stone's throw away. You feed the cat too? Suddenly, the girl spoke up. Yeah, Fumizumi said falsely, still not looking away. It seemed to be looking for an opportunity to turn his head and stare. You feed it barbecue, don't you? When Kwan hummed softly and murmured, I just came out of the late-night snack stand, packed up some things, and saw this cat, so, I took some for him to eat. Oh, cats can't eat spicy food, the girl reminded. Ha, why is this voice so familiar? When Kwan's ears twitched slightly and he couldn't help but turn his head. Dent. The whole face of the girl came into view with it. When Kwan's pupils contracted sharply and he couldn't help but be shocked. The girl was equally surprised and cried out offhandedly. Big brother Wang? It's you! What was the name again? Li Shuyu. Right, it's Li Shuyu. The sister revealed a look of surprise and spoke. Brother Wang. What a coincidence, quite a coincidence indeed. When Kwan scratched his head, more or less embarrassed, Big Orange was confused and instantly asked, you two know each other? When Kwan ignored the Big Orange, and instead put his entire mind on Li Shuyu's body, for this unexpected meeting, Li Shuyu could be described as ecstatic, both excited and nervous. Why are you here at this late hour? When Kwan asked with a random question, Li Shuyu held a stack of books in her hand and said with her feet together, Brother Wang, I listened to you and have resigned from my job as a technician in the bath center and went back to school. You've just come back from studying late? When Kwan glanced at Li Shuyu said with a dimpled smile, I'm going to work at the convenience store later. So how's your brother doing? When Kwan asked. Mention this. Li Shuyu's expression was a bit dark. However, her face still tried to maintain a smile. Not bad. Brother Wang, you gave me so much money. I used part of it to improve my life and change to a better house. Another part to study. And most of the rest to treat my brother. It's not cured yet, but it's in better shape compared to before. One Kwan nodded slightly. Is there enough money to go around? Enough. You gave me so much that I can't spend it all. Li Shuyu said. That's all. The two of them chatted with each other. Lost track of time for a moment. Li Shuyu's face changed in shock as she shouted. No good. I'm going to be late. Are you going to work? Right. Why do you need to go to work if I'm giving you enough money? Wen Quan asked. Li Shuyu said. Brother Wang, all that money is considered to be what I borrowed from you. I will definitely return it to you in the future. Relying on others is better than relying on myself in the end. Although I earn less at the convenience store, but at least I can maintain my daily life. In today's materialistic world, and to hear words that are so trippy, the key is coming from a little girl. Wen Quan was instantly in awe of it. There is also a great sense of satisfaction in the heart. With Li Shuyu's figure and beauty, she was a big reliable face for food, but she was persuaded by Wen Quan to really go ashore. Read while you're at it. Earn money on the side, while treating his brother. Life planning is fully organized. The most shameless thing in the world. There is nothing better than dragging good women into the water, and persuading a young girl who has lost her way to become a good woman. The former is without conscience. The latter is a false positive. Only, this matter had really made it to Wen Quan. Brother Wang, I'm working at the convenience store right in front of me. I'll go ahead. If I'm late, the boss will deduct my money. After Li Shuyu said this, she hurriedly ran away, gazing at each other's departing backs. Wen Chuan's eyes gathered in thought. Pausing for a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. For nothing. Since you guys know each other, then I won't be a light bulb. We'll make a date some other time. Big Orange said with great frustration. Wen Quan said, didn't you say you'd let me take care of you? How can I take care of you if you walk away like this? Big Orange rolled his eyes and said with contempt, come on. You can't even return home yourself, but you still have a package. If I were to follow you, I would probably have to starve for 9 meals in 3 days. Unforeseen circumstances. I'm usually in charge. Wen Quan said with a stiff upper lip. Forget it. When I can't afford to eat one day, I'll come back to you. Big Orange was still really sober on Earth, and as soon as he saw that the situation was not right, he winded up pulling and calling out, Tai Z, seeing that you have amazing bones and exceptional talent, you must be a moldable talent, and I don't have a cat and cat army under my command yet, so let's give you a creation. When Quan's aura opened up and his voice was loud and clear, Big Orange, however, was confused. What the hell are you talking about? It was too late. Big Orange didn't have time to react. When Quan slapped it on the head. Fuck, what are you doing? Unload the cat. When Quan shouted in a low voice, don't move. The creation is coming. A surging aura, wave-like poured into the Big Orange body, only to see its body white light flashing, since it levitated, as if it was going to ascend to the sky in place. I'll go. So good, so good, so good. Give me more. This feels a million times better than sleeping with a little she-cat. Half an hour later, when Quan went to the convenience store where Li Shuyu worked, as soon as he entered the door, he saw a few punks who were molesting Li Shuyu. Little sister, you want to be my girlfriend? I package you to eat and drink. See that Civic on the roadside? I raised the full payment yesterday. Take you for a ride? The gang leader said. The group of followers next to him also chimed in. My boss is a bully. You'll be right to be his woman. Li Shuyu's face was flustered and she bit her lips tightly. Please stop fooling around. I have to go to work. Work a fucking shift. How much do you make a month? Be my girlfriend and I'll give you $3,000 a month, the gangster leader said. No. Precisely. Can't even call them punks. Instead, it's a bunch of uninformed spiritual chaps. The body has a left blue dragon and a right white tiger, and the forehead opens to the eye of heaven, walking in a dangling manner. It's like I'm a silly sculpture and I'm the biggest ass. Ghostfire motorcycles are standard. If upgraded upwards, the second to none Civic is exactly the kind of car they see as a godsend that can do anything. Fumizumi patted his somewhat stiff neck, pushed the door in. Turning to the spirited lads, he said, hair's not even grown yet, and you're out learning how to pick up girls? The mental boy pointed to his nose and cursed. Who the hell are you? I'm your father. When Quan didn't spoil them, and with a kick, he sent the spiritual boy across the street, flying out.